Witnessing your girlfriend walking out of the hotel with a rich second generation, not only did you not get angry, but you also applauded and cheered. Even when you were beaten up by the rich second generation, you didn't fight back. Instead, you turned your attention to his fiancée. It's all because you were reborn, and in your past life, you accidentally killed this rich second generation while catching him cheating. However, his mother bribed your girlfriend to provide false testimony, turning accidental manslaughter into intentional murder. Not only that, they also bribed the prisoners in prison, constantly causing trouble for you, conflicting with you, fighting with other prisoners in prison all day long. In the end, you spent a full 31 years in prison, basically eating public meals for a lifetime. Naturally, after you were released from prison, you couldn't integrate into society at all. However, just as you were planning to go down with them, you encountered the essential plot of crossing over, and were reborn on the day of catching adultery, and even obtained a system. Not only can you become stronger by absorbing the desires of others, but you can also manipulate the 7 emotions and 6 desires of others. Currently, after you have successfully familiarized yourself with the system, you sit quietly in the hotel lobby waiting. Before long, the two of them appeared intimately holding hands. Jia Lily looked at you in shock as you just got up. Although she wasn't caught in bed with someone, her face was flushed, and she was holding a man's arm. But her embarrassment only lasted for 2 seconds before returning to normal. Zhang Lei, you saw it just right. You can't give me the life I want, and I don't want to hear your big talk anymore. So let's break up. In the previous life, you would have gone crazy upon hearing these words. But now, fine, let's break up. These words left Jia Lily stunned. Humph, Zhang Lei, you don't need to pretend to be calm. I know you will still beg me desperately later. Let me tell you, it's impossible. I've had enough of these days. At this moment, Yu Xiangyang smiled at you and said, Zhang Lei, right? Come, let's go chat over there. Hearing this, you smirked and said, perfect. So the two of you went to the corner of the hall. Brother, you don't really need to break up with her. I'm just playing around. With someone like her, she doesn't even deserve to be my girlfriend. In the previous life, this sentence completely angered you. Jia Lily naturally doesn't know now that Yu Xiangyang likes to flirt with married women, deliberately letting their boyfriends know, confronting them face to face, provoking them, and finally provoking them to take action and send them in for a few days, then kicking the woman he flirted with away. It's a bit bad. Considering this, you said lightly, you have an unmarried fiancé named Tan Chang Ai, right? Yu Xiangyang's expression changed suddenly, grabbing your collar. What did you say? Seeing this, you remained calm and said, I am quite interested in your fiancé. Then you started to provoke his anger. Outrageous. You fool. Yu Xiangyang couldn't control himself and threw a punch at you. Naturally, you couldn't let him hit you. After all, 31 years in prison were not for nothing. Although the scene seemed intense, no punches actually landed on you, mainly to ensure clearer footage for surveillance. There was a fight in the lobby, and the hotel quickly sent someone to separate the two. You reported to the police immediately, and the security officer arrived shortly. You immediately pretended to faint. The security officer quickly inquired about the situation and checked the surveillance footage. Flirting with someone else's girlfriend and physically assaulting was confirmed, and Yu Xiangyang was directly arrested. You were taken to the hospital. After a series of checks, because you insisted on feeling dizzy, the final injury report still included the conclusion of suspected concussion. Subsequently, you came to the mediation room of the Public Security Bureau. Yu Xiangyang's mother Chao Xixin and her lawyer Cheng Qian had been waiting for a long time. As you look at this familiar middle-aged woman, your fists involuntarily clench. In the past life, it was her who spent money to manipulate and bribe Jia Lily to forge documents. But now, Chao Xixin looks at you with only disdain in her eyes. Speak, how much money do you need to issue a letter of understanding? In her view, your insistence on not relenting is nothing but preparing to make a hefty demand. However, what she didn't expect was that as soon as you sat down and heard these words, you turned around and left. Seeing this, Chao Xixin became anxious. Stop, what do you really want? Upon hearing this, you turned around and said lightly, if you donate all your property, I will issue a letter of understanding. How is that possible? She felt like she was being played by you, and Chao Xixin's anger immediately rose. Great, it can also save me some desire points. You immediately increased her anger value, but the target was the lawyer next to her, and also raised the anger value of this lawyer Cheng Qian by several levels. After doing all this, you said, boring, and then pushed the door open. Inside the room, Chao Xixin was already furious, slapped Cheng Qian in the face, saying, you are really useless, absolutely worthless. Cheng Qian was stunned. You rushed to speak as soon as you came up. directly killed the conversation. What am I supposed to do? Somehow, he was also very angry, raised his hand and slapped the other person. How dare you hit me? Chao Cixin is going crazy. Her son is detained. The lawyer she hired at a high price is of no use, and she even dares to hit herself. She screamed and rushed up to grab Chang Qian's face. Chang Qian, who is not used to her, immediately started to fight back. You foul-mouthed woman. Shortly after, many security officers rushed in and forcibly separated the two. What is this? Fighting in the Public Security Bureau? Lock them all up. And you, acting as if nothing had happened, walked towards the outside of the Public Security Bureau. But at that moment, Jia Lily's commanding tone suddenly sounded from behind. Zhang Lei, write me an apology letter now. Hearing this, you turned around and laughed, saying, who do you think you are? Are you ordering me? Jia Lily was so angry that she was trembling. She used to be held in high regard by you, but now she doesn't know how to respond to you at all. As you see her like this, you sneer and say, you should be grateful that we are outside now. Otherwise I would have paralyzed you on the spot. Then he pushed the door open and left. Jia Lily was still calling your name behind, but she didn't catch up because the look in your eyes just now scared her, as if she was not looking at a person but a corpse. Soon, you took a taxi to Tan Xingai's law firm. We should do what we say. Tomorrow, I will bring the results to report to you Xiang Yang. In fact, Tan Xingai is not a good person either. In the previous life, Yu Xiangyang died unexpectedly, and Tan Xingai remarried a local official. However, a few years later, both of them were imprisoned for betraying state secrets. Just walked through the gate, the receptionist politely asked, Sir, do you have an appointment? Hearing this, you calmly shook your head. No, I have a case and I want to find lawyer Tan Xingai. Zhang Yan shook his head. There's no appointment. I want to seek help from Tan Xing for the lawsuit. Please wait a moment. I'll contact lawyer Tan first to see if she's available. The receptionist lady picked up the phone and dialed. After a while, she hung up the phone and said to Zhang Yan, this gentleman, what is your name? Chang. Mr. Zhang, lawyer Tan is waiting for you in her office. The receptionist lady looked at him with some peach blossom in her face. After all, Zhang Yan's selling looks were really good. He was 180 tall, just slightly on the thin side. Go over this way, the 5th room. There's a sign hanging on the door. Thanks. Zhang Yan nodded and walked in the direction pointed by the front desk lady. He saw that the young lady clearly had a pink light of desire on her. That's carnal desire. Hey. Unfortunately, I have better targets now. Chapter 4, Talking About Love. Zhang Yan stopped in front of a door that had the words Talking Harvest Lawyer written on it. He then knocked on the door. Enter. A pleasant woman's voice came from inside. Zhang Yan then pushed the door to enter. This office was large and quite luxuriously appointed, with leather sofas, massage chairs, and even a break room. The rest room? Hey, this is good. Only then did Zhang Yan look at Tan Chang. The last time he had seen her was 31 years ago, and coupled with the fact that she was not an important person, Zhang Yan had completely lost his impression of her. At that moment, Talking Haru also stood up politely, her figure in full view, 169 or so, very slim with a surprisingly thin waist. She did not wear formal clothes. The upper body was a silk white short sleeve, and the lower body was jeans, obviously specialized in practice. The body is not generally good. Of course, the most important thing about a woman is her face. By heart, Zhang Yan was willing to give 85 points. Jialalai, as the departmental flower, is only 75 points, so it's clear that Tan Xing's face value is quite high. Put her in college. She's properly the schoolgirl. Zhang Yan was satisfied. Although after 31 years in jail and holding his breath for such a long time, he could well be described as starving. But who would eat coarse food when there is fine chaff? But this woman has such a high desire for money. Zhang Yan in his heart. No wonder she would sell state secrets with her husband. The desire for money is so strong. As long as the money is given in place, of course she will sell her soul. What about carnal desires? It's only so dinky. Is a person has 7 feelings and 6 desires? Just some desires are strong. Some desires have to be indifferent. And talk about Qing's desire for money exceeds everything. And other desires are low as pitiful. Mr. Zhang, please take a seat. Tan Sheng had no intention of shaking Zhang Yan's hand, even if Zhang Yan's face value was quite high. This woman, inside and out, exudes a sense of pride. Zhang Yan didn't care and sat down on his butt. Tan Sheng then asked, Mr. Zhang, what lawsuit do you want me to help you with? Zhang Yan smiled. I actually lied to that pretty girl at the front desk. I didn't look for you for a lawsuit. Tan Sheng's face then sank, and she said unhappily, I don't have time to waste with you. Please leave right now, don't make me call security, lest we all get a bad look on our faces. Zhang Yan smiled. If Ms. Tan says so, isn't she afraid that I will tell the truth about Lin Yanyan being pushed downstairs by you and falling to her death? How could you possibly know? Tao Qing couldn't help but let out a scream, her expression becoming incomparably fearful. She was a school bully when she was in school, and she especially loved to bully other students, and Lin Yanyan was one of her bullying targets, and she was also the one who was bullied the most, and in the end, she was even pushed down the stairs and fell to her death. However, Tan Qing has a barrister dad and a surprisingly energetic uncle Bai, who smooths things over for her. Lin Yanyan became lost footing, fell to death. She is safe and sound to continue to study, successfully graduated, but also became a lawyer, and even one of the partners. However, she was caught for betraying state secrets with her husband, and also stabbed out all the bad things she had done, and the truth finally came out in Lin Yanyan's case. How much do you want? She sank down. Zhang Yan shook his head. I don't want money. Trouble. So what do you want? Talking Clear asked. Zhang Yan pointed at her. Never, Tan Qing said excitedly. Then there's nothing I can do. I have to go to the security bureau. Zhang Yan stood up. I remember. Back then. But someone saw you push Lin Yanyan down the stairs with their own eyes. It was one of your followers, right? Indeed. But who this follower was Zhang Yan didn't know. It didn't matter. Tan Cheng had already panicked. Just scam her. For a reborn person, actually being prophetic was already a great golden finger. Well, the system is even better. As expected, Talking Harvest instantly lost all 6 of her souls and was left shivering. 2 hours later, Zhang Yan left the law firm with a smile on his lips. Tomorrow, we must go to visit Yu Shanghui and talk about what just happened. He looked at it and now had a little over 2,000 desire points. Was it a good idea to use them? Deep blue. Add some. Zhang Yan played with the stems, and his consciousness flicked at the plus point. This time the system prompt did not appear. Swish. Straight up 1,000 desire points gone. Then, Zhang Yan only felt a powerful force surging within his body, and his bones, internal organs, and muscles were all strengthened and upgraded considerably. It's a blast. Chapter 5, A Complete Breakup. Tan Qing quickly calmed down, only that there was still intense anger and resentment in her eyes. Well, both emotions are very strong. Zhang Yan saw it very clearly. Tan Qing finally spoke, coldly saying, go turn yourself in. You forced me to have sex with you, and if you turn yourself in, you can still be treated lightly. Tan Qing said. Zhang Yan lost his smile. People say that a one-night married couple has 100 days of kindness. How come we just had 7 or 8 times? That's 2 or 3 years of kindness. You're just going to disown them? Talking Qing's pretty face flashed with shame and anger. A look of hatred that was itching to tear Zhang Yan apart. She didn't know why she suddenly had a great desire and took the initiative to seduce Zhang Yan to sleep with her. Although she also suspected that it was Zhang Yan's handiwork, she had never heard of any means to achieve such an effect. Whatever those are, all she knew was that she had been played by Zhang Yan, and there was no way she could swallow this. Jail, you must go to jail. However, she was also afraid that Zhang Yan would take the risk and die with her, so she first advised the other party to turn himself in. She barely managed to get up and went to pick up the clothes scattered on the floor and put them on. With this look, she certainly couldn't have called the law firm's security over. Zhang Yan smiled and said quietly, you seem to have forgotten that you took the initiative to seduce me just now. Fortunately, I'm a timid and cautious person who kept the evidence. He shook his cell phone and even played a clip. Please. Haru came to a screeching halt. You're despicable, shameless and nasty. Zhang Yan smiled and left. Apparently Talking Harvest was wimpy. It was completely dark when he walked out of the building. I'm a little hungry. Go eat. Zhang Yan casually found a small restaurant and ordered 2 dishes and a soup. And when the meal was served, he began to wolf it down. In prison, even if he was a jailbird, he couldn't have been treated so well. Freedom is the greatest treasure. Zhang Yan sighed as he ate. While there were a few customers in the small restaurant, each of them exuding different desires that were constantly being absorbed by him, the desire points rising very slowly, and in the end, they simply did not move. There is a limit to the amount of desire each person can generate in a short period of time. After eating, Zhang Yan went back to his rental house. There's a man waiting for him. Jalalai. Of course, after graduating from college, the two looked for jobs together and naturally rented an apartment together. As soon as she heard the sound of the key unlocking the door, Jia Lily stood up from her chair and chopped her head. Zhang Yan, I'll give you one last chance to sign the letter of understanding immediately. Zhang Yan looked at the woman. Society is really a big die stuff. Jia Lily in a year ago is still considered simple, kind, but just work a year. She became a veritable gold-digging woman. It was so hard to go to jail for her in my last life. That's 31 years of life. Zhang Yan was very emotional as he ignored Jia Lily and cleaned up. There wasn't really much to pack, Just a few changes of clothes, plus ID. Nope. Zhang Yan, I'm talking to you. Jia Lily couldn't help but shout. Only then did Zhang Yan glance at her. What are you? He said coldly. I have nothing to do with you now. I've already retired this rental house. You'll be staying another night at most. The landlord is coming to repossess the house tomorrow, so be careful of being taken for a thief. With that, he took his bag and walked out. The revenge for such a gold-digging woman is to become a super rich man and make her regret it. In the end, it was only sent to prison. It's called killing in killing. Zhang Yan, Zhang. In the back, Jia Lily was still screaming. Chao Cxin had told her to make sure she got Zhang Yan's letter of understanding. And of course she had to accomplish this task. Otherwise how could she satisfy her future mother-in-law and accept her as her daughter-in-law? Seeing Zhang Yan ignoring, she hurriedly chased after him. But Zhang Yan had already walked into the stairwell. This is an old tear-down neighborhood and does not have an elevator. She gritted her teeth and rushed after him into the stairwell. But she forgot that she was wearing high heels. Walking fast suddenly turned to her feet, and fell down directly. Luckily, she fell down on the penultimate step and didn't get seriously injured. But it still hurt so much that tears came out of her eyes. And her ankle was even red and swollen. When she came back to her senses, where was Zhang Yan's shadow? Zhang Yan! She screamed, cloaked as if she was a madman. Zhang Yan was relaxed and happy, and after walking out of the neighborhood, he did not take a taxi, but strolled. On the road, people of all shapes and sizes are offering desire points. One person's desires are limited, but in large numbers they are very substantial. After walking for more than an hour, the pedestrians on the road dwindled. Before Zhang Yan found a hotel and checked in, but he just put his luggage down, while the person walked out again and found a bar to sit down. At once, intense desire was overwhelming. This is a really nice place. Chapter 6. Yu Shanghui is furious. Although the red men and women in the bar released a lot of desire, they couldn't withstand Zhang Yan's constant harvesting, and although there were newcomers joining, they were quickly harvested cleanly. Zhang Yan only sat there for half an hour before withdrawing. Change places and continue. He changed 7 bars in one night until 3 a.m. When basically all the bars were closed, and that's when he left. And his desire points skyrocketed to 12,002. Let's just say that indulging in the release of desire is so empowering. Zhang Yan returned to the hotel and took a nap. At 11:30 a.m. He woke up. It's such a nice feeling to sleep in until you wake up. Zhang Yan cannot help but recall his last life, 31 years of prison career. What time to sleep? What time to get up? There are strict rules, even if he is a bully in prison, but can only be in front of the other inmates to shake the wind. In front of the prison guards still have to be a grandson. Looking at the 10,000 desire points, Zhang Yan smiled. Add some, plus the number was pressed, and once again heat surged through his body. Every organ and every part of him strengthened. Is it a good idea to go to the gym and measure what level he's pretty much at right now? Zhang Yan's consciousness swept, but he froze. What the hell? How are the desire points missing 2,000? Doesn't one enhancement only cost 1,000 desire points? Could it be that this is also incremental? Or is it exponential? There are 10,002 desire points left. Try again. Extra points. Good lord. 4,000 desire points directly missing this time. Zhang Yan was dumbfounded. This is actually exponential. Holy crap. That's just 10 times added. And the subsequent desire points needed would be horribly astronomical. Luckily, desire points aren't too hard to come by. After all, just most of yesterday, he had harvested 12,000 desire points. There were still 6,002 desire points left, so the fourth reinforcement would require 8,000 desire points, which was definitely not enough. And, after 2 consecutive reinforcements, Zhang Yan also had a general feeling that his body was going to explode. And if he wanted another reinforcement, he really felt that he might die. It should never be continuously reinforced in the future. Zhang Yan took off his bathrobe and looked in the mirror. Gee, the body is perfect. His body was obviously full of terrifying strength. His 8-pack abs were even more blocky, and his waistline should not be too perfect. However, there was no sense of over-gym, as if the muscle monster was generally twisted. Zhang Yan smiled and saw that it was about time. It's time to pay a visit to Yu Shanghui. Departure. Zhang Yan didn't take a taxi. A taxi absorbs to the point of desire, which is not as much as taking the subway. Even taking the bus is better than taking a cab. And there's no rush. Zhang Yan then slowly rode the subway and arrived at the sheriff's department. TSK. Just one night, Yu Shanghui has become very haggard. And last night should not sleep at all. Topped with 2 big dark circles under the eyes. People who do not know have to think that he overindulged. Bastard. When he saw Zhang Yan, Yu Shanghui became enraged and really wanted to rush over and beat him up. Yesterday Chao Xian told him about the letter of understanding that Zhang Yan refused to issue. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. Apologize to me properly. I'm actually a very nice person to talk to. As long as you sincerely apologize to me, I should be able to forgive you. Yu Xianghui took several deep breaths in a row to calm down before saying, okay, I apologize to you. This is the attitude for apologizing? Zhang Yan said with his legs crossed. Yu Xianghui wanted to punch someone again, but suppressed such an urge. He didn't want to be in the sheriff's department anymore. In the future, he would also let the punks take the shot and never go down himself. How physically delicate he is. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive yesterday. Please forgive me, Yu Xianghui said again. He kept his head down and his hands clenched into fists, hiding all his anger inside. Zhang Yan smiled and took out his cell phone and placed it on the table. Let me show you something good. He had taken a few pictures in passing when he was with Tan Qing yesterday. Yu Xianghui subconsciously scanned, then froze, his body trembling. What did he see? His fiancée. Not just a sneak peek on the street, but in bed, hair loose and flushed. He had seen this look not too many times and knew exactly what came after. What did Zhang Yan say yesterday? To play with his fiancée. Did this guy really get it? Yu Xianghui, I still have to thank you, Zhang Yan leisurely said, leaving Tan Qing's first time to me. Set his finger in the cell phone screen a stroke. The next photo shot is a bedsheet, but there are a few brightly colored plum blossoms. Pust. Yu Xianghui directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. He had always taken pleasure in toying with other people's wives and girlfriends, and his favorite thing was to see the others' husbands and boyfriends pounding their chests in anger, while his pleasure would reach its peak when he said that he was just playing around and destroyed a couple with his own hands. It had always been a source of perverse pleasure for him, but now what? His fiancée actually let someone sleep with her, and took away the first time. Yu Xianghui is going crazy. Zhang Yan, I'm going to kill you. Kill you, Yu Xianghui roared, about to flip over the table to strangle Zhang Yan's neck. Zhang Yan quickly put away his cell phone, while the police on the side immediately rushed over and pressed Yu Xianghui back. Asshole. I'll kill you. Ah! Yu Xianghui was still struggling, until he was struck by a police officer on the waist, and only then did he shrivel up. Zhang Yan shrugged his shoulders and said to the vigilante, Comrade Vigilante, this man even threatened to kill me. There's no way I'm giving him a letter of understanding. The sheriff, on the other hand, was confused. Just now the two did not talk very well. Yu Xianghui bowed his head and admitted his fault. Zhang Yan is also ready to issue a letter of understanding. But how Yu Xianghui suddenly went crazy. 100 thoughts and no understanding. Zhang Yan smiled and walked out of the sheriff's office. The mood is great. As far as he was concerned, the Yu family, including Jiao Lily, were just passers-by in his life, just objects to be avenged at this stage. But it was impossible for him to put his best foot forward on these four people. They don't deserve it. Okay, time to think about your life. Make money. Where to start? The stock market? This can be had, and it's a super bull market this year and it's about to enter its final feast. The problem is that doesn't have the startup capital. Buy a lottery ticket and win $5 million? No, it's not like he's been paying attention, and after 31 years, how could he possibly remember what numbers would be drawn in the next lottery? Besides, with the nature of the Chinese lottery, even if you memorize the lottery numbers and go back 3 days to buy the corresponding numbers, you may find that the lottery numbers have magically changed. What then? Zhang Yan smiled. Since he had been in jail for 31 years, of course he had to make good use of it. Who's in the cell? There's a variety of everything. Like thieves. In his previous life, he had a little brother named He Chang, a flying thief, which is funny because he also caught a big corrupt official. That corrupt official bought a suite with someone else's identity information, and then hid all the bribes received inside. And He Chang broke into this empty door. But the money inside is a bit too much. He thought it was the vault of a big brother of the road, and only dared to take a drop. Later, He Chang fell into the net and even gave an account of this incident. As a result of the investigation, that corrupt official naturally fell into the net. After his incarceration, He Chang has been bragging about it. After all, that's over $100 million. Now, if you are now, there are still 2 months to go before He Chang patronizes the treasury of the corrupt officials, right? Okay, I'll start by emptying this vault. Chapter 7, Pit Me? The neighborhood where the corrupt officials hid the money is called Happy Garden, and the specific door number is room 202, Unit 1, Building 14. He Chang did not know how many times he had nagged Zhang Yan, making his ears calloused. It's an old neighborhood. Zhang Yan ran to Happy Garden, found an agent, and quickly rented a suite in Happy Garden. Paying 3 for 1 cost him over 4,000. It's the first half of 15 and prices haven't started to skyrocket yet, or rents would be a bit more expensive. Then he spent his savings on a van that he didn't know how many hands he had. For a driver's license. He got it in college. Zhang Yan was still the same as yesterday, squeezing into crowded places as much as he could during the day. And at night, he would head to the bar to sit and collect desire points. At 3 a.m. The bar closed and he returned to the happy neighborhood. Desire points hit another new high of 18,220 extra points. At once, 8,000 desire points were deducted, while a hot current ran through the body. Cool. Zhang Yan felt that he could even bulldoze a mountain. It was an illusion, of course, but it also showed that his power boost was amazing. Try. He came into the kitchen and picked up the refrigerator with one hand, coming back to the bedroom, still with one hand. The thick wooden bed was also lifted with ease. Cow. Was he as good as the ancient generals? It's ready for action. Zhang Yan came to the 14 buildings below, the old neighborhood, plus still 15 years. Not much monitoring. He avoided the monitoring along the sewage pipe, climbed to the second floor, easy to break the window, and then opened the window, drilled in. Arriving at the bedroom, Zhang Yan could not help but let out a grass shake. There was no bed in the bedroom, and in its place, bills piled a meter high. He Chang really didn't brag. Pack and take away. Zhang Yan removed the snakeskin bag he was carrying and began to load bundles of banknotes. When it was full, he picked it up easily, then opened the door and exited, going downstairs to where he had parked his car and put the snakeskin bag in the van. Then he fetched a second snakeskin bag, and, still as before, climbed the wall, climbed through the window, and packed it, and walked through the front door. After 20 or so trips, Zhang Yan stopped. The money is empty and the van is full. Done. Zhang Yan was not in a hurry at all. Even if that corrupt official rushed over the next morning and found the vault stolen, would he dare to call the police? Oh, I've lost over $100 million. You guys hurry up and get it back for me? Isn't this a rush to get yourself in? Therefore, Zhang Yan returned to the rental house, first slept peacefully, and the next morning, he also went outside to eat donuts and soy milk, which drove the van out of the neighborhood. Going to save up? Of course not. How do you explain the source when you save over $100 million in one breath? The bank was about to call the police on the spot. What about dividing it into 100 banks and depositing $1 million in each? Neither can I. The pitfalls are too great. He will surely become a huge rich man in China in the future. Then digging into the history of his fortune, people who are interested will immediately find this hidden danger. Zhang Yan has to have a reasonable explanation. What then? Hey, with all the talent in jail, there are certainly ways to turn black money into clean money. For example, Zhang Yan is now going to the Golden Eagle pawnshop. In addition to the explicit pawnshop business, they can also launder money. And of course, the fees charged are scary. 20 points. Zhang Yan does not matter. Anyway, this more than $100 million are picked up for nothing. He came to the pawn shop, which was cold and quiet, and there was actually not a single customer. Excuse me, are you here to pawn or redeem? A clerk came out to receive him. Zhang Yan smiled. I have a sum of money that I need to come here to deposit. Deposit money at a pawn shop? Crazy. But the clerk broke into a smile and said, the handling fee knows, doesn't it? Got it. Zhang Yan nodded. 20 points. Okay, good to know. I'll get our manager over here, the clerk said. Before long, he led a middle-aged man over. How much money do you have to save? The middle-aged man asked. Zhang Yan smiled. More than 100 million. Pust. The middle-aged man had just taken a sip of tea, and all of a sudden, he sprayed it out, and then coughed non-stop. Over 100 million? You came alone? How dare you? It's not an exaggeration to say that $100 million would be enough to make any man greedy, murderous, and swallow the money. It's black anyway, so what if you eat it? You'll have to swallow it with your teeth and blood. To say that such a young man is bold? The middle-aged man really didn't believe it. What? Your bank can't eat this amount of money? Zhang Yan asked with a smile. Eat it? Of course. The middle-aged man hurriedly said. Not to mention the matter of blackmail. Even if he did business normally, 20 points is more than $20 million. Of course he earned a lot. Of course, more than 20 million is only turnover. Pawnbrokers but need to pay taxes, and employees, rent expenses, and they can do this line of work steadily. Naturally, the relationship between the above through, which also requires a large amount of money to hit the point. Zhang Yan let the pawnbroker drive the car to the place specializing in counting banknotes. The anti-theft roller shuttered door down. Even if the SWAT team attacked in will take some time. One by one, the snakeskin bags were removed from the car, opened, poured out, and the floor was littered with bundles of bills. The middle-aged man, as well as the 7 juniors of the pawnshop were all straight-eyed. The two impacts of $100 million presented as a number on a bank card and all of it in cash in front of you are completely different. Geez, Zhang Yan, on the other hand, impatiently said, "Get started." The middle-aged man hurriedly told the 7 minions to start, so the sound of the money counting machine working rang out. A total of 7 counting machines, all on at the same time. It took more than 2 hours for 7 people to finish counting more than $100 million in cash. Come for a second review? Forget it, no one else has the energy. That's $112 million. The change doesn't count. In their line of work they just erase the change. Mr. Zhang, this is the antique you sold us. Su Dongpa's authentic handwriting, which we acquired for 77 million. The middle-aged man brought a contract and a framed painting in calligraphy. Is this the real Su Dongpa? Oh, I can write better than that, Zhang Yan said in his heart, then calmly looked at the middle-aged man. Manager Qian, it's a total of $110 million. After deducting 20% of the handling fee, I should get $88 million, right? Ha, how come it's 20 points? The middle-aged man's name was Qian Yun, and he was filled with a foggy expression. We've always charged a handling fee of 30 points. Zhang Yan then laughed. Seeing that he was young and still alone, he improvised and tried to punk himself. If Mr. Zhang has any comments, he can take the calligraphy and painting and leave. He pinpointed to the ghostly painting written by an unknown person. Zhang Yan laughed out loud. Then his face sank violently. Even though I don't have a system, I was a prison bully for more than 20 years in my last life. Even those vicious people have to bow down in front of me. How dare you guys pit yourselves against me? You guys still owe me a lesson. Chapter 8, The First Pot of Gold. Boom 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 boom. There was a constant banging on the security roll-up door that went on for nearly half an hour before it stopped. Zhang Yan yanked the snotty Qian Yun up as soon as he could. Manager Qian, have you learned your lesson? He asked lightly. Good boy, good boy. Qian Yun's face was filled with fear. He did bully Zhang Yan, who was young and only one person, and charged an extra 10% handling fee on the spear off the moment, and even tried to eat all the black money. Anyway, it was black money, so Zhang Yan could only swallow this big loss. Retaliation? Oh, and don't look at who the big boss behind their pawn shop is. But as soon as Zhang Yan did it, he knew he was so wrong. No wonder the other party dared to come alone. It wasn't that they were stupid, but they had absolute strength. As if a bear. It's horrible. Qian Yun really didn't have any temper at all and was as good as a Persian cat. Zhang Yan casually threw him to the ground and stepped on Qian Yun's face with one foot. How are you going to compensate me? Qian Yun gritted his teeth. I can take 5 points off the commission. Zhang Yan laughed out loud. You opened your mouth to charge me 10 more points. And now you're only compensating me 5 points? 10 points. Qian Yun cannot help but hesitate. 10 points is more than 10 million. They need to do the accounts. Need to tax. That is a real expense. If only 10 points are charged, this order is basically no profit. Zhang Yan revealed a dangerous expression. Are you unable to make a decision? Fine. Call your superior over. I made the call. There's no need. It's not necessary. Qian Yun hurriedly said. If his superiors were invited over because of this incident, he would certainly be severely punished. Alas, who made him too greedy? Doesn't it smell good to do business properly and charge a 20% handling fee? Now well, this order is a complete waste of time. Then call the money. Zhang Yan provided an account number. Qian Yun hurriedly asked the finance to call the money. And a few minutes later, Zhang Yan received a text message reminder. Arrival, $99 million. Gee, we're billionaires too. Although he had more than $100 million before, the money was out of sight. And now this almost 100 million was completely legal. He signed his name painfully to the contract. Walk away. Zhang Yan raised his head and left, while Qian Yun sat on his butt on the ground, cold sweat pouring out of him. Manager, are we dash said one of the boys? Shut up. Qian Yun reprimanded in a stern voice. He would definitely not feud with Zhang Yan. This young man is horrible. Not only that terrifying fighting strength, but also that eyes that disregarded life. He had no doubt that if he didn't obey obediently, the other party would really get himself killed. Such a ruthless person. Have to go to offend a second time? Don't drag me with you if you want to die. Remember, nothing happened today. He warned viciously. Yes. None of the 7 minions nodded. What do you do with money? Buy a house or a car? Of course. Zhang Yan went directly to Linglong Bay to find an agent to look at the house. Buy used and turnkey. Moreover, in the second half of the year, the price of Suzhou City will usher in a wave of soaring. Now the average price of Linglong Bay is about 30,000, but in the second half of the year will soar more than 10,000, and in a few years more will rise to the average price of about 80,000, and individual house types even reach 120,000 yuan. Zhang Yan bought the house here, even if it is not for self-occupation, and rushed to invest also made a lot of money. Of course, with the future information that Zhang Yan possessed, the time period to make money appreciate by buying a house was too long, and the rate of return was too low. Again, take a couple years or so and buy Bitcoin doesn't smell good? Zhang Yan didn't think so much about it now. He didn't have a place to stay yet. He couldn't stay in a hotel every day. Could he? On his way to see the house, Zhang Yan also received a call from the bank. He had nearly $100 million more in his account all of a sudden, and instantly became a VIP customer among the VIPs of the bank, which specially assigned him a private financial advisor. This is a woman, called Li Meng. The voice is very good, but the voice's good people are average looking too much. Zhang Yan naturally will not have any ideas. Casually chat a couple of sentences on the phone to hang up. There are not many second-hand properties for sale, so Zhang Yan chose the one with the best location and the largest area. And of course, the selling price is also high. The listing price is 11 million. After Zhang Yan met with the landlord and said that he could pay the full amount and that it could be paid off today, the landlord was very quick to erase the change. 10 million. Sold. Of course, the listing price was not his bottom line in the first place. At least 500,000 can be reduced. Plus Zhang Yan is willing to pay the full amount, and also the same day to pay off. Then another 500,000 can still be reduced within the landlord's expectations. Zhang Yan swiped his card and got the key in the first place. However, even if it was a second-hand house, things like bedding still needed to be prepared by themselves. So Zhang Yan went shopping back to the mall to get everything he needed to buy. He wasn't just working on this either. People were walking around out there and naturally absorbing desires all the time. And the desire points were going up all the time. These chores were taken care of. And the time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's kinda tiring. Zhang Yan didn't go home to rest, but continued to root for the crowded places, trying to collect a little more desire points. As the sun set, he pulled out his cell phone and sent a message over to someone. It didn't take long for the phone to receive a reply. As expected, he was coldly rejected. Hey, women, Zhang Yan typed over. Talking beauty, you don't want that video to appear on the internet either, do you? Asshole. Talking clear cursed before replying again. Location, W Hotel. I'll send you the address after I get a room. Zhang Yan smiled and typed. All I did last night was make money. And my little brother immediately started protesting. Alas, after all, after 31 years of being a monk, how can it be solved by pluming? Zhang Yan went to the hotel, opened a room, and then sent the room number to Tan Chang, adding, bring black silk. Chapter 9. 2 hours later, only Zhang Yan was left in the room. He didn't check out. The room is paid for, so why waste it? He lay back on his bed, reminiscing. Talking Haru tasted really good, but he had no intention of taking the woman. In this life, Yu Xianghui didn't die, so I wonder if Tan Qing will still marry someone else. I think so, because Zhang Yan will definitely send Yu Xianghui to jail, and Tan Chang might marry a prisoner? Even if she agrees, her old man shouldn't. Would she then marry again to the man in her last life who betrayed state secrets and both husband and wife went in? Whatever, it was just for fun, and Zhang Yan was not even interested in reaching out and pulling her along. The main thing was that Talking Harvest wasn't so beautiful that he wanted to take it for himself. After resting well, Zhang Yan decided to go to the bar to collect desire points. Zhang Yan killed to go to the bar. He had been changing bars, and today this one was particularly large and super crowded, making Zhang Yan seem like a mouse had entered a rice bin. And the harvest was delightful. It wasn't even 11 o'clock and he had harvested more desire points than he had all day yesterday. There are enough points to reinforce it again. Add some. 5th reinforcement. Zhang Yan felt the majestic power in his body and was so comfortable that he wanted to moan. But after his power increased, his interest also rose. But although there are a large number of beautiful women in the bar, but most of them are made up out of makeup. As soon as the makeup is removed, it must be miserable. And even with makeup, there are not many that reach 75 points, and now at least 80 points of beautiful women in order to get into his eyes. Hold the grass. Zhang Yan's eyes suddenly lit up as he saw an extremely beautiful thing. The woman was wearing a black leather jacket and pants that were tight enough to let her perfect hot body show. Her height is around 172, which is tall among women, and with a pair of high heels. Even the 180 Zhang Yan doesn't seem to be taller than her, which also makes her 2 long legs even more straight and slender. The key is also broad-minded. And she's as beautiful as she looks. 90. No. 92. Zhang Yan secretly commented. 60 points is the passing line for beauty. 70 points is the level of the courtyard flower. And what about 80 points? The level of the school flower. A score of 90 would be excellent. What's the key? She only wore a light makeup. Her naturally flaming red lips, which should obviously be flirtatious to the bone. But she had an indescribably heroic aura. forming a diametrically opposed aura. Yet no one felt conflicted, but rather a contrasting strong temptation. A 92 with light makeup. What about a good dressing up? Wouldn't it be 95 points to start with? Tan Chang is already at the school flower level, but it is far worse than her. Just, a playful smile floated up at the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth, because unlike the red men and women here, there was little desire visible in her. Any desire. Without desire. What are you doing in a bar? Interesting. And, Zhang Yan has been in jail for 31 years. Which two types of people is he most sensitive to? The first, of course, is the prisoners, and the second is the vigilantes. The woman felt like a vigilante to him. What's a vigilante doing in a bar in the middle of the night, dressed so sexy on purpose? Think about it with your ass and you'll know it's on a mission. Without waiting for Zhang Yan to make a move, he saw a large group of people coming down from upstairs, headed by, holy, isn't that Asako Chang? Pocky Chang is of course a nickname. This person's real name is Chung too, because of the face full of pockmarks, so by the people on the road known as Chung Pocky. He is a regular visitor to the prison in Sioux City. I do not know a few into the palace. The sentence is also once more than a long time, and he's in jail for all the same reasons. Dealer D. However, he was not a big drug lord, but a small leader of bulk goods, so each time he was sentenced to less than 10 years, and only on the last occasion, when his status had risen, and the amount of D-trafficking was large, he was directly sentenced to life imprisonment. So the gang is trading in D products? The police got information and came over to arrest someone? Well, I can't believe I got into this. Boss, no good. There are cops, a junior brother suddenly shouted. At once, Pocky Chang and the others pulled out their knives, then fled in separate directions. Freeze, sheriff, the extremely beautiful woman yelled sternly as she pulled out a gun from somewhere. She wasn't the only one. A lot of plainclothesmen yelled along with her. Apparently, someone had taken control of the Deej long ago, and the music, which had been deafening just moments before, immediately came to a screeching halt. The D-baggers were obviously not going to fold their arms, and instead of stopping, on the contrary, they ran even faster. They fled. The vigilantes chased them of course, and there was chaos in the bar, but the police were clearly prepared, and several D-traffickers were taken down immediately. Ha! Zhang Yan froze as he absorbed a large amount of desire points at once. Is released by these D-traffickers who have been taken down. It's intense desperation. But why is the amount so high? He'd met all sorts of people before, and it wasn't like he hadn't encountered similar ones. But where were they in such large numbers? Could it be that the despair was so violent because they knew that if they were caught, they would have to spend at least several years in jail or even be shot? If that was really the case, Zhang Yan felt that he needed to help the police to fight the criminals. That's 1,000. It was yet to be confirmed, but Zhang Yan had a great deal of certainty. From now on, please call me Crime Stopper. Nobody move, or I'll kill her. A young man who appeared to be a gangster took a woman hostage in desperation. The spring-loaded knife in his hand pressed against the hostage's neck, and hissed in a manner that he was about to lose control of the situation. He was already surrounded by several vigilantes, but throwing their weight around, none of these vigilantes dared to come forward. At that moment, the extremely beautiful woman walked over. Tap tap tap. The heels made a pleasant sound. But what made Zhang Yan's heart flutter even more was this woman's wriggling plump buttocks. What a mesmerizing siren. Team Gu. She lined up a few vigilantes, while several of the sheriff's deputies called out. Team Gu? Gu Yusin. Zhang Yan suddenly knew the identity of this extremely beautiful creature. Gu Yusin. This was a woman who made all the criminals in Sioux City scared, and at least thousands of people had been sent to prison by her hand. When Zhang Yan was released from prison in his last life, Gu Yusin was already the director of the Suzhou City Security Bureau. However, she had suffered greatly in her youth. On one occasion, when the criminals took hostages during an operation, she volunteered to exchange with the hostages and successfully took down the criminals. But, in the process, Gu Yusin was also scratched in the face by the thugs, which didn't completely break her face, but left her with scars that will never fade away. Zhang Yan smiled, since Gu Yusin had fallen into his eyes. Hey! Of course he didn't want his woman to break her face. This is something that I'm in charge of. Besides, he's a good citizen now. Isn't it normal for the police and the public to work together? Chapter 10, Saving Beauty. Unsurprisingly, Gu Yusin immediately offered to take the place of the woman held hostage by the thugs. I'm Gu Yusin, the head of the criminal police team. It's more appropriate for me to be your hostage than her, Gu Yusin said. The thug thought about it, and indeed, the head of the criminal police force was much higher. Moreover, this woman was so beautiful and had such a hot body that even a few touches seemed to be profitable. Okay, you walk over here slowly, he said sternly. Gu Yusin raised her hands, and even turned around to show the thugs, signaling that she wasn't carrying a weapon on her body. Only then did she slowly make her way over to the thugs. Let go. She stepped in front of the thugs. The thugs let go of the woman they were holding hostage and reached for Gu Yusin. Just then, Gu Yusin stepped in. She was obviously well versed in the art of combat, and the grab was fast and hard. The thugs were shocked and recklessly swung their knives to slash at Gu Yusin. With this knife, Gu Yusin should have been able to dodge it, but she apparently forgot that she was wearing high heels. A knife swung over, and she immediately ducked short to avoid it, but her high heels made her weight unsteady and actually made her twist a bit. This time, the spring-loaded knife slashed directly toward her pretty face. Not good. She was no longer able to dodge, and her co-workers were too far away to help because they were afraid to irritate the thugs. Am I going to die here today? This was the thought that suddenly flashed through Gu Yusin's mind. She has no regrets, but some regrets that there are so many criminals under the sky. Swish, just at this moment, only to see a silhouette actually like lightning rushed over, and then, a big hand probed out. The thug swung out of the wrist steadily grasped. God! Gu Yusin opened her red lips in shock, and before she could scream out, she only felt her waist tighten, and was already being held, which also stopped her fall. Several of the sheriff's deputies on the side looked stunned. Who is this? He actually saved the day when it mattered. Then they reacted and rushed up to bring the thugs under control, while asking Gu Yusin, Team Gu, are you okay? Gu Yusin had already stabilized herself. She looked at Zhang Yan and said, thank you. Zhang Yan retracted his hand without any trace. TSK, the elasticity of this waist is awesome. You're welcome. It's what an ordinary citizen should do. He said, you call yourself an ordinary citizen? Gu Yusin looked at Zhang Yan curiously. Have you practiced? That hit just now wasn't something anyone could do. How fast does it take to come in after the fact? Moreover, how could you hold the thug's wrist so precisely without years of professional training? Zhang Yan smiled. Just a few moments of pondering on my own. Can't talk about practicing. He couldn't be too modest. After all, he wasn't a cutie pie, and he had another idea. He was going to help the police catch criminals, so how could he explain his bravery without a good body? Gu Yusin looked at him if she had deep meaning, but with a mission in mind. She certainly couldn't make small talk with Zhang Yan, so she nodded at him and then went to do her own thing. However, in a while, all the thugs were escorted onto 3 buses and sent to the security bureau, while Zhang Yan reaped a large amount of desire points. It should be solid now that the desperation generated by bad guys can provide far more desire points than normal. Zhang Yan had thought that Gu Yusin had left and was about to leave, but he didn't expect this Gu team to walk over again. This time it's not a sexy outfit of leather jacket and pants, but a police uniform. Heroic and valiant. However, a pair of peach blossom eyes was still flattering. If wearing this uniform to give her, think of it as exciting. I'll take you to the sheriff's department. Gu Yusin said, you're involved. You need to take a statement, and, if you help the police, you'll be given an award later. Handing out awards? Zhang Yan had a little bit of trance. He had been in jail for 31 years in his previous life, but now he could get an award from the police, so how could he not feel emotional? However, if he did become a criminal nemesis in the future, it would be inevitable that he would have to deal with vigilantes on a regular basis. Is that bad? Of course not. He definitely wants to grow his business and have a good relationship with the police, which is a big help. Of course, one day after his strength is so strong that he transcends the world, then all the laws can't control his head. Naturally, he doesn't need any help, but it's still needed now. Okay. Zhang Yan nodded. Gu Yusin then drove him to the criminal police brigade and personally took Zhang Yan's statement. This one's quick, because Zhang Yan is there to watch the show, and then see justice. The only thing worth saying is his hands. It's awesome. UXIN. I heard that you were almost hurt by the thugs. It scared me. A male vigilante greeted him, his face full of afterthought. Gu Yusin's willow brows frowned. Captain Liu, please call me by my name. Or Team Gu. The vigilante waved his hand. Fine. Team Gu. Are you okay? Zhang Yan immediately made a judgment. This guy is pursuing Gu Yusin. Only Gu Yusin is not into him. This vigilante. Upon seeing Gu Yusin, a strong love desire radiated violently from his body, and at the same time, his carnal desire swelled by a large margin. This is a good one to understand. In the face of such a superb creature as Gu Yusin, who would not be moved? Anyone who doesn't move is either a eunuch or a homosexual, I guess. Hey, steal a woman from me? Watch out for me to permanently zero in on your carnal desires. Gu Yusin ignored the vigilante and sent Zhang Yan out. We've already recorded the statement. Do we still want Zhang Yan to stay overnight? Besides, after arresting dozens of D-traffickers at once, they'll surely be busy next. Zhang Yan was not in a hurry to get closer to Gu Yusen, and he was about to call for a car when he saw that the vigilante who had just been indifferently confronted by Gu Yusen ran over. "Buddy, thank you for saving my family UXIN, the vigilante said. "My name is Louis, captain of the second team of the Criminal Police Brigade. You can just call me Brother Lou from now on. This is my business card. You can look for me in the future if you encounter any trouble. I'm busy now. I'll take you to dinner some other time." After saying that, he shoved the business card hard into Zhang Yan's hand, then turned around and went back to the building. Zhang Yan looked at the business card, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Interesting. Looking at it this way, Louis isn't a bad guy. It's just that I've got my eye on Gu Yusen as well. So buddy, I'm not going to give in to you. He thought about it, but put the card away. Back at the hotel, Zhang Yan had wanted to sleep until he woke up naturally, but he was woken up by the ringing of the phone. Who is it? He picked up the phone. Zhang Yan, what time is it now? Are you still planning to go to work? A voice roared. Going to work? Zhang Yan was first stunned before he awakened long ago memories. Yeah, oh, he's still a beatnik. He works in Silver River Technology. Bitter programmer. The first 2 days just happened to be the weekend, so also completely did not think about going to work this thing. Today is Monday. It is 10:30 now. No wonder the boss will call. Zhang Yan smiled and said, "Team leader, I want to resign." What other classes does he work now? Chapter 11, messing with me? Oh, yeah. Zhang Yan, don't be impulsive. It's not easy to find a job now. Group leader Zhuo Yang advised instead. It's fine. I won $5 million from buying a lottery ticket and realized wealth freedom, Zhang Yan said with a smile. Zhuo Yang was left speechless. Winning a lottery ticket is not unusual, but winning a $5 million jackpot is scary. Is this something a normal person can win? Zhang Yan then hung up the phone. Now he still has nearly 90 million. The starting capital has. The next is how to turn 90 million into 900 million. 9 billion. 90 billion. Well, $90 billion is enough. After all, making money is not the goal. Spending money is. However, the phone only hung up less than half an hour ago. Zhuo Yang actually called again. Zhang Yan, did you offend someone? As soon as the phone was connected, Zhuo Yang asked. Zhang Yan was slightly surprised. There were two people who looked like punks who ran to the company to look for you, Zhuo Yang said. After hearing that you resigned, they still didn't believe it and smashed some things in the company before running away when they heard us call the police. Yeah? Zhang Yan thought for a while before a person's name suddenly popped up. Chao Xin. No, it could still be Yu Hanghui's hand. If you're in the real estate business, you'll know a few big brothers in the gang. Even himself as the big brother of the road shifted to become a real estate developer. What do the Yu family want with him? It's still the same purpose. Make him issue a letter of understanding. If he doesn't produce a letter of understanding, Yu Shanghui will most likely have to be detained at the security bureau for 10 days to half a month. Yu Hanghai and Chao Xixin love their son so much. Of course they don't want to give up. That's why they will send the punks to find him and force him to give in. Imagine, a few punks ran to the company to find you, threatening to come over every day to find you if you don't issue a letter of understanding. You will certainly worry about the leadership, colleagues' perception of you. The probability is that you will compromise. Oh, I haven't even gotten to you guys yet and you're messing with me again? Zhang Yan smiled and found out Chao Xian's phone number and called it. Chao Xian had given him this number when the two were in mediation earlier. A few seconds later, the phone connected, but it was obviously not Chao Xian who answered the phone, but a male. I'm looking for Chao Xian. Zhang Yan said. Who are you? The other asked. Zhang Yan. Then there was no sound on the phone, and after a few seconds of silence, a woman's voice rang out. Are you willing to talk now? This time it's Chao Xian. Zhang Yan smiled. You open a room. Tell me the place when you're done. With that he hung up the phone. On the other end, Chao Xian put a frown on her face. Get her a room? What do you want? After she thought about it, she redialed back to Zhang Yan. Is the room ready? Zhang Yan asked. What did you ask me to get a room for? Chao Xian asked rhetorically. With a snap, Zhang Yan hung up the phone. Chao Xian was about to curse. Since the Yu family became rich, who dares to hang up on her? But thinking of her son, Chao Xian had to hold back her anger and let someone go to open a room. And after opening the room, she contacted Zhang Yan again and said the hotel and room number. See you in half an hour. Zhang Yan only said this and hung up the phone again. Asshole. Chao Xian couldn't help but curse. She vowed that when her son was released, she would beat all the teeth out of Zhang Yan's mouth full of teeth and cut out his tongue. Taking 2 bodyguards with her, she immediately had her driver take her to the hotel. 10 minutes later, She arrived at the hotel with her bodyguard and waited another 10 minutes before the door to her room finally knocked. "Get the door," she commanded. One of the bodyguards then went to open the door and then walked in with Zhang Yan as if escorting a prisoner. "Write me a letter of understanding immediately," Chao Xin ordered. "This is not the security bureau." She has no worries at all. If Zhang Yan does not write a letter of understanding today, he will not be able to leave this door. How could Zhang Yan pay any attention to her and said indifferently, "Don't come to mess with me. You can't afford the consequences." Chao Xin couldn't help but laugh out loud, then ended abruptly and said morosely, "You're a fatherless and motherless poor bastard, and you still want to threaten me?" Of course she had investigated Zhang Yan, otherwise it would be impossible to know Zhang Yan's work unit, and she also knew that Zhang Yan was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage, and after Zhang Yan's graduation, he served in just an ordinary company, and did even more ordinary work. So what kind of energy could such a person have? "How dare you threaten her? Teach him a lesson," she said coldly. The bodyguards behind Zhang Yan immediately made their move. The other bodyguard was watching the show with his arms folded across his chest. They could all be professionals. Each of their fighting strength was not comparable to ordinary people. It was not an exaggeration to say that there was absolutely no problem for one to fight five. Boo! However, in the next second both Chao Xin and the other bodyguard were dumbstruck, because the bodyguard who struck out flew out horizontally, hit the wall heavily, and then bounced back, his face covered in blood. It was really miserable. But what shocked Chao Xin and the other bodyguard was that this bodyguard was so unbeatable. How? The second bodyguard hurriedly grabbed his steps and stepped out, protecting Chao Xin's body, his face covered in a grave expression. "The opponent is so powerful as to be unfathomable." Zhang Yan smiled faintly. His attack was not physical. If that bodyguard hadn't taken a shot at him, he wouldn't have thrown this person out like trash. Chao Xin couldn't help but shiver. Having brought two bodyguards with her, she had thought it was foolproof. There could never be any accidents. She should have brought the bodyguards with her last time. The guy refused to sign the letter of understanding, and when she got out of the sheriff's office, she would beat him up until he agreed to the letter of understanding he had produced. But now the scene showed how wrong she was. There was still one bodyguard who hadn't made a move, but the first one had been kicked out like a piece of trash. So could the second one be an exception? You don't mess around," she couldn't help but say in a trembling voice. It was clearly a warning, but it was colorful. Zhang Yan looked disgusted. "Of course I won't mess around. I don't even look at how old I am, but I still want to take advantage of me. However, 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger. You're over 50. Hey, old, you should have been dashing around outside all this time, right? I'm a good person. I can't see people suffer." Chao Xin only felt creeped out and quickly asked, "What are you going to do?" "It's not what I'm going to do. It's what you guys are going to do." Zhang Yan pointed at Chao Xin and the other bodyguard. "Well, it's almost ready to go." Before entering the door, he called Yu Hanghai and asked the other party to come over to catch the adulterer. And if Yu Hanghai believed it, he should be arriving soon. Desire to control. He smiled and stood up, and thoughtfully closed the door to his room as he walked out. The moment the door closed, Chao Xin and another bodyguard could be vaguely seen wrapping their arms around each other. Chapter 12, Another Move. Yu Hanghai came after all. After all, when a wife steals a man, whether it's true or not, you have to see it for yourself. As a result, he broke the defense. "I can't believe it's true. Nima, Nima, Nima." In this instant, Yu Hanhai's face turned green with anger and immediately rushed up. He actually has no feelings for his wife at all anymore, and has taken many lovers outside, and has not divorced solely because of his son, who can't control him anyway. However, he can fly the colorful flag outside, but Chao Xin is looking for a white boy? How does that work? He, Yu Hanghai, doesn't want to lose face. "How dare you cuckold me?" Dead. Yu Hanghai's 4 bodyguards were dumbfounded. The boss's wife actually screwed her co-worker. A big melon. It's just a matter of how much the boss's wife is giving. Otherwise, how could Y look at a 50-something-year-old? Look at how saggy the ass and boobs are. Yu Hanghai was furious, but then calmed down. Something's not right about this. No matter how horny Chao Xin was, she wouldn't be able to get it on with a bodyguard. And why would someone tell on herself? How could this happen? Chao Xin suddenly screamed as she finally came to her senses. The bodyguard called Wei was trembling. One was afraid. He actually dared to play with the boss's woman. The second was disgusted. Even if Chao Xixin was well maintained, she was an old woman in her 50s. He was only in his 30s. He lost a lot. The bodyguard who fainted after being kicked by Zhang Yan was very lucky and was still in a coma, and was considered to have escaped. ********. Yu Hanghai raised his hand and slapped his wife. Whether or not he had fallen for someone else's trick, it was a fact that he had lost face. And this breath certainly had to be taken out. Chao Xian's teeth were loosened by the beating, but she was at a disadvantage, so of course she didn't dare to return the slap, and hurriedly said, "Hubby, listen to my explanation." "Explain what?" Yu Hanghai said with a sullen face. Chao Xian then told the story of Zhang Yan's appointment. "Hubby, I only thought that this brat was afraid and wanted to negotiate with me to put an understanding in place, but I didn't realize that he actually played a dirty trick on me." "Humph, I saw that you were quite happy just now," Yu Hanghai said coldly, but his face became grave. "You said that Zhang Yan kicked the knife against the wall in one go?" Chao Xian nodded her head in a hurry. "Yes, Wei and I saw it with our own eyes." The bodyguard named Wei nodded his head in a hurry. Yu Hanghai then looked at his 4 bodyguards. "Can you do it?" Those 4 people all shook their heads, and one of them said, "It's fine against ordinary people, but it's absolutely impossible for Wei to do it when he's about the same strength as us." Yu Hanghai's frown tightened. After his son's accident, he just made a few phone calls to dredge up the relationship, although he did not fish out his son, but because it is only a security detention, there is no big deal. He did not play the biggest card. That is really a big deal. And that card, he did not know how much money he had to pay tribute to the real cannot afford to give up. So, he let his wife take full responsibility for this. "I thought that the other party was just an ordinary person and must be very easy to deal with, but I didn't think it would turn out like this. A professional bodyguard with 1 kick. He's a tough guy." With a sullen face, he said to Chao Xian, "Get back to me." Chao Xian was the first to lose. Of course, did not dare to argue anything with Yu Hanghai, and hurriedly put her clothes back on and ran away in disgrace. Yu Hanghai, on the other hand, sat down and began to smoke cigarettes one after another. His face as black as the bottom of a pot. Wei is definitely getting rid of it. Having cuckolded it himself, even if he didn't care about the yellow-faced woman, he couldn't possibly pretend that nothing had happened. However, this Zhang Yan kid is a bit evil. Does he know how to hypnotize? Otherwise, why would the wife get involved with the bodyguard? Moreover, the person who snitched to himself must be Zhang Yan. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and called out, "Old he, get together? Okay, see you later." He got out of the hotel and had the driver drive to a place. Black Tiger gang boss He Yuan's clubhouse. He and He Yuan is an old friend for many years. Like he is doing construction business, it is inevitable to meet some nail households, or difficult customers. This time it is necessary to Black Tiger gang. The underhanded means out. Basically can solve the problem. Like the 2 punks Chao Xian sent to Zhang Yan's company were greeted by He Yuan and sent there by He Yuan. 20 minutes or so later, he arrived at the new C Club. "Ha ha, old you, why are you free to visit me today?" He Yuan welcomed him into a luxurious box. "Is it because you know that a few new goods have come and you want to try them?" Yu Hanghai was first horny, but quickly suppressed it again and said, "Old he, I've encountered a troublesome matter. You help me out." "Oh, you still have things you can't handle?" He Yuan was a bit surprised. "Tell me." Yu Hanghai then told him about Zhang Yan, but hid the fact that his wife was sleeping with the bodyguard. "It's too embarrassing to talk about." "Very capable of fighting?" He Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "These days it's not just a matter of fighting and killing. Lao Yu, we can outsmart them." "Outwit?" Yu Hanghai stared at him. He Yuan nodded. "I can have some of my men go after that Zhang Yan and get them into conflict dash." Yu Hanghai couldn't help but be filled with questions. "You call that outsmarting?" He Yuan, however, continued. "When there was a clash, I had one of my juniors intentionally cripple himself, and then everyone testified that it was Zhang Yan who did it. So hey, didn't the kid just go in?" "Gripes, that's a shady tactic," Yu Hanghai said in his heart, but revealed a sinister smile. "Then I'll be counting on you." He Yuan nodded. "But, surely I have to give my little brother a nutritional fee." "I understand. Is 1 million enough?" Yu Hanghai hurriedly said. "Enough." He Yuan laughed. "Then you hurry up and make arrangements." "Okay." Yu Hanghai couldn't wait, so he immediately excused himself and left so that He Yuan could hurry up and start. He Yuan then called a few of his minions and went over the plan. "Which one of you will take this job?" 200,000. "Me." A youth with a short stature immediately stepped forward. "Going out and selling a kidney is only $200, 000, and while he's going to hurt himself, he's not necessarily going to lose it." "Alright, you guys hurry up and do it. I've already sent you the information of that person." He Yuan waved his hand. He was in a very good mood after making $800, 000 just by turning over a hand. "Hubby, accompany me shopping." A sexy beauty walked in swaying her willow waist, attracting a crowd of minions all staring at her high ass in lust, but only dared to look. "This is the boss's woman." He is the principle of revealing a smile. This is his newly married wife, called Feng Qian, just graduated from the university. A veritable school flower. Unlike Yu Hang Hai, he kicked out his original wife a long time ago, and this is already his fifth wife. Licensed. Feng Qian was the one he liked the most out of his several wives, and also the most beautiful, being spoiled by him all the way to heaven. When he heard his wife's request, he immediately agreed. Okay, I'll go shopping with you. He laughed, but in his heart, he was thinking that with his wife's big spending money, it was estimated that all of the $800,000 that he had just earned would not be enough, and he would have to pay back the money. Chapter 13, Black Tiger Gang. Zhang Yan was still rooting for the crowded place. Desire points were slowly increasing. There's really no comparison between ordinary people and those who are vicious. Yesterday the gang of D-traffickers showed up, and before and after even just half an hour, he gained a whopping 56,000 desire points. However, so many desire points were only enough to strengthen him once. How many desire points are needed for the next enhancement? 64,000. If one relied on ordinary people to provide desire points, it would take about 5 to 6 days, but if one was able to devour the desires of poor and evil people, it was estimated that a few would do. For Zhang Yan, this kind of person was extra money, and when you found one, you earned a vote. Catching bad guys as a sideline? This can be had. First, I get extra desire points. Secondly, you can also have a good relationship with the police, or to be precise, with policewoman Yao Young. Thinking of Gu Yusin's proud figure, Zhang Yan could not help but swallow his saliva. Compared to Gu Yusin, even Tan Qing could only be killed in seconds. Where can we find the worst of the worst? It's too easy. After 31 years in prison, he's come into contact with no one less vicious. Serial killers be damned. Think, what is the great evil in Sioux City now? Zhang Yan struggled to remember, and then he broke into a smile. Rainy Night Butcher. This murderer every time he commits an evil deed is the weather of heavy rain. Not that he has any special preference for this kind of weather, but the heavy rain can wash away a large number of traces. So this person also committed crimes in Sioux City continuously for nearly a year before he was arrested by Gu Yusin himself. This person is called Xiao Cohen. His targets are single young women. First rape and then kill. Will also disfigure the target, further increasing the difficulty for the police to solve the case. He would be caught because Gu Yusin herself was the bait to lure him in. Of course, the police did not know where he would show up and could only take advantage of the rainy night to cast their nets randomly. So the decoy plan was actually implemented a long time ago. But it was only after half a year that they finally succeeded in capturing this person. Now then, well, Gu Yusin should have already implemented the baiting plan, but it will be another 4 months before he can catch anyone. Xiao Kuan's real identity is the owner of a noodle shop, and the reason he embarked on this path of crime is that his wife stole a man, and when he found out, he accidentally killed her. He then hid his wife's body and lied that she had traveled out of town. It was also this killing that awakened the demon within Xiao Kuan, and from then on he took the road of no return. Once Xiao Kuan was arrested, the police found his wife's body in his noodle store. He kept her body in the freezer to prevent it from becoming smelly. All I had to do was find a reason to find the body in the freezer, so I could send him in as a matter of course. Well, go after him first. If it's determined that this kind of homicidal maniac can provide more desire points, I'll get him in. If not, I'll just not bother wasting this time and specialize in money. I can get desire points every day anyway. It's just the difference between more and less. However, Zhang Yan did not know the exact location of Xiao Kuan's noodle shop, and since Sioux City was so big, it was quite time-consuming to find this one. Buy a new car and take your time with the map. You'll always find it. And, while walking, you can also devour desires. Zhang Yan decided to go car shopping. Now that I have money, of course I want a nice car. After 31 years in prison, Zhang Yan was still quite interested in the enjoyment of material life. What kind of car to buy? He has over $80 million. But it's his startup capital and he can't use too much of it. Let's budget just $5 million. Buy a regular sports car? Then get the Ferrari. Zhang Yan studied for a while and decided not to waste too much time on this. After all, there will definitely be endless money in the future, and the car he bought now is just a transition. Only before he could set off, he saw a group of men approaching, each one of them streaming, with steel pipes swinging in their hands, and obviously rushing towards him. When these people approached, Zhang Yan was not surprised but delighted. They offer significantly more desire points. This further confirmed his suspicion that the bad guys did indeed have to provide more desire points than the good, normal people. So it's the bad guys' desire to be stronger? Zhang Yan muttered. There were 13 gangsters in total, and they had already approached Zhang Yan's body. And a gangster with dyed blonde hair looked Zhang Yan up and down and said, "Buddy, I'm short of money recently, so I'll borrow some for use. Zhang Yan opened the video on his cell phone while laughing. Are you guys preparing to rob me? Having suffered a great loss in his last life, he now keeps an eye on everything he does, mainly because I'm afraid of accidentally crippling these people. Then this video would prove he was acting in self-defense. Yellow Hair snorted and threw the cigarette in his hand toward Zhang Yan. If I tell you to pay, I'll pay. Where's all the nonsense? Zhang Yan slightly stepped aside, letting the cigarette pass by his side, and he immediately rushed up with an arrow step, punching at Yellow Hair. Boo! Yellow Hair was then sent flying. Grip it! The other punks were shocked and angry at the sight. This kid was really bold, facing a dozen of them alone and still daring to grab the first shot. Beat him. At once, these people rushed towards Zhang Yan. However, they had come with a mission, so the one who had taken 200,000 hastily chose his position and violently closed in on a steel bar that was stuck upside down on the ground. Ah! He screamed miserably. The head of the steel bar was sharp, plus he deliberately lunged so close to him, and with the tremendous force added, the steel bar instantly pierced through his abdomen, and blood gurgled out. Grass! Murder! Call the police! Just now there were 7 punks surrounding Zhang Yan, while the 5 behind did not go up because there was also no position left, which was naturally within their plan, and they hurriedly took out their cell phones and called 110, but just as they dialed out the phone, they were shocked to find that the 7 companions who had surrounded Zhang Yan were lying on the ground. Holy, that's 7 people. Hey, hey! The phone rang on the other end. The 5 punks rushed to speak up. Murder! Somebody! Shintong Street, an alley, and the ambulance. As Zhang Yan watched their performance, his eyes swept over the punk lying on the ground, and his heart was immediately clear. Digging a hole for him. Who's the mastermind? Golden Eagle Pawnshop. Or, you hang high? Forget it. Wouldn't it be better to let these people answer for themselves? Zhang Yan smiled faintly at these people. Those 5 punks couldn't help but feel a jolt in their hearts. You're laughing? Zhang Yan locked onto one person and pulled his fear value to the highest level, while the object of fear was himself. Snap! The man then fell to his knees, shivering. Who told you guys to come? Zhang Yan asked. Our boss. The man replied in a trembling voice. Are you stupid? Who is your boss? Zhang Yan asked again. It was only then that the man woke up like a dream and said, our boss is He Yuan, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. What is it? Zhang Yan raised an eyebrow. This person he did know, as He Yuan also became a member of the Sioux City prison after a few years. However, he did not defect to Zhang Yan, but followed another prison bully. He Yuan's favorite brag is that he married a schoolgirl as his wife. Not only is she pretty, but her body is superb. However, in less than half a year, his schoolgirl petite wife ran off with a man with the rest of his belongings. Zhang Yan revealed a flash of a morose cold smile. He and He Yuan had no grudges right now, and they were even strangers, so why did He Yuan send people to mess with him? It doesn't matter. He'll find out if he asks He Yuan. But you defected to another jailbird against me in a previous life, and now you're on the wrong side? Ha! Then you must not be spared. Didn't you praise your wife for her beauty and figure? CCC. Chapter 14, Are you here to make trouble? Sheriff's deputies and an ambulance arrived shortly after the call. However, Zhang Yan had already pulled the fear value of these punks, and after seeing the vigilante, they told the story of framing Zhang Yan one by one. It left the sheriffs speechless. You poked holes in your own people's bodies and you came clean? What a waste! They were of course all taken back to the police station, and although it was a self-inflicted injury, it was only one side of the story, so how could it have been investigated? Zhang Yan was cooperative while he also took out the video he had taken earlier. When you look at it that way, the facts couldn't be clearer. Zhang Yan was absolutely innocent. He signed the report and left the sheriff's office. Once he left, when these punks' fear values returned to normal, they would definitely retract their confessions, and although it was impossible to implicate him again, these punks naturally wouldn't dare to pull He Yuan down. As it happened, he had no intention of letting the sheriff intervene. Let's put off buying a car for a while and find He Yuan. Zhang Yan didn't even need anyone to point him in the right direction. He called a car and went to the new C Club. In his last life, He Yuan was in jail in addition to blowing his little Stepford wife. In addition to the new C Club, the kind of clubhouse that fulfills all a man's fantasies, Zhang Yan was quite interested. The clubhouse model is old-fashioned. You go in, you change your shoes and take a bath. If you don't want to continue then you put on your clothes and check out. But who would come here just to take a dip? So, the next step is to go up to the second floor. The second floor is the lounge, with a lobby lounge area and private rooms. After Zhang Yan came here, a little brother soon ran over and asked him if he wanted a massage. And after receiving an affirmative answer, he brought Zhang Yan to a private room on the 3rd floor. After a while, He led 7 scantily clad women into the box. Shinhai Clubhouse is the famous gold grotto in Sioux City. Although the model of the clubhouse is not much different from the ordinary ones. But firstly, the decoration here is very, very luxurious. And secondly, the quality of the girls here is quite high. Each of these women is in the 70s. Zhang Yan was not here to spend money, so he waved his hand. Change. The little brother agreed and hurriedly called for a new batch of girls. Still all of them were above 70 points. And one of them had particularly large breasts, which made Zhang Yan's heart flutter when he looked at them. But, change. 3rd batch, 4th batch, and by the 4th batch, there was even an 80-point beauty with long legs, a thin waist, and just a little unnaturally large breasts that were supposed to be technology and hard work. Change. Now the little brother couldn't help himself and said coldly, "How many batches have you changed? I think you're ing here to cause trouble." Zhang Yan spread his face and smiled. "You just realized it now? Grass." The little brother cursed and was about to go forward to make a move, only to be pushed by Zhang Yan and hit the door of the box, only to feel that all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. When he slowed down, he rushed to shake the man. When he reappeared, there were more people. However, the one in the lead was not him anymore, but a fierce-looking middle-aged man with a scar on his face and dark red flesh turned out, looking hideous. "Oh, Scar." Zhang Yan recognized this man. He was the #1 general under He Yuan. His real name was unknown. Nicknamed Scar, the gang called him Brother Scar. As a general under He Yuan, he of course went to prison together. But don't look fierce on the outside, but actually very wimpy, crying like a pussy on his first day in prison. "Running here to cause trouble and dare to beat up my people," Scar said morosely. "Kneel down and apologize, and pay $100,000. I'll spare you once." Zhang Yan just smiled. "Grass. If you don't listen to your good words, then you'll have to beat you into submission." Scar waved his hand, and a group of minions immediately surged up. Boom, boom, boom. The blows keep coming. After accompanying his little petite wife for a small half-day stroll, He Yuan dragged his tired body back to the clubhouse. His home was not here, of course, but he just loved the atmosphere of the clubhouse and could call a girl up to play on a whim. He returned to his exclusive suite with his little petite wife in his arms, but pushed open the leather-wrapped door to enter, only to see a young man sitting in his office chair. Very familiar. He obviously didn't recognize this person. So why did he get a feeling that he looked familiar? Then it dawned on him. That's Zhang Yan. SSSHH. What's he doing here? Shouldn't they have been arrested already? Where are his men? What are they doing letting a stranger into his room? Big brother, you drink tea. At this moment, he only saw his #1 general pushing in the door with a cup of tea, with a fawning and incomparable look. Wait, what's going on here? He Yuan looked at Scar in surprise, but Scar looked as if he didn't see him and just smiled at Zhang Yan like a pug. Sit. Zhang Yan turned against the guest and said to He Yuan. He Yuan was flustered as hell in his heart, but his little petite wife couldn't handle it, or was spoiled, and immediately snorted coldly. What are you, daring to give orders here? Scar, is this person a relative of yours? Honey, you need to take care of this henchman. No matter how much you trust him, you can't just let him bring his relatives here. Can you? Zhang Yan couldn't help but glance at the woman. Is that the IQ of a college student? However, no wonder He Yuan had been bragging in jail. This woman was indeed very pretty. Although she didn't reach the extreme standard of 90 points, she was still more than 80 points, and she was definitely at the level of a schoolgirl. The key is that the boobs are still big, and just now, when they got angry, they stomped their feet, and the big boobs under the sweater wraps heaved, showing both the size of the sinking, and the fact that they were the real deal. Shut up. He Yuan gulped at his little petite wife. He was a man of character after all, sitting down on his butt and keeping his composure. Ha ha, it's me who underestimated Boss Shan. I concede. Whatever Boss Shan wants, just ask. I'll never have second thoughts, said the man, cold sweat still rolling down his forehead. For her part, the youngest Stepford wife was quite indignant. When had He Yuan ever snapped at her? For a moment, she was so aggravated that she had tears in her eyes. Zhang Yan said to He Yuan, who told you to do it? He Yuan still wanted to argue a couple of sentences, but Scar slapped his face and muddled over. Asterisk. My boss is asking you. How dare you hesitate? The slap directly dumbfounded He Yuan. Scar actually betrayed himself completely. How dare he? What tactics did Zhang Yan use to actually make Scar so obedient? Of course He Yuan refused to give in, and that's when he thought of the vigilante. Call the police and have the vigilantes get rid of Zhang Yan as well as Scar. A black boss actually had to let the vigilante come to his rescue, which would make people laugh if they said it out loud. But he was really freaking out right now. But without waiting for him to take out his cell phone, A strong fear surged in his heart. In his eyes, Zhang Yan turned into a hellish demon in general, only to feel that if he dared to upset the other party, he would immediately die without a burial place. This is more effective than any threat. He Yuan immediately slid down from the chair, covered in sweat. The whole person is also shivering, which still has a trace of the black boss's domineering spirit. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. Pull burst. He Yuan's fear value spent him more than 500 desire points, plus the scar and so on, this time the expenses in more than 5,000 points, but the harvest is also quite a lot. The men and women in the clubhouse have a strong desire, carnal and monetary desires. He didn't really lose much. Speak, he said in a deep, authoritative voice. He Yuan couldn't help but physically tremble and hurriedly and honestly confessed. Chapter 15, The Little Stepford Wife. Sure enough, it's you Hang Hoi. Zhang Yan sneered twice. This was not strange at all. It just came a bit fast. You're not busy fighting with your wife, so you're looking for someone to deal with me so soon? Okay, I'll get serious this time and get you completely screwed. What is your relationship with Yu Hang Hai? He asked. He Yuan had already feared Zhang Yan to the bone, so he naturally did not dare to hide anything and said it all. Both Yu Hang Hai and He Yuan are actually henchmen for some big shot. One helps him get money, while the other does his dirty work. The big man is the governor of a certain district. When Yu Hang Hai hooked up with this person is still a director of the construction bureau. It is this person will give Yu Hang Hai a large business to do, only the rise of the Yu family, sitting on a billion family property. And by virtue of Yu Hang Hai's benefit transfer, that person's official position is also getting bigger and bigger, and now he has just become the district chief. It was only because of the influence of that district governor that He Yuan was able to repeatedly evade the police's campaign against pornography. One to the district governor to seize monetary benefits. Another is to smooth out the district governor is not convenient to come forward trouble. An official, a businessman, a trader. Three can be said to complement each other. But what's the coincidence? This district governor was actually the one who was emptied of his petty cash by Zhang Yan. So it was because of the exposure of Lord District Commissioner's petty cash in his previous life that He Yuan was implicated and imprisoned together? But why isn't Yu Hang Hoi in jail? Nope. Zhang Yan immediately thought that in the beginning. The Yu family bought prisoners to take a shot at him every now and then. Then this frequency dropped, and finally it was gone. And he had thought that it was because of his growing status in the prison that no prisoners dared to take the job anymore. But now that I think about it again, is it possible that the Yu family was implicated in the downfall of the district governor and their family assets were confiscated, so that they couldn't afford to ask the inmates in jail to do anything? Very likely. It was just that Yu Haihan's problem might not be too serious, serving a short sentence, or he wasn't in prison in Su Cheng prison, just like that district governor. So Zhang Yan didn't know what happened to Yu's family later. That's probably the truth about the last life. It's not like he can go back to his last life and backtrack on this. Doesn't matter. Anyway, in this life he'll just send the whole Yu family in. There's no crime, so I'll just create it for you. Call Zhao District Governor and Yu Hang Hai. Let them come over together for a while in the evening. With what reason? Well, you think for yourself. Zhang Yan said. Yes. He Yuan was as good as a grandson. He immediately went to make arrangements. The reason was easy to find. The clubhouse had a couple of new superb girls coming in, so it was only natural to let one of their own get a taste of them. If it was someone else who invited them, District Governor Zhao and Yu Hang Hai would definitely not have agreed to it, as it could be a fairy dance, or they could have been videotaped looking for sex, which would have become a handle to be blackmailed. But did they need to be careful with He Yuan? They're basically in the same boat and have so much dark information about each other. Do they need this kind of video? Young Zhang, let me call a few beauties to come up and keep you company. He Yuan flattered. Zhang Yan smiled, his eyes looking towards the little petite wife. Don't bother, just let her come. Ah, of course. He Yuan was unwilling, but his fear of Zhang Yan was already deep in his bones, so he froze and didn't let out a fart, but instead said to his little petite wife, Young Zhang asked you to go and accompany him. Why are you still frozen? Little Stepford couldn't believe her ears. What did you say? I'm your wife, and you're asking me to go with another man? She just wanted to refuse, but she was greeted by He Yuan's vicious eyes. She couldn't help but feel fear in her heart, and fiercely remembered. Was He Yuan any kind of good man or woman? Wrong. He is a gangster, under the hands of countless minions, and has done more bad things than can be documented. Don't look at him, usually obedient to himself, but once the fire started, she could only nod her head in resignation and walk slowly towards Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan admired the beautiful body of his little petite wife. Although the woman's IQ was not very high, her young body exuded youthful vigor, beautiful and sexy. He waved his hand toward He Yuan. Go wait outside. Yes. How dare He Yuan disobey and obediently walked out. Scar also retreated. leaving only Zhang Yan and that little petite wife in the large suite. Zhang Yan could see clearly that the little petite wife originally looked reluctant, but when the door closed, she actually sighed in relief and her whole body relaxed. Interesting. What? Not afraid of me anymore? He asked. The little petite wife actually gave him a wink. You're so handsome. Why should I be afraid? Well. Zhang Yan lost his smile. He was indeed handsome. Otherwise how could his orphan status attract Jia Lily, who was still the flower of the courtyard at that time? However, this little petite wife is obviously not a keeper. Otherwise why would she become suddenly flirty? The fact that she was acting so embarrassed just now was purely a pretense for He Yuan. This woman may not have a high IQ, but the acting is absolutely top-notch. Although He Yuan is only in his early 40s and is considered to be in his prime, his face value is more than a step behind Zhang Yan's. Although he has a slender body, I don't know if it's weak or strong, but it's definitely much stronger than Zhang Yan. Moreover, Zhang Yan has a slender body, although I don't know whether it's frail or robust, but it's definitely much stronger than the big-bellied He Yuan. What's your name? Zhang Yan asked, reaching out and gently pulling. The little petite wife fell into his arms smoothly. My name is Feng Qian. Zhao Guanhua and Yu Haihang gladly went to the appointment. For Zhao Guanhua, he worked so hard during the day, so wouldn't it make sense to let himself have a little relaxation while serving the people? Where's Yu Haihang? These 2 days by the sun and his wife's things to make a big head. Also really need to relax a bit. Before He Yuan said the club came to the new goods, he was a bit stupid. Just that at that time his full of mind is to deal with Zhang Yan. Only did not have the pleasure. Now He Yuan said has been set up. Tomorrow we'll take action. He also put down the worry for the time being, intends to have a good time. The two of them arrived at their dedicated box, and He Yuan quickly appeared, then clapped his hands, and a team of scantily clad beauties immediately fishtailed into the room. But what Zhao Guanhua and the two of them didn't notice was that the door to the room was still open, and there was a person who was looking in. Zhang Yan looked at Yu Haihang, his enemy from his previous life, and sneered in his heart, pulling his anger value ever higher. Target, Zhao Guanhua. Chapter 16, Anger Beatings. Yu Haihang felt something was wrong. He developed a strong anger. If it was directed at Zhang Yan, it was normal and reasonable. But now that this anger was actually directed at Zhao Guanhua, it made him feel fear in addition to anger. Don't be impulsive. Don't do anything stupid. However, his anger was so strong that he couldn't suppress it at all. Anger. Incredibly angry. He's going to kill someone. Ah! Yu Haihang could no longer suppress this nameless rage and drew his fist towards Zhao Guanhua. Where would Zhao Guanhua have thought that Yu Haihang would actually hit himself? It's just a dog. How dare it turn against its master? Ouch! He screamed miserably as he covered his face. That hit really hurt. However, Yu Haihang's anger didn't subside at all, and he once again swung his fist at Zhao Guanhua repeatedly. Zhao Guanhua sought help while hiding. What are you guys looking at? Help! However, He Yuan snapped his fingers and waved his hand, and all of a sudden, the girls followed and walked out of the room, while He Yuan even had his men close the door. Zhao Guanhua then froze. What's wrong with the world? Yu Haihang and He Yuan were both groomed by him. One was his white glove, while the other handled dirty things for him, in addition to fulfilling his lustful desires, such as today's kind of party. But why did both betray themselves? The point is, it's also too inexplicable. Yu Haihang, you're ing crazy. How dare you hit me? Ouch! Help! Help! Zhang Yan asked He Yuan to call the police. Are you kidding? Isn't it normal to call the police when someone fights and brawls in a clubhouse? In fact, the local sheriff's office was a little hesitant after receiving the 911 call. Xinhai Clubhouse, which has been cared for from above, absolutely cannot be inspected. But now the owner of the clubhouse actually called the police to say that a brawl had occurred. In case he went there and saw something he shouldn't have seen, wouldn't the matter be a big deal? If you get a 911 call, of course you have to go to the police. As a result, several police cars drove over. Nearly 10 vigilantes rushed into the clubhouse, and He Yuan personally went to greet them. He was now filled with fear for Zhang Yan, and had only one thought, that is, he must follow Zhang Yan's orders. He led the vigilantes to the door of that box and pointed. This is it. The sheriff leading the group couldn't help but blush. Why didn't you stop such an incident at your place of business? I don't dare, He Yuan deliberately said. Why? The vigilantes wondered. He Yuan just pointed at the door. See for yourselves. The 10 vigilantes looked at each other in disbelief. Then together they pushed open the leather doors. Sure enough, someone was really fighting. But the point is, one of them is scary as hell. It's actually Zhao Guanhua. Stop the thugs, the leading vigilante yelled, and a crowd of people rushed forward, forcing the two apart. In his district, he actually let Zhao Guanhua be beaten up, and this incident was too bad. Zhang Yan also appeared in the doorway and lightly crossed his fingers to Yu Haihang, who was still struggling strongly. In fact, controlling another person's desire value was only at his whim, but Zhang Yan still felt that it was more ceremonial to use his fingers to scratch it. Yu Haihang's anger immediately went to zero. This time, reason reoccupied the brain. Yu Haihang was suddenly disoriented, and hurriedly knelt down to Zhao Guanhua. Zhao, District Governor Zhao, this can't be blamed on me. I was also drugged. No, I was possessed. You have to believe me. You have to believe me. Believe you? Zhao Guanhua is in pain all over his body. It feels like the bones are broken in several places. This nose and face are swollen. Can he still go to work tomorrow? Shame on you. His eyes were spitting fire as he roared. Arrest him for me. He couldn't wait to kill Yu Haihang now. A group of vigilantes all nodded their heads and escorted Yu Haihang out of the clubhouse like a wolf, stuffed him into a police car, and whimpered, and took him to the security office. You can be detained for half a month for fighting and brawling. But Yu Haihang attacked a district governor. Definitely needs to be dealt with severely. Zhao Guanhua gradually calmed down. There's so much that's fishy about this today. Whether it was Yu Haihang or He Yuan, their behavior was incredibly eccentric. Could it be that He Yuan betrayed himself and drugged Yu Haihang to get him to go after him? But the three are tied to a rope grasshopper, belonging to the kind of dying together. How can he not figure out, He Yuan, what reason to harm himself and Yu Haihang? Once he calmed down, he knew he couldn't lock Yu Haihang up. What if this guy didn't keep his mouth shut and told the truth about the fact that he accepted large sums of money and kept 3 mistresses? What is this called? He was beaten by Yu Haihang, but he still has to spend effort to get him out. Hell no, he cursed, but there was nothing he could do about it. Who let them know too much of each other's dark side? Sighing, he had to gather himself and go to the sheriff's office to fish for someone. But Yu Haihang assaulted him. This is real, and do not know who put the video on the internet. Although blocked quickly, but still in a small area spread. Zhao Guanhua can still Yu Haihang fishing out? At this moment, Zhao Guanhua's only hope was that Yu Haihang's mouth shut a little more tightly, only talking about what happened tonight and never saying anything else. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. The video on the internet was of course put up by him, and the purpose was simple, to make it impossible for Zhao Guanhua to fish the person out. However, Zhang Yan's killer is He Yuan. This person knows Zhao Guanhua too much black information. As long as set out, Zhao Guanhua will certainly go in. And Zhao Guanhua went in. To him as a white glove Yu Haihang can be spared? You're all going to finish. He looked towards Feng Qian. The corner of his mouth hooked up into an evil smile. Call a few more beauties up here and play Fight the Landlord together. Chapter 17, Surrender. Zhang Yan finally got a real kick out of it. Fighting 10 has been no problem at all. Next time, I'm going to hit 20. He looked at himself in the mirror. Not only did he not have the decaying image of overindulgence, but on the contrary, he was refreshed and energized. However, it was a good time, but it wasn't a night out at the bar, earning a large amount of desire points less. Ugh, this is not good. It's not like I'm invincible. How can I indulge in female sex so early? Well, just screw around once in a while. After having breakfast, Zhang Yan went to see He Yuan. Yesterday night, Zhang Yan let him prepare the material for surrender. Under extreme fear, He Yuan did not dare to have any concealment. Not only wrote down the hooks he had done over the years, but also gave up the person who covered him. TSK, this Zhao Guanhua is really a beast. This guy is not only greedy for money, but also lustful. In addition to playing with the women of the wind, he is also particularly interested in the good family, especially the kind that is still in school. But how is he going to get it? It's up to He Yuan to step in. Either directly spend money to lure, or to attract those weak-willed women-owed loan sharks. The threat of nude photos, forcing each other to go to bed with Zhao Guanhua. Alright, go turn yourself in. Zhang Yan said to He Yuan. Yes. He Yuan didn't dare to offer any resistance at all. His fear of Zhang Yan had now reached the extreme. While He Yuan was the driver, Zhang Yan was sitting in the back row, as if he was a big leader, urging He Yuan to turn himself in to the criminal police brigade mainly. If he wasn't on the sidelines to maintain He Yuan's fear value, then the fear value was going to slowly return to normal. Therefore, it was highly likely that He Yuan had just arrived at the security bureau and had only stepped 1 foot through the door when he immediately returned to normal and turned around. How does this work? Therefore Zhang Yan had to travel with him. And the other thing was, once He Yuan was taken into custody and knew he was finished, how strong would the despair be? Zhang Yan is waiting for this huge income. In other words, Zhang Yan also wanted to meet with Gu Yusen. How can you take this superb girl in when you can't even meet her? Within moments, the car drove into the criminal police brigade. Learning that He Yuan was from the head, the doorman couldn't help but look odd. People who turn themselves in like this are rare. He Yuan directly named him and would only confess his crimes to Gu Yusen, so it didn't take long for the hot-bodied criminal police chief to arrive downstairs. Boy! Even a police uniform couldn't hide her proud figure, and even the buttons on her chest were held up as if they were going to pop off, so people had to be staggered. The key is that, with such a proud top, her waist is amazingly thin, interpreting the thin branches and fruitfulness to the fullest. Gu Yusen's gaze was fixed on Zhang Yan's body, and her willow brows couldn't help but frown. What crime have you committed? The day before yesterday, Zhang Yan also saved her, naturally making her feel good about Zhang Yan. How she did not want such a righteous youth to go astray. Zhang Yan smiled and waved his hand. The one who wants to turn himself in is him. I'm just accompanying him here. Gu Yusen froze. You just accompanied someone over to turn yourself in? What are you to him? Zhang Yan smiled. Just a casual encounter, and after a few words, he was touched by my justice and decided to confess his crime. You just pull it. Gu Yusen naturally wouldn't believe it, but when someone wanted to turn themselves in, she definitely had to follow the procedure. So she looked at He Yuan and asked, what crime are you going to confess to? There's so much. It's simply too much to tell in one sentence, He Yuan said, while he opened his briefcase and took out the prepared surrender materials. Gu Yusen took it and just flipped through 2 pages and couldn't help but change color on her pretty face. If this wasn't written blindly, then the man in front of him was nothing short of an animal, and there was a district governor involved. She said decisively, Shaolin, go ask the comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission to come here. Yes. A criminal police officer immediately went to make the call. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, duly restored He Yuan's fear value. It's time for a bumper crop. Sure enough, as soon as He Yuan's fear value returned to normal, his expression changed. He revealed a hideous look and suddenly lunged towards Gu Yusen. Doing what? Certainly not stupid enough to assault a criminal police chief, but to retrieve the surrendered material for destruction. Otherwise, he's definitely screwed. How could Gu Yusen think that a person who came over to surrender would suddenly attack? Although she made a defensive move, she was still half a beat slower. At that moment, she only felt a weight on her waist. She was already being wrapped around. Bang! Then she saw He Yuan flying out horizontally. Looking again at Zhang Yan, who was straddling himself, Woody was still in the position of kicking up one leg. Saved by him again. Gu Yusen blushed a little, not because she was being hugged by Zhang Yan, but she was the head of the criminal police. And when she was in school, her fighting level was steadily ranked first, yet she was saved by Zhang Yan twice in 3 consecutive days. In that comparison, she was like one of those little girls on the street with no hands. She hurriedly calmed herself down, took out her handcuffs and cuffed He Yuan, escorting him to the interrogation room. If surrender allows the judge to reduce the sentence at his discretion, then assaulting a peace officer just now is enough to offset the surrender circumstance in its entirety. No. He Yuan looked lost in thought. When this material is handed over, he will definitely sit through the bottom of the prison, and even if he can really be released, he will probably be an old man in his 60s. It's over. It's all over. In this instant, he welled up with overwhelming despair. Cool. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up, and in this instant, his desire points skyrocketed by over 10,000 points. That's the equivalent of a day's worth of the previous days. Even the D dealers don't have that much. Yes, those were small D dealers, each with a limited amount of D goods in their hands, with sentences of under 10 years. And while these guys were desperate, the depth of the situation certainly doesn't compare to that of Hohara. Zhang Yan's eyes sparkled and shone. This criminal nemesis, he's a sure thing. If He Yuan hadn't attacked Gu Yusen, then Gu Yusen would have definitely presided over the interrogation herself. After all, people were rushing to turn themselves into her. But now that He Yuan had blatantly attacked a police officer, was that still considered turning oneself in? Gu Yusen arranged for a few subordinates to interrogate and check the surrender materials first, while she called Zhang Yan into her office. Tell me honestly, what exactly is your relationship with He Yuan? This criminal police captain looked at Zhang Yan with a serious face. The aura is great. However, the phoenix eyes were curved, and there was an indescribable flirtation. Chapter 18 Yu Kuanghui breaks down. Gu Yusen asked this. The first was indeed curiosity, and the second was concern. Twice saved himself. The Iron Man will be soft, right? Zhang Yan smiled and told him about how the Yu family had asked the Black Tiger gang to make a move to harm him, only to have him defuse the situation and come to his door instead. Of course, he certainly wouldn't reveal his secret of being able to manipulate emotions, just that he used his strong force value to make He Yuan obey. Gu Yusen of course is aware of Zhang Yan's hands, there is no doubt about it. After all, He Yuan and no missing hands and broken legs. As long as there is no obvious trauma, then Zhang Yan is not coercion. Besides, she is not a pedant. How about dealing with the wicked with some unconventional means? She was a vigilante and couldn't know the law, but Zhang Yan wasn't. No need to dig deeper. She couldn't help but TSK. I didn't realize that Zhang Yan's feud with the Yu family had actually dragged a gangster and a district governor into the water. It's really bad luck for these people to offend you, she lamented. Zhang Yan smiled. You're busy. I'm leaving, treat me to dinner someday? Good. Gu Yusin agreed in one bite. Zhang Yan had saved herself twice, so it made sense for her to treat Zhang Yan to a meal. Hey, was anyone able to get Gu Yusin to buy dinner in the last life? Eat, then go see a movie. Black light is not possible. He. Zhang Yan walked out of the criminal police brigade in a happy mood. He Yuan actually provided him with more than 10,000 individual desire points, which greatly exceeded his expectations. So the matter of catching the rainy night butcher had to be put on the agenda, before he needed to find it himself. But now, doesn't the Black Tiger gang have a bunch of minions? Let them find it. Zhang Yan made a phone call to Scar and asked him to take his minions out to look for a person named Xiao Kuan in the noodle store in the city. And he must be careful not to scare the snakes. If he lets the person run away, he will never forgive him. With He Yuan's surrender, the new C Club will definitely be closed down, and Scar will also be arrested, which is considered his last remaining heat. Instead of joining the search, Zhang Yan turned his head to the detention center. Of course I'm going to visit Yu Xianghui. What are you doing here again? Yu Xianghui said coldly. Zhang Yan spread a smile. I've got news for you. Your dad beat up Zhao Guanhua yesterday, and just like you, he went to the detention center. However, He Yuan has already given an account of the collusion that your family and Zhao Guanhua have done, so it will be at least a few years before your dad gets out. Yu Xianghui froze and immediately jumped up. Impossible. You're lying to me. You must be lying to me. He screamed hysterically, because he knew clearly that his family's backer was Zhao Guanhua, and once Zhao Guanhua fell, his family would surely follow suit. He'll never be a young master in fine clothes again. If your mom comes to visit you, just ask and you'll know. Zhang Yan said. Of course he wouldn't produce any evidence. Anyway, he just came to inform. Looking at the disoriented Yu Xianghui, the pleasure of revenge rose in Zhang Yan's heart. It's too easy to kill someone. How can you get out of it? Yu Xianghui, you'll be in the detention center for half a month at the most, but when you get out, you'll also taste what it's like to be a poor man, and after you've tasted it for a while, I'll only send you to jail so that your father and son can be reunited. So did Jalalai. 31 years. You'll each get 31 years in prison. Zhang Yan laughed and left. Behind them, there was the sudden loud cry coming from Yu Xianghui. He broke down. Keep messing with the money. Zhang Yan had been in jail for 31 years in his previous life, but it was too boring in prison. And with new people coming in from time to time, he didn't lack the knowledge of the outside world, but just knowing what he knew. When he stepped out of the prison where he had been locked up for 31 years and actually entered that flowery world, it still gave him a huge shock. There are a lot of get-rich-quick opportunities in 15. For example, the bull market in the first half of the year. In this super bull market, even if you close your eyes and buy indiscriminately you can make money. The difference between more and less, it's just so exaggerated. Of course, if you don't pull out of the market soon, you'll be a receiver and lose money to your grandma's house after June. And the most bullish gainer, naturally, is Storm Technology. Zhang Yan vaguely remembers that the stock has flipped nearly 50 times. I think. It's March 15th and Stormy should be available in the 20s. It's not too late. Even if you don't hit the IPO, even if you don't buy them all at the lows, it's a matter of making 50x or 40x or 30x. In short, it's a big profit. Zhang Yan went directly to the securities company to open an account, and then transferred 80 million into it in one breath. In doing so, he naturally became a big client of the securities company, and was immediately approached by a beautiful woman who claimed to be an account manager, saying that she could provide him with professional advice. Zhang Yan certainly needed it, because he's going to be leveraged. 80 million, even if all of the first time to buy the Storm Technology, even if 50 times, that is only 4 billion. What about adding 10 times leverage? Doesn't that make it $40 billion? Of course, the total market value of Storm Technology is up to more than 40 billion. It is impossible to rely on such a stock to earn 40 billion, but the big bull market has begun, and will soon enter the final stage of madness. Now buy anything is to earn. So, of course, he's going to make good use of the 10x leverage and take advantage of the opportunity to make a killing. Liquidate your position out by early June and put it into the housing market in the second half of the year to double it again in about 6 months. Hey, it's not hard to make a few $1 billion with this operation. The next step is to buy Bitcoin. Just buy $1 billion and it can turn into 150 billion in a few years. Then casually invest in Jitterbug. spell so-and-so, or whatever. And it's not impossible to be the richest man in the world. Chapter 19, The Butcher on a Rainy Night. With a lot of money, it's easy to win an IPO. Zhang Yan, of course, used all the money to hit the new Storm technology, the first bull stock in 2015. Unfortunately, only hit a little bit, and the current market value is almost 10 million. 10 million will turn into over 400 million in just about 3 months. To an ordinary person, this is of course a huge sum of money, but naturally Zhang Yan will not be satisfied. When this stock is listed, he will certainly buy, as long as before the first half of June to buy are earned. He also bought many other stocks. Must start before it is too late. Bull stocks only more than 2 months. Do not take advantage of now. By then is the leak. In the securities company is constantly signing. Was told the risk. Finally finished all the formalities. Zhang Yan did not care that the account manager threw winks. Straight away. It's not that he's suddenly not interested in women, but this account manager is just reaching the passing line for beauty and is in her 30s. So Zhang Yan naturally can't look at her. Don't young girls smell good? Just after walking out of the securities company, Feng Xian called and said that the club was seized by the security bureau and all the girls inside were taken away. Zhang Yan was not surprised that Zhao Guanhua should have fallen from grace, and without his shelter and advance greetings, it was naturally difficult for the new C Club to be spared. It's a bit of a shame that so many of the girls haven't played it yet. Zhang Yan is also just a little bit of emotion. After all, these girls are not red lips 10,000 people point. Play a little bit of no harm. Play cannot be no loss. Buy a car and go. In fact, he should have gone to buy a car yesterday. Who let He Yuan suddenly send someone to trouble him, causing him not to buy it? He called a car, but had just gotten in when Scar called. Boss, we found Xiao Cohen. Ha, you found it so quickly? There really is strength in numbers. Zhang Yan thought about it. Let's put the matter of buying a car on hold and settle the rainy night butcher first. What's the most important thing right now? Strengthen your body with desire points. Zhang Yan was very much looking forward to whether or not he could become Superman if he continued to be strengthened so constantly. As of right now, he couldn't dodge the incoming bullets, but they had a process of firing, and he was perfectly capable of doing the feat of dodging them by positioning himself at the moment the trigger was pulled. What about reinforcing it further? Head-on bullets? Or even a rocket launcher? Even nukes? Don't want to, lest I drool. Address, he said. To avoid a long night, he decided to take down the rainy night butcher right away. Scar named an address and Zhang Yan let the driver go to the new destination. You have to change your destination on the platform, otherwise I can't take you there. In case you don't recognize it then and complain about me, won't I lose a lot of money? The driver, however, refused to go. Zhang Yan lost his smile. Naturally he would not make things difficult for the driver, and modified the destination on his cell phone before the driver drove off. Ha, you ran so far just to go eat noodles? The driver had a lot of words and immediately said, I recommend you to go to a noodle shop. Not only is the flavor super good, but the boss's wife is also a thief and pretty. He blabbered on, making Zhang Yan seriously suspect that he was the owner of that noodle shop, soliciting business for his noodle shop. 10 minutes later, the driver drove him to his destination. Zhang Yan got out of the car and slowly walked into the noodle shop. It's only 11 o'clock, but there are already people eating lunch, and a smattering of customers are sitting in the noodle shop, some waiting, some already eating. The owner is the only person in the noodle shop, and he is busy with ordering and cashiering as well as cooking the noodles. Zhang Yan swept a glance, and sure enough, it was Xiao Cohen, the rainy night butcher. This is a man around 40 years old, looks honest. Ha, how can you not think that he is a serial killer, right? Why don't you ask for help? Of course, they were afraid that the people they hired would find the body hidden in the freezer. Boss, a bowl of beef noodles, Zhang Yan said, while scanning the code to pay. Then he sat down. Don't look at Xiao Cohen. He was only one person, but his hands and feet were quick. But in about 10 minutes, he served the noodles to Zhang Yan's table. But Zhang Yan just took a bite and spat out the noodles with a poof. Boss, this beef of yours stinks. He purposely huffed. I'm going to the back kitchen to see what kind of meat you're selling. With that, he strides toward the back kitchen. Xiao Cohen was in a hurry and rushed around to stop him. You can't go in, I'll tell you what. I'll give you your money back. Seeing the boss so aggrieved, several customers in the store held up for him. Boss, this man looks like he's here to blackmail. Yes, don't you spoil him. The social atmosphere is brought down by such people. We'll vouch for you. Zhang Yan ignored it and walked straight inside. Xiao Cohen tried his best to block it, but how could he? The two were not even on the same level of power. Entering the back kitchen, the first thing Zhang Yan saw was the huge freezer. He walked straight over. At that moment, Xiao Cohen's eyes showed a fierce light. He picked up a kitchen knife and viciously slashed at Zhang Yan's neck. Once the freezer was opened by Zhang Yan, his murder of his wife would be exposed, not to mention the fact that there was also his crime of raping and murdering other women. This alone was enough to give him a death sentence. Then we'll die together. Snap! His knife had just fallen when it was grabbed by a large hand, making it difficult for him to move the slightest bit. What? Is there something unseemly in the freezer? Zhang Yan laughed and kicked him off. Boo! Xiao Cohen hit the wall heavily and bounced back, his entire body lying on the ground in a large zigzag shape. Motionless, Zhang Yan then opened the freezer, but instead of seeing a body, there was a piece of meat. Of course Zhang Yan wouldn't be in a hurry. Who would hide a corpse so obviously? He removed the top layer of chunks of flesh, and then a head snapped out. Not to mention, even though Zhang Yan had already prepared himself mentally, he still bared his teeth a bit when he suddenly saw the scene. At this time, the other guests in the store also rushed in. See, the boss was knocked to the ground. Not angry. Someone has taken out a cell phone to start the police. However, when Zhang Yan pointed to the body in the freezer, immediately, there were screams. Woola woola. 10 minutes later, the sheriff arrived. Ha, I see Gu Yusin again. How come it's you again? Gu Yusin was all a bit shocked. Zhang Yan looked innocent. I ate noodles here, but the meat I ate seemed to be stinky. So I suspected that the boss had used expired meat. So I ran into the back kitchen to check it out. And the result was, it turned out to be a dead body. Of course Gu Yusin wouldn't think that the body in the freezer would be related to Zhang Yan. She could only say, is there some kind of aura about this man? Why is it that wherever he runs, something happens? At this time, Xiao Cohen had just woken up, and when he saw that he was surrounded by vigilantes, he could not help but black out and almost fainted again. Done. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, closed his eyes, and in this instant, he absorbed a massive amount of desire points. Worthy of being a serial murderer, it was enough to be sentenced to death several times. Xiao Cohen actually provided more than 30,000 desire points. Chapter 20, Gu Yusin's Suspicion. Current desire points, 72530. It's time for another reinforcement. Zhang Yan was not in a hurry to strengthen it, as the desire points could not be snatched away by anyone anyway. You'd better come back to the criminal police brigade with me, Gu Yusin said somewhat breathlessly. Although Zhang Yan definitely had nothing to do with the murder, but as the person who found the body, how could he take a statement? Zhang Yan readily agreed. Gu Yusin was furious and laughed. You seem to be quite happy? That's for sure. So won't we be able to spend more time with Team Gu again? Zhang Yan said with a smile. If Joy Yang had said this, Gu Yusin would have slammed her face shut and mercilessly chastised. But now she just blushed and said, don't talk nonsense. Zhang Yan then hemmed and hawed in his heart. He was actually just boosting a drop of Gu Yusin's love for himself, mainly just saving a good feeling so that he could approach easily. It should be his 2 heroic rescues that made the 10,000 years of cold ice melt a bit, right? Moreover, Gu Yusin is all about sending criminals to jail, and Zhang Yan's several mistakes have exposed a whole lot of bad guys, which is too much to her liking. Isn't that like-minded? Zhang Yan still took Gu Yusin's car, but the driver was someone else. Unfortunately, Gu Yusin was in the passenger seat and did not accompany him in the back. Coming to the criminal police brigade that had only been away for a few hours, Zhang Yan smiled and cooperated to make a statement. He didn't hold back an ounce, because his behavior was perfectly logical. After recording the statement, Gu Yusin walked over and asked, you haven't eaten yet, have you? No. Zhang Yan shook his head. Indeed, for lunch he just had a bite of pasta and threw up. I'll treat you, Gu Yusin said, turning around as she walked away. Plump buttocks swaying, too tempting. Can I eat you? Zhang Yan said in his heart while following up. I saved you twice and helped you guys solve a few big cases, and you're just going to dismiss me with a lunch? Gu Yusin turned around, her beautiful eyes staring at Zhang Yan, and if she had a deep meaning, she said, then what do you want? Zhang Yan laughed. How can it be 2 meals? Gu Yusin then laughed, her flowery branches twitching. Zhang Yan, you should be harboring many secrets, right? She said. Worthy of a crime captain, his instincts are really good, but it's normal to have such suspicions. Why did he Yuan turn himself in like a madman? After turning himself in and then extremely regretful, the whole confession was retracted, but his surrender material has been handed over, and according to the confession therein, a large number of ironclad evidence of the crime was found in the safe of the new C Club, which nailed him and Zhao Champion to death. But it's so unreasonable. What was Hora's original reason for turning himself in? The crime is so serious that even if you turn yourself in, you'll probably still get life imprisonment. So why did he do it? On the contrary, there was Zhang Yan in it. And Xiao Kuan? Same as the hidden body found by Zhang Yan. She didn't know that Xiao Kuan was the rainy night butcher yet. or else she would definitely be even more surprised. But she certainly couldn't hide it for a few days. Zhang Yan laughed and came up some. Want to know? Gu Yusin didn't flinch. She's the head of the CID. She never backs down. Are you willing to talk? She asked rhetorically. The two of them were too close. And when Gu Yusin spoke, all of her breath was sprayed on Zhang Yan's face. It was fragrant and had an indescribably sweet flavor, like a charm, making Zhang Yan instantly horny. Hey, my secrets can only be told to my woman. Zhang Yan turned the tables. Team Gu, do you want to be my woman? Before Gu Yusin had a chance to reply, she heard a yell. What are you doing? Droyan rushed over, sweeping back and forth at the two men. How could Gu Yusin care about him? She just said to Zhang Yan, let's go. Let's eat. Hearing the word dinner, Zhuo Yang immediately changed into a smile and cheekily followed up. Just in time. I haven't eaten either. I'll treat you guys. Regardless of how Gu Yusin coldly refused, this Zhuo team seems to be like a dog's skin plaster. Is to bite the green mountain will not let go. There is no way. The two people eat into a 3-person dinner, and still Zhuo Yang paid the money. After dinner, Zhang Yan refused Zhuo Yang's kind offer to send him back and finally went to buy a car. For him, buying a luxury car is like buying groceries. Since the budget is 5 million, he will be according to this standard, and soon picked out, directly paid the full amount, but today cannot drive away from the current car, but to be transferred from the side of the Jingling, and wait for a week or so, this is already very, very fast. If there is no stock in the country, to transfer from abroad, it is normal to wait for 3 or 4 months, more than half a year. Picked up the car a week later. Zhang Yan ignored the beautiful sales hookup and took a taxi to leave. This naturally made the store clerks look away. You can afford a $5 million sports car, but you actually took a cab here? Rich people really do think differently than normal people. Back to the large flat he had just bought. He had hired housekeeping to clean it all 2 days ago. So now, when he went in, he just felt that the windows were clear and clean, and it was completely different from the first time he had come to see it. He snapped a few pictures and sent them to a friend. Set only one person to watch. Jalalai, of course. He's going to make this woman regret her death before he sends her to jail. In a moment, though, the call came in. A glance at the caller ID showed that it was none other than Jalalai. Zhang Yan connects. Zhang Yan, how did you have the money to buy a house? Jia Lily immediately asked. Zhang Yan said indifferently, what does it have to do with you if I have the money to buy a house? Could you Zhang Yan, pretending to be poor when you were with me? I gave you the best of my time and you made me live a miserable life, only to have you live in a big house as soon as we broke up. Jia Lily gritted her teeth and hated her. Why are you so bad? Liar. You're going to make up for my youth, give me $1 million. No, $2 million. Zhang Yan lost his smile. Who gave you this courage? Asterisk 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 asterisk. He cursed and hung up the phone. Just a few seconds later, the phone rang again. And of course it was still Jalalai calling. Zhang Yan hung up again. And Jia Lily called again. With a persevering look, that'll just have to be blacklisted. Not just phone calls, but all contact information. When we get the car, we'll pull Jalalai off the blacklist for another wave of envy and jealousy. In short, he was going to make Jalalai regret her death. Reinforcement. Zhang Yan strengthened himself for the 7th time, and the desire points that had just been more than 70,000 immediately turned into more than 8,000. But a terrifying power surged out from within his body. He took a kitchen knife and slashed at his arm, which, as a result, left only a shallow white mark. Awesome. He began to put more pressure on it, and finally, the skin broke anyway, and blood seeped out immediately. However, when Zhang Yan put the knife away, he only saw the wound scarring at a speed visible to the naked eye, but in just half an hour, the wound looked as if it was from 3 or 4 days ago, and an hour later, he was able to take the bloody scab next. Cured. This horrible recovery. Chapter 21, The Young Woman Next Door. In the evening, Zhang Yan opened the door and prepared to go for dinner. Now that he's going to collect desire points, he certainly won't be ordering takeout. What a waste. As he opened the door and exited, just in time, the door to the next room opened and a woman stepped out. Great beauty. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up. This woman's face value is not up to the standard of the very best, but it is definitely more than 85 points. That is, Tan Cheng is not as good as her, and she is still a young woman. The pearl is round and moist, and that kind of mature flavor is not comparable to Tan Cheng. Now although it was only March, the weather was still very cold, but this beautiful young woman was wearing home clothes, just a down jacket over the outside, so it was still possible to see her figure. Plump and proud, she had a garbage bag in her hand, and it looked like she was supposed to be going downstairs to take out the trash. When she saw Zhang Yan, this beautiful young woman was first stunned, then she greeted him with a big smile. Hello, My name is Lin Shenye. You are the owner who just bought this house, right? Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan smiled back. I did just buy this house. Lin Shenye couldn't help but wonder. How much did you spend? 10 million. Zhang Yan replied. So expensive? Lin Shenye looked shocked. Then we bought it early, when the average price was only 6,000, and now it's gone up to over 30,000. Then you guys have made a fortune. Zhang Yan said. Their building is the king of the building. Our 300 square feet of large units. It does not take a few years to reach the average price of more than 100,000, and 6,000 into the hands of almost 20 times. It really is a profit. Lin Shenye covered her mouth and smiled. That's also because my in-laws have a good eye. They took out a loan to buy this house right after it opened. Otherwise we wouldn't be able to afford it now. Mr. Zhang is the one who is awesome, earning $10 million at such a young age. After carrying the garbage bag for a long time, she finally felt the weight in her hand and said, I'm going to throw out the garbage. Is Mr. Zhang going down there too? Eat? Zhang Yan nodded. He walked to the elevator room and pressed the down button. This building is a staircase 2 households, a total of 24 floors. Fortunately, not many people use the elevator now. Ding! The elevator quickly came. The two walked in. Zhang Yan again grabbed the first to press the first floor, so that Lin Shenyan said thank you again. The elevator doors closed and went down quickly. The two stood side by side. However, every wall in the elevator was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting Lin Shenyan's figure from every angle, allowing Zhang Yan to admire the details of this woman from all angles. Unfortunately, no figure is visible. Suddenly, the elevator violently shook violently, and Lin Shenyan fell towards Zhang Yan when she was unsteady on her feet. Zhang Yan reached out and had already hugged Lin Shenyan, while slightly bending his legs. If the elevator compartment slipped, he would definitely break the roof of the compartment and rush out. And with his current physical fitness he could totally climb on the wall of the elevator shaft and easily climb to an elevator opening to get out. Except that in doing so, he might have attracted the attention of the authorities. Fortunately, although the lights in the elevator were flashing rapidly, the elevator car just stopped and didn't fall. Zhang Yan then chose to wait. While in Zhang Yan's arms, Lin Xiangyan was shivering, her face white with fear. Luckily, it was only half a minute before the elevator was back up and running, and it was sliding down at an even rate, not plummeting, and the lights inside the elevator were back to normal. It should just be a glitch. Zhang Yan secretly screamed in his heart that it was a pity, while his big evil hand was loosened and changed to holding Lin Xiangyan's thin waist. Definitely D. Thank you so much. Lin Xiangyan thanked Zhang Yan repeatedly, while her pretty face was reddened. She was too nervous just now and completely failed to realize which part of her Zhang Yan was hugging at first. Zhang Yan had absolutely no intention of letting go of his hand and laughed. No need to be polite. You can let go of me now, Lin Xiangyan said. She wasn't surprised that Zhang Yan wanted to take advantage of her, because she also knew how attractive she was, and since Zhang Yan had sort of helped himself before, she didn't care about the other party straddling her. However, the elevator has obviously resumed operation, and you're still wrapping your arms around me and not letting go, which is excessive. Zhang Yan laughed out loud, and only then did he let go of his hand, his face not even reddening a bit. Lin Xiangya secretly said in her heart that this guy was able to throw $10 million to buy a suite. He must be a rich man, and most rich people are very philandering. No, except her own husband, she added. Shame on you. Think I'm gonna get hooked up with you just because you're good looking? I'm not one of those watery women. She retreated to the corner of the elevator, keeping the farthest distance from Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan didn't care at all. If he wanted to, he could completely use the system to manipulate Lin Xiangyan's desire, making her instantly burn with lust and actively beg for sex. But it doesn't really mean much. Only the fiancé of an enemy like Tan Chang would he resort to all means just for revenge. What's the point of women if they all come at you like wild animals in heat? Some women just have to be shy to be interesting. What else is there? It's the half push that makes it taste good. And it's only those like Gu Yusin who don't even want to get married or even fall in love that need to use some means. But it's just to speed things up a bit. It's not like they have to use lust control to get laid. If it's purely for venting, there are so many clubs out there with beautiful women. It's too easy. Ding! The elevator came to the first floor. The door opened, and Lin Xiangyan ran out as if she was escaping. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, slowly walked out of the elevator, looking at Lin Xiangyan swaying back, sexy and charming. The corner of his mouth hooked up a smile. The two of them were living next door to each other, so there were too many chances for him to poach a corner. Chapter 22. Uncle Bai, talking clear, was annoyed. She had been caught by Zhang Yan and had to follow this guy's orders. And what a proud woman she was. How could she stand such humiliation? By the way, She is a lawyer herself and well versed in the law, so how could she be blackmailed? Zhang Yan dared to blackmail her. Wouldn't it be better to just send Zhang Yan in? The problem is that the content of the video Zhang Yan took was not that the other party forced herself, but that she took the initiative to seduce the other party. How is this going to get people in? Oh, spreading obscenity? The problem is, people aren't spreading it either. On the contrary, if she makes a big deal out of it, it's a real shame. White won't work. What about using black? Have someone grab the video back? But who will do it? It's about her privacy. She's not comfortable with it. What if the person who sent it out got the video on the front foot but came back to threaten her? So this person must be absolutely reliable. After half a day of thinking, she finally made a decision. Go find Uncle White. Uncle Bai's name is Bai Wenha, one of her father's oldest clients and biggest gold master. Bai Wenha was ostensibly the chairman of the Qingcheng Chamber of Commerce, but secretly he was the president of the Flying Fish Society. What does the Flying Fish Club do? Oh, there were some illegal hooks involved, so it was often necessary for her father, the Sioux City barrister, to handle some legal matters for them. She was the one Bai Wenha had watched grow up since she was a child, and Bai Wenha did love her very much and often joked about wanting her to be his daughter-in-law, so if she sought Bai Wenha's help, the other party would definitely agree. Moreover, who would dare to get the video and then secretly watch it, or even keep a copy of it in private, when Bai Wenha asked him to do something? Yeah, just go to Uncle White. Talking Ching cleaned up a bit, not even waiting for the end of the day, twisted his ass out of the law firm. Hot and charming figure let a few young trainee lawyers look at the eyes, and even gulp saliva. She made her way to the garage, got into her Lamborghini supercar, and slowly drove out. Damn you Xianghui! The current traffic flow was so heavy that the supercar simply couldn't exert its proper speed, and she was so upset by the traffic jam that she couldn't help but slap the steering wheel and curse. It's all the fault of this stupid man. She had already investigated. It was because Yu Shanghui had slept with Zhang Yan's girlfriend that triggered so many things. The point is, the Yu family has had bad luck lately. Yu Shanghui was security detention is a small matter, at most locked up for 15 days. But Yu Hanghai's problem is much bigger, and Zhao Guanhua's corruption case involved at least a sentence of 10 years, and will be fined to the family's assets. Father had already said that the marriage contract with the Yu family was null and void, and they must not fall into the Yu family's quagmire. Anyway, it's just an engagement, not a license, so it's too easy to cut. Just need to ignore Yu's family. However, Yu Hanghai's wife went to her father first, and then came to herself, crying and fussing at the law firm, asking her to beg her father to intervene. This stupid woman thought that her father was the #1 lawyer in Sioux City, and that he could get Yu Hanghai back by intervening? It's so silly and stupid. How could you be so blind as to get engaged to Yu Shanghui in the first place? Boo! Tan Shang was so distracted by her thoughts that she didn't pay attention and actually chased her tail. She simply left a phone number for the driver of the car in front of her, and didn't even want the car herself, going straight to the subway. More than half an hour later, she finally arrived at Bai Wenha's residence. This is a very secluded villa, located in the downtown of Sioux City. The site is a garden-style hotel, green trees, in front of a small river, and a row of commercial buildings, but it is so separated. This place is incomparably secluded, and all kinds of murmurs from outside cannot come over at all. Tao Chang knocked on the door and immediately a maid came over to open the door. When she saw her, the maid smiled and said, "Miss Tao hasn't come to visit master for a few days." "Yeah, is Uncle Bai upstairs?" Tan Ching replied with a smile. "In." The maid nodded. Tan Chang is a regular visitor to the house. Bai Wenha has said that Tan Ching can come to see him directly without having to enroll. Tan Ching came to the tea room on the second floor, only to see Bai Wenha making tea. "Haru is here." Bai Wenha didn't raise his head. "Uncle Bai, how do you guess every time?" Tan Chang asked curiously. Bai Wenha just smiled and didn't answer. He was in his 50s, dressed very retro in a gray robe, and wore a string of Buddha beads on his left wrist, looking as if he was a believer. But anyone who knew him knew how vicious this guy's methods were. Bai Wenha brewed a cup of tea and smiled. "Sit down and taste it. This is the new Wui Mountain Dahongpo I got." Tan Ching sat down obediently, took a sip, and smiled. "Delicious." Bai Wenha then laughed out loud. "How many of you young people like tea?" "You're not telling the truth." Talking Clear also laughed. "I do prefer coffee." "You young people, tea is the good thing. Cultured people who drink dross like coffee." Bai Wenha criticized for a moment, then laughed. "Say, what is it that you want me to help you with?" Tan Ching immediately pouted. "Couldn't I come to see you if I'm fine?" Can. Bai Wenha smiled happily, looking at Tan Chang with a gaze filled with kindness. Talking Clear's topic changed. "However, I do have one thing I want Uncle Bai to help with." Bai Wenha just smiled. "Not a bit of blame. What kind of trouble did you run into? Tan Chang gritted her teeth and said, there is a man who has a video in his hands that is very unfavorable to me. Bai Wenhe first murmured. Then a fierce light violently erupted from his gaze as he said morosely, Xiao Chang, were you killed by him? Tan Qing's body stiffened, first biting her lip and not saying anything. Then she still did not hold back and cried out with a wow. Good boy. Don't cry. Don't cry. This man who made many people in Sioux City talk about him was in a loving manner. Tell uncle what that man's name is. Don't worry. This incident will be handed over to uncle. From now on, he will never be able to threaten you again. Tan Chang then nodded and revealed Zhang Yan's identity. She could hear that Bai Wenhe was truly angry, and would never just take back the video, but would make Zhang Yan disappear from the earth along with the video. But she wasn't the least bit persuasive. I don't know what happened the first time. She was the one who took the initiative to seduce Zhang Yan. But what happened after that? This man had gone so far as to use the video in his hand to threaten himself. Dead. Go to hell. Thank you, Uncle Bai. She wiped her tears and said with red eyes. Bai Wenhe nodded with a grim face, but after looking down at Tan Chang, a smile immediately surfaced on his murderous face again. Stay for dinner. Aha. Talking Clear nodded her head obediently. Chapter 23 The Flying Fish Society. Zhang Yan had dinner and then moved on to various bars. In the absence of poor and vicious people, the bar was the best place for him to earn his desire points. It was the leaks that were so uncut that they were gone in a moment, leaving him to continue in a different place. Okay, what do you mean? Leaks? It's just cutting a crop and having another crop. The time came to 3 o'clock in the morning. Basically all the bars are closed. Zhang Yan, this end of the day's work. Go home and sleep. Or, Zhang Yan's mind couldn't help but flutter in his heart with the enchanting and plump figure of Lin Xiangyan during the day and the big D he touched in the elevator room. Forget it, it's already past 3. If we go to talk to Tan Chang or Feng Qian to toss around some more, then the whole night will be over. It's not like he's Superman who can stay up for several nights in a row. You can't dry up the water. His good times are just beginning. Zhang Yan was ready to go home to sleep. This point has been difficult to get a car. Even the internet cannot be called. He waited for 10 minutes, but still no driver to take the order. Fine. Big deal. Just walk back. It's totally trivial with his physical fitness anyway. He slowly made his way home. He walked up a street with broken streetlights, but he didn't have to walk for long before he saw a dozen or so people coming head-on in shadows in front of him, and by the faint moonlight, Zhang Yan could still see clearly with his amazing eyesight now. These men had steel pipes in their hands. Steel pipe is actually a good weapon for fighting. The first is very good to obtain. The second killing power is still very strong. A stick smashed up, the bones can be broken for you. For me, Zhang Yan see very clearly. These people are with a murderous aura, and pointing at exactly himself. Also, he stopped and looked behind him. At some point, a bunch of people actually followed behind. Again, each with a steel pipe in his hand. So, back and forth? Zhang Yan smiled. If he was still himself in his previous life, then even though he had become a jailbird later on, the only result of one person against 40 to 50 people would be to be put down. He just didn't know how many people could be made to fall as well before they fell. But now, Zhang Yan clenched his fist. He had to be careful instead, so as not to kill anyone. Even if it was in self-defense, he didn't have much power yet, and it would be easy for someone to call white black and put him in jail again. Even if he is only allowed to spend a few days in the detention center, then he will lose a lot. That's because he's got stocks to speculate on. This wave is a time to make a lot of money. If you do not take advantage of this opportunity to make a few billion, the second half of the surge in housing prices, this wave of wealth of course also has nothing to do with him. The more money you have in your hands now, the more wealth you will earn. Of course. But who sent these people? By the looks of them, they're obviously punks. So it's the Black Tiger Gang? Not right. He Yuan have gone in. The number one fighter of the Black Tiger Gang, Scar, has become his little brother again. To say that Scar dares to send people to kill himself, Zhang Yan really have to believe it. And who is that? Forget it, don't bother with that. Just beat them all up and ask again. When they saw Zhang Yan stop, the two waves of people in front and behind them quickened their pace and completed the encirclement. Don't beat them to death. The boss said he wants them alive. A punk said. At once, the men rushed up waving steel pipes. Boom, 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 boom. Then we saw the shadows flying like a heavenly maiden. Because of the limited space, at most, only 5 or 6 people could attack Zhang Yan at the same time. So the people at the back then saw their companions who rushed over to swing their sticks at Zhang Yan flying. Gripes. What the hell? Before a single thought could cross their minds, they were smashed squarely into the ground by their flying companions. Boom, 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 boom. It was only 6 people who flew, but when they smashed them, it made another 10 or so people lie on the ground. Get this. This wave made almost 20 people fall to the ground, grunting in pain. The 20 or so people further back were terrified. Is this a ING movie? Are you Master Wong or Master Yip? It's a ING exaggeration. Grass. Get him. A gangster who was obviously the leader barely calmed down and yelled out before the rest of the gangsters jumped over the bodies of their companions and launched another attack towards Zhang Yan. Boom, 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 boom. The current Zhang Yan's combat power was already inhuman. As soon as he punched down, he saw a person flying out horizontally. And the impact was so great that as long as he was allowed to run into anyone, that person would inevitably be knocked to the ground by the impact as well. Moreover, Zhang Yan's speed of punching was still super fast. 1, 2, 3. But in just a few minutes, all the punks were lying on the ground. Zhang Yan waved his arm. Just this? He can't even talk about warming up. Take me to your boss. He picked up the gang leader with the ease of a hawk catching a chicken. The gangster did have some backbone, and just stared angrily at Zhang Yan, saying, I won't betray the boss. Is that right? Zhang Yan pulled the man's fear value out in one go. Snap. As soon as he let go of his hand, the man knelt to the ground. Big brother. I was wrong. I was blind and actually laid hands on you. The man cried out in pain and looked like he regretted it. Cut the crap. Who is your boss? Quickly take me to him. Zhang Yan said in a deep voice. Yes, yes. The man nodded his head. The good news was that these people were driving over. So Zhang Yan didn't need to walk anymore and let the gangster leader drive himself over. On the way, he also learned the identity of the person who had struck out at him. Bai Wenhe, the chairman of the Qingcheng Chamber of Commerce, a big-name entrepreneur in Sioux City with a fortune of nearly $10 billion, and his secret identity is the president of the Flying Fish Society. The Flying Fish Society is not a fishing association, but a gangster like the Black Tiger Gang. However, Bai Wenhe had transformed a long time ago and started doing regular business. But the Flying Fish Society was not disbanded. On the contrary, it grew a lot, because there were many things that Bai Wenhe couldn't solve with the White Way, and that would require the Flying Fish Society to be mobilized. Like this time, the small gangster leader didn't know why Bai Wenhe wanted to deal with Zhang Yan. He only knew that the boss ordered to bring Zhang Yan back alive. Zhang Yan was not too lazy to guess. Anyway, as long as he met Bai Wenhe did not know. When the car drove to Bai Wenhe's villa, only to see that there was already a servant standing outside the villa. Upon seeing the gangster leader and Zhang Yan, he immediately greeted him and said to Zhang Yan, Is it Mr. Zhang? Zhang Yan was not surprised. He had let the gang leader drive himself here, and hadn't taken the other gangsters' cell phones, so someone must have tipped off Bai Wenhe. However, Bai Wenhe didn't seem to be swinging at Dragon's door. Instead, he actually had a servant waiting on him. Hey, so confident? Zhang Yan nodded. I am Zhang Yan. Mr. Zhang, please. Master is waiting for you in the tea room. The maid turned around and guided Zhang Yan into the villa. It's kind of fun. Zhang Yan smiled and followed him in. Chapter 24, Monkeyish Fist. Coming to the entrance hall, the maid took out a pair of slippers and gave them to Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan, however, ignored it and walked straight in. You send someone to arrest me and you want me to follow your rules? Who the are you? Zhang Yan went straight up to the second floor. The maid didn't dare say anything, but went to the kitchen. Mr. Zhang, please. At the mouth of the second floor stood a man in a black suit with a flat head and an earpiece, much like a security officer in a movie. Zhang Yan looked like he didn't care, but his attention was already tight. It's a solo trip into the tiger's den now. Can you not be careful? He was now just far more physically fit than normal, but he was still far from being invulnerable to knives and guns. Knives might be hard to get into, but guns were definitely a one-shot kill. Bai Wenhe was a gangster, and there were bound to be lives under his hands. So how could Zhang Yan bet that he wouldn't dare to lay his hands on him? Under the guidance of the man in the suit, Zhang Yan walked into the tea room. In the house, a man was making tea, in his 50s, with a medium build, looking unassuming, except for a scar near his left eyebrow, which made him look more of a menacing aura. In addition, there is a very thin middle-aged man standing on the side, but standing did not stand like, constantly scratching his ears, like a monkey. Zhang Yan stopped at this middle-aged man's body for a few more seconds. Intuition told him that this man was a threat to him in some way. I underestimated you. These were Bai Wenhe's first words as he poured himself a cup of tea and took a small sip. I didn't realize you were a practitioner. What? Zhang Yan was first stunned. Then he laughed. Pac-Man thinks he's a martial arts practitioner? Indeed. His combat power was so terrifying that it was easily reminiscent of practicing martial arts, but he really hadn't practiced martial arts for half a day. It was completely strengthened by the system. But, does that need explaining? And it's good to get people to misunderstand. I was born practicing martial arts wizardry and became an expert at a young age. It's more reasonable than saying that I have a system to strengthen it, right? However, there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Young man, you are too arrogant, Bai Wenha said coldly. Xia Hao, waste him. This was said to the middle-aged man. No problem. The middle-aged man pinched his finger bones, making a crackling sound, while he was still twisting his neck, making the same clicking sound. Kid, which one did you learn martial arts from? Zhang Yan pondered for a moment. Shaolin Temple? Xia Hao visibly paused, showing scorn, but in the next moment he became irritated. Nonsense. Shaolin disciples are all monks. Zhang Yan lost his smile. Can't I be a lay disciple? Secular disciples learn ordinary kung fu. It's no different from the martial arts schools outside. Xia Hao looked duped. You actually dare to trick me? Fine. I'll let you see the power of my 36 monkeyish fists. Saying that, his hands transformed into claw shapes and he followed the great sage's example, scratching his head and waist. Are you here to be funny? But in the very next moment, one could only see that Xia Hao had already pounced over. So fast. Zhang Yan secretly nodded his head. This was catching up to his own self when he was strengthened 3 times. But the thing was, he was now a full 7 times strengthened. When he was incredibly focused, Xia Hao became slow motion in his eyes. LOL. Zhang Yan actually had a feeling that he couldn't wait, so he couldn't help but punch out. Well, Xia Hao covered his face and retreated, one hand covering his nose, but blood flowed long between his fingers. He got a nosebleed from a dry punch. What? This time Bai Wenha finally couldn't remain calm. His face changed color and he stood up violently. Xia Hao was his #1 general, and was by no means an ordinary capable fighter, but had reached an unimaginable level. He once had dozens of his men surround Xia Hao together, but they were all put down by Xia Hao in just 10 minutes or so, while Xia Hao was almost unharmed. But now what? Xia Hao was actually hit by Zhang Yan's punch, causing his nose to bleed. He really couldn't believe it. Xia Hao retreated a few steps and distanced himself from Zhang Yan, forcing himself to calm down, saying, "Which faction are you really from?" "Sect leader of the Ming sect," Zhang Yan said with a smile. "You're the one who's teaching me." Xia Hao knew that Zhang Yan was playing with himself. He stopped asking questions and instead circled around Zhang Yan like a spirit monkey. The monkeyish fist he had learned was not only punching, but also walking, end to end. It was agile and cunning, dazzling people. How much of a stretch is it? Let's put it this way. Even if an ordinary person has a gun in his hand, he can't aim at him at all. After circling around Zhang Yan for a few times, Xia Hao felt that it was about time, and violently rushed towards Zhang Yan with an arrow step, and punched him in the back of his head. Then, he saw Zhang Yan turn around very leisurely, turning to face him. One had to know that his punch was strangely fast, so how did Zhang Yan turn around so leisurely in time? Xia Hao's mind sounded a big alarm. Not good, not good, not good. This seems to be calm, but in reality it is extremely fast movements. Far above him, this is the realm of the masters lifting weights, seemingly slow but actually fast. Then, he saw Zhang Yan stretching out his hand, while he himself sent it up as if on his own initiative, and snapped. His neck was then pinched by Zhang Yan. Want to die? Zhang Yan said indifferently, his 5 fingers tightening slightly. Xia Hao instantly struggled violently, then squeezed a few words out of his voice. Don't want to. His face was filled with horror. Don't look at Zhang Yan's youth, but his strength had definitely reached his master's level. Freeze! Bai Wenha reached out and pulled out a pistol from the drawer, and the man stood up, aiming the gun at Zhang Yan. There's actually a gun. Zhang Yan naturally wouldn't bet on whether Bai Wenha dared to shoot. Your life is your own. The fear value pulls right through the blast. Snap! The gun in Bai Wenha's hand immediately dropped to the table, and the man sat back in his chair, shrinking into a ball and shivering. In his eyes, Zhang Yan was the embodiment of all the fears in his heart, not to mention continuing to threaten Zhang Yan. He didn't even dare to look at him more. Zhang Yan was then relieved. He walked over and reached for the gun, but after thinking about it, he pulled the tablecloth off and wrapped the pistol in it first before picking it up. He was afraid of leaving fingerprints. It's always good to be careful. Why do you want to arrest me? Zhang Yan asked with a smile. He was carrying the monkey like Xia Hao in one hand, while he was looking down on Bai Wenha from a height. And just from this image, he was properly a bully. Bai Wenha didn't dare to hide anything at all. You bullied my daughter. I'm going to take it out for her. When did I bully your daughter? I don't know any women named White at all. Who is your daughter? Zhang Yan asked again. Talking clear, Bai Wenha said. Wait, that's not right. Zhang Yan was stunned. Wasn't Tan Cheng's dad a barrister? How did he become Bai Wenha's daughter again? Expand on that. he suddenly rose to gossip. Bai Wenhe, who dared to hide anything, said it one by one. It turned out that Tao Qing was only Tao Xinghuai's daughter in plain sight. More than 20 years ago, Bai Wenhe was already quite powerful and was seeking transformation, so he worked with Tan Xinghuai, letting the other side to advise, and in the process, he took a fancy to Tan Xinghuai's wife, and took advantage of a drunkenness to force people on him. Later, when Tan Xinghuai's wife became pregnant and gave birth to a daughter, he even sent a big red packet. However, once, Tan Xinghuai's wife told him that Tan Cheng was actually his seed. Of course he didn't believe it at first, but after picking Tan Cheng's DNA and testing it, it was really true. He only has a son, now happy to get a daughter. Of course, on the talk of Qing extremely doting, and intentionally said that want to talk of Qing as his daughter-in-law, is completely to paralyze the talk of Xinghuai. Otherwise, if the old talk knew that his daughter was actually his seed, he would probably go crazy and expose all those evil deeds he had done regardless. Then he would definitely sit through the bottom of the jail. Zhang Yan looked at Bai Wenhe with interest. A sleepy head meets a pillow. I was worried about the lack of desire points, and you came to me by yourself. Come on, you turn yourself in. Chapter 25, Of course I'm a good person. Zhang Yan wasn't afraid that Bai Wenhe would bite himself out. What did he do? Have sex with talking Qing? Can't a man who's not married and a woman who's not married have a friendly game? So there's a problem? Did Tan Qing sue him for coercion? Ha ha. The fact that Tan Cheng knew he had the video in his hand only proves that she was actively seducing it. So where does the coercion thing come into play? No, Tan Cheng would completely deny having had sex with him. Firstly, she looked down on Zhang Yan. Secondly, she was more afraid of the video leaking out. Then how could she be a human being in the future? So Zhang Yan was not afraid at all. It's a little late, but do you have to pick your own time to turn yourself in? Go for it. However, in order to ensure that Bai Wenhe would not change his mind halfway, Zhang Yan could only accompany the other party to the security bureau. This time, there was no need to designate Gu Yusen. After all, in the middle of the night, Zhang Yan did not want to wake her up. Lack of sleep can deteriorate your skin and affect your face. Zhang Yan didn't want Gu Yusen's face value to drop from 92 to 91 points, or even fall out of the extreme. However, before going to turn himself in, Zhang Yan still asked Bai Wenhe to write a confession of guilt first, writing down all the bad things he had done. Because once he was out of Zhang Yan's 20-meter range, Bai Wenhe's fear value would slowly change back, and if he regretted it, he could naturally just pat his ass and walk away. Then won't Zhang Yan work for nothing? Just Bai Wenhe has done too many bad things. Actually wrote 2 hours and not finished. Zhang Yan had to let him write the key points, enough to be the kind of death penalty. Anyway, once these crimes are substantiated, Bai Wenhe, who has no hope of survival, will naturally give an account of other crimes as well. By this time, the sky was already cloudy. Another night without sleep. Zhang Yan is very upset. Since you won't let me sleep, isn't it reasonable for me to send you to the execution ground to eat guns? He let Bai Wenhe drive, and there were basically no cars on the road at this hour, so in a few minutes they were at the nearest sheriff's station. What can I do for you? A sheriff's deputy immediately greeted them. Zhang Yan laughed. Oh, he wanted to turn himself in. I accompanied him. The vigilante then looked at Bai Wenhe, who then took out the material for surrender and handed it over to the vigilante. Why does it feel weird? The sheriff looked over the material and his face changed. Killing. Huge bribes. You're a criminal. He rushed to call the leader. This is definitely a big case. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, allowed Bai Wenhe to recover in due time. Me? What? Bai Wenhe immediately broke out in a cold sweat. How could he listen to Zhang Yan and write out all the bad things he'd done, and hand them over to the sheriff's department himself? Are you tired of living? But the material has been handed in. Can it be snatched back? He could not help but look at Zhang Yan. An incomparable despair grew in his heart. Who the hell are you? He asked reluctantly. Zhang Yan's desire points immediately began to soar. This kind of bad behavior is basically a life sentence to start, and Bai Wenhe is definitely going to be shot. So the desperation generated is incomparably amazing. The Rainy Night Butcher also provided just over 30,000 lust points. And what about Bai Wenhe? I can't believe it broke 50k. Unfortunately, this only brought Zhang Yan's desire points to 59,000, and the next reinforcement would require more than 120,000 desire values, a difference of more than half a mile. I am a good person, Zhang Yan said with a straight face. Are you a good guy? If you're a good guy, who played my daughter? Since he is finished, then how to drag Zhang Yan into the water? Otherwise, one is unable to swallow this breath. And secondly, I am afraid to talk about Cheng will continue to be Zhang Yan blackmail. Zhang Yan had only accompanied Bai Wenhe over to turn himself in, and since he had already accompanied him, Of course he had to go home. Anyway, the sheriff's office left his contact info there and will call him if anything happens. Zhang Yan then went back home, laid down on the bed, and soon entered dreamland. Not knowing how long he had slept, Zhang Yan was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. At a glance, it was actually Gu Yusin. He picked up the phone. Zhang Yan, why are you everywhere? This Gu teen came up and said, yesterday it was He Yuan who ran away to turn himself in. Today it's Bai Wenha. But you're the one who accompanied them all. Do you want to take the job of a vigilante? Zhang Yan laughed. Team Gu, just tell me if these two people are guilty of the most heinous crimes, and am I doing the people a favor? Gu Yusin was silent for a moment and said, of course you did something good, but why do I feel so odd? Indeed odd. Two bad guys, both have their own business, especially Bai Wenha. Assets are billions of dollars, and in the past years to do bad things have long been wiped clean traces. Why suddenly cannot think? Ran to turn themselves in? Tired of living and wanting to get shot? How is that possible? As a vigilante, she was of course happy to bring these scumbags to justice. The problem was that what He Yuan and Bai Wenha had done was too unreasonable. Moreover, Zhang Yan was not related to them, so why should he accompany them to turn themselves in? Zhang Yan leisurely said, Team Gu, it doesn't matter how the process goes, isn't it enough that the result is good? Gu Yusin was silent for a while longer and said, Zhang Yan, I hope you are a good person. Ha ha, of course I'm a good person. Zhang Yan laughed. Who dares to say he's not a good man? What am I if I'm not a good guy for sending criminals in? I don't think it's too much to say that the Buddha is born in all the houses. Of course, I can get a huge benefit out of it. Who does anything without a benefit, right? After ending the call, Zhang Yan simply didn't sleep either. Can't sleep. Luckily, he was refreshed and completely free of sleep-deprived yawns. It's time to work. Zhang Yan's job now is of course to buy stocks, after adding 10 times leverage, but he has nearly 900 million disposable funds. Yesterday, he bought some shares of Storm Technology, only used up a mere 10 million, not even close to it. He had to turn all the money into stocks as soon as possible so that he could make more money. Otherwise, the $800 million would have interest. He tried to remember, as best he could, what other big bull stocks were out there besides Storm Technologies. However, in his case is already 31 years ago, if not 15 years of the bull market is particularly crazy, and Storm Technology is nearly 50 times, almost impossible to reappear in the miracle. He would not have left an impression. Forget it if you can't think of it. You're making money on whatever you buy now anyway. Like Storm Technology, listed on the market value of only 800 million, 900 million, simply cannot eat his existing funds, but similar to the ICBC, Maotai, such as the market value of the amazing 9 billion smashed down are not much splash. Zhang Yan as much as possible to spread out the money invested, after all, is added 10 times the leverage, as long as the decline of more than 10% will be forced to close the position. Of course, for the current market, the vast majority of stocks are up, and it's pretty hard to find a stock that's down more than 10%. He was busy until just before 3 p.m. when he finally turned all of his money into stock. When Storm Technology goes public, he will sell the stocks in his hand and replace them with this demon stock. Phew, so tired. Zhang Yan was a bit speechless, so spending money was also so tiring. His eyes were blurry. Chapter 26, One good news, one bad news. Tired of spending money? Shouldn't you relax? Definitely. Besides, someone's misbehaving. Zhang Yan smiled and went to Tan Qing's place. At this point, she's obviously still at the law firm. After arriving at the law firm, Zhang Yan did not ask the receptionist to notify Tan Chang, but instead walked straight over when he knew that she was now alone. Why didn't the receptionist stop him? Slightly pulling up the opponent's fear value. It made the opponent heck in place and not dare to move. Besides, it's not his first time. He unscrewed the door to Talking Clear's office and stepped inside, only to see that there was no one inside. The receptionist lied to him. And in fact, Talking Haru went out? There's a restroom too. Zhang Yan walked to the door of the restroom again and opened the door. It's all unlocked. In the law firm, Talking Haru was apparently so relieved that he thought anyone who came in would have to knock on the door and ask her permission before daring to come in, right? But on the contrary, she now met an unreasonable lord. The melodious music came, only to see that Tan Chang was lying on her back on the yoga mat, following the music and doing exercises. She also took off her uniform and changed into yoga pants. The tight clothes and pants outlined her wonderful and proud figure to the nth degree. No wonder her ass is so round and firm. She's been practicing at work. However, Tan Ching immediately crawled up in fear. Of course she heard the commotion. When she saw Zhang Yan, she was so shocked that she opened her small mouth in disbelief. Didn't Uncle Pak make a move? Then how can Zhang Yan still appear here? This lounge was not big. Put a bed. The rest of the space was extremely limited. Besides, Tan Cheng also had to practice yoga. Not even a sofa could fit. So Zhang Yan simply sat on the bed and said, "Kneel." Of course, Tan Cheng refused to do so. "I'm not your slave." Ha! Non-toasts drink to the penalty. Zhang Yan only slightly elevated her fear, and Tao Cheng shivered in fear and obediently knelt down. "You're very bold. And you're still looking for someone to deal with me." Zhang Yan laughed, but there was no smile and it was very morose. Talking Haru felt very ashamed of her reaction. She should have hated Zhang Yan, but why was she afraid of him? Even so afraid that she knelt down at the other party's words? But she couldn't control herself. The last of her pride made her clench her teeth and stubbornly not answer. Zhang Yan smiled. "You were surprised to see me appear. Isn't it strange that you obviously found someone to deal with me? Why am I still fine?" Tan Xing couldn't help but have her pupils tighten as she was spoken to by Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan leisurely said, "Bai Wenha has already gone to the security bureau to turn himself in, explaining all the bad things he did in previous years. Your old man helped him wipe his ass. He should not be able to escape, although he is not the main culprit, but he knows the law and breaks it. Sentencing him to a few years should not be a problem, right? You are a lawyer. You should know more than me." Tao Cheng's delicate body couldn't help but sway for a moment, and her pretty face turned pale all of a sudden. How could Uncle White turn himself in?" she exclaimed. Manhwa would only do that if he was crazy. Although she wasn't sure of the specifics, she believed that once Bai Wenha went in, it would be absolutely impossible for him to come out in this life, and it was possible to get shot. Zhang Yan spread his hands. "Maybe it's a guilty conscience." "Go to conscience." Tan Cheng directly burst into foul language. "No way. This news is too difficult for her to accept," and then violently reacted. "You lied to me? Then make a call and ask." Zhang Yan laughed. Talking Haru thought about it, but went ahead and made the call, and then she became disoriented. Manhwa really needs to turn himself in. Now, the vigilantes are seizing the Bai family, and Bai Wenha's wife and son are all under temporary control because they are most likely involved in the case as well, and their bank accounts are even frozen, so they can't transfer a single penny. Zhang Yin said, "There are two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first?" Talking Clear ignored him. Of course, Zhang Yan could not stop at this point, and said to himself, "The good news is that Tao Xinghua is actually not your real father. So even if Tao Xinghua is implicated and goes to jail, it has nothing to do with you." "What?" Tan Chang was once again shocked and stared roundly. "My dad's not my dad? What are you babbling about? The bad news is that Bai Wenha is the one who is your real father. He is even more advanced than Tan Xinghua, and the probability is that it is a death sentence. Say a word of sorrow in advance." Zhang Yan said indifferently. Tan Cheng instantly sat on her butt, muttering over and over again, "You're lying to me. You're lying to me." Zhang Yan continued to rub salt into the wound. "Back then, when Bai Wen and Tan Xinghua were working together, he took a liking to your mother and raped her while he was drunk. And coincidentally, it just so happened that he had you. You can ask your mom if you don't believe me." Tan Xing couldn't help but tremble again, but she believed 90% of it. She had actually been wondering why Bai Wenha was so nice to her. At first she thought that Bai Wenha was harboring lustful intentions for her, but it later proved to be either that or the unquestioning care of elders for their juniors. Now she finally understood. She sat dumbfounded and disoriented, as if her soul had been drained from her. This woman originally only had a strong desire for money, but now she was emotionally out of control, with a colorful light of desire emanating from her body. There's anger, there's sadness, there's despair. It's hard to imagine that one person would have so many emotions at the same time. Zhang Yan had no sympathy. Before, Bai Wenha was in a position to take his own life, and Tan Chang would have no knowledge of it? "If I sympathize with you when you want me dead, am I not a fool? Tan Chang, just because of you, you let both dads go in." Zhang Yan laughed. "Originally how good. There are two dads to love you. Now well, right. If Tan Xinghua went in, can you still stay here in the law firm?" Hearing these words, Tan Ching couldn't help but blanch even more. She did have some level, but nowhere near the level where she could be a partner in a law firm at this age. Solely because of talking Xinghua. If Tan Xinghua goes in, can she still have such a big office all to herself? There are even restrooms like this. All the luxuries of life now will be lost. At this moment, she was truly afraid and regretful. What is her greatest desire? Money. So, her greatest fear was to become poor. No, even just ordinary, she couldn't accept that. Why mess with Zhang Yan? Wasn't it just that? She got off on it anyway. The big deal was that she had to do some humiliating maneuvers. So wouldn't she just put up with it? But to become poor, she was absolutely, totally unacceptable. Zhang Yan revealed a devilish smile. In the future, Be a good boy and be my plaything, and I will help you keep this current job. Of course, you can also refuse. Then I naturally won't help you. Very reasonable, right? Playthings? Tan Qing finally broke down and cried out with a wow. Chapter 27, New Troubles. Zhang Yan certainly wouldn't stop there. It's time to eat. Being cool yourself is most important. As for talking Haru's feelings, it's none of his business. This woman's desire for money was too great, and in her last life she had the audacity to sell state secrets. For that alone, this woman deserved to die. Therefore, Zhang Yan would only treat Tan Qing as a plaything. Take them over and keep them as your own? She doesn't deserve it. Unfortunately, Tan Qing was not a great trader yet, so the number of desire points she provided to Zhang Yan was very limited no matter how desperate she had to be. What a waste. However, it seemed that Talking Haru was also worried about the future, and this time, she was incomparably submissive, and it had to be said that the woman was still quite smart. In case Tan Xinghua really had to go in, then Zhang Yan should be her only saving grace, just by the fact that Bai Wenhe could not help him in the least, but was instead forced by Zhang Yan to turn himself in. It can be seen how terrifying energy Zhang Yan possesses. This woman's face is really okay, big boobs and a nice ass. It's good to have some fun. How long she can play is up to her. If Tan Chang was more honest and disciplined, Zhang Yan wouldn't mind having some fun once in a while, but if this woman's appetite grew again, then he would send Tan Qing in without mercy. When Zhang Yan returned home, it was already after 8 o'clock in the evening. Is it time to go to the bar and collect another wave? Forget it, let's just get some rest today. He turned on the TV, intending to watch the news to see if he could trigger his ancient memories to recall something important or a way to make money. But after a while, he suddenly heard a heated argument coming from next door, clunking and the sound of something being smashed. Ha! The young couple had a fight? Zhang Yan is quite looking forward to Lin Shanya will run here in a rage and give her husband a green hat to take out her anger. This young woman is really very flavorful. But he was disappointed. The noise of the quarrel next door soon diminished, and then could not be heard. Even now, Zhang Yan possessed amazing hearing. He didn't take it to heart, after all. He just had a painful seafood dinner and didn't have much need for it for a while. At that moment, the cell phone rang. He picked up his cell phone and saw that the call was from Zhong Ming. What? Did you see Jialalai get a room with someone again? That said, Jialalai should be like an ant on a hot pan in the past 2 days, right? He thought he had found a golden son-in-law, but in the end, before he could reap any benefits, his eunuch went in first, and his family's assets, amounting to billions of dollars, were seized, and in the end, they would certainly be confiscated. Hello? He picked up the phone. Zhang Yan, it's been almost a year since we graduated. Just in time. Ma Fei, Luo Fong and the others are coming back. Why don't the few of us in Sioux City get together? Are you free on Sunday? Class reunion? Zhang Yan immediately realized that Zhong Ming was planning to humiliate himself. He knew that Jia Lily had cheated on him, so wouldn't it be a good idea to say it in front of a group of classmates, so he could hit Zhang Yan hard in the face? Why did Zhong Ming target him? Simple. As a rich second generation. But Zhong Ming had always been overwhelmed by Zhang Yan when he was in school. Academic performance is not as good as Zhang Yan. People do not look as handsome as Zhang Yan. But the girl you like is chasing Zhang Yan. Everything made him hate Zhang Yan. Therefore, taking advantage of the class reunion to ruthlessly humiliate Zhang Yan was certainly the best opportunity to take out his anger. If he could also hook up with Jia Lily, he would be able to fulfill his long-cherished wish as well as strike a blow against Zhang Yan, which would be even better. A mocking smile floated up at the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth. Fine, then let you make a fool of yourself. Available. He spared the words. See you in Banlan at 7 p.m. on Sunday then. If you don't know Banlan, just Google it and navigate your way there. After saying that, Zhong Ming hung up the phone. Zhang Yan smiled and put his phone aside, looking for news to read again. After watching for a while, he felt his eyelids grow heavy and he went to bed. At the same time, a deserted suburb. March was still cold, especially at night. The temperature was around 0 degrees. But Qian Yun was stripped down to just a pair of underwear, his hands tied behind his back, kneeling on the ground, shivering, and he didn't know if it was because he was scared or cold, or both. Yesterday, someone from above was suddenly sent over to check the accounts, and it turned out that he had received $110 million but gave $99 million out, and the company actually did not earn a single cent. How dare you betray the company's interests? Eat your heart out. So Qian Yun was brought here. Manager Qian. Is that Zhang Yan your illegitimate son? And you're actually so relieved to give him so much money for safekeeping? A middle-aged man asked calmly, his hands still wearing leather gloves and holding a syringe with half a tube of medicine inside. Qian Yun's face turned green with fear when he saw it. The company is too lucrative. Each business is tens of millions of dollars. hundreds of millions of dollars, which also leads to the emergence of unclean hands and feet of people. The company has always been a heavy-handed attack on this kind of people, directly to the death of the people, to make an example of 100. But he really didn't hack the company. Accountant Sue. I'm really wronged. That Zhang Yan is too powerful. Those men of mine are no match for him and had to accept his 10-point handling fee. He hurriedly said, if you don't believe me, you can ask the people at the pawnshop. The middle-aged man, however, smiled coldly. I don't care about that. All I know is that the company lost over $10 million because of you. Manager Qian. Over $10 million. You go ahead and I'll send someone to get this money back before I send you two to be reunited underground. With that, he stuck the syringe into Qian Yun's neck and pumped in all the medicine. No, no, no. Qian Yun wanted to run, but the two burly men held him down for dear life. He struggled violently, but soon he was out of sorts, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and then his chest and abdomen were actually sunken. He's actually melting. First was the torso, then the limbs and head, and in just a moment, Qian Yun's entire body actually turned into a puddle of rotten blood. Someone had already dug a hole, and all that was needed was a shovel to shovel over the rotten blood and bury it with dirt and it would be done. Even if this pit is discovered, no useful clues can be found in it. Even the DNA information was corrupted, making it completely impossible to use it to confirm an identity. No, it's not even a corpse, is it? The middle-aged man took off his gloves and opened his cell phone, and on the screen was Zhang Yan's personal information. Photographs, names, blood types, and even home addresses are all clear, showing this organization's horrific intelligence capabilities. Dare to take our money. You're really tired of living, he said coldly and sent Zhang Yan's information via email. The receiver is the one whose organization specializes in external affairs, while he deals with internal affairs, with a clear division of labor. Sending the email, he left with his men, got into an incredibly ordinary-looking car, and took off in the dust. The waning moon was like a hook, reflecting on the mound of earth where Qian Yun was buried. Chapter 28, Night Attack. Zhang Yan finally got a good night's sleep. Waking up naturally is awesome. He would have ordered takeout, but wouldn't eating at home earn him many fewer desire points? Even if you can only make 1,000 points of desire by going around the outside world, it's better than nothing, right? Besides, a little goes a long way. He put on his jacket and opened the door to go out. Coincidentally, the door to the next room opened at about the same time, only to see Lin Shangyan, a ripe and beautiful little young woman, walked out, closing the door behind her, revealing a beautiful back. The round, bulging, fleshy buttocks really attracted people to salivate. This time she didn't have a garbage bag in her hand, so I don't know if she was going grocery shopping or what. When she closed the door, she realized that Zhang Yan had also come out, and she could not help but blush, and hurriedly reopened the door again, as if escaping, drilled into the door, bang, and closed the door again, before leaning against the door and taking a long breath. The last time she rode the elevator with Zhang Yan, it made her have a psychological shadow, afraid that Zhang Yan would make a move on her again. Is he a flooding beast? Zhang Yan couldn't help but touch his nose. He wanted to have a face, a body with a body, even without talking about his family. Once he sat down in the bar, there were women who jumped on him. How did he come to Lin Shangwan? And in turn, he was afraid of him? Woman, are you blind? Hey, you're so scared of me, then I have to tease you. Zhang Yan walked to the next door and pressed the doorbell. Lin Shangyan was leaning against the doorway, and when she suddenly heard the doorbell, she was so scared that she almost jumped up. Who's ringing the doorbell? How could anyone else come up for just a few seconds? So it can only be Zhang Yan. She didn't dare to open the door. That Zhang Yan guy dared to take advantage of herself in the elevator. So if she opened the door now, would the other party use force? Hubby's not home. Who? She asked in a shaky voice. Zhang Yan, what are you doing? You? Zhang Yan smiled. I forgot to buy a broom. Can I borrow it? Lin Xiangye didn't mind borrowing the broom, but wouldn't she have to open the door? Moreover, she didn't trust Zhang Yan and thought it was just an excuse to trick her into opening the door. Sorry, I don't have a broom in my house either. Lin Xiangye lied. Unfortunately, the system does not have the ability to penetrate walls. Zhang Yan did not see the target with his naked eyes, so he could not appear on the other side of the emotional panel. Otherwise he would have to punish this lying child. He lost his smile. He'd only held her in his arms a little longer before. As to be so afraid of himself? Zhang Yan did not continue. Otherwise, this woman would be so afraid that she would call the police, right? It's okay. It's a long time. Alright, then I'll go buy a broom ms. Lin, if you want to borrow a broom, just knock on the door. He said this on purpose. Lin Xiangye only had the embarrassment of agreeing. Fun. Zhang Yan took the elevator down and found a noodle shop near the neighborhood, which couldn't help but make him think of the rainy night butcher. Well, think fast. What other felons are in Sioux City now? Desire Point. It's been a long time since he's been reinforced. After breakfast, he was not in a hurry to go back, but turned around outside, where the people go anyway, collecting a wave of desire points, but really not much. This can only be built up slowly, and the advantage is that it is a thin stream of water, unlike the poor and vicious, who can only make one vote, and after sending them to jail, there is no follow-up. Although Bai Wenha had threatened to pull him down, Zhang Yan hadn't received any calls from the sheriff's department asking him to assist in the investigation or anything. It's simple. Bai Wenha must have bitten Zhang Yan out of the bag, but it's unlikely that the vigilantes would listen to his side of the story. They would definitely have to go and confirm it with Talking Harvest. And is Talking Harvest likely to admit it? Firstly, Zhang Yan has the video in his hand, proving that she took the initiative. Secondly, now that both of her dads are going to go in, the only one she can count on is Zhang Yan, so she dares to betray Zhang Yan? The parties involved have denied it. Will the police continue to investigate? He was out all day and didn't get home until 12 p.m. Unfortunately, only 9,000 or so less points were gained, nowhere near enough to support his next enhancement. Wash up. In the middle of the night, he woke up suddenly. There's someone in the house. He was a very light sleeper, a habit developed in prison, because if you slept too much, it was highly likely that you would be killed or maimed in your sleep by the other inmates. Plus his sense of hearing was so acute now that even though the sound of the door opening was incredibly soft, he still detected it. A burglar? Zhang Yan climbed up and came to stand guard behind the door of the room. After a while there came the sound of a handle turning on the door, very softly, and then the door opened slowly, and when it was half opened, a man as tall as a savage bear was seen to walk in. Make the first move. Zhang Yan made a decisive move and punched at the man. Even though he was sneak attacked, the savage bear-like man actually made a defensive move. Boom! A punch hit his arm that was crossed to protect his face, and the huge force blasted him to directly slide out. Only then did Zhang Yan show up and turn on the electric light. In the living room stood the brute bear-like man, estimated to be 2 meters tall, stout beyond measure, at least as thick as two Zhang Yan, all dressed in black leather. Nope. Zhang Yan's gaze slightly lowered, only to see that the savage bear-like man actually had 2 legs behind him. They're 2 people. But the savage bear was so tall that it blocked the people behind it almost completely. Iron Tower. You were actually repulsed? A man's voice came out from behind the savage bear man, and then a thin man turned out. He was of medium height, but with this brute of a bear to set him off, he appeared to be small and delicate. The savage bear man frowned. This guy has a lot of strength, plus I wasn't on guard before I was knocked back. However, this person really can't be underestimated. You mean you can still handle it? Slim asked. Of course. The savage bear man, on the other hand, had a confident look on his face. Zhang Yan smiled and interjected, "May I ask what you guys are here for?" "Could be." The thin man laughed back, "But only after we tie you up." Zhang Yan shook his head. "This I can't promise." "Ha ha, you have to agree even if you don't." The thin man laughed. The savage bear man became impatient. "How long are you going to talk to him?" The thin man still had a smile on his face. "You are just too anxious." "Don't worry. The soundproofing of this house is very good. Plus it's the middle of the night again. People are sleeping dead. It's hard for anyone to hear him even if he's screaming at the top of his lungs." Zhang Yan interjected again, saying, "I do have an idea." "Why don't I tie you up?" "Ha ha." Slim shook his head. "That's not funny, never mind. Titan, you keep him under control. I can't wait to test out my new potion." "You should have said so long ago." The savage bear man then walked towards Zhang Yan. "Kid, I was the one who was unprepared just now. Try again?" "Yes." Zhang Yan tightened his fists and threw a punch at the savage bear man. The savage bear man was of course half afraid, and also met him with a punch. Boo! 2 fists hit together. This closed room actually blew a wind, and then heard the click 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 sound of broken bones. The next second, the savage bear man's thick arm seems to become a noodle, but also softly hanging down. Holy! The thin man couldn't help but open his mouth wide, instantly sweating coldly. Chapter 29. However, the skinny man's reaction was still very fast, and immediately after a shock, he touched on his body and actually pulled out a pistol. It was only when the pistol was pulled out that he felt a pain in his hand and the gun was snatched away. It was Zhang Yan who took it away. But what shocked him was that Zhang Yan actually had a towel in his hand, a towel wrapped around the gun so that it wouldn't leave fingerprints. "The second I pulled out my gun, not only did you grab it, but you had time to whip out a towel? Is that really humanly possible?" Zhang Yan smiled and looked at the barbarian bear man. "Just now, you were defenseless, while I, on the other hand, only use 10% of my strength, afraid of beating someone to death. However, the defense of this savage bear was the strongest within the people he encountered. So the second time he used 20% of his strength, and the result was that the other party's entire arm bones were all broken. It still doesn't work. The brute bear man was in cold sweat from the pain, while the skinny man was in cold sweat from fear. Can you answer the question I just asked? Zhang Yan looked at the thin man while he was toying with his pistol. Through a towel. Of course. The thin man gulped and said with difficulty, we were ordered to make you hand back a sum of money. Zhang Yan was surprised. When did I owe someone money? How much? He asked. 99 million. The thin man said honestly, taking a gun with his bare hands, and a punch that even shattered Titan's arm bone in a horror too horrible to describe. He was afraid that Zhang Yan would give himself a punch as well. 99 million. Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows. For this number to appear, it could only be related to one place, Golden Eagle Pawn Shop. Hasn't that Qian Yun learned his lesson? He actually dares to mess with his head? Previously, Qian Yun wanted to pit 10 more points of handling fees, but he in turn gripped 10 points. So this time you want me to 100 million. So how can I not knock you at 200 million? Zhang Yan revealed a smile and was in a happy mood. Whoever is going to give you $200 million will be happy too, right? Who is your boss and how can I contact him? Zhang Yan asked. The sweat on the thin man's forehead fell like a waterfall, and he was so nervous that his face turned pale. Big brother, I don't know who my boss is. We all received the mission through our mailboxes, including your personal information, the account number to transfer money to. All of them are written in the mail. But I really don't know who the person who issued the mission is. Really? Zhang Yan pulled up his fear value. However, this person was already scared to death. And this time, he directly peed his pants. I'll go. Zhang Yan frowned and almost kicked the person out. He suppressed such an impulse and added, give me the bank card number you're transferring the money to. The thin man reported a series of figures out. But the recipient of the transfer is not the Golden Eagle Pawn Shop, but a person called Li Shidi. Zhang Yan glanced at him. You have a good memory. The thin man then smiled awkwardly. Harder than a cry. In our line of work, you must have a good memory. Zhang Yan continued to ask, if I don't transfer the money, you will torture me. So if I transfer the money, what will you do with me? In fact, it didn't matter if the thin man answered or not. When the two men came in just now, their desire to kill was incomparably strong. Naturally, they were rushing to take his life. The thin man would not dare to answer. Speak. Zhang Yan's voice was stern. The thin man stared beyond words, shuddered. Fake you into a suicide. When he finished, the last vestiges of his essence were drained out of him. Dead. Zhang Yan is not surprised. These two people are obviously not the first time to do this kind of thing. Very familiar. And the amount of money involved is so large. The final silence is also reasonable. Since these two are professionals, the faked suicide scene should also be hard to detect. Don't be afraid. It's not like I'm some kind of flood beast. Zhang Yan comforted. You guys will kill people, but I'm a good citizen and won't do such things. Hearing this, both Barbarian Bear and Slim Man were slightly relieved. Did you guys drive here? Zhang Yan asked. Yes. The thin man nodded his head in a hurry. Alright, you guys go. I'll give you a ride. Zhang Yan laughed. A ride? That sounds horrible. No need to trouble you. The thin man shook his head repeatedly, and even the savage bear man shook his head on the side. Zhang Yan's face sank. I'm going to give you guys a ride. Do you have a problem with that? No. The thin man and the brutal bear man spoke in unison. Let's go then. Zhang Yan was the first to go. The skinny duo had to follow. The trio exited the neighborhood and walked for a few minutes before seeing a nondescript van parked on the side of the road. They got into the car. And since it was naturally impossible for the savage bear man to drive because of his broken arm, the thin man sat in the driver's seat and asked Zhang Yan, brother, where are we going? Go to the criminal police brigade. Zhang Yan said. Sid, is this to send us in? Yeah. The thin man was actually pleased instead of surprised. Being in jail is much safer than staying with Zhang Yan. In a short while, they came to the criminal police brigade. A kilometer away, Zhang Yan wore a thick hat that covered most of his face, while he also wore a mask that blocked his entire face. Take the gun and charge into the armed police brigade, Zhang Yan said, while throwing the pistol to the thin man. He had removed all the bullets. Fear value pulled full. The thin man and the stormy bear man did not dare to disobey Zhang Yan's order at all, and opened the car door to go down while receiving the gun. While the two walked in front, Zhang Yan followed behind, keeping a distance of 20 meters so that he could ensure that the fear of the two towards him did not drop. 10 or so minutes later, the criminal police brigade was close at hand. Go, Zhang Yan said, and he did not go any further. In the opinion of the Thin Man and the Brutal Bear Man, even if they stormed the Interpol brigade with guns, that was no more frightening than staying by Zhang Yan's side, and the two of them rushed out without any hesitation. With the Thin Man still holding a pistol in his hand, the two of them ran all the way over, and the Savage Bear Man's physique was still so amazing, which naturally immediately attracted the attention of the sentry guards. The two sentry guards fixed their eyes on it, and then their faces changed, and they immediately raised their guns. Stop! Drop the gun! But how could the skinny duo listen? Still impacting. The point is, they have guns. The sentry guards didn't hesitate to fire. Bang! 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 After a few gunshots, the Thin Man and the Brutal Bear Man fell into a pool of blood. Dead? It should be dead. And the two sentry guards must have punched at the vitals for their own safety. Zhang Yan's expression was cold. Although the Thin Man and the Savage Bear Man had come under orders, it could not change the fact that they wanted to kill themselves. He's trying to kill himself and he's still soft? He didn't leave, but continued to observe. After firing the gun, the criminal police brigade was naturally all alarmed, and a large number of vigilantes rushed out, all holding guns in their hands, and some also holding riot shields, and slowly walked towards the thin duo. And then, Zhang Yan saw that they had all put away their guns, and the riot shields were also put down. Apparently, the duo was dead, and that's what made the crowd of vigilantes relax. Zhang Yan smiled and turned to leave. What does the man the vigilante killed have to do with him? Zhang Yan? He's a man of his word. Chapter 30, Searching for Clues. Zhang Yan returned home, went to bed, and slept. Another night's sleep. Zhang Yan pondered that he definitely needed to make a trip to the Golden Eagle pawnshop. You sent people to rob me and kill me, and I'm supposed to pretend it didn't happen? I'm not a stoner. After having breakfast, Zhang Yan took a car to the pawnshop. The place was still cold and quiet, but there was actually a guest. Zhang Yan took a look. This was a man around 30 years old, holding the house book in his hand. Come to the pawnshop to mortgage your house? Zhang Yan found it a bit unbelievable. Pawnbrokers should only take antiques, luxury goods and the like, right? You give me the stuff, I give you the money and the receipt, and when the time comes and you can't afford to redeem it, the collateralized stuff is mine. But what's the point of mortgaging your house book there? If you can't pay them back, and they come to your door with it, you can still argue that it was stolen. And, even if you won't do that, is this mortgage relationship protected by law? Banks can do mortgages, but can pawn shops? Zhang Yan really didn't know, but guessed that it shouldn't work. Just look at the man sitting on the sidelines with a frown on his face. He's clearly not on a good mortgage path. Of course, it's also possible that people don't offer enough money. Other pawnbrokers may not be in the business of mortgaging properties, but this is a Golden Eagle pawnbroker who even dares to do money laundering. So maybe there will be an exception? These thoughts only passed through Zhang Yan's mind for a moment before he found the clerk and said that he wanted to see Qian Yun. To Zhang Yan's surprise, all the sales clerks were actually changed today, none of which he had seen on his last visit. Even if there is a shift change, it's not so radical, is it? But the clerk said Qian Yun had taken a long vacation and was now going abroad for a vacation, so he could not come back in a short time, at least 2 months. It's weird. Just yesterday, someone came to find himself, trying to rob him of nearly $100 million he got from the pawnshop, and trying to kill him, even faking it as a suicide. Zhang Yan suspected that Qian Yun did it, but it turned out that Qian Yun had gone abroad to play. Knowing that their people failed, they rushed to run away for fear of Zhang Yan's retaliation. Zhang Yan asked when Qian Yun left, but the clerk had no idea, and asked him rhetorically what his relationship with Qian Yun was. With a look of alertness, Zhang Yan thought about it and left the pawnshop. He had many guesses. The first was the thought that had just crossed his mind, that Qian Yun had realized that his men had failed and had rushed off to take refuge abroad. Secondly, it is still the case that Qian Yun knew about the failure, but did not go abroad, but was still in Sioux City, and just had the clerk lie that he had gone abroad. The third, Money Cloud was liquidated. Why was Money Cloud liquidated? Because he's making the pawnshop lose money. Originally it should have been collected 22 million, but now it has become 11 million. In the general view of the people, just less earned so much, but in the view of the boss of the Golden Eagle pawnshop, this is clearly a loss of 11 million. Then who made him lose so much money? 2 people. One is Qian Yun, the other is Zhang Yan. So, Qian Yun, and even all the staff of the day were punished, disappeared from the world, and then the owner of the pawnshop sent to kill Zhang Yan. Of course, but also to recover the money back. This is very much in keeping with the ruthless style of the Golden Eagle pawnshop. Say, what is the origin of this Golden Eagle pawnshop? Zhang Yan mused while desperately trying to recall. Too many of my cellmates from my previous life in prison were customers of the Golden Eagle pawnshop. This pawnshop is very powerful. It dares to collect any goods and launder any money, And the key is, until Zhang Yan was released from prison, this pawnshop still existed. Now that I think about it, isn't it very scary? But so what if it's even more terrifying? Trying to rob me and kill me. This one is a done deal. It's either you or me. Zhang Yan didn't make trouble in the pawnshop, because they were quietly sending people to mess with him. If he made trouble here, the clerk only had to call the police. He would not only have to pay for all the damages, but also be locked up for a few days. The point is, the power behind this pawnshop is extremely huge, and may even have reached the level of terror, which is so easy to dry down. Such a discovery did not make Zhang Yan feel scared. On the contrary, he became excited. 2 assassins can be deployed at random. So how many heinous crimes has this power committed? How many desire points could he gain if he trashed this power? But there's no room for carelessness. Send out 2 random people with guns. Then I shouldn't even need to be surprised when this next force pulls out rockets and helicopter gunships. I have to say, they are truly divine. The country has the strongest gun ban and control in the world. Even so, they can still get guns. TSK, this power is really handy. Zhang Yan walked while absorbing the desires of people of all shapes and sizes. To go to war with such a terrifying force, he had to get stronger faster. At the very least, I'd have to be truly bulletproof. He is now only one person. Before there is something like Scar can be used. Now Scar also went in. Whether it is the Black Tiger Gang or the Flying Fish Club, both sides of the people cannot be used for him. Therefore, it was impossible for him to investigate the forces behind the Golden Eagle pawnshop. Isn't that a needle in a haystack? It's not for lack of clues. Zhang Yan thought of the bank account he had gotten from the Thin Man. Get someone to check this account. This would definitely require a computer expert. And coincidentally, Zhang Yan had met such an expert when he was in jail in his previous life, and was still his junior. This person is called Lu Zhenghao, is a super powerful hacker. Nothing to do is to hack into other people's computers to view private pictures, small videos, just always walk by the river, cannot not wet shoes. And finally he actually hacked into the banking system to get money, so he went to the Sioux City prison. What kind of fight can a coder who works with computers have? Within a few days of entering the prison, he was bullied enough, or Zhang Yan came out and saved his life. So Lu Zhenghao defected to him and became his junior. The man was a chatterbox and told lots of gossip. For example, a star has an illegitimate child law, hidden marriage law, or a bank executive to support a small 3 small 4, small 18, but also arranged in a building, easy to manage, but also easy to walk around. And a certain boss raised a song and dance troupe, often collective revelry, and so on and so forth, so that Zhang Yan criticized but also opened his eyes. Come to think of it, he works for Sixtran Networks. Zhang Yan did not rush to find Lu Zhenghao, but walked around until it was more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when he arrived at Sichuan Networks. Said the company, in fact, just in a science and technology park rented about 100 square feet of house, adding up to 9 people, usually is to do for the customer to do website maintenance. There is not much business, will soon be closed down. If not for this, Lu Zhenghao would not have gotten evil thoughts and hit the bank because of the lack of money, leading to his imprisonment. It should be the norm for programmers to work overtime, but probably because Sichuan was about to go out of business, there was not much work that needed to be done. So Zhang Yan soon saw a thin and tall young man walk out of the building. Lu Zhenghao. Zhang Yan smiled and waved his hand. Chapter 31, Hackers. The youth was obviously stunned, but still walked towards Zhang Yan. You recognize me? Of course. Zhang Yan laughed. But how come I have no impression of you at all? Lu Zhenghao was still quite cautious and pulled out his cell phone. Quickly tell me who you are, or I'm going to call the police. Zhang Yan smiled. If you call the police, aren't you afraid that the matter of hacking into other people's computers and stealing their privacy will be exposed? Lu Zhenghao couldn't help but change his face. Although he is a top-notch skilled hacker, he is a novice when it comes to hiding his emotions and is completely subdued. Zhang Yan then waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm not here to trouble you, but I intend to ask you to do me a favor and check an account for me even if you don't find out any useful information. I'll give you $10,000 as a reward, and the more information you find out, the higher the reward I'll give you of course. Lu Zhenghao immediately revealed a look of intent, because the company's business is getting worse and worse. Last month's paycheck has been delayed for a few days, and he really needs the money. But a man suddenly came looking for him just like that. It made him a little scared. Zhang Yan laughed. If you don't feel confident, you can give me your bank account number and I'll transfer $10,000 to you first. Lu Zhenghao then couldn't help himself. Okay, he was a top hacker himself, and he was not at all afraid that Zhang Yan would transfer the money in his card after taking his account. In the first place, he has enough security measures, and in the second place, he's so poor right now that he doesn't have any money on his card. He provided the card number, and Zhang Yan immediately transferred 10,000. After the two added each other's Weibo, Zhang Yan sent over Li Shidi's account number and said, "If you find anything, feel free to contact me. By the way, if you think of me as a cutie." Words. Zhang Yan picked up Lu Zhanghao with one hand and raised it high above his head. "You can try, yo." Gripes. "Your strength is horrible." Lu Zhanghao nodded his head busily. "I'll definitely look into it. Then wait for your good news." Zhang Yan laughed and gently set Lu Zhanghao down, and even patted his shoulder, which scared Lu Zhanghao. When Zhang Yan walked away, Lu Zhanghao finally let out a long sigh of relief. The sense of oppression that Zhang Yan had given him was too strong, but looking at the extra money on his card brought another smile to his face. It's just a bank card number. How hard can it be? He hacks into the banking system all the time, alright. As long as he doesn't move the data, he won't get in trouble. He went home and started checking it out. He still wanted to make more money from Zhang Yan. Of course Zhang Yan would not go home, but went to find Feng Qian, husband, into the bureau. Almost all the family belongings have been seized. Feng Qian these days is really annoyed and fearful. What is she married to Ho Harimoto? Money, of course. But now, all her bank cards have been frozen, leaving her with only a $200 daily usage limit to keep her from starving to death. But she's so used to living in luxury that $200 isn't even enough to get her hair done. She was dying of worry. Seeing Zhang Yan coming over, she hurriedly fawned and greeted him. Being able to make even he Yuan obediently sent his petite wife as a companion. She believed that Zhang Yan must possess amazing energy. Now that he Yuan is down, of course she has to make a way for her future. Zhang Yan then made her an offer. Give 50,000 a month. Of course Feng Qian was not willing to do this. It was too cheap, but she is too poor now, and really have to go to be a chicken. Thinking about it is disgusting. And Zhang Yan was at least a handsome man with a body more like a brute. So, even without the $50,000, she was actually happy to sleep with Zhang Yan. It was Zhang Yan's attitude towards her that annoyed her a bit, but it's hard to beat a penny. And how can it be any different for a woman? Now let her go to work. What can she do? Only to be constantly submarined. So, she only reluctantly agreed. Go change into garter pants, black ones. Zhang Yan didn't spend the night at Feng Qian's place, but went back to his house. Will the powers behind the Golden Eagle pawn shop still send someone tonight? Zhang Yan felt that it shouldn't. As strong as they are, they shouldn't be so strong. It's not like it's a state machine. It's just a pest hiding under the darkness. Moreover, if someone really came over, Zhang Yan would be happy instead. Come one, come all. Just the thing to give him desire points. A moment later, but Lu Zhanghao sent a message first. Boss, found out some information. Take a look first. Then, there's a bunch of information. This Li Shidi is actually a local farmer, too innocent to be clean, but his bank account often has a large sum of money remittance, and then immediately transferred away into a number of foreign banks. Because it's a foreign bank, Ryu Yangho can't hack in and find out the flow of funds for the time being. Zhang Yan knew that the trail should be broken. Li Shidi estimated to be taken with an ID card to open a bank account do not know, and like this account number, that the hands of the forces should have mastered many, one out of the question. Then change one, and after the money is dispersed into other foreign accounts, it is estimated that it will go through dozens or even dozens of accounts in reverse before it finally enters that power's normal account. By this time, the money must have been cleaned. Clunk. However, the sound of smashing suddenly came from next door again, but before Zhang Yan could go over and knock on the door, they hadn't moved again. What's going on here all day? Chapter 32, Opening the Door to the Thief. There was no talk all night. Today, Zhang Yan got up especially early. He didn't go to the bar at night, so he definitely had to get up earlier in the morning. He shuffled out and opened the door. Coincidentally, a man also opened the door next door and stepped out. Unfortunately, it wasn't Lin Shangye, a small young woman full of flirtatious flavor, but a man around 30 years old. He's seen this guy before. Wasn't that the guy with the house book at the Golden Eagle pawn shop yesterday? This world is too small. He's actually Lin Xianwan's husband? Well, it's not bad looking, quite handsome, and has a bookish air, but it's still the same as yesterday, with furrowed brows, as if there's a trouble that can't be melted away. Lack of money. This one doesn't even have to be thought about. What's a pawn shop with a house book that isn't desperately short of money? And the man obviously saw Zhang Yan as well, and could not help but show his surprise. Of course he knew that next door had been bought, but he never expected the buyer to be so young. So young and you have so much money? I suppose it's on the family, too, he said in his mind. Zhang Yan walked over and pressed the elevator. The man followed. The two stood side by side, and for a moment the atmosphere was quite awkward. Zhang Yan extended his hand and introduced himself. He certainly wasn't looking down on the man. But who let him have a flirtatious and alluring wife? Zhang Yan wouldn't cheat women like Yu Shanghui. He did it all explicitly. The man froze for a moment and extended his hand as well. Ding Hongxian. Seeing that the elevator was still parked on the -1 floor, Ding Hongxian chatted with Zhang Yan. Mr. Zhang's family should be very rich, right? Now this suite is worth about 10 million. It's 10 million now, and at least 13 million, if not 16 million in the second half of the year. If Ding Hongxian really put the house to mortgage, or even cannot pay back the money, the house to auction off, then they will lose a lot of money, Zhang Yan said in his heart. But of course, he would not advise. What for? If Xian Ding didn't lack money, how could he have a chance? Zhang Yan smiled. I'm an orphan. Where did my family get the money? It's all from doing a little business on my own, and I made some money by chance. Did Mr. Zhang buy this suite with a loan? Ding Hongxian asked again. Zhang Yan then shook his head. Full payment. The interest rate of the loan is too high. Listen, is that human? What a naked show-off. Ding Hongxian was instantly jealous beyond measure. How old is Zhang Yan? 24? 25? At this age it certainly cannot be a master's degree student, or not even a bachelor's degree student, because if it is a bachelor's degree student, after graduating for 2 or 3 years at most, how can it earn $10 million? With such a degree, or even just an orphan, he can run his own business and make so much money, whereas he, with a master's degree and the financial support of his parents, why is his wife opposed to him starting his own business? It's a surefire business, and it's a high-yield business with a tenfold return. It's true that the stock market makes money these days, but can the returns be tenfold? Longer hair, shorter insights. In the past 2 days, he had been worrying about the problem of funds, and even wanted to mortgage his house to get the money together, because people said that the time that could be invested would end at the end of this month, and the threshold was $5 million. He was able to come up with about $3 million from all the money he had scraped together, and there was still a big gap. But my wife just won't agree to mortgage the house and keeps arguing with him. What should I do? Is it possible to think of something from Zhang Yan? Thinking this way, he suddenly felt that he had opened up the 2 chakras, and all of a sudden he became able to do something about it. Ding! That's when the elevator arrived. The 2 of them then walked in together. Ding Hongxian smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, I have a very good investment project recently, but I don't have enough money in my hand. I don't know if you have a generous hand. Can you lend me some money? Without waiting for Zhang Yan to reply, he immediately added, Don't worry. My house is worth $10 million, and there is no way I will let you lose your money. Zhang Yan instantly understood. No wonder the young couple has been quarreling at night. It turns out that Ding Hongxian wants to take the property out to mortgage. If Lin Xiangyan does not agree, then as a joint property of the couple, Ding Hongxian will only be able to borrow half of the normal mortgage number. Apparently, he didn't think it was enough, and Ding Hongxian want to invest in the direction is not the stock market. But the stock market has been hot to the point that the Amazons are lining up to go to the securities company to open an account. He should certainly understand. Then why not invest in the stock market? That's bound to be for higher returns. The question is, does have it? There are, in the mouth of the scammer, not to mention doubling the return, or 10 times, or 100 times, as long as you are willing to believe it. Buddy Ting doesn't look like a fool. Why did he fall for it? Let's just say that being well-read doesn't mean you have a high IQ. Zhang Yan already had a clear investment route, so of course he wouldn't change it midway, let alone giving money to a crook. But who made Ding Hongxian Lin Xiangyan's husband? As a law-abiding good citizen. Of course I can't do anything to bully men and women, but what if Ding Hongxian took the initiative to offer his wife up? That's another story. And, if he could send the crooks to jail in the process, wouldn't he still make a fortune in lust points? Zhang Yan then smiled. Oh, do you have any good investment doors? It just so happens that I have a sum of spare money. When Ding Hongxian heard this, he naturally became even more jealous. I'm working my ass off to get money and you've got free money lying around on the books. Mr. Zhang, roughly how much free money do you have? Ding Hongxian asked in a hurry. 3 million. Zhang Yan said casually. He has a total of 99 million, of which 80 million into the stock market, 10 million to buy a house, the remaining 9 million, 5 million to buy a car, and spent some of it, and now he is really only left with more than 3 million of free money. $3 million of free money? It's a real people pleaser. Ding Hongxian was so jealous that his face turned green, and he couldn't even get $1 million in cash. But can he snatch Zhang Yan's money? He hurriedly said, Mr. Zhang, this investment project of mine is amazing. Although it's in faraway Africa, I made 2 small investments before, and I'm not going to hide it from you. I've already made 20,000, and guess how much I've only invested? 10,000. The point is, it's only been a month. Ding Hongxian a look of excitement. Think about it, if you put 10 million into it, put it on a year? Get at least 100 million, before the investor to take him to play. They invested a whole 10 million, of which 10,000 of the proceeds counted to him, but they cannot always so take him to play so he had to raise their own money to reach the threshold of the starting investment. Zhang Yan looked at him with the eyes of an idiot, but who in their right mind would believe it if they were just a little bit normal? But Ding Hongxian's face was frenzied, obviously convinced, brainwashed by the scammers, coupled with the fact that he had previously invested 10,000 seconds into 20,000. Seeing is believing, coupled with greed, allowed him to actively convince himself to believe. It is greed that is the original sin. In fact, you can avoid falling for most of them if you don't get greedy. Ding Hongxian said so much, of course, not in order to get rich way to introduce to Zhang Yan, but just want to let Zhang Yan believe, as long as the money lent to him, it is never impossible to ask for it back. Ding, the elevator's here. Instead of walking in, Ding Hongxian said, Mr. Zhang, why don't you go to our house and I'll give you a proper introduction? You call that an open door? Zhang Yan smiled. Great. Chapter 33, Dance. Ding Hong was incredibly enthusiastic as he led Zhang Yan back to the front door of his house and then unlocked it with his fingerprint. When she heard the door open, Lin Xiangye thought he had forgotten to take something and rushed out, only to see not only her husband, but also a person she was afraid of. Zhang Yan, what's he doing here? If he revealed that he had once flicked himself in an elevator, then her ever-jealous husband would surely have a falling out with her. Honey, what are you doing back here? She pretended to be calm. For his part, Ding Hongxian smiled. I have something to talk to Mr. Zhang about, so hurry up and make some tea, go change your clothes first, he said with great displeasure. Lin Xiangye was now in a nightgown, and the collar buttons were still missing too, revealing a large area of snow white. He was 100 times more uneasy about his gorgeous and charming wife, and every day he felt that someone was trying to poach her, and he couldn't wait to lock her up at home all the time. But how can that be when they're alive? Therefore, he can only try to let his wife go out as little as possible and never attend any party activities of his colleagues. But you can't rest easy at home. How can you wear such revealing clothes? What? Who are you trying to seduce? Lin Xiangye didn't think about it at all. No one came over to their house at all usually, and since she heard the sound of the door opening rather than knocking, she naturally knew that it could only be her own husband who would walk out so defenselessly. Being reminded by Ding Hongxian, she also let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly covered her chest with one hand and retreated back to the bedroom to change her clothes. In that case, she didn't care to ask why Zhang Yan had come. Just when she was changing her clothes, she was incredibly apprehensive. If Zhang Yan really said what happened in the elevator that day. Luckily, she changed her clothes and came out, only to see her husband sitting on the sofa with Zhang Yan, talking and laughing, with no angry look at all. Zhang Yan shouldn't have said that. Well, it didn't make sense for him to say it. Quickly go boil water and make tea. Ding Hongxian glared at her. How can you be a woman with no eyesight at all? What are you thinking of if you don't make tea for the guests? Lin Xiangye agreed and screwed her way to the kitchen. With this turn, her waist was like a snake, and the curve of her hips was revealed in all its splendor. Zhang Yan was all a bit surprised as to why this woman could display the twisting and turning in such a sexy and seductive manner. Just now, Ding Hongxian said that Lin Xiangyan practiced dancing since she was a child, but now she is a teacher in a dance school. TSK, is this kind of seductive flavor brought about by practicing dancing for a long time? So, some old boss has to keep a dance troupe even if he owes trillions to the banks? Mr. Zhang, lend me the 3 million. Ding Hongxian began to lobby again. This Africa construction program only has a 2-month period of primitive gold leaps and bounds. After that, it's half a year before it will reopen. And it's also turned into a secondary financing. The rate of return will be much smaller. Just like the financing of a startup company. It's definitely that the earlier you put in, the higher the return will be. How about you just lend me the $3 million and I'll give it to you at 10% interest per month. At the earliest, I'll get a portion of my investment back in the 3rd month. Enough to pay it off. The deadline is at the end of this month. Zhang Yan was a bit shocked. How on earth did the crooks brainwash him, so that he was so convinced and even fanatical enough to brainwash others? It's a shame you didn't go into MLM. Zhang Yan does not mind lending money to Ding Hongxian. Anyway, there is a note. Ding Hongxian still have this house. The big deal is to sell the house to compensate. I have a few conditions, he murmured. You say? Ding Hongxian hurriedly said. First, you have to write me an IOU. That's for sure. Second, Zhang Yan glanced at Lin Xiangyan, who had just walked out of the kitchen, and said, Did you just say that your wife teaches dance? Yes. Ding Hongxian nodded. Zhang Yan said leisurely, let your wife give me a dance. That's the final request? It's too easy. Ding Hongxian was about to agree, but he heard Zhang Yan say, it's not just jumping around, but you have to change into a bikini. He knew that if he asked Lin Xiangye to strip down and dance, then Ding Hongxian would never agree. But what about just wearing a bikini? Even if Ding Hongxian didn't want to agree, he would at least consider it. But even just considering it would create a rift between him and Lin Xiangye. Sure enough, hearing this, Ding Hongxian couldn't help but hesitate. He was particularly possessive and would even forbid his wife from attending a company party, a very normal social gathering. But now he wanted her to dance for Zhang Yan in a bikini? So Ding Hongxian's first reaction was to refuse. But then he immediately thought of $3 million. Without Zhang Yan's $3 million and his wife's refusal to mortgage the house, where can he get the money? When he thought of this, he couldn't help but look toward Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangye originally just looked at Zhang Yan angrily, but when she didn't find her husband tapping the table for a long time, she also looked towards Ding Hongxian, and when she saw the expression on Ding Hongxian's face, she couldn't help but feel a tightness in her heart. Such an unreasonable, even humiliating request, and you're still considering it? All along, although she resented the discipline Ding Hongxian had imposed on her, it was at least because her husband loved her so much that he didn't want her to come into contact with other men. The possessiveness was indeed too much, and it took her breath away a bit, but she could still understand it, even accept it. However, now Ding Hongxian actually for 3 million really thinking about letting her wear a bikini to dance in front of other men. This made her eyes black, almost fainted. Zhang Yan laughed in his heart. That's the effect to have. He moderately pulled up Lin Xiangyan's anger level, which was of course directed at Ding Hongxian. Okay, I agree. Lin Xiangye did not know why she agreed. She only felt that Ding Hongxian's hesitation now is the biggest humiliation. Mutiny to her. I love you deeply. I don't even speak a word with all my male colleagues for your sake. But you're so good. You're actually considering letting me do a lap dance? Did I study dance for so many years to perform such a vulgar act? You keep saying that you care about me too much to be interfering with all my socializing. And what happens? What to care? Cheating ghosts. At this moment, Lin Xiangye only wanted to ruthlessly provoke Ding Hongxian, not thinking about anything else at all. What made her even more disappointed was that Ding Hongxian actually did not object. On the contrary, he lowered his head. It's tacit approval. Lin Xiangye exploded with anger, prancing, and rushed into the bedroom, picking out a swimsuit that had only been worn at home since she bought it. Bikini. Chapter 34. Once the cracks are created, even if the seams are patched up, they are only on the surface, and the inside is still full of holes, and will even keep expanding. Who said that? Zhang Yan didn't think it was important. What was important was that he had already caused the couple to have a dislike for each other. The other night it was always noisy, even to the point of smashing things, and then this today. TSK TSK TSK. He looked at the bedroom door rather expectantly, imagining what a wonderful picture he would see later. Then the door to the room opened and a snow-white torso appeared. Zhang Yan couldn't help but have his eyes light up and his fingers go wild. Lin Xiangye really had to walk out wearing only a bikini swimsuit. The swimsuit was still black, contrasting sharply with her snow-white skin and creating a huge visual impact. Black hair like ink, skin like snow. She's always given off an ebullient flirtatiousness, but switching to a bikini turns that flirtatiousness into an outright sexy shock. Ding Hongxian also froze for a moment. Lin Xiangye is actually on the traditional side of the woman, even if the two are husband and wife, but the room will still ask to turn off the lights, but even more so, cannot accept the shared bath this kind. So he knows that his wife's body is very good, but just a glimpse. It's no exaggeration to say that this is the first time he's ever admired his wife in a bikini, or even a swimsuit. A wife so beautiful and attractive that he'd take her to the pool or the beach for other men to admire? After staying for a few seconds, he stood up with a flourish and blocked his wife's body with his body, saying in annoyance, "Who told you to change your clothes? Go back." He is the king of jealousy. Possessiveness is incomparably strong. Did not see his wife dressed in this way before? He still think that as long as the bite of the teeth can be endured. But after seeing it with his own eyes, he absolutely cannot pass this hurdle. Unfortunately, if Zhang Yan had just made this request and he had rebuffed it so forcefully, then Lin Xiangye would definitely be touched by her heart that her husband, although a bit overbearing, really loved her wholeheartedly. But now what? Ding Hongxian's hesitation had hurt her. Therefore, Lin Xiangye just stubbornly locked eyes with Ding Hongxian, not backing down at all. Zhang Yan smiled in his heart. Hey, it's time for him to step up and be the good guy. Ha ha, I was just joking. Why are you all taking it seriously? Zhang Yan laughed. What does it look like to make your sister-in-law dance in a bikini? Quickly go back and change. Old Ding and I are doing business. Ding Hongxian just out of the always possessive, will stand up to let his wife to change the swimsuit, but heard Zhang Yan open, then realized that will lose Zhang Yan's investment. Did not expect Zhang Yan just a joke, suddenly let him sigh of relief. This is obviously a trick, but he is now full of dreams of getting rich. How would he care about this kind of small matter? Seeing her husband being thrown around by Zhang Yan, Lin Xiangye was naturally angry and shy, and she didn't know what was wrong with her, but she actually really had to change her swimsuit in a fit of anger. But Zhang Yan actually said it was a joke? When I can't see the aggression in your eyes? If my husband wasn't here, would you have pounced already? Of that, she truly had no doubt. The anger receded and she realized how bold her actions were now and hurriedly ran back to her bedroom, red-faced. However, the plump and charming ass that twisted but Ding Hongxian how can not block? Ding Hongxian had already turned around, so he didn't see this unbelievably tantalizing side of his wife, or else his face might have gone green. The fervor to get rich made him not to take Zhang Yan's rudeness into account. Instead, he compensated with a smile. Mr. Zhang, I'll give you an IOU now? Wait first. Zhang Yan stopped him. Who introduced you to this investment? I want to meet. Ding Hongxian then refused to agree, because he was afraid that instead of lending him money, Zhang Yan would bypass him and go directly to invest. Then he's making a load of money. Sure enough, the gods can't save people who want to die. Zhang Yan lost his smile. I'm not brainwashed. How can I give money to a scammer? It's just that Ding Hongxian obviously won to agree to it. Zhang Yan then said, okay, I'll lend you the money first, and then you can introduce me. Is this okay? Ding Hongxian immediately smiled. No problem, as long as he can invest money. So, Ding Hongxian write IOUs, pressed the handprint. Zhang Yan asked him for the card number, transferred 3 million. After seeing the bank text message prompts, 3 million to the account. Ding Hongxian long sigh of relief. The dream of getting rich is realized. He was incredibly grateful to Zhang Yan and hurriedly said, Mr. Zhang, I'll contact them for you right now. In fact, you can still get rich just the same after mortgaging your house and scraping together a bit of money to reach the 5 million investment line. That was a true statement on his part. After all, even if Zhang Yan also invested in it, it didn't affect his ability to get rich, did it? Zhang Yan smiled. Let's meet the person first. Ding Hongxian was brainwashed and washed silly. In fact, he finally even said that only 100,000 can be invested. The liar will certainly find a reason to say will not be sent to the door of the money to push out. Otherwise, won't all these months of work go to waste? At this time, Lin Xiangye had already dressed and walked out from the bedroom. Her pretty face was still flushed and it was hard to hide her shyness. She frowned tightly and looked at her husband and Zhang Yan uneasily. She instinctively felt that it was too risky to invest more than $5 million in Africa. And wouldn't it be better to invest in the stock market? These days, she hears every day from this coworker that she made 1 point, 2 points, just one day. So, is it bad to invest in the stock market? As soon as there is a risk, you can always take it out and lose up to 10%. However, Zhang Yan was right here, so she couldn't say anything more and planned to wait for Zhang Yan to leave to make sure to convince her husband to dismiss the idea. Ding Hongxian in front of Zhang Yan face to the investor made a phone call, said immediately can put the money together. In addition, he also wanted to introduce a big boss over. The investor hesitated for a while, which reluctantly agreed to. Ding Hongxian was very proud of himself and said to Zhang Yan, Mr. Gu said that the gap in funding is no longer much. While many people are rushing to invest, if not for his good relationship with me, there is no extra share for you. Oh, Zhang Yan just smiled and went out with Ding Hongxian. Ding Hongxian drove a Volkswagen. A look at the age of the car is very long, and maintenance is not good. A start-up, the noise is particularly large, and the stability of the body is particularly poor. Shocked people all over the body. Zhang Yan guess Ding Hongxian's parents should be a little bit of money. Otherwise even if the first few years of low prices, but it is not possible to buy a home in Linglong Bay. After all, the same time the Gusa district housing prices are only 4 or 5,000. It was a wasteland here in the park back then. How many people would buy a house here? Plus the unit prices were high. So, the house and car were bought by Ding's father and mother, and that's why they are all old. Ding Hongxian is a low-eyed master. A mind wanna make a lot of money, but always fail. Do not reflect on their own ability, but blame this blame that. Now, he only invested 10,000, but after a month into 20,000, so that he swept away so many years of pent-up talent, feeling that can finally take off. It is in such a state of mind that one becomes self-brainwashed and convinced of the so-called get-rich-quick scheme, right? Zhang Yan sent a message to Lu Jianghao, keep an eye on the account. He sent Ding Hongxian's bank account number. Chapter 35, Team Gu, do me a favor. More than an hour later, Zhang Yan met the mysterious investor at Starbucks. Zhang Xingshang? What called Pot Guangji? Mud good. This person carried a strong accent, and his Mandarin was extremely substandard. Ding Hongxian hurriedly said on the side, Gui Guangji, Mr. Gui is a Hong Konger. Not nice. Not nice. Gui Guangji smiled and waved hello. Zhang Yan smiled and casually chatted with Gui Guangji. He shows a longing to get rich, but at the same time is very apprehensive. Gui Guangji then said, and la, would I still lie to you? If you don't believe me, you can ask Ding. He only invested 10,000. How much did it become in a month? He strongly advocated how safe his investment, and how sought after. When Zhang Yan still hesitant, he was even very angry, about to brush his sleeve away, was Ding Hongxian persuasion, and only then sat down again. He and Ding Hongxian were like a white face and a red face, compelling Zhang Yan to invest money. It is just that Gui Guangji is really cheating, while Ding Hongxian is brainwashed without realizing it, and only feels that he is telling the truth. Being Gui Guangji too lobbied for 2 hours, Zhang Yan said that he was moved, ready to go to raise money, but also asked Gui Guangji for a contact information, so that after getting the money to go to find him, Gui Guangji agreed painfully, gave Zhang Yan a phone number, and even gave a bank account number, saying that Zhang Yan could call in any time before the end of the month once he got the money. Must first play money. Investment contracts can be signed slowly, because the early day to invest money. You can make money a little earlier. Now that all three were satisfied, and it was noon, they decided to go to lunch together. Ding Hongxian, the wrongdoer, took the initiative to treat, and although Gui Guangji had a look of wealth, he didn't have the intention of grabbing the money at all. The scammers, well, they've invested up front, so of course they're going to streamline their costs now. However, Gui Guangji for Zhang Yan is still very positive, constantly suggesting that he should hurry up. The end of this month is the latest deadline for investment. After this village will not have this store. The intention is of course to let Zhang Yan born sense of urgency. When people are in a hurry, they don't think rationally. Zhang Yan quietly took a few pictures of Gui Guangji and then sent them to Lu Zhenghao, asking him to dig out information about Gui Guangji. The name must be a fake. What kind of crook would come out with his real name? After eating, Gui Guangji still want to go to the club to have a good time, but Ding Hongxian in this regard, resolutely do not go, cannot do things that are sorry for his wife. Gui Guangji only resentful departure. I'm not happy that I didn't get a free ride. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. This crook should not be acting alone. There is definitely a gang behind him, and he is trying to use Gui Guangji to wipe out this gang. The more people the better so he can get enough desire points. After leaving, Zhang Yan wandered around again. The money had all been turned into stocks, and Storm Technology hadn't gone public yet, and he didn't need to operate it, so he really had nothing to do. Zhang Yan went to the black dance hall. There are only a very small number of women here, mostly men, and the dancing is fun. One song lights up, one song goes out. A man can ask a woman to dance, either for $10 a song or $20 a song, depending on the quality of the girl. When the lights are on, the dancing is regulated, and when the lights are out, the men are allowed to go up and down on the women. Zhang Yan see very clearly, each man exudes a strong carnal desire, while the age is uneven. There are only 20-something young men, but there are also more than 60 or even 70 years old grandfather. Can only be said that the old and strong. He sat on the side and watched, silently absorbing the desire. Although there were a few women who took the initiative to come over and invite each other when the lights were on, all of which were rejected by Zhang Yan. Joking aside, not to mention what's the point of cuddling and picking? It's hard for these women to score 60 points after dressing up, so who can afford to do that? After half an hour or so, Zhang Yan was ready to leave, because there's no desire left to absorb it, and having had their desires absorbed away by him, it was as if the men had gone into sage time. It's no fun. Gone. The ballroom, which had been overcrowded, thinned out, and basically only a few women were left. They were dumbfounded and just couldn't believe it. What happened to these LSPs? It shouldn't. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, laughed, not realizing that he could actually guide people to goodness. Exiting the ballroom, he suddenly received a phone call. The sports car he bought arrived. Didn't they say it would take about a week? Yes, around and around. It could either be more than a week or less than a week, and today is day 5 of buying the car, so that's still pretty fast. After all, it is a current car, and Jinling is only about 200 kilometers away from Suzhou City, so if you drive the sports car directly on the highway, you should be able to drive over in 2 or 3 hours. When you look at it that way, it took over 4 days to get the car here, which is kinda slow. When the car came, Zhang Yan of course went to pick it up, so he wouldn't have to take a taxi in the future. He drove back to the neighborhood, but soon regretted it. The road was so crowded that the car couldn't run at all. and it was especially hard to walk and stop. I should have bought an SUV and hired a driver. No matter how much traffic there is, I'll sleep in the car. However, he had no more money to spare now. Okay, so hold off on buying a new car until this wave of money comes out of the stock market. On the way, a call came in. Zhang Yan readily picked up. Dagu team, what's the matter? Gu Yusin couldn't help but give a beat. Big what? Generally speaking, when you get on the phone, you will basically say hello. For example, she called Zhang Yan, and Zhang Yan called her team Gu. But what does big mean? Your honor, captain? She pondered for a moment before saying, that Xiao coin you caught is something. Who? Zhang Yan deliberately played dumb. Gu Yusin didn't notice, and explained, it was that noodle shop owner who hid his wife's body in the freezer. Oh, it's him. Zhang Yan nodded. What happened to him? He's actually the rainy night butcher. Gu Yusin looked excited. We've been opening our nets to catch him for months, but have been unsuccessful. I didn't think he'd actually fall for the corpse hiding case. Rainy night butcher? Zhang Yan once again played dumb. Gu Yusin could only explain again. Anyway, the perpetrator had already been caught, so there was no need to keep these secret. Anyway, you've done another great job. Zhang Yan, would you consider joining our criminal police team? If you have the establishment, just catching the rainy night butcher is enough to get a second-class merit. Me? A man who spent 31 years in prison in a previous life makes me a vigilante? Zhang Yan smiled, somewhat self-deprecating and emotional. Am I doing you a favor here? He avoided the subject. Gu Yusin nodded her head vigorously, but it was a pity that Zhang Yan couldn't see it, and this action caused another wave to run through her chest. Of course, then can Team Gu do me a favor as well? Zhang Yan said, as long as it's not illegal. Anything, Gu Yusin said graciously. Zhang Yan then laughed. Then I'd like to labor Team Gu to pretend to be my girlfriend for a day. Ha? Gu Yusin was confused. Chapter 36. Why is Zhang Myung having this reunion? Wasn't it just that he knew that Jialalai had cheated on her and wanted to use the opportunity to humiliate himself? Although Zhang Yan didn't care about Jia Lili anymore a long time ago, it was a fact that the two had broken up, and Zhong Ming could indeed use this to attack. But why should he be humiliated like this? So, he had to invite Gu Yusin over. In fact, he could have looked for Tan Chang. This woman's face value was certainly above Jia Lili's, and she was on call, and could still play casually, and was incredibly well behaved. However, this is a good opportunity to get close to the big police flower. How can I miss it? Isn't a class reunion all about guys competing to see who's doing well, and girls competing to see who's marrying well or has an even better boyfriend? How much classmate camaraderie is left? Who's naive when you're out in society? And who is doing well? And by what? Houses, cars, horses. Did you also bring the house book? With Zhang Yan's current strength, he would only get stronger in the future. In fact, he had no need to pretend to be a pussy in front of Zhong Ming. But who let him be petty? You want to humiliate me? Ha! Then prepare to have your face swollen. Zhang Yan briefly talked about his classmate's relationship, and told Jia Lili about her cheating, making Gu Yusin's heart ache for him for 3 seconds. Now, Gu Yusin had it all figured out. No wonder He Yuan turned himself in, because He Yuan brought out Zhao Guanhua, who in turn brought out Yu Hanghai. Yu Hanghai is Yu Xiang Hui's old man. How did you suddenly have almost $100 million? Gu Yusin asked in a deep voice instead of saying yes or no. Oh, I found an authentic painting of a calligraphy master from the Tang dynasty on a stall and sold it for $99 million. Zhang Yan replied. The transaction record is plain as day. Then, he deliberately said, Team Gu, you're checking up on me? Of course I'm going to check, Gu Yusin said in her heart, because He Yuan, Bai Wenha all turned themselves in accompanied by Zhang Yan. Is this normal? Not weird? So, she definitely had to check on Zhang Yan, especially his financial situation. She nodded. No problem then, I promise about the reunion the day after tomorrow. Promise what? Zhang Yan asked. Pretend to be your girlfriend. Gu Yusin didn't care about him taking a little verbal advantage. Hey, sooner or later the word pretend will be removed. Zhang Yan on this had the capacity to milk big police flower is of course the ambition. As for Gu Yusin so just, how to let her accept their own flirtation. First to get the person to say, otherwise consider this consider that why? It's like an ordinary person worrying about how to spend $1 billion if they had it. Isn't that just worrying? Hanging up the phone, Zhang Yan smiled faintly. Zhang Myung, are you ready for my all-around punch in the face? And Jalalai. Of course, that's just by the way. For this kind of gold-worshipping woman, Zhang Yan only needed to lay out her wealth one by one, and she would regret it. He was rather looking forward to it. In the evening, there was another loud noise next door. Ding Hongxian has Zhang Yan borrowed 3 million.
Then as long as the house mortgage 2 million can reach the minimum investment threshold.
And Lin Xiangnian certainly do not agree.
The two people quarrel naturally also in reason.
Argue more fiercely, or how can I possibly dig my way out of a corner? Before he could sleep, Ryu Youngho sent him a message. He temporarily did not find out the actual controller behind the Golden Eagle pawnshop. According to him, the relationship is incredibly complex, hidden very deep, not a few days can be found, and also involves a foreign bank account.
The shareholding structure. It is very difficult to check.
However, the bank account number given by Guo Guangji turned out to be a clue.
The account had already had money put into it,
but immediately dozens more accounts were transferred into it,
and then all the money in those accounts was withdrawn in a few minutes. It dawned on Zhang Yan that it turned out to be a fraudster from the north of Myanmar.
Old Burma's electric extortion should have reached its peak in 20 years, and it was so arrogant that it even dared to touch our security officers, which resulted in attracting Dragon to take action,
and in a few strokes, Old Burma was made to hand over all the heads of the 4 major families of electric extortion. It's only been 15 years now, and the Old Main is not as well known for its wire fraud as it is nationwide.
And there are even such offline people who dare to come out in real life to scam money. Isn't it time to go to Old Main and reap the rewards? There are too many warlords and too many different kinds of people there.
You should receive tons of desire points there.
However, it was also the fact that it was too unsafe there. There might be a gun on your waist asking you to pay for it just by stepping out of the door.
So Zhang Yan decided that it would be better to wait and go over there a few more times after being strengthened, or at least to the point of not being afraid of handguns. Life was his own. Zhang Yan did not dare to bet on whether the system would give him another chance to be reborn. There was no talk all night.
Zhang Yan are a little disappointed. How come the forces behind the Golden Eagle pawnshop lay down? No one was sent again for 2 days in a row. A little high on you guys, but it's good to come late. So let him strengthen it a few more times. When the time comes, a handful of all pulled out, all thrown to the Pacific Ocean to feed sharks. It was another sunny morning, but even though spring had already sprung, the March sun was still weak and feeble. This day has nothing to do. On the contrary, Lu Zhenghao brought him a piece of news. That is, Ding Hongxian's card suddenly added more than 3 million. It appears that he has mortgaged the property. That was fast. Well, he should have found a way out long ago. Just that the house is a joint property of the couple, and he alone can't borrow the amount he deserves. That's why he went to the pawnbroker. And now with Zhang Yan's injection of $3 million, it's only natural for this guy to hurry up and mortgage the house. The sooner you invest, the sooner you'll get a return. And by the afternoon, more than $6 million on Ding Hongxian's card was all transferred out into the bank card provided by Gui Guangji, and then quickly transferred to dozens of cards. And then, but half an hour, the money on these cards were all withdrawn. I wonder when Ding Hongxian will realize that he has been duped. Zhang Yan does not matter. Anyway, holding a note in hand, when the time comes to let Ding Hongxian sell the house to pay, what he was looking forward to now was the reunion tomorrow. Zhang Myung, are you ready to get hit in the face by me? Chapter 37, Class Reunion. Without the despair provided by the great evil, Zhang Yan's harvest was stable, almost 12,000 desire points per day. Checking in the morning, it's only 92,733 desire points. However, reinforcement would require 128,000 desire points. And if there were no additional gains, it would be another 3 days before Zhang Yan could obtain enough desire points for reinforcement. I wonder how many desire points Zhang Myung will generate after being slapped in the face by him. Shouldn't be too much. After all, it's just a regular guy. As Zhang Yan thought wildly, he only felt that time was passing exceptionally slowly. What should I do? He simply went to Feng Qian's place and didn't leave until after 5 in the afternoon. Zhang Yan drove the sports car and navigated towards Banlun. On the way, he called Gu Yusen to confirm with the other party. I have a case. I'll be a little late. Gu Yusen said. It's fine, as long as people can arrive. Zhang Yan said with a smile. After hanging up, he focused on driving. Driving without a phone. Talking on the phone without driving. Traffic safety is of utmost importance. Now it is the rush hour after work. The traffic is too large. The elevated are blocked into a dog. Fortunately, he drove a sports car. Other people are presumably afraid that the insurance is not enough to pay. Actually not a car plug his team. After traveling slowly for nearly an hour, Zhang Yan's patience was worn out and he finally arrived at his destination. Banlun is very big and has its own parking lot. In fact, not only can you eat, there is also KTV, spa, etc. As for whether there is any irregular service, then Zhang Yan does not know. After all, he has not been here. After he first asked and found out which box he would be eating in today, he gave the security guard $500 and told him to come to the box when he got the message. and so on and so forth.
The guard collected the money and patted his chest.
Brother, don't worry. Zhang Yan nodded and took a black plastic bag into Banlun. What's inside the bag?
The house book and the contract for the purchase of the car. Wait, there must be question. The house and car is not rented. People, such as Jia Lily, this woman how will not believe that he has money. Naturally is guessing that these are rented, is used to serve as a facade. Hey, how am I supposed to put you guys at ease? A full set of punches in the face. Of course, Zhang Yan came to the box, but it was still early and only one person had arrived.
Ming Cheng, Zhang Yan, coming.
Zhong Ming said to Zhang Yan with a leathery smile, his face full of mockery.
In school,
he had been suppressed by Zhang Yan for 4 whole years,
but after going out into society, Zhang Yan can't even compare with him. He is a standard rich second generation, although the family does not have a mine,
but tens of millions of assets can let him live a very moist girlfriend, not to say every day to change,
month to month, but half a year to change once absolutely no problem,
and are white and beautiful long legs.
In comparison, Jalali doesn't really stand out at all, but it's what you can't get that will always be on your mind,
and he's just not convinced.
On the basis of what? Knowing that Jia Lily went to the hotel with someone, he was of course overjoyed.
This was a great opportunity to strike Zhang Yan.
Otherwise, why would he have facilitated this reunion?
So of course he had to properly and ruthlessly humiliate Zhang Yan today, to wash away the shame of 4 years of college.
Coming, Zhang Yan nodded and took a seat on the side. He didn't even bother to bull asterisk.
Zhong Ming saw that Zhang Yan was also carrying a plastic bag in his hand, which looked just like a garbage bag, and he despised it even more in his heart. His girlfriend's cheating on Zhang Yan hit him so hard, this guy wouldn't be reduced to picking up garbage.
Would he? That's even better. After humiliating Zhang Yan today,
his depression that had been pent up for several years was gone,
and from then on, his thoughts were clear, and in the future,
even if Zhang Yan sent his face in front of him for him to smoke, he would not bother to take care of it.
Not worthy. He didn't want to talk to Zhang Yan either, so both of them sat quietly. Luckily there was a cell phone to swipe and pass the time, otherwise it would really be awkward. It wasn't long before someone else finally arrived. Meng Yang. Zhong Ming greeted. Brother Zhong, long time no see.
The person who came was a male and immediately greeted Zhong Ming as well,
obviously with a pleasing color. While in the ivory tower, most people are still naive,
but not when they go out into society and immediately realize what people to approach,
what people to please, and what people to keep at a distance.
The two of them immediately talked and laughed.
As for Zhang Yan, they were ignored. In a little while more, came a fourth man, or a man, Ma Fei.
Zhong Ming greeted him warmly,
his face all smiles, completely different from the arrogant attitude he had treated Meng Yang with before. For his part, Ma Fei smiled haughtily. Zhong Ming, however, does not care, because not only did Ma Fei get into the civil service,
but he is also in love with the daughter of a leader and may get married this year. Although Zhong Ming has met this leader's daughter, who is more than 150 tall, she also weighs more than 150, and if his old man lets him drive this meat-loaded tank, then he would rather cut ties with his family. But Ma Fei was able to get down to it, which made him admire it, but he also had to balk at it. After all, the leader was inside the city council and quite powerful.
The Zhong family is a businessman, of course, needs official connections,
so Zhong Ming has to flatter this rural classmate he always looked down on in college. Ma Fei obviously also knew that nowadays his status was the noblest,
and put up a full frame, but this was only for Zhang Yan and Luo Yang, and it was much better for Zhong Ming. After all, his family had money. Power and money are certainly standard these days.
It became a situation where Ma Fei and Zhong Ming were talking to each other, while Meng Yang was on the side like a waiter,
constantly refilling their cups with water.
As Zhang Yan watched this, he suddenly had the feeling that he wanted to laugh.
There were only 8 people at today's reunion, exactly 4 men and 4 women, and the appointment was at 7 o'clock, but it wasn't until 7:30 that the 4 girls arrived late together. Why are you so late? Zhong Ming couldn't help but complain. Even his girlfriend only waited for him.
There was no reason for him to wait.
So Mr. Zhong was very dissatisfied.
A girl said, "The 4 of us haven't seen each other for a long time, so we went out for a little shopping ahead of time.
And in addition, hey, we also learned that a certain scummy guy wasn't nice to our Lily.
Her name was Zhang Shulei, while the other 3 girls were Jiao Lily,
Hua Yalan, and me Ruo Xue, saying that it was some scummy guy." Zhang Shulei's gaze was aimed at Zhang Yan. Me?
Zhang Yan could not help but smile.
Obviously.
Jiao Lily made the first move and said many bad things about him to the 3 Zhang Shulei, not knowing what kind of scandalous things she had packaged about her cheating.
No wonder these 4 women would come over together. It must be Jiao Lily who asked them out. Borrowing shopping is a reason to be evil.
He wanted to see how far Jalali could be shameless. The point was,
the more she threw dirt on Zhang Yan now.
When Zhang Yan took out the housebook, the car purchase contract,
and even the current market value of the stocks in his cell phone,
the more this woman would regret and freak out.
It's so much fun. Chapter 38, Who's pretending? 3 women are a crowd, let alone 4.
Luo Fang and the 3 girls were all looking at Zhang Yan with disgusted gazes, while Jia Lily had her hands clasped on her chest with a very smug look. It's natural to make black sound white by making the first move. The point was that Zhang Yan still had bitterness to speak of.
You say I cheated. Have proof? Zhang Yan was very bland. Firstly, Jia Lily and I have broken up. Secondly, how am I a scum? Broke up?
Both Ma Fei and Meng Yang revealed shocked expressions,
a bit in disbelief. In school,
Zhang Yan and Jia Lily are recognized as a pair of geniuses.
Very good match. How to graduate only less than a year. The 2 broke up? Zhang Ming, on the other hand, was unsurprised, and he certainly knew the reason for it already. That was the main reason why he had organized this party today. Hurry up and start punching people in the face. He was very much looking forward to it. Luo Fang snorted. Lily but went to a hotel with a client to have a meal. This is normal socializing. You actually said that Lily cheated on her and insisted on breaking up with her. Zhang Yan, what else do you have besides being good looking? How much courage did it take when Lily was with you against all odds? As it turns out, you're so careful to such an extent. Real downer. Hua Yalan and Mi Ruoxue also nodded their heads, not hiding their contempt. Zhang Yan was a veritable school grass when he was in school. Even girls from other departments wrote love letters to him. Luo Fang and the girls were naturally no exception. Only Zhang Yan soon came together with Jia Lily and rejected their confessions. Can they not hate it? Therefore, after listening to Jia Lily accusing Zhang Yan's behavior, their first reaction was actually one of celebration. Look at that. Look at that. I'm glad I wasn't with him in the first place. Zhang Yan also slightly, the corner of his mouth hooked into a mocking sneer. So that's what Jalali said. People are invincible when they're cheap. He didn't even try to argue. Self-incrimination is the dumbest thing you can do. This has fallen in the ditch. In fact, you only need to be powerful, and naturally someone will speak for you. This is called having my own great scholar to argue for me. He sipped his drink and smiled without saying a word. This reaction was not expected by the crowd, and also made a few women feel like they had obviously swung a punch, but it hit the air, and not only did it not hurt the enemy, but instead made it a little difficult for them. Jia Lily didn't even expect Zhang Yan to react like this, because the person who wronged you knows more than you do that you were wronged. So the girlfriend cheated on his girlfriend, and he himself was in turn regarded as a careful underhanded man, a negative person. Zhang Yan actually did not have much of a reaction, and in turn, swallowed the breath? Hard to understand. Could it be that this guy still wants to make up with himself, and that's why he's giving himself a hard time? Very likely. But she would never say yes, although she already knew about the Yu family. Even if Yu Shanghui came out, it was impossible for her to be with the other party, and she could only consider it as being dogged. But her eyes had been opened, so how could she still live a hard life with Zhang Yan? The photo of the big house that Zhang Yan posted earlier? False. Yes, it must have been rented by this guy with what was left of his savings, with the intention of redeeming himself, of course. Bah! And pretending to be secretive and pulling the plug. Aren't you just afraid of being exposed? Jia Lily consciously figured everything out and felt more and more that Zhang Yan had a repulsive face. For this man, she had actually delayed her youth for several years. You know, it would have been easier to hook up with rich guys if she was still a school student. Many rich people just love the student status. She must make Zhang Yan completely die today and sever all ties with him. Jia Lily came to Luo Fang's ear of them and muttered in a low voice, I'm telling you, that Zhang Yan guy is still full of lies. Renting a big set of house. Actually saying that he bought it. Stinking in front of me. What? There really is such a man? It's abominable, isn't it? Yo! Luo Fang's 3 daughters were all contemptuous, while Hua Yalan belonged to the more badass ones, and even said to Zhang Yan with a smile on her face, Zhang Yan, Lily said that you bought a big house. When will you take us to visit it? Zhang Yan just gave her a bashful glance. It's a house purchase. A visit is not necessary. A high-flying model. But Jia Lily and the girls thought that Zhang Yan was pretending on purpose, and it was not obvious that he didn't want them to go to see the house, because once they did, wouldn't they wear ties? I'm afraid this house isn't rented, right? Hua Yalan continued. Zhong Ming's eyes lit up. Just now Zhang Yan did not refute. Of course he cannot jump out to prove that Jia Lily indeed cheated. So if so, Jia Lily is bound to harbor hatred for him. How can he still sleep to this woman? Pay off the long-cherished wish? There was nothing to do but miss an opportunity to strike Zhang Yan. What I didn't realize was that there was such a thing as a house? Hey! Of course he couldn't let Zhang Yan fool him anymore. Ha! Zhang Yan bought a house? He laughed. That's awesome. It's only been less than a year since you graduated and you have the money to buy a house. Ma Fei also interjected. Nowadays, housing prices are getting higher and higher, even if you can take out a loan. It's awesome that you can come up with a down payment in less than a year. Zhang Yan finally opened his mouth and laughed. It's not a loan. I bought it with full payment. For a moment, all seven were silent. Nice guy. You're a real blowhard. Zhongming did not even think that Zhang Yan's cheek is so thick. The loan to buy a house is already powerful enough. You damn or full payment. Buying a cemetery, I guess. He pretended to be curious. Where did you buy it? And how many square feet? Ha, just waiting for you to ask. Linglong Bay, production license 300 square feet. Zhang Yan said indifferently. There was another silence. Hush, you've got some nerve to blow it. Zhong Ming all laughed and said. The houses in Linglong Bay are not cheap. Now it has to be more than 30,000 a square meter, or 300 square feet of large type. Zhang Yan, you got rich all of a sudden can actually shell out 10 million. Pust. Jalalai and the others burst out laughing. Zhong Ming's words appeared to be a compliment, but they were actually a mockery. People aren't stupid. How can you make $10 million when you also graduated less than a year ago? That's a lot of bragging rights. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, continued to play it cool and laughed. Yeah, just $10 million. Where else would you need a loan? Hold the grass. All seven of them rolled their eyes before bursting into laughter. Zhang Yan, I didn't expect you to be really good at joking. Meng Yang patted Zhang Yan's shoulder and laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe. He received Zhong Ming's eye gesture, while pretending to be unintentional as if he had just seen the plastic bag that Zhang Yan had placed at his feet, and laughed. You're so rich. Why are you still holding a plastic bag? What's inside? It can't be the rags you just picked, right? Zhang Yan casually said. Just got the housebook. Damn you. Everyone knows you're bluffing, and you're going to keep playing the clown? Take it out and take a look. Meng Yang knew that Zhong Ming intended to let Zhang Yan make a fool of himself, and he, for the sake of Zhong Ming's ass, naturally want to be the vanguard of this. Not even waiting for Zhang Yan to agree, a hand will pick up the plastic bag, to be open to see. Chapter 39, Do you need a girlfriend? Will Zhang Yan stop it? He purposely brought his house book and car purchase contract with him. Isn't it just to pretend to hit the face? No, it's still your own fight. Meng Yang's hand is very fast, has opened the plastic bag, which contains the house book and the contract to purchase a car, very light, and Meng Yang to the inside, naturally the first to touch the house book, big, and hard, and too easy to touch. Ha! Meng Yang couldn't help but get a kick out of the fact that it couldn't really be a house book, could it? That's a very ID-like touch. Meng Yang, don't just stand there. Hurry up and take out the house book and take a look. Zhong Ming urged from the side. He was impatient to make Zhang Yan lose face now. The others were the same. They were too eager to see Zhang Yan's incredibly embarrassed appearance after revealing the truth. Meng Yang hard across. Perhaps Zhang Yan deliberately is to let him think so. In fact, just put a sheet and documents similar to the material? He took his hand out. Big red. Gripes. What a house book. The box was silent. What's going on? Zhong Ming still had a trace of his last hope and forced to smile. Open it up and take a look. Perhaps. It's not Lingering Bay at all, but some nook or cranny of the property? Then, Zhang Yan can totally make a down payment and slowly pay off the loan. Yeah, open it up, the others said. So, Meng Yang opened the housebook. The crowd put their heads together. Hiss. Address, Linglong Bay, area, 300, 2 SQ. Foot. Owner, Zhang Yan. Shake the grass. Grip the grass. Grip the grass. How is that possible? According to Zhong Ming's statement, the unit price of Linglong Bay is over 30,000 now. So a 300 square foot house must be at least 9 million? Even if Zhang Yan had bragged that he had actually taken out a loan, the down payment would have to be around $3 million. $3 million? You made $3 million in less than a year after graduation. You're not digging for gold, are you? At this instant, the gazes of the three Huayalan women lit up at the same time, while Zhao Lily had a blank look on her face, a look of how she couldn't figure it out. What's going on? Did Zhang Yan really have to buy a house? And it's a 300 square foot mansion that has to total around $10 million? What had she done to miss out on such a rich man? No, there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Wow. Zhang Yan, you're too good. You really need to buy a house. Mi Ruoxue looked at Zhang Yan with a face of adoration. Her eyes were a bit drawn, as if she was not even among those who despised Zhang Yan with the other three girls just now. It's indeed awesome. Hua Yalan also instantly turned into a little fangirl, looking at Zhang Yan with the same look of admiration. Luo Fang was going to be a bit more reserved, but there was no longer any contempt in her gaze towards Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan had to lament that it was damn good to be rich. You see, he didn't even have to argue anything.
The hearts were already turning toward him. Before he was going to say that Jalali cheated on him, I guess all these women were going to spray him to death.
But what if he said it again now? You'll see if they go on a collective crusade against Jalali. People in society are so realistic. The one who had the hardest time, besides Jia Lily, was Zhong Ming. I'm paying for a treat, and you're the one who's pretending? What a day. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. Then a security guard walked in and asked, "Excuse me, whose car is the license plate SUI 9426XX? Mine," Zhang Yin said. He had just sent a message to the security guard. The security guard then said, "Sir, the car you parked is taking up 2 spaces. We are currently tight on parking spaces, so please move your car and park right." Zhang Yan took out the car key and threw it over, saying, "Help me go park it." Okay. The guard took the car keys. The eyes of the crowd are naturally placed on top of the car keys. Some people do not know the goods, but some people know the goods such as Zhong Ming, cannot help but draw a breath of cold air, but did not say anything. He didn't want to be struck by Zhang Yan anymore. In no time, the security guard returned with the car keys and respectfully returned them to Zhang Yan. "Sir, your keys, please keep them." Zhang Yan took the car keys and also took out a $100 bill and handed it over. "Hard work fee. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The security guard was busy. Hua Yalan couldn't help herself and came up and said, "You also bought a car? What brand?" "Gee," someone finally asked. Zhang Yan then took out the car purchase contract from the plastic bag again and handed it over towards Hua Yalan. "Falila, just picked it up today. Holy, a Ferrari." Hua Yalan took the car purchase contract, while Luo Fang and Mi Ruoxue immediately came over. And even Ma Fei and Meng Yang couldn't help but look at it. Sure enough, Ferrari SF90. The whole 5 million. Geez, Jalali peeked in as well, and when she saw the purchase price, she nearly fainted. In fact, Zhang Yan bought $10 million worth of caravans. She was shocked, but still within the range of acceptance. After all, the house is the preservation of the value or even appreciation of goods. Even if the whole family invested in it is okay. In other words, Zhang Yan bought a $10 million property, so maybe he is worth $10 million. But the car is a different story, especially the luxury cars. To be able to afford a $5 million limousine, that worth is not $50 million. Don't even think about it. Zhang Yan has 50 million. At this moment Jailalai was so incredibly regretful that she was even going crazy. The rich, golden man she'd been looking for was actually right there with her, and she'd even gotten it a long time ago. But what did she do? Cheating with someone, but also let Zhang Yan caught on the spot adultery, took the initiative to break up. It's so stupid. How could I be so stupid? Zhang Yan, how could you possibly have so much money? Hua Yalan's eyes had completely changed as she looked at Zhang Yan. At this moment, even if Zhang Yan offered to sleep with her, she would definitely not refuse, but would gladly agree. Zhang Yan smiled, speculating on stocks. With that, he also took out his cell phone and opened the stock software to show his assets. The crowd couldn't help but come up to look. 100-289-4211. Over $10 million? Bah! Can you count? It's over 100 million. And how many digits are you looking at again? 2, 1, 2, 3, 10, 10 digits. Zhong Ming and the others were stunned. It wasn't 10 million or 100 million. It was a billion out. Zhang Yan are a little surprised. Only a few days, from less than 900 million to 1 billion points? But think about it is normal. Now is a big bull market. Just stepped on a few 4%, 5% up. Floating 10 points is normal. Zhang Yan put away his cell phone and didn't let them see that he actually had $800 million of debt. However, even if they were to see it, even $200 million would be enough to scare the hell out of them. Zhong Ming's family had worked hard for more than 20 years, and now they had only earned tens of millions of dollars. Zhang Yan, do you lack a girlfriend? Hua Yalan suddenly said, her eyes shining and glittering. Chapter 40, My girlfriend is here. Zhang Yan, consider me. Mi Ruoxue also hurriedly said, it was stolen by Hannah Aaron. But she mustn't be allowed to lead the way. So what if I mocked Zhang Yan just now? For $1 billion, she could even cut ties with her family. Brother Zhang Yan, actually I've liked you for a long time. Luo Fang also said with a red face. This wind is becoming. Sheesh. Meng Yang and Ma Fei didn't show any contempt. On the contrary, in their opinion, it was only reasonable for Hua Yalan and the others to do so. Unfortunately, they're not women and there's no way to stick it to them. However, if you can't be Zhang Yan's woman, you can be good buddies with him. Ma Fei also did not pose as the son-in-law of the leader at all, smiling cordially at Zhang Yan, even in turn with a hint of flattery. You know, power and money have always accomplished each other. Little power goes with little money. Big power goes with big money. For example, if you are a businessman who invests in a place, if you invest only $1 million, you may be received by a junior section officer. Whereas if you invest $10 million, you will be received by a section chief. And what about $100 million? Maybe it's prefect or district governor level. $1 billion? The mayor is going to be alarmed. I think, with Zhang Yan's current wealth, not to mention him, even his future father-in-law was not qualified to receive Zhang Yan. After all, his old man was only working in the municipal party committee and was not a hall-level cadre. Seeing Zhang Yan as if he was being starstruck naturally made it incomparably difficult for the two men. Jialalai and Zhongming chant. Zhang Miang is jealous. This was clearly supposed to be something he had made to slap Zhang Yan in the face. So how had it become Zhang Yan's large-scale pretending meeting? Jealous? He was also incredibly regretful. What's he doing with this? However, when he thought of Zhang Yan's horrifying wealth, his jealousy disappeared cleanly, and he no longer had a single thought of competing with Zhang Yan. It's as if no one would be jealous of Ma Fu Hao because he has so much wealth that it's unimaginable and one would only be envious. Jialalai's thoughts, on the other hand, were much more complicated. Regret, anger, fear. Finally, she let out a scream and turned toward the three Huayalan women. You few get aside. Zhang Yan is my boyfriend. Seducing him in front of me. Do you want to be shameless? At this, the three Huayalan girls all scoffed. When you were shopping before, you didn't know how badly you described Zhang Yan. But now you're saying that Zhang Yan is your boyfriend and you want to declare your sovereignty? Ridiculous beyond belief. Moreover, Zhang Yan was obviously a rich second generation who had hidden his birth, and his family should have tens of billions or even tens of billions. Otherwise how could they give him $1 billion of pocket money? Who's to blame for you missing out? The three women are all eyes shine. How to go out and compete to be the wife of this mansion? Jialalai, you said yourself that you broke up with Zhang Yan. Yeah, what's done is done. And a good horse doesn't eat its own grass. Yo, Lily-san is so fierce. Unlike me, who only cares for my brother. Jia Lily was furious. How could she not see that these three women were so vain? Zhang Yan only has $1 billion in assets. Why have you all turned into licking dogs? I told you, Zhang Yan is my boyfriend. Don't be so shameless. She hissed, her face distorted by it. Somewhat frightening. Zhang Yan pressed his hand. Medicine can be taken carelessly, but words cannot be spoken carelessly. We broke up a long time ago, and I have a new girlfriend now. If you make my girlfriend misunderstand, I will sue you for slander. What? Got a girlfriend? The four women froze at the same time. It's only been a few days since Zhang Yan and Jia Lily broke up, and this is a new girlfriend? Sure is a scumbag. But although they thought so in their hearts, none of them dared to say it. Do rich people who engage in seamlessness call it scum? Of course not. They're called good. And they always have girls jumping on them. Just then, Zhang Yan's cell phone rang. He's connected. Oh, you're here, come to Colorful Cloud 3. Zhang Yan hung up the phone after saying that, while saying to the crowd, my girlfriend is here. It's a class reunion. Why did you bring your girlfriend here? But Zhang Yan had already used $1 billion to make them only look up, and no one had bothered to question that. Oh, rich people do everything right. After a while, the door of the box was pushed open and in walked a tall and incomparably hot beauty. The point being what? She was still wearing her police uniform, giving her an extra touch of valor. It's just that this police uniform isn't one size too small, and the buttons on the chest are going to fly off. Introduce everyone. Zhang Yan walked over and stood side by side with Gu Yusin. My girlfriend, Gu Yusin, the captain of the city's criminal police force. The crowd was still in awe. Such a beautiful to the extreme, hot to the point of being mouth-watering figure of a yokai was actually a vigilante. Such a shock hadn't let them digest it, and as a result, she was actually the head of the criminal police? It's totally a combination of beauty and intelligence. Never a vase. My girlfriend came to pick me up. Old classmates. Let's get together next time. Zhang Yan smiled, pulled Gu Yusin's hand and left. Gu Yusin's petite body obviously stiffened for a moment, and Zhang Yan felt that she was almost about to greet her with a punch. This is the instinctive reaction of a criminal police officer. However, Gu Yusin still remembered her current status and cooperated by holding hands with Zhang Yan, and even nodded with the crowd before leaving with Zhang Yan. Jia Lily watched Zhang Yan and his duo leave, and thinking of Gu Yusin's almost impeccable pretty face and that perfect body, she couldn't help but fall into despair. Will Zhang Yan come back to her? How is that possible? What could she compare to Gu Yusin? Oh, she howled loudly, like a madman. Zhongming originally wanted to sleep with this woman and fulfill his long-cherished wish, but looking at Jia Lily's wretched appearance, his lust immediately subsided. Can't really get interested. For this kind of stuff, $1,500 holds out. Forget it. Even if she has already broken up with Zhang Yan, she still should not get involved. In case Zhang Yan is petty and takes revenge on herself because of this? Other than that, all he had to do was get the girlfriend of the police chief to help out by checking on fire protection, etc. from his home business every now and then, and he could have put a huge dent in their business and eventually had to close it down. Well, in a couple of days, I'll visit Zhang Yan with a gift and sincerely apologize to someone whose level was above his own. There was simply no other way for him to go but to honestly apologize and admit his mistake. All the way out of the hotel, Zhang Yan only felt refreshed. It feels good to pretend. You can load more in the future. Can you let go now? Gu Yusen asked with a smirk. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, laughed. I held it by my ability. Why should I let go? This criminal police chief is simply an iron stone. Want to rely on hard pursuit to impress each other is simply impossible. You must saber rattling. Gu Yusen was shocked. You are too thick-skinned. She lashed out, about to clasp Zhang Yan's hand back onto her back. As the head of the criminal police and the first person to fight in the police academy, she had enough confidence in her own hands. Mainly, Zhang Yan was simply defenseless now, which was a good opportunity for a sneak attack. However, even though she had exploded her full strength, Zhang Yan's hand did not move a bit. Chapter 41 Accidents. Zhang Yan smiled. Looking at this gorgeous Yukai, Gu Yusen became unconvinced. I'm the head of the criminal police. You're still in control? So she got on her hands and knees, intending to do a chokehold naked choke. However, her entire body was hanging on Zhang Yan, but Zhang Yan seemed like a giant pillar in the sky, and his body did not even skew for a single point. Like me so much that you can't help but throw yourself at me already? Zhang Yan joked. Gu Yusen was still unconvinced, and again exerted her strength in succession, but she still could not help Zhang Yan in the slightest. Is your body made of iron? She said incredulously, because she was unconvinced. She even secretly used a few very powerful striking techniques, but her fists and elbows hit Zhang Yan's body but recoiled and bared her teeth. Be my girlfriend. Zhang Yan looked at her with a burning gaze. The chief of the criminal police who would only go forward in the face of any vicious person, even death. But he wimped out and actually didn't dare to face Zhang Yan's gaze. Instead, he looked around and said something else. I still can't figure out why he Yuan and Bai Wenhao would go and turn themselves in. Why do criminals turn themselves in? It's for a reduced sentence. But these two men are so guilty that one will spend the rest of his life in jail, and the other is definitely on death row. So, surrender becomes incomprehensible. Still holding Gu Yusen's hand, Zhang Yan smiled. Be my girlfriend and I'll tell you. Of course, even if Gu Yusen really did agree, Zhang Yan would not be able to spit out the secret of the system. It's a secret he'll take to his grave. Gu Yusen clearly wanted to know, but the price was too great. Most of all, she didn't want to be tied down by marriage or even love in a way that would affect her career. Not to move up the ladder, of course, but to punish criminals. To tell you the truth, I won't get married. She decided to confide some thoughts to Zhang Yan so as not to hold people back. Indeed, in a previous life she had never married. Zhang Yan secretly nodded his head. Sure enough, it was either the reason for the broken face or she didn't want to get married. It's okay, I can be your underground lover for the rest of my life. He said it as if he was giving up his life. This is good. He also did not plan to marry anyone as a wife. Even if it was an extremely good girl, that all were his girlfriends. A bowl of water to end evenly. Gu Yusen then frowned. Why do you have to do this? She thought Zhang Yan was infatuated. If she knew what Zhang Yan was really thinking, she would probably have to pull out her fists. Oh, if her fists couldn't hurt this guy, then she could only pull out her gun. Zhang Yan looked deeply in love. I'm willing. Gu Yusen was a little touched. After all, knowing that there is no result, but still willing to dive in head first. Stone people have to be touched a little bit, right? Forget it. She didn't know what to advise, so she had to listen. I believe that Zhang Yan will turn back after more encounters with the wall. Zhang Yan pulled her to the side of the sports car and shoved her into the passenger seat. Don't forget, you are my girlfriend today. Zhang Yan laughed, stopping her from coming out. Gu Yusen was an extremely commitment-oriented person, and sure enough, she sat down at ease when she heard this. Where to? Eat? Zhang Yan said. Just now. I was so focused on pretending. I didn't even take a few bites. I'm starving. Gu Yusen then couldn't help but laugh. The chest was a ripple. Zhang Yan couldn't help but just stare. Gu Yusen noticed and hastily blocked it with her hand. Are you looking so polite? Zhang Yan was unimpressed. I may not be a good person, but I am absolutely honest and true to my heart. If I like you, I'll pursue you. And if I like to look, I'll look openly and honestly. Gu Yusen was speechless. The man's skin is really thick when he puts the color fascination in such a justified way.
She did not have a bad impression of Zhang Yan.
On the contrary, Zhang Yan was tragically cheated on by his girlfriend,
which made her feel sympathetic, while sending He Yuan and Bai Wenha to prison was what gave her a sense of like-mindedness.
In addition, he had easily subdued the rainy night butcher, displaying great strength. Therefore, Gu Yusen really couldn't be disgusted with him. Even a thought crossed her mind. Even if you don't get married, but isn't it possible to enjoy a little love? Anyway, if Zhang Yan found someone she liked, she could totally let go. Wouldn't it be perfect? The thought crossed her mind, and she hastened to secretly call herself ridiculous for thinking such an outrageous thought. It's a pity that Zhang Yan didn't know. Otherwise he would have been overjoyed and hit the iron while it was hot to stick it on. Zhang Yan drove to a downtown area and after parking his car, he found a roadside stall and ate with Gu Yusen. Don't say, Gu Yusen is really not at all spoiled, and she eats roadside stalls with gusto. She is beautiful. Hot body. According to reason should be very attractive butterflies. But, a police uniform under the auspices. Froze, no one over to accost.
Zhang Yan guessed that she should have done it on purpose.
A lot of hassle can be avoided. The two of them were talking and laughing as they ate. Suddenly, a rumbling roar came, causing everyone to turn their heads and look.
And then they were all startled. A red sports car was driving by at an astonishingly high speed, without a single sign of slowing down.
This scared the hell out of the crowd. Not good. But before anyone could react,
the sports car had already driven onto the curb and crashed into the crowd.
At once, people scattered in all directions, but the speed of people which is as fast as the sports car. Bang bang bang.
Immediately there are a few people were knocked off,
and the driver does not know what happened.
Completely did not step on the brakes of the intention, but also continue to crash forward. Zhang Yan's pupils contracted violently for a moment as the car was about to hit him and Gu Yusen. From the time they realized that this sports car was going to crash over to now, less than 1 second had in fact passed, and although Gu Yusen's reaction was fast enough as the head of the criminal police, it was still far from enough for her to make an evasive maneuver. Is she actually going to die here? Zhang Yan did not have time to think more about whether this was a murder targeting him or Gu Yusen,
or if it was just an accident. As he violently lunged towards Gu Yusen, the speed he exploded in this instant was even faster than a sports car, and Gu Yusen was caught in his arms without any reaction at all, and then flung out to the side together. The two men brushed against the sports car between them. Zhang Yan hugged Gu Yusen and hit the ground together, then rolled several times in a row to dissipate the impact before he stood up with Gu Yusen in his arms and assumed a defensive position. If this was a killing spree against him, it would surely be followed up. However, it's more likely that the driver had a DUI or D-driving. Boo! The sports car crashed into the wall and finally came to a stop. The hood badly warped with white gas coming out continuously. It was then that the crowd became a little more alarmed. Looking around again, there was a mess. While at least 7 people had been injured in the accident, some probably dead, lying motionless and bleeding on the ground, the door of the sports car opened, and from the driver's seat came down a yellow-haired man, whose clothes and hair were very disheveled by the ejected airbag, but could still be seen to be covered in designer labels. Obviously, he had just experienced a very serious traffic accident, but he couldn't see any nervousness or fear on his face. On the contrary, he had an indescribable exuberance. The probability was that he was high on drugs. At that moment, the passenger door also opened and down came a woman, very young and quite pretty, just too much heavy makeup. The crowd took a look and were enraged. Chapter 42, Huge background. The scene was a riot. Some had already called the police and an ambulance. Some were tending to their loved ones and friends as they had been knocked down, while others were indescribably angry at having almost been hit and instantly surrounded the sports car. How do you drive? Run over someone, you know? So many people have roared. Unexpectedly, surrounded by so many people, the driver was not afraid at all, but instead glared at the crowd and cursed. So what if you run over someone? I have plenty of money, just pay for it. Hearing this, the crowd wanted to punch this person to death. I'm glad I didn't get knocked over, or else I would have jumped up and smacked this asshole when I died. Listen, is this human language? Get the hell out of the way. I want to go to the hospital. The driver said, if I delay treatment, can you dogs afford to pay for it? What's he hurt? Didn't even scratch the skin a bit. Seeing that he was about to flee, the crowd would not agree, and they blocked the road to prevent him from leaving. I didn't expect this yellow hair to be incomparably arrogant, and actually swung his fist directly, as if he was mad. Gu Yusen immediately pranced over, her face as frosty as ice. Zhang Yan followed suit, a faint smile on his lips. No matter how big this guy's background is, it's ironic that he's finished. Even if this person has all the power and authority and invites some big leader to stop Gu Yusen from arresting people, Zhang Yan does not have to listen to anyone's orders. And in the dark, He will arrest this bastard and send it to the north of Burma GA waste to go. Just kill it? It's too cheap for him. Crouch down and hold your head with both hands, Gu Yusin said in a deep voice. Yellow Hair took a look at her and couldn't help but have his eyes light up. What a pretty girl. Grass. Her breasts are still so big. You're actually a police officer? Hey, quit your job. In the future I'll support you and give you 100,000 a month. Much more promising than being a vigilante. He was so colorful and daring that he actually reached out and grabbed towards Gu Yusin's chest. Let me touch it. It's so big. It's not fake, is it? Gu Yusin sidestepped out of the way and said morosely. One warning, crouch down for me and hold your head with both hands. Had. What about playing lust with me? Yellow Hair was still arrogant, and when one of his grabs fell short, he lunged toward Gu Yusin with a lustful look. Now, Gu Yusin couldn't stand it, but before she could strike, she saw a foot kick out, hitting Yellow Hair squarely in the small of the back. Wow! This time, Yellow Hair suffered, and directly vomited, only to feel that his internal organs seemed to have been kicked to pieces, to come out along with the vomit. Zhang Yan retracted his foot and smiled at Gu Yusin. You're a vigilante, and this guy looks quite background, so it's inevitable that there will be repercussions if you step in. Besides, you're my girlfriend now, and if someone wants to molest my girlfriend, it's only reasonable for me to step in as a boyfriend, isn't it? Gu Yusin glanced at him and slowly nodded, and Zhang Yan pointed to the sports car. That guy's high. He had a look of disgust on his face. Just now he glanced toward the driver's seat and saw a packet of something white and powdery. It's basically safe to conclude that both of these men were high on drugs to be that hyper and were engaging in unspeakable things that caused the vehicle to go out of control, resulting in such a huge amount of injuries and fatalities. But in a previous life, I don't seem to have heard of anyone going in for a major traffic accident. So, this Yellow Hair is presumably from a very big background, and he has hardened his D-drive and changed it to an ordinary traffic accident. Zhang Yin most hate. The most hate is the D-trafficking, D-smoking. He under the minions of a variety of things. Do what the side all have, but only no D-trafficking and addicts, especially the ones who deal in Ds. He beats up everyone he sees, as it was in my previous life, so it is in this one. Hearing Zhang Yan's words, Gu Yusin's face also changed slightly, rushed to the side of the sports car, took a look, and indeed found a packet of white powdery stuff. She immediately took out her cell phone to take pictures and fix the evidence. What if this Yellow Hair really had a great background, and could even influence the sheriff to allow some black sheep to take advantage of the chaos and steal the package? Whether it's a D-driver or not has too much of an impact on sentencing. How dare you hit me? Yellow Hair finally slowed down, one hand covering his stomach while the other was pointing at Zhang Yan, his face hideous. If I don't get you killed, I won't be surnamed Zhao. Zhang Yan ignored him. Addicts, why don't you get high on yourself before you come out and do harm? The heavily made-up woman also came back to her senses from the vertigo of the crash and hurriedly ran to help Yellow Hair, while nervously saying, "Hubby, are you alright? Is it okay? I'm in so much pain that I can't even stand up, and you're asking if it's okay?" Yellow Hair angrily rebuked. He stood up with the woman's shoulder, his hand still pointing at Zhang Yan. Do you hear me? I'm going to kill you. Get you killed. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, looked at Gu Yusin and smiled. Someone threatened to kill me? Can I apply for 24-hour close protection from the police? However, it can only be you. Gu Yusin then gave him a blank stare, not forgetting to take advantage of her even at this time. Seeing that instead of being afraid, Zhang Yan was flirting with that pretty big what's-her-name vigilante, Yellow Hair's face naturally sank, and many vicious thoughts flashed through his mind. For example, toying with Gu Yusin in front of Zhang Yan, or finding someone to gang up on his mother. You guys can be as happy as you want right now, and I've made the call. So when my network of connections kicks in, you'll have no choice but to cry and come begging on your knees. 10 minutes or so later, the ambulance and police car finally arrived. Whether it is the injured or the dead, were immediately sent to the hospital, but the rushed traffic police instead of controlling Yellow Hair, on the contrary, the leader of the one who also shushed Yellow Hair, full of fawning, directly on the ass kissing 3 words written on the face. There was even a punk who had the audacity to walk over to the sports car and put away the bag of white powdery stuff. Now, Gu Yusin couldn't sit still. She was a criminal police officer and should not have intervened in this kind of traffic collision, but the traffic police officer who came over was obviously taking sides, and even let someone take away the evidence of Yellow Hair's D-driving. I'm Gu Yusin from the city's criminal police force. She revealed her identity first. Which precinct are you from? Hearing this, the traffic cop who was leading the group obviously changed his face. He had thought that Gu Yusin was just a small magistrate. After all, too young well. But the city criminal police team and Gu Yusin 3 words but let his heart wildly shocked. I can't believe it's this woman, he hurriedly said,
I'm Dong Yud from the Wuzhong branch.
Team Gu, why are you here? I'm the one involved. This car almost hit me, Gu Yusin said in a deep voice.
Dong Yud couldn't help but cluck his tongue in his heart.
That's a bit of a bad idea. Chapter 43.
Dong Yud forced a smile and said,
so Team Gu is still a party to this Team Gu. This is Zhao Beinian Zhao Xiao,
and his father is Zhao Shangyun, the chairman of the Great Cloud Group.
The Great Cloud Group. This is a big taxpayer in Suzhou,
seizing the opportunity of privatization of state-owned enterprises in the 90s to soar, and now it has become a $10 billion giant. Zhao Shangyun had been recognized as an outstanding entrepreneur in Sioux City for many consecutive years, and he knew many big leaders, and was even a guest of honor.
No wonder Dong Yud licked it like that. Gu Yusin, however, remained grim. So having money allows you to step outside the law? Dong Yud couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Team Gu, you're exaggerating when you say that. This is just a simple traffic accident. Besides, Zhao Xiao was indeed injured and needed to go to the hospital for treatment first. It makes sense, doesn't it? However, Zhao Beinian, who may have always been arrogant and used to it, or a bit stupid, walked over very arrogantly and said to Gu Yusin, yo, can't see that you're still a criminal police officer, and you've even become a captain? Still in front of the old man pretend. You do not accompany people to sleep can be so young to become the chief of criminal police? Name your price. I'm so poor I only have money left. Swish. With a flash of silhouette, he saw this Zhao Xiao being kicked out. Dong Yud was shocked and could not help but look at Zhang Yan with horror. How dare you commit murder in front of a traffic cop? Traffic police are also police. Arrest, he said with a black face. He was all present, but he still let Zhao Beinian get injured, and he will definitely be criticized by the leaders when he goes back. Why are you arresting? Gu Yusin reached out to stop. Dong Yud, you don't arrest those who have broken the law, but you arrest those who haven't. I think you don't want to wear these clothes anymore. Dong Yud just sneered twice. Not to mention the fact that he and Gu Yusin do not have affiliation. Let's say that with Zhao Banyan's identity, as long as Zhao Shangyun made a phone call, I do not know how many leaders up and down the line will plead for him to speak. You, a small criminal police chief, can affect the direction of the matter? This out to do the work. See not how strong your ability, but can well understand. Implement the will of the leadership. But you're so pretty and have such big boobs. Hey, even if you can't be a criminal police officer, you can still be a mistress for someone. If Gu Yusin went to work at the clubhouse, he would have to take care of the business anyways. It's still a real possibility, because she had offended the Zhao family. With the great energy of the Zhao family, it was not simple to make Gu Yusin lose her job. Then again, the woman played disabled. Gu Yusin broken pot into the club as a wind woman is naturally possible. He couldn't help but feel hot in his heart as he fantasized about pinning this criminal police chief down and playing with her wantonly. Okay, go ahead and make as much noise as you can. However, he must first wipe Zhao Banyan's ass clean, so that it becomes Zhang Yan deliberately injuring people, while Gu Yusin harbors the murderer, directly turning black into white, and white into black. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhao Banyan felt salty in his mouth and spat, realizing that there was actually blood. Ever since he was a child, he had never been scolded, not to mention beaten. Now you're actually letting someone bleed from a kick? He really wanted to tear Zhang Yan apart. Dong Yud, someone attacked me in front of you. What the hell are you doing? Why don't you shoot him? Dong Yud, on the other hand, was very speechless. He's a traffic cop, not a vigilante. Where did he get a gun? Besides, even the criminal police only issue guns when there is a major operation. But reasoning with Cho Pak Nin? Isn't it a joke? He rushed to the phone. Gu Yusin intervened and didn't let him handle it further. How can this be? Therefore, he must call for help and ask Gu Yusin's boss to press her and transfer her first. Then he could set up the scene with ease. After the call, he waited with a smile on his face. Next he waited for Gu Yusin to pick up the phone and then left in disgrace. Sure enough, after 5 minutes tops, Gu Yusin's cell phone rang. Hello, this is Gu Yusin. She picked up the phone and as she listened, her face sank. Although the phone is not her immediate superior called, but is in charge of the security of this piece of leadership, the wording harshly scolded her a pass. Said she a criminal police officer? Why interfere in traffic accidents? Quickly withdrawn. How could Gu Yusin listen? Disliking. It's true that traffic accidents don't fall under my control, but the person who caused the accident is suspected of being a de-smoker, so I have to investigate clearly. That leader had nothing to say. It is true that traffic accidents are not under the jurisdiction of the CID, but when it comes to not to mention the CID, even the enthusiastic public is qualified to take a look. That leader then hung up the phone directly and turned to Dong Yud. Dong Yud kept nodding his head. After a while, he hung up the phone and said to Gu Yusin, Team Gu, you said that Zhao Xiao was hiding D in the car? That's a very serious accusation. You have to be responsible for what you said. Gu Yusin's gaze was fixed on a punk. Who was the one who approached the sports car just now and took the bag of suspected D-goods from inside? You? Stop. She watched as the man tried to slip away and immediately spoke up to stop him. The punk heard that and instead of stopping, he ran faster. Gu Yusin wanted to chase after him, but was blocked by Dong Yud intentionally or unintentionally. Team Gu, if you have to intervene, let's discuss how to distribute the work. With this blockage, Gu Yusin would not be able to chase after them. Dong Yud revealed a smug look, but he overlooked one person. The punk did disappear into the crowd, but in the blink of an eye, he was seen reappearing, and he was flanked by the man who had kicked Zhao Banian. It's you again. Dong Yud cursed in his heart and was even more shocked. That thing can't be disposed of without a lot of trouble. Driving. That's up to a death sentence. The point is, the accident apparently fell on 3 or 4 people. 2 of them were particularly tragic, and it is estimated that they were broken without being sent to the hospital. So if Zhao Banian is really proven to have driven, then he is absolutely finished. One can only weasel out and say that what was recovered from him was not taken from inside the sports car at all. Yeah, just say it. Gu Yusin certainly wasn't idle. She also made a phone call and called the people from the criminal police team over. How could she trust Dong Yud and his people now? Not long after, the people from the criminal police team arrived. Not only the 3rd team members under Gu Yusin, but also Louis also brought the 2nd team members over to support. Gu Yusin briefly told the story, and when he learned that she and Jian Yan were almost run over, Louis jumped up at once. If not for not having a gun with him, he really might have just shot Zhao Banian. Jian Yan patted the punk's shoulder and laughed. Hand over the stuff. The punk still wanted to deny, but an indescribable fear rose in his heart all of a sudden, and he obediently took out the bag. Gu Yusin let her henchman take the item, and just by opening it and smelling it, the henchman said, "It's a D product. Now, Zhao Banian won't be able to get away with it." Chapter 44, Follow the trail to the end. Dong Yud even winked at Zhao Banian. Zhao Banian was obviously just arrogant, not really stupid, and immediately said, "Nonsense what? Where did I get any D pin in my car, I'm asking you? Where did this come from?" He stared hard at the punk, his gaze fierce. The punk said, Just took it from your car." Of course he was afraid of the Zhao family's power, but it was Zhang Yan that he was most afraid of right now, so how could he dare to lie? Zhao Banian was furious, and hurriedly said, "He's framing me. He had this with him. How can he prove that he got it from my car?" Zhang Yan then laughed and handed his cell phone to Gu Yusin. "Team Gu, I happened to record the entire process. This should be able to be used as evidence, right?" Of course. Gu Yusin took the phone and looked at Zhao Banian with a cold face. "And, just take a blood test to know if you're a D driver. Take it away." She waved her hand. 2 criminal police officers stepped forward, racked Zhao Banian and left. Grass, grass, grass. Zhao Banian cursed. "How dare you arrest me? Good. I'm going to strip all the skin off of you and make you work as dogs for me." Seeing that he was still so arrogant, the 2 criminal police officers were naturally upset, and deliberately kicked him twice while escorting him into the car, causing Zhao Banian to grunt in pain. "Go to the hospital and see how the injured people who were sent there are doing." Gu Yusin gave another order. Yes. So 2 more Interpol officers went to the hospital. Dong Yud was anxious and sweating. The criminal police intervened. There is still evidence that Zhao Banian hides D, and as Gu Yusin said, as long as the blood test can know whether Zhao Banian is stoned or not, then the hospital and then a few more deaths. Then, Zhao Banian is estimated to have to start for 20 years. What to do? The wounded must be kept alive. Even if you are dead, you have to say you are alive, so that you can get a lighter sentence. Then the Zhao family will operate again to operate, so that Zhao Banian keeps reducing his sentence, and he may be able to come out after a year or 2. With that thought, he rushed to the phone again. Make the hospitals prove that the injured sent there are alive. How can he be so powerful? After doing what needed to be done, Gu Yusin then relaxed, but her face was still ugly. Like the rainy night butcher who is just a street rat and only dares to do wrong in the dark. But someone like Zhao Banian, who is supported by a strong background and is not afraid of doing bad things, has his own power behind him to wipe his ass for him. If she and Zhang Yan hadn't been there today, wouldn't this drug-induced vicious traffic collision have become an ordinary traffic accident? Then Zhao Banian just needs to pay some money and be done with it. He can continue to get high on his drugs and continue to run people over. Anyway, the Zhao family has money, so what's a few $1,000,000 each time? But if you want to put an end to the destruction caused by people like Zhao Banian, you have to dismantle their umbrella first, and that can be done easily? Even someone with such a tough character as her was born with a sense of confusion. Can she really take all the criminals to jail? But after a split second, her gaze regained its determination.
If even she gave up, the world would truly be nothing but darkness without light. There are always people who need to carry the weight and burn themselves to shine and illuminate the world.
She let out a long breath, her conviction stronger. Strange, why are the two of you eating roadside stalls here? Louis came back to his senses, his suspicious gaze flicking back and forth between Zhang Yan and Gu Yusen. Zhang Yan laughed and said, "In order to return my favor, Team Gu pretended to be my girlfriend and accompanied me to the reunion today. But I didn't have enough to eat at all, so I came here to fill my stomach." Lu Yi then released, shyly said to Gu Yusen, "Gu team, my family urges the marriage. You also do me a favor. Pretend to be my girlfriend, help me fool my family." Your abacus beads are so loud you can hear them 2 miles away. Gu Yusen glared at him without a good look. "If it's okay, go keep an eye on the injured on the hospital side as well as Zhao Banian. The Zhao family has a lot of power, and I think they might be able to bribe the hospital people to give a fake report." "Yes, understood." Lu Yi saluted Gu Yusen, with the appearance of a subordinate to a superior. "Gee, this guy does have a pretty thick skin. It's a pity. It's a pity. You didn't even get to hold a beautiful woman in your last life, and now that I'm involved in this life, you have even less of a chance." Zhang Yan smiled. His view of Lu Yi was not bad, but since it became a love rival, "Hey, of course I won't back down." Gu Yusen followed her colleagues back to the criminal police brigade, while Zhang Yan drove home. "It's pretty quiet next door tonight. I think Ding Hongxian has already mortgaged the house. The money is also invested." Lin Xiangyan again to no avail. Then why bother to quarrel? But, naturally, this is the calm before the storm. When Ding Hongxian realizes that he has been cheated, a fierce conflict is bound to break out next door by then. Alas, everything has to wait. The stock market had to wait, as did the Golden Eagle pawnshop side, and so did strengthening the body. Suddenly, the phone rang. Zhang Yan looked at it, and the caller ID was an unknown number. He thought about it, but picked up the phone. "Mr. Zhang Yan Zhang?" A man's voice rang out. "I am Zhang Yan." Zhang Yan said, "You are dash. Oh, my name is Gu Tao. I'm a lawyer, to be precise. I'm the lawyer hired by Mr. Zhao Shangyun Zhao." The other party said, "So, Mr. Zhang should have roughly guessed the purpose of my call, right?" Zhang Yan, however, said, "Oh, I really don't know." Gu Tao did not get angry. If a lawyer does not even have the self-control, then it is better to change the profession honestly. "I'd like to meet with Mr. Zhang for a chat," he said with a smile. "Ha, meet? It's nothing more than a bribe or a threat. Well, there's one more, and that's to make him disappear from the face of the earth." That huge power of the Zhao family was already in operation. Zhang Yan didn't have a trace of fear. Manhwa doesn't also hold billions of dollars in business, but he just used the system to manipulate his emotions and made him obediently turn himself in to the sheriff's office. With the odds of ending up eating peanuts, it was true that the Zhao family was going to be more powerful, but how much of a difference could it make? Moreover, he just didn't believe that Zhao Shangyun's history of making a fortune was clean, directly letting Zhao Shangyun turn himself in and letting the Deyun group disintegrate from the top. What does that make Zhao Banian? Just a regular guy who sucks D's. "Okay, address," Zhang Yan said. It wasn't that he was interested in what the Zhao family would offer, but he wanted to collect a wave of desire value. The bad guys provide significantly more desire value. "Golden Palace Entertainment Club," Gu Tao said. "We'll be in touch when we arrive." Zhang Yan then hung up the phone and stood up with a long body. He had also planned to go out for a wave at night to collect a wave of desire value, and now that Gu Tao had invited him, he just happened to be together. As he had more and more enemies, he became more and more hungry for strength. If he can be fearless of hot weapons now, then who would dare say anything if he had directly thrown Zhao Banian into the Taihu Lake before? Chapter 45, The Immortal Jumper? Half an hour later, Zhang Yan appeared at the entrance of the Golden Palace Entertainment Club. He parked his car and had just gotten down when a junior ran over and welcomed him into the clubhouse with unparalleled enthusiasm. "Coming here in a sports car, can the spending power be bad? Must be a big patron. I'm looking for someone." "Gu Tao," Zhang Yan said. "So it's Mr. Gu's friend." The junior brother stood in awe. "I'll take you there." He led Zhang Yan up to the 3rd floor, then knocked on the door of a private room. "Enter." A voice came from inside. Only then did the junior brother push the door open, respectfully inviting Zhang Yan in before closing the door outside. "Mr. Zhang, good evening." At that instant, the 8 well-presented girls in the box bowed and greeted Zhang Yan in unison, while in the sofa was sitting a middle-aged man, who did not stand up when he saw Zhang Yan come in, but said with a lofty stance, "Zhang Yan, right? Sit." A tone of command. Zhang Yan naturally will not spoil him. A kick on the sofa, a huge force so that the sofa with Gu Tao together slid out. Bang! Hit the wall and rebounded back. also let Gu Tao head on the sofa armrests, and then rebounded to the sofa cushion. Fortunately the cushion is soft, otherwise he may even be bumped into the faint. This time, let the 8 girls let out a gasp and scream in unison, but it was Gu Tao who was quite calm, barely stood up, and also pressed his hand at the girls, signaling them to calm down. Mr. Zhang is still really explosive. Gu Tao laughed, only although he was laughing, there was clearly a tremor in his voice. He should not have encountered Zhang Yan who came up and lifted the table like this either. What a mangina. When lawyers are most afraid of meeting this kind of people, the so-called showman meets soldier, cannot be reasoned. Zhang Yan sat down first before he pressed his hand to Gu Tao and said, "Sit down." Gu Tao was then very embarrassed. Just now, he was just sitting on his own without lifting his butt down, letting Zhang Yan sit down, only to have Zhang Yan immediately give it back to him. But does Gu Tao dare to turn the other cheek? Firstly, Zhang Yan had already given him a hard time, and secondly, he had taken the initiative to invite him, and now the meeting was over before things were even talked about? Then he really took the money and didn't do anything, and went back to be scolded to death by Zhao Shanyun. So, he had to sit down and beat his teeth and swallow his blood. What is it that you are looking for me? Zhang Yan put his feet on the bed couple with a hangdog look. Gu Tao cursed rogues and punks in his heart, but he didn't dare show it on his face. If he'd known, he should have brought a few people with him. He fixed his mind before saying, "Second young man almost hit Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhao felt very sorry, so he asked me to specially invite Mr. Zhang over to talk about compensation." "Oh, how do you plan to compensate?" Zhang Yan asked. Gu Tao revealed a smile, finally entering the area he was good at. "The compensation is within 5 million. Mr. Zhang can open it as he pleases." He waved his finger and all 8 sisters immediately ran to Zhang Yan's side. "I'm going to the restroom. It might take me a long time." Mr. Zhang, have fun. When you've had your fun, we'll continue talking about the compensation, Gu Tao said. While he walked out of the box, he sneered in his mind. How fast you're living now. How bad you'll be next. Closing the door and listening to the giggles of the girls inside, his sneer grew even wider. So quick to take the bait, he didn't even need guided persuasion. Color critique. Then you can't blame anyone for planting it. Not long after, Gu Tao made a call out, and in less than 5 minutes, a team of vigilantes appeared in front of him. Gu Tao nodded at the leading vigilante, and the man then smiled and pointed at the door of the box to his men, signaling them to rush in. Boo! The door to the box was immediately kicked in and 4 vigilantes rushed in as well, one with a video camera. Freeze! Then the men were dumbfounded. Where's the promised group snap? The 8 women, despite their revealing clothes, were all neatly dressed, showing nothing at all where they shouldn't, while the only man was sitting on the sofa, enjoying the fruits handed to him by the girl. What are you doing? Zhang Yan deliberately asked in a puzzled tone. What's going on? Catch the John. But what if we don't have Johnny Worms now? The 4 vigilantes looked at me and me at you, all embarrassed. Still, the vigilante leading the group walked in and rounded up the situation. Misunderstanding. We received a report from the public that there were people engaged in illegal activities here, so we came over, not realizing that it was someone fooling around. Zhang Yan smiled. Is the whistleblower's name Gu Tao? The vigilante leading the team's face sank. We are not allowed to reveal the informant's personal information. Otherwise, if the informant is subjected to retaliatory strikes, who will dare to provide us with information in the future? Okay, since no illegal activity is being engaged in here, we're pulling out. Zhang Yan lost his smile and waved his hand. Slow. Gu Tao gave him a fairy jump. This is to catch him as a Johnny bug in. And after entering the detention center, with the great power of the Zhao family, let a group of inmates hands to beat him into serious injury is naturally easy. It's just that. This time you're messing with the wrong people. The leading vigilante looked at Zhang Yan unhappily and said, This comrade, we have indeed caused you a bit of trouble, but please also understand us, cooperate with us, and don't add to the chaos. He started to put a big hat on Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan ignored him and instead said towards the door, Gu Tao, how much longer do you have to stay out there? Only then did Gu Tao walk in and smiled. Mr. Zhang, I also just heard the commotion. What's the situation? Oh, pretending? Zhang Yan walked over and snapped, slapping Gu Tao left and right. Those 5 magistrates all looked dumbfounded. You are also too big. Actually dare to hit people in their faces. Stop, the 5 men shouted at the same time. Zhang Yan would not care. After beating Gu Tao, he walked towards those 5 people, and similarly slapped them. In front of his transcendent power, these few people had no ability to resist at all, and could only obediently take a beating. But in their hearts, of course, they resented it immensely. Okay, you're being mean and cocky now, but then you're going to jail. After Zhang Yan had beaten him enough, he then sat down on the sofa, took out his cell phone, turned on the video recording function, and said, "Who told you to come? One by one, give an account." Chapter 46, Payout $50 million. Gu Tao and the others, of course, would not give in. Are you kidding? Once this framing thing is proven, they will all lose their jobs and may even be sentenced to imprisonment. But can they refuse? Zhang Yan directly pulled and exploded their fear value, and instantly, they knelt to the ground and gave a full account. What surprised Zhang Yan was that Gu Tao was not sent by Zhao Shangyun, but was instructed by his eldest son, Zhao Tsongnan, Zhao Baoyan's older brother, to send Zhang Yan to the detention center, and then let the inmates inside take action against Zhang Yan and cripple him. Tough enough. As for the 5 vigilantes, they were called by Gu Tao using his own connections, naturally giving favors, and the other one was a connection of the Zhao family, especially this vigilante leading the team, who had done a lot of things for the Zhao family. Cho Tsong-nam? Zhang Yan sneered twice, like the forces behind the Golden Eagle pawnshop, because hidden deep enough, he temporarily cannot be resolved, but know that the specific is a certain person is against him, then he will still sit back and watch? Take me to see Zhao Tsongnan, Zhang Yan said to Gu Tao. Gu Tao naturally only had to obey obediently. Yes, the two of them left the clubhouse. Zhang Yan thought about it and asked Gu Tao to drive him there. In a short while, they came to a mansion following them, a detached villa, 3 stories high, with a large garden. From the outside, of course, you couldn't see how the interior was decorated, but just from the materials used for the facade, pillars and so on, it was definitely worth a lot. It's normal. The Zhao family is sitting on tens of billions of dollars of assets. As the eldest son of the Zhao family, what's so strange about Zhao Tsongnan buying such a mansion? By this time, Gu Tao had recovered and was shivering. How did he betray Zhao Tsongnan? The Zhao family possessed such terrifying power. How did he dare? Moreover, he had brought Zhang Yan here. Oh, my God, he's dead. Zhang Yan looked at him with a smiling face and said, "Now you only have one way out, which is to hang out with me. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. If you decide to hang out with me, go knock on the door." That's all he's saying. Trying to put me in jail? Oh, it's better to trouble yourself to go in. Gu Tao was silent, but his eyes were rolling rapidly, obviously in a fierce battle of ideas. Reason told him, how could Zhang Yan possibly fight a $10 billion level behemoth? But, previously, Zhang Yan had also shown amazing means, actually making him unable to control himself and tell all the dirty things he had done. He didn't know why, but a voice inside told him that Zhang Yan was by no means an ordinary person. So, million of piso fighters can be won then? Besides, he had been held by Zhang Yan and had also betrayed Zhao Tsongnan de facto. Was there any turning back for him to go? But what if Shi Yan couldn't defeat the Zhao family? One can only imagine how badly he will end up. Thinking about it, cold sweat rained down on his forehead, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. After 2 minutes, he finally made up his mind. "Young Zhang, I'll be your man from now on." Zhang Yan just smiled faintly. It's hard to paint a tiger's skin and bone, while it's hard to know a person's face and heart. Gu Tao seemed to put on a firm face that he wanted to hang out with him, thinking that he could wrestle Zhang Yan's trust, but he didn't know that Zhang Yan was able to see the 7 emotions and 6 desires of every person. Isn't the human mind made up of these emotions? This Gu Tao, not honest at all. No harm done, and he only said that on purpose. Gu Tao got out of the car and rang the doorbell. Not long after, an underling came over and after saying a few words to Gu Tao walked over and said, "Young Zhang, Zhao Tsongnan happens to be at home." Zhang Yan then got out of the car and walked into the mansion with Gu Tao. There's surveillance everywhere. When the two of them arrived at the living room, Gu Tao greeted Zhang Yan and sat down before saying, "Young Master Zhang, I'll go call Zhao Tsongnan down." Good. Gu Tao went upstairs and it took at least 10 minutes before he was seen walking down with a man in his 30s. Is this Zhao Tsongnan? Unlike Zhao Banian, he was not non-mainstream at all. He did not dye his hair and combed it neatly. He also wore a pair of gold glasses, but with Zhang Yan's eyesight, he could clearly find that the glasses had no prescription. Not nearsighted, but still wearing glasses? Is this a pretense of sophistication? Zhang Yan, you're really bold, actually daring to run to me, Zhao Tsongnan said with a sullen face. Zhang Yan lost his smile. Is your place a dragon's den? Of course not. Zhao Tsongnan shook his head, then coldly said, "It's even more terrifying than a dragon's den." Zhang Yan pressed his hand. "Whatever you say, didn't you send a lawyer to negotiate with me about compensation? I think it's too much trouble to talk to a lawyer, and he'll have to consult you, so why don't we talk directly?" Zhao Tsongnan stared at Zhang Yan while sitting down on the sofa. "Oh, you're not satisfied with the conditions Gu Tao offered before? Originally, $5 million is also sloppy. Zhang Yan laughed. However,
if you guys want to make some small moves and play the fairy jump for me,
that's 2 accounts. Zhao Tsongnan was silent for a moment. How much do you want? Just multiply it by 10. Zhang Yan laughed. 50 million? Not much, right? Not much, you sister. How many lives can I buy with $50 million?
Ha! Why send you $50 million when I can take your life for $1 million?
As a matter of fact,
he didn't want to give Zhang Yan $5 million before, just to lure him to the clubhouse, and then let the security guards sweep the pornography and send the person to the detention center.
Because Gu Yusen stared tightly, Zhao Banian D driving charges should not be washed away. And even if the Zhao family to find someone to operate again, the first trial at least to be sentenced to a 20 years, and then later on, and then constantly reduce the sentence,
may also have to be locked up for about 5 years. This of course made Zhao Tsongnan furious. Not that he and Zhao Banian had a deep brotherly bond, but that someone actually dared to bully the Zhao family.
An example must be made. Therefore,
he would send Zhang Yan in and cripple him first, then let his brother continue to bully in jail to pass the boring jail time.
I didn't realize that something so simple could be botched. Now Zhang Yan actually came to the door. If I don't get killed, I'll take your name. However, the company's security team was still on their way, so for the time being, let this guy be complacent for a while. Chapter 47, Get on your knees. Mr. Zhang, you're fine again now. Don't you think 50 million is too much? Zhao Tsongnan said with a frown. He obviously didn't want to pay, so why did he say so? Isn't this caught on camera? He wants to sit on the charge of extortion by Zhang Yan, or Gu Tao taught him. I have to say, being a lawyer is pretty full of bad blood. Zhang Yan shook his head. I am so golden.
50 million is naturally not expensive at all. Zhao Tsongnan put on a difficult face again.
Mr. Zhang, this is extortion. Come on, take that and incriminate yourself. Zhang Yan laughed loudly. Extortion? Extortion? You? He looked like he'd heard a big joke.
Zhao Tsongnan was so annoyed by his laughter that he couldn't help but drink.
What's so funny? Because you don't deserve it. Zhang Yan shook his head. If I really want to extort money, how can I start with $1 billion? Asking me to put my foot down for $50 million? Zhao Tsongnan, you also think too highly of yourself. You. Zhao Tsongnan almost couldn't hold back from pouncing on Zhang Yan and punching him, but luckily, he saw Gu Tao's constant winks, which meant that just based on what Zhang Yan had just said, he could actually sit on his extortion. Good. That's good. He took a long breath, finally regaining his composure. Zhang Yan, when the security team arrives, I'll beat you to a pulp. Who told you to come to the door and blackmail? I was acting in self-defense. As for the over-defense, Zhao family is what kind of power? Even this can not swing? If it wasn't for you and Gu Yusen, would Zhao Banian be in jail?
You and Gu Yusen have to be punished.
However,
he had also seen Gu Yusen's photos and knew that the female vigilante was exceptionally pretty and had an explosive figure, so it would be a shame to send her to jail. Just be his plaything. Of course, it's impossible to stay in the country, or else he'll lose his head 80% of the time if someone finds out. Send it abroad. It just so happens that he has some connections on the old Burma side, so he puts Gu Yusen there, and when he's in the mood, he goes to have some fun, and when he's tired of it, he gives it to the local warlords. Hey, the women who fall into the hands of those warlords are so desperate for life and so miserable that they can't be described. Brother, being a brother to avenge you like this, you should be satisfied. Fine, I'll give you $50 million. Zhao Tsongnan nodded with a helpless look of compulsion. Zhang Yan urged, then hurry up and transfer the money. I'm not interested in wasting time with a man like you. Is it possible for Zhou Tsongnam to transfer money? He pretended to agree, just to sit on the fact that Zhang Yan extortion. Now the purpose is achieved. Then just wait for the security team to come over to take people. Okay, that's enough surveillance content for now. Cut out all the next ones and give them back to the sheriff. Zhang Yan, you are really crazy. Zhao Tsongnan changed his previous helplessness and revealed a scowl. You caused my brother to spend at least 20 years in jail,
and I'm brain dead and have to pay you back?
Zhang Yan lost his smile.
Your brother going to jail is one thing, but your Zhao family wanting to compensate me is another. So don't mix them up. Daydreaming. Zhao Tsongnan laughed coldly, and at that moment, his cell phone also rang, and he immediately answered it. Youngest, I've brought someone over. Come in immediately. Zhao Tsongnan tossed his cell phone aside, then said to Zhang Yan, kneel down for me, as if to annotate his sentence. Bang! The door pushed open and rushed in a dozen people in uniforms with riot batons in their hands. They're all from the Daeon Group's security team. After these people came in, they bowed in unison to Zhao Tsongnan and shouted, Greetings, young master. It would be awkward. Zhao Tsongnan, however,
did not feel this way at all as he nodded in satisfaction before pointing his finger at Zhang Yan. Kneel down.
Do I need to say it a third time? Young master told you to kneel down. Don't you have any ing ears?
The head of security followed suit and drank in order to kiss Zhao Tsongnan's ass. Zhang Yan spread a smile and his figure suddenly moved.
Boom, 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 boom.
With Zhang Yan's current terrifying combat power,
a dozen people could pose a threat to him? Multiply that by 10 and that's still a sweep. Zhao Tsongnan and Gu Tao were both dumbstruck. Before, Gu Tao did see Zhang Yan as combat power, so he also purposely let Zhao from Nando call a few people over. And the result is that even a dozen people are not Zhang Yan's opponent at all.
Zhang Yan resumed his seat and smiled at Zhao Tsongnan.
What did you just say? Nothing, nothing. Zhao Tsongnan shook his head like a rattle. Big brother, I'll transfer the money to you right now. He was panicking more than anything else. Zhang Yan's fighting strength reminded him of his father's bodyguard, Chang Chang. This man alone possessed unimaginable combat power, and the entire security team together was completely no match for him. However, Cheng Qing was also only willing to protect his father and never agreed to do anything else, because Cheng Qing was not hired at the Zhao family's expense, but rather he was saved by Zhao Xiangyun when he was seriously injured. In order to repay Zhao Xiangyun, Cheng Qing agreed to be Zhao Xiangyun's bodyguard for 10 years, and this year is already the 8th year. In addition, Cheng Qing had also helped train the security team, and although he hadn't taught him that kind of horrifying kung fu, the overall strength of the security team had risen by a large margin. But even so, more than a dozen well-trained security guards were still Zhang Yan seconds. This person should be a real practitioner like Cheng Qing. Never go head-to-head. Otherwise, such an expert will come quietly in the middle of the night and take your life as if it were a game. And even the police won't be able to trace a single trace. He didn't want to die for no reason. Mr. Zhang, please provide the card number. He had a humble look on his face. This time it was a real fear. And both stocks were fighting. Zhang Yan greatly provided his account number. This is the Zhao family to compensate him for the spiritual loss. What is so unseemly? As for why the amount is so big, because he's worth it. It's like Ma Fu Ho. If you hit him, you'll lose your family's money. This is a civil dispute. Can't both parties just agree to it? Zhang Yan didn't leave there, but said to Gu Tao, draft an agreement. If I leave with $50 million like this, won't it really become extortion? Gu Tao had actually been wiping away sweat for a long time, and his heart nearly exploded at the words. Yes, 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 I'll write it right away. He wrote an agreement. The general content is that the Zhao family, in order to compensate for Zhang Yan's moral damage, pay $50 million. From then on, this matter will be a one-off. Both sides cannot because of this matter to pursue further. In triplicate, one copy for each of Zhang Yan, Zhao Tsongnan, and the attorney. Zhang Yan also had Zhao Tsongnan find the surveillance, delete it in front of him, and burn the hard disk. Well, it's foolproof. Zhang Yan smilingly patted Gu Tao, but didn't say anything and sailed away. Gu Tao, on the other hand, sat on his butt on the ground, his heart filled with despair. It's over. Zhao Tsongnan won't let him go. Chapter 48, Cousin. Zhang Yan walked while absorbing Gu Tao's fear. Obviously, Gu Tao clearly knew the Zhao family's methods, so this fear was incomparably strong. What is man's greatest fear? Of course it's dead. Zhang Yan absorbed more than 5,000 desire points at once. Unfortunately, there would be no more. And Gu Tao was just confused. He should be scared to death. But why did he suddenly become numb? It's just death. What's the big deal? At this moment, it was as if he had entered the sage time after coming to a hair. Except that while others were indifferent to beauty, he looked down on life and death. So, let's do it or not. Zhang Yan appropriately pulled up the anger value of Gu Tao. Angry to the point of wanting to kill. He walked out the door. At this point, Zhao Tsongnan's pent-up emotions erupted. Shame, embarrassment, all turned into anger. And the object of catharsis was of course Gu Tao. Who told you to lure people here? If not you, then who? Pust. However, before Zhao Tsongnan could open his mouth, he only felt a pain in his chest. He looked down, only to see a fruit knife plunged into his chest. As soon as he was scared, he fainted straight away. Grass. Seeing this, those security guards hurriedly struggled to get up from the ground and pounced towards Gu Tao. Controllers of controllers, stopping the bleeding, making phone calls, a mess. At this time, Gu Tao's courage, anger also all with the stabbing of this knife disappeared cleanly. He stared blankly at the chest still inserted fruit knife Zhao Tsongnan, two eyes black, also fainted. What the hell was wrong with him that he would actually throw a knife at Zhao Tsongnan? With such a big event happening, Zhao Shangyun was of course alarmed. In addition to the vigilantes and ambulances all coming over, the evidence is overwhelming that Gu Tao intentionally injured people. Zhao Shangyun came out of the unknown number of mistresses and rushed directly to the hospital. At which time, Zhao Tsongnan had already done the surgery. Mr. Zhao, all is fortunate. Although this stab went into the chest, it was blocked by the ribs and didn't injure the heart. You'll be fine after some time of recuperation, the main surgeon said to Zhao Shangyun. Zhao Shangyun sighed in relief. Thank you, doctor. The lead surgeon nodded and turned away. After sending Zhao Tsongnan into the VIP ward, Zhao Shangyun waved his men away, and there was only him and a bodyguard in the ward, except for Zhao Tsongnan, who was still unconscious for the time being. It is Ching. This is too weird. Zhao Shangyun frowned. He already knew the full story from the security guard. Theoretically, Gu Tao knew that he was going to be dealt with by the Zhao family, and it wasn't implausible that the dog jumped over the wall and stabbed Zhao Tsongnan. But with his understanding of Gu Tao, this person shouldn't have been able to do such a ruthless thing. Cheng, do you think this has anything to do with that Zhang Yan? He suddenly asked Cheng Cheng. Cheng Cheng was about 30 years old and didn't look strong at all, but Zhao Shangyun clearly knew that this man seemed to have a fierce tiger inside him, so powerful that it was unimaginable. Possibly. Cheng Cheng nodded. If Zhang Yan is proficient in hypnosis, it is true that he can influence or even control Gu Tao's will, causing him to do something hurtful. Zhao Shangyun couldn't help but be creeped out. There really is such a person? Then wouldn't he be able to control the entire world? Cheng Cheng then smiled. Wanting to successfully hypnotize others actually requires many conditions. Moreover, only people with weak wills will be hypnotized. Like in the case of you, Mr. Zhao. You have been in a high position for a long time, and have already developed a strong sense of self-confidence. Wanting to hypnotize you is almost an impossible thing to do, unless you're put under control and fit through drugs and such. But with me, no one can do it. He said the last sentence with confidence. Zhao Shangyun was convinced as well, and suddenly, he asked, if Zhang Yan really knows how to hypnotize, would you be hypnotized when he goes up against you? If Cheng Cheng himself was hypnotized, how could he protect him? Cheng Cheng revealed a look of disdain, as if he felt that Zhao Shangyun's words were a bit insulting, but still said, those of us who truly practice martial arts, our wills are far too much stronger than ordinary people, not to mention the fact that I can take care of that Zhang Yan in a single shot. Even if I'm under control and taking drugs, he'll never be able to hypnotize me. How does he practice martial arts? Using your fists to hit sand laced with nails and having iron blocks strapped to your legs. The daily training was enough to break a person. So, which of those who were able to persevere were not as strong-willed as iron? Such a person can be hypnotized? Zhao Shangyun nodded. Now I'm relieved. Now, the eldest son is lying in the hospital, and the second son is arrested. Waiting for him will be prison life, which makes Zhao Shangyun feel very angry. Besides, it's too much of a coincidence. Why did both sons have accidents at the same time? Is someone targeting themselves? And who was in both? Zhang Yan. What role does this man play? He stepped out of the hospital room and the secretary came over immediately. This secretary is not a vase. Nothing capable of the kind. On the contrary, this is a man, about 30 years old. Is Zhao Shangyun's most trusted and most capable general, really full of bad water? Check that Zhang Yan, he said. Yes. The secretary pushed up her glasses, the lenses reflecting the cold light. Zhang Yan's mood was very pleasant. He made $50 million, and Gu Tao is surely going to be screwed by the Zhao family, and Zhao Tsongnan, who started the whole thing, was stabbed, enough to make him drink a pot of water. However, it is better to be left with the courage of the enemy than to be left with the name of the king. Since the Zhao family has stood against him, I'm sorry, you must be uprooted. Zhang Yan actually didn't put the Zhao family on his mind at all, and the only thing that could make him have concerns was the power behind the Golden Eagle pawnshop. Mysterious, powerful. In fact, the main thing is the mystery. And once they're standing in the sunlight, there's not much of a threat to speak of. Sleep. He went to bed and slept, but it was a very light sleep, and the slightest movement woke him up. There was no talk all night. He slept until he woke up naturally, and when he looked at the time, it was actually past 10. All right, go straight to lunch. After Zhang Yan washed up, he opened the door and went out, ready to go for lunch. Coincidentally, the door next door was also open. Is it the charming young woman, Lin Shanwan? Zhang Yan twisted his head to look and was stunned. It was indeed a female, but a few years younger than Lin Shangye, maybe just a bit in her early 20s. Is this the takeout that Xian Ding ordered? It shouldn't be so bad, even if he is self-conscious about being rich, but dare he openly call the chickens to his house? Besides,
There was nothing sassy about this girl.
You are Zhang Yan, right? Unexpectedly, this girl took the initiative to walk over and extended her hand. Hello, my name is Peng Wenyun. Ding Hongxian is my cousin. Oh, it's not takeout. Zhang Yan sized up the sister. Let's just say it's not bad. Face value in more than 70 points. At least is also the level of the hospital flower. Body is very high. Legs are also very long. Obviously still spring cold. But she actually wore a short skirt, revealing two thin and long thighs. Of course, is wearing warm stockings, but how the leg type or a glance can be seen. Belong to the legs play your kind. On the downside, the boobs are a little small. It's probably a B. Brace yourself for a C. Unlike her sister-in-law, who was a D-class powerhouse and wore a sweater with a bulging chest, that kind of plumpness and maturity was indeed something she couldn't even compare to. Zhang Yan also reached out and shook her hand. I'm Zhang Yan. What he didn't expect was that Peng Wenyun actually used her finger to gently tickle his palm. So Tai? Chapter 49, Unsolicited Request for a Bag. Peng Wenyun immediately put her hand back, as if she wasn't the one who had just made a small move. She laughed. I go to college in the next city over. I'm only a junior this year, but the school is already making us look for internships, so I had to run over here to my brother to see if I could get introduced to him. And in the meantime, I'll rub up against their house and stay there. Zhang Yan pressed the elevator and then said, Didn't come with your boyfriend? Rushing at this girl's move to tease him in the palm of his hand, Zhang Yan had 99% certainty that she had actually been guarding herself in the house, and it was only when she saw herself open the door and come out that she followed closely to open the door and create a chance encounter. Why? It must have been Ding Hongxian who told him that he had borrowed $3 million from him and bought the house worth $10 million in full. So any gold-digging woman would hear this and not be tempted? How old is Zhang Yan? 24? 25? So young. That boyfriend of mine. Don't mention it. He only pisses me off. Peng Wenyun looked depressed, then took Zhang Yan's arm in a very self-conscious manner. Brother Zhang, do you know any bosses that can introduce me to an internship? Well, there is, except you might get sold to Old Main. Zhang Yan didn't pull his arm back. Instead, he exerted a slight force and pushed Peng Wenyun against the wall. Peng Wenyun also felt his impact and couldn't help but be horrified. She couldn't help but breathe for a few moments, and her gaze became mesmerized. Brother Zhang, what are you doing? Ha, are you something? Zhang Yan laughed. Peng Wenyun was stunned before she reacted, and she gave Zhang Yan a blank look before grabbing the big hand that had already begun to do evil, saying, Don't be in such a hurry, I can sleep with you, but you have to adopt me. Zhang Yan was a bit surprised. You don't want to get to the top? Are you willing to say yes? Peng Wenyun gave him a wink. Very seductive. Although I like money, I'm not stupid. Unless it's like my sister-in-law, it's possible to charm you, right? You're a good judge of character. However, even if Lin Xiangye came over to seduce him, he would only take it in and raise it as a lover. There was no way he would marry it. How do you know if you don't try? Zhang Yan said. I don't have that much time. Peng Nanqian finally told the truth. Besides, I love my boyfriend so much that I didn't plan to break up with him, but rather, I'm ready to get married. Zhang Yan then had some of his three views shattered. Although he had seen a lot of criminals in his previous life, murderers, black money, and all sorts of oddballs, it was really the first time that he had seen such a three-dimensional one like Peng Wenyun. Then you still came to seduce me? Zhang Yan laughed. Don't tell me, knowing that Peng Nanqian is someone else's girlfriend, or even a future wife, why does he in turn become more energized? Ha? What's the difference between me and Yu Xianghui like this? No. Big difference. Yu Xianghui is deceiving those women, hooking up in the name of a relationship, and then also deliberately exposing it so that those women's boyfriends or husbands know about it, breaking up couples or families alive. He wasn't going to cheat, and besides, he was used to being hit with money so that he could play with peace of mind and not have so much going on. So, at best, he's a bit of a chow thief. Peng Wenyun glanced at Ding Hongxuan's door and said, Let's talk about it when we go to your house. She was afraid that her cousin or her cousin's wife would suddenly come out and it would be awkward. Are you here for an internship, or are you a chicken? Zhang Yan, however, said, I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Let's talk while walking. Little brother was hungry, but, of course, his stomach was empty, so he had to be satisfied first. Peng Nanqian had to agree. Luckily, Zhang Yan put his hand back and the two looked normal. There was no one in the elevator. So Peng Wenyun took Zhang Yan's arm and said grandly, Because I need money. It can't be that dad or mom is going to have an operation, right? Zhang Yan deliberately said. Peng Wenyun giggled a few times before she whacked Zhang Yan and said, No. I just like luxury goods, but my family's condition is average. Although my boyfriend's family belongs to the well-to-do, but after all, It's his parents' money. I have to turn a few hands before I can get it. It's troublesome for one thing, and it's also very limited for another. So, I'd like to find someone rich to rent myself out. You're rich and you're good looking, so it's not a loss for me to be your lover. She said it as a matter of course, as if she were just recounting a very common thing. Zhang Yan can't help but sigh. Money is really although Pang Nan-kyun is also a gold-digging woman. She is again distinctly different from Xiao Lily. How much are you going to sell yourself for? Zhang Yan asked. Pang Man-kun thought about it. How about $1 million a year? No problem. Zhang Yan agreed in one gulp. However, you have to do something for me. What? Pang asked. Zhang Yan then laughed. Saying good things about me in front of your sister-in-law. Pang Wen-yun was first stunned. Then he reacted and could not help but draw a breath of cold air, looking at Zhang Yan with a shocked gaze. You're really eating out of the bowl and watching the pot. She couldn't help but say. Does Zhang Yan really need Pang Man-kyun's help? Of course not. He's got a system to control desire. Then why did he say that? That's naturally what the program needs. Zhang Yan seemed to smile. Deal? Deal. Pang Wen-yun said immediately, without a hint of hesitation. Zhang Yan couldn't help but ask. Doesn't your conscience hurt? You are so generous. If you really get my sister-in-law, you definitely won't treat her badly. Pang Wen-yun spoke in a righteous tone of crooked reasoning. Moreover, my brother, this person has a high eye, not down to earth and work well, but always thinking of getting rich. This time actually invested more than $6 million into what African project inside. I guess he 80% was cheated. If this really happens, my sister-in-law will at least have a decent life with you. Otherwise the house will be auctioned off and they'll either have to rent a house or go squeeze in with my aunt and the others. Alas, this IQ of Ding Hongxian is not as good as a college student. Zhang Yan laughed loudly and asked Peony for her bank card number before directly transferring $1 million over. Luckily, he made 50 million yesterday, or he wouldn't have had the money to pay for it. Brother Zhang, aren't you afraid that I won't do anything for you after taking the money? Pang Wen-yun confirmed that the money had arrived and couldn't help but say with winks. Zhang Yan pinched her chin. You can try. When he said this, his eyes were stern and dangerous. Pang Wen-yun couldn't help but feel a tightness in her heart, and hurriedly said, I'm just joking with you, brother Zhang. You have such a big appetite. Do you want me to introduce the sisters in the dormitory to you? And if you can swing them all, you can even stay in the dormitory at night, and drill whomever you want to drill. You can even stay in the dormitory at night and sleep under anyone's blanket you want. Gee, that sounds so corrupt and exciting. Chapter 50, doesn't like being tied down. Zhang Yan found a noodle shop, ordered a bowl of noodles with spicy sauce, added another extravagant piece of chops, and then started eating. Pang Wen-yun was shocked. You're so rich that you actually eat so casually? Casual? Zhang Yan asked rhetorically. If you've been in jail for 31 years, you must eat everything. How long has it been since Zhang Yan was reborn? At full count, today was only the 11th day, and for him, naturally, he had not yet adapted, retaining in so many ways what he had done in prison, like sleep vigilance. In jail, you dare to sleep soundly, then you may be wasted and killed without even knowing it. To Zhang Yan, this bowl of noodles was certainly delicious. Although he was rich, he had no intention of letting himself eat mountains of food every day. So what if he got tired of eating for half a year? He had heard that some people who were born with a golden key since childhood, before they reached middle age, went to their deaths to experience all kinds of high-risk sports. It was not that they were tired of living, but they had enjoyed what they should have enjoyed, and they needed a stronger sense of freshness and excitement. People who actually go into extreme sports are okay. I'm afraid some of them will develop into perverts. For example, a certain low-whatever island, such as a certain blowhard's group party. At least engaging in extreme sports is at best tossing yourself to your death, not harming anyone. Zhang Yan didn't want to become a pervert himself. Good stuff. Take your time and enjoy it. Pang Wen-yun just watched Zhang Yan eat, both hands resting on his cheeks. Very focused, really a bit of a girlfriend watching her boyfriend. Zhang Yan smiled and said to her, You're fine now. Go to the pharmacy to buy medicine first. Ha? Pang Wen-yun couldn't help but show a shocked look. No way. You're so young that you actually have to rely on medication to dash. Zhang Yan was first stunned, then he reacted and couldn't help but glare at her. It's not me who eats. It's you. Pang Man-kun was even more shocked. There's a female one? What are you thinking? It's an emergency contraceptive. Zhang Yan didn't have the good sense to say, I don't like being tied down, so you're making me take pills? Dog man. Pang Wen-yun spat in his heart, but who made him the golden father? Although she preferred Zhang Yan to do protective measures, what could she do when Zhang Yan said he didn't want to be tied down? Had to go get the medicine. In China, the pharmacy should be the most alongside the convenience store. Anyway, there is one by the side. Not a moment later she came back, with a plastic bag in her hand, containing a small bottle. Zhang Yan also ate well and directly stood up, wrapped his arm around her waist and headed out. "Ha, not going back?" Pang Wenyun couldn't help but ask strangely when she saw that she wasn't going in the direction of the neighborhood. "Go to the hotel," Zhang Yan said. Carrying ID is a good habit. In no time, the two of them entered the hotel's guest room, and Zhang Yan slapped Pang Wenyun's butt. "Go take a shower first." Pang Wenyun has completely run out of energy, lying on the bed. That is, the consciousness is a little confused. Now she just want to sleep and die. Zhang Yan, however, did not enjoy himself at all. Should we get talking clear over here and continue with the second one? Zhang Yan thought about it and decided to let it go. Today is Monday, the stock market is open, and he has 50 million into the account. Cannot lie in the card to eat the call interest. The bull market is underway. Not into the stock market to add enough leverage is simply an unforgivable sin. After giving 1 million to Peng Qianyun, there was still 49 million left, but Zhang Yan didn't transfer all the money to the stock account, but transferred 40 million, leaving 9 million for backup. After all, there is no end to the money you can make, and you should enjoy it in time. 10 times leverage was added and he started buying. After more than 2 hours, he finally turned all his money into stocks. Phew, so tired. At this time, Pang Wenyun also recovered her spirit, obviously still a little lazy, but her cheeks fluttered red, her eyes watery. Charming. This is certainly being nourished. Good brother, help me find an internship unit. She leaned in Zhang Yan's arms and said in a delicate voice. Zhang Yan lost his smile. You are already a rich woman earning millions of dollars a year. Are you still afraid of not being able to find a job after graduation? Without an internship, how am I going to stay in Sioux City? Pang Wenyun blankly glanced at Zhang Yan. Didn't you still want me to put in a good word in front of my sister-in-law? Zhang Yan thought about it. Did he have any contacts to arrange a job for Pang Wenyun now? It seems like, doesn't have it. Ha! Zhang Yan's heart suddenly stirred, remembering a past event. Pang Nankan is from the university in the next city, and it should be just in these 2 days that a big case happened in the next city. Shi Lai Ming, the richest man in Jiangnan and a famous entrepreneur, will be kidnapped by a group of tough guys. However, the group of toughs underestimated Qi Lemming's security force and failed to take the man down in the first place, and delayed until the arrival of the vigilantes. So the leader of the toughs killed Qi Lemming to vent his anger, and broke out with his men. The group of brigands was almost completely wiped out, but the leader of the brigands escaped. Such a vicious case, of course, attracted the wrath of the top, with unprecedented efforts to find the leader of the bandits in the country, but never found. It was later realized that the leader of the humans had changed his face at the first opportunity and was living in the world as another person, until 7 years later, the leader of the humongous bandits because of a brawl incident into the sentence, but in jail to reveal the foot, exposed the real identity, and was brought out again to retrial. Speedy trial and sentence. 3 months after the shooting. This leader of the brigands is called Ma Sili. Zhang Yan recalled carefully, and after a few minutes he finally confirmed that the vicious incident had happened tomorrow morning around 11:30 a.m. to be exact. Gee, if he took down this group of humongous bandits, how many desire points could he reap? Moreover, the favor of the richest man in Jiangnan was very useful, although Zhang Yan was also about to become very rich. But for one thing, this was in the future, and for another, being rich was just being rich, but the establishment of connections and networks was not something that could be done overnight. If you become good friends with the richest man in Qi, wouldn't it be easy to arrange an internship for Pang Mankan? No, that's called hitting a mosquito with a cannon. Qi Shofu's favors are much more useful. Zhang Yan smiled. The richest favor is still a small matter. The key is the desire point. I'll go to Xiqing with you to have some fun, Zhang Yan said to Pang Wenyun. Ha! Pang Nankan couldn't help but stare. Chapter 51, Under the Table. In Suzhou City, Pang Wenyun could be completely unafraid of being intimate and mushy with Zhang Yan. Who will see it? But in Tin City, that's a bit dangerous. After all, a thief must have a weak heart. Didn't you say that you would introduce the girls in the dormitory to me? Zhang Yan laughed. Of course he wouldn't say that I'm going to catch a group of tough guys tomorrow. The Golden Father asked. How could she refuse? And she couldn't help but have a bright idea. If she turned her roommate into Zhang Yan's lover, then wouldn't she be able to tell her boyfriend that Zhang Yan was her roommate's boyfriend? And even if she was bumped into with Zhang Yan, she could totally say that people came to see her roommate. Good idea. How good a cover is that? Yes, Pang Wenyun agreed with a smile, then pretended to be jealous. Good brother, you've just played with someone else, and you're staring at their roommate. Aren't you afraid they'll get jealous? Of course, Zhang Yan knew that she was just saying this on purpose and just laughed and did not say anything. The two of them went back to the neighborhood,
and Zhang Yan directly drove the sports car out. And without either of them going back upstairs,
they set off for Xicheng. Su City is too close to Xicheng. After getting on the highway,
it felt like I didn't have to drive for a while before coming down, and then I was already in the city of Xicheng. Zhang Yan found a hotel in the neighborhood of Pang Wenyun's university.
And then Pang Wenyun made a phone call, contacting a few girls in the dormitory and asking them to have dinner together. There were 4 of them in the dormitory, and the 3 sisters all readily agreed to come out for dinner in the evening. After Pang Wenyun finished her phone call, she rushed at Zhang Yan. No wonder you directly opened the presidential suite. So it was prepared long ago. Can you fit 5 people in an ordinary room? It's definitely going to be cramped beyond belief. Zhang Yan just smiled. He didn't think so much about it. He just felt comfortable staying in a more expensive room. Now that there were still a few hours before the mealtime, Zhang Yan took Pang Changyun out for shopping and bought her many luxury items, at least a dozen of big and small bags. But Zhang Yan refused the store's offer to deliver the things to the hotel for him, because it's for showing off. Almost also to the mealtime.
Zhang Yan chose a super expensive seafood buffet. A person is 4,500. And then let Pang asked Peony to send a message to call the 3 roommates over.
Half an hour later, Pang Mankin's 3 roommates took a cab outside the store.
Zhang Yan asked Pang Changyun to go out to pick up the people,
the single he had already bought. A few minutes later,
Pang Mankin came in with 3 girls of various colors.
Sure enough,
she hadn't lied, all 3 of her roommates' faces were above par.
These 3 women were Shi Mengmeng, Xiao Yu and Wei Huilan. Shi Mengmeng's height is super tall, foot 175,
wearing high heels even higher than Zhang Yan so some,
and big breasts and big buttocks. The body type is very much like Europeans and Americans, and she does have European and American ancestry. The grandmother is Scandinavian, and I do not know how her grandfather was able to get it done back then. Despite the diluted bloodline, her eyes are still slightly blue and her hair is teal. Xiao Yu was just the opposite. She was less than 160 tall and had a baby face, but she actually had a proud bust that was not inferior to Shi Mengmeng's, which had to make people wonder. The contrast is huge.
The last Wei Huilan looks nothing characteristic.
Height 165. Chest is not big nor a horse, nor against the sky long legs. Face is also about 70 points. Is a plain little beauty. At least, that was what Zhang Yan saw. Just entering the box, Shi Mengmeng's 3 girls were a bit formal, but after Pang Wenyun livened up the atmosphere, they gradually let go. And then seeing the luxury goods Pang Wenyun had just bought, each one of them was shouting and envious. And when Zhang Yan took out 3 sets of high-grade skincare products and gave them to them, Shi Mengmeng's 3 girls were naturally flattered, and their gazes towards Zhang Yan were pulling silk. Handsome, and so rich, and the key is to be generous. TSK. It's a buffet restaurant, but instead of picking up what you want to eat, you can just order it on your phone, and when you're done, the waiter will bring the ingredients over. Not to mention Shi Mengmeng 3 girls. Pang Wenyun also just hugged Zhang Yan's thigh. Naturally never come to such a high-grade restaurant. Each one of them are a little unsure of what to order. Zhang Yan laughed. Don't worry about it. It's a buffet anyway, I won't hide it from you guys. It's my first time to eat something so upscale. The 4 women then laughed together. Who are you kidding? If Zhang Yan was a poor man, saying such words would only make them laugh. But when he was replaced by a rich man, they found Zhang Yan funny. Not to mention that Zhang Yan was also handsome, making them even more relaxed. It was much hotter in the restaurant, and they both took off their jackets, revealing sweaters underneath that were slim and curvy. After a while, a course of expensive seafood was also served. Seafood buffet. The food is of course seafood. The 4 women were all eating with great appreciation. And naturally, Zhang Yan was the same. It's nice to have money. He was overwhelmed with emotion. Some of the seafood was still flown in from abroad and was so expensive that ordinary people could only look at it, but the rich could enjoy it to their heart's content. Ha! He froze slightly as he felt a foot under the table teasing him. Hiss! How bold! Zhang Yan could not help but blush oddly and even bared his teeth a little. Brother Zhang, what's wrong with you? Pang Wenyun couldn't help but ask. Not feeling well? Ha! Not you? Zhang Yan originally thought that it was Pang Wenyun, but thinking about it was wrong because Pang Wenyun was sitting on the side of him at the wrong angle, and if she used her foot, she could at most only rub against it, rather than attacking the middle straight away. It can only be the 3 sitting across from each other. How dare you? It's only the first time we meet, and you dare to play like this? Zhang Yan first smiled at Pang Wenyun. It's fine. Then, he traced over the faces of the 3 Shamanaman girls, trying to get a clue from their expressions. However, all 3 women looked normal. That's very pretentious. Zhang Yan smiled and quietly reached under the table with his left hand. The mischief-making foot could not be retrieved in time, but was caught by Zhang Yan. He then looked at the 3 women across from him. but each of them looked normal, as if the foot didn't belong to any of them. Hey!
Zhang Yan scratched his fingers on the center of this foot.
At once, put! A girl burst out laughing, even as her entire body fell onto the table. Zhang Yan was a bit in disbelief. He guessed that this bold girl might be the half-dao Yangma Shi Mengmeng, or the child-faced giant what's her name Xiaoyu, but he never expected that this girl who suddenly laughed to the point of losing her temper was actually the serious Wei Huilan. It's really got to be a prude. Sultry. What's wrong? The three women asked in a hurry. Wei Huilan's pretty face was flushed, and she didn't know if it was because she had a little bit of wine or because of something else. She explained, "Suddenly I remembered a funny thing." Pang Wenyun then also laughed and said, "Say it out. Let everyone laugh." Wei Huilan, on the other hand, shook her head. "That has to be spoken in our hometown dialect to be funny. But you guys don't understand." She had said so Pang Nanqian had no choice but to stop. Zhang Yan also withdrew his hand, but that foot was still mischievous. Suddenly, Zhang Yan realized that another foot had come over, but it should not be Wei Huilan's other foot. The technique, oh no, the footwork was completely different. So, was it Shimon or Xiaoyu? The problem was that this foot kept going up and, naturally, touched with the other foot. For a moment, only Wei Huilan and Shi Mengmeng simultaneously had a lurch in their expressions. Chapter 52 Brother, stop singing. After 2 hours or so, the meal was finally finished, only it made everyone sweat for some reason. It certainly doesn't end there next, but moves on to KTV. 5 people asked for a big deluxe package, and the 4 women ordered a song one by one, and then they sang, accompanied by a spicy dance. Zhang Yan was greatly surprised, as the 4 girls were very good at both singing and dancing. Are all college students this talented these days? He lamented. For her part, Shimon lost her smile and said, "Brother, don't you know that we're all from the art academy? So it's an art school student. It's his fault. He didn't even ask." Zhang Yan dawned. No wonder there are so many beautiful women in a dormitory, and all of them can dance and sing. The key is also so bold. The first day to see the men dare to tease. Art school students, as they have seen a lot, are more mature than their peers. Zhang Yan originally did not want to sing, but the 4 women are not coaxing him to sing. There is no way. Zhang Yan had to take over the microphone to start singing. At this singing, the 4 women all had odd faces. I've seen those who are not in tune, but it's really the first time I've encountered one like Zhang Yan, who is actually out of tune in every word of a lyric. It's like noise bombing. Seeing that Zhang Yan was in the mood to sing another song, the 4 women hastened to stop him. "Brother, you'd better stop singing. A gentleman's hand doesn't move his mouth." Pang Wenyun joked. Zhang Yan listened gladly. "Look, you guys are the ones who made me do it." In the morning, Zhang Yan sat in a coffee shop. Across the street was the entrance to an upscale neighborhood. In this morning after 11 o'clock, Qi Liming would come to this neighborhood to see one of his lovers, and his illegitimate child or illegitimate daughter. It was not clear. Instead, Ma Sili and the other brigands would kill out at the door and a vicious fight would break out. Of course he had to be there early. After sitting for more than an hour, Zhang Yan also absorbed the last required desire points. Over 128,000 now. Reinforcement. Cool. Comfortable. Crackling sounds resounded within Zhang Yan's body. Every bone seemed to have been reborn and was being reconstructed, and if Zhang Yan could look inward, he would find that his bones actually had a hint of silver color. It was so loud that many people in the store looked over, filled with surprise. How can a human body make such a sound? Zhang Yan also didn't expect the commotion of this reinforcement to be so big, but he was too late to leave. Luckily he had the bright idea to minimize the curiosity of these people. At once, all these people withdrew their gazes and went their own way. It's just a popping sound inside the body. What's so strange about that? Zhang Yan sensed silently. The enhancement moved a lot and the boost seemed to be very large. He could feel it even though he hadn't tried it yet. Maybe, now he could really try to dodge the bullets that were fired. That's the way to go. It would be outrageous to charge double the amount of desire points if the boosts were the same for each enhancement. After all, the ultimate goal of the system was to make him a lust demon. Devil. That's alongside God. Moreover, devil is full of destructiveness. It must be a bit more powerful than God, right? Luckily, the enhancement came hard, but it ended quickly. In just a minute, Zhang Yan's body returned to its original state, but only he knew how terrifying his power was now. Really can't wait to try it. Finally, the time came to 11:30, but the intended kidnapping didn't happen. Am I remembering the date wrong? Or, did my rebirth trigger some kind of butterfly effect that caused some kind of change? No. Zhang Yan suddenly looked forward, only to see a lengthened sedan suddenly appeared, followed by 3 black SUVs. This battle should be the arrival of the richest man in Qi. Sure enough,
The stretch limousine opened to the door of the district, naturally dropped speed, and at this time the entrance to the district happened to have a three-wheeled electric car grabbed the front of the limousine, froze the limousine to stop. Because the three-wheeled electric vehicle is not inside the neighborhood, the pole certainly will not be raised. The security guard went over to the three-wheeled electric vehicle owners to be registered.
This is a very normal operation, but I do not know how.
For a long time has not seen the registration. The people in the stretch limousine seems to be waiting impatiently,
only to see the driver open the door down. Asked, "What is the situation? Why still blocking here?" Right at this moment,
only to see a few wandering people around suddenly pull the hat on their heads down,
instantly blocking their faces,
only revealing their eyes and mouths.
And then,
they took out watermelon knives and other weapons from their clothes and rushed towards the stretch limousine.
Chapter 53, Solving the Bandits. The driver's response was still quick. The first thing he did was back away, trying to lock the car door. The car is bulletproof, since even bullets can be prevented. The few watermelon knives want to cut through the glass is naturally delusional, ducking into the car.
These thugs will naturally be taken care of by the bodyguards in the back.
While this was going on, a man came flying by, and boom, slammed heavily into the door of the car, instantly pinning the driver.
Ah! The driver grunted in pain, but the man was caught in the door, and he was in a dilemma of his own,
let alone slamming the door shut. Boo!
The man who had slammed the door was incredibly brawny,
drawing a long watermelon knife and slashing at the driver's head.
But blood splatters. The driver was lying straight on the ground, and it was not clear whether he had been hacked to death, or had been knocked out by a heavy blow.
However,
the bodyguards in the three SUVs behind them also reacted, jumping out of their vehicles, all with riot batons in their hands, and rushing toward the sedan in front of them. There was a fierce struggle and fight over the sedan, with one side trying to get the rear door of the sedan open and the other desperately trying to stop it.
As long as the boss stays in the car, it's safe. Otherwise, once the boss was taken down,
then they threw in the towel and basically had to watch someone else take the boss away.
They get paid well but they can't protect their bosses. Will they still be able to work in this circle in the future? With such a belief, these bodyguards are all very tough as they lay down their lives. Boom, 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 boom.
Both sides fought incredibly hard, with people on their side falling to the ground. Such a situation was certainly favorable to Chi Liming's side.
As long as they could hold out until the sheriff came,
then the boss would be safe and the thugs would be wiped out.
And apparently, the thugs side knows this. They began to get anxious,
and their attacks became more and more frenzied and ferocious.
Suddenly,
the assailant who had rammed the car door earlier had actually pulled out a gun.
A gun? For a moment, everyone was startled. Domestic control of guns is the strictest in the world. So this thug was actually able to get a gun? Isn't it a model? This is the first reaction of many. But even with this speculation,
the morale of Chi Dawn's side plummeted. Get your ass out here. The gun-toting thug yelled at the car.
This man must be Ma Seely, Zhang Yan guessed,
because the ending of his previous life was that Chi Liming was killed and only Ma Seely got away with it.
From before this guy hit the car door, a look at the situation is not good. Immediately pull out a gun. All show that this person's ruthlessness. There are 99% of the possibility is the bandit leader Ma Seely. The guns are showing up. Hey, then I should step in.
Zhang Yan does not want Chi Liming to be killed. He is the richest man in Jiangnan. He is still somewhat helpful to him and can save him a lot of trouble.
Whoosh!
Zhang Yan then rushed out.
At this moment,
he used his speed to the extreme, and then he quickly realized that he met a strong resistance.
Hiss! The air is very thin and it's impossible to feel resistance if you run normally. But Zhang Yan not only felt it,
but also had a lot of resistance.
What does that mean?
His speed reached an astonishing level.
200 kilometers, even 300 kilometers per hour? Zhang Yan didn't know,
but he was definitely still far from the speed of sound, because when his speed reached such a height, his body constantly squeezed the air,
and even formed a sonic boom cloud visible to the naked eye. Sparingly,
he approached towards Ma Seely at an astonishing speed. It wasn't until he rushed out half the distance that Ma Seely reacted and hurriedly aimed his gun at Zhang Yan.
However, in Zhang Yan's opinion,
Ma Seely had completely become slow motion.
Turn slowly, raise the gun slowly, pull the trigger slowly.
It was enough for him to make several evasive maneuvers.
Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out,
and Ma Seely suddenly realized that the running figure had not stopped.
Instead, he had appeared in front of him. It's too fast. Are you a human being? Boo! In the next moment,
he only felt a pain in his belly,
and his entire body flew up.
Then, he fell heavily on the ground, only to feel his body like a river turned upside down.
Not to mention climbing up, only dry vomiting. Hate to vomit out the bile.
Zhang Yan did not stop,
but continued to strike. Boom, 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 boom. One punch, one kick, and one thug fell, and just a few seconds later, all the thugs were all lying on the ground, grunting ee, and none of them were able to stand up. Oh la la la. And that's when a large number of police cars drove by. A group of bodyguards, some control the thugs on the ground, some rushed to the side of the stretch limousine, although Zhang Yan helped them to beat down all the thugs, but this guy's force value is also too horrible, in case he lays hands on his boss. However, the door of the sedan opened and a middle-aged man in casual clothes walked down. Early 50s, very handsome, gives a very comfortable feeling. Chi Don. It is said that when he was young, it is with his handsome looks to charm the daughter of a high-ranking official. After the two married, Chi Liming will use the relationship of the father-in-law to do business, and he is really a business genius, mixed with the wind and water, and eventually became the richest man in Jiangnan. The country can also be ranked in the top 20. Of course, later on, his height in business has far exceeded his father-in-law's position in the officialdom, so naturally his wife can't control him. Even if he is outside the colorful flag fluttering, the home is still red flag. It is also possible that the old Chi means well, coaxed his wife into obedience, let him outside to fool around. Who knows? And it doesn't matter. Boss. The group of bodyguards were freaking out about how the boss got out of the bulletproof car. Chi Liming, however, waved his hand and laughed. If this little brother were to lay his hands on me, which one of you would be able to block it? On the contrary, with this little brother on the side, who can hurt me? This statement was very embarrassing for the group of bodyguards to hear. They were also well-trained professionals, yet they fought with a bunch of thugs only half-heartedly. But Zhang Yan? One punch, one kick, showing a terrifying and incomparable strength. If Zhang Yan was recruited down by the bosses, each and every one of them would have to work as henchmen for this young man. Chi Liming smiled again and looked at Zhang Yan, taking the initiative to extend his hand, saying, I'm Chi Liming. What's your name, little brother? Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan also extended his hand over and shook Chi Liming's. At this time, a large number of vigilantes poured over, but Chi Liming did not even look at them, only looking at Zhang Yan with a smiling face. Brother Zhang, thank you for saving me. I, Chi Liming, don't like to say anything pretty, so feel free to ask for whatever you want, and I definitely won't say the word no if I can do it. Chapter 54, Delivery to the Company. After such a big incident and being a party to it, the vigilantes of course had to come over to inquire about the situation, but Chi Liming didn't pay them any mind at all, instead sending one of the bodyguards to state what had happened, while he himself enthusiastically brought Zhang Yan into the neighborhood. This is of course out of order, but who made him the richest man in Qi? One call from him and the governor of Jiangnan province would be alarmed. How could little Karami dare to offend? Zhang Yan could not help but lament that when wealth reached a certain level, it would be transformed into power. Of course, even the most heavenly riches are no match for absolute power, but apparently, Chi Liming's wealth has allowed him to boast most of the powers that be. He absorbed the overwhelming despair, the resentment of Ma Sili and the others. Of course he hated him. If he hadn't shown up, maybe he would have gotten it? Desire points whooshed up. You guys hate as hard as you can. Zhang Yan was expecting it in his heart. Unfortunately, human desire was limited in a short period of time, and Zhang Yan very much couldn't absorb a single bit of it. Total 46,000. It is true that no man is rich without a fortune. All this way over, Chi Liming was holding Zhang Yan's hand, as if the two were old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. They arrived at a single house in the neighborhood, while a beautiful woman in her 40s welcomed them out, her gaze only falling on Chi Liming's body, her eyes full of tenderness. Chi Liming then smiled and said, "This is my outer room, Zhu Yulan." Gee, introducing a lover so openly? Zhang Yan nodded at the beautiful woman. Hello sister-in-law, all the way over. Chi Liming had to ask Zhang Yan to call him brother, so wouldn't it be a mess if he called Zhu Yulan auntie? Zhu Yulan, on the other hand, turned her head to Zhang Yan and smiled. Hello? She didn't seem surprised that Zhang Yan called her sister-in-law. Ha ha, go in and talk about it. Chi Liming pulled Zhang Yan's hand inside, into the villa. Chi Liming invited Zhang Yan to sit down, and let Zhu Yulan go to make tea, and then in Zhang Yan warmly pull family life. This made Zhang Yan tsk, living in such a big villa, and Zhu Yulan is still Chi Liming's lover. There is actually no maid hired here? Zhu Yulan is also over 40. Can competitiveness be compared to a young girl in her 20s? So what makes Chi Liming come over every now and then? Probably, it's because she's gentle and virtuous. After Zhu Yulan served the tea, she continued to go to the kitchen and got busy. It hadn't been long before noon, and after the two of them talked for a while, Zhu Yulan greeted them and went to the restaurant to eat. Chi Liming, on the other hand, asked, "Why isn't Vivian back yet?" Zhu Yulan said,
Let her take a leave of absence. But after all, she is in her senior year of high school. Her studies are heavier. In fact, I'll say it, I'm just a 43rd birthday, not a 50th birthday. There's no need to let the child take a leave of absence. How can that be? For your birthday, we father and daughter have to spend it with you. It's a ritual that must be there. Shi Liming laughed, while taking out his cell phone. Let me rush her. He dialed out, and just as he connected he heard from the other side. Dad, I'm on my way. You guys eat first. I'll be there in another 10 minutes. Shi Liming, who was still majestic just now, immediately turned into a doting female fanatic. With a doting look, Xiao Wei, let the driver drive slower. Don't be in a hurry. Safety is the most important. Okay, I know. And the phone hung up. Gee, there shouldn't be many people in the world who would dare to hang up on the richest man in Qi, right? However, Shi Liming's face only had a smile on it, and it seemed that he was extremely pampering this little cotton-padded girl. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, smiled apologetically. Sister-in-law, I didn't know you were celebrating your birthday today, so I can only say happy birthday. It's fine. Zhu Yulan then smiled gently. Come, try your sister-in-law's handiwork. Shi Liming pulled Zhang Yan to sit down in the restaurant. They ate first. Come on, I'll toast to you. If it wasn't for you today, I'd probably have to give up my life. Shi Liming raised his cup and said, What? Zhu Yulan was originally drinking soup. When she heard that, she was so scared that she dropped her spoon into the bowl. Her pretty face turned white, and she hurriedly said, Dawn, are you hurt anywhere? No, I'm fine. Shi Liming grabbed her hand and softly comforted. It was indeed dangerous at that time, but Brother Zhan was righteous and saved me. Ha ha. Zhu Yulan stood up and bowed deeply to Zhang Yan. Thank you so much, TSK. No wonder this woman can get Shi Liming's favoritism. Cannot let the man touched? Brother Zhang, feel free to ask for anything you want. As long as I can do it, I will never say a word of no, Shi Liming said once again. Before Zhang Yan could pick up the conversation, he was interrupted by the massive influx of vigilantes. He smiled. Rather, there is indeed a small matter that I would like to trouble Brother Qi about. Oh, you say? Zhang Yan then asked, Does Brother Qi have any properties in Sioux City? Shi Liming thought for a moment and said, Yes, Hongming Group Brother Zhang wants it, so I'll give it to you. It's just $1 billion or so. Hearing this, the few bodyguards standing at the side were not moved. $1 billion just to give it away? It's true that Zhang Yan saved your life, but do you need to send such an expensive thank you gift? Zhang Yan smiled and waved his hand. No, I have a few friends or junior students. Need to find a unit for internship. I just want to ask Brother Qi has no industry in Sioux City. Open a back door to take them in. Ha ha. Shi Liming couldn't help but laugh. It's really a small matter. What are these friends of yours specializing in? The Art Institute. I don't have any related industries, but it's fine. I'll make a call to the art troupe over in Suzhou City and just let them take over. Shi Liming gave a program. Alright, then thank you Brother Qi. Zhang Yan nodded. This little thing, you're still saying thank you to me. Shi Liming laughed, but in his heart there was some regret. If only Zhang Yan had agreed to take over the Hongming Group, although that was worth more than $1 billion. He had tens of billions of dollars, and $1 billion wasn't really in his eyes. What's the main thing? Zhang Yan's body. It's amazing and scary. Have you ever seen a man who can even dodge bullets? He said he was giving away a syndicate, but he was actually using this as a bargaining chip to buy Zhang Yan. You accept it? Then you're mine from now on. He was a businessman. Of course he only considered the benefits and losses when doing things, and he thought that using more than $1 billion to accept Zhang Yan as a henchman was something that made a big profit. But Zhang Yan didn't agree. He couldn't help but be impressed with Zhang Yan. Obviously already know that this gift is worth more than $1 billion, but did not hesitate to refuse. Ask how many people can do it. It's a latent dragon. How could Subterranean be paid to work as a human henchman? The dragon is destined to soar through the air in the future. Thinking about this, not only did Shi Liming not have a trace of anger, on the contrary, he became even more affectionate towards Zhang Yan. Now Zhang Yan has not yet Dragon 4Cs. He can make friends with Zhang Yan as long as he pays the sincere intention, but when Zhang Yan is famous, and then want to make friends with others have no opportunity. One deliberately befriended and the other didn't push out. The atmosphere was certainly incredibly harmonious. 10 or so minutes later, only the sound of footsteps was heard, and then a youthful, lively and bright girl also appeared in the restaurant. Mom, happy birthday, the girl first sweetly said to Zhu Yulan, and even gave her a kiss on the cheek, and was just about to greet Shi Liming when her eyes swept over Zhang Yan, and she couldn't help but let her beautiful eyes light up as she sharply roared. Mom,
Who is this handsome guy? Chapter 55, Little Green Tea. Cough. Chi Dawn coughed gently. Ha, Dad, you have a cold? The girl then gave Chi Liming a look of charity. This hurt Chi Shofu. You're just seeing me now? Zhu Yulan said. This is Zhang Yan, and he just saved your dad, so hurry up and thank him. The girl gave an exaggerated wow, and instead of consoling Chi Liming, she ran to Zhang Yan's side, staring at him with her big watery eyes while saying sweetly, Brother Zhang, thank you for saving my dad. Chi Liming bared his teeth straight. Daughter, shouldn't you look at your father's condition first? I didn't even go to the hospital, and I'm still eating at home. What could be wrong? The girl didn't care about Chi Shofu's pampering at all, sat down next to Zhang Yan, and put her hands on her cheeks. Brother Zhang, how old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend? In her eyes, it was as if these issues were the most pressing. Chi Liming had just wanted to make good relations with Zhang Yan and strike a deep friendship before the subterranean dragon took off, but at this moment, he had the urge to kick Zhang Yan out. It's the little coat he's been raising for 18 years. How come it's suddenly leaking? Zhang Yan just swept the girl. 17, 18 years old look, still wearing a school uniform, tied a ponytail, beautiful face full of youthful flavor, really energetic, height in about 170. In the girl belongs to the tall. The color is also very high, definitely a 90. After all, with a handsome father and a beautiful mother, she also grows all on the merits, and it's no surprise that she has an excellent 90-point face. It's just a little small. Not boobs, it's age. Can't get down. He smiled. I'm 24. Of course I have a girlfriend. Hearing that Zhang Yan had a girlfriend, the girl's face instantly collapsed, and with a droopy look, she huffed. Brother Zhang, can you break up with her? The big watery eyes were so full of pity and pleading that one couldn't bear to deny her anything. Nice guy. Zhang Yan really had to call out to the good guys. That's a little green tea. He didn't pick up on this topic, but instead smiled and looked at Chi Liming. Elder brother Chi, come, take a walk. It was called for the girl on purpose. I'm your father's brother. You have to call me uncle. Chi Liming finally laughed again and said, I forgot to introduce you. This is my daughter, Zhu Wei. Ha, take your mother's name? Zhang Yan was slightly surprised. How could a character as domineering as Chi Liming allow his daughter to not take his surname? One could only say that Zhu Yulan was not as virtuous as she appeared to be, but rather a high-level palace fighter. Will Chi Liming only have such an illegitimate daughter? Definitely more than that. How can the colors fly if there's only one mistress? However, Zhang Yan believed that the only ones who could make Chi Liming treat them this way should be Zhu Yulan and Zhu Wei. Other women can't wait to name their sons and daughters Chi 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 to remind Chi Shofu that this is your cub. Don't forget to share a little bit more of the family fortune in the future. But Zhu Yulan did the opposite. Just ask. Among a bunch of children, only Zhu Wei is an exception. Do not follow his surname. Chi Liming will in turn more concerned about it? As it turns out, yes, my daughter is good at tea at such a young age. What about my mom? Must be the best of the best. You can't judge a book by its cover. Zhang Yan only felt that he almost looked away. Zhu Yulan, which is what a virtuous lady but heavy sword without a sharp edge. To the height of the return to basics, Zhu Wei was obviously not at a high enough level, and was greatly affected by Zhang Yan's 2 consecutive strikes, moping with a beak. Seeing this, Zhu Yulan stood up and said, Xiao Wei, follow me to the kitchen to prepare the cake. Oh, Zhuvi then stood up listlessly. The two went to the kitchen, and it took a long moment before they came out pushing a food cart with a large cake 6 stories high on top of it. It was supposed to be just a family of 3 celebrating their birthdays, but they prepared such a big cake? Zhang Yan could only say that rich people really don't take money seriously. To his mild surprise, Zhu Wei actually returned to normal. She had been listless when she went in, but now she was all smiles, full of girlish innocence and vivacity. What did Zhu Yulan tell her? Hiss, the big green tea is really scary as hell. Cutting the cake, dividing the cake, eating the cake, and after eating it, Zhang Yan got up to say goodbye. Chi Liming still wanted to send it, but Zhu Wei pressed back. Dad, it's Mom's birthday today. You keep her company. I'll deliver Uncle Zhang. She purposely put an accent on the 3 words Uncle Zhang. Chi Liming agreed after some thought. Just give it away for a little while. Is it even possible to give your daughter away? As a matter of fact, there was a slight hope inside his heart that his daughter could be paired with Zhang Yan. After all, the strength Zhang Yan had shown was incomparably terrifying, and during the meal he had side-talked, knowing that Zhang Yan possessed a considerable amount of wealth. Although it was far from being comparable to him. How old was Zhang Yan? What he doesn't know is that Zhang Yan only needs to go through the stock market in the first half of the year and the property market in the second half of the year to make tens of billions of dollars. And after buying Bitcoin next year, his fortune can make him the richest man in the south of the country. Out of reach. Of course,
He also guessed that Zhang Yan's friends are actually lovers.
But the boss does not say that the second. He himself is also numerous lovers. Isn't it normal for rich people to have lovers?
One of the ways males show their strength is by spreading their genes as much as possible. He didn't care how many lovers Zhang Yan had, but the one who was explicitly married to him was fine as long as it was his own daughter.
The main thing is that I don't want to give it up.
It's hard for an old father to raise so many cotton-padded coats only to have them abducted by another man.
That being said,
Zhang Yan and Zhu Wei walked side by side and walked out of the villa. Zhu Wei took out her cell phone.
Uncle Zhang, let's add a Weibo. Zhang Yan, however, said, just take note of my cell phone number. Damn it.
Zhu Wei instantly broke and stomped her foot in annoyance.
But still,
thinking of her mother's true heritage, thinking of her father's gentle and considerate appearance in front of her mother, completely different from his overbearing,
say it all ways in the company,
she calmed down.
Listen to Mom. Then where do you live, Uncle Zhang?
She quickly caught up with Zhang Yan again.
Su Chang. Zhang Yan laughed.
You're in high school in Syracuse and I'm in Sioux City, so you won't have a chance to harass me.
In his case, Zhu Wei is indeed a beautiful woman, but, for one thing, too small, and for another,
still Qi Liming's daughter.
Dip her too much trouble.
Qi Liming himself has countless lovers,
but can he allow his daughter to be a lover?
Although Zhang Yan was not afraid of Qi Liming,
why should he cause trouble in vain? Comparatively speaking,
he was more willing to provoke some gold-digging women,
and just directly use money to smash it. How simple. What a relief. Zhu Wei was bouncing around with an innocent look, but Zhang Yan didn't dare to underestimate her.
The little green tea born from the big green tea,
which could be underestimated. After leaving the neighborhood, Zhang Yan took a car and left,
while Zhu Wei watched the car disappear around the corner before she grunted.
It's not easy for me to get a good look at one. How can I let you run away? Chapter 56, for women renting a room. Zhang Yan casually strolled around Xiqing for a day. In the evening, after he asked the 4 girls of Pangmanqian what they wanted to eat, he took the packed food to their dormitory. While the presidential suite is a more comfortable place to stay, the temptation to stay in a girl's dormitory at night is clearly greater. After tricking the dormitory ants with his words, Zhang Yan used the same excuse of fixing the computer. And after giving a pack of cigarettes, the dormitory ants didn't allow him to register. And then, he entered this dormitory building full of beautiful women, and came to Pang Wenyun's dormitory. Zhang Yan opened the packed food box, and the fragrance immediately hit his nose. The 4 women cheered and hurriedly put the 2 tables together, then set the dishes and ate together. When it was time to eat, Zhang Yan then said to Pang Wenyun, I've found an internship unit for you, the Suchang art troupe. Okay? It's too good.
Pang Wenyun was so excited that he almost jumped up.
This is an establishment. You can't even get in by paying money.
Sure, Meng 3 women are enviously looking at Pang Wenyun. They also know the gold of the Sioux City art troupe.
But unfortunately,
Zhang Yan looked at them with another smile. I've asked for a total of 4 spots dash. The words were followed by squeals of excitement all over the dormitory. A few hours later, the 5 were eating again. It's just that the food is all cold.
It's okay.
The 4 girls are excited to be able to enter the Sioux City art troupe internship.
Then there is a great chance to stay. And in the future it will be the country.
It can be said that as long as they do not die, then they do not have to worry about the future life, but also have a not bad social status.
And, of course, there's no way to be a star,
but they have self-awareness,
and is not what the national color of the stunning beauty, really want to enter the show business. In addition to running 10,000 years of Dragon Set, there is the endless being submerged. Why bother? They are all people who have boyfriends. At best, they are a bit materialistic and gold-digging, and if they give Zhang Yan as a lover, he is at least a handsome man,
and he is more than gold and handsome, but they will never accept it if he want to be taken by some bald,
greasy, and old enough to be their dad or even grandpa. They absolutely cannot accept it.
That's why the opportunity to get an internship with the Sioux City art troupe made them so excited.
Zhang Yan returned to Sioux City the next day, with him back with Pang Wenyun.
Sure, Meng 3 girls have to wait to receive the notice of the Sioux City art troupe,
which will go to Sioux City.
The 4 women had already discussed renting a suite in Sioux City,
both for comfort and for someone's convenience. Returning to her own home,
Pang Wenyun naturally stayed at Ding Hongxian's house again. As for how she was going to explain her whereabouts in the past 2 days, it was not something Zhang Yan needed to worry about.
It's actually quite easy to say that you're looking for an internship.
Qi Liming was very efficient and called Zhang Yan at noon, saying that he had already contacted the Suchang art troupe and gave Zhang Yan a phone number to contact himself.
Just report his name.
Zhang Yan called the phone over.
The opposite side is a man. Listen to the voice, should be a little older.
The other side is very polite. Let Zhang Yan provide the name and contact number of the 4 girls.
Said that they will go to contact them.
Tomorrow the 4 girls will be able to go to the Sioux City art troupe to report. That's pretty fast. Zhang Yan then reported the contact information of the 4 women, and the 2 of them casually exchanged pleasantries again before hanging up the phone.
10 minutes later, Pang Mankyun 4 women have called him, reported the good news. Pang Wenyun is in Sioux City.
But your Meng Meng 3 women are still in Xicheng. I should have known that today I would have brought them together, also not.
The sports car can only sit 2 people. It's okay. Tin City is so close anyway. Pang Wenyun just couldn't help herself, and after quietly contacting Zhang Yan,
the 2 of them went to look at rental properties together.
Zhang Yan thought,
there is no such trouble.
Just rent a set in this neighborhood is not good? Money, he's out. Of course Pang Wenyun is satisfied.
Linglong Bay are all large households, and the decoration is also very luxurious.
Not worse than a hotel. After renting the room,
Pang Wenyun sent the address to the 3 Sure Meng Meng girls, so that they could simply take a taxi and come over directly.
Save whatever you can. Boss Zhang has it all covered. As a result, before dinner time arrived,
the 3 Shy Meng Meng girls appeared in front of Zhang Yan again.
Because the students came, Pang Wenyun naturally have a good excuse.
Not with Ding Hongxian husband and wife to eat together,
but to do the landlord friendship, to entertain the students. Mr. and Mrs. Ding Hongxian naturally didn't notice anything at all. Zhang Yan accompanied the 4 women to eat, and then came to the rental room. Bed, mattress, quilt and so on has been all bought. Really just need to turn in the bag to move in. In the morning, Zhang Yan returned to his home.
A gold house is better than your own doghouse.
Zhang Yan was lying on all fours, counting the time. He sat up straight violently. Almost forgot one big thing. Today Yu Shanghui is going to be released. How could he not be there to greet? It shouldn't be too late. It was a good thing that breakfast had already been eaten.
So he drove his sports car to the impoundment where Yu Shanghui was being held. He had previously checked with the sheriff that Yu Shanghui would be released around noon today.
Sure enough,
he waited outside the detention center for a while before he saw Chao Xian getting out of a cab and waiting in front of the detention center.
After only a few days of not seeing each other,
Chao Xian had aged at least 10 years. With this husband in jail and the family fortune seized,
can she not be anxious and white for the night? Look at that. The only way to get around is to call a cab.
Luckily, her son was going to be released today, and she still brought a smile to her face.
But you won't be laughing for long. After another half hour or so,
Yu Shanghui was seen walking out of the detention center,
hanging his head as if he were a defeated dog. When mother and son met, they hugged and cried.
Zhang Yan stepped on the gas and drove the sports car slowly.
The car stopped.
Yu Shanghui and the 2 men also looked over at the same time.
When the window rolled down and saw Zhang Yan in the driver's seat, the 2 men were first taken aback,
and then they both revealed murderous gazes.
Zhang Yan, a poor bastard, can actually drive a sports car? Where did he get the money? And this hater is living the good life. Himself? The family was raided and Yu Hanghai was jailed. It's almost like a broken home.
The hatred in their gazes simply turned into substance.
Zhang Yan parked the car, then opened the door and came down. Zhang Yan, you actually dared to appear in front of me?
Yu Shanghui spoke through gritted teeth.
He really hated to eat Zhang Yan's flesh now. Fiancé was played by Zhang Yan, and even took away a blood. And the mother, too, also in Zhang Yan's design actually had a relationship with the bodyguard, but also by the father to catch the adultery. And even, the father went to jail and Zhang Yan has a lot to do with it. And the most unacceptable thing to Yu Shanghui is that the family's money is gone. He's not even 30 yet. What about the rest of his life? If not for the fact that he could not beat Zhang Yan, he really wanted to fight Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan smiled and laughed. He was completely uninterested in talking nonsense with Yu Shanghui. He just wanted this person to continue to go to jail. You think life in detention is hell? Wrong. When you're actually in jail, you realize that's a long way from hell. Zhang Yan directly pulled and exploded Yu Shanghui's anger value. Now, Yu Shanghui, who was originally afraid of Zhang Yan's strength and didn't dare to make a move, immediately acted as if he had gone crazy, raising his fist and punching towards Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan naturally wouldn't let him hit him. Although he could have kicked Yu Shanghui to pieces with one kick, he pretended to be panicked and ran towards the detention center. Comrade, someone is trying to kill me, Zhang Yan called out as he ran. When the detention center's security officers saw this, they naturally rushed out. But Yu Shanghui has been overwhelmed by anger, and now he only thinks about getting Zhang Yan killed, and whoever blocks him is his enemy. When a couple of sheriff's deputies went up to stop him, he actually went for the gun. Chapter 57, just out and in, grabbing a gun, and in front of a sheriff's deputy. Isn't that a death wish? Yu Shanghui was immediately brought under control, but he was still unruly and cursed angrily at Zhang Yan. It's so arrogant. Several vigilantes punched and kicked Yu Shanghui, and shut him back down. This time it won't be a matter of days. Outright murder and attempted gun grabbing. How about a couple years? Can it be trivial when a gun is involved? Although attempted gun grabbing couldn't be locked up for too long. As long as the person was in there, Zhang Yan had a way to keep adding to his sentence. What the Yu family did to him in his last life, he'd return the favor. And a family should be neat and tidy. Yu Hanghui has gone in, so of course you, the son, have to go in and stay with him. And Chao Xin, Zhang Yan no longer has the patience to play with the other party. You'd better go in and go to jail. Let the prisoners inside clean you up and torture you. He pulled Chao Xian's anger level off again. Chao Xian was already furious because of her son's arrest, and now that her anger value had been pulled out of her, where could she hold back? Jumping up and scratching at the vigilante's face. Scratching her face is still a small matter, and she made the same mistake as her son by actually grabbing a gun as well. She had to. She was also hit with a stick in the stomach and almost spit out all the stomach acid. She didn't wait for her to react. She grabbed it. It's bad-natured. Both mother and son actually tried to grab the gun. Do you guys have sociopathic personalities? She's definitely going to be locked up for a few years as well. If the Yu family is still the same Yu family before, then hire the best lawyers, and then dredge up the relationship. It is possible to suppress the situation as much as possible, and even invited Zhao Guanhua again. To turn the big things into small things into nothing is not impossible. After all, it wasn't as if these two were some kind of bruisers, and it was only in the heat of the moment that they had done such an irrational thing, and it hadn't worked out, much less caused any harm, but they are now paupers. LOL, and today's move would be enough to put them in jail for a couple of years. Congratulations, the family is finally reunited. Unfortunately, men and women are in different prisons. This was the only thing Zhang Yan felt sorry for. Well, then visit the prison more often in the future, and tell them that the reason why so many inmates are picking on them, constantly starting fights, and getting their sentences increased and increased, is because he ordered them to. How can we not say it? In his last life, Chao Xin and his wife had said these words in front of him, tasting his pain and madness for fun. Zhang Yan was very petty, so it had to be returned. Now there's one left. Jalalai, you want to stay out of it after all that extra time in jail for making false witnesses in your last life? How is that possible? Or does it make her, like, assault a sheriff's deputy and attempt to grab a gun? It's so unoriginal. Let's have another package. However, if that trick is used, then sending Jalalayan is going to take a while at night. It wouldn't hurt. Having her on the outside looking in as she mixed it up and accumulated wealth at an alarming rate would probably be worse than killing her, because in Jalalai's mind, it should all be hers. The better Zhang Yan mixed, the harder it was on her heart. This woman's weakness is greed for money. Well, take advantage of that. Zhang Yan intends to find someone to trick Jia Lily, and then let her be cheated of both money and sex, and even loan sharks, and finally hit the idea to the company's account, secretly transferring the money out to pay back the loan sharks. In that case, a sentence of a couple years is a minimum. Once you're in jail, it's easy. You need meritorious service to reduce your sentence. Isn't it easy to increase your sentence? Now that Zhang Yan wasn't staying in jail, he certainly had all the patience in the world to play slowly. He cooperated with the investigation, took a brief statement and left the detention center. When Yu Xianghui's father and son are in jail, he will visit some big brothers inside and ask them to deal with Yu Xianghui's father and son. With the black information he has about those big brothers, can't this small request be satisfied? The Great Cloud Group. In the president's office, Zhao Shangyun was looking at the investigation report on Zhang Yan. Very simple. This person is an orphan. Grew up in an orphanage, although he went to a university, but after coming out, he found a very ordinary job, and resigned only a few days ago. And according to his colleagues in the company, Zhang Yan is a very ordinary person. The turning point came the other day with an adultery catch. He sent Yu Xianghui in, though only for 10 days or so in a detention center. Zhao Shangyun also got Yu Xianghui's information. This person compared to Zhang Yan, it is absolutely super rich. And Yu's family also has a relationship with a district governor. As a matter of fact, Yu Xianghui should have eaten Zhang Yan to death, but it's just the opposite. Not only did Yu Xianghui go in, but so did his old man, and even the district governor. That would be weird. Zhao Shangyun's only thought as he watched Yu Hanghai, Zhao Guanhua, and He Yuan go in was absurd. Offbeat's mom opens the door for Offbeat, and Offbeat arrives home. He Yuan went to turn himself in and then implicated Zhao Guanhua and Yu Hanghai. I'm afraid there's something wrong with this He Yuan. What's in it for him? Half the time. On the contrary, it's at least 20 years in the ING slammer. And after that, Bai Wenha also accompanied by Zhang Yan went to surrender. As a matter of fact, Yu Hanghai wasn't qualified for him to get acquainted, but Bai Wenha was.
After all, it was a big man who was sitting on billions of assets, and although it was still not on the same level as him, the influence could already be described as huge, and was considered to be the top person in Sioux City. But it's such a bigot that he's inexplicably playing at turning himself in as well. Conscience found? Ha! You didn't find out earlier or later, but you found out after meeting Zhang Yan? Moreover, he also sent people to the detention center to contact He Yuan, Bai Wenha and others, who all indicated that they seemed to have been suddenly struck by an evil spirit and were momentarily haunted before turning themselves in.
Ah Chang, do you still think that this person's hypnotism can't affect me now?
Zhao Shangyun turned his head to look at Cheng Cheng.
This time, Cheng Cheng was silent.
Before, he was incredibly confident that there was indeed hypnosis in this world, but it could only take effect on people who were not strong-willed, and not to mention his kind of martial arts practitioners like Steele, even ordinary people like Zhao Shangyun, but who had been in a high position for a long time, and who were incredibly strong in self-confidence. It was impossible for them to be hypnotized.
Small businessmen like Yu Hanghoi? Small gang leaders like He Yuan? Even so, but what about Bai Wenha? He definitely counts as number one. You want money, you want money, you want power.
Although it is just a guess,
but 8 or 9 is not far from the truth. Bai Wen and Surrender should be hypnotized by Zhang Yan. Ah Chang, I have never begged you for anything, but this time, I really have to ask you.
Zhao Shangyun said to Cheng Cheng. The boss was hospitalized by him.
The second one is even going to jail. And next, that kid might even be unfavorable to me. Can you help me with him?
Facing Zhao Shangyun's gaze filled with pleading,
Cheng Cheng finally nodded. I'll help you with this one, and then it's all clear between us. Chapter 58, The War of the Covenant.
Zhang Yan had been a bit happy in the past 2 days.
It can't happen again.
Zhang Yan was not afraid that his body would not be able to carry it, but if he kept indulging in female sex, it would naturally affect his ability to obtain desire points, which was the thing he valued the most. Money or women can be put aside when compared to a strong self. Strength is the source and guarantee of everything.
If Zhang Yan had the power to destroy the world right now,
then he could have as much money as he wanted and as many women as he wanted.
Who dares to object? On the contrary,
he just has endless wealth but no corresponding strength.
Then, just like the weak Qing dynasty, which the powers red-eyed can pounce on a bite, you can't have the end of the book backwards. Therefore, after waiting for 2 days, Zhang Yan made up his mind with firm conviction. Pang Wenyun and the girls have to go there less and less. It's the weekend again. The stock market isn't open, and there's nothing to do. Is it a date with Gu Yusen? After all, he said he was going to pick her up, but it was too perfunctory to not contact her for 5 days at a time. But on second thought, this workaholic should have no vacation 7 days a week, and asking her out probably wouldn't work. Forget it. Zhang Yan was not really in love with her, but only coveted her face value and coveted her figure, wanting to have it for himself. So how could he have any patience to coax the other party? You've been reborn and you're still a lickspittle? Now he is even more accustomed to being a grandpa. The sisters are all treating him as an emperor. Let him go after a woman. As if our mom has come up with the world's first and second 6th generation machine, and now his waist is too hard to bend down. Just leave Gu Yusen out to dry for a few more days. There is a saying that a small farewell is better than a new marriage. Although he and Gu Yusen are not yet a couple, but there is really some ambiguity in it, so it's good to hang her a little. How about Tan Qing or Feng Qian? Wait a minute. Didn't I say not to indulge in female sex? Why are you still thinking about women? Do something serious. Zhang Yan ran to the crowded place and absorbed the desire of these people. It's just that the desire points offered by ordinary people are really limited. Unlike those humongous bandits who can't move for thousands or tens of thousands. It's just that we have such a good law and order situation that there are still some bold and daring people, but the number of them is really too small. How many do you meet in a year? There's no way around it. A mosquito leg is still neat. At least it's a steady source of desire points to collect. After swinging and swinging outside and having dinner, Zhang Yan returned home. I'm definitely not going to look for Pang Manjayun tonight. I swear. I'm a dog if I don't comply. It didn't take long for Pang Mankyun to call. Brother Zhang, come over and play, she said while eating and laughing. Laughing in waves. Something's wrong. Not going. Zhang Yan rebuffed. We'll go to the nightclub to collect the desire points later. After giving the red men and women a week off, their desire should be renewed and they can harvest again. Really? Xiao, you picked up the phone. That would be a shame. We learned a lot of difficult maneuvers in the troop today. We were going to perform them for you. Hold the grass, Zhang Yan decisively said. Wait for me. Woof woof. Early the next morning, Zhang Yan walked out of the house he rented for Pang Wenyun expressionlessly. Why? What about me again? Outside, he ate donuts with soy milk. The soy milk in Suzhou City has both sweet and salty, and Zhang Yan likes the salty one.
with some squash froth and shrimp skin in it, which is delicious. And before he could finish eating, he received a phone call. Strange caller. He thought about it, but connected. Zhang Yan, I am Chang Chang, the bodyguard of Mr. Zhao Xianyun Zhao. The opposite party came up and identified themselves. I want to ask you to come out and meet me to settle the matter between you and Mr. Zhao according to the rules between martial artists. A martial artist? Am I a martial artist? Zhang Yan was a bit curious, as this did not seem like something a bodyguard would do. How do I fix it? He asked as he ate. I'll set the place. You set the time. Each of us will hire a notary and settle the issue through a match. Chang Chang, however, thought that Zhang Yan understood him. If I win, you will leave Sioux City forever and may not return. A match? And a notary? But are you sure you want to compete? Zhang Yan wanted to laugh a bit, so he said, choose a day. Let's do it today. Chang Chang couldn't help but stare. Today? That's too much of a rush. Too rushed to get a notary. He shook his head. Zhang Yan lost his smile. It's fine. If you lose but don't keep your promise, I will personally kill you. With words spoken to such an extent, how could Chang Chang still refuse? After all, he was the one who brought up the date. Moreover, he was also angry that Zhang Yan was really too arrogant. Okay, today then, I'll send you a location. It's wasteland. No one will bother us. Chang Chang said, what about the exact time? 3 o'clock in the afternoon then. Zhang Yan said, okay, out of sight, out of mind. Zhang Yan put his cell phone away, and just a minute later, he did receive a text message with an address. After eating a good breakfast, Zhang Yan killed the address. Although the appointment was in the afternoon, Zhang Yan of course had to go scouting ahead of time. What if Chang Chang ambushed him with many gunmen? Although guns are banned in the country and it's extremely difficult to get one. Fear not. Fear not. Is it wrong to be careful? He soon arrived at the corresponding location, a rotten neighborhood where many of the buildings were roofed over, but the exterior walls were bare and strangely ugly. This place must be very stealthy if you prepare a few snipers. Zhang Yan looked around first. No one. Then he picked the tallest building and went to the top, observing from above. As long as someone came over, he could naturally be the first to notice. But still, none of them showed up until noon. So Chang Ching really wants a fair match with him? Then you saved a life. Zhang Yan muttered. The time came to just after 2 o'clock when I saw a bicycle slowly and leisurely approaching. Bike? Zhang Yan was a bit shocked that Chang Ching actually came over on a bicycle. And the key was even a shared bicycle? The man rode his bike into the neighborhood and parked it, which led him to take out his cell phone and dial a number out. A few seconds later, Zhang Yan's cell phone rang. I'm Chang Chang. I've arrived. This person was really Chang Ching. Zhang Yan then laughed. I'll be right there too. With that, he hung up his cell phone and went downstairs. He tumbled out over the wall to the gate and retraced his steps. People didn't set up traps. Wouldn't it be a shame if he was discovered by Chang Ching to have arrived long ago? Seeing Zhang Yan coming through the gate, Chang Ching immediately greeted him, but seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly lowered his head. Chang dash. He had just shouted out, but he heard Zhang Yan curiously say, why did you ride a shared bicycle over here? Chang Ching instantly broke defense. I cannot afford to buy a car, how you? A look of exasperation. Chapter 59, Accepting a Little Brother. Zhang Yan was stunned, not expecting such an answer. He lost his smile and said, is Zhao Xianyun so stingy? Humph. When Zhao Xianyun saved my life, I agreed to be his bodyguard for 10 years in order to repay him. So naturally, I won't take his money, or else I wouldn't be repaying him. I'd be employed. Chang Ching had a very noble look, but still kept his head down. Zhang Yan are shocked. So you're so poor that you can't even afford an electric bike, so you can only ride a shared bike? You're awesome. After you lose, I won't make things difficult for you, and in the future, you'll leave Sioux City so that Mr. Zhao will be safe, and I'll be able to repay his kindness and can continue to pursue my path of martial arts. Chang Ching said, it's kinda middle of the road, actually using words like martial path. Does anyone really practice martial arts these days? Zhang Yan smiled. And what if you lose? Impossible. Chang Chang was full of confidence. It just seemed odd to speak such confident words but with a lowered head. I've been adjusting my state over the past 2 days. I've already reached the peak of my personal strength. I'm invincible under Ming Jin. Ming Jin? Zhang Yan muttered a bit in his mind and continued. And what if there are no eventualities? Cheng Ching said flatly. Zhang Yan lost his smile. Since I'm bound to lose, why am I still fighting you? Am I stupid? Cheng Ching tried to raise his head, but halfway raised it and then hung it down again. Then if you win, I'll give as a bodyguard for 10 years. Are you addicted to being a bodyguard? Zhang Yan was then speechless and asked curiously, do you have a bad cervical spine? Why do you ask? Cheng Ching asked rhetorically.
Because you kept your head down. Zhang Yan was a bit frantic. Not only is this guy middle-aged, he seems to have a brain problem. Cheng Qing then grunted. You know hypnotism? I won't be hypnotized by you as long as I don't make eye contact with you. What? I can hypnotize? How I don't know. It dawned on Zhang Yan that he had used the system to manipulate the emotions of He Yuan and the others to make them act against common sense, and in the eyes of the vigilantes, this was just an unusual surrender scenario, and it was normal for them to backtrack afterward. But what about in the eyes of others? Isn't that hypnosis? Hey, is it okay if you look down and don't look at me? Doesn't it give Cheng Qing the desire to eat for a bit? Forget it, it's disgusting. Zhang Yan hooked his hand. Then let your horse come over. There's no just man. You're not going to renege, are you? Cheng Qing said with great skepticism. Zhang Yan laughed out loud. I won in a packet, so it could only be that you're renegade. Cheng Qing seemed to have suffered a great humiliation. I, Cheng Qing, have always been true to my word. You can't slander my character. Row by row. Come on. Zhang Yan said for the second time. Although Cheng Qing hung his head down, he didn't close his eyes again. He just didn't go to look at Zhang Yan's face, so he naturally knew Zhang Yan's position, and he softly shouted, and with an arrow step, he rushed towards Zhang Yan, extremely fast. Zhang Yan was slightly surprised. This Cheng Qing was a bit similar to the guy who played the monkeyish fist. However, he was much faster. The monkeyish fist guy was at best equivalent to his state after 3 enhancements. And this Cheng Qing? 4 times. So there's some truth to what he's saying with such confidence. He is now 8 times strengthened. How many times more than when he was 4 times strengthened? Seeing that Zhang Yan was unresponsive, Cheng Qing couldn't help but let out a cold snort, looking very displeased. How dare you? Well, I'll let you eat your own. Well, he let out a muffled grunt as Zhang Yan just reached out and his neck was cupped by Zhang Yan's big hand as if he had sent it up on his own accord. How? Cheng Qing couldn't believe it. How much of a difference in strength did the two have to have for such a result to occur? Before, he had even boasted in front of Zhang Yan. It's so humiliating. A date? He actually made a date with such an expert? Groundless. Zhang Yan casually threw Cheng Qing to the ground and laughed. Willing to bet? Cheng Qing bared his teeth for a moment, so he only nodded. I'll be your bodyguard for 10 years. Zhang Yan waved his hand. I don't need a bodyguard, just do the work for me at a discount for 3 years. Cheng Qing was about to retort, but when he thought of the difference in strength between the two, he had to admit that he really wasn't qualified to be Zhang Yan's bodyguard. Who protects who? Moreover, following such an expert may be able to take his strength to the next level. No problem, he agreed in one breath. I'll call you Mr. Zhang from now on. Call me Young Zhang, don't call me old. Zhang Yan said. Okay, Young Zhang. Cheng Qing nodded. Zhang Yan suddenly remembered. What was the situation with the Ming Jin you mentioned earlier? Cheng Qing couldn't help but be surprised. Young Zhang, you're so powerful. Aren't you a Ming Jin martial artist? What Ming Jin and Dark Jin? Zhang Yan asked rhetorically. Cheng Qing, on the other hand, was dazed. Zhang Xiao even knew about dark power. How could he not know what a bright power martial artist was? This is a test, he hurriedly said. Those of us who practice martial arts are divided into 3 levels according to our strength. The lowest is like me. And those who are able to go 1 level higher are known as Ming Jin martial artists. And there is a ring in their moves. And a few rings means it's a few stages of Ming Jin. Above the Ming Jin martial artists are the Dark Jin martial artists. Bright strength martial artists, like dark strength martial artists, are divided into 9 segments. And with each segment of difference, the difference in strength is immense. Zhang Yan couldn't help but TSK. So there really are masters like those in martial arts novels who can fly through walls? Cheng Qing then smiled bitterly for a moment. It can be done in ancient times, but in modern times it is almost impossible. Why? Zhang Yan asked. Chang Xiao is testing me again. Cheng Qing replied calmly. Nowadays, they are all high-rise buildings. Even a dark force martial artist can at most jump down from the 10th floor, right? Any higher, and you will be seriously injured if you don't die. Zhang Yan then suddenly realized that nowadays, the high buildings are not moving 30 or 40 floors, and the experts of the 9th stage of the dark force came and dared to show their light power? The whole village ate as usual. You're still not Ming Jin? He asked again. It's just 1 foot short of the threshold, Cheng Qing said with some pride and loss. Actually, I was already standing in front of this threshold as early as 3 years ago, but I just couldn't manage to step over it. Then, he looked at Zhang Yan with an adoring gaze. Young Zhang is truly a genius in practicing martial arts. At less than 30 years old, he has already cultivated Ming Jin. How did you see that? Zhang Yan then wondered. I'm not a genius at practicing martial arts. It's all added up by the system. It's not that I'm boasting. My strength should be invincible under Ming Jin.
but I'm not a match in front of young Zhang.
So what is young Zhang if he's not a Ming Jin expert?
Chang Ching had an expression like you don't need to test me with such low-level questions.
I'm guessing that you, young Zhang, are at least at the second stage of Ming Jin.
If it's just the Ming Jin stage,
it shouldn't have subdued me so easily. Zhang Yan was then speechless. You're quite the brainiac. According to you, are there a lot of people practicing martial arts now?
He thought of the one who played Monkeyish Fist, and estimated that he was also the lowest level of martial artist.
A far cry from Chang Cheng.
Chang Ching changed his look to one of sighing. There are very few people practicing martial arts nowadays.
Alas,
you have to practice hard from a young age.
But how many people can cultivate to Ming Jin? Besides, even if you are a dark force expert, what's the use of encountering a gun? Hearing this, Zhang Yan was relieved.
Even if a dark strength expert appeared in front of him, odds were that he would not be a match for him.
Chapter 60, Discovering the Truth. Zhang Yan added Cheng Qing's WeChat. In the future, if he wanted Cheng Qing to do anything, he could just send a message or a video. After thinking about it, Zhang Yan transferred $100,000
to Cheng Qing. If something really needs to be done by Cheng Chang, and the guy sweeps a shared bicycle, even if the wheels are stomping smoke,
how fast can it go? After receiving Zhang Yan's transfer, Cheng Qing couldn't help but blush. Young Zhang, I lost a bet to you. How can I still ask for your money? It's given to you, so take it.
Zhang Yan glared at him.
Thank you, young Zhang. Cheng Qing didn't push back any further,
because if he followed Zhao Shangyun, he was provided with food and shelter,
so it didn't matter if he didn't have any money.
He didn't have to live in a bridge hole and drink the northwest wind.
But what about following Zhang Yan?
He didn't say that Mr. Zhang was in charge of his food and drink, so he really can't afford not to have the $100,000. Zhang Yan called a car to go back, while Cheng Qing rode his shared bicycle again.
Slowly, the two men were taciturn. One didn't ask about Zhao Shangyun,
and the other didn't take the initiative to mention it, because Cheng Qing followed Zhao Shangyun because he was repaying the favor. If Zhang Yan asked about Zhao Shangyun, then Cheng Qing would be ashamed of his former benefactor by saying it,
and not saying it would be disloyal to his current boss. Therefore, naturally, Zhang Yan would not ask, is it important about Zhao Shangyun?
Whether it was to kill him or make him commit suicide.
It was easy for Zhang Yan. Of course, the prerequisite was that Zhang Yan had to find him.
With Cheng Qing failing, Zhao Shangyun will definitely be incredibly careful going in and out, right?
Well, he needs to be found and fixed as soon as possible.
Although Zhang Yan didn't know what bad things Zhao Shangyun had done,
but rushing Zhao Banian could be so reckless. How could he, as his old man, be a good person? Tackling this kind of person is definitely doing the people a favor. Should still be able to collect a wave of desire points. On the way,
he received another call from Pangman Kyun,
inviting him over to play.
Of course, no matter what she said on the other end of the phone, she was extremely tempting,
but Zhang Yan just stuck to the bottom line.
It must never be so indulgent.
He has to collect desire points. Since Zhang Yan wasn't going to be there tonight, Pang Wenyun didn't stay at the rental house,
but went back to her cousin's house.
After all, she still had the task of selling Zhang Yan in front of Lin Shangyan.
She still took her golden father's command to heart.
After the three of them ate dinner together,
Ding Hongxian headed to the sofa and watched TV, leaving the work of washing dishes and taking out the trash to Lin Xiangyan.
My brother is so lazy, Pang Man Kyun said contemptuously. Lin Xiangyan then smiled. It wasn't the first day that Ding Hongxian was like this. She had long gotten used to it.
Hyun, are you still comfortable at work?
She asked. Adaptation.
Of course, Pang Wenyun said as she washed the dishes.
The regiment's leaders are so polite to us.
Lin Xiangye then was a bit disbelieving.
You're just interns. Why would the leaders of the regiment be polite to you? The Sioux City Art Troupe is a public organization, and the leaders inside must be so bullish that they need to be polite to a few interns? Pang Wenyun then smiled mysteriously.
It's not necessary for others.
But we're different. Sister-in-law, do you know who arranged for me to intern in the art troupe?
Lin Xiangye was also curious. She had asked before,
but Pang asked Peony not to say. Who? She asked. He. This person is actually someone you know. Sister-in-law, Pang Wenyun said mysteriously. I recognize it too.
Lin Xiangye's beautiful eyes turned.
Could it be your brother?
Pang Wenyun immediately revealed an exaggerated look of disgust.
My brother? Come on. What else does he have besides a mouth that can blow?
Lin Xiangye then glared at her.
Don't talk about your brother like that. Pang Wenyun is still unconvinced. Sister-in-law, did my brother give you some kind of drug? You're so pretty.
And you've been studying dance since you were a child. With this body and temperament,
who wouldn't be confused when looking at you? If I were you, I definitely wouldn't choose my brother, but would marry into a rich family. Little Hyun, If you keep talking about your brother like that, I'm going to get angry.
Lin Xiangye said with a straight face.
Okay, don't talk about my brother. Pang Wenyun quickly surrendered.
The one who arranged for me to be in the Sucheng art troupe is the next door brother Zhang.
What?
Lin Xiangye was so shocked that the bowl in her hand fell into the sink.
Fortunately, the water was rushing, and the TV was on outside, so loud that Ding Hongxian didn't hear her exclamation of surprise at all. She looked at Pang Manqian and said in disbelief, "How did you find him?" "No, how could he help you? Because Zhang is a good person." Pang Wenyun tried hard to create an image for Zhang Yan,
but Lin Xiangye had already been preoccupied, so how could she believe it?
However,
Zhang Yan did not intend to hook up with this married woman in such a way.
But would any sane woman cheat on someone just because they were complimented on their excellence? Of course not. Therefore, Zhang Yan was trying to make Lin Xiangyan guess the truth. Didn't Zhang Yan make any conditions? She asked. No, brother Zhang is nice. Pang Wenyun didn't know and was still bragging about it.
Lin Xiangye vaguely guessed something, but was a bit in disbelief.
Pang Manjayun is still a junior, so it shouldn't be so bad.
She only came to Sioux City for a few days, and she also went back to Xiqing a few days ago.
Not so quickly by Zhang Yan. Thinking of this, her face was slightly red. Little peony, I'm telling you discreetly, be careful of that Zhang Yan. He's definitely not a good person.
Lin Xiangye felt the need to properly remind this little ant, lest she suffer. This time it was Pang Wenyun's turn to be unhappy, saying, "Sister-in-law, brother Zhang has done me such a great favor, and now the leaders of the art troupe are also very polite to me because of him. It's not good for you to talk about people like that, right?" Lin Xiangye was anxious. Why don't you still believe it? In order for her sister-in-law not to be fooled, she gritted her teeth and said, "When I was riding in the elevator with Zhang Yan before, he made a move on me. He's basically a hooligan." "Ha, so Chang has been at his sister-in-law for a long time? So why even let yourself say nice things? Isn't that a mistake? Is it?" She couldn't help but blush as she thought of a possibility. Pang Wenyun pretended to be shocked, then said fearfully, "Sister-in-law, then what should I do if brother Zhang and Zhang Yan make indecent demands on me? It's natural to refuse." Lin Xiangyan said rightfully, "But my internship was introduced to me by him." Pang Wenyun pressed down on what Lin Xiangyan was about to say. "Sister-in-law, this job is too important to me. There's no way I'm giving it up." "What then?" Lin Xiang evening are guilty of worrying. The little ant is only a junior in her eyes of course and childlike. So, at this point, if she, who was her sister-in-law, didn't step forward to solve the problem, did she want the other little girl to deal with it on her own? The question is, what can she do? Letting Ding Hongxian warn Zhang Yan? Unrealistic. Ding Hongxian borrowed Zhang Yan 3 million. Hate Zhang Yan as if he were an ancestor. Want him to Zhang Yan loud and clear? That's just on its own. Lin Xiangye gritted her teeth and said, "Don't worry, leave this matter to me. How bad of you to push your sister-in-law into the fire." Pang Wenyun's guilty conscience lasted less than a second before she thought again. Sister-in-law is the one who was aggrieved by following my brother. Brother Zhang is not only rich and generous, but also terribly strong. It's only good for sister-in-law to follow brother Zhang. Sister-in-law, then you must hurry. I will definitely not forget your favor. Chapter 61, Troublemakers. Lin Xiangye was sort of held up to the fire. Who let her take the initiative and ask to take this on? After washing the dishes, she thought twice and decided to go find Zhang Yan. It must be talked about. How can you wreck someone's little girl? Only a junior. She carried the garbage bag to the living room, changed her shoes then said to Ding Hongxian, "Hubby, I'm going to throw out the garbage." Ding Hongxian didn't even head back, watching the skit being performed on the TV and laughing. Lin Xiangye went out and left, first going to throw out the garbage, then took the elevator up, but did not go back to her own home, but hesitantly walked to Zhang Yan's door. She wanted to beat a retreat several times, but when she thought of Pang Wenyun's pleading appearance earlier, she still forced up her courage. Knock on the door. She used very little force, just so she wouldn't be afraid to let someone in her own family hear her. She is definitely over-anxious. With the sealing of the security door, it is very difficult for even the loudest knocking sound to be transmitted in, and Ding Hongxian is still watching TV. The sound is turned up so loud, even if the door is left wide open. In fact, it is impossible for him to hear it, and moreover, he won't care about it. After waiting for a few seconds, but no one opened the door, Lin Xiangye's courage that had just risen was rapidly fading. Just as she was about to turn around and go back, the door suddenly opened. She was startled and subconsciously wanted to back away, but thought that she was here to speak for Pang Wenyun, so how could she run away from the battle? "I have something for you," she said. Zhang Yan made a please motion and gave up his position. "What's the deal with this woman? Unsolicited? He.
then he's definitely going to eat it. Big deal. Woof again. He turned around and closed the door behind him. The thud startled Lin Xiangye so much that her heart jumped out of her chest. She rushed to business and said, "Thank you in advance for helping my sister-in-law find an internship." "Oh, so that's why I came over." Zhang Yan smiled and did not answer. "He'll see what the other side says. Do you have something in mind for her?" Lin Xiangye continued to ask. Zhang Yan nodded without hesitation. "Of course. You." Seeing Zhang Yan so direct and so shameless, Lin Xiangye was so angry that she couldn't even speak, choking for a while before she said, "How can you be like this? She's still a student. How can you hit your head on her? Oh, maybe she has more experience than you do." Zhang Yan does not doubt it at all, although Lin Xiang Evening is the kind of internal charming type of woman. But, obviously Ding Hongxian did not develop her sultry attributes. Conservative thinking and behavior? On the contrary, Pang Wanyuan, the first time to see him dared to take the initiative to tease him. The two are not at all a level. However, thinking so, of course he wouldn't say it out loud, but sneered. "Do you know how much money I spent in order to send Pang Wanyun into the art troupe? Actually, it was 4 people, but now of course, they only said Pang Wanyun, so that they could increase the pressure on Lin Xiangyan." Lin Xiangye couldn't help but ask, "How much?" 5 million. Zhang Yan casually said a number, and it wasn't like Lin Xiangyan would be able to check it out anyway. "What? $5 million? Lin Xiangye was shocked. This is too much. She's already considered to be in the upper income bracket, but she's only making $15,000 a month, and that's before taxes. So how many years would she have to save that $5 million? Let the husband pay for this? Not to mention whether or not Ding Hongxian is willing. Even if he is willing, he can't take it out. In fact, give him any more money and he's sure to throw it all at the crooks." Zhang Yan laughed. "I've spent so much money, even if I throw it into the water it will make a bit of noise, so I can't spend it for nothing, right? So, either Pang Wenyun accompanies me to bed and becomes my lover, or, return the $5 million to me." Lin Xiangye frowned. She specially came over to look for Zhang Yan, naturally to avoid her sister-in-law from being scourged by Zhang Yan, but at the same time, she also wanted to keep Pang Wenyun's internship. After all, this job was too important to Pang Wenyun. Staying in the art troupe, the future is worry-free, and the social status is also quite high. In the future you can know some high-ranking officials and marry a good family. Otherwise, wouldn't she have been able to persuade Pang Mankyun to give up her internship before? Is there a third option? She asked. Don't even think about it. Lin Xiangye refused without thinking, very forcefully, even as she turned around and was about to leave. Zhang Yan then said, "Yo, is this how you act as a sister-in-law? Watching your sister-in-law jump into the fire pit? Or, selfishly not thinking about Pang Wenyun's future? Am I being selfish? You're the one who's horny. Shameless." Lin Xiangye cursed in her heart, but the foot she had just raised was put down, saying, "There's no way I'm going to sleep with you. Change your request. As long as I can do it, I'll try my best to fulfill you." In fact, she had a certain realization in her heart when she came over alone to find Zhang Yan. Of course, getting laid is a definite no-no. Seeing her determination and persistence, Zhang Yan decided to relax a little and not really scare her away. "Okay, then I'll change my request. Will you be a trick-or-treater? What is this request?" Lin Xiangyan was confused. "You were just horny. Why did you change the channel all of a sudden?" "But will she refuse? I was very naughty when I was little. My parents said I was a troublemaker." Lin Xiangye said with some small arrogance. "You be the troublemaker and I won't go to Pang Wenyun." Zhang Yan laughed. Lin Xiangye was a bit in disbelief that such a big problem had been solved so easily. She was afraid that Zhang Yan would back out, so she hurriedly said, "Okay, it's a deal. No one is allowed to back out." Chapter 62 Insomnia. Half an hour later, Lin Xiangye stumbled and grabbed the door. Her face was frighteningly red and even more filled with shock. The troublemaker Zhang Yan spoke of and the mischievousness she understood were simply two different things, but what surprised her more was the timing. Some for half an hour, others for 2 minutes. She couldn't help but think of her husband, and couldn't help but feel a pang of resentment. If it is Zhang Yan, blah blah blah. She couldn't help but curse herself for having such thoughts. You're the one with a husband and you love him so much. How could you ever think of cheating on him? Even mental cheating is wrong. She warned herself darkly, but when she thought of what Zhang Yan had said to her, she couldn't help but frown again. She opened her own door, only to see Ding Hongxian finally turn his head to look at her and ask, "What took you so long?" In fact, Ding Hongxian does not know the exact time, only know quite a long time. Lin Xiang Evening heart panicked. She also did not expect Zhang Yan can be so tossed, because at first she only wanted to negotiate with Zhang Yan but she immediately composed herself and casually said, When I came back, I was stopped by a couple of older women who had to talk to me about my family. People who are older are just gossipy. Ding Hongxian spat after him and did not continue the topic, but got up and went to take a shower. Lin Xiangye sighed in relief. At this time, Pang Manqian quietly ran over and asked furtively, "Sister-in-law, how is it?" She's actually gossiping. Ding Hongxian does not know, but she is very clear. Sister-in-law went out for 40 minutes, then removed the time to throw the garbage. She stayed at least half an hour in Zhangyan. Must have done something. But half an hour wouldn't be enough if we really did that. Pang Manqian became particularly curious. Lin Xiangye flashed her a smile. "Don't worry, sister-in-law will definitely help you solve the problem," said she. On the other hand, was annoyed as hell. It was only because it was over that Zhang Yan told her that such a time would only allow Pang Shangyun to stay in the art troupe for one more week. From now on, every time you trick or treat, you get to stay an extra week. Of course, if Lin Xiangye was willing to give a little more, then she could stay for 2 or even 3 more weeks, depending on whether she was willing to sacrifice. Of course she was unwilling to do so, but Zhang Yan asked rhetorically, "Trick or treating can be worth $1.5 million a time? Are you a fairy?" The words hurt, but they also stuffed her speechless. Yeah, $1.5 million is enough to keep a pretty young girl for years, right? She's worth $1.5 million for just a little bit of egg crushing? She had to leave because if she didn't, she might not be able to walk out of Zhang Yan's door tonight. The man was looking at her with a gaze so full of aggression that he really could have forced her to stay. But she couldn't say these things to Pang Manqian. One, it was too shameful to say, and the other was that he didn't want to pressure Pang Qian. She consoled Pang Wenyun a few words, and when her husband washed up, she also went to take a bath. The hot water hit her beautiful torso. She could not help but think of Zhang Yan again. If, blah blah blah, Lin Xiangye had to turn the hot water into lukewarm or even cool water to douse the flames in her body. She's so young and yet she's always unfulfilled. Will she not have a fire inside her body over time? It had been building up, but today it was unleashed by the trickster. When I returned to the bedroom, I saw that my husband had fallen asleep and was making snoring noises. She also lay down with her clothes, but she tossed and turned how could not sleep, as long as she closed her eyes. It was Zhang Yan's exaggerated insomnia. In fact, Zhang Yan was not satisfied. It's just trick or treating. How satisfying can it be? Not only was he not satisfied, his fire was even aroused, and he almost wanted to go to Shimanaman and the girls to start a group, but he pressed it down with great endurance. Go to the nightclub to collect desire points. There are plenty of opportunities for enjoyment, but what if you're not strong enough to get screwed? Hidden in the shadows of the Golden Eagle pawnshop behind the Force Counts 1. And Zhang Yan now know what else Ming Jin. Dark power martial artists. Such people positively put on the right he is not afraid, but in case of a sneak attack assassination he's still a little dangerous. Only with the strength to push across the world would he be able to truly rest on his laurels. That's easy too. Just go around to the crowded places. Before 3 o'clock in the morning, he had patronized a total of 9 nightclubs, absorbing a large number of desire points, and the nightclubs patronized by him were all greatly affected in their business that night, because after being absorbed by him, these pleasure-seeking men and women all became as if they had attained enlightenment, and they went home to sleep. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, was content to go home and sleep. He received more than 9,000 desire points, and his total desire points came to 97,000 again, on the verge of breaking the 100,000 mark. But unfortunately, the next reinforcement would require upwards of 250,000 desire points, which was just over a third of what he had saved. Cheer up, he slept until after 10 o'clock, and counting the time, he had actually slept for less than 7 hours. In the future, let's just sleep in until 11 o'clock, so that we can get up and eat lunch. Zhang Yan slowly put on his clothes, washed up, and then went out, ready to go to lunch. Coincidentally, when he came out, the door next door also happened to open, revealing Lin Xiangye's charming, delicate body. She was startled, and when she exchanged a glance with Zhang Yan, her pretty face flew red, and she hurriedly slipped back into the house again, and with a click, she closed the door behind her. Zhang Yan couldn't help but shake his head. I'm not a tiger. Do I need to be scared like this? He didn't know that Lin Xiangye had insomnia last night and didn't fall asleep until after 6 in the morning, and then it was one spring dream after another, and now she just got up. And the hero of the spring dream? It was Zhang Yan. When she woke up, she was of course mortified. How did she dream about Zhang Yan? Even if you want something more, it should be with your husband, right? Is she a bad woman? Now that she saw the hero, of course, she was so ashamed that she fled home. Zhang Yan shrugged and walked away. Although Lin Xiangye was a delicious meal, But how could he not hang himself from one tree? He was such a fraternal man. How could he let other women down? After having a brunch, Zhang Yan pondered over what to do today. By the way, that gang of crooks, it's time to close the net. Big time desire points ahoy. Chapter 63. Zhang Yan took out his cell phone and called Guo Guangji. Knowing that Zhang Yan has the idea of investing money, Guo Guangji first said that he was a bit busy, but, because of a good match with Zhang Yan, he was willing to take some time to meet with him. Pretty good at pretending. Half an hour later, they met again at Starbucks. Oh, such a rich big boss that every time they meet they're actually at Starbucks? In fact, it only takes a little bit of brainpower to think of the unreliability, but most people who fall for it don't think about it that much. Either you are intimidated by the scammers right off the bat, or you are so mesmerized by the benefits that you don't want to think much about it at all. Mr. Zhang, how much are you planning to invest? Guo Guangji asked. 20 million. Zhang Yan said a random number. It wasn't like he was really investing anyway. Guo Guangji was first startled. Then he revealed a look of ecstasy. $20 million. He was able to take 5% of the total, or $1 million. Grass. After this vote he will return to his hometown. The village head of the daughter married looks thief water spirit, but has been looking down on him. He must use money to smash each other to bed. Actually, the funding gap we need is already small. 20 million is a bit much. However, who made Mr. Zhang and I throw in the towel? So let's do it this way. I'll pull out a portion of the funds that I've put in and let you have the amount. Guo Guangji had a generous look on his face. It's called cheating you out of your money and asking you to be grateful. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. Thank you then. Will Mr. Zhang call the money over now? Guo Guangji asked, pretending to be casual, but in his heart, he was nervous to the point of bursting. 20 million, 20 million, 20 million. Zhang Yan said, there are 2 wealth management payments that won't be due until tomorrow, so the earliest I can get the money over is tomorrow night. It's fine, it's fine. There's no rush, Guo Guangji said in a hurry. The next thing he knew, he was distracted as the number 20 million kept playing around in his head. Zhang Yan didn't bother to fudge any further, so he ended the meeting. Guo Guangji left straight away. Zhang Yan did not follow. However, one person did. Who? Ching Ching. Having taken this man under his wing, of course he had to be put to use. Although Zhang Yan completely do not see Cheng Qing's hands, but, compared to ordinary people, he is a godlike existence. Stalking this kind of thing is really a great talent. How can Guo Guangji find out? More than an hour later, Zhang Yan finally received a message from Cheng Qing. Young Zhang, we found this person's landing spot. There are 7 people in total. I've sent you the location. This guy was pretty alert and made a point of going around the crowded mall a few times. Too bad it was me he met. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. I should say, fortunately I had the foresight to transfer 100,000 to you yesterday. Otherwise, if you ride a shared bicycle to chase people, aren't you eating car exhaust? He made a call out. Team Gu, I've found a fraud ring. Then he took a car and went to the address Cheng Qing gave him. In an urban village. It's a complicated terrain and complicated people, so it's the easiest place to escape if you do get caught. Try another neighborhood. There's only 1 or 2 exits and it's easy to get blocked in. Zhang Yan came to the city center village and looked for it by the address. That's a little harder to find, because it is not like the neighborhood. Which building? Which unit? A few zeros. Very good to find. Here you have to go by the door number, and the arrangement of the door number is sometimes not regular. At least Zhang Yan looked for 5 minutes to find the place. Along the way, many little girls, daughters-in-law, and even some older women in revealing clothes were waving at him. Come on, come on, come on. Zhang Yan was then a bit shocked. And 40s or even 50s? More or less spelled out. Of course he ignored it. Guo Guangji they rented a whole set of houses. The iron gate was locked. Inside should be a small yard before the 2-story building. Thump, 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 thump. He knocks on the door. Cheng Qing kept an eye on it to make sure that no one left, and when Zhang Yan came, he sent a message to him so that he could leave. It was a while before someone walked up to the door, but instead of opening it, they whispered, "Who? Community warming." Zhang Yan laughed. Ha! The man was confused. The year was almost 2 months old. Goddamn sending warmth. His first thought was that it was not good. His group had been discovered. Grr! He cursed and whistled in quick succession. Brothers, pull out. However, boom! All he could feel was a huge force hitting him, and then his eyes went black and he didn't know anything else. Zhang Yan retracted his foot and casually swept his eyes at the tin door that had already been kicked away by him. There was still a person pressed underneath, but pitifully, the person had fainted to death without even showing his face. Powerful bricks fly. The ancients are true. Zhang Yan smiled. At this time, the inside of the residential building was also a mess.
Those crooks heard the whistling sound and thought that a large number of vigilantes were looking for them.
They didn't dare to go through the front door,
and were preparing to escape from the back door.
Mr. Gua, what's the rush? He laughed.
Those 6 crooks were grabbing for the back door and scrambling to be the first to escape. When they heard Zhang Yan's voice, Gua Guangji couldn't help but twist his head to look at them before cursing.
Grass. There's only one person. And besides, he's not a vigilante. What?
The remaining 5 people also stopped their escaping movements and looked over.
Sure enough,
Zhang Yan was the only one standing alone in the courtyard. At once they were courageous.
What a way to be a thief. The wind is at your back, and you're actually intimidated by a person. They really want to run away.
Will they have the face to see people in the future?
How dare you lie to me? Gui Guangji was angry and annoyed, and he didn't pretend to be a crappy Guangpu anymore.
Since Zhang Yan had looked for him, it meant that he had recognized his identity.
So did he still want to cheat 20 million? Of course not. It's over. The village chief's watery, arrogant daughter can't marry. He was enraged and rushed over to punch Zhang Yan. Boo!
When Zhang Yan kicked out,
Gui Guangji flew backward at a faster speed. If it wasn't for Zhang Yan not wanting to kill anyone, his insides would have been a mushy mess. Seeing this, the remaining 5 people were all evil,
and they all copied chairs and the like as weapons and rushed towards Zhang Yan.
But what good is that in the face of absolute strength? In less than a minute,
they were on the ground in droves.
Zhang Yan took a chair, sat down and waited. Outside, so many people were watching, but none of them dared to come in.
Who dares to mess with Zhang Yan?
The fierce god? It's too scary. Around 10 minutes, a team of vigilantes finally rushed into the courtyard under Gu Yusen's leadership. Seeing the vigilantes appear, Gui Guangji and the others all showed expressions of despair. Now that's totally add up.
Zhang Yan revealed a smile as he received a large number of desire points at this moment.
Chapter 64 Ding Hongxian is in a hurry. Everyone went to the CID. Zhang Yan told the story. Gu Yusen didn't even need to doubt for a moment, but immediately affirmed that Gui Guangji's gang were definitely fraudsters. And after learning that at least one person had already voted them more than $6 million, Gu Yusen realized the seriousness of the problem. Can't.
They hurriedly increased their interrogation efforts, while Gui Guangji and the others actually had little resistance to pressure,
and soon confessed everything.
The amount of money involved is up to $60 million. They have a clear division of labor.
Someone is specifically responsible for looking for the target. Elected.
Then Gui Guangji played the boss and the target to create a chance encounter, and then timely display of financial strength, and the target to recognize, and then intentionally or unintentionally revealed investment in a large project, and when the target asked, but also intentionally appetizing, wanting to refuse to welcome, and then finally reluctantly say it, then let the target to invest a small sum of money, taste the sweetness, and take the opportunity to brainwash a wave. This time, the target is basically impossible to escape. Will take the initiative to get money, borrow money to send money. The ruse is simple. Exploit the target's greed. As soon as you develop greed, you are not far from being duped. Gu Yusen asked his men to contact the cheated investors one by one, and of course he had to tell these victims the news. But informing is one thing, getting your money back is another. According to the feedback from the bank, as soon as the victim's money was transferred to the scammer's bank account, it was immediately dispersed into dozens of accounts and then withdrawn offline in less than half an hour. The point is, the place where the money was withdrawn wasn't even in the country, but in old Burma. This made Gu Yusen and the others only stare dryly. Going abroad to arrest people? How is that possible? There is no law enforcement authority. The point is, Gui Guangji and they are just small people. The real boss of the fraud group is not at all in the country, but in the old Burma. So the arrest of Gui Guangji and these people are not likely to put an end to the fraud. They just need to send another wave of people over. This angered the entire criminal investigation department. It was obvious where the big head was, and there was nothing to be done about it. It's suffocating. Zhang Yan thought that it is still a few more years. Our mom's national power to another level. That one sentence can be old Myanmar obediently hand over the fraud leader. Not listening? Oh, and the jungle will grow drones, missiles, and military advisors and so on. But right now, our mom is still suffering from old mold, and it's only going to get tougher from here. However, when our nation encounters difficulties and suppression, it will only erupt with infinite courage and unparalleled resilience. Just like the words of Chip after his breakout, the lightboat has crossed 10,000 mountains. The beacon of civilization is never in the West. Zhang Yan didn't say anything. For one thing, as a person who had squatted in a hard prison for 31 years naturally wouldn't be close to the vigilante. And secondly, if he said something like that now, he would only be sprayed to death. Right? After he cooperated with the investigation and made a good statement,
Gu Yusin personally sent him out of the criminal police brigade. In the future, when you encounter this kind of thing, don't be reckless alone. Wait for us to come over, she said cautiously. I know you're not weak, but what if people have guns? It's impossible for ordinary people to get guns, but it's different for those who specialize in doing bad things. Zhang Yan thought to himself that even if someone really hit me with a gun now, I was 10% sure that I could dodge it or even grab the bullet with my bare hands. But, he laughed. So concerned about me? Gu Yusin then gave him a blank stare. Don't be poor. It's all memorized. Instead of verbalizing it, why don't you give me a kiss? Zhang Yan muttered. What did you say? Nothing, it's almost 6. I have to go to dinner. Do you want to join me? Where's the time? You're sending me over so many scammers. I'll be working overtime until at least 10 today. Zhang Yan shrugged his shoulders. Of course he could not wait here. There are so many girls. He can't even keep himself busy. Another date then. After that he ran away. Gu Yusin clenched her fists with some hatred. This guy was talking about chasing himself before. And what happened? No patience at all. Just the thought that Zhang Yan had sent her so many criminals again made her very impressed. This level of catching bad guys was even higher than her. At this moment, she moved to pull Zhang Yan into the team again. What does it matter if you didn't graduate from the police academy? Starting with informants and undercover agents. As long as you get a few credits, and with her as an introduction and guarantor, it will never be a problem to get straightened out. It's just that guy, instead of being interested in being a vigilante, is even a bit repulsed. Weird. Zhang Yan didn't go back to his house. Evening is a great time to collect a desire point. Still home around 3 a.m. He slept until 11 a.m. just in time, and went straight to lunch. After washing up, he just opened the door. He saw the elevator come up. The door opened, and came out 2 security officers. First looked at him, found that he was walking out from 1801, then put his eyes back, walked to the door of Ding Hongxian's house, and pressed the doorbell. What's the matter? It could also be because of the fraud thing. Mr. Ting Honghuan has invested more than $6 million, and he is definitely the big sufferer and even the worst victim. Zhang Yan went downstairs to eat, and after eating, he didn't go out but went back to his house. He had expected a heated argument to take place next door, but it was so bizarre that there wasn't a single sound, which made him a little surprised, then reacted to the fact that it wasn't like Lin Shangye was a full-time housewife, but rather had a job, and today wasn't a weekend. So naturally, she was still at work. So, she would have to wait until she got off work to find out the news, and then, inevitably, she would have to have a heated argument with Ding Hongxian. Will Ding Hongxian hide it? It's possible. Zhang Yan had just opened the door, but he saw that the door next door also opened, and then Ding Hongxian walked out. Nice guy. A few days ago, he was so spirited and springy, but now, his hair was a mess. It should have been scratched out, and he didn't know how much had fallen out. His face was pale, and his eyes were red and covered with blood. This is the sadness of knowing that you've been cheated out of more than $6 million, isn't it? That, Mr. Zhen, Ding Hongxian called out, but as his voice exited, he startled himself. Raspy as hell. Zhang Yan pretended to be startled. Old Ding, what's wrong with you? Nothing, didn't sleep well yesterday. Ding Hongxian walked over and said, do you still have money? Lend me another 4 million. No, 5 million. And borrow money? Zhang Yan looked at him in surprise. This time he was really a bit surprised. I found another way to get rich, but now the money is not all invested. You lend me a little. I will give you interest. Ding Hongxian eagerly said. Zhang Yan instantly understood. This guy realized that he had been duped, so naturally he had to have a headache about the mortgage. So he thought about borrowing some more money from Zhang Yan and investing it in the stock market or other places where he could make a quick buck, to make up for the hole in a short period of time, complete with a gambler's mentality. Lose the red eye. At this point, it's useless to lend him any amount of money. It's a bottomless pit and he'll just lose it all. Zhang Yan, however, pretended to be pondering for a few seconds before saying, I don't have any liquidity right now. However, I can think of a way to help you borrow some from the bank. Okay, then thank you so much. Don't worry, I will definitely not forget you after I earn money. Ding Hongxian said with conviction. Zhang Yan naturally scoffed. If I didn't have my eye on your wife, I wouldn't waste my time with a lousy gambler like you. Chapter 65 Collateral. Zhang Yan naturally wouldn't stay at home and waste time. He went out and around again, collecting desire points. In the evening, he came home from dinner and then went next door. Hearing the knock on the door, Lin Shangye opened the door and couldn't help but be startled upon seeing Zhang Yan. This guy isn't going to get a taste for it and try to come to his house and do something about it. Is he?
Although she was a bit unhappy with her husband in the house, it would never cause her to go red. A long upbringing had made it impossible for her to take that step at all.
What are you doing here? She asked in a small voice, looking nervous as hell. Zhang Yan smiled. Instead of worrying about what I'm going to do,
you should worry about the money your husband invested.
What do you mean?
Lin Xiangyan hurriedly pursued the question.
Zhang Yan, however, did not speak. At this time,
Ding Hongxian also heard the commotion and walked out. Seeing that his own wife was actually blocking the door to prevent Zhang Yan from coming in, he could not help but be greatly annoyed, and hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing? Don't quickly invite Mr.
Zhang in." Zhang Yan, on the other hand, laughed. "It's fine. My sister-in-law is messing around with me to fool around." Lin Xiangyan almost didn't faint. You actually said it in front of her husband? However,
Ding Hongxian did not hear it.
He just slightly stunned. His wife is virtuous. How can she be naughty and mischievous?
It should be that his wife resented Zhang Yan and blocked the door to keep him out.
So Zhang Yan deliberately said the opposite.
He hurriedly ran over and pulled Zhang Yan's hand to the living room to sit down.
Still expect to borrow another 5 million from Zhang Yan to turn over. Of course, Zhang Yan should be treated like an ancestor. Don't go make tea yet, he said to Lin Xiangyan, with a look of displeasure. Lin Xiangyan, on the other hand, frowned. It looked like it should be her husband who invited Zhang Yan over. But why?
Thinking of what Zhang Yan had said earlier, she could not help but feel a tightness in her heart.
Nothing's going to happen.
She stood still and instead asked,
Zhang Yan, my husband wants to see you for something? Zhang Yan pretended to be surprised and said, didn't he tell you to ask me to borrow another $5 million? What? And borrow $5 million?
Lin Xiangye was startled and hurriedly looked toward Ding Hongxian.
Hubby, you borrowed so much money much?
Ding Hongxian was not in time to stop Zhang Yan, but the words had already been said.
And could he blame Zhang Yan? Don't want to borrow money anymore? He stammered. Isn't the stock market doing well right now? I want to put some more money in the stock market and make more money. Lin Xiang evening will believe in doubt. Ding Hongxian has been convinced that investment project in Africa, claiming that you can get 10 times or even more return, simply do not see the current big bull market. So, borrow another 5 million to invest in the stock market?
She was instinctively suspicious.
Zhang Yan, on the other hand, mused,
before I borrowed you $3 million because you still have this house.
Even if the investment fails, you can still pay back the money. However, if you borrow another 5 million from me, I'll have to think about it. Even if you sell the house you may not be able to pay it back. How can that be?
This house of mine is worth at least $10 million.
Didn't you just buy the one next door? You should know it very well.
Ding Hongxian hurriedly said.
Zhang Yan shook his head. You mortgaged the house, and when you can't pay back the money, the bank will put the house up for auction.
And it's basically impossible for a foreclosed house to be sold at market price. Foreclosed homes can get into all sorts of trouble.
So who would buy them if they weren't significantly below market value?
Might as well just go for a second-hand home then.
So, if the house can only fetch $8 million, how much is left over if you have to pay off the mortgage first? Ding Hongxian then anxious. He still expects to borrow another 5 million to turn the tide. But if Zhang Yan does not borrow, then he will have to be born with a debt of 6 million. Not only are his dreams of getting rich shattered, he even has to move out of this big house. Will he be able to hold his head up in front of his classmates, colleagues and friends in the future? Brother Zhang, you believe in me. I'll get rich. Besides, didn't I invest more than $6 million in the African project? Big deal. I'll get the money back and I'll definitely be able to pay you back. He was talking nonsense with his eyes open, so anxious that he even called out to his brother. Zhang Yan then smiled and said, it's not impossible to borrow more money if you want to. However, I also need a piece of collateral. Alright, brother Zhang, just take whatever you see. Ding Hongxian said. What else in the house is worth $5 million besides the house? Not to mention 5 million, there are not many in the tens of thousands. Zhang Yan laughed out loud. Since you put it that way, I'll be polite. Saying that, he directly took Lin Xiangyan into his arms. There was a silence in the room. Of course, such silence only lasted for 3 seconds before Lin Xiangyan let out a scream and hurriedly went to push Zhang Yan's hand. Ding Hongxian was also anxious, but he didn't make a move and snapped. Brother Zhang, don't joke around. Seeing her husband, who has always been jealous, just say the last sentence like this, actually didn't come up to fight for his life, which made Lin Xiangye both shocked and disappointed, and even she forgot to struggle, and just looked at Ding Hongxian in a daze. Zhang Yan, however, took the initiative to release his hand and said indifferently, I never force people since I don't want to, forget it. With that, he got up and left. Wait, Ding Hongxian hurriedly called out, ignoring his wife's disappointed and even despairing eyes. Brother Zhang, if you change the conditions, everything is negotiable. He really can't explain to his wife. The more than $6 million invested all gone down the drain. If he can't borrow another $5 million from Zhang Yan to turn the tide, then their house can't be saved at all. He was now in a complete gambler's mindset, only thinking that he could get $5 million from Zhang Yan to turn his life around. As for the wife, get the money first, then explain and coax slowly. Lin Xiangyan, on the other hand, was lost in thought. Before Ding Hongxian promised to let her dance, she has been disappointed once, but this time, it is not disappointment but disheartened, and can be said to be desperate. Aren't you jealous? Aren't you going to forbid your male co-workers to even say a word to me? Is that what you call loving me so much that you don't want me to have contact with any male? Now, people are saying they want to sleep with me, and instead of being a little angry, you're begging them to change their demands? Lin Xiangye only felt that her brain was blank, and her whole body was like a puppet. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, smiled faintly. That's all I ask. Ding Hongxian then didn't say anything, but grabbed his hair with both hands with a pained look. He was so possessive that he would be jealous even if his wife spoke to another man. So how could he tolerate his wife sleeping with Zhang Yan? But, owes over $6 million. A penny can be hard to beat a hero, let alone more than $6 million. And Ding Hongxian is just a jealous man, and cannot be considered a hero. I never make things difficult for people. Let's go. Zhang Yan got up once again. Don't. Ding Hongxian hurriedly stopped over. Lin Xiangye finally came back to her senses. Looking at the pleading in her husband's eyes, she was so angry that she slapped him. Snap. Crisp and loud. Chapter 66, Small Minds. Ding Hongxian was confused by the slap. Ever since he had married Lin Xiangye had always played the role of an obedient and virtuous wife, listening and following his words. And when she was told not to go to the school party, she obediently went home early just to take care of his mood. But now what? Lin Xiangyan actually slapped him. How dare you hit me? At this instant, Ding Hongxian really got very angry and almost didn't hold back from hitting back. But he restrained himself. After all, he did go overboard with what he asked Lin Xiangye to do. Give Zhang Yan as collateral. Is it really just a matter of going to Zhang Yan's house and sitting down? Didn't you see that Zhang Yan had already put his arm around someone just now? Apparently, the wife went to the house next door and it's a wonder she didn't get eaten out of house and home. Part of the reason why he is so jealous is that his wife is too beautiful and charming, and he is afraid that she will hook up with another man and make a cuckold of himself. Now he's actually going to push his wife into someone else's arms with his own hands? Am I crazy? But when he thought of the $6 million of debt he owed, his anger immediately disappeared clean again. No, he doesn't want to become poor and be looked down upon by others. Honey, listen to me. He took Lin Xiangye's hand. Zhang is just uneasy about the money he lent out. How could he really harbor any bad thoughts about you? Besides, as long as a woman doesn't say yes, how can a man get his way? Unless violent means are used. But wouldn't that be coercion? Zhang has a big family. Would he be such a person? Listening to her husband's pale and feeble explanation, Lin Xiangye only felt a chill in her heart. Ding Hongxian, is this human language you're speaking? She clenched her teeth so tightly that they even made a clicking sound. Ding Hongxian then became very unconvinced. Am I wrong? Because of the fear of his wife to cuckold him, he has studied many relevant examples. And finally he came to the conclusion, that kind of thing. As long as the woman does not take the initiative to cooperate, unless the man uses violence, or do not want to get it, and the richer and more powerful they are, the more they are afraid of losing their freedom, so they certainly won't go out of their way for a woman. Lin Xiangye looked dangerous, but as long as she had strong beliefs, then she would surely have nothing to lose. The big deal is getting snuggled and some physical contact. He can still take it in order to earn back the $6 million that he was cheated out of. Seeing that Ding Hongxian was still energized, Lin Xiangyan was disappointed, interfered with by her husband's normal life and basically unable to socialize. She was a freak at school, coming and going in a hurry and not attending any events. All of this was because she loved Ding Hongxian, and Ding Hongxian loved her. Now, the faith that supported her is slowly disintegrating. Why is that? She looked at Zhang Yan. The cause of everything was this guy. It's him. He's the one who made our family what it is. Seeing Lin Xiangye's anger towards himself plummeted, Zhang Yan spread his hands. I can't be blamed for this. Old Ding wanted to get rich and was cheated out of more than $6 million. Hey, did I misspeak? What? Lin Xiangye then exploded, violently twisting her head to look at Ding Hongxian again. Ding Hongxian couldn't wait to think about why Zhang Yan would know that he had been cheated out of his money, and rushed to appease Lin Xiangyan. Wife, the cheater has been caught, and the police are trying to find a way to get the money back. Ding Hongxian, Lin Xiangye screamed. How many times have I advised you? Don't go to invest money, don't go to invest money. Even if you invest, The most you can do is to invest 100,000, 200,000. Within the scope of our family can afford. You listen. Want to raise debts to invest. Over $6 million. How many years will it take us to earn that money back, even if we don't eat or drink?
Ding Hongxian was unconvinced.
I'm just a little less lucky. Besides, if I want to make money, it's not for you to have a good life? For me?
Lin Xiangye's petite body shook and trembled a few times.
So in the end it's still my fault?
You've been cheated out of more than $6 million.
And now you're not reflecting on it, but you're actually trying to put the blame on someone else? Are you a giant baby?
She looked at Ding Hongxian with disappointment.
And for a moment,
she only felt exhausted, and had absolutely no thoughts of speaking.
Brother Zhang, can you call me the money now?
Ding Hongxian twisted his head and looked at Zhang Yan again, his eyes all crazy. Now that his wife already knows about the money he's been cheated out of, it's all the more important for him to fight back with a vengeance and earn back what he's lost.
The stock market is so red right now, it should be able to flip him.
Zhang Yan said with a smiling face.
As long as your wife agrees to be my woman, I'll lend you money until you pay it back. And women can't have their way as long as they don't agree? Then I'll let you agree first. Now, Ding Hongxian couldn't agree. Never be a cuckold. In his heart, he secretly blamed Lin Xiang evening stupid. Before if you play well with him to cooperate, to borrow 5 million first, and then you and Zhang Yan said, I just win your collateral, we'll never sleep with you, this is not on the line, and now it's going to be put on the table as a condition.
Although Zhang Yan was not the roundworm in Ding Hongxian's stomach, he could clearly grasp Ding Hongxian's thoughts at this time by observing the other party's emotional changes, then pushed the envelope a little. Zhang Yan pulled up Ding Hongxian's monetary desires at the right time. Ding Hongxian was about to refuse, but he swallowed back the words that came to his mouth.
No way. If he refused Zhang Yan's words, who else could he ask to borrow money? The house is mortgaged and he has no more avenues to borrow money. So, unless Zhang Yan lent him money, he would have to accept the loss of $6 million. That's a $6 million debt. I want money. I want to be rich. I'm going to flip it.
Ding Hongxian then changed his mind and said to Lin Xiangyan, Wife, for my sake and for your own, please say yes. This became the final stab to Lin Xiangyan.
Lin Xiangyan's lips turned pale, while her body was weak to the core. No, you should be angry. Zhang Yan appropriately pulled up Lin Xiangyan's anger value.
Lin Xiangye was originally as if her heart was dead, but she was suddenly filled with anger towards Ding Hongxian, which made her impulsive.
Good. Yes, you had to force your own wife to be a chicken, didn't you? Okay, I'll be a chicken. Then, she looked at Zhang Yan. Go to your house. Zhang Yan shrugged. This is what you yourself asked for. I'm a woman who said so. What are you afraid of? Lin Xiangye winded up and flung the door open.
Zhang Yan followed and opened the door to his house.
So Lin Xiangyan walked straight in and took the bedroom. It was all the same floor plan, and she didn't even need Zhang Yan to point it out, so she naturally knew where the bedroom was. In 1802, on the other hand, Ding Hongxian was sitting on his butt. After freezing for a while, he suddenly remembered something and rushed to the door of 1801 and tapped on it. Brother Zhang, you haven't lent me your $5 million. Chapter 67, Bounty on Zhang Yan. Although there were two doors apart, Zhang Yan's hearing was too good and he still heard the tapping clearly, but would he pay attention to it? The delicacy was right in front of him, and he would be a fool to bother with Ding Hongxian. 2 hours later, Zhang Yan came to the balcony. Although it was already night, the room was air-conditioned and not cold at all. He sat on a recliner, enjoying the view of Jinji Lake in front of him. Why is Lingering Bay so speculated? The first line lake view is naturally one of the reasons. He grabbed a can of beer, snapped open the pull tab, and took a refreshing sip, not to mention a pleasant one. Then he looked back. It's awesome. He really wasn't wrong. Lin Xiangye was all charming, and between the half push and half rejection, it was also the time when her charm was at its greatest. Excellent. It is indeed superb. Although her face value did not reach the extreme level, that natural inner charming flavor was enough to give her extra points, barely touching the threshold of the extreme. She's definitely a godsend boon to men. Is Zhang Yan over the moon? Not at all. He came off for a can of beer and to enjoy the night view, not really to give himself a break, but so that Lin Xiangye could catch his breath. After all, how can one person satisfy him? Zhang Yan finished his beer and felt that Lin Xiangye should be almost rested, so he went back into the bedroom. Day 2. Zhang Yan had no idea of going out when he was eating, and other than ordering a takeout, he basically spent the rest of his time with Lin Xiangyan. By the way, he still lent $5 million to Ding Hongxian. Word to the wise. Most of all, he didn't want Ding Hongxian to call the police and disturb his pleasure. Sure enough, after receiving the message of the transfer of $5 million, although there is still anger in the eyes of Ding Hongxian, but more is the desire to make money. What should and shouldn't have happened has definitely happened anyway. That's why money is the most practical. Of course, he wrote another note to Zhang Yan. In a flash, 2 days passed. Zhang Yan finally ended the absurdity.
It wasn't that he realized that he shouldn't indulge in beauty, but he received a call from Gu Yusen, saying that there was something very important and asked him to hurry to the criminal police brigade.
What is it? Zhang Yan didn't want to pay attention to it. He hadn't enjoyed enough of Lin Xiangye's flirtatious style, but looking at the number of desire points that had barely moved for 2 days, it still set off alarm bells in his heart. Beauty is such a bone digger. Although it couldn't do any harm to his physique, he should obviously be able to boost his physique, but now he wasn't. So wasn't this addition and subtraction tantamount to going backwards? Well, first a trip to the CID, then just hanging out and collecting a wave of desire points. Reinforcement cannot be stopped. He put on his clothes and went out the door. On the bed, Lin Xiangye quietly opened her eyes with a complicated expression. There's no going back. There's really no going back. In the beginning, she was indeed furious with Ding Hongxian before she took the initiative to invite him. In fact, she soon regretted it, but she couldn't stop. She is a woman of inner charm, and in ancient times, that would be a demonic spirit that wreaked havoc on the king. It was just that Ding Hongxian was too weak to draw out such a side of her, but Zhang Yan did it. In the past 2 days she had truly enjoyed the fish and water and finally knew what pleasure was. Hearing the sound of the door closing after Zhang Yan went out the door, she climbed out of bed and took a look in the mirror. My God, is this really himself? Glowing. The kind of flirtatiousness and laziness that emanated from her bones was a little confusing even to herself. I'm actually that attractive? She stroked her cheeks in utter disbelief that the radiant woman in the mirror, every inch of her skin exuding a touching flavor, was actually herself. What man wouldn't go crazy if he smiled a little? No wonder that guy hasn't left the house in 2 days. Thinking of Zhang Yan's inhuman physique, she couldn't help but secretly say livestock. Zhang Yan arrived at the criminal police brigade and soon met Gu Yusen. However, Gu Yusen's expression was very serious. What happened? Zhang Yan asked. Gu Yusen sighed before saying, didn't you end a gang of fraudsters? Aha. Zhang Yan nodded his head. What could possibly go wrong? Gu Yusen shook her head. This group of fraudsters are just small people. There are people above them, as well as the real masterminds and big bosses. These people are from old Burma. Although Zhang Yan had known this for a long time, he still cooperated by showing that he was taken aback. Technically speaking, they are all the White family's lackeys. Gu Yusen continued. You took out the Bai family in one fell swoop, making the Bai family's powers that be furious and offering a bounty for your life. Zhang Yan was first stunned, then lost his smile. Who gave him the guts to dare to offer a bounty in our house? Gu Yusen glared at him. Don't take it seriously. Old Main's strength certainly can't be compared to ours, and their hands can't even reach in. But, with the Bai family offering 5 million bonus for your head, there will definitely be an international assassin to take on this mission. You're in the light. The killer is in the dark. And it's not like people can be on their highest alert all the time. So if you're not careful just a little bit, you could be doomed. Zhang Yan actually didn't care too much. Gu Yusen would be worried about the assassin getting his way because she lacked an understanding of Zhang Yan's strength. After 8 enhancements, Zhang Yan was confident that he could dodge even the bullets that were fired. With this kind of strength, what's there to be afraid of? But of course he wouldn't show Gu Yusen his strength. Instead he laughed and said, you called me over. You wouldn't have called me over just to tell me about this, would you? Gu Yusen then shook her head. I have a proposal, which is that you temporarily live in the criminal police brigade until the crisis is resolved. From her point of view, it's the surest solution there is. First of all, the ban on guns in the country is so strong that if you come to the country by normal means, you will definitely not be able to get a gun in a short period of time, unless you are smuggling. But smuggling has a chance of failure. Besides, the country is so big, and you're a stowaway who can't use normal transportation. How long will it take you to get to Sioux City? If Zhang Yan was in his own home, then the killer could completely utilize various tools to create accidents. Easiest. Just run you over with your car and fake it as an accident. You don't always need a gun or a knife to kill someone. There are many ways to do it. But by staying in the CID, you'll eliminate all surprises. The killer ran to the crime squad to create an accident? Aren't you looking for death? Zhang Yan, however, refused. I'm not used to living outside, why don't you move to my house and protect me closely? Gu Yusen then glared at him. He. Zhang Yan expected that she could not possibly agree, or else she would really want to live in his house. What would she do if she saw Lin Xiangyan? Zhang Yan couldn't possibly give up Gu Yusen for Lin Xiangyan, nor could he give up an entire forest for Gu Yusen. Killer? Come on. He's begging for it. Chapter 68 Minimum Grade. Zhang Yan decided to collect a wave of killer's desire points first. Then,
when he finished another enhancement, he would make a trip to Old Main and finish off the White family.
A bounty on me? How can I let you get away with this? Besides, how much money have the 4 big families in northern Burma screwed the people of the country, and how many people have been killed? Then, by the way, we'll pluck all the 4 families? Zhang Yan thought about it. In fact,
it was impossible to eliminate the electric scam even if he wiped out the 4 great families.
This is because even the 4 great families are actually just doing things for people.
The roots of wire fraud lie in that chaotic social problem in Old Main. The localities were cut off and made themselves kings, and the officials could not control them at all.
And what makes localities stand up to officialdom? Army.
But raising an army is a huge expense.
Where's the money coming from? What a fraud.
Therefore, the source of wire fraud is brought about by the severance of the Old Main itself.
And it is unlikely to disappear until the root causes are addressed. And if you want to solve it at the root,
then you need our mom to step in and directly deter it. And whichever power dares to touch the electric scam will only be wiped out.
No matter how strong Zhang Yan's personal force was, it was impossible to do so, unless he becomes a humanoid nuke-like being. But as of now, even if he strengthens it a few more times, it's still far from the power of a humanoid nuclear weapon.
I don't care. First,
since the Bai family has placed a bounty on me, if I don't erase this family, won't everyone dare to place a bounty on me in the future? A cold aura flashed in Zhang Yan's eyes. In jail, if people target you and you don't fight back,
you're a soft touch and will only invite more bullying.
And if you're the boss,
it will also cause your men to abandon you in droves.
So, he's definitely going to do an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Okay, the plan is made and ready to be implemented.
Zhang Yan did not want to go through the normal channels to go to Old Main, so he still had to go to the Bai family himself.
But what if he hitched a ride on the line of the Bai family's henchmen who were engaged in electric fraud? The White family can scam people not just on the line,
but to the north of Main.
1. To grow the extortion team or to replenish the staff. And 2. To GA waste.
So a big living person can extract a lot of value.
Zhang Yan is ready to let Lu Zhenghao first look on the internet.
Not only to find the gang of crooks specializing in abducting people to the old Burma get rich, but also the Bai family,
so that he does not have to make an extra trip.
After all, the rightful owner was the White family. After he bulldozed the Bai family, he could go by way of the other 3 great families and it didn't matter if he couldn't find them.
However, the Bai family must not be spared. Then we have to keep an eye on the White family from the start. On the way back, he gave Lu Zhenghao the assignment and transferred another 100,000 to him as campaign funds. Naturally, Lu Zhenghao was overjoyed and said that he was willing to go to the bottom of a mountain of daggers or whatever for his boss. Zhang Yan just listened. Back home.
But the figure of Lin Xiangyan was missing. He could not help but giggle lightly.
Could it be that this woman had not yet seen Ding Hongxian and ran back again?
Then he doesn't need to pity the other guy.
Before and after, Zhang Yan had spent $8 million.
Although Ding Hongxian sold the house can lose part of it, but it will definitely cause a loss.
If therefore can receive a quasi-extremely good YouTuber,
Zhang Yan think that this money is worth spending.
But in Chowing Heart and Han? Then why should he love it? However, when he came to the living room, he saw a white sheet of paper placed on the table with a line written on it. Take a couple days off. I'm going to work. Oh, so it went to school. By the way,
she attends a dance school.
Aren't there a lot of pretty girls? Those who study dance have a much stronger body and temperament than the average woman. Zhang Yan was a bit tickled. Blah, 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 blah. Boost strength. Since there was no one at home, he was too lazy to stay alone. So he went out again and went to harvest a wave of desire points. Come afternoon, Zhang Yan received a message from Chongqing. Boss, you've been put up on killer. Hey, it's worth $5 million. Zhang Yan was then speechless. How come even you know about it? I'm practicing martial arts. Sometimes I will also take some jobs online. Just won't take the killing. Chongqing looked like he was sighing. Boss, you know, I have to make some money. This guy is a bit of an axe.
Saying that he will repay his kindness by being a bodyguard to Zhao Shangyun for 10 years.
But he actually doesn't take a salary. So, whenever he had any personal needs, he had to take on some work himself to make some extra money. Is $5 million too much or too little? Zhang Yan asked with a smile.
Chen Qing then looked around.
In fact, there are more than just killing missions on Killer Online. There are also kidnappings, threats, and other jobs, with prices starting from a few tens of thousands. Zhang Yan sighed. What about killing? What's the minimum? Chen Qing smiled somewhat awkwardly. $1 million. Okay, what about the highest? Zhang Yan asked again.
So high that it's not capped. There was once someone bounty old mold those top plutocrats in charge of the family.
Opened $1 billion of heavenly price. However,
several consortiums bounty each other,
and ultimately they are all cancelled. Cheng Cheng said. What about most of it? Zhang Yan was undeterred.
Cheng Cheng had to explain in detail. Killer Network's registered killers are divided into 5 levels,
respectively, King Killers, Diamond Killers, Gold Killers,
Silver Killers and Bronze Killers. 10 million below the work are Bronze Killers to receive. High-level killers are not unable to receive,
but generally focus on the identity, disdain. Now Zhang Yan had an intuitive understanding. Well, after all this time, I'm the lowest of the low? The White family looks down on me so much? Zhang Yan was a bit disappointed.
The lower the level of the killer, then the fewer people he killed must be, and the fewer desire points he could provide would naturally be fewer.
But at least it's an assassin. How can it be over 10,000? He was still about 120,000
desire points short of his next reinforcement,
which normally took 10 days to gather. And even if that one killer could only provide 10,000 extra desire points
for everyone he solved, he could still reinforce a day earlier.
An ant leg is meat even if it's small. Not to mention that it's not an ant leg anymore. How it can be called a big chicken leg? Zhang Yan opened the stock software and checked the current profit. In the past few days, he has been eating into Storm Technologies stock, but there are too many people snapping up the stock, and he didn't grab much, probably worth about 200 million, of which more than 100 million is the principal, and the rest is what has risen out of these days. Other stocks held naturally went up a lot, just not compared to the demon stock of Storm Technology. Currently, the market value of all his stocks combined is around $1.7 billion, but the 120 million in there is the principal and the 1.2 billion is the added leverage, so he's actually floating around 400 million. Just, when did I become so rich and powerful that I don't even care about $400 million? In the scheme of things,
he could indeed make 100 billion,
but by the time Bitcoin goes through the roof, that's years away. Gone, really gone.
Zhang Yan lost his smile, but as his strength grew stronger, his desire for money was decreasing.
Just enough to get by. So how much is enough? It must be hundreds of billions at least.
Zhang Yan scratched his head.
Still need to make money. Chapter 69, Divorce.
Having spent 31 years in jail in his previous life,
Zhang Yan had missed out on too many things. Of course he's going to make it up.
Nothing more than the enjoyment of material things,
power, and women. In terms of power,
as long as he reached the peak of his strength, then naturally he would have supreme power.
And even if he didn't want it, he would be held up to the corresponding position. Because if you don't sit up there, how dare anyone else sit the rest of the way? Material enjoyment is good. Just buy it. That only leaves women.
Zhang Yan had thought that his 3 wives and 4 concubines and 72 concubines were a bit exaggerated, but when he thought about the fact that a certain old boss of other people directly raised a singing and dancing troupe, TSK, he felt that he was not overdoing it at all.
The point is, does a certain old boss have a body of iron like his?
You want 10 or 20 of the best girls, so I don't think it's too much to ask for 1 or 200, right? When the stock market and the property market 2 waves to earn finished,
Zhang Yan will use enough money to buy Bitcoin,
tuned to sit and wait for appreciation,
while the rest of the money is used to enjoy.
He plans to start an entertainment company with his own singing and dancing troupe.
There are also modeling troupes, art troupes, and opera troupes. There is only one principle, that is,
only sign girls, and they are still beautiful girls,
and how to reach 80 points.
Letting his thoughts fly for a while,
Zhang Yan returned home. Gee, the lights are on in the house. Someone, Lin Xianye.
She was busy in the kitchen with the sound of frying. Zhang Yan had originally planned to stop for 2 days, but when he saw Lin Xianye standing there,
he couldn't help but get excited. Dinner was takeout after all. There is no way. Lin Xiang evening originally burned well. Froze by Zhang Yan disturbed dishes are burnt. How to eat? You're a toxic person. Lin Xianye suddenly said. Even though we're familiar now, I'll still smack you for slandering me like that. Zhang Yan laughed. Lin Xianye then sighed. If you weren't poisonous, how could I get addicted to it all of a sudden and not even want my own home? Previously,
she had a relationship with Zhang Yan because of a moment of anger.
But now the words are equally appetizing to her. How can she not go back?
But it's only been 3 days.
How did she become like this?
Zhang Yan smiled faintly. It was true that other women wouldn't have transformed so quickly.
But who made Lin Xiangyan actually a woman with a natural charm bone? She is the ancient fox charming and scourge. So naturally,
once her desire was triggered,
it was unmanageable. I can only say that you have finally opened your eyes. Zhang Yan laughed.
What kind of virtue your husband is? Through these things you can see clearly. As for why he became infatuated with me so quickly.
Naturally, it's because I'm handsome and have a good character.
Lin Xiangyan then gave him a blank stare,
but it was flirtatious and full of tantalizing flavor. That's the good thing about a young woman. You joke with her a little bit with color. She will be shy, but more than that, she is teasing you. Unlike a little girl, who's probably going to cover her face and run, and a big mom, push you straight down. From this point of view, Zhang Yan felt that the young woman was the most wonderful, well-informed, knowing what to do with a single glance. Still, she sighed when she thought of Ding Hongxian, a one-night stand, not to mention the fact that she did truly love. Now although see through the nature of Ding Hongxian, but still cannot help but sigh, for their own wrongly paid youth and regret. I'll divorce him tomorrow, Lin Xiangyan said. She could not accept carrying the identity of a married woman while getting involved with Zhang Yan. She still leans towards the traditional and conservative when it comes to ideas. Zhang Yan didn't care. It didn't make any difference to him if Lin Xiangyan left. He casually said, "It's good to leave. It's clean." Although Lin Xiangyan had already made up her mind, she was still very saddened and emotional. She has been married to Ding Hongxian for more than 3 years. Ding Hongxian, in addition to the excessive desire for exclusivity. In fact, there are no shortcomings, but just a few days, he exposed the ugly and unpleasant side, so that she is disappointed beyond measure, but also hate to the bone. Then, she suddenly thought of Pang Wenyun again. She still cared a lot about this little aunt, because in her opinion, people were just a college student. As long as she didn't step out into society, she was a child to her. She couldn't leave it alone. You said before that I just need to talk to you. You can let Pang ask Kyun to stay in the art troupe all the time. Isn't that right? She asked. Zhang Yan suppressed a smile and said, I did say that. Then you can't bother Hyun from now on. And if you have anything come at me, that's what you said yourself. Zhang Yan nodded. I promise I won't bother her, but if she comes to me, hey, that's another matter. Lin Xiang evening confident. Pang Wenyun in order not to want to be harassed by Zhang Yan also specially begged her. How can take the initiative to find Zhang Yan? Okay, it's a deal. She agreed. Finished eating? Then come and exercise to help with digestion. Zhang Yan laughed. Lin Xiangyan was moisturized more and more radiant. Every inch of her skin was emitting a provocative flavor. And that kind of lazy, charming young woman temperament was absolutely fatal. But Zhang Yan was not shapeless either. On the contrary, he was also radiant. The physicality is fantastic. He accompanied Lin Xiangyan to the next door. It's only been 3 days since I've seen him, and Ding Hongxian seems to be a different person. Bearded and unkempt, he seemed to have aged a dozen years all of a sudden, making Zhang Yan almost not recognize him. And when he saw Lin Xiangyan, his first words were, Honey, the stock I bought went up. It went up. Guess how much I made? $200,000. In just 2 days, I made $200,000. If it was 3 days ago, then Lin Xiang evening will indeed follow the happy. But now she has been completely dead to Ding Hongxian. You do not say earn 200,000. Is to earn 2 billion, so what? She had never been a woman of strong materialistic desires. Ding Hongxian, let's get a divorce, she said faintly. Ding Hongxian was first stunned, and then hurriedly said, What are you babbling about? I have money now. I can keep our house. I don't love you anymore. Lin Xiangye remained calm. She had thought it would be hard to say, but when she did say it, she felt a wave of relief throughout her body. No, how can you not love me? How can you divorce me? Ding Hongxian but viciously, his possessiveness is so strong. Zhang Yan still burst his desire for money to press through. So now Lin Xiangye is leaving him? How could he agree? You just followed someone else for 2 days, and you already disregarded our several years of conjugal love? Ding Hongxian looked furious and was about to go and strangle Lin Xiangyan's neck. You watery woman. I'll get you killed. But his hand had only just reached out when, bam! His entire body flew up and hit the wall behind him. Zhang Yan retrieved his feet and made a point of patting on his shoes as if he was dusting them. Chapter 70 Ding Hongxian regrets. Looking at her wretched husband, Lin Xiangye could not raise a trace of sympathy. No more love is no more love. As if you were strangers. Then, she looked at the domineering Zhang Yan, unable to hide the admiration and worship in her eyes. Maybe, I'm really not a good woman. He was so nasty to him a few days ago, but now he can't wait to be with him. Every day. Lin Xiangye's eyes were watery and exuded flirtation from her bones. Although Ding Hongxian had been kicked so hard that he was about to spit, he still caught a glimpse of his wife's change and couldn't help but be surprised and jealous. Because he had never seen such a flavorful and attractive Lin Xiangye. My God, how can a woman be so flirtatious? With such a woman, he still thinks about the fart of getting rich. Every day in bed is not enough. Unfortunately, this side of the wife was actually developed by another man. He was jealous beyond words, but the next moment, he rolled and crawled over, about to hug Lin Xiangyan's legs. Wife, I was wrong. You forgive me once. Don't ever divorce me? I can't live without you.
Just a flash in front of his eyes, but he hugged a hard thing.
My wife's legs are thin, but definitely not this thin.
He looked and saw that he was actually holding a chair leg.
Lin Xiangye,
on the other hand, looked down at Ding Hongxian and calmly said,
"You're right. I am indeed a watery woman. Obviously not divorced yet,
but I'm already infatuated with another man, so the fault lies with me.
I'm netting out my family."
No, wife, don't say that.
It's all my fault. It's my fault. Don't you leave me. I won't divorce. I won't divorce even if I die.
As Ding Hongxian spoke,
his expression became fierce.
You want to leave me and double date with Zhang Yan, and you have to be next door to me?
Nice try. Lin Xiang evening then froze. She did not think that they are red apricot wall,
but also self-admitted water sex, but has always been incredibly jealous of her husband actually still did not agree to divorce, so she did not know what to do for a moment.
Zhang Yan knew it was time to strike out on his own. Simple.
Pull up Ding Hongxian's fear value.
Targeting Lin Xiangyan of course. Soon.
Ding Hongxian trembled and suddenly cried,
"Wife, I was wrong. I shouldn't have disobeyed you.
If you want a divorce, I'll go with you to the Civil Affairs Bureau immediately."
Lin Xiangye frowned.
She naturally couldn't understand why Ding Hongxian suddenly changed from insisting to giving up, and thought that he was trying to escape, but her determination to get a divorce was already incredibly strong. It's impossible to change. Ding Hongxian went to fetch the two men's ID cards,
marriage certificates and household registers,
so they took a taxi to the Civil Affairs Bureau.
3 people, and Zhang Yan too. If he didn't go, Ding Hongxian's fear value would soon return to normal and he would still be willing to divorce? Came to the Civil Affairs Bureau, because Lin Xiangye is a net,
coupled with both sides clearly said that they want a divorce. 15 years has not yet been divorced cooling off period.
So, but a few minutes of things, the two people's marriage certificate has become a divorce certificate. The house, the car, the savings all go to Ding Hongxian.
Of course, the debt is also his back, but overall he must still have some earned.
Lin Xiangye, however, did not take it to heart, but just looked at the divorce certificate,
a feeling of calmness rising in her heart.
No ups and downs, no sadness, not even much feeling, just a wave of relief.
Perhaps,
she has long been unbearable. Ding Hongxian's exclusivity, just accustomed to it,
has not been shown, but now finally relieved.
The biggest feeling is ease.
In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau,
the recovery of normal Ding Hongxian, on the other hand, is dumbfounded,
looking at the style of his ex-wife twisted water snake waist into the cab. But the man with her is Zhang Yan, cannot help but sadness from the heart, sat on his butt on the ground, let out a loud cry. Why would he agree to a divorce? Why was he suddenly afraid of Lin Xiangyan and agreed on impulse? No, he lived next door to the two and would never let the pair live happily ever after.
But he apparently forgot one thing. Car.
Lin Xiangye suddenly showed a sad face.
Seeing this, Zhang Yan couldn't help but laugh.
Is it because you're worried that your ex-husband lives right next door and will use any tricks?
Lin nodded to the evening. Ding Hongxian, this person is very petty,
and he obviously regretted it.
So, he will definitely not be at peace.
You're a good judge of character.
Zhang Yan, however,
revealed a look of disdain.
People like Ding Hongxian, who have high eyes and only dream of getting rich,
are really not a piece of in his eyes.
He said,
"You forget that I am still his debtor."
After Lin Xiangye froze, she couldn't help but hiss, "You're really insidious." Zhang Yan deliberately glared at her. "Is there such a thing as talking about your adulterer?"
Lin Xiangye was suddenly in a relaxed mood and laughed.
"Will we, the adulterous couple, not be allowed to die? With me here, the heavens can't take you in," Zhang Yan said confidently, although he wouldn't marry Lin Xiangye,
much less hang himself from this tree. But the woman that he had spent so much effort to get here,
of course he would keep her well. How could he let anything happen to her?
Listening to Zhang Yan's domineering words,
Lin Xiangye's charming eyes couldn't help but bend into a slit,
exuding a charming aura from her bones.
Truly a fox charming. The driver was dumbfounded and couldn't help but stare at them blankly in the rearview mirror. Such a big melon. Seeing this, Zhang Yan laughed out loud, while at the same time, he put his arm around Lin Xiangye's fragrant shoulder.
"Master, if you were to meet such a superb person, would you dig in?" Looking at Lin Xiangye's blushing face, that kind of flirtatiousness that seems to emanate from her bones is even more overwhelming.
The driver couldn't help but gulp. Will, of course, the woman was pretty enough, but the flirtatious flavor was even more desirable. Definitely the old adage of the goblin, the bogeyman.
Lin Xiangye was still not thick-skinned enough, so she couldn't help but fling herself into Zhang Yan's arms, not daring to raise her head again. Zhang Yan thought about it and dismissed the idea of letting Ding Hongxian sell his house to pay back 8 million. It is true that he can force Ding Hongxian to pay back the money, but other people can be a scoundrel. Pulling the explosion of Ding Hongxian's fear value is possible to make the other party agree to sell the house, but the cycle of buying and selling is very long, and it is impossible for him to maintain Ding Hongxian's fear value all the time. On the one hand, this consumes too many desire points, and on the other hand, it is also unrealistic. Do you want him to sleep with Ding Hongxian at night too? But didn't Ding Hongxian use his house as a mortgage? As far as Zhang Yan knows, this kind of mortgage is basically used for doing business. Ding Hongxian this kind of used for investment, and still be defrauded, obviously not in the scope of permissible. Then, what Zhang Yan had to do was simple. Let the bank check, find out, and naturally the contract will be terminated and the loan recovered. Can't pay it back? Then foreclosure. Hey, well, in 2 steps. The first step, Zhang Yan first get back the loaned out 5 million, so that Ding Hongxian impossible to repay the bank loan. The second step is to let Lu Zhenghao to check the evidence of Ding Hongxian violation of the mortgage, to report to the bank regulator, so that the bank to start the recovery of the loan procedures. Zhang Yan picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Ding Hongxian. Chapter 71, The Bounty Has Risen. Ding Hongxian received a message, but he still wanted to use some sinister means to fix that pair of dogs and didn't bother to check it. After a while, he wiped his tears. The Civil Affairs Bureau entrance. From time to time there will be divorced men and women. Out of shape to cry in pain is not a few people, but no one to him on the fence. Ding Hongxian took out his cell phone and looked at it, and he couldn't help but feel angry and shocked. This is a debt collection message. Who sent it? Zhang Yan. $5 million. And he wants it back. He called in a hurry. Zhang Yan, why do you want the money back now? You don't even call me brother Zhang? Zhang Yan said indifferently. I did promise to lend you the money, but there is no stipulation on when to take it back, right? Besides, I need to use the money now to buy a house for your old ex-wife. You. Ding Hongxian was so angry that he jumped to his feet, but he could not do anything yet. Heck, I won't pay it back. Never. He stood up. Are you trying to keep me from going back by forcing me to pay back the money? I prefer not to. Dogs and men. I'm going to fight you to the end. Having entertained such thoughts, he too immediately took a taxi back. However, he had just stepped out of the elevator when he saw Zhang Yan walking face to face, saying, liquidate the stock position and return the money to me. You wish. Fear value pulls pop. Yes. Ding Hongxian's resistance instantly disintegrated and he obediently complied. He liquidated his stock position, and the clock was slowly ticking past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's closed. Even if Ding Hongxian regretted and wanted to put money into the stock market again, there is no way. And before the next time the market opens, Zhang Yan will likewise hard control Ding Hongxian and make him immediately pay back the money. Next, it's up to Liu Zhenghao to play. Zhang Yan believed that as far as finding some evidence was concerned, it should be a trivial matter for Liu Zhenghao. Sure enough, Liu Zhenghao quickly sent a message to Zhang Yan. It's done. Zhang Yan smiled. Then within a few days Ding Hongxian will have to move out from next door. What's even better? Zhang Yan will buy the suite. Lin Xiangyan, of course, still live back. Zhang Yan when he wants, call people over, or go next door. Very convenient. Gee, do I buy the whole building and arrange for all the people to live together later? Good idea. Of course, Zhang Yan was still more inclined to buy an estate, which would be more convenient and comfortable to look at. There is something strange about a building. Say it again. Returning to his own home, Zhang Yan looked at the fresh, delicious and charming Lin Xiangyan and could not help but heave a smile. Zhang Yan was in the middle of a tender moment when he was interrupted by a phone call. Hey, he didn't have the heart to say. Young Zhang, you seem to be on fire, Cheng Cheng said suspiciously. Oh, the fire is as big as 20 centimeters. Have a fart. He was impatient. Cheng Cheng seemed to know what had spoiled Zhang Yan, and hurriedly said, Young Zhang, your bounty has risen. Now it's 10 million. Is that a good thing? A bounty of 5 million can only attract bronze killers, while 10 million is up to the standard of silver killers, as bronze killers are not qualified to take on tasks above 10 million. Zhang Yan was a bit surprised. He hadn't done anything, so why did the old main white family suddenly raise the bounty? Cheng Cheng continued. However, you, young Zhang, are in a somewhat unique situation because it wasn't the original bounty holder who raised the bounty, but rather another bounty holder who also offered a $5 million bounty. Both of them wanting you, young Zhang, dead. The website merged the two bounties, bringing the total bounty to 10 million, so that the silver killer would be heartbroken, while the bronze killer could still take it, because it's two $5 million missions. It's not in fact beyond the capabilities of the bronze slayer, and just by doing one thing, but you can complete 2 tasks and get 2 rewards. Just ask if this is attractive enough.
If there were 50 killers coming, there must be at least 100 now, and there might even be silver killers in there. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yan could not help but think, who is the other bounty hunter? This killer network was part of the dark web, so it was either a hitman like Cheng Cheng or a rich and powerful gold master, and ordinary people didn't even know about the existence of this website. Zhang Yan lined up the existing enemies and immediately locked the target. Zhao Shangyun, odds are it's him. That's right, sending his number one general, Cheng Cheng, to finish himself off, only to have Cheng Cheng not only fail, but also become his own henchman. Could Zhao Shangyun not be panicked? Old thing, I haven't even gone to look for you yet, but you've snapped again. But the problem was still the same. He didn't know where Zhao Shangyun was. People have tens of billions of assets, not to mention the cunning rabbit 3 holes, or 10 holes 100 holes are no problem. Even if Zhang Yan knows all the real estate information he purchased, one by one to find, but also not necessarily able to find, because firstly, people can change their residence, and secondly, some properties are not even in Zhao Shangyun's name, so how can we find them? Zhang Yan's strength was already very, very strong. However, he didn't have his own forces, and that's when the shortcomings came out. If the Black Tiger Gang and the Flying Fish Club were under his control, then by releasing all of his juniors, Zhang Yan did not believe that he would not be able to find Zhao Shangyun, unless he left Sioux City. Eek, it's really possible. It's not surprising for such rich people to go out of the country to get out of the way, and could have waited for the killers to finish the job and come back. That's a bit of a problem. Zhang Yan thought of Zhao Tsongnan. Was this guy still in the hospital? He asked Ryu Youngho to hack into the hospital system to check it out. It didn't take long for Yu Youngho to find out. Got out of the hospital several days ago. Zhang Yan thought for a moment. Specific date, March 27th. Wasn't this the day Cheng Cheng challenged himself? So, after Cheng Cheng lost, to the original boss resignation, then Zhao Shangyun no not good. The first time to pick up his son from the hospital. Check again to see if he has an exit record. Good. 10 minutes later, Lu Zhanghao sent the message again. Boss, this guy you're looking into went to Thailand. It's really out of the country. Zhang Yan nodded. The hospital conditions in Thailand were considered very good in the whole of Asia. Moreover, Thailand was definitely a paradise for rich people to do whatever they wanted. Did you go to Thailand to take in a gang or something and then have them look for the Cho family? Must drop. However, it was still according to the original plan to exterminate the killer first, or at least make him strengthened again. And then, he would go to Old Main and exterminate the Ming family first, and then go to Thailand to settle this account with Zhao Shangyun. No one can owe him a debt and not pay it. Chapter 72, A Phone Call. It's Friday and the stock market is closed for the next 2 days. This means that Ding Hongxian's money won't arrive until Monday, and Zhang Yan will naturally keep a close eye on Ding Hongxian, not letting him continue to put his money into the stock market or pay off his bank loans. It's not that there isn't a solution, but it's a hassle. Therefore, Zhang Yan asked Cheng Cheng to keep an eye on Ding Hongxian, without having to do anything. If Ding Hongxian ran out, he had to keep an eye on where he was going. Zhang Yan wants Ding Hongxian to pay back the money before the stock market opens next week, then he doesn't bother about it. Although there was a charming bone-born Yukai living at home, Zhang Yan still gritted his teeth and basically spent the next 2 days outside collecting desire points until the early hours of the morning before going back. Of course, after waking up in the morning, he had to spar with Lin Shangye. There's still time, happy as can be. Unfortunately, no killers have come through yet. The weekend passed quickly. Zhang Yan just received the normal 24,000 or so desire points, and the total desire points came to 150,000 short of a drop, more than 100,000 miles short of the 256,000 reinforcement requirement, but it's getting close. 8 to 9 days will do. Zhang Yan was a bit anxious, as revenge could not be taken overnight. The Bai family had offered a reward for several days, and he actually had not been able to go and settle them yet, damaging the prestige of him, a former jailhouse bully. Luckily, no one in this life knows. I, Zhang Yan, an honest and decent person. At most, there is a little bit of lust, but who let me look handsome? People girls like it? No, he was mesmerized by Lin Xiangye these days, making the other sisters have an opinion. Not only Peng Wenyun, 4 girls called over to ask when he would go over to play. It was Feng Qian and even Tan Cheng who were asking. Feng Qian asked as normal. She belongs to the type of chest. Now all rely on Zhang Yan. Of course, afraid that Zhang Yan is not satisfied with her, will dump her. But what about talking Haru? This woman is a lawyer, but also quite ambitious. The desire for money is very big, and inwardly hate Zhang Yan's teeth. Zhang Yan does not go to find her. She should be begging for it. How will in turn let Zhang Yan past play it?
she would never be willing to be a plaything. Zhang Yan then called Tan Chang and once he asked, the answer came out. The law firm had already intentionally or unintentionally released signals for Talking Clear to leave on her own. Why did the law firm make Tan Ching a partner in the first place? Wasn't it because of her old man's position in the Sioux City bar? But now, her old man is in. So isn't Tan Ching just an ordinary newcomer who still wants to enjoy the treatment of a partner? How is that possible? Tan Chang begged over the phone. You promised me that you would let me keep my current job, good brother. I beg you. Help me. Zhang Yan could help or not. Anyway, people have already played. Although she is also more than 80 points of beauty, belongs to the level of school flower, but only on the face value Lin Xiang evening is above her. On the flavor is even more than a few streets to kill her. Zhang Yan is really not rare. However, Talking Clear had another identity. That's Yu Shanghui's fiancé. As long as the hatred towards Zhang Yan for Yu Shanghui had not been eliminated, then he was still quite interested in Tan Chang. Okay, I'll help you figure it out. But have you figured out how you're going to repay me? He laughed, although Tan Chang was about to gnash her teeth. If it wasn't for Zhang Yan, would she have fallen into this embarrassing situation today? But having reached this point, with her intelligence, she certainly knew that she could only curry favor with Zhang Yan now, so she obediently said, I'll go prepare the stockings. No, let's play something else this time. You be the white bone monster and I'll be the monkey king. Zhang Yan laughed. What kind of weird fetish is this? What can Tan Chang do? There's only yes. Zhang Yan then gave Qi Liming a phone call to ask the other party to contact the Hyaming law firm and have them serve as the legal advisor for certain businesses in Sioux. But, the designation can only be made by Tan Chang. Now, will the Hyaming law firm still kick Tan Chang out? How is that possible? First, Qi Liming is the richest man in Jiangnan. How dare you offend him? Designating Talking Clear to be the one is an attitude of Qi Shoufu. Second, it's a big order, even if they represent only Qi Liming's business in Suzhou City. But the money will not be less profitable, but also can use this and Qi Rich get in touch with. Such a beautiful thing they can push out? Other than that, even if Tan Chang went out and went solo, just getting this list of agents would be enough to make her one of the great laws of Sioux City. Qi Liming laughed and agreed, and jokingly asked if this Tan Ching was a woman he kept, and Zhang Yan also laughed and said that it was just for fun, causing Qi Liming to laugh even louder, as if he had instantly brought the two closer together. Zhang Yan couldn't help but think, if Xu Wei really had to follow him, would the richest man in Qi still be smiling so happily? Help your own daughter's boyfriend's lover. Zhang Yan ended his call with Qi Liming, and not even half an hour later, Tan Ching called again. You're also too amazing. Even the richest man in Qi has connections, Tan Chang said with admiration. In the midst of the hatred, awe rises. Zhang Yan was not only able to send by Hoan and Tan Xinghua in, but he was also able to get the richest man in Jiangnan to do things for him. She's really scared. In the future, it is better to obediently be Zhang Yan's plaything. At least it can still keep this decent, well-paid job. That is, will Zhang Yan allow her to marry? Is it really going to be like this for the rest of your life? She was reluctant to do so, and for a moment she was torn between emotion and embarrassment. Zhang Yan does not care what she thinks. It's just a plaything, just for fun. Why do you care about her feelings? He went to Peng asked Peony's side to open a group. Finished and went to talk about Qing to play a Sun Yukong 3 beat the White Bone Spirit. Since all have come out, then another trip to Feng Qian that, highlighting a rain and shine. After being idle, Zhang Yan decided that it was time to make some arrangements for Jia Lily. Zhang Yan asked Lu Zhanghao to find out a person's address. Then he leisurely ran over. This person he was looking for was called Xie Qinshan. Naturally, this person is also the former life of Zhang Yan's cellmate. Only this person is not a murderer, robber of such a murderer, but is specialized in cheating and cheating the white boy. Finally went into jail because he hooked up with an accountant, cheated people to death, and actually misappropriated the money in the company's account. And as a result of the East Window, that accountant went in. And Xia Qinshan is certainly not an exception. White boys can be popular in jail, and Xia Qinshan still specializes in scamming women, so naturally business is better. He found Zhang Yan and wanted him to take him as a junior brother, but Zhang Yan did not agree. The first was of course that Zhang Yan didn't have a single bit of goodwill towards this kind of person, and in the second case, it was also because Xia Qinshan was just too popular, and if Zhang Yan were to take him under his wing, he would offend almost all the inmates in the cell. In his previous life, Zhang Yan didn't have a system to strengthen his body. He was just able to fight and be more ruthless than the average person, but it was impossible to go against the entire prison. The other bosses are the same. No one dares to accept Xia Qinshan as a little brother. Who made Xia Qinshan too red and hot? Chapter 73 Implementation of the Plan. Zhang Yan found Xia Qinshan in an internet cafe. This person was about the same age as Zhang Yan and was very good looking. But the difference is that Zhang Yan is handsome, a masculine aura emanating from within. But what about this man? Feminine beauty. He could definitely charm a lot of men if he played a woman. Therefore, he became a flower in the prison. And even for him to make the whole prison 90% of the prisoners fight, really not blown out of proportion. Zhang Yan took a seat next to him. Xia Chenchen is chatting, but is not very active. Obviously people come to the message, but he has to after about 10 minutes to return. Waiting for the time to do what? Playing games. But the other person was returning the message in seconds, clearly on the weaker side of the relationship. This guy is really good. Zhang Yan then said, do you want to make a big fortune? Xia Chenchen froze, and only after a moment did he point to his nose and say, you're talking to me? Zhang Yan lost his smile. There's no one else beside me, so if I don't talk to you, who will I talk to? For his part, Xia Chenchen looked at him suspiciously. Man, I don't know you, do I? Not recognizable. Then of course I'm weirded out by you suddenly saying something like that to me. Xia Chenchen said without any good humor. I said dude, don't play with me, okay? Play you? Zhang Yan immediately revealed a look of disgust. In his previous life, even though he had been in jail for 31 years, he had never thought of taking the dry road. There are certain principles that cannot be broken, no matter what. I wish I could punch this little white boy away. However, thinking that he still needed this little white boy to hook up with Jia Lily, he resisted such an impulse and faintly said, your name is Xia Chenchen, unemployed, and you make a living by packaging yourself as a big spender and cheating women out of their money. Hearing this, Xia Chenchen couldn't help but jump in fear. You're a vigilante? Zhang Yan lost his smile. Do you think I look like that? Xia Chenchen calmed down a little bit and shook his head. Not like that. Indeed it doesn't look like it. Although Zhang Yan was full of masculinity, it was completely different from the kind of righteousness of a vigilante, leaning more towards a lordly ruthlessness. How did you know about me? He asked rhetorically. Zhang Yan pressed his hand. You don't need to worry about that. I have a job for you to do. It's very simple. It's what you're doing now. I can give you $500,000 right now. Clean yourself up, and after it's done, I'll give you at least another $500,000. As for how much exactly, it depends on your results. Xia Chenchen couldn't help but be filled with intention, but was also filled with alarm. After all, Zhang Yan had put too much pressure on him. Zhang Yan took out his cell phone and operated it for a bit, then said, I've already called you for $500,000. Ding! Xia Chenchen also received a text message on his cell phone. He picked it up and the text message was from his bank, an alert that the exact $500,000 had arrived. Horrified, Xia Chenchen's heart thumped vigorously, both with the surprise of obtaining $500,000, but at the same time, it was also filled with fear, because Zhang Yan not only knew his name, his identity, but even his bank card number. What kind of terrifying energy did this indicate that Zhang Yan possessed? Don't worry, as long as you do your job properly, nothing will happen to you. Zhang Yan laughed. On the other hand, what if you don't do your job properly? Something big is going to happen. Xia Chenchen had shivered in fear and said in a trembling voice, Brother, you want me to do what? Zhang Yan pulled up Jia Lily's photo and showed it to Xia Chenchen. I want you to hook up with this woman as a rich man, then get her to invest in the stock market to lure out her greed and get her to borrow the company's money to speculate on the stock market. Hiss. Misappropriating the company's money is definitely punishable by jail time once it's all over, right? Although Xia Chenchen didn't know the law, but how could he guess some? Brother, do you hate this woman so much? But why go to all this trouble when killing is just a headache? Can't you just retaliate when your energy is so horrible? Zhang Yan looked at him. Is there a problem? No. Xia Chenchen shook his head in a hurry. Are you kidding? Dare he say yes? Zhang Yan then continued. Remember, you're only acting as an arching fire effect. Don't involve yourself in it. And even more so, don't touch the money. Understand? Understood. I understand. Xia Chenchen nodded repeatedly. It seemed that Zhang Yan was trying to get this woman into jail. So naturally, if he couldn't keep his hands off the money and touched it, he would have to go in as well. It's just that the stock market is so red hot now that even he, who doesn't know anything, knows that it's not a sure thing to take money to the stock market. Even if you misappropriated the company's money, won't you be fine as long as you make up for it in time? Even if the incident is found to be true, but not a penny of the money is missing. It won't take more than a few years in jail, will it? Never mind. This was something Zhang Yan should consider. He just had to be responsible for picking up girls. Zhang Yan patted Xia Chenchen's shoulder and left. Only when he had gone completely out of sight did Xia Chenchen let out a long sigh of relief. Zhang Yan's sense of oppression was too strong, but when he thought of the $500,000 on his bank card, he couldn't help but feel the fire in his heart again.
Would he dare run off with the money?
Of course I wouldn't dare. Zhang Yan could find him here. And of course he could find himself elsewhere.
Unless it's out of the country. But when it comes to going abroad, $500,000 doesn't mean. Moreover, he was greedy.
Zhang Yan had said that as long as he got the job done,
he could get at least another $500,000. Dry. Zhang Yan's request was simple. Hook up with this woman and then draw out her greed.
You take your own company's money for stocks.
What's it got to do with me? What's in it for me? No. Therefore, the money was not misappropriated by me.
Nor was it directed by me.
Nor did I receive any benefits. So what has it got to do with me?
A solid business.
Ding.
The sound of a text message came from the phone again.
Xia Qinshan picked it up and took a look. It was sent from an unknown number,
which detailed the situation of his mission target.
It's too detailed. Xia Qinshan could make a promise that it wouldn't take 3 days to mesmerize this woman to death. In a flash. It's Monday. Zhang Yan went to find Ding Hongxian in the first place, lest he invest his money in the stock market again. He guessed correctly. After losing his fear suppression,
Ding Hongxian really ran out and stayed in a small hotel.
However,
Cheng Cheng had been following him, so it was naturally difficult for him to escape his grasp.
Zhang Yan looked over. Thump, 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 thump. He knocks on the door. Who is it? Ding Hongxian asked from inside. Room service,
Zhang Yan said with a pinched voice. Ding Hongxian did not doubt it and opened the door. And when he saw Zhang Yan, he was shocked and instinctively tried to close the door. But how could he succeed?
Hiding here on purpose? Want to renege on your debt? Zhang Yan laughed. Ding Hongxian had nothing to say.
He did want to take advantage of the opening of the stock market to invest his money again. But he didn't expect Zhang Yan to find him first before 9:30 a.m.
Arrived. In another moment,
Ding Hongxian's cell phone received a message that the money had arrived.
Turn around. Zhang Yan laughed. Ding Hongxian is really upset. In just a few days' time,
he had already made more than $200.
000. What about a month? 2 months or even 6 months later? Tens of millions of dollars.
But Zhang Yan didn't give him a chance. And as soon as he grabbed him and casually danced a few circles, Ding Hongxian almost spat out his bile.
I spin. I turn.
He couldn't stand it and screamed repeatedly.
Alas. Now really money is the master. Do not know people thought Ding Hongxian is the sufferer. Zhang Yan was overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 74. I'm divorced.
Ding Hongxian transferred 5 million to Zhang Yan,
who returned the note. One account is cleared, but there's a second one. You just wait to sell the house. Zhang Yan didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and directly walked away.
Ding Hongxian naturally collapsed. Although he relied on $5 million to make a profit of more than $200, 000 in just a few days, he has a $6 million external debt.
Ah, how is he going to pay it off? The wife is gone. The house is gone. The deposit is gone. All because of Zhang Yan. Resentment flowed from Ding Hongxian's eyes. At this moment, he couldn't wait to break Zhang Yan into pieces, and he doesn't reflect on it at all. If he hadn't been greedy, how could he have fallen for it? Even without Zhang Yan's involvement, he would have mortgaged his house to be swindled out of a large amount of money. Only the loss was not as severe as it is now. As for the wife is gone. After he was duped, will his temperament change? And Lin Xiangye big fight? I do not know.
Then Lin Xiangye still may divorce him.
After all, his possessiveness is so strong. There will be a day to provoke Lin Xiangye's rebound. Just need an opportunity. People like him like to blame others for their misfortunes. Hateful and pathetic. Zhang Yan was satisfied. Everything is going according to plan. Make money, get revenge, get organized. He was out for a day around, collecting desire points. And when he returned home in the evening, he only saw Lin Xiangye mopping the floor. If you mop the floor, why don't you use a mop instead of kneeling on the floor with a rag? If you use a rag, you use a rag. Why do you have to pucker your ass so high? Hiss, can't stand it.
Lin Xiangye was giggling. She naturally heard the sound of the door opening, and knew that it could only be Zhang Yan sneak attacking himself, without a trace of panic and nervousness.
You did it on purpose? Zhang Yan bared his teeth. Why did he seem to fall for it?
Yeah. Lin Xiangye twisted her head to look at him, her pretty face filled with a flirtatious, bone-chilling flavor. Although she had only been with Zhang Yan for a few days, her repressed true self had been completely released. Now words, even if everything did not happen, even if Ding Hongxian changed the problem of exclusive desire, even if love her to the bone, but she will not return to Ding Hongxian, because she now knows what she really needs, and Ding Xian couldn't give it. Stinky man, you've got a bargain, she said flirtatiously, her eyes watery to the point of being drawn. Who can stop this? This woman is a real pain in the ass. Fortunately, Her face value has not yet reached the extreme line of 90 points. Otherwise, Zhang Yan really felt that he would fall into the gentle land and could not extricate himself.
I know you won't marry me,
and I don't have such an extravagant wish. Lin Xiangye bit her red lips. Her winks were maddening.
I want you to promise me that no matter what, you can't not want me. Could there be a more compelling request? Zhang Yan laughed.
I spent so much effort to trick you into my hands.
How could I let you get away? Stinking man, really everything is your bad. Lin Xiangye ranted, but as if she was being petulant. Her watery eyes made the heart drunk. I really don't know if I owed you in my previous life. How did I let you have your way?
Zhang Yan slapped her heavily on her arse and said in mock displeasure.
Gutsy, even dare to scold me?
Lin Xiangye then ate and laughed daintily,
still winking. Okay, I was wrong. How do you want to punish me? You look like you want me to punish you. Zhang Yan laughed. Do you listen to me in everything now? Aha.
Lin Xiangye was like a kitten, letting out a soft and charming sound from her nasal cavity,
scratching and scratching at Zhang Yan's heart. It's killing people. Zhang Yan's heart swung. Take me to your school tomorrow. Lin Xiangye froze. What are you doing at my school? Hiss. She immediately realized. You've only just eaten from the bowl and you're already eyeing the pot? Zhang Yan laughed out loud. It's not like you don't know how good I am. I'm helping you find a few more sisters. It's also to help you share the pressure. You're pretty shameless to be able to talk about being horny in such a grandiose way. If it was the Lin Xiangye of a few days ago, she must have huffed and puffed, but now her flavor had been completely developed by Zhang Yan. And just imagining that image,
her own heart was swirling,
and her charming eyes became even more watery.
Stinking man dash, she murmured,
as if winking. The next day, Zhang Yan drove Lin Xiangye to work in his sports car. He doesn't interfere in a woman's personal life. You want to go to work, then you go to work. You don't want to go to work, then I'll support you. We left at 8:30 and arrived at the school at a little after 9 p.m. Zhang Yan couldn't help but froze when he stopped the car. This is your school? It's a shopping mall. What school would be built here?
Lin Xiangye eeped and laughed.
Didn't I tell you that our school is a training institution? I'll go. Zhang Yan couldn't help but be disappointed. If it was just a training organization,
then he wouldn't be able to see the hordes of beautiful girls. Seeing Zhang Yan's look of having suffered a stifled loss, Lin Xiangyan could not help but cover her mouth with a delicate smile that was so flamboyant and tight that it was incomparable.
Lin, Teacher Lin? A woman walked over and looked at Lin Xiangyan with an expression of disbelief.
Lin Xiangyan sniffed and looked over,
smiling and nodding. Hello, Mr. Yi. The woman's name was Yi Meilin,
and she was her co-worker.
Zhang Yan also looked over.
This Yi Meilin is around 30 years old.
Her face value is okay, around 70 points. She is very tall, 170 I think.
Although it is only just in April, she can't wait to put on a thin spring dress.
Her wonderful body is revealed. It's a ripe young woman.
Zhang Yan only felt the Chow thief's heart within his body move slightly. Why just a wee bit? Because Yi Meilin's face value was only 70 points only. Although it was already at the level of the courtyard flower, but his appetite was now spoiled. At least 80 points would be needed to make him develop a craving.
Teacher Lin, it really is you. I almost didn't recognize you. Yi Meilin looked shocked. Your complexion is too good as well. Gosh, what kind of black technology did you use? How come your skin is so smooth and white? Quickly tell me.
Lin Xiangyan graciously took Zhang Yan's arm.
Because of his nourishment. TSK.
Zhang Yan was shocked that Lin Xiangyan was actually able to make such an action and say such words. Only she is still shy at some special times. That is called a half-push.
Half-hearted.
Want to refuse to welcome.
Yi Meilin, on the other hand, looked at Zhang Yan dumbfounded, as if she was stupid. After several seconds, she stammered. Lin, Mr. Lin, aren't you married? Can't you get a lover when you're married? Lin Xiangye asked rhetorically before laughing. I'm divorced. This is my new boyfriend. Ah, you're divorced? Yi Meilin was once again shocked to the core. Chapter 75. The school's first flower got divorced. The news spread quickly.
Lin Xiang evening served in this school. The full name of the Vitality Dance Club.
Enrollment is a variety of students. Both elementary school students, but also working adults. Teaching dance covers the street dance, classical dance, ballet and so on. There are many types of dances taught, and there are certainly a lot of teachers.
Lin Xiang evening is the most beautiful and the most attractive of all the female teachers.
But unfortunately,
her husband controls her too strictly.
Lin Xiang evening never participate in any school activities,
and do not even say a word to the male teachers. This is a great pity for many male teachers,
male learners and male parents.
Wouldn't it all be heaven if something could happen with such a gentle,
flirtatious woman? But now,
Lin Xiangyan actually said that she was divorced.
Hiss, isn't this an opportunity? Upon receiving the news,
all the men did not fail to rub their hands together, and even the men from a couple of training organizations next door caught wind of the news.
However,
Yi Meilin also put together the news that Lin Xiangye came over in some man's car.
moreover,
The person drove a sports car for miles.
that scared off some people. But there are still many men who don't die. What if? What does it say about Lin Xiangwan's divorce? This woman is supposed to be a watery, so wouldn't there be hope if she just went and hooked up? Lin Xiangye took Zhang Yan on a tour. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, was disappointed. There are so few beautiful women, too. Seeing this, Lin Xiangye couldn't help but give him a blank stare. You're still disappointed? Come on, my bad man. You're not an emperor to choose a concubine.
Zhang Yan laughed out loud.
Indeed,
It's not like he owns the women here,
good looking or bad looking,
so what's he disappointed for?
forget it.
I'll just go to Pangman Kyun's art college and develop there.
Zhang Yan looked at Lin Xiangye in class.
This woman teaches an ancient dance. When she changed into her ancient costume and danced with her long sleeves,
Zhang Yan finally somewhat understood the feelings of the faint-hearted kings of the past generations. Who wouldn't pass out?
with such a scourge,
How can you have time to deal with imperial affairs? Definitely throw it to the favorites, while you yourself wave and wave every day.
Zhang Yan secretly said that it was fortunate that Lin Xiangye was not born in ancient times, or else she might have appeared in history textbooks, on par with such great scourges as Baozi and Chen Yuan.
He was fine. Look at the other men.
Each one of them could not wait to gouge their eyes out and stick to Lin Xiangye. No wonder Ding Hongxian had been uneasy about this stepford wife, forbidding her to speak to any male teachers.
Zhang Yan, however, just smiled. Don't look at Lin Xiang evening style. Charming bone is born.
But she has the traditional conservative and ladylike virtue of Oriental women in her bones,
And it is simply impossible to do the thing of red apricot out of the wall. Before Lin Xiang evening party and he got good.
that is a variety of factors to facilitate.
Belong to the special case.
Therefore, Zhang Yan was very relieved.
Ding Hongxian only knew how to be jealous.
But he didn't understand that sometimes trusting someone would make the other person even more dead. Lin Xiangye only had half a day of classes in the morning, so after class she went to change her clothes and then left the school with Zhang Yan.
In the car,
Lin Xiangye deliberately said,
Did you notice all those men looking at me? Aha. Zhang Yan nodded.
If you just say the word, I cannot go to work and obediently stay at home as your canary. Lin Xiangye looked at Zhang Yan with fawning eyes.
Zhang Yan laughed out loud. I'm not the king of jealousy. Whether you want to go to work or not is entirely up to you if you want to. Moreover, I absolutely believe that you can socialize normally even if you go to work.
Lin Xiangye looked at Zhang Yan in a daze and suddenly cried out with a wow.
Why are you suddenly crying? Zhang Yan said.
It's not like I spanked your ass.
Then,
he couldn't speak because Lin Xiangyan suddenly jumped into his arms.
Hold the grass.
Zhang Yan hurriedly stepped on the brakes.
He didn't want to become the second Zhao Banian. Woo woo.
Lin Xiangye was crying so hard that she couldn't stop. Even when she had fallen out with Ding Hongxian she hadn't bawled so much. Zhang Yan then stroked her hair.
What's wrong?
Lin Xiangye cried for a long time before her voice trailed off,
but it was still a sob. And only after another moment did she look up. Thank you for trusting me so much. Because of this? Zhang Yan was a little disbelieving, but on second thought,
Lin Xiangyan has been managed by Ding Hongxian since they got married,
binding her in the name of love.
And with this circle and layer upon layer of tying her up,
she probably can't even catch her breath. Therefore, Zhang Yan understood her and trusted her,
which was the best sweet words for her.
Boom boom boom. But there was some fussing.
Someone slapping on the window and spitting fragrance while doing so.
Only the sports car was so soundproofed that it basically didn't come in. Zhang Yan lowered the car window. Do you know how to drive? Suddenly stepping on the brakes. Do you want to die?
It was a man in his 30s who growled at Zhang Yan.
Why don't you just stop when you're in a hurry? Is the road driven by your family? Zhang Yan then coldly glared at him. It's ferocious.
He had been a prison bully for 31 years in his previous life, so his eyes were naturally ferocious. And since he also possessed great strength in this life, his eyes were even more intimidating.
The man couldn't help but take a few steps back, cold sweat coming down on his forehead. Zhang Yan didn't pay any more attention to him. After all, he did brake sharply and also blocked the middle of the road for quite a while, so he didn't bother to do anything more after he scared the man back. He started the engine and pulled the sports car to the side. He opened his arms to Lin Xiangyan. Come on, keep crying. Lin Xiangyan couldn't help but snort out a laugh.
Being disturbed by that man just now naturally spoiled the atmosphere.
She gave Zhang Yan a wink. Tonight, you can do whatever you want. Zhang Yan couldn't help but swing, including saying lines.
Lin Xiangye glared at him.
A bad man is a bad man.
He always likes to make some nonsense. For example, he keeps trying to get himself to say, "Where is my husband?"
I really don't know what is the point of this.
Hey, It's only been happening for 17 years.
Of course she wouldn't know about the stunt. Okay, including saying the lines. She agreed.
It was just a bit strange and humiliating, but compared to Zhang Yan's trust in her,
it was nothing at all. Zhang Yan couldn't help but be excited beyond measure.
So he hemmed and hawed.
Man. Ugh. Man.
Lin Xiangye was speechless.
What was so exciting about this? Incomprehensible. However,
Zhang Yan turned his head to look. It was the same man from earlier. He couldn't help but rise in displeasure, this time opening the car door directly.
Uing.
The man was still spitting fragrance. However, when his eyes swept over to Lin Xiangyan in the passenger seat,
he couldn't help but be stunned.
Grass. This woman is too good looking.
Chapter 76, Assassination in the Street.
Xu Hao thought that he was also a person who had seen a lot of beautiful women, but he still couldn't stop the gusts of amazement.
Gosh, this woman is not only stunningly beautiful,
but also has a kind of flirtatiousness that radiates from the bones.
If I can put my arm around her. He couldn't help but gulp. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, frowned. Are you looking for death? He didn't even bother with this kind of goods just now, and after scaring the people back, he pulled over to the side of the road. But you're still coming over? Get a life. Xu Hao came back to his senses,
and immediately looked gangly again. You suddenly stepped on the brakes,
causing me to almost tailgate, and
you also stopped in the middle of the road for such a long time,
delaying me a lot of time. Do you intend not to compensate me?
Zhang Yan looked at him with a smirk.
Then what compensation do you want? Just pay me back for this superb beauty,
Xu Hao thought in his heart.
But of course he couldn't say it. He coughed.
His eyes greedily traced over Lin Xiangye's snow-white,
slender neck before he said, compensate $3,000. Just mean it. Oh, my God, $3,000 for this? Zhang Yan smiled. What if I don't pay for it? Xu Hao then sneered. The director of the Changnan security office is my brother-in-law. Are you sure you want me to call my brother-in-law over? He wasn't lying. He did have a brother-in-law who was the director. Zhang Yan just no wonder it is so arrogant. So there is someone behind it. Of course he wouldn't be afraid of anything.
Holding his arms in his hands.
Fine, call the people over. At this point, so many people gathered around to see what was going on and point. When there were more people, Zhang Yan absorbed more desire points.
So of course he was happy to spend time here. I'm sure I'll go back and fight the landlord with Lin Xiangwan, so I won't have time to go out and collect desire points.
So, just for now,
Xu Hao had thought that he could scare Zhang Yan, but he didn't expect Zhang Yan to be so rigid. It's not like his brother-in-law is his subordinate and can be at his beck and call. Instead, he's the one who needs to hug his brother-in-law's leg and not lick it too much usually.
But it's hard to ride a tiger. Can he back out at this point?
Well, you had to embarrass yourself, he said viciously, then pulled out his cell phone and made a call. Zhang Yan leaned against the side of the sports car and was very relaxed.
Ha! Killing aura. He suddenly froze, but didn't move to look over. In prison, a jailbird like him is actually not high and dry. There are people who want to him over to get to the top. 31 years down the line, Zhang Yan has been incredibly sensitive to the killing aura.
And now that he has also obtained the system and has become the controller of his desires, it will be even more impossible for that killing aura to escape his senses. What is the cause of the killing? The desire to kill. Zhang Yan saw an unimpressive man with a medium build, wearing a hat that covered the part above his nose, while he also wore a mask that covered the lower half of his face as well.
It's not even the mask period yet, and the people of the country have not formed the habit of wearing masks at all, so it's very suspicious that this man is dressed like this. The point is, this man's desire to kill is directed at himself. Zhang Yan immediately reacted. Killer. A killer who covets a $10 million bounty. It's only been a few days, and a hitman is coming after you and laying hands on you? However, this one was unexpected and no one knew he would suddenly pull over. So this killer just happened to hit it? No. It's also possible that this killer had been watching himself and had gotten out of the car in the neighborhood as well. It doesn't matter. Take the man down. We'll find out in a trial. Zhang Yan did not rush to strike, but waited for this killer to expose himself. Having already appeared so close to the target, the man was definitely going to make a move. In order to create an opportunity for the other party, Zhang Yan simply opened the car door halfway and spoke with Lin Xiangyan. As expected, the assassin saw this and quietly moved his feet to approach. There was a flash of cold light. The man did it. Trying to get a gun in the country, or getting a gun into the country, is too hard, too difficult, and it's not always necessary to use a gun to kill someone, and it's too much of a commotion to facilitate an escape after the fact. Zhang Yan smiled faintly and reached out to shoot out. Snap! Being slapped by him like this, the dagger in the killer's hand immediately folded in the direction and could not be controlled at all. Pust! The dagger was very sharp and easily pierced through the clothing and into the flesh. Chu Hao half opened his mouth in disbelief. Did I get ing stabbed? Ah! He finally knew to scream in misery. Grass! The killer cursed and pulled the knife out in a hurry, which also brought out a shower of blood, causing Chu Hao to scream again, only to fall to the ground as the knife was stuck in his right leg. But it's too dangerous here. How could Chu Hao care about screaming and making people pay for medical bills or whatever? He hurriedly crawled on the ground and fled away. The killer didn't even look at Chu Hao as he held the dagger with both hands and stabbed towards Zhang Yan once again. Zhang Yan is a kick. The slayer was dazed, stumbling and confused, and he collided with no one in particular, while the dagger in his hand naturally stabbed through again. Ah! Chu Hao screamed again, only to feel a sharp pain coming from his buttocks. He whipped his head around, only to see that the killer was holding the knife in both hands and stabbing him in the ass. Chu Hao cried, "Brother, I have no grudge against you. Why did you stab me with a knife? And stab twice?" In fact, from the time the killer launched his attack to the time he stabbed a knife in Chu Hao's ass, the entire process would not take more than 3 seconds, and it was only then that the onlookers reacted, and none of them cried out in shock. Use the upper knife and see blood. Call 911. Some people were afraid of what was going on and hastily backed away, while others were incredibly enthusiastic and went forward to hold the killer down to prevent him from continuing to hurt people. But it was such a press that the dagger, which had only not gone in by 2/3, suddenly went straight down to the hilt. Chu Hao's face went white, and his neck rose a foot high all of a sudden as he let out a wolf-like howl of misery. It hurts. It hurts. Zhang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Of course he did it on purpose. Otherwise how could he be so coincidental as to stab Chu Hao twice in a row? But the killer stabbed him. What's he got to do with it? The killer tried to run, but the power of the people was not something he could fight against. Crushed to death, these enthusiastic people were thrilled to take down an assailant with their own hands. Honorable. A few minutes later, the sheriff arrived, moved the knife, and there are people injured. This is certainly not small. They rushed to handcuff the killer, and sent Chu Hao to the hospital. Thought the killer is and Chu Hao have any personal grudges, only to commit murder in the street. The results of the first time they asked, they have a strange expression. It turned out that the assailant's target was not Chu Hao, but Zhang Yan. But why did you hit Quahog by mistake both times? When people are unlucky, they can actually decline to such a state? The vigilantes then asked Zhang Yan to go back with them to assist in the investigation. Zhang Yan, however, pointed to his cell phone. Team Gu from the Criminal Police Brigade. She asked you to answer the phone. The captain of the outgoing police took the cell phone and after saying a few words, he immediately said, "Yes, yes, promised to complete the mission." They all stayed in place and waited, and after a little while more, they saw Gu Yusin arrive with a team of criminal police. In this instant, that assassin couldn't help but release a strong emotion of despair. LOL, big sucking wave. Chapter 77, The Wicked Grind. Slayer? Gu Yusin asked towards Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan nodded. Take them back for a proper interrogation. They should give up. Aha! Gu Yusin waved her hand, and the killer was of course detained by the criminal police. She was about to head back to the CID to interrogate the killer, but with a sweep of her eyes, she stopped and pouted with her mouth toward the passenger side of the sports car. Girlfriend? But before Zhang Yan could reply, Lin Xianye had already gotten out of the car and smiled at Gu Yusin. Hello, my name is Lin Xianye. I'm Zhang Yan's neighbor, and today, my car broke down, so I asked Zhang Yan to give me a ride. Women are really natural playwrights, telling lies so naturally, without even blushing a little. Gu Yusin would naturally be skeptical. Can't you take a bus or a cab if your car breaks down? It's just a neighbor. Why should I give it to you? The point is, look at how beautiful you are. And your whole person even exudes a flirtatious and bone-chilling temperament, which makes even she, as a woman, a little heart-thumping. But there was one thing she couldn't figure out. If Zhang Yan really had something with this woman, why did Lin Xianye not declare her sovereignty, but instead clarify for Zhang Yan? She thought in her mind and nodded at Lin Xianye. City Criminal Police, Gu Yusin. The two women looked at each other and smiled, looking normal, but the woman's heart, who knows? Keep your cell phone open, contact at any time. Gu Yusin turned her head to Zhang Yan and said, this guy is a regular and old acquaintance of the Interpol team, and this killer should be rushing to the reward, so there is little point in letting Zhang Yan return to the Interpol brigade to cooperate with the investigation, but the words that should be said should still be handed over. Good, Zhang Yan agreed. So, Gu Yusin took the killing back to the criminal police team, while Zhang Yan returned to the sports car and drove Lin Xianye to the mall, have lunch and buy some lingerie and stockings on the way. Of course it was for Lin Xianye to wear. She left the house in a fit of anger. That is, the clothes are not packed, and do not want to go back to that home to see Ding Hongxian. so all the clothes have to buy. In no time at all, she was carrying a large bag. She said to Zhang Yan without any good humor, "Aren't you going to help me get some?" Zhang Yan then laughed. "I'm only responsible for spending your money. Stinking man."
Lin Xiangye was speechless. This man really didn't lick at all, even to the extent of a straight man of steel.
Zhang Yan came over and said, "However,
if you still have older sisters and
cousins and whatnot,
introduce them to me and I'll help you. For everyone you introduce,
I'll help you carry one."
Lin Xiangye huffed backward.
"You really dare to say that?" Zhang Yan shrugged. "What wouldn't you dare? I'm sorry, I'm an only child, and I don't have any cousins, but I do have some cousins. Do you want them?"
Lin Xiangye looked at Zhang Yan with a smile on her face.
"Unless they are almost as pretty as you," Zhang Yan bargained.
Lin Xiangye bared her teeth again. If not for the fact that she was carrying bags in both hands and couldn't spare her hands, she would have had to go and screw Zhang Yan.
Too colorful, too greedy. Zhang Yan then laughed out loud. "Just kidding, as to be jealous like this? Do I call that jealousy?" Lin Xiangye's heart stirred. That female vigilante just now was so pretty. Are you interested in her? Not only are they good looking, but they have amazingly large breasts. She's already pretty big, but compared to others, oh, not even close. Zhang Yan didn't deny it. Anyway,
Lin Xiangye knew his person very well.
Such a superb person. Do you think I would miss it?
I knew you guys were greedy as hell.
Lin Xiangye blanked him. However,
she did not have the luxury of forming a pair with Zhang Yan,
and although she was a bit jealous, she did not care too much. Finally arriving at the parking place, Lin Xiangye put all the big bags in the car, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. So tired. It's not really heavy, it's just unusually large. Zhang Yan looked at the time and said, "It's already this time. Find a place to have dinner and eat before going back. Wouldn't it be better to eat here?" Lin Xiangye didn't want to run around anymore. "I want roadkill."
Lin Xiangye would have nothing to say.
Half an hour later,
the two were sitting in a large stall.
Unlike Gu Yusin last time, although she was absolutely beautiful, her bosom was even more amazing. But she was in a police uniform. Who dared to talk to her? Although Lin Xiang evenings face value to be worse than a drop, but only a drop, still a big beauty. The key is,
her charming temperament is too tempting.
From time to time, people come over to talk to.
Lin Xiangye was speechless and spat at Zhang Yan.
"Do I look like the kind of woman who has red apricots? Why do so many people come over to strike up a conversation?" Zhang Yan then laughed. "Of course you're not, but these people are all holding on to the idea of what if. What if it could work? There's nothing to lose if it fails anyway. Okay, you men are really the same. Full of shibboleths." Lin Xiangye knocked over all the men with one stick. Zhang Yan shrugged. "Don't slander me. I'm only astringent towards beautiful women, and it has to be a great beauty to do so."
Lin Xiangye was left speechless.
"That's pretty honest of you." That's when another hitchhiker came along.
Zhang Yan finally stepped in and picked up the man with one hand, smiling as he asked,
"What do you want to say to my girlfriend?" No, I was just passing by."
The man panicked more than a little,
and hastily denied it. When the others saw this, they were silenced and hurriedly lowered their heads to eat, sitting upright as modest gentlemen. This man is so scary. He can pick people up with one hand. They don't want to try it.
Zhang Yan smiled and put the man down, and patted his shoulder. The man nearly pissed himself. He knew how much power this hand had. He rolled back to his spot, but didn't take more than a few bites before checking out and running.
Scared, Zhang Yan and Lin Xiangye were quiet next.
No one was disturbed, and even the voices of the people talking around them were much lower. Lin Xiangye snickered at him and said,
"Indeed, evil people still need to be rubbed by evil people." Zhang Yan, however, revealed an ambiguous smile. "Then you must be the biggest villain under the sky, because I, a 7-foot man, will be ground into an embroidery needle by you."
Lin Xiangyan suddenly had a pretty face like blood, although she was developed the nature of the scourge. But, she still belongs to the conservative,
traditional type in essence,
able to say some color jokes without changing her face.
In turn, you have to look at Pang asked Peony if you.
Lin Xiangye is really not good at it. She can be so seductive with this shy expression. Zhang Yan's fingers twitched as he said,
"Let's go home and,
hey, sharpen our needles." Lin Xiangye was already so ashamed that she couldn't raise her head.
This guy was so shameless that he actually told this kind of thing as a joke.
Zhang Yan picked up Lin Xiangyan in his arms, walked to the street and got into his car to leave amidst the envious and fearful gazes of the crowd.
Boom! The sports car let out a loud roar and quickly disappeared. However, the group of men were still thinking about Lin Xiangye's flirtatious and bone-chilling style, and they suddenly felt that the food in their mouths was completely devoid of flavor. Chapter 78 Scared Missy. After grinding the evil man, or rather being ground by the evil man, Zhang Yan embraced the fragrant and soft beauty and entered the dreamland. Sure enough,
where's the time to collect desire points again?
After waking up in the morning, Zhang Yan couldn't help but reflect on a wave of introspection.
But when he looked at Lin Xiangye's jade feet that poked out from the quilt, which seemed to immediately sense the chill in the air and immediately shrunk back, he couldn't help but salivate again. I promise you, this is the last time I'm going to be impulsive. After the impulse, Zhang Yan opened his computer and began to focus on stocks. Although he didn't know where most of the stocks were going, one thing was clear, he had to buy some shares of Storm Technologies every day. It's just that this stock is hard to buy right now. It's a bunch of people grabbing it every day because it's gone up so much. Zhang Yan had thought that he could make billions of dollars with this one stock, but according to the current view, it would be good to make 1 billion. It's okay, it's a big bull market now. Basically everything he buys is profitable, and he's leveraged up another 10 times, and with a 10% increase, he can actually make his principal out. That's $120 million. He also had an exclusive manager in the securities company, so he asked the other party to help him buy Storm Technologies stock, and as soon as someone sold it, he immediately grabbed it. How can he keep an eye on the plate all day? Compared to that dime, of course the desire point smells better. Lin Xiangye also got up, and after the two of them had breakfast, Lin Xiangye took a taxi to work by herself, while Zhang Yan decided to go out and collect the desire points. And there was another very important reason, which was to give the killers a chance to strike. How can I send you in for a big payday if you don't expose yourselves? Just counting on you big players to provide the desire points. He went out the door and naturally pushed his way to the crowded area. As for the number of people, will it affect the killers to get down? Zhang Yan does not care. You guys figure it out yourselves. Besides, didn't the killer strike before when so many people gathered around to see what was going on? Obviously, the number of people is not the deciding factor in whether or not a killer comes out of the woodwork. Strolling in the mall. It didn't take long for Zhang Yan to realize that there was a murderous aura. The target is yourself. Coming. He couldn't help but be energized. But he didn't follow the killing aura and look for it. Instead he just pretended he didn't know about it and still did what he had to do. Came to a counter selling luxury bags. Saw the lady is very beautiful. He could not help but stop. Flirting with each other. He was handsome and covered in famous brands. The young lady did not mind being molested by him at all. Although her face was shy, it was obvious that she could see that she was pretending. Zhang Yan stayed for 10 minutes and bought a bag worth $130,000, which made the young lady almost send a fragrant kiss. Zhang Yan felt that if he turned his hand and gave this bag to the young lady, he could probably take her to a room. But this young lady was pretty, but only about 70 points. He was just admiring it, and had no urge to roll in bed with the other person. After all, time is limited, and good steel should certainly be spent. Tan Chang and Feng Qian both scored 80 points or more, and Lin Xiangyan's composite score was even more extreme. Ha! The murderous aura is approaching. Zhang Yan had been talking to the teller lady for so long, just to give this killer a chance, and the killer did not fail to live up to his expectations and finally came over. Well, I didn't notice, so hurry up and make your move. Zhang Yan just plopped down on the counter and watched as the young lady wrapped her bag up and turned her back to the killer, as if she hadn't noticed any difference at all. Sir, you dropped your phone. A voice rang out behind Zhang Yan's back, pronouncing it oddly. Zhang Yan turned around and brushed. A cold light flashed, pointing straight at his neck. Again with the knife? Zhang Yan saw very clearly. This is really a small knife, but absolutely sharp. Ordinary people's throat was cut on the words. Certainly the trachea was cut. Immediately call 120 first aid or too late. Don't look at a killer who dares to kill in public as if he's in danger himself. Quite the opposite. If someone had really been killed, the scene would have been a complete mess, and the killer could have blended into the crowd and escaped. Also, the average person who hears someone behind them say they've dropped their cell phone must subconsciously turn around. Defenseless, who in this country would worry about someone assassinating them? Snap! Zhang Yan stepped out and held the killer's wrist, saying with a smile on his face, I dropped a cell phone, not a knife. The killer was wearing a hoodie, the hat now on, and a huge pair of sunglasses that covered a face almost completely, and his body was so disproportionately thick that he presumably had something stuffed inside his clothes to hold his body open on purpose. In this way, the police were unable to trace him by his size. Hey, that's quite a bit of experience, but you think too much, because having struck out at me, you still need to think about escaping? The killer was shocked and hurriedly tried to break his hand free, but Zhang Yan's hand was like an iron vice, and it was difficult for him to move a single bit. He was evil and arched his leg to kick Zhang Yan's crotch. Gripes, how vicious. Zhang Yan sighed. I don't have a baby yet. You want me to cut off my children? He brought his knees up and slammed them into his opponent.
Bang! Zhang Yan's speed was even faster, and when his knee hit the knee, he heard the sound of bones shattering, and then he heard the killer let out a shocking scream. Ah! His knees were shattered. He couldn't stand steadily on one foot, so he couldn't help but crooked towards the ground. But with one hand being grabbed by Zhang Yan, he couldn't fall to the ground, so he was hanging there. Zhang Yan smiled at the counter lady who was already shivering with fear, then took out his cell phone and laughed first. Look at you. What are you talking nonsense about? My cell phone is not properly here. Where did it fall on the ground? Was killer in enough pain to answer him? Zhang Yan naturally only flirted and dialed a number out. Team Gu, I caught another killer. Well, I will wait for you. He put his cell phone away, only to feel the murderous intent and anger emanating from the assassin grow a shade stronger, but it also bred a hint of despair. Of course, it was just a hint. After all, the sheriff hadn't arrived yet, and he was still trying to put up a fight. Zhang Yan took off the killer's hat and glasses, presenting a face that was clearly an Asian type, but obviously not national. Which country? He asked with a smile. Thailand? Burma? Malay? The slayer didn't answer, just looked at him viciously. Yo, still so mean now? Instead of pulling out his fear, Zhang Yan held his arm with both hands and gave it a twist with a positive and a negative. There was a lot of clacking and the sound of bones breaking. Ah, ah, ah. That killer's forehead was covered in cold sweat the size of soybeans. His eyes rolled over, and he actually fainted from the pain. Zhang Yan said quietly, as an assassin, how can you not even stand this pain? He raised his head and looked towards the counter lady, only to see that the lady was filled with fear and had retreated to the deepest part of the counter. Zhang Yan could feel her deep fear of herself even without the system. Yo, scared the lady. Chapter 79, Ninth Reinforcement. Felling? The one who arrived before Gu Yusin was the security guard of the mall. But the 4 security guards were too scared to move forward at all when they saw one of the killer's arms twisted into a twist. The danger factor of a job like this doesn't match the $3,000 a month I get paid. The other thing was the large number of onlookers. So many of them were taking out their cell phones to take pictures of Zhang Yan and the killer. This is definitely going to be posted to friends. Zhang Yan also cooperated and did some handsome styling. He couldn't possibly gag the yo-yo, so he simply took the high road. After a few minutes, the crowd was separated, only to see Gu Yusin being the first to walk out. The sheriff finally arrived. So miserable? Gu Yusin looked at the killer, and even she bared her teeth a little. Zhang Yan nodded. He wants to cut me off and leave you with no offspring. I definitely need to teach him a lesson. Gu Yusin froze. What's your lack of offspring got to do with my lack of offspring? Then it dawned on her. She gave Zhang Yan a blank stare. This guy was getting bolder and bolder, even daring to molest himself. However, people weren't even afraid of killers, so molesting her seemed like child's play. Take it away, she said to her men. Now, that assassin finally exuded intense despair. Finished, you come with me. Gu Yusin called Zhang Yan to one side, then said with a serious expression. If you do this, it's no different from dancing on the tip of a knife. You should know that there are only 1,000 days to be a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. You miss even one slip, and that could be fatal. Killers like this can fail again and again because there are too many killers. But Zhang Yan's life? There's only one. And, Gu Yusin said again, these two are using cold weapons. But what if someone uses a gun? Zhang Yan then laughed and arched her with his elbow. Care about me? Gu Yusin had a straight face. I'm a vigilante. It's my duty to protect the people. Hey, one day let you cold and proud big, bloom intoxicating spring color in front of me. Zhang Yan smiled and did not explain. It was impossible for others to prevent thieves for 1,000 days. But he was different. These killers were like ants to humans compared to him. Even if humans are careless, what can ants hurt? Of course, he'd have to be slightly more careful if he used his gun. However, he was confident that he could already dodge the bullets that came out. Originally, he was worried about how he was going to explain this miraculous ability of his. But after Cheng Qing said something about Ming Jin and Dark Jin martial artists, Zhang Yan found a reason. No more pretending. Let's show our cards. I am a great master of dark power. Can't other dark force martial artists dodge bullets? Hey, it's none of my business. Zhang Yan. Seeing Zhang Yan's look of oil and salt, Gu Yusin dismissed the idea of continuing to persuade him to move to the criminal police brigade. Can't be persuaded. Alright, you're on your own in terms of woe. She waved her hand. Zhang Yan hemmed and hawed and walked back to the counter there, picking up the bag he had bought. At that moment, the counter lady looked at him with more of a kind of admiration, although there was still fear in her gaze. It's admiration for the strong. She was originally afraid that Zhang Yan was some kind of murderer or violent maniac. But what did it mean that the vigilantes had come but only took away the killer and Zhang Yan was safe and sound? Zhang Yan is good people.
Maybe it's still undercover police or something. Women are born with the mentality of admiring the strong. Plus Zhang Yan is also handsome and rich, which naturally makes her spring. Sir, can you add a WeChat? She said boldly. Gu Yusen swept her a glance, then looked at Zhang Yan with a smile. Zhang Yan was certainly not afraid of Gu Yusen. Just kidding. If he took Gu Yusen under his wing, he must have carried the gun with the other girls too. How can he make you an exception? The point was that Missy's face value was no longer enough to satisfy his increasingly critical eye. I'll see you again when there's fate, Zhang Yan said pretentiously, pulling Gu Yusen's hand and leaving. Hey, Gu Yusen struggled a bit, but not very strongly. Isn't that a half-hearted attempt? Of course, it was only limited to holding hands. If Zhang Yan was greedy and went to nuzzle his waist or something, it was expected that this Tyrannosaurus Rex would go berserk. Zhang Yan is not afraid of her fury, but a good woman needs to be slowly tasted. And a strong twist is not much fun. It's not like we're haters. In the back, the counter lady looked on, with both envy and loss on her face. This female sheriff's deputy is also too beautiful. Most stars can't compare with her. And more critical, that chest. Hiss, can't compare at all. She immediately quenched that restless heart. After walking out of the mall, Gu Yusen struggled hard and put her slender hand back. She also deliberately said, why don't you add someone else on WeChat? Look at her like that. You can even ask her out to a room at night. No, it doesn't have to be at night. I can get her to skip work and go to a room with me right now. Zhang Yan thought in his heart, but on his lips, he said, then won't I miss the opportunity? Why don't I go back now? Gu Yusen was arrogant, clasping her hands to her chest and faintly said, go ahead. Zhang Yan then laughed. Just kidding. Gu Yusen thought for a moment, but still said, I can't force you to do anything, but for $10 million, there will be many people who want to kill you. You mustn't be careless. She knew that Zhang Yan's skill was extraordinary, but I am in the light and the enemy is in the dark, so a single negligence will lead to the end of everything. Zhang Yan then nodded. People are concerned. But in the next few days, Gu Yusen felt a bit skeptical about life, because Zhang Yan would send her a killer almost every half a day. 3 days? 5. This is too much. Moreover, all of these people were indeed killers, and each of them carried at least 5 human murders on their backs. Not limited to the country of course, but mostly committed abroad. But for Gu Yusen and the criminal police brigade, it was a real credit. Still great work. The point was that Zhang Yan had suffered so many assassinations, yet he remains safe and sound. That's a little scary. Is there no carelessness? No mistakes in you? It's a new day. As soon as he woke up, Zhang Yan went around outside and collected the last 2,000 desire points he needed. It's up to 256k. Go home. Zhang Yan stayed home alone, then called up the system. Plus no. Point down. Reinforcement. Boom. A terrifying energy immediately surged out from his body, rinsing every muscle, every sinew and bone of his body, crackling and snapping. His body was once again like stir-fried beans, emitting an astonishing ringing sound. No, refried beans aren't that loud. This is like a firecracker. The heart is racing and the blood is boiling. Zhang Yan's face instantly turned red, only to feel that the blood flow rate skyrocketed to an exaggerated point. At this time if he measured his blood pressure, it was estimated that 400 could not be beaten. Bang bang bang, his heart beating as if a high-speed pile driver. Anyone else would have burst a blood vessel or a heart, but Zhang Yan was different. After 8 times of reinforcement, his physical quality did not know how many times more than normal people, even though his heartbeat was fast to such a point, and his blood pressure spiked to the big hundreds. He just felt that his body was very hard to bear, but was far from going to the point of bursting. He noticed that something black was oozing out of his skin and it smelled fishy. Is this felling the marrow? Chapter 80, Sniping. Boom boom boom. Heart beating like a drum. Zhang Yan suddenly realized that his skin was actually covered with blood, and he hurriedly took off his clothes, only to see that he had actually become a bloody man. However, he did not feel any discomfort. On the contrary, he's in better shape than ever. What's going on here? He examined him carefully and realized that he had only broken a capillary in his skin and was not seriously hurt. No wonder. Flesh and marrow. Even the blood? Zhang Yan didn't know that. Boom. Waves of energy surged within his body, as if he could collapse mountains and flatten the sea. Eventually, he calmed down. Comfortable. More comfortable than ever. And a sense of power. He felt that even if a mountain was in front of him, he could destroy it with one punch. It should be an illusion after the power surge. Zhang Yan did not think that this reinforcement would bring such an amazing boost. Without much time to think, he rushed to the bathroom to take a shower. Not only did his body smell fishy, but it was also all blood, so he was probably going to scare people to death when he walked out.
painfully took a bath, changed clothes do not want, directly thrown, Zhang Yan to the mirror.
So handsome guy. Zhang Yan was already handsome enough, but now he had taken it to the next level. Obviously his looks haven't changed much.
The change is in the essence. Just like Lin Xiangye.
The appearance has not changed
but after being nourished by Zhang Yan, she has obviously become radiant and watery.
No, watery. Right. Zhang Yan brought a fruit knife and made a vicious cut to his arm. He wanted to know if his blood had changed.
However, he was immediately dumbfounded, for as soon as the knife went down, his skin didn't break. Instead, the knife curled its edge.
His skin was already very tough before,
so he made a big effort when he came up.
But he never expected this result.
A knife went down, the skin didn't break,
but the knife curled its edge.
Hiss, how tough was his skin? Now even if I don't dodge, will the bullets break the defense? Zhang Yan mused. Moreover,
that hit just now was still a case where he didn't actively defend himself, whereas if he tensed his muscles, his defense would naturally rise another step.
Tense muscles and relaxed muscles have completely different defenses. The boost from this enhancement is too great.
I guess my vitals are just my eyes,
ear holes, and lower body now.
Hey, it's kind of like the hoods of those guys in martial arts movies.
When I'm done reinforcing all these hoods, I'll be really good. However, he couldn't even make himself bleed a little right now if he wanted to, so how could he check for changes in his blood? Doesn't it require a knife made of special steel to work? I wish I was female and could check it out once a month.
Zhang Yan decided that there was no need to be in such a hurry and that he would talk about it later when he had the chance.
Suddenly, he heard a loud knocking from next door. He put on his clothes and then opened the door to check. In the next doorway stood 3 men, though they could not be identified by their dress. However, Ding Hongxian didn't open the door.
These 3 knocked on the door for a full 5 minutes before one of them came toward Zhang Yan and said,
"Comrade, do you know if the people in the house next door are in the house?
Are you guys?" Zhang Yan deliberately showed a wary look.
The man then laughed. "Don't worry, we're not bad people. We're all bank staff."
"Oh,
come to see Ding Hongxian to claim back the loan,"
Zhang Yan said in his heart, while his face did not move,
just shaking his head. "I just arrived home as well, and am not really sure."
"Oh,
thanks."
The man then walked back and continued to tap on the door. Zhang Yan smiled faintly,
regardless of whether or not Din Xian pretends not to be there. But the bank cannot find people. Will not stop there? The banks are the big brothers in this regard. You don't care? A direct auction of your property. Zhang Yan closed the door and went out to collect some minions. Better yet, pick up a couple more killers.
Zhang Yan walked out of the neighborhood and was about to take a car out. Driving himself was convenient, but he hated parking.
Once he had pulled his money out of the stock market, he made sure to buy a commercial car and get a chauffeur to drive it. He called a car on his cell phone and was waiting when a sudden palpitation rose. Something's going on. Danger. He followed that mental feeling and suddenly took a step forward. Ding. There was a crunch, only to see an extra hole in the trash can in front of where he had just been standing. It's not very big, just the thickness of a thumb. This is the bullet hole. Zhang Yan was aghast in his heart and immediately turned around to look out. On the roof of a tall building at least 400 meters away, a man frowned behind his scope. Just now, he had clearly locked on to his target, but the moment he pulled the trigger, the man suddenly took a step forward, causing him to miss this shot. Luckily, the bullet hadn't gone into the trash can. It shouldn't have made much noise, and he still had a chance. He rushed off to retrace his target's steps and found it, but it was fine that he didn't find it, and when the target reappeared in the scope, he couldn't help but get chills up his spine, because the target was looking at him too. The scope erased the distance between the two sides seemingly, so close that Zhang Yan seemed to be right in his face. An old friend. No, it must be a coincidence. It's 400 meters away. Who has such good eyesight that they can see that far? He couldn't help but close his eyes for a moment to calm down. Even if you could really see me, I'd shoot you dead. 400 meters apart and the bullets only take fractions of a second to reach? Not to mention the time it takes for a person to react, even if it's lightning fast. But what about the body's movements? Can you deviate even a foot in less than a second? Ha! He was about to retarget Zhang Yan when he suddenly realized that his target had disappeared. He hurriedly moved his scope and looked around for Zhang Yan. No, nowhere. How is that possible? He just blinked. How come the person is gone? Could it be that in such a short time, the other guy had gotten in his car and left? Damn it, he's been squatting here all night. Then we'll have to wait for the other side to come back. Are you looking for me? However, a voice suddenly sounded behind him, causing him to instantly explode all over. Someone actually appeared behind him. How is that possible? His reaction was quick, and he violently drew the dagger at his waist and stabbed it without looking back. One swing. Instead, he stabbed a lonesome,
It was then that he turned around, only to see a very handsome man standing behind him. His hit target. No way. He was so scared that his heart was about to burst because from the time he realized that Zhang Yan had disappeared until now, was it a total of half a minute? Even if you were good for 30 seconds, Zhang Yan would have to run to the building almost 400 meters away and then take the elevator to the top floor of the 19th floor. You'd only be slower if you took the stairs. Could all this have been done in 30 seconds? You can fly. Right. Chapter 81, A Visit from Beijing. Zhang Yan looked at the assassin indifferently. A punch to death? No. 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 With one punch, as soon as the police find out who he is as a killer, they will naturally associate themselves with him unless the body is destroyed. That's a pain in the ass. The main thing is that straight-up death can't absorb the desire points that arise from despair, unless tortured. Or to go back to that, it's too much of a hassle. Forget it, let's find Gu Yusen. Zhang Yan called Gu Yusen, then sat and waited. Killer, however, is not willing to tie up his hands. He's here to get rich, not give away his head. I'm leaving now. Don't stop me or I'll fight you, he said in English. Can't speak Chinese? Zhang Yan asked. The assassin gibbered some more. Zhang Yan got annoyed and raised his leg. If you don't know Chinese, what the hell are you doing in China? Boom! That killer flew out, hitting the wall of the elevator shaft before bouncing back, directly spraying blood all over his body and lying motionless on the ground. Dead is not dead, but cured is a cripple. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. Just the fact that the person isn't dead and can still provide desire points. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, Gu Yusen arrived late with her people. Upon seeing Zhang Yan, Gu Yusen said breathlessly, "It feels like I've become your personal security guard now, dealing with your business every day." Zhang Yan hemmed and hawed. "Then you're going to have a big headache with this one today." Gu Yusen was stunned at first, then revealed a shocked expression. "A gun?" Zhang Yan nodded. "It's still a sniper rifle." "Nice guy." Gu Yusen drew in her cool breath and hurriedly pushed Zhang Yan aside to run forward. And sure enough, she saw a sniper rifle standing there at the edge of the building, with a shell casing jumping out of the side. Apparently, the gun fired. "You're fine?" She looked at Zhang Yan incredulously. "Dare to use a sniper rifle," indicating that this killer is bound to be good at using the gunmaster. And the sniper rifle is specially prepared for long-distance sniping. In such a case, this killer actually still missed? Zhang Yan patted his body. "You expect something to happen to me?" Gu Yusen was then speechless, while none of the other vigilantes were moved. Who can believe that being pointed at with a sniper's rifle not only didn't kill you, but actually restrained the sniper in turn? How did Zhang Yan do it? "Take a trip to the criminal police brigade," Gu Yusen said. A gun was involved, so Zhang Yan, the person in question, had to be there. Zhang Yan shrugged his shoulders and did not object. It's useless to object. Thus, everyone went to the Interpol brigade, and while going downstairs, Zhang Yan absorbed the intense desperation of that killer. Up to 58,000. Hiss. How many people has this guy killed? Gee, he's not the silver killer, is he? Zhang Yan guessed wildly while bending down to sit in the car. Arriving at the criminal police brigade, Zhang Yan was already familiar with the way, nodding his head and greeting one vigilante after another, as if he was a member of the place, and looking at Gu Yusen. He was speechless. Zhang Yan was honest. When he realized he was being sniped, he immediately looked for the sniper and took him down. These words sounded easy, but Gu Yusen's group of people had trouble accepting them. Not to mention the distance between Zhang Yan and the sniper was so far, even if one was upstairs and the other downstairs. But after the sniper realized that the target had disappeared, wouldn't he run away with his gun at the first time and wait for Zhang Yan to kill him? But Zhang Yan was the victim and the one who took credit for taking down the killer. Could they still interrogate Zhang Yan? After assisting in the investigation, Zhang Yan left the criminal police brigade. He knew for sure that his powers would be discovered, but it doesn't matter. There are martial artists in this world, and a dark power expert should be able to do what Zhang Yan did before. So show down and stop pretending. I am a dark power expert. When he returned home, he only saw that Lin Xiangye was already busy in the kitchen early. People who learn to dance really have a sense of beauty in every move, even if they stand on tiptoe to hold something, stretching their waist and arms, all exuding a kind of unspeakable temptation. And hearing the sound of the door closing, Lin Xiangye issued the first warning. "I'm cooking. Don't come in and disturb me. Hey, can I behave?" Within moments, the sound of frying became messy, while a different sound came out, resonating throughout the room. Early in the morning, Zhang Yan was in the middle of his morning exercise with Lin Xiangye when he was interrupted by a phone call. Looking at it, it was Cheng Cheng again. Zhang Yan almost couldn't hold back from punching Cheng Cheng along the airwaves, and said without any good humor, "What for? That young Zhang. Just now my master called me and asked about my fight with you."
Chang Ching didn't know if he was justified or not. His tone was a bit weak. Ha? You still have a master? Zhang Yan was a bit surprised. That's for sure. Or else how do you think I practiced this kung fu? Chang Ching asked rhetorically. You're not just blindly figuring this out, are you? Okay, just kidding. Zhang Yan was a bit surprised. Did you tell your master before that you would work for me for 3 years? Cheng Qing shook his head, but thinking that Zhang Yan couldn't see, he hurriedly said, no, after my master found out that I was going to be Mr. Zhao's bodyguard for 10 years, he refused to pay any attention to me. It's me and I'm ignoring you. This disciple is also too stupid to sell it for 10 years, not to mention that it is still unpaid. It's embarrassing to talk about it. Feeling a bit strange, Zhang Yin said, so, your master doesn't even know that you're following me now, yet he suddenly called you to ask about your fight with me? It was said to be an exchange of blows, but it was actually just Cheng Qing being crushed unilaterally. Chang Chang nodded again. Yeah, that's why I find it quite strange why my master would know about you and ask about our fight. You said it all? Can't we talk about it? Zhang Yan smiled and hung up the phone. It's all said and done. What can or can't be said? Standing in Cheng Qing's position, when his master, who hadn't been in contact for several years, suddenly called, of course he wouldn't have anything to hide. Moreover, it wasn't something that needed to be kept secret per se. It's just that it's a weird thing to do. Just then the phone rang again. Okay. He picked up his cell phone and saw that the caller ID was Big F Police. Hello? He picked up. Zhang Yan, come to the Criminal Police Brigade. There are some matters that require your cooperation in the investigation. Gu Yusen said. Be more specific. Zhang Yan said. Gu Yusen hesitated for a moment, seeming to hesitate about something, but still said, there's a person over in the capital who is designated to see you, saying that he wants to talk to you. That would be a bit of a violation of principle, and she shouldn't actually say it. Zhang Yan suddenly reacted. Why would Cheng Qing's master ask him about the two men fighting? He should have been commissioned by someone as well. Otherwise he would have thought that his apprentice was working as a free bodyguard under Zhao Shangyun and wouldn't have called this stupid apprentice at all. So it's someone in the capital, or some power that wants to know about you? By Gu Yusen telling himself to go to the Criminal Police Brigade to make contact, it indicated that the other party should be an official. Zhang Yan nodded. The official should not have let a martial artist with Ming Gene or even Dark Gene strength appear uncontrollably on the divine continent Earth. So when Zhang Yan displayed his powerful strength, the officials naturally appeared. Alright, let's meet. Chapter 82, I'm with the authorities. Zhang Yan came to the Criminal Police Brigade. Gu Yusen personally came to the door to receive him in, wanting to say something, but finally said, if you don't want to answer some questions, just keep silent. Hey, is this because you're afraid you'll lose out? Zhang Yan smiled. Don't worry, it's not like I've done anything illegal or criminal. Gu Yusen, on the other hand, nodded. The two entered the building and went to an office on the 3rd floor. Gu Yusen knocked on the door before pushing her way in. At that moment, a man was standing at the window with his back to them, looking down at the square of the Criminal Police Brigade, and when he heard the movement of opening the door, he turned around, revealing a smile. Comrade Zhang Yan, how do you do? My name is Yen Zaiheng, I'm from the relevant department. This person is about 40 years old, shaved a very spiritual inch head, height in 175 or so, not tall, but also not short, appearance is mediocre. The lens to throw in the crowd will not be more than a glance at the existence of. However, his eyes were particularly bright and gleaming. Which department are you from? Zhang Yan is very speechless. You come up with such a sentence. Plus also do not show documents. If not you stand in the Interpol brigade to talk to me. How do I have to suspect that you are a liar? Come, please sit down. Yen Zaiheng greeted enthusiastically, but said to Gu Yusen, Team Gu, please go out for a moment. The anticlimax is on. Gu Yusen was a bit reluctant, but still nodded. Yes, Chief. Chief? Zhang Yan looked at Yen Zaiheng with a surprised expression. Yen Zaiheng then smiled. I'm actually not a chief. I'm just from the capital. That's why they call me a chief in terms of rank. I'm just a regular section, about the same as their precinct chief. Right. So what kind of chief is that? Zhang Yan also smiled. If you specialize in dealing with martial artists, then you may have the imperial sword of first decapitation. Who dares to belittle you? Looking for me for something? He asked. Yen Zaiheng nodded. It's like this. Through our big data screening, we found that you are very different from normal people. So we specifically learned about you. How many stages of Ming Gene do you have? That's a big jump in the last sentence. Is that how you usually talk to people? Zhang Yan thought for a moment. I'm not sure. I practiced blindly on my own. And it was only after I met Cheng Qing that I realized that there were actually martial artists under the sky. And I didn't really believe it at the time. It's not like I was making a martial arts movie.
and there's no such thing as Ming Jin or Dark Jin.
Yan Zihong then laughed out loud. In fact,
Ming Jin cultivates external strength,
practicing the sinews and bones and skin. That's why it moves greatly when it strikes.
There is a ringing sound when the fist comes out.
There is a wind when the leg comes out.
And the stronger the power, the more continuous the ringing sound is.
If you have dark power, what you cultivate is internal power.
The so-called internal practice of one breath.
Zhang Yan was all a bit surprised and asked, just like the true qi, inner strength in martial arts movies?
Yan Zihong lost his smile. It's fine if you want to interpret it that way. This breath is the source of power for us dark power martial artists.
As a matter of fact,
Ming Jin and Dark Jin are two different types of cultivation and are not progressively related.
If you've reached the 9th stage of Ming Jin, that next step doesn't mean you'll step into the 1st stage of Dark Jin. As a matter of fact,
if you don't practice internal martial arts,
the 9th stage of Ming Jin is the end of the line. On the contrary,
you cannot practice external kung fu at all and learn internal kung fu from scratch.
If you want to make a hard comparison between the two, generally speaking,
Ming Jin 9 Dan is equivalent to the combat power of Dark Jin 2 Dan. Of course there are strong Ming Jin 9 Dan that can be comparable to Dark Jin 3 Dan,
but they are definitely a phoenix-like existence.
It's just that internal energy is too difficult to practice.
First you have to sense qi, and without generating a sense of qi, no matter how much time you spend, you won't be able to generate qi.
This step alone blocks 99% of the world.
He blah blah blahed a lot, and seemed to be a chatterbox who didn't spit it out. Zhang Yan a bit.
Ming Jin martial artists were like horizontal training mangaka, while Dark Jin martial artists were like a Taoist master like ancestor Zhang Sanfeng.
Looking elegant,
but with a flutter of the sleeve and a surge of internal force, they could break the bones and tendons of a mangaka of the 9th stage of the Ming Jin.
According to Yan Zihong,
the ceiling of practicing external martial arts,
that is, horizontal martial arts practitioners, was the 9th stage of Ming Jin, and after reaching such a high level, then there was no way to have any further improvement. Individuals who were powerful would indeed be very, very strong, pushing the ceiling up some, but they would only be able to rival the 3rd level of dark power. So the best option is to practice qi from the beginning, and as long as you can get started,
then the starting point is close to the end of practicing external martial arts.
However, everyone can practice external gong.
As long as they put in enough time they will surely reap the benefits, but internal gong is different.
It requires a sense of qi,
and it's useless for those who don't have a sense of qi to spend even more time up there.
Zhang Yan was different.
His power was given by the system's additions.
It was neither external nor internal.
It should be more apt to say that it was magic power.
Curious, he asked, can that be done inside and out?
Of course.
Yan Zihong laughed. As a matter of fact, if you want to become you have to cultivate both internally and externally at the same time to the extreme before you can take that step. Become what? Although Zhang Yan was curious, he did not pursue the matter, because this chatterbox will actually still swallow words hard. Obviously the relationship is important,
or involved in the confidentiality of the words will be forced to the edge of the mouth and swallowed back.
What is the qi of dark power like? Zhang Yan shifted the point of curiosity. Is it like in martial arts movies?
Picking leaves and flying flowers, all of which can hurt people.
Yan Zihong laughed out loud.
That would require more than the 5th stage of dark energy to do so.
Like me, I can only do so. With that, he picked up a piece of A4 paper on the table and casually threw it into the air. Then, he took a breath and violently blew it out. Snort!
Zhang Yan could see clearly that the paper seemed to have been cut in half by a sharp blade.
So awesome. Is the skin going to cut open with this breath of air? You don't even need a knife to kill someone. Just blow on it. So much so, that even the most experienced veteran detective couldn't possibly tell what the murder weapon was. If we can't find the murder weapon, how can we form a chain of evidence to nail the killer? What about yourself? Can I do it?
Zhang Yan was incredibly curious and laughed.
I'll give it a try. Yan Zihong didn't say anything,
but just reached out to the paper on the table with a you go anywhere look. Zhang Yan then picked up a piece of paper and threw it into the air.
He inhaled deeply, then blew. It was as if a Category 10 hurricane was blowing through the room, not to mention the paper that floated in the air. All the papers on the table also floated up, and even the cabinet was also hardened by the strong wind, and the papers inside immediately fluttered about.
Yan Zihong's hair was hunting and dancing. His skin seemed to be experimenting in a wind tunnel,
blowing out a ripple, while the naked eye could see that the solid wood table on his side was actually moving. Holy! Chapter 83, Refusal to Worship.
Zhang Yan looked at the papers flying all over the sky and couldn't help but sigh.
I can't do it. But Yan Zihong was so shocked that his eyes froze. Hold on. Did an airplane engine just come on? How else could this have happened? Nima, the table is blown.
He was able to cut through paper with his chi, which was condensed like a high-pressure water gun, and could even cut through metal. Of course, Yan Zihong wasn't that good. He could just cut paper. It was true that Zhang Yan had failed to cut through the paper, seemingly inferior to him. The question was, if he just blew at the table, could he move it again? Farts. The most he could do was leave a shallow scratch on the table leg. You actually blew a table made of solid wood. Are you still a human being? Powerful bricks fly. As far as Zhang Yan was concerned, what internal martial arts did he need to practice? It's totally possible to make a miracle out of vigor. The problem was that the ninth stage of Ming Jin should be the ultimate in external energy. There was no way to break the ceiling, but now there was such a freak as Zhang Yan. Yan Zihong felt that it would take at least the fifth stage of dark power. No, it might take the seventh, eighth or even ninth stage, to blow such a heavy table with his true chi. Hiss, this guy is actually a super expert comparable to the ninth level of dark force? The point is, the guy himself doesn't know it and looks lost. Yan Zihong barely squeezed out a smile, pretending to be calm. It's normal that you can't do it. You haven't practiced internal energy. Although the chi is strong, it's loose but not cohesive. If you have practiced internal energy, you can condense the loose chi into a ball. Then the power of the jet is actually similar to that of a bullet. It's a forced salvation. Zhang Yan nodded and suddenly thought to himself, if he practiced internal martial arts, how strong could he be? No, I'm putting the cart before the horse here. Why waste time practicing internal skills when I can totally add points to become powerful? Is it bad for me to collect desire points when I have this time? You know, the ultimate goal of the system was to make him a lust demon. Is it possible that the devil is not as good as a Dark Force 9 Dan? Just kidding. You guys are practicing external and internal kung fu. What about me? The law of gods and demons. From this point of view, Yan Zihong and the others were only martial artists, while he was equivalent to cultivating immortality. He's got immortal technique and he still wants to practice mundane kung fu? Not pure and simple? Yan Zihong, however, developed a strong sense of cherishing talent and earnestly said, Comrade Zhang Yan, my master is an expert of the ninth stage of the Dark Force, and is one of the top experts in our bureau. Are you interested in being my senior brother? He didn't dare to say that he wanted to be Zhang Yan's master, although Zhang Yan hadn't cultivated Dark Force, but a breath could blow a solid wood table. How terrifying must this power be? If the two were to fight, Yan Zihong was self-conscious that he would be crushed by Zhang Yan with his power, and would not have a single chance of winning. How can you be a human master like that? His master was a ninth stage Dark Force, so he was naturally qualified to be Zhang Yan's master, and Zhang Yan had definitely reached the peak in Bright Force, or even far beyond the peak. If he cultivated Dark Force again, this would be a patriarch. If their division could produce a patriarch, TSK, then he would naturally be able to take the glory. And who would dare to dislike him in the future because of his broken mouth? He thought beautifully, but Zhang Yan shrugged. Not interested. Ha! Yan Zihong was stunned, not expecting that after he had displayed the might of dark power, but Zhang Yan actually had no interest in learning it. He's freaking out a bit. Why? He asked. Zhang Yan then smiled. Old me can actually add some points. Do not want to waste this time? Forget it. Wouldn't it be a blow to say it? Moreover, the system, like rebirth, was his biggest secret? Something he could never tell anyone. Lazy, he replied with a single word. Yan Zihong wouldn't believe it. You're lazy. How can you possibly cultivate your external martial arts to such an extent? However, no matter what he said, Zhang Yan was unmoved. In the end, Zhang Yan still ended his lobbying with one sentence. You didn't call me here just to make me worship your master, did you? It was only then that Yan Zihong remembered the main event and hurriedly said, Of course not if you just casually practiced martial arts. That's fine. The state won't care about you, but as long as you reach the Ming Jin realm, you must be regulated by the state. To be precise, it's regulated by our department. Zhang Yan was not surprised by this. Indeed, even for someone like Chung Chang, who was still a foot short of Ming Jin, it wasn't simple to kill ordinary people, even if you are exposed after killing someone, but once you head deeper into the mountains, you can totally survive and find a chance to run out again to kill and set fire to people. Therefore, a powerful martial artist is like a sharp blade that must be grasped, or else one may injure or even kill someone indiscriminately. Zhang Yan nodded. How exactly will it be regulated? Yan Zihong laughed. It's not much. Register, make a record, and then wear this. He took out a watch and placed it on the table. This is both a communicator, so you can be contacted even if you're abroad, and also a locator device. We need to know your location at all times, so that in case there's a big case somewhere, you can be the first to be taken out of the list of suspects. Zhang Yan thought for a moment. You don't need to charge your phone bill?
The corner of Yen Zihong's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Goddamn charging. Can this thing still act as a surveillance device if it can still be shut down for unpaid phone bills? No need, he said through clenched teeth. Zhang Yan asked again. Then won't you guys not know where I am if I untie it? Yen Zihong patiently explained. First, we need to collect your blood to complete the binding with this watch. And second, if you take off the watch or let someone else wear it, because the DNA information does not match, the watch will alarm. Zhang Yan couldn't help but smile and stretched out his hand. Okay, you come and collect blood to help me put it on. This guy is kinda nice to talk to. Yen Zihong sighed in relief. Most of the martial artists are unruly. You want to put a shackle on him? Difficulty. That was why he, a Dark Force second stage, had personally stepped in, because judging from the intelligence information, Zhang Yan was most likely a Ming Jin 8th stage or even 9th stage existence, and it would take at least a Dark Force second stage expert to be able to suppress him. But just watching Zhang Yan out, he realized that he was wrong. The Bureau's judgment is also wrong. This Zhang Yan guy was a pervert, so strong that he far exceeded the limit of Ming Jin. Him, can't press it at all. Okay. Therefore, if Zhang Yan really wanted to ignore him, there was nothing he could do at all but go back and move people. How humiliating. But Zhang Yan actually cooperated so well, which naturally made him surprised and secretly happy. Face saved. No, I should say earned a heavenly face. A powerful person who could very well rival the 8th or 9th stage of the Dark Force was actually very cooperative with him. TSK, of course it would be more than face-saving to say it out loud. He picked up his watch, and when he pressed it, he saw that a thin needle was actually drilled into the underside of the watch. Don't worry, it's just picking your blood, Yen Zihong said. Zhang Yan was frankly incomparable, spreading his hands on the table, but inwardly, he was laughing. Ha! Yen Zihong put the watch on Zhang Yan's wrist, but when he wanted to stick the needle into the skin, he encountered a problem. It won't stick. Chapter 84 Old Main Walk. A slight crunching sound came out as Yen Zihong pressed hard. The needle. It's broken. How is that possible? Yen Zihong was in complete disbelief. You know, this needle is specially made, because Ming Jin martial artists all cultivate external strength. Their body sinews and bones and skin are incomparably tough, so ordinary needles really can't pierce their skin, and they need to use even harder metals. And the pin used on this watch is an aerospace alloy, tough enough to be in the top 5 of all materials known on Earth. Yen Zihong had seen too many martial artists who were famous for their horizontal training, and some of them couldn't even be cut with a sharp sword, but they still broke their defenses under this needle, because it's pointy. The pressure is too strong. For the first time, not only did the needle fail to pierce Zhang Yan's skin, it was even broken. The hell with it. That skin of yours is scarier than a bulletproof vest, isn't it? Yen Zihong doubted that even a bullet hitting Zhang Yan's body would not necessarily be able to break the defense. Are you really human? But to think that Zhang Yan could actually blow the table and possess such a terrifying power meant that Zhang Yan had cultivated his external martial arts to how high a level? It could be comparable to the 8th or 9th stage of the Dark Force. So what was so strange about Zhang Yan's body being like a bronze wall? What about this? Zhang Yan asked with a smile. In fact, he had expected this outcome, or he wouldn't have agreed to it. Having your every move watched by someone else? Actually, if I have absolute power, so what if I let you guys know where I am and what I've done? Zhang Yan could not help but ponder. He's going to old Burma, and he's going to Thailand, and naturally he's going to set off a monstrous killing spree, and originally he wanted to cover it up, but now he suddenly doesn't want to do that anymore. Just so you know, am I some kind of homicidal maniac? Of course not. Look, I've taken down so many killers and handed them over to the police, but am I a clay man? Don't I have any fire? I can't just be here every day on passive defense when others are hiding out of the country and paying for my life. Can I? Get this straight. I'm the victim here, but you can't go outside the country to arrest people, so I can solve it myself, right? And you're blaming me for this? Oh, then don't blame me for being paranoid. Yen Zihong, on the other hand, was scratching his head. What could he do? The blood collection needle actually broke. That will be all for today, he said. The watch is broken. I have to find someone to fix it. Okay. Zhang Yan stood up and turned to leave. Instead of wasting time here, why don't we just go collect the desire points? After waiting for Zhang Yan to leave, Yen Zihong hurriedly dialed a phone out. Master, I have made a heavenly discovery. He spoke for 3 minutes straight before hearing from across the room. I'll be right over. Zhang Yan walked out. Gu Yusen had been waiting for him and immediately came over. He didn't give you a hard time, did he? So concerned about me? Zhang Yan laughed. Gu Yusen just hummed. You're my person. If others want to move you, they have to go through me first. That's quite a bossy thing to say, But can you say no when people come here with orders from above? Quite arrogant. Zhang Yan nodded. Just a casual chat. In a few days I guess he'll be looking for me again. Gu Yusen then frowned and said in dissatisfaction. It's not over yet. In her mind, Zhang Yan was a crime-fighting hero. Look, how many people have gotten in this month because of Zhang Yan? Some kind of rainy night butcher. Some kind of corrupt official. Some kind of gangster. And even a whole bunch of killers. If the above were to embarrass such a criminal nemesis, she would have to argue her case. Zhang Yan looked at the time. Let's have lunch together. Gu Yusen thought for a moment. Okay. The two of them then walked out of the building together. But before they could go and get their cars, they saw a man come running up to them with his ass in the air. Where to? To eat? Let's go together. My treat. Well, it's Yui again. This person is very thick-skinned. To Gu Yusen put on a stalker posture. In his opinion, the strong girl is afraid of grinding. As long as enough can grind. I do not believe that cannot melt the iceberg. There's really no way to get rid of it. So the three of them went to lunch together. After eating, Zhang Yan strolled outside, naturally to collect desire points. Of course, if he saw a superb girl, he would definitely go up and hook up. Unfortunately, he didn't. There are beautiful women who score 70 or even 80 or more, but the very best are really hard to find. In Zhang Yan's eyes, there weren't many superb ones above 90 points even among female stars. 2 or 3 at most, I think, and none of them are recognized as stunningly beautiful. So, it was normal that he couldn't meet an extremely beautiful woman right now. After all, a girl who's too pretty might have been in a golden house a long time ago. After collecting a large wave of desire points, he received a message from Lu Zhenghao. He found a scamming organization of the White family of Old Burma and lured people to Old Burma with high salaries. In fact, who in their right mind would believe that going to Old Main would make them rich? In that Thai place, where warlords rule, even the basic power supply cannot be guaranteed, with power outages for 3 days. Instead of believing this, it is better to believe that publicists go to Europe and the United States to scrub dishes, but there's just a steady stream of people running past. Zhang Yan was truly unable to understand. Why even fall for such a trick? Lu Zhenghao has already chatted with this gang of crooks, of course using all of Zhang Yan's information, and now the date of their departure has been set, just the day after tomorrow, first going to the Dianan side of the collection, and then crossing the border. Of course, the crooks won't say they're smugglers. Pressing is not mentioned. Zhang Yan received all the chatting information from Lu Zhenghao and almost memorized it after reading it twice. Ugh, scammers are so stingy. He also wants him to run to Dianan by himself first, and contact them when he gets there, and a special car will be sent to meet him. Even save on airplane tickets. Zhang Yan smiled and booked a flight to Dianan online. We leave the country the day after tomorrow and have to get to Yunnan tomorrow, which is quite a rush. After booking the airfare, Zhang Yan first went to Peng Changyun's place to start a wave of tours. Then he went to the law firm to find Tan Cheng. He quite liked to toss this woman in the office. Then he went to find Feng Qian. And finally, he returned home. It was still most comfortable to sleep with the soft and charming Lin Xiangyan in his arms. After going to Old Main, he would have to follow it up with a trip to Thailand. How it could not be a day or two. That's why he pampered every woman once. Early the next morning, Zhang Yan set off. As we all know, Suzhou is the Mayu International Airport. He can only go to Haidu or Xicheng to take a plane. And when it comes to the number of flights, it must be Haida far more than Xicheng. So of course, he booked Haida takeoff tickets. Arriving at the airport, because he had bought first class, he went into the special waiting room for first class and enjoyed priority boarding. The first class stewardesses are also a bit prettier than the economy class stewardesses, but it's only about 70 points. Zhang Yan firstly, he can't see it to his eyes, and secondly, he had a crazy time yesterday, and he has no interest in coming to have a 10,000 miles in a day. Almost 4 hours later, the plane landed. Zhang Yan only had a backpack with him and didn't need to check it in, so he quickly got out, came to the parking lot, and called the scammer. Hello, Brother Black? I'm Zhang Yan. Yes, I've gotten off the plane. Okay, I'll wait here. Zhang Yan hung up the phone, while his heart was a little excited. First time undercover. Anything to watch out for? Chapter 85. 10 minutes later, a van drove over and stopped not far from Zhang Yan. Then, the door opened, poking out a face wearing sunglasses and rushed at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan? Yes, it's me, your Brother Black? Zhang Yan said. Come on up. The sunglasses guy then shrunk his head back. Zhang Yan got in the car. Besides the driver, there were 3 other people in the car, sitting on either side of that black guy. Passport. Black held out his hand. We're going to Old Main tomorrow and need to standardize our entry procedures. Zhang Yan smiled and took out his passport, handing it over to the other party. It's a fake passport. Of course, It cost $300 to make. Just like the real thing. Black took the passport and also looked it over carefully before putting it away.
The van drove for a long time and finally entered a village and stopped in front of a private house.
Zhang Yan pretended to be puzzled. Brother Black, why don't we stay in a hotel? It's easy to leave the country here. Brother Black casually said. And it's just for one night. Why are you so particular? You go to Old Burma and make a lot of money. When you come back, you can stay in any 5-star or 7-star hotel. Yes. Zhang Yan readily accepted good advice. He entered the private house and was assigned a room. But not a single room, but shared with 3 others. Seeing Zhang Yan come in, these 3 people all warmly introduced themselves. They all come from all over the world, and the purpose is the same. Get rich.
Zhang Yan had no interest at all in memorizing their names, as they were just hurried passers-by in life.
And even,
Zhang Yan realized that they actually all knew what they were going to Old Main for.
Engage in wire fraud. That pays fast.
I heard that each made a single can take 5% of the draw, and there are special words over there to teach you.
The success rate is very high.
It is said that it is not difficult to cheat 100 million a year.
That 5% of the draw is 5 million. When I get rich, I'll live in a clubhouse every day. All 3 are unabashedly longing for a fortune. Zhang Yan just owe a little bit. Indeed, not so many people believe that they can get rich by going to work in Old Burma.
But it is clear that they are going to engage in fraud. Although Zhang Yan had been in prison for 31 years, he had never forgotten that he was a Chinese.
Most prisoners don't actually count their blessings and betray their country. And in prison, those who engage in fraud, especially those who engage in fraud abroad to pit their countrymen's money,
are the most unpopular in prison,
beaten up every 3 days,
and their treatment is almost comparable to that of the forcible criminals.
Hey, so is there a need to save people like that? Oh, and by the way, I hadn't planned on saving anyone either. Every now and then from day to night, people were brought over by van,
and while most of them were men,
there were women as well, just not many of them passed the face test, and only one barely passed the 60 mark. If you're so pretty, why did you go to Maine? Doesn't it smell good to find a big shot in this country? For fraud gangs, it doesn't matter much if a woman isn't pretty. Just put on some makeup and turn on the beauty face. Won't that do it? Besides, if you cast a wide net, there's always a good-looking girl who hasn't grown a brain and might just fall for it. In the evening, a group dinner. A total of 23 people gathered together, not full of desire and longing for wealth. One by one are dreaming. 3 or 5 years later can return home, live a rich man's life. Zhang Yan, however, secretly shook his head. If everything advanced according to history, at least 90% of the people here would have to die in Old Main. If you don't perform, you'll get your organs harvested or become a blood slave. And when you're completely priced out, you'll just dig a hole and bury it. Can you be treated as human beings in Old Main? Wrong. Dogs are better than you. Zhang Yan did not utter a word of caution. What is there to sympathize with these people who basically know what they are going to do when they go to Old Burma, but still have no choice to embark on this path? Besides, Zhang Yan's little bit of sympathy had long been lost in jail. He held on to the show and watched coldly. Will you guys still be laughing so hard when we get out of the country and arrive at what park? One night, no words.
The next day they set out in several vans and headed for the border.
Not through the normal clearance, of course, but smuggling. At this time, and these people did not pretend anymore, but took out daggers, axes and other weapons to coldly look at the people. And the one who was the leader actually had a gun in his hand. Very old-fashioned kind, but a gun is a gun after all. And who's not afraid? Crowd is shivering, which also dare not ask more than one sentence. Our lowered head does not speak. When the car drove to the roadless, black brother, a crowd let everyone get off. The next thing to do is to walk with 2 legs. After trekking for a good 4 hours, they finally crossed the borderline into Old Burma. And after another hour or so, the road appeared ahead, and a bus stopped there. And underneath the car was a group of soldiers with submachine guns. All aboard, Black and the others urged. The crowd is now a fish on the chopping board. How can there be room for resistance? So they can only obediently get into the car. On the bus, 2 soldiers with submachine guns in their hands stood at the rear of the bus, while 2 stood at the front of the bus. The black holes of the guns swept over the bodies of the people. 5 women had already cried, while the men were trembling and shivering, and some of the timid ones even peed in fear. That's when they realized things weren't as simple as they thought. But if you want to say you regret and go home now, will they let you go? It's easy to get on a ship of thieves, but hard to get off. The bus drove on the bumpy, uneven road, making so many people get carsick and dry heave all over the place, while the bus drove for over an hour before it pulled into a town. And after another 10 minutes of driving, it entered an industrial park with gun-toting soldiers guarding the entrance. Seeing those soldiers with loaded guns, the crowd couldn't help but rise with intense fear and despair. It's over. How did this happen? They do know that they are here to cheat, but before that they think they will sit in the office like a white-collar worker, leisurely drinking coffee, and then make one phone call after another, easily letting their victims fall for it and handing over their money obediently. But if the atmosphere here is so harmonious, why are loaded soldiers arranged to guard it? This is clearly a fear of escape, but why would so many of them run when they clearly came of their own free will? Thinking this way, none of them were so frightened that their hands sweated with fear. Zhang Yan couldn't help but be energized as he absorbed a large amount of fear-generated desire points. Not bad, not bad. Squeaking, the car stopped and a soldier waved with his gun. All get out. The crowd, who dared not listen, got out of their cars, and under the direction of several soldiers, they formed two lines in the open square of the park. At that moment, a man walked out of the building, followed by several burly men armed with electric batons. The man was around 30 years old, not too tall, wearing an undershirt, while in his neck he wore a thick gold chain. His body was covered with all kinds of tattoos. His eyes swept over the people, and when he saw the only woman who was on the 60th percentile, he laughed and pointed. Take her to my room. Yes. Immediately, one with an electric baton in his hand stepped forward and said to the woman, follow me. No, no. The woman shook her head desperately. Little cutie. And know what to expect after taking it away. Mad. The man jabbed an electric baton at the woman's body while he activated the power source. Ah. The woman let out a scream and immediately fell to the ground, her limbs convulsing. It was a cold sweat to watch. She's still a beautiful woman, and she's being treated like this. What about them? They shook even more. Chapter 86, Piglets. After being electrocuted twice, the woman was honest and shivered as she followed the man away. As she walked, she also looked at the crowd with pleading eyes, praying for someone to step forward and save her from the fire. Unfortunately, everyone was afraid of death and none of them dared to step forward. How many of those who can come here are good people who would be happy to help? The undershirt man seemed to be satisfied with the fear of the crowd and laughed. My name is Chen Zhanlu. You can call me Brother Lu, the person in charge here. As long as you behave yourselves, not only will you be very safe, but you will be able to go back later with a large amount of money. Still, the crowd was shivering. They're just greedy and bent on getting rich. And they're not stupid. Want to get out of here alive? Difficulty. Zhang Yan's mouth, on the other hand, was tinged with a faint smile. Entering the old man's fraudulent park and still wanting to leave alive? You know, a live person here is worth $450. 000. So unless the family is willing to pay a ransom, and it's well over $450. 000. The fraud park will not release them. Of course, there's no guarantee that the person will be released on one foot and then arrested by another group of people who will continue to demand ransom, or GA waste, or whatever. In short, there are only a few who have smuggled themselves to old Burma and are still able to leave in one piece. Chen Zhanla swept through the crowd, revealing a touch of mockery. These people were pigs in his eyes, and in the name of their own people, these people did in fact get called piglets. In order that you won't make mistakes in the future, I've decided to give you a small lesson, and in the future, if you want to be disobedient anymore, just think about this moment right now. When he said that, he waved his hand and the two brawny men with electric batons in their hands walked towards the crowd. No, no, I'll be good. These people were screaming, scared less, but they didn't dare to run away because they were being pointed at by black holes of guns. This made Chen Zhanla's gang look so happy that they couldn't stop laughing. As far as they were concerned, every time a newcomer entered the garden, they would enjoy such a good show, and when these newcomers were tortured more often, they would be too numb to be fun. They were very much looking forward to whether a prick would appear this time and dare to stand up to the challenge. Z, 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 the electric baton flashed with sparks, while those who were electrocuted screamed miserably and paralyzed to the ground straight twitching, but none of them escaped, nor dared to stand up to resist. Heck, there's not even one newbie with any blood in his veins this time around? Of course, the people who come out against it will only be worse off. If we don't make an example of them, how will we get the others to behave? A pugilistic man held out his electric baton again, as usual. Snap, but this time it changed. A large hand gripped his wrist. The pugilistic man froze for a moment before revealing a hideous smile. Yo, finally out comes one that dares to resist. Well, let's see how I'm going to get you. With a jerk, he was about to break free and zap the electric baton into the other man, then turn the power back on, causing him to let out a mournful scream. However, the electric baton doesn't move. What? How did this man get so powerful? Zhang Yan smiled slightly. I don't like it when people stab me with a stick. He had always been the only one to stab someone, and it had to be a great beauty to qualify. At this time, Chen Zhanla and the others also saw the scene, and instead of being furious, On the contrary, they were happy. The prick showed up. Well, let's see how long this one lasts this time. The pugilistic man immediately swung his other hand, turning it into a fist and punching Zhang Yan. Boo! Then he flew out, as if he were a cannonball, hit the wall, creaked, slid down, and lay on the ground with his limbs spread out, covered in blood, motionless, and not knowing whether he was dead or unconscious. Grass. This time, Chen Zhanla and the others were enraged. It doesn't matter if someone resists. It's only likely to become an object of amusement for them, and it can be used to make an example of them. But for you to be so fierce as to kick our people in the face as a slap in their face, it must not be allowed. Take him down and send him over for organ harvesting, Chen Zhanla said coldly. A big living person into the park, even if not to engage in blackmail, but just to remove the body organs sold hundreds of thousands of dollars. So he did not let the soldiers shoot, which will make the company suffered losses. He, the person in charge of the responsibility, will also be accountable, and even to make up for the loss of his organs removed. To put it bluntly, he's just a dog for the company. At that moment, several more big men full of tattoos walked out, either with electric batons or steel pipes, each one of them surrounded towards Zhang Yan with a sneer. In the next moment, they brandished their weapons and smashed toward Zhang Yan. Boom, 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 only to see the shadows flying like a heavenly maiden. Zhang Yan seemed to be throwing punches and kicks in a casual and incomparable manner, but as long as he struck out once, one person would be sent flying, tracing a beautiful arc in the air. In no more than 10 seconds, there was no one standing around Zhang Yan. If he didn't still have to absorb the desire points, then none of these people would have survived. Sparingly, these people were lying on the ground, grunting, and also exuding intense fear, providing Zhang Yan with a lot of desire points. Not bad. Zhang Yan absorbed it, revealing a look of satisfaction. Chen Zhanla all looked dumbfounded. Nearly 10 big men, and all of them were holding sticks, actually being beaten by a person with bare hands and empty fists all down? No, not knocked down, but sent flying. What a ing monster. Kill him. Shoot him. After a moment of stunned silence, he roared, "You want to capture this monster alive? How is that possible? Kill, hurry up and shoot." The soldiers around them hurriedly raised their guns and shot. Chug chug chug. As soon as the submachine gun was snapped down, bullets shot out continuously from the barrel, spraying tongues of fire. But Zhang Yan was standing in the crowd, and it was impossible for these soldiers to point and shoot accurately. Instead, they just fired at the area. This caused more than 20 newly arrived piglets to suffer, and they were shot and fell to the ground. Some were killed on the spot, while others were seriously injured. But even those who were killed immediately still exuded strong remorse before they died. Why did I come here? It's not as if no one has ever said that it's chaotic here in Old Main and that human life is worthless. But I've listened to those people and thought that I could easily make a lot of money when I got here. If there is another chance. Zhang Yan's figure flashed like electricity, dodging bullets while he absorbed those emotions of despair and regret into his desire points. He didn't ever think of himself as some kind of hero who needed to save others. Oh, he had some sympathy for beautiful women at best, but only if they slept with him. You all came here of your own free will and knew what you were coming over for, so you deserved to die. But I'm a thief for goodness sake. To avenge you. Zhang Yan suddenly killed back, moving in and out of the gunfire. Boo! When he punched over, a soldier was sent flying, but before he could even hit the ground, he was directly torn apart. This horrible power. Chapter 87, Running Over a Tank. Zhang Yan did not retain any more strength. Before, staying in power was to collect desire points, and now not staying in power is to collect desire points. As soon as the punch went down, the soldiers were stunned, and they all turned pale and let out exclamations of surprise. But they pronounced their words oddly and didn't speak the national language. It's Old Main. That's normal. How could the white family allow the countrymen to get their hands on the guns? The army, of course, should be in your own hands. A punch will beat people to the ground, which is 100 times more terrifying than even a mud truck. Bang! Zhang Yan moved like lightning and blew up another soldier. He even stopped his body in order to create enough fear in these people. The bullets poured in. Zhang Yan just blocked his face and let the bullets hit him. He took a deliberate shot to try it out as he moved, and found that, as he had expected, the bullet was now unable to break his defense, and only gave him a tingling sensation. But there's a catch. He's got to tense his muscles. Bullets can still cause minor damage if you don't tense your muscles to boost your defense. His clothes were all beat up with holes, but there wasn't a speck of blood coming out of his body. All the soldiers lowered their guns at the same time, revealing a look of incomparable fear. It's not human. Absolutely not. Monster. Zhang Yan immediately absorbed a large amount of desire points transformed from fear and could not help but smile. Didn't make me take all those shots for nothing. Okay, Your value is gone. Send you on your way. Boom, 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 boom.
A few seconds later, all the soldiers collapsed.
Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
Chen Zhanle sat on his butt on the ground, his hands propped up on the ground as he kept backing up,
leaving behind a trail of water stains. All pissed off. Slutty.
Not wanting to dirty his hands, Zhang Yan pawed his foot and kicked up a stone before pumping a shot.
Boo!
The stone flew even faster than the bullet and blasted into Chen Zhanle's chest. Zhang Yan absorbed the desire points generated by a wave of despair,
totaling a violent number.
You can tell how evil a person is by the number of desire points. This Chen Zhanle is absolutely exhausted,
providing 87,000
desire points all by himself. Zhang Yan looked at it and his desire points had come to as much as 210,000.
Unfortunately, the next enhancement requires 512,000
desire points, more than half the difference.
But it didn't matter. Just a little while ago he received over 150,000 desire points. And that was just a scam park. What about turning the White House upside down? How many desire points can I get?
He was able to strengthen here at least once.
Hey, can you hear me? A voice actually came out from Chen Zhanle's body. It's not haunted, but he has a walkie-talkie. Zhang Yan then picked it up and pressed the call button. Who is it? I'm 24th Battalion Commander Bai Shueming. This park is under my protection.
The opposite party said.
Who are you? And why are you messing with our Bai family's territory? Bai Shueming? So, what's this about old man White? Son? Grandchildren?
Zhang Yan was not surprised that Bai Shueming would know that something had happened here so quickly, because the park was so big,
and there were other people in one building.
So there must have been quite a few people who had seen it and would naturally call Bai Shueming to inform him.
Old me is happy to. Zhang Yan laughed,
his laughter rampant. When he was in jail in his previous life,
he was certainly rampant and arrogant as one of the bullies. How do you collect minions if you're not like this? If you don't collect minions, how do you block against a bunch of minions from other bosses?
It's not like Zhang Yan in his previous life was hung up.
After being reborn,
he was of course innocent of any wrongdoing, but he was still a bit cautious and restrained his character until now.
Does he need to hide anymore? That's the real me. Nothing to worry about. Do whatever you want. Bai Shueming was all stunned.
He didn't expect to get a reply like this.
He also became angry and said morosely, good, since you dare to come, you have to be prepared to not be able to return. Ha! Zhang Yan just laughed and threw the walkie-talkie aside. Come on, desire point.
He entered the building and made his way to the roof,
peering up at it from above. There were actually many other people in the building, but Zhang Yan was too lazy to care. Pawns aren't worth his time.
They're a pain in the ass to find and offer fewer desire points.
And piglets?
You're happy to come over here yourselves, or you're here to lie to your own people.
I'm not going to save you until I've had a brain fart. After about 20 minutes, Zhang Yan suddenly heard a very loud sound.
He looked toward the floor.
Boy,
there was a tank driving down the road outside the park.
Can you fight a tank by yourself? Cannonballs probably wouldn't work.
But the tank was so bulky that trying to aim at him and catch up with him was simply not an option.
Of course, Bai Shueming could have deployed more than just one tank,
but also a large number of soldiers, most of them with submachine guns.
Boo!
The tanks took the lead, knocking down the gates of the park and drove straight in, while a large number of soldiers scattered like a tidal wave. But they soon saw the corpses strewn across the plaza, and those who had a little less ability to bear it had already begun to vomit. It's not that they haven't seen dead people before,
but dying so badly is really the first time they have seen it. Was this really killed? Sure it wasn't an ancient beast running around? Zhang Yan could see clearly.
A man of almost 30 years old got down from a bulletproof sedan, and there was actually a beautiful woman who gave him an umbrella to shield him from the poisonous sun, while the man waved his hand, and a large number of soldiers dispersed in the park,
some of them taking up defense around the area, while some of them entered the building. This one is to blockade it so that Zhang Yan won't run away, and the second is to find someone dare to run into the White family's territory to cause trouble, not killed and hang for a month. How can the public restore the fear of the White family? Zhang Yan smiled and leapt down from the tall building. Boo! He landed on the ground, as if a 10,000-pound giant had smashed down. Not only did it make a loud ringing sound, the ground also shook dramatically, raising a large amount of dust, and it was even sunken into a large pit. Yo, there's a little bit of a commotion going on. Even Bai Shueming heard the commotion and looked over. He didn't even wait for the dust to clear, but directly ordered, fire. At once, the machine guns began to burst into action. Even that tank had its barrel adjusted, but it didn't fire, not knowing if it was loading its shells or if it didn't feel the need to hit mosquitoes with its cannon. Phew! A silhouette catapulted out of the dust and charged towards Bai Shueming. What? It was unbelievable to the crowd. How did you survive being machine gunned like that? Bai Shueming, on the other hand, turned pale. Beat him to death for me. Hurry, the other side is coming at you. Bang! A deafening sound came from the tank as it finally fired, the entire body shaking as it sent out a shell. However, Zhang Yan nimbly dodged the shell with just a sideways turn. However, it had managed to enrage him. He reoriented himself slightly and slammed into the tank. Boo! He slammed into the tank, and under the terrifying impact, that tank rolled straight out, as if it were a toy, flipping over and over. Hold the grass. It made everyone look stupid. Although this is a light tank, but also about 25 tons, not to mention people, even elephants cannot be pushed. But now what? Rolled right over, and not just one lap, but all the way through the roll. Nima! 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 All of them only felt a chill growing from the bottom of their hearts, instantly crawling all over their bodies. Chapter 88, Birthday Gifts. Zhang Yan looked toward Bai Shueming. He was obviously handsome and slender, but in the eyes of the crowd, this damn was simply a demon that crawled out of hell, his entire body releasing a murderous aura. There's absolutely no way it's human. How could a man knock over a tank in one go? Bai Shueming all shivered, only to feel the bile reach his mouth. Scared beyond words. Shoot you bunch of you, don't shoot and freeze, he roared violently. Still under the accumulated authority, the soldiers instinctively obeyed and opened fire. Zhang Yan smiled, his feet powered up, and boom, he once again erupted with terrifying speed, and then the familiar skywriting appeared again. After a few minutes, Zhang Yan stopped. There was no one left standing as far as the eye could see, basically dead. Those who didn't die were probably only left with a breath. After all, Zhang Yan couldn't possibly waste time and still make a special effort to make up for it. One-punch solution. You're lucky it didn't work out. Just harvest to the point of desire anyway. Snap! Bai Shueming sat on his butt on the ground, soaking wet. The beautiful woman who held the umbrella for him, after hesitating for half a second, decisively walked to Zhang Yan's side and placed the umbrella on top of Zhang Yan's head. Zhang Yan gave this beauty an approving look. There's eye candy. That beautiful woman was trembling, although she was lucky not to be killed by Zhang Yan's punch right now. It was no different from betraying the Bai family, and when the Bai family started settling the scores in the fall, her end would be incomparably miserable. Zhang Yan looked at Bai Shueming and said indifferently, "Who are you to old Bai? Son, second son." Bai Shueming shivered. Normally, he was high above the world, looking down on all beings as if he were a god. Park of these female piglets, the most beautiful will be tribute to him, and when he played, satisfied will stay, not satisfied will be thrown to the henchmen to play, and when the henchmen are also tired of playing, it will be thrown to the park specializing in gambling as chickens, and when completely played bad, naturally, the organs are removed, to squeeze the last value. In addition, Bai Shueming likes to use men as prey, letting them run away in the jungle while he himself hunts with a shotgun. So in Bai Shueming's opinion, these people from the country were pets and playthings, not considered people at all. Over time, he naturally felt like a god, but now, he was trembling in front of Zhang Yan, afraid of losing his life, not to mention a god, straight as an ant. It was then that he finally realized how those piglets felt when they were kneeling in front of him, crying and sniffling and begging for their lives. Exactly the same. Still, he had something to lean on. "How much money do you want? Just open your mouth. Our family will give it to you," he said. "And female stars in your country. Today is my father's 60th birthday. Many stars from your country went to attend. Which female star do you want to sleep with? I will arrange it for you immediately." "Oh, and it's still the old white man's 60th birthday? Great. Birthdays go straight to anniversaries. TSK. Zhang Yan laughed. "Old Bai's birthday. Hey, I'll have to prepare a gift for him." He looked at Bai Shueming, his eyes burning. The next moment, with a click, Bai Shueming's head was twisted off. "The gift is ready." Old Bai was called Bai Sholi, and before that he followed the Kokon Kingping family, but then he rebelled and drove the Pang family into the deep mountains, while he himself divided the Pang family's territory with the other three big families and made himself king. Although it is called observance, it is not doing any evil, but it still wants to flaunt itself and present a positive image, so it is really both pawn and stand. Today is his 60th birthday. As a big man in the north of Burma, this birthday banquet naturally to be organized, not only invited the local rich and powerful gentry in the north of Burma, but also in the country to invite some stars to help. He has a total of 2 sons and 2 daughters. Can make up 2 good words. In addition to the eldest son is more waste. All day only know to spend the day to play women. The second son, 2 daughters are very outstanding. He also intends to let the second son to take over, so he made him a battalion commander. to cultivate prestige. The birthday party was held at his home. It was said to be a home, but it was actually a huge manor house, and it was no problem at all to accommodate a gathering of several thousand people. Zhang Yan brought that umbrella-carrying beauty to the Bai family. Of course he didn't know the road, but that beautiful girl did, so Zhang Yan drove and she was responsible for pointing out the way, and soon came to the outside of the Bai family's manor. Zhang Yan got out of the car carrying a sack. Before closing the car door, he smiled at the beautiful woman in the passenger seat and said, "Be good and sit in the car. Here at least there is air conditioning. How hot it is outside, isn't it?" The beauty nodded her head in disbelief as she looked at the sack in Zhang Yan's hand with a gaze of incomparable fear, only to feel her stomach churning and almost unable to hold back the urge to vomit. She had seen with her own eyes what Zhang Yan had put in. Zhang Yan closed the car door. He actually didn't care what this woman did. After being strong to a certain extent, one possessed the strength to ignore everything. He arrived at the entrance to the manor, but was stopped by the guards. "Who are you? On the invite list?" There was a group of soldiers at the entrance, all holding guns, and a man who seemed to be the captain walked over and inquired towards Zhang Yan. Because he had invited too many guests today, he didn't dare to slack off, in case they were honored guests. Zhang Yan smiled and directly pulled the fear value of these people to burst. "Anyone else stop?" He then carried the sack and walked in grandly. The only thing to be seen was that the gardens were all propped up with pergolas and tables set up, while the servants were serving up a steady stream of food. After entering the gate, no one bothered about Zhang Yan as he just strutted into the main residence. This is as big as a conference hall, set up at least 100 tables, and at the northernmost end of the main table, then only sat 5 people. Hai sitting in the main seat is naturally the protagonist of today, an ordinary-looking old man with a big smile, but when he put away his smile, one could see the shady look in his eyes. Definitely not a kind man or woman. At this time, a group of teenagers who were no more than 10 years old at most came over and paid homage to Bai Sholi, not knowing what they said, as these must be locals. Zhang Yan could not understand Burmese. Bai Sholi, however, was very happy and also said a few words in Burmese, as if to encourage the teenagers, and after that, many people applauded. Hey, it's ironic to say that a warlord, a murderous fiend, can celebrate his 60th birthday in a big way, with guests from all sides. After the group of teenagers went down, a lot of people also came forward to send congratulatory gifts, jade, jewelry, watches, all high-grade goods, but also to send luxury cars, the keys wrapped in a gift box, worth at least a few million. Then, Zhang Yan saw several familiar faces, and there are really stars coming over to help out. The one who looked more familiar was that shorty Zhang. Zhang Yan had seen many movies he had played in. He just never liked the guy. Gee, this girl is pretty. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up. Wasn't the one who came up after Shorty Zhang to congratulate him and perform a dance exactly the up-and-coming actress in the country? I think her name is Ming Fishu. Yes, that's her. Zhang Yan knew her not because in her previous life when she was in jail, she was the object of the lust of many prisoners, but in recent times happened to watch a drama she played, playing the third female, but with a pretty face instantly burst into flames. I didn't expect her to show up here, and so on. To know, this level of beautiful star was bound to be the object of the offender's masturbation, and how they would get photos and stare at them every night when they were released. But Zhang Yan did not have half an impression of her. Is it? Zhang Yan nodded his head. Presumably she was looked at by someone when she attended this birthday banquet and directly failed to go back. How it ends up, no one will ever know. Zhang Yan could imagine that it must have been very, very miserable. Chapter 89, a little awkward. Zhang Yan admired Ming Fei Suo. She was of Western descent, with distinctly bluish eyes, and was also over 170 inches height. Very slender, yet not as exaggerated as a foreigner, but with the kind of softness of an oriental woman. Zhang Yan purposely moved closer. Now, he could clearly sense Ming Fei Suo's emotions, fear, nervousness, and regret. Zhang Yan nodded, guessing that she had been tricked into coming here. After all, only a bit in his early 20s, Ben was still college age, and had probably been scammed by the economist, or both, to take the job and run here. Can't you see that the great sex maniacs are all here? Abroad, the once colorful man was absolutely unscrupulous. Maybe Ming Fei Suo realized it herself, or she has been informed that there is some kind of escort sleeping business, so that she is unwilling, but also unable to turn the other cheek, so that she is so nervous, afraid and regretful, full of helpless and pitiful. Zhang Yan nodded. In his previous life, Ming Fei Su suddenly disappeared, probably had a part of the credit of Zhang lustful ghost. This man has a history. Maybe Manfisa fought back desperately and was killed here? That's something only a ghost knows. Minority girls could really sing and dance. And Ming Fei Suo's dance was so beautiful that it ushered in a burst of applause.
but it didn't cheer her up, and she just forced a smile on her face. Zhang Yan could perceive very clearly that so many people had developed a strong carnal desire for her. It's not a bit different from a sheep in a tiger's mouth.
Zhang Yan smiled. It was also time for him to give gifts. He then moved forward with the sack. What the hell? The crowd bared their teeth when they saw that Zhang Yan was actually carrying a sack forward, and they could even see that the sack was still dripping blood. You didn't come here with a freshly killed chicken, did you? The Bai family is heavily guarded, and the outside is guarded by the army, so no one thought Zhang Yan was here to cause trouble. But on an occasion like this, if you give Master Bai a chicken, what's the difference between that and causing trouble? Obviously, Bai Sholi was all flabbergasted, not realizing that someone would dare to show him blood at his 60th birthday banquet. He was clearly already upset, but forced himself to hold back, not wanting to ruin the mood of the party. Give a quiet order to lock this man up and beat him alive. He has sentenced this man to death. Zhang Yan smiled. Old Bai, I came all the way over here to specially prepare a big gift for you. I wonder how you are going to thank me. With that, he dropped the sack to the ground and gave it a light kick. A big good head rolled out. The whole room gasped. This man was living out of his mind, actually daring to send his head at Bai Sholi's birthday banquet. Hiss, how did this person get in here? Right at this moment, only to see a whole bunch of soldiers rushing in as well, looking around and quickly locking onto Zhang Yan's body. They were precisely the soldiers responsible for guarding the entrance, and when Zhang Yan left, their fear value gradually returned to normal. So they naturally realized that something was wrong and rushed in to look for someone. It would be fine if this outlaw was just stealing chickens and dogs, but what if he disturbed Master Bai? They all have to die. But coming in and taking such a look, they were dumbfounded. Oh my god, this guy actually ran up to Master White and threw something out? People, heads, they were almost scared to death. It's over, they're dead. Shui Ming, Bai Sholi exclaimed out violently, for he saw what the head looked like and almost fainted in his haste. No, Lao Er is a battalion commander, how could he be killed easily? This must be the model. Yeah, the model. However, because he was uneasy, Bai Sholi hurriedly beckoned his men to pass up their cell phones, and he couldn't even be bothered to clean up Zhang Yan. Instead, he first called Bai Shueming to confirm the other party's safety. However, the cell phone rang, but there was a delay in answering. Bai Sholi's heart couldn't help but sink, and his face turned ironic. You, who are you and why did you kill my son? He asked Zhang Yan in a deep voice, although he could not be called a lord, but he was still a number. He still forcefully restrained the impulse to kill Zhang Yan immediately, and instead inquired, did the Pine family kill back? Zhang Yan, on the other hand, laughed out loud. Old Bai, you offered a $5 million bounty on my head, but you don't know who I am? Ha? Bai Sholi couldn't help but be confused. What $5 million? What reward? He really wasn't pretending to be confused, because his men's men had gone a little bit wrong in the country. How could it have alarmed him? And the order to put a bounty on Zhang Yan was at most, given by his son. Seeing that his puzzled expression did not seem to be faked, and in fact did not need to be faked, Zhang Yan understood. It turned out that he had hurt the White family so lightly that he was not qualified to let Old White know. Hold the grass. Zhang Yan has a feeling of annoyance. He came all the way here, but the result is that you don't know who the hell I am? It was a slap in his face. He was angry and the consequences were naturally severe. At this time, Bai Sholi seemed to have reacted as well. At least he could be sure that Zhang Yan was not sent by the Peng family, and his face was densely covered with an ice-like killing intent. Take him for me. Don't kill him. Whoever kills him, I'll make his life worse than death. He growled. We must capture Zhang Yan alive and let this sun killer suffer and die. The scene was chaotic. The guests were scrambling back, while the soldiers were arching forward. Plus more were on their way. The -24th battalion sent out tanks but failed to capture the man and instead lost all of their troops. And although it's unclear what happened, it's reliably believed that the assailant is at Bai Sholi's estate. The Bai family had 2 battalions in their hands, namely the 24th and 25th battalions, and now the soldiers of these 2 battalions were rapidly rushing over. A panic. Zhang Yan couldn't help but smile as he absorbed the various emotions. It's cool. It's so cool. In just a moment, he received 30,000 desire points, and he hasn't even done it yet. Swish! Someone danced a stick and came at Zhang Yan from behind. Zhang Yan violently turned around and probed his hand. With a snap, the other end of the stick was then in his grip. Hold the grass. The sneak-attacking soldiers were all stunned. I smashed over with such a vicious stick, and you were actually able to catch it directly with your hand? He suspected that he was dreaming, but looking at the tiger's mouth that was cracked from the recoil, he immediately realized that this was not a dream, but a real occurrence. What a monster you are! An intense fear arose in him.
Great! Tons of desire points to hand. Zhang Yan kicked up and sent the soldier flying out. And before the man even landed, he cracked with a bang. Quarterbacking kind of cracks. Blood was suddenly splattered all over the sky, turning everyone in the vicinity into bloody men. This scene directly frightened the soldiers who were charging forward. They couldn't stop double-stranding. One kick could explode a man. And they were actually going to capture such a monster alive? Play with it. Chapter 90, Harvesting Frenzy. Such a scene made the soldiers look dumbfounded, while Bai Sholi naturally looked on. He couldn't help but show a look of shock, as well as intense fear, when they betrayed the Peng family. Of course, they wanted to wipe out the Peng family and eliminate their roots. But the Peng family had an incredibly powerful bodyguard who froze and protected the Peng family in the rain of bullets and bullets to kill them, and even killed a large number of soldiers, almost killing all 4 of their families in return. And Zhang Yan's current behavior reminded him of that bodyguard. Use the gun, try not to hit the vitals. He changed his mind. He still wanted to capture Zhang Yan alive. Even if he was seriously injured or dying, then he would hang Zhang Yan's life with a D product so that this son killer could live as long as possible. He'll never get over the loss of his son until he tortures you to death. Now, the group of soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a cold weapon against such a demon? That's definitely filling it with human lives. Unless Zhang Yan was exhausted, he was on as many deaths as possible. At once, the soldiers raised their guns. Although Bai Sholi said to try not to hit the vitals, they definitely wouldn't listen on that point. This man is too scary to not hit the vitals. For the sake of his own little life, he must have killed him on the spot. Bang! 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 Fire! There were so many people at the scene, and although some people started to back away as soon as they saw the heads, how far could they back away in just that amount of time? Besides, more people could have not realized the danger and basically remained in place. In other words, Zhang Yan was actually in the crowd. So, even though the soldiers had aimed and then fired, a number of stray bullets shot into the crowd, and some bounced past them by hitting the pillars. Ah! Help me! It hurts! There was a series of screams. Many people had already fallen in a pool of blood. They were the ones who were mistakenly injured. But once the shots were fired, the crowd was finally in complete disarray, and all of them were scrambling to escape, disregarding everything. So the stampede was inevitable. The first unlucky number is these mistakenly hit the passenger car fell to the ground. There is no way to avoid. Immediately trampled to spit out blood, and soon even the screams cannot send out, but was trampled to death alive. Before they died, they naturally released an incomparable emotion of despair. Nourishment. Zhang Yan dodged the bullets while absorbing these emotions of despair, and his desire points began to whoosh up again. Completing another enhancement here is never a problem. Even, maybe twice. He hemmed and hawed and ran as far as he could into the crowded area. Think it's okay to run fast? Zhang Yan directly blocked to the front of the guests. Of course, also the pouring bullets attracted over. Burst, suddenly screamed repeatedly. A large group of people fell down. Bullets have no eyes. Who cares how high up you used to be? Some of these people died immediately, while others were dying from serious injuries, but regardless of this, none of them had a strong hatred for Zhang Yan, as well as a fear of death, filled with indescribable despair. Cool. Zhang Yan had no sympathy. To be able to be Old White's guests, these people deserve to die. Hey, he didn't even have to do it himself to sit back and collect tons of lust points. These big-headed soldiers were really good people. Gee, a certain star is short, but he can run fast. Zhang Yan swooshed his figure and had rushed to his side. Don't come over. Zhang Xingxing was so scared that she let out a scream. I'm begging you. How could Zhang Yan possibly listen? He laughed. Don't worry, I'm in your way. Chugging, bullets were fired. Zhang Yan leapt away, and instantly, Zhang Xingxing was shot into a sieve. Looking at his desperate expression, Zhang Yan shrugged. Sorry, instinctively reacted and ran away. I will pay attention next time. Next time? Can there be a next time for this kind of thing? Zhang Xingxing, however, was unable to spit or curse as he was shot more than 10 times in a row, and his life breath was rapidly disappearing. It was just that he hated it. If not for Zhang Yan suddenly running over, he might have already run out. Zhang Yan absorbed a wave of desire points. Nice guy. $77,000. Zhang Yan was all shocked. The previous rainy night butcher had only contributed more than 30,000 desire points to him. I can't remember, but definitely not more than 50,000. But this superficially glamorous and active person on the stage had actually contributed more than 70,000 desire points. Hiss, how many ing sins have you created? Oh, if you're not dead yet, I'll send you high and low to die. Zhang Yan's figure moved again, directing the gunfire towards the other guests. Chugging, the crowd fell in pieces as if they were being cut leaks, But the soldiers had no intention of stopping because they were frightened by Zhang Yan's stature.
If we stop, what if this guy runs into them and kills them all? It's better for you to die than for us to die, right? Zhang Yan is dead. There were 2,000 people here at the bottom, most of them white men, who didn't usually do anything bad. So the outbursts of resentment and despair at or before their deaths provided a really good bounty of desire points. For him, it was a feast. His desire points had now broken 400,000, and the next enhancement would only require 512,000. Mind you, his desire points were pretty much spent before he came to Old Main. In just 2 days, or technically this last hour, he had earned almost 400,000 desire points. Beautiful. That's just one by family. What if the other 3 big families were exterminated as well? Oh, it's a bit beautiful to think that it's because it's Old Bai's birthday today that so many people have gathered. Otherwise, how many desire points could the few members of the Bai family alone provide? It will be hard to find such a great opportunity. Next time. Gee, wouldn't it be a good idea to have Yu Young-ho look it up and make a schedule, using big data, so that he can maximize his earnings with his trip? Go back and talk about it. Yo! Zhang Yan's figure suddenly moved and appeared in front of Ming-Fei Suo, reaching out and grabbing, buzzing. A bullet twitched between his 2 fingers, but could not advance any further. Thinking she was dead, Ming-Fei Suo had just let out a scream when she coldly saw this scene. She looked at Zhang Yan as if she was looking at a god. How could a man catch a bullet in his hand if he wasn't a god? Get me out of here. She sent out a plea, fear of death bringing her back to her senses. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Although she is a new star, but the momentum is very hot, has received several endorsements, tens of millions of dollars can still get out. Zhang Yan wrapped his arm around her thin waist and swished, jumping through the crowd to avoid incoming bullets, while laughing. I'm not interested in money. The sound of gunshots was incessant, and Ming-Fei Su could even feel the bullets grazing her ears and head as they fired past, and she was so scared that her heart was about to pop out. And while clinging to Zhang Yan with a death grip just in case the other party let go of her hand, she screamed, no matter what you want, I'll give it to you. Zhang Yan had an evil look on his face. I want you. Here, give it to you. Ming-Fei Suo was filled with fear of death. As long as you save me out, I'll be your woman. Zhang Yan laughed out loud. Look, this is Ming-Fei Su took the initiative to beg him. Since people so begged, he is a big man cannot refuse, is not it? Hey, I'm just too much of a charmer. Chapter 91, Reconciliation? Zhang Yan jumped through the crowd while holding Ming-Fei Su. His speed was too fast, and his strength and endurance were amazingly strong. So many people in the entire manor froze and none of them ran out. Whoever was about to run to the doorway, Zhang Yan suddenly appeared there, attracting a wave of firepower to hit them, scaring them back. Then he went to the back to pull another wave of firepower, and when the person was about to run away from the doorway again, he reappeared at the doorway again. After a few times, the few remaining survivors had learned their lesson, and instead of running in piles and trying to escape, they sought cover and hid as best they could. Zhang Yan clearly felt that the desire points he had absorbed began to plummet. Before it was tens of thousands and tens of thousands of dollars a minute. Now, thousands. And that number is still going down. Alas, the feast is coming to an end. Oh, and a couple of big fish from the Ming family. Even Sang Ming Sing can offer 77,000. What about Old Bai? What about his 3 children? How does that add up to $200,000? It didn't exceed 200,000. And Zhang Yan felt that there must be something wrong with the system. How many people have been killed by this family? Zhang Yan re-entered the main hall, only to see that Bai Shouli's family was no longer at their original location. That's normal, sweetie, it's the only way to keep sitting there. He swam his eyes and immediately spotted Bai Shouli's family. They hid in the army. Almost all of the 24th and 25th battalions had now arrived, totaling about 800 men, and were shielding the white family. But these soldiers are also desperate. The speed of the target person was too fast to aim at. Even shooting randomly was useless. It still missed. Therefore, instead of seeking to hit Zhang Yan, they retreated to protect the Bai family. As long as Zhang Yan was forced back, it would be a great feat. Thousands of people. All of them raised their guns and aimed at Zhang Yan. All of them looked serious. Some of their hands were even trembling. On the contrary, the one who was targeted by the gun not only had a calm expression, but even had a beautiful woman in his arms. One comparison, the difference is too great. Bai Shouli only felt a chill down his back. That bodyguard of Peng's family is by no means that powerful. It's horrible. He is, after all, a politician. And what do politicians do best? Compromise. He forcibly suppressed the pain of losing his son and said, "This gentleman, there might be some misunderstanding between us.
What you said about the $5 million.
I really don't have a clear idea at all. However, don't worry, I will definitely look into it. And in addition, I am willing to compensate the gentleman with 100 million.
So I hope the gentleman can calm down. He cared more about his own life than avenging his son's death.
As long as their family was still alive,
then he could stabilize the Bai family's position.
And although his eldest son was a playboy,
he had no problem passing on the family name. The big deal is that if you let your son be a breeder and have 20 or 30 sons,
there will always be a few that will make it.
Zhang Yan spread a smile.
Your money, hey, it's better to follow you into the grave.
With foresight for the next few years,
can't he be one of the world's top billionaires? To put it more simply,
when he has power beyond the mundane,
he opens a company, and even if the stuff he produces is,
everyone will rush to buy it and fight tooth and nail to make a huge profit instead of letting his company go out of business.
So, I want your stinking money?
Bai Shouli was naturally furious. He had already let go of the pain of losing his son.
And you actually refuse to stop? You've just got a bounty on your head. And me? That's a son to lose. In that case, there's no point in talking about it. Shoot him. Beat him to death.
He screamed harshly.
The adjutant, on the other hand, gave an order.
And at once there was a rumbling sound, and the fence outside was brought down hard by a tank,
coming in the direction of the main hall. The White family held the only 2 tanks, and now the remaining one was driving over.
Zhang Yan lost his smile.
Don't you guys know how the first tank was lost?
Oh, the time is so short that you only know that all the men Bai Shueming brought with him were lost, but you don't know exactly how they were lost.
Alright, then I'll put on another show. He was calm and unhurried,
but Ming Faisu was so scared that she lost her color. Not only did her hands hug Zhang Yan tightly, but her 2 legs also wrapped around her.
Just like a wombat.
Oh, cool.
Zhang Yan bared his teeth. This girl is still quite strong. Squeeze him so good. Boo!
He erupted with amazing speed and instantly rushed into the crowd where Bai Shouli was.
Rage value. Pull the blast. In an instant,
all the soldiers within 20 meters nearby were red-eyed.
Enemies. Enemies everywhere. Kill, kill, kill. They don't care about the 3. They shoot at people.
It was difficult for Zhang Yan to accurately set up hate targets one by one, but it was simple to mindlessly pull off a burst of anger values.
Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots in rapid succession. Killing indiscriminately. Zhang Yan was still swimming around, and wherever he went, it was as if he was spreading a plague of anger, which instantly spread. And then, the soldiers began to kill each other. In absolutely less than 10 minutes, not many of the thousands of soldiers were actually still standing. Where's the White family? Bai Shouli, his wife, his eldest son, his 2 daughters all fell in a pool of blood. A family has to be neat and tidy. Zhang Yan is very satisfied. He is really too good.
Afraid of Bai Shueming alone to go too lonely,
deliberately sent his old man down to accompany him. And the old man went down. The 3 children shall not go down together to do filial piety? A constant stream of desire points. 100, 000, 200,000. Sure enough, the system did not fail Zhang Yan's expectations, and the 5 members of the Bai family provided him with over 200, 000 desire points. The total value of desire points broke the 600, 000 mark all of a sudden. Hey, it's ready for reinforcement. Zhang Yan of course will not add points here. From the 8th time onwards, the reinforcement of the movement is very large. He may appear to briefly lose the power of action. Usually it does not matter, but now there is a tank, and there are still a number of soldiers did not hang. Although the fear has been all incontinence, the real difficult to have any more combat power. But is it wrong to be careful? The point was, with his current strength he could sweep away, so why risk 1 in a million to strengthen it? He sidestepped, and there was a ding, and a spark immediately sputtered and flashed on the stone pavement in front of him, and with his eyesight he could see a bullet hit the stone and then bounce off again. Sniper! Zhang Yan looked toward the distance. His body suddenly moved, and between the wind and the lightning, he had already killed this person's body and kicked out. Bang! All crushed with their guns. Before he had been in high-speed movement, the sniper simply could not find the opportunity to shoot. It was hard to wait for him to finally stop, and as a result, just fired a shot and was discovered, found, and killed by Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan inspected the huge manor and patched up the leaks. A lot of seriously injured people helplessly reached out to him, thirsting for his help. Some of them are still the country stars, high and mighty in front of people, but now they are humble and incomparable. Zhang Yan turned a blind eye. I didn't invite you here, and I didn't hurt you. Why are you looking for me? Think I'm some kind of big, helpful guy? Ha ha, hilarious. Chapter 92. Zhang Yan carefully inspected the circle. Okay, done and done. He had wanted to take care of the other 3 great clans along the way, But for one thing, he didn't know where they were. And for another, the White family had made such a big commotion here. So he guessed that those three great clans had already received the news and were definitely hiding now. Get out. Zhang Yan looked at Ming Faisu in his arms and revealed an evil smile. No, he had to find a place to fortify. Zhang Yan wrapped his arm around Ming Faisu, swooshing and bouncing up, jumping on top of a building and quickly disappearing into the jungle. And there were pairs of binoculars staring at all that was happening in the buildings in the distance, and even higher-powered lenses capturing it all. There were even satellites aligned in the far reaches of space. Domestic, a relevant department. The four giants are holding an emergency meeting. You've all seen the latest report. Tell us your thoughts. The director was a man who looked to be around 40 years old with a long scar at the corner of his eye. After a moment of silence, an old man of about 60 said, "Chief, is the information on this certain to be correct?" That director nodded. Number 7 happened to be an old man and was invited to the White family's birthday banquet, and he took all this information. Hiss. No one in the crowd could help but gasp. Being able to dodge bullets isn't rare. Ming Jin 5th stage or above can do it. A person said. However, this guy was facing a chaotic barrage of bullets, yet he was still unharmed. This speed is too amazing. Moreover, those soldiers were even killing each other at the end, and I suspect that this person also has superb hypnosis skills. This won the agreement of the others. Let's give him an assessment of his strength first. The director pressed his hand. The remaining three looked at each other. Dark Power 9th stage. I agree. Unfortunately, the scene of Zhang Yan knocking over the tank earlier had not been captured on camera, or else these three would not have thought that Zhang Yan's strength was only at the 9th stage of Dark Force. However, his hypnotism is so amazing. I reckon that most Dark Force 9th stage would be at a disadvantage against him. Someone else voiced a different opinion. I think that he has probably touched the threshold of a Zhongshe, or at least the first person under a Zhongshe. Such high praise? If it were someone else, the crowd might have scoffed, but the person speaking could be an equally Dark Force 9th stage expert. Elder Lu. There are only a total of 4 patriarchs in the country. He's actually almost able to compare to those 4? There were still some people who expressed their inability to accept it. The person known as Elder Lu just smiled lightly and didn't answer. The director pressed his hand, signaling for the crowd to quiet down. Okay, the strength is tentatively set at Dark Power 9th stage, close to Zhongshe. So how is this person's behavior going to be judged? Elder Lu immediately said. First of all, it was the Bai family that offered a reward to Zhang Yan, which caused Zhang Yan to kill his way to Old Mane in a fit of rage. And secondly, everyone here should be well aware of what the Bai family has done, right? To be honest, if it wasn't for not being allowed to interfere in the affairs of other countries, with my temper, I would have long gone to Old Mane to exterminate all of the so-called 4 great families. The other 2 chuckled in agreement. This Lu Lao does have such strength, but, even if a martial artist is strong, it is still a body of flesh and blood. To fight against a formed army with one's own strength, it is very easy to get off, and it is hard to escape death in the end. The country had set up this bureau of theirs mainly for them to manage martial artists, and fighting wasn't their area of expertise at all. Old Mane, even if there is no advanced weapons, you dare to make trouble in our house. All kinds of high-tech weapons will teach you to be a human being in minutes. Martial artists are simply unbeatable in front of modern equipment. The Bai family engaged in fraud. I don't know how many people in our country have been cheated, and how many families have been broken. Zhang Yan did this. Not only is he not guilty, but on the contrary, he has merit. I also agree that there should be a commendation when he returns home. Seconded. So do I. Seeing that the tone was set, the director nodded. Then the matter is settled. When Zhang Yan returns to China, firstly, absorb him into our bureau, and secondly, give him the appropriate commendation. Never let anyone get cold feet and stand against the country. Good. Adjourned. Somewhere in the world, a man was sitting in the gloom while holding a tablet in his hand, watching a video. If Zhang Yan were here, he would immediately realize that this was exactly the image he had in the Bai family. However, the filmmaker is obviously far away and the video is a blur, but you can still see what's going on. After watching the video, the man re-watched it again, then put down the tablet and picked up his cell phone to make a call out. Shut down the Golden Eagle pawn shop, and don't go looking for Zhang Yan's trouble in the future. With that, he hung up the phone. It's not worth offending a Dark Force 9th stage expert for $10 million. He muttered. Old mold. Banned calling. Judas fish. Information of Zhang Yan appeared at the intelligence departments of various countries. A human being so powerful is enough to make them pay attention to it, because such a person could definitely wreak havoc if he infiltrated his country to carry out an assassination or something. Therefore, they would create a file on Zhang Yan, and as long as this person appeared in the territory of his country, he would either be directly repatriated or sent under heavy surveillance. Zhang Yan, however, did not know that what he had done in the White House had already created quite a ripple in the world. Meh, it doesn't matter if he knows. Why didn't he hide it at all and came directly to the White House with his original face? He's all about showing off his muscles. When the strength is strong to a certain degree, you must show, so that others dare not come to mess with you, but also can obtain the corresponding status. Otherwise, obviously strong but have to hide, that purely for the purpose of pretending to hit the face, tired or not. After running out for a while, Zhang Yan stopped and looked for a small hotel. No passport? It doesn't matter. Just get the money in place. It's old Maine, not the country. After entering the room, Zhang Yan went straight to the bathroom. After the addition, it would be good for him to clean up right away in case the last one came up. 10th reinforcement. Extra points. Boom. Berserk energy surged out within Zhang Yan's body. Every cell seemed to be cheering, greedily absorbing the energy and then rapidly undergoing metamorphosis. Well, Zhang Yan let out a pained grunt. Cells begin to divide after a certain level of growth, turning one into two and increasing in density. This meant that with everything remaining the same, Zhang Yan's strength, defense, and other indices were at least doubled by one. However, his size didn't change, which meant that all the cells had to be squeezed together, leaving him momentarily unable to adapt and creating intense pain. It hurts. Even though Zhang Yan was already very tolerant, having fought so many times in his past life, several times staying in the infirmary for more than a month, he had never screamed in pain. But this time, he really couldn't help himself. Being the last of his stubbornness, he could only suppress his screams into a small moan. Outside the door, Ming Fei Su couldn't help but listen with an odd expression. You're not going to be DIYing it. Chapter 93, System Upgrade. Although she had already left the White House, Ming Fei Su was still panicking. It's still an old Maine. Don't care how many bad things the White family has done. But on the surface, he's an official of old Maine. Now that all the White family members are dead, will it enrage the old Burma officials and send the army to crack down? Maybe Zhang Yan can defend himself. But what about her? In extreme fear, she now had only one thought. Please Zhang Yan, do whatever it takes to curry favor with him. Only if Zhang Yan finds her good and recognizes her value will he protect her back at home. And when she returns home, will she dare to turn the other cheek? Of course I wouldn't dare. It was because she had witnessed Zhang Yan's power with her own eyes. Promised to be the other party's woman. If she dares to back out, Mingfisha dare not bet. Was such a ruthless man something she could tease? Looking for death. It's okay, Ming Fei Su. Maybe this is a good thing. She searched for a reason for herself. With a man like this, will there be anyone else in the circle who dares to subvert me in the future? Why did Zhang Yan go into the bathroom alone instead of sleeping himself when he had obviously entered the hotel? Even if you have to wash it, shouldn't two people be together? She, a woman, has come to her senses and is ready to make an effort to please you. But you, a man, don't have such a lustful heart? Wacky. But a moment later, she actually heard a faint moan. Hiss. She couldn't help but show her shock. You're in there. Geez, there's a heavenly beauty out there, and it's all in your pot, and you're favoring DIY? Incomprehensible. It's really incomprehensible. After 5 minutes, Zhang Yan finally calmed down. Get comfortable. It's really the best of all possible worlds. System upgrade in progress. Suddenly, Zhang Yan's long-lost voice of the system rang in his mind. You know, the system only made a sound when it was bound, and then it was as good as disappeared. And if it wasn't for the fact that he was still able to use the system's abilities, he would have suspected that he had gotten a fake system. He was so used to the system's half-baked tones that he didn't expect it to squeak again. But the system can still be upgraded? This is my 10th enhancement. So after 10 enhancements it will be time for a system upgrade? In a few seconds, though, the system's voice sounded again. Upgrade complete. Please ask the host to check out the added features on their own. Then, was gone. It's as good as dead again. I'll be damned if this system is half-baked. Zhang Yan spat as he pulled up the upgrade instructions. Fortunately, there's still this. In fact, it's an upgrade that's downright pathetic. Basically, you can say that there is only one more feature. It is the desire to perpetuate. Previously, after Zhang Yan adjusted someone's desire, if he did not continuously invest desire points, this desire would slowly return to its normal value. But now it was different and could be fixed. Of course, 10 times as many individual desire points need to be invested. If it used to take 1,000 desire points to pull off a person's fear, now it's 10,000. But the effect is that the person will be scared less of someone, or everyone, for the rest of their life. From that point on, paying 9x more desire points is not worth it. For example, Yu Xianghui,
Zhang Yan could now make the other party live in fear until he died of old age.
Zhang Yan nodded his head. The changes to this function might not seem like much, but it was actually very useful and could even be said to be awesome. How strong am I now? He could have vaulted the tank over Raw before, and not just once, but many times as if it were a toy car. So what about after one more enhancement? Mosquitoes. Mosquitoes in April? Oh, and this is Old Main, which is tropical, with only the difference between hot, hotter, and hotter than hell. So it's not normal to have mosquitoes in April? Understand. Zhang Yan focused his attention, and the world slowed down all of a sudden. The mosquito flapping its wings became slow motion in his eyes, while the buzzing sound emitted was like thunder. He couldn't help but think of the Dharma master in martial arts novels. Face the wall for 9 years of hard practice. God's strength. And Dharma look at the feet of the ants fighting. Sound like thunder. Now, although what Zhang Yan heard was not an ant fight but a mosquito vibrating its wings. How far away was this mosquito from him? At least 3 meters and separated by a window. Yes, the mosquitoes are not in the bathroom, but outside. The fact that he could still hear so clearly through a layer of glass meant that Zhang Yan's hearing had reached what kind of height? He has surpassed the Dharma master. There are Ming Jin and Dark Jin martial artists right now. So maybe the Dharma ancestor was also real. Zhang Yan muttered. However, I should be stronger than ancestor Dharma now, right? Hey. It took 9 years of face-to-face training for the Dharma master to get to the right place. What about him? Reborn back in just 33 days. Zhang Yan was all smiles. So happy. He takes a shower. This time not as exaggerated as the 9th enhancement, which drained a lot of dirt out of his body and made him even more of a bloody man. But he's still sweaty and sticky and very uncomfortable. After washing up, he opened the door and exited. Why was Minfisu looking at herself with a very odd gaze? Zhang Yan waved his hand. Go wash it. He's in high spirits now. Mingfaizu blushed oddly. You finished your DIY. Why do you want me to wash it? What strange people. She hurriedly washed herself, and when she tied her bathrobe and walked out, she was coldly copied by Zhang Yan, causing her to let out a gasp. Over the next 3 hours, she finally realized she was wrong. Simply wrong. The man is normal as hell. No, I should say extremely abnormal, because how could a normal man toss her around for that long? Again and again she flew up into the clouds, and again she felt as if she saw her deceased Taiyukai smiling kindly at her. When Zhang Yan got out of bed, it was already almost 10 o'clock at night. This actress is kinda abrasive. Of course, it took an iron bar to be sharpened into a needle, and he was at least a super alloy now. He didn't want to get up, but firstly he was hungry, and secondly if he did, Ming Fei Su had fallen asleep from exhaustion and couldn't even wake up. Alright, give her a break. Go eat. Zhang Yan pushed the door out and came to the hall only to see a man of medium stature but greeted him with a smile. Mr. Zhang, how are you? My name is Peng Zweda. My father is Peng Jejun, and I've come here specially to invite you over as a guest. The Pengs? Zhang Yan could not help but show a smile. When Peng's army was called the King of Fruit and Dare, but the result was betrayed by his men, that is, by Sholi and the others, and had to flee into the mountains, relying on guerrilla warfare to show a little sense of existence. Now Peng Zwide had actually found his landing place in the first place and was waiting in the lobby, showing both respect for him and their strong intelligence capabilities in the region. It's kind of fun. Okay. He nodded. Chapter 94 Invitation from the Peng family. Peng's car is parked outside. Zhang Yan did not get into the car first, but called Ming Fei Su up first, and only after she had put on her clothes did the two of them go downstairs together and get into the car. Peng Zwide didn't come in a luxury car, but a military jeep. This car is durable, suitable for rugged roads, but the interior has nothing to do with luxury. Ming Fei Su has not yet sat in the color of dislike, because she is usually in and out of high-grade business cars. Snapping, Zhang Yan smacked her on the buttocks, and Ming Fei Su sat down obediently. Peng Zweda looked in his eyes and secretly revised his opinion about Zhang Yan. This person is horny, but absolutely impossible to be swayed by female sex. I'm sorry, our Peng family is going through a difficult time and we really can't come up with a good car, he said towards Ming Fei Su, full of apologies. Ming Fei Su had already been taught a lesson by Zhang Yan. How dare she dislike it, and hurriedly said, It's okay. Zhang Yan didn't say anything and just looked out the window. It seemed to be admiring, but it was full of wariness. In case someone attacked him with a rocket launcher, he could be the first to jump out of the car and escape. Ming Fisher? If he could save it, he had only played it once, after all, but if he couldn't he didn't give it a second thought. He was just to deal with the other side anyway. He takes the other guy safely out of the White House, and the other guy rolls in bed with him. The deal between the two sides is actually done. Although Zhang Yan was horny, he would never put his life on the line for a woman. Meh, It's not like he was a lickspittle in a previous life.
Luckily, the jeep didn't encounter any attacks despite the bumpy drive all the way into the deep mountains, and the road got even rougher once they were in the mountains,
making Ming Fei Sua vomit wildly. Zhang Yan's body was so strong,
not to mention such a mountain road.
He even sat on a hypersonic missile.
That horrible acceleration could not possibly make him feel uncomfortable.
If you watched him closely,
you would notice that obviously the car was lurching around, but his body was actually more than stable, as if he wasn't affected.
That kind of control is downright scary. But, Peng Zhuide, who was all a bit dizzy, did not notice such a scene.
By the time Minfisu had thrown up so much that she didn't have anything left to throw up,
the car finally drove into the middle of a campground. Ha ha ha, Mr. Zhang, finally I see you.
A man around 60 years old greeted him with a cigar in his mouth,
enthusiastically extending his hands towards Zhang Yan. Peng's army?
Zhang Yan merely glanced at him, but his gaze fell onto the body of a middle-aged man who followed him closely.
This man gave him a slight sense of danger. To quantify it in a hard way, the threat to him from ordinary people now was that of an ant. Even with a gun, it would rise to the level of a praying mantis at best. And this man? It should be able to be called a rat. It's a kick in the pants. But what if you're in a deep sleep?
A rat can still bite through your throat and eat your eyes.
So, it's still so somewhat threatening. Zhang Yan retracted his gaze and said indifferently, let's get down to business.
This place,
Old Main,
wasn't much different from a bird's nest, so naturally he was ready to leave when he finished his business.
Unless the Peng family could give him enough heartwarming benefits. Hey, money and power won't impress him. Ha ha, Mr. Zhang is really fastidious. Please. Peng Zhejun laughed brightly as he invited Zhang Yan and the two of them into a tent, while Peng Zhuide and the middle-aged man followed old Peng on the left and right.
The two sides sat down in groups of guests and hosts,
and immediately a soldier brought fragrant tea. Zhang Yan didn't drink. How could he trust others so easily in a strange place?
He is indeed physically fit,
but what if he can't protect himself against the poison? What's wrong with being careful? Curious, he asked. How did you know about me?
Peng Zhejun laughed loudly.
Mr.
Zhang mustn't misunderstand. When something that big happens to the Bai family, I'm sure to receive the news,
and there are always a few survivors.
And combining their words with the fact that I also have some friends in your country, I'll naturally be able to know Mr.
Zhang's identity. Even a former Kokon king who was driven down knows his identity. What about the top brass in the country? What about the major powers? It should all be known. Not bad. Not many people should dare to mess with him now.
The purpose of this wave of demonstrations was sort of achieved.
Zhang Yan nodded. Then what is it that you are looking for me for? Since Mr. Zhang is so direct, then I won't beat around the bush. Peng Zhejun's face straightened. I would like to ask Mr.
Zhang to make a move to eradicate the remaining 3 great clans as well,
he said, unable to hide the anger on his face.
He used to be the king of this place, but was betrayed by Bai Sholi and 4 others, who drove him off the throne and forced him to run into the deep mountains to live. You have to know that Old Burma is a tropical area.
The mountains and forests are full of poisonous insects. Even if you have done a good job of protection, many times it is inevitable that you will be struck. Although it is not fatal, but it is definitely painful and difficult to bear. All of this can be attributed to the 4 great families. He naturally hates it. However, the 4 big families have already gained the official recognition of Old Burma.
Not only raising private armies, but also the country's regular army can be mobilized. Under his hands is only about 5,000 troops.
Really cannot fight against. Unless the 4 great families were taken out, he would have a chance to kill his way out and regain official recognition in Old Main. Old Burma is divided into various parties, so as long as you actually control an area, you can basically be recognized by the officials, because the officials simply can't spare the time to clean it up. Old Peng originally thought that it was impossible to see the hope of a counterattack in his lifetime. But today, Zhang Yan's appearance moved his heart and realized that this was a wonderful opportunity. And in order to show his sincerity, he even let his son take the risk to pick up Zhang Yan. Without waiting for Zhang Yan to reply, he hurriedly added, after I regain power, I promise to clear out all wire fraud syndicates under my rule, and I will definitely not screw the Chinese people out of a dime again. Zhang Yan smiled. Old Comrade Peng has a high level of awareness. Peng's army is the king of Kokong. Even now there are still a large number of troops under his command, often go out to rob the 4 big families, causing great trouble to them. Who dares to call him Old Peng? But hearing Zhang Yan call himself that, instead of getting angry, Peng Zhejun was all smiles. It should be. Not only is Huaxia our neighboring country, historically it was our suzerain country, and now it's in the midst of a revival. So as long as it's not a little cutie, we know we shouldn't mess with a dragon that's about to rise up in the sky. In fact, My ancestry is from your country's Chuan land, and I count myself as a descendant of the Yinhuang people. That's a bit of a hard pull. However,
everyone in both the Bai and Peng families spoke Mandarin,
and they spoke it well. Zhang Yan nodded. Awareness is high, but what benefits can I get? As a Chinese, Zhang Yan didn't mind doing his bit for the motherland, but he couldn't be allowed to contribute for nothing. Chapter 95, called Uncle.
Peng Jejun was not surprised but pleased to hear this. This was because if Zhang Yan really did not make any demands, then such a person would be too noble and selfless, and would make him feel out of place, and even worry that the other party would turn his back on him.
I'm good. You're evil. We're incompatible.
But Zhang Yan was not such a person.
No profit. No early morning. That's a normal person. Peng Jiaxing laughed. I can promise that. Firstly, in the future, Mr. Zhang will be an equal existence to me on this land. And secondly, Mr. Zhang can take half of the net income generated here every year.
Without waiting for him to finish,
Zhang Yan shook his head. I am not interested in power or money.
Mainly because it was so damn remote and the infrastructure sucked so bad that he had no interest in coming over.
And when it comes to money, after a spin in the stock market, the real estate market and then the virtual currency, does he need to worry about not having enough money? Besides, he only needed money to make it easier to pick up girls. Otherwise, with his increasingly powerful strength, was he still worried about not being able to live a good life? The Pangs got it in seconds. If you're not interested in power and money, then you're interested in women. Understood. Understood. Peng Jejun couldn't help but glance at Ning Faisu, who was sitting on the side of Zhang Yan. No wonder Zhang Yan had to bring along a beautiful woman when he ran here. It seemed that the demand in this area wasn't generally great. I've heard that people who practice martial arts are full of blood and their kidneys are even better. So the demand is indeed much stronger. For example, Tai, the bodyguard he leans on for the wall, spends his days without a woman. I intend to build a manor for Mr. Zhang and arrange for 12 top beauties to live in it and serve Mr. Zhang at all times. He laughed. If Mr. Zhang is not satisfied with any of them, I will immediately replace them for Mr. Zhang, and I guarantee to replace them until Mr. Zhang is satisfied. And, if Mr. Zhang doesn't think it's enough, the quantity can certainly be added. After he became the king of Kokong again, wouldn't it be easy for him to recruit some beautiful women? A smile finally appeared on Zhang Yan's face, but immediately added, I don't like to use force, so I have to make them volunteer. Sure, of course. Peng Jejun readily accepts good advice. I'll offer a high salary to hire, and I'll make sure everyone is satisfied. For him, letting Zhang Yan help get rid of his archenemy with just such an offer could be considered a great advantage. And for Zhang Yan, he had planned to exterminate the remaining 3 great clans, and the hard part was not knowing where they had gone to hide. Now that there was this local snake, the Peng family, helping to find someone, all he needed to do was to make a move and earn a large amount of desire points in the meantime. Wasn't this equally a big profit? As for the beautiful woman, he always has to mention some conditions, or people let him help his heart is panicked. What? Did you meet a great guy? How can you believe there are good people in the world when you're at their level? Everything is about profit. Mr. Zhang, I'll go look for the people from the 3 great clans first, and after I find them, I'll ask you to take action. Peng Jejun said. Zhang Yan nodded and turned his head, letting old Peng send him back. It's full of bugs and there's not even a toilet, so you have to settle for a random bush. But if you're not careful, you'll get stung all over your ass or even bitten by a poisonous snake. The conditions are not generally bad. Of course, Peng Jejun did not dare to refuse. In order to express his sincerity, he still asked his son to send Zhang Yan and his duo back. Mr. Zhang, please. Peng's wide was very polite. His father was already old and had been living in the jungle for too long. All sick. Even if he regained the throne of the Kokong king, he wouldn't be able to sit there for a few years, and would surely give it up to him. So naturally, he was incredibly interested in eradicating the 4 great families. That's fighting for himself. As a result, he also offered Zhang Yan as if he were an ancestor. He had seen with his own eyes in the video how Zhang Yan had taken the admiral's head in the rain of bullets, and who could stop such a horrible being from killing whoever he wanted to? His father's bodyguard, Tai, was already very, very strong, but in the first place, he was only able to keep the Peng family army from escaping, and he wanted him to assassinate the heads of the 4 great families? That kills one at best, and is bound to be buried with it. That's a big difference in comparison. Peng Zhude was incomparably respectful as he sent Zhang Yan back to the hotel, putting his posture extremely low, talking and laughing all the way, and by the time he arrived at the hotel, he had already called Zhang Yan uncle. His father and Zhang Yan are on equal footing. Isn't it reasonable for him to call Zhang Yan uncle? When Zhang Yan became an uncle,
Ming Faisu naturally upgraded to an ant. This makes Ming Fei Suwa incomparably emotional. The region of northern Burma is the hell that countless people in the country talk about. But for her, it will be paradise in the future. Who dares to hit on her? Even if she lost a hairpin, the whole of northern Maine would have to go crazy looking for it, right? She couldn't help but feel her heart pounding at the thought. Men love power. And why wouldn't a woman love to feel high and mighty? Why be a star? Aside from the fact that you can make a lot of money, being held up like a star is a big part of it. It's just that the freshness period of stars, especially female stars, is too short, usually 2 or 3 years before they go out of fashion. But how can you compare the biggest star with the king of a place? Pang Zuda is the prince of this place, the future new king, yet he calls himself Ant. Can this not make her vanity explode? She could not help but look at Zhang Yan with watery eyes. Whatever, she just wanted to dominate this man now. When Zhang Yan saw this, he couldn't help but smile, and directly drove Peng Zhuai away, going back to wherever he came from, while he copied Ming Fei Suwa with one hand, striding towards the room. After 10 enhancements, I'm damn strong. Zhang Yan looked at Ming Fei Suwa, who had already gone limp, and then if he wanted more, this woman would really have to go to see Too Much Milk. LOL. The manner that old Pang had promised had to be done in a hurry, so that a beautiful woman could move in and he could go and play often. 12. Zhang Yan felt that it was bad enough that it shouldn't be able to satisfy his growing appetite. Alas, a new class conflict has arisen. A video communication window popped up. Zhang Yan looked at it, and it was sent by Lin Shangyan. He smiled and picked up. Why? Did you miss me? You're in, hey. Lin Shangyan was just about to ask him where he was when she saw Zhang Yan's naked upper body while a piece of long hair could still be faintly seen on the side. Although she had prepared herself mentally, she was still a little bitter inside when she suddenly saw this scene. The human condition. Zhang Yan didn't comfort her. It was a fact his women had to learn to accept. And his women get everything except to share the imperfection. Zhang Yan could guarantee this. Lin Shangye was also just a little bitter. Does a divorced woman expect Zhang Yan to be faithful to her? She had been aware of this for a long time. It was just inevitable that she would be a little uncomfortable the first time. Where have you been? Why haven't you been back for 2 days? Lin Shangye asked. Also, the court has already put that house of Ding Hongxuan's into online auction. That fast? Zhang Yan smiled. I'm in Old Main, where's the house shooting? Old Main? How did you get there? Lin Xianye was shocked before she returned. Beaver's auction online. I know. Zhang Yan nodded. Then said, men do their business. Women mind less. When I've settled things here, I'll bring you over to play later. However, you need to bring more insecticide. The mosquitoes here are really overpopulated. Even he couldn't help but spit. Hang up the phone and shoot Ding Hongxian set to go. Even if it wasn't for Lin Xianye to have a place to live, buying a house now was a sure thing. Chapter 96, The Peng Family's Appreciation Gift. In the next 3 days, Zhang Yan made 3 consecutive trips. The Peng family has been holding back for many years and has never given up on counterattacks, so they have naturally placed a large number of eyes in the northern region of Burma, only to suffer from a lack of power. These eyes can only monitor for a while, and can't play a real role at all. But now, with the appearance of Zhang Yan, these eyes and ears finally played a big role. In 3 days, 3 families that once turned the tide in northern Burma were completely decimated. Not one left. The Peng family army took advantage of the opportunity to strike, and an army of more than 5,000 men rushed out of the jungle, quickly completing their solid control of the area. Without the 4 great families sitting in command, the local area was simply a scattered mass, easily taken over by the Peng family. And not surprisingly, old Burma officials were quick to confirm the identity of the Pengs. He's back as king. In return, the Drum family army immediately sent an estate to Zhang Yan, and Pang Zude personally took Zhang Yan there to receive it. Zhang Yan gladly went. Ming Fei Su has already returned to China under the arrangement of the Peng family. That is, yesterday. She still had a piece of the contract on her and couldn't stay out too long. And Zhang Yan was willing to simply let go because he knew about Ming Fei Su's boss, Zhou Ying, both the owner of an artist company and a big star at the same time. She started out as a child actress, but later gained fame for her role in a hit drama, and gradually stepped into the ranks of top-rated actresses. And the most talked about is a movie she appeared in which she showed off a perfect body, especially the broad chest. I don't know how many people drool over it. To Zhang Yan, Ming Faisu was a newcomer to film and television that he only knew in this life, but Zhou Ying was an actress that he knew well from his previous life. And in prison, Zhou Ying, Chang Bingbing, and Liang Shue were known together as the 3 major goddesses, and they were the objects of the inmate's most masturbation in the first 10 years of his life. At least 90% of them. To be honest, Zhang Yan had also thought about Zhou Ying's picture,
Besides being beautiful and sexy, another characteristic of the three actresses is that they are big, all starting at D, maybe even up to E, letting Ming Faisa go as an eyesore. He planned to create a chance encounter with Zhou Ying, fulfilling a dream from his previous life. With a smile on his face, Zhang Yan arrived in the middle of the manor. It's huge. That was his first impression, but it was faintly old. Zhang Yan did not care much about this, because what mattered was not the exterior, but the interior. With Peng Zude leading the way, they entered the interior of the manor. At that moment, a row of maids immediately knelt down. However, these were obviously not the beauties that Peng had promised, as they weren't very good looking, and there were aunts in their 40s and upwards, as you could tell by their clothing, uniformly white maids' uniforms. Answer, answer. The sound of high heels rang out. Zhang Yan followed the sound and looked over, only to see that a woman was walking down the rotating staircase, a big red dress, revealing half of her gelatinous shoulders. Fine boobs, big boobs, great ass. Gee, my favorite model. Zhang Yan admired the red dress girl's face. It was very pretty. It was not even close to Ming Fei Sua, but it still did not reach the extreme line of 90 points, at most 88 points. His definition of the very best is still quite strict, and currently only 2 people have reached the standard. One is Gu Yusen, and the other is Zhu Wei. Nope. Even if Lin Xiangya was such a natural charming bone, she could only be considered a quasi-extreme product because of her poor face value. This red dress girl to Zhang Yan's feeling is weaker some Lin Xiang evening. The same charming light, from the bones exudes a moving flavor. She twisted her plump buttocks and walked to Zhang Yan in style, naturally reaching out and holding Zhang Yan's arm, leaning up in a bird-like manner. Peng Zude said at the right time, "Uncle, because time is too tight and your vision is high. For the time being, we've only found 1 ms. Yuan that meets your requirements. But please don't worry, Uncle. In a month at most, we'll be sure to have every room here filled with people." "Uncle, you're busy. I'll take my leave." He had a good eye and immediately left without looking back. As soon as he left, the red-skirted girl fell straight into Zhang Yan's arms and said in broken Chinese, "Master, do you want to eat me now, or should I take you around the house first to familiarize yourself?" "Let's turn around first," Zhang Yan said. He's long gone from the state he was in when he first got out of prison, wanting to arch at the sight of a beautiful woman. The more beautiful a woman is, the more slowly she should be savored. The red-skirted woman then led Zhang Yan around the manor, introducing the manor while answering Zhang Yan's questions. What Zhang Yan asked was naturally her personal matters. She said that her name is original Miaocheng, but this is her own Chinese name. She is a genuine old Burmese, but since childhood, she likes Chinese culture, and actually learned Chinese on her own. Usually the biggest hobby is to read domestic online novels. Of course, it is a female frequency, and the most favorite hegemony category and immortal category. This very old-fashioned Chinese name is what she came up with according to the fairy tale style. No wonder you called Zhang Yan master right away. So he was deeply poisoned by the internet. She came from a well-off family, and at the age of 19, she married an army officer who, unfortunately, was killed during the crackdown on the remnants of the 4 families the other day. So she became a widow. Unfortunately killed by the remnants? That'll fool the ghost. Zhang Yan naturally knew that it was the Peng family that moved to get rid of the person's husband, which is called once and for all, so as to save this person from being jealous and making some trouble. However, Yuan Miaocheng spoke with a smile, not at all like she had just died her husband. He couldn't help but ask, "Your husband just died. Aren't you sad and upset?" Yuan Miaocheng shook her head. "I don't like my husband. If it wasn't for my family forcing me to marry him for the bride price, I wouldn't have agreed to his proposal." "So, when your husband died, you were not sad but happy?" "Master, don't worry. I've only ever had one man, and my husband hasn't touched me a few times," Yuan Miaocheng said. "I hated him and often kicked him out of bed." Zhang Yan couldn't help but laugh, but then said, "So you like me?" "Of course. You're so handsome and so fit." Yuan Miaocheng seemed to have her whole face glowing. "The most crucial thing is that you're Chinese." "Oh my god. Master, do you know how much I love the things of Huaxia? The culture, the architecture, the food. I love all of it. Too much." She looked at Zhang Yan with fiery, delicate eyes, regardless of whether this expression was from the heart or not. Anyway, Zhang Yan had been cooled off. As I said before, this woman is very much like Lin Xiangye. Charming bones are born, just inferior in all aspects, but really just some. Zhang Yan laughed out loud. "Like Chinese things so much? Come on, let's give you a chance to savor it." Chapter 97, Finding Zhao Shangyun. Zhang Yan experienced an exotic flavor. Not bad, pretty good. He was quite pleased with this gift prepared by the Pine family. "Keep up the good work." Zhang Yan sat on the balcony. Although there were constantly mosquitoes flying over, but he struck out like lightning. Mosquitoes came one to die one. There was actually a short mosquito vacuum. He sipped an ice-cold Coke and admired the tropical landscape of the property, while cut fruit was on the side. Master, why are you up so early? Yuan Miaocheng walked behind Zhang Yan in her pajamas, her jade hands resting on them as she gave Zhang Yan a massage. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, tilted his head back and rested it on a piece of soft ground, pressing the press. The two switched roles, became Zhang Yan for her massage. Just his massage technique is quite unprofessional. If in other massage parlors also do so, will certainly be the female customer's alarm, but it could also be ecstatic yet. After 2 days of waving in the manor, the Peng family sent another beauty. The face value is also 85 points. The proportion of the body is amazing. A pair of long legs is mouth-watering. The key is still a virgin, but one of the breasts is a little small, and the second does not speak Chinese. So Zhang Yan is a little bit of a small disappointment. It doesn't matter. Isn't size rubbed out? If you don't know how to speak Chinese, it's a better solution. Just let Hara Miaocheng teach you. Zhang Yan didn't get lost in the gentle land. He went to meet Peng Jejun. Last time it was in the jungle, but this time it was in the residence. But in a few days, it was a heaven and a earth. Mr. Zhang, you're here. Peng Jejun personally came out to greet him with trepidation. He was indeed in awe of Zhang Yan. Doesn't he know clearly how all the other 3 big families' head families died? If he offended such a ruthless person, even if he had a powerful and coaxing bodyguard, he would not be able to stop him at all. He could be king again now. Naturally all because of Zhang Yan. As an old warlord, he certainly knew the door. Be sure to please Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly asked, do you know anyone in Thailand? Peng Jejun knew that this acquaintance could never be a cat or a dog, but could speak and have considerable power. He hastened to say, no, a general. Thailand is full of all kinds of generals, so it's not a big deal. Zhang Yan then said, I'm going to Thailand, so help me contact this general to find someone for me. No problem. Peng Jejun patted his chest in assurance. Zhang Yan then went back, and waved in the manor for 2 more days, during which the Peng family once again sent a beautiful woman. Again about 85 points. A young woman who had just been divorced, but had been crying and moping, and Zhang Yan didn't bother to look at her face, and directly sent her away. As for what would happen to this woman after she left, Zhang Yan was too lazy to care. I'm not related to you. Am I obligated to cover you? You don't want to follow me. Fine. I won't force you, but I won't mind my own business either. Zhang Yan just purely disliked using force. That would be too meaningless. Only against an enemy. He likes a strong twisted melon. Peng Jejun was very efficient and had already contacted the Thai side, and had also given Zhang Yan a new identity. Main man Zhang Yunlong. Definitely not a fake license. It's an official opening, and the fake has to become real. Zhang Yan was tricked by the snakeheads to the old Burma, and there is no record of his departure, so he needs a new identity to Thailand, or even return to China as Zhang Yunlong. Of course, once he arrived in China, Zhang Yunlong could disappear and be replaced by Zhang Yan's real body. In this way, Zhang Yan can never go out of the country on the bright side, completing the closed loop. The general named Su Chai was still very powerful, and in just 3 days he had found the whereabouts of Zhao Xiangyan's father and son. Of course, this is inevitably related to Peng's army regaining power in northern Burma. Otherwise, you're just a rogue bandit. Do I need to take you to heart? It was different now, and the face of the Peng family army was certainly to be sold. Mr. Zhang, everything has been arranged. You can fly Thai anytime. Peng Jejun said with a smile. Just how does he look like a murderous warlord with this current appearance? Zhang Yan nodded. Tomorrow then. He's been in Old Main for 6 days. A long time. Although Yuan Miaocheng is very moist, Zhang Yan still prefers a woman like Lin Shangye who exudes flirtatiousness from every pore of her body. And there is also a big police flower. In addition, Zhouing is also on his list. So how do you want to see it? Busy, busy, busy. I'm so busy. Therefore, Zhang Yan did not want to waste his time on things like seeking revenge. That's why he's showing off his muscles. In this way, at least those big powers would think twice before acting when they wanted to trouble him. But there's always someone who doesn't know what he's capable of, right? Definitely. But it showed that these forces couldn't come to the surface and were easy to clean up. At least there was no need for him to make a special trip to Thailand like Zhao Shangyun. Zhang Yan was alone on the road, as he planned to return once he had done his business, which might just be a day or two. Hunt? Forget it. He's afraid of hunting one bigger than him. Early the next morning, Zhang Yan caught a plane to Thailand. When he landed, the first thing he did was look for the address. The address was provided by that General Sukchai. Zhang Yan believes that Zhao Shangyun is so rich, even if he came to Thailand certainly will not treat himself poorly, naturally living a luxurious life. So foreigners, and spend money generously. Such a target cannot be good to find? More than half an hour later, Zhang Yan arrived in front of a large villa. Zhao Shangyun and his father live here. Zhang Yan came to the high place to take a look. There were several bodyguards patrolling the yard within the villa, and the inside of the villa was also shadowed. Obviously there were still bodyguards inside. Zhao, are you so afraid of death? Obviously. Zhao Shangyun also realized that the commissions he had posted on the darknet had failed one after another, and he would naturally be worried about Zhang Yan's retaliation. Even if he knew that Zhang Yan was not clear about his current address, he could inevitably be weak, and he had made his security very tight. Too bad it's me you've met. Zhang Yan moved as fast as lightning. Zhao Shangyun was annoyed. He is a well-known figure in Suzhou City. A word or action can determine whether many people can eat or not. That is, those big leaders in Suzhou City have to give him a few points of face. He has been smooth sailing since he made his fortune and is used to being high and mighty. But now what? He was actually forced to hide within a small country in Southeast Asia and endure the searing heat. Turning on the air conditioner is certainly not hot, but you should know that staying in the air conditioning room for a long time will be very uncomfortable. And he is old. Even more cannot afford to blow the air conditioning. It does not take half a day will be bone pain. What about getting out? The heat is rolling in. Who the hell would like to live in a hole like this? He was beginning to miss the country, with its 4 seasons and bounty. What a strict selection of old ancestors. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a woman screaming from a room a few rooms away, causing him to freeze and beckon one of his bodyguards to ask, "What's the situation?" The bodyguard hesitated for a moment before saying, "The great young man just went out when he met a beautiful woman. Very much like it. Just brought it back. God brought it back." Zhao Shangyun grunted. Clearly brought in by force. And now he was also forcing himself on. How come you've come to a foreign country and you still can't control that thing? Zhao Shangyun couldn't help but get even more annoyed. But he didn't notice that the woman screaming in the next room had disappeared at some point. Chapter 98 Bad Luck. Inside the room, Zhang Yan looked at Zhao Tsongnan with a smiling face, while this guy was trembling and panicking beyond words. "This is Thailand. How could you possibly find it?" He was dumbfounded. He had been frightened by Zhang Yan once before in his own home, but it was far less than now, because his father had found assassins on the dark web, and the assassins that had been sent out had failed one after another. This assassin website had now raised Zhang Yan's bounty, adjusting it to 50 million or dollars. Therefore, the father either had to continue to put in money or had to cancel the bounty. But in the rules of the killer network, the money put in was not refundable if the gold master withdrew his order. So whether the Zhao family took or cancelled the bounty, the 5 million was gone. To the Zhao family, $5 million is of course a small amount of money, and he can buy a better car for more than this amount. The problem is Zhang Yan's strength. The jump from 5 million renminbi to 50 million US dollars shows how terrifying Zhang Yan's strength is. Zhao Tsongnan hadn't had a clear idea before, but now he did. Outside can be all Zhao family bodyguards and there are jets, because this is not domestic, but chaotic Southeast Asia. Foreign rich like them is an obvious target. There are too many people want to kidnap and then ransom. Zhao Shangyun has spent a lot of money. However, Zhang Yan still appeared in front of him. God doesn't know. God doesn't know. Zhang Yan looked at the woman in the room again. Although cloaked in hair, it could still be seen as very beautiful, and the clothes had been torn in several places, but the same could be seen as a name brand. Definitely impossible to come from a poor background. And what made Zhang Yan faintly appreciate was the stubbornness and anger in her eyes. Among her emotions, there was an element of fear, but more than anything else, it was anger. So, this woman shouldn't be the one Zhao Tsongnan hooked up with, but the one he took captive. You've got a lot of nerve. Also, don't look at Laotai with all the publicity, as if it is a popular tourist city in the world. But in fact, it is the largest human trafficking country in the world and the largest organ trafficking center. This is an evaluation report out of Generation Eagle, not a domestic hack. Even foreigners say that, so you can see how scary Laotai is. Unlike the old Burma, electric fraud is actually a national. So special pit nationals, the old Thai side of the fair more, whose waist they all ga. No nationality, no gender. That being the case, it was understandable that Zhao Tsongnan was so bold, because many people disappeared inexplicably every year. So what was so unusual about one more? Wouldn't it be solved by spending a bit of money to put the local officials on the spot? Suddenly interested, Zhang Yan picked up the fruit knife on the table and handed it over towards the woman, pouting at Zhao Tsongnan as he did so. Want to take revenge? Here's your chance. The woman obviously couldn't understand Mandarin, but she could see Zhang Yan's behavior. She decisively took the fruit knife and handed over to Zhao Tsongnan. Zhao Tsongnan was kicked by Zhang Yan to the point that his bones were broken several times, and because of the fear that was pulled out of him by Zhang Yan,
he couldn't even cry out in pain. And when he saw the woman coming over with a fruit knife, he just futilely peeled his hands back, trying to get away from the woman. But he was already against the wall. Where else could he retreat? The woman stopped in front of Zhao Tsongnan and just stabbed down. Hold the grass. Zhang Yan all but bared his teeth as the woman stabbed between Zhao Tsongnan's legs. Nonetheless, she stirred along. It might have just hurt a little bit of the side, but now it's definitely cut down. Hey, real physical castration. Zhang Yan could not help but tsk. He knew that this woman was a tiger when he looked at her before, but he did not expect her to be so fierce. Thinking about it this way, it was estimated that without his intervention, it was possible that Zhao Tsongnan wouldn't be able to get any favors, because this woman might just pretend to be submissive and then suddenly do a knee-jerk and waste Zhao Tsongnan. The woman was very fierce, and came at Zhao Tsongnan's crotch a few more times, before throwing the knife to the side, looking around the room, and soon found her cell phone, which she immediately dialed a call out. When the call came through, she was heard yammering on, and the person on the other end just listened, and then, she hung up. Zhang Yan didn't stop this. Judging from the woman's clothes, she should come from a rich family, and judging from her outbursts, it could definitely be described as ruthless, and could never be the daughter of an ordinary family. And that look she had when she made the phone call was full of condescending gestures. Ha! Zhao Tsongnan wouldn't be so coincidental as to captivate a mobster's daughter back. That would be so much fun. Zhang Yan originally wanted to take Zhao Tsongnan out and settle the score with old Zhao, but now he's suddenly changed his mind. Wait, there might be a good show. Anyway, his goal was to finish off the Zhao family and collect a wave of desire points along the way, but if he could achieve both goals and watch an extra show, then why not? Only then did the woman look at Zhang Yan, nodded, and said in English, "Thank you for saving me. My men are almost here. You don't have to do anything. Just wait." Zhang Yan at least went to college. He understood most of these words and nodded with a smile. Sure enough, there's a good show. Then he'd be patient and wait a few more minutes. It should only take a few minutes. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, there was a cacophony of noise outside, and fighting, and even gunfire. However, the gunshots only rang out a few times before disappearing. Zhang Yan stood by the window and watched, only to see a large group of people rushing into the villa, each with a gun in their hands, while the Zhao family's bodyguards hung their heads in shame, one by one, putting their hands up in the air. It wasn't that they were weak in combat, but they were too few. A few guns against 100 or so. Even if they were able to kill a few more people, it would be hard to escape death themselves. Fighting for your life to make ends meet? No offense. No offense. The woman also saw it and nodded at Zhang Yan, then walked to the door of the room and pushed it out. Zhang Yan clasped his arms with both hands and followed. The living room of this villa was hollowed out to the top, and although the two were on the third floor, they could look down, only to see the living room blackened with heads. The woman gibbered a few words in Thai, and all of those people looked up, all of them showing their anger, and beat Zhao Shangyun and the others furiously, before two sturdy men walked up and dragged Zhao Tsongnan, who could only faintly emit a pained grunt, down. What followed was another brutal thrashing. Zhang Yan. Zhao Shangyun looked at Zhang Yan, who had come down with the woman, and revealed an unbelievable gaze, but only said one word before he was held down and violently beaten on the head again. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. Lao Zhao, if you have the guts to put a bounty on me, why don't you have the guts to stay in the country and play nice with me? Zhao Shangyun then stopped talking. How could he have thought that Zhang Yan was so ruthless that he made so many killers fold? And the killer network directly raised his bounty by dozens of times. It's not that he can't get $50 million, but he is afraid of Zhang Yan's strength. It needed to use $50 million to make a bounty. So how terrifying was Zhang Yan? In fact, he had always been cautious and ran out of the country after hanging a $5 million bounty on Zhang Yan for fear of being retaliated against by Zhang Yan. Not realizing that Zhang Yan's strength was far stronger than imagined, he had to say, "Let us father and son live, and I'm willing to give you all the assets of the Zhao family." Chapter 99, Destruction of the Zhao family. He can't afford it. Zhang Yan coldly refused. First, he really can't see it. He's rich and has awesome power. Does he need to plunder so much? Secondly, there is still a relevant department in the country. If he dares to accept this asset, he will surely be liquidated when he turns around. Oh, you can take it by force just because you're a martial artist? What's the point of having laws? What is the best thing about the children of China? Backbone. When we fought against the mold to help the Korean invasion, how much worse than the equipment of the old mold allied forces, but still resolutely on the ground? Chinese people, they never fear power. The same is true when placed on an individual. If Zhang Yan wanted to rely on his strength to override all beings, it would only usher in fierce resistance. In this life he wants what he wants, and to go against the country,
Or even make it chaotic? Isn't he purely and simply sick? The woman listened to the side, suddenly pointed to one of his men. The man went over. The two men said a few words. It is the man said. The woman listened, and from time to time, oh a little. Is she listening to the translator? Zhang Yan looked at it and didn't care, patting Zhao Shangyun's head. In fact, I don't know these people at all. I was originally planning to run to take your lives, but it turned out that I just happened to bump into your son trying to force that woman. So I helped out. I didn't realize that this sister seemed to be quite something. Hey, I have to say, your son is so fierce. He dares to go down on any woman. Sure enough, the man was gibbering and translating again. After the woman heard this, she gabbled a few words to the man as well, and the man then said to Zhang Yan, our family's Missy is called Devika Hone, not some that woman. Oh, Zhang Yan just glanced at the woman for a moment. He wasn't even afraid of a tank. How could he be afraid of a big lady who was a gangster? He smiled and said, since you have men who can understand Chinese, what are you going to do with them? The Chinese-speaking henchman translated immediately. When Devika heard this, she had her men translate. Naturally, the organs are removed and sold, and the rest fed to the dogs. Because the words were translated into Chinese, Zhang Yan heard and understood them. Zhao Shangyun's father and son, as well as a group of bodyguards of course, also heard them, and all of them were agitated and wanted to fight back, but they were immediately beaten up, and several of the bodyguards' arms and legs were broken alive. It's not like it's a hand or a foot to harvest organs for sale, so does it matter if it's broken or not? Thailand is still a damn dangerous place. Even a woman can say Jia wasted things off the top of her head. However, Zhang Yan did not want to stop it. It was because Zhao Shangyun and the others released intense fear and despair. Big time desire points ahoy. Unfortunately, it's just over 50k. When he had pushed the three great families flat earlier, he had harvested over 600,000 desire points. The average family is $200,000, but Zhao Shangyun and these people actually provided only 50,000 or so. LOL. In fact 50,000 plus is quite a lot. Even murderous criminals like the Rainy Night Butcher provided less than 50k. Of course, the Rainy Night Butcher was just one person, while Zhao Shangyun's father and son plus these bodyguards had about 10 of them. Desire points totaled a whopping 770,000, more than 200,000 short of the next enhancement. Hey, even if he lies flat and doesn't go looking for these vicious people, it's a matter of 20 days. Devika asked again. You won't have a problem with me arranging it this way, will you? No, go ahead. Zhang Yan laughed. Devika then waved her hand and dragged Zhao Shangyun and his group out like dead dogs, stuffed them into the van, and quickly drove off. Alas, Lao Zhao ah Lao Zhao. In the future, maybe I will see you again inside someone's body. Hell joke's on you. Zhang Yan intended to leave, only to see Devika walking over. Still with a translator. You saved me. I want to repay you. Actually, bow tie will do. Zhang Yan said something flirty in his heart and counted the time. The ticket he booked was for tomorrow morning. That means he can wave all night. Yeah. 2 hours later, Zhang Yan appeared in an upscale restaurant in the city, while in front of him sat a beautiful, elegant beauty. Of course it was Devika, who had not only changed her outfit, but had even done her hair. She still had an interpreter with her, but this time it wasn't a man. It was a fairly pretty woman, a Chinese student she had hired on a temporary basis. The two just chatted through a third party. Devika is the daughter of a gangster, or an illegitimate daughter, but the first son is too unprofitable, only knows how to suck D and play with women, so he has long been given up. And Devika has shown the temperament to be a boss since she was a child. When she was in elementary school, some senior classmates blocked her and wanted to ask her to borrow some money, and she blinded one of her eyes on the spot. Some money, and she ended up blinding her in one eye on the spot. Her old man originally did not care about this illegitimate daughter, belonging to the spur of the moment, the product of the strong fork after. I did not expect that this illegitimate child has perfectly inherited his ruthlessness. And her mother begged to go over to her old man to help. Her old man knew that of course he was on it, not only to smooth out the matter, but also to give her to the past, personally cultivate. It was something her mother hadn't expected and hadn't spoken to her in years. As for today, she happened to be out alone to take a break. The result of Zhao Tsongnan encountered this colorful guy, a few bodyguards together, forcibly control her into the car. Speaking of this, Devika handed out an olive branch to Zhang Yan. Zhang, you work with me. I will definitely make you rich. Look. What stage is old Tai still stuck in? Just think about getting rich. Am I the kind of person who is full of lowlife? Zhang Yan then laughed. I don't mind forming a pipe bow friendship with you. It's fine to work with you, but it's even better to follow you.
This was heard by the interpreter were stunned. After a while to respond, but not full of red face. How is this going to translate? Zhang Yan then laughed. Turn it over as it is. Devika was rushing again and the translator had no choice but to translate after adding modifications. But Thai is not as exquisite, condensed, or double entendre as Chinese, and once translated, it loses its flavor and becomes blunt as hell. Devika, however, did not get angry but appreciated Zhang Yan. You're very handsome and meet my aesthetic requirements. However, if you want to marry me, you'll have to show more strength. Zhang Yan was then speechless. I just want to roll with you. How do you interpret that as marriage? He looked to the interpreter, who was sitting upright, looking like I didn't do anything. Forget it, I can't even speak the language. I won't flirt with it. It's too tiring. Zhang Yan then laughed. Whenever you learn Chinese, I'll consider taking you in. You're embarrassing me again. The interpreter had a hard time with the look of a dead parent, because although she wasn't sure about Devika's identity yet, the fact that people could pack this upscale restaurant was basically not something that a rich person would do, but rather a powerful one. She didn't want to be raised with Zhang Yan. She had no choice but to fix it up and then translate it. Devika's eyes lit up. You're willing to learn Thai for me? The translator said. Mr. Zhang, Devika said she's willing to learn Chinese. No, it won't be a problem, she said in a dark cold sweat. Chapter 100, Mutual Favoritism. Although Zhang Yan went to her house to spend the night under Devika's warm invitation, this bedsheet did not roll after all. Just because Devika is just mixed up in the mob doesn't mean she's a woman with loose pants. He's a future gangster. Of course he respects his status. However, Devika, in order to repay Zhang Yan for saving her life, still waved her jade hand and transferred a bunch of large foreign horses into Zhang Yan's room. She obviously had a few meanings for Zhang Yan, so why did she have to repay him in such a way? Hey, she certainly has her considerations. The next day, she couldn't help but look shocked as she watched one of the big yokels walk out of the room with twisted feet. Good and strong. She couldn't help but begin to look forward to it. Of course her man had to be strong. Strong and fulfill her needs. That was her criterion for choosing a mate. But she couldn't test it herself. So, these big Yankees are her testing tools. Finally, Zhang Yan pushed out the door, looking radiant, without the weakness of being picked dry. Devika was naturally satisfied beyond measure. She personally sent Zhang Yan to the airport. Zhang, you must practice your Thai. I want you to say I love you in Thai. She looked at Zhang Yan expectantly. With just a one-sided relationship, she certainly could not fall in love with Zhang Yan, but it was undeniable that Zhang Yan had already left a deep impression in her heart. As the heir to the gang, she didn't need her husband to have any power, but rather just to be good-looking and able to fight, and that aspect had to be superb. She didn't want to be lustful and end up looking for another man to satisfy her. As it happened, Zhang Yan fulfilled all of them. So, he became Devika's reserve. The interpreter sighed in his heart and hurriedly said, Mr. Zhang, Devika said that she will try to learn Chinese and hopes to be able to say I love you in Chinese in the future. Zhang Yan could not help but reveal a smile and nodded at Devika. Although it was a bit of a pity that this girl didn't roll in bed with herself, her sincerity was still okay, and she had prepared 17 big yangma for him throughout yesterday, finally letting him be satisfied for once. Such a nice lover. Seeing Zhang Yan smiling and nodding to himself, Devika thought he was reassuring herself and greeted him with the same smile. The two said goodbye at the boarding gate. The interpreter then took a long sigh of relief. This study or not to stay. Hurry back to the country. Yeah, it's pretty messed up over here in Thailand. People go missing every now and then for no apparent reason. It's better to go back home. It's safer. 3 hours later, Zhang Yan appeared in Yunnan, entering the country as the Burmese Zhang Yunlong. Then he met Haramayo Haro at the airport. He had asked the Pine family to arrange for Yuan Miaoqing to come to the country yesterday and meet him right at the airport. Haramaya Hara had been waiting for him for over 2 hours. Seeing Zhang Yan coming over, she immediately threw herself into Zhang Yan's arms like a swallow returning to its nest. Hold the grass. The scene set many a waiting man's teeth on edge with jealousy. Yuan Miaoqing was so beautiful and exuded a flirtatious aura all over her body. It was too tempting. So many of them had gone to accost each other, only to be scared off by a few tattoo-covered men around each other, thinking that she was the mistress of some big shot, but never realizing that the man who had made her throw herself at him was so young. The key is still handsome. Really pissed off. As a matter of fact, if the original Miaoqing throws herself into the arms of a middle-aged man with a big belly, they can accept it instead. See, it's not that I'm not charming enough, but this kind of woman is a gold-digging woman, and others are using money to pick her up. But Zhang Yan was handsome and young, and his body was even better to the point of jealousy, which naturally made them sour. Zhang Yan waved his hand at the Peng family members who had escorted Yuan Miaoqing over, signaling that they could go back. While these few people bowed respectfully to Zhang Yan before leaving the airport, they had entered the country by car.
Take you to Sioux City, my home.
Zhang Yan cupped Yuan Miaoqing's cheeks and kissed her red lips fiercely.
Ioma tasted it, and there really wasn't much to it, except for the body. But the Oriental woman is different.
That kind of flirtation from the bone is the mellow fragrance that will last forever.
Yuan Miaoqing's pretty face blushed and obediently nodded her head.
Zhang Yan used his own ID card to buy a ticket to Haidu, while Yuan Miaoqing naturally could only use her passport, which was slightly more troublesome.
2 hours later, they boarded a plane to Haidu. Naturally, it's still first class. Yuan Miaoqing was surprised. Master, didn't you say that Sioux City is a top 10 city in China? Why don't we just fly to Sioux City? Zhang Yan then had a bit of a black face. As a Sioux City resident, Sioux City Mayo International Airport has always been a pain in the ass. Which pot is the wrong pot? Hey, I'll teach you a lesson in the bathroom later.
Because Zhang Yan was sitting next to a super beautiful woman, the flight attendants in the first-class cabin were ashamed of themselves and did not dare to come over to accost them at all, but instead asked the two of them in a disciplined manner what they would like to drink and eat. After the plane flew into the stratosphere,
Zhang Yan took Yuan Miaoqing into the bathroom to teach her a good lesson. One day, 1,000 miles.
It was only when the plane landed that the two came out of the bathroom, only to see several flight attendants with red faces while their eyes were watery.
Ah, animals, so buildable.
They would also like to experience what it feels like to have their voices hoarse.
The plane landed,
and both Zhang Yan and Yuan Miaoqing did not have much luggage, so they quickly arrived at the parking lot.
Zhang Yan called a commercial car online. A little while later,
the car he called came.
Ha!
Zhang Yan looked at the two people who came down from the driver's seat with slight surprise.
Since when do you need two people to run an internet car? Hello, Comrade Zhang Yan. We are from the relevant department.
A man around 40 years old smiled and extended his hand to Zhang Yan.
My name is Li Jian.
And this is my colleague Zhou Xing.
The one who manages the martial arts department in Yunjie Haian?
Zhang Yan said in his heart, not surprised that they would come to his door and stare so accurately. With a state machine to call upon,
could they not know when the plane Zhang Yan was traveling on would arrive? Besides,
what he did in old Burma should have been known to these people in the country. This was supposed to be deliberate on Zhang Yan's part. Zhang Yan extended his hand and shook it.
However,
the young man in his 20s on the side,
the guy named Zhou Xing,
did not take the initiative to reach out, but rather had a haughty look on his face, itching to turn his nostrils toward the sky. Zhang Yan naturally would not bother with this kind of goods and directly ignored him.
You guys are quite the godsend.
I just called for a car and you hijacked it, he said to Jian Li.
Jian Li laughed.
The commotion you made at Old Main's place was too big for us not to take it seriously.
Zhou Xing suddenly interjected, accusing Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan, do you know how much trouble you have caused? Our country has been attacked by Western public opinion, looking for bones in eggs.
But you are so good that you even went to old Myanmar to cause trouble,
personally giving the handle to those Western media. Do you realize how passive you've made the country and how much damage you've done? Gee, are you guys one singing the red face and the other the white face? Still ignoring him,
Zhang Yan rushed at Jian Li.
Since you're the driver I called, then take me back to Sioux.
Jian Li smiled.
Get in the car, just in time to walk and talk.
They were about to get into the car,
but Zhou Xing acted as a demon again, pointing at Yuan Miaoqing and saying, what we're about to say involves confidentiality, so she can only sit in the car at the back. Snap.
The next moment he was jerked away by Zhang Yan.
Where did come from? Damn it, all lazy to take care of you. You still rub your nose in it? Chapter 101, turn on first. In the end, it was still Li Jian who was the driver. Zhang Yan and Yuan Miaoqing were the passengers. And as for Zhou Xing, he sat in the back of that car. Both cars belonged to the authorities. As the commercial vehicle slowly drove out of the airport, Zhang Yan casually asked, doesn't this relevant department of yours have a name? Jian Li glanced at Zhang Yan from the rearview mirror and laughed. We belong to the 19th branch under the National Special Management Department, specializing in managing martial artists at home and abroad. Thankfully it's not a middle-of-the-road name like Subterranean Dragon or Chopper. What's that in the back? Zhang Yan asked.
At first he thought the other man was singing in blackface, but then he thought no,
this is pure ing stupidity, not like singing in blackface. Moreover,
the eyes of this person looking at himself were filled with jealousy and defiance.
Jian Li then explained, Zhou Xing's father is a patriarch in our bureau. No wonder, Zhang Yan leisurely said, looking for me so impatiently, not even waiting for me to go home. Is there anything important? Li Jian then laughed. It's not really that big of a deal. It's just that I hope you can join our bureau. Although Yan Zihong had invited him before, he had mainly asked him to wear that locator watch to keep him under surveillance. But now, he didn't even wait for him to come back to Sioux before running straight over to invite him and saying it wasn't important. Can you be in such a hurry if it's not important? Zhang Yan didn't break it down either. What do I need to do and what benefits will I get if I join? In this life, he needs a stable environment to pick up girls and enjoy life. And he doesn't even need to be asked by the 19th Bureau to do so. He will definitely step in to make the country stable. And he will not let foreign forces have the possibility of subverting the country. But when it's time to talk about benefits, he's just as unlikely to be soft. Li Jian pondered for a moment, glancing at Yuan Miaoqing through the rearview mirror, hesitating slightly before saying, after joining the 19th Bureau, of course we have to contribute to the maintenance of the situation in the country. And the specific work apportioned to us is to manage the martial artists around the country. And some of them, by virtue of possessing strength that exceeds the strength of an ordinary human being, will do something treacherous and criminal, and it's simply impossible for the ordinary vigilantes to catch them. It would require us to step in. Of course, as a member of the 19th Bureau, we naturally need to firmly abide by the rules as well, and not bully ordinary people based on our martial arts skills. You're very strong, and if you join up, we're prepared to make you head of Section 9, Deputy Division level. Of course, our bureau is kept secret from regular people. And you can't use that status to your advantage unless there's a mission where we can get the local sheriff's office or even the military to cooperate. Otherwise, we're just regular people. So, this deputy has a name, but not a reality. Zhang Yan spread his hands, for the sake of an imaginary position of deputy division. You want me to travel all over the world and labor? That's too petty. Li Jian was a bit embarrassed and hastily said, although the identity of the deputy division cannot be used externally most of the time, the corresponding salary and treatment is the same as that of the deputy division. Zhang Yan lost his smile. You guys should have investigated me, do you think? I'm poor? This guy really isn't that bad. However, although the second sum of money was obviously knocked from the Zhao family, which was not in line with the rules of the 19th Bureau. For one thing, this was something that Zhang Yan had done before. And for another, the 99 million that Zhang Yan had gotten from the first one was compliant, and also rolled over hundreds of millions of dollars in the stock market. Which wasn't enough for him to have a good meal and drink hot water. So did he need to care about any deputy department treatment? Jianli couldn't help but be silent. Zhang Yan, however, didn't care and instead made a request. She's an old Burmese. Get her a permanent visa to save her from having to go to the embassy after a while. No problem. Li Jian agreed in one gulp. Keeping the martial artists honest and not making trouble. Of course, they had to be satisfied in moderation. Is Zhang Yan asking too much? It's just a matter of making his women toss less, for things that don't violate the principle. Jian Li can make the call. So you're agreeing to join us? Jian Li asked cautiously. Zhang Yan snorted. When will you guys fire that Zhou Xing? I will reconsider. Li Jian then laughed bitterly. Zhou Xing's father, Zhou Yun, was the senior backbone of the 19th Bureau, a hallowed Dark Force 7th stage expert, while Zhou Xing also belonged to the rising generation. But in his early 20s, he had already cultivated to Ming Force 8th stage. Never underestimate it, because if you want to become a grandmaster, then you must cultivate both internally and externally. Zhou Xing, but according to Zhou Yun's strict planning step by step. Steady progress? The external strength is Ming Jin 8 paragraphs, and the internal strength is also introductory. The dark strength 1 paragraph is almost to the top of the cultivation. You should know that having a sense of qi is the most difficult, and the cultivation of internal energy is even more of a process of dripping water over a stone. And it is really normal to take 5 or 6 years to improve a segment. Therefore, Zhou Xing's future shall be bright beyond compare. Even if he doesn't become a patriarch, he will still be the number one person under a patriarch. With a gem like that, what leader in the 19th would want to kick him out? That is, if the leader is willing to give it up, how would Zhou Yun agree to it? Alas, why did Zhou Xing have to offend Zhang Yan as soon as he came up? What could have been a good conversation has come to this. However, it wasn't as if Jianli couldn't understand Zhou Xing's thoughts before this. Zhou Xing was the bureau's brightest rising star, with both internal and external cultivation at a young age, and a pleasing progression. But then suddenly as Zhang Yan came out, who was about the same age as he was, but with an internal evaluation that directly surpassed him. Can Star Chow not be jealous? He was a family man, but he let a mudblood steal the limelight, so this guy naturally couldn't endure it. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yan's strength was far above their expectations. A slapping leg kick sends Zhou Xing flying. The main thing is that these little people are not qualified to know what Zhang Yan did in old Burma, only know that he went to make trouble. The movement is not small, but the specific performance is not clear. Otherwise, even if Zhou Xing was jealous, he should have known that a person who could walk freely in the midst of a forest of guns and bullets which was something he could mess with. Li Jian agonized for half a day and decided not to fret. Let the bureau chief figure it out. Anyway, he came to pick up the person,
and he also issued a solicitation and explained the treatment. But Zhang Yan did not agree. Could he put a knife to Zhang Yan's neck? He wants to live a few more years. Next, he concentrated on driving. More than 2 hours later, the business car drove into Linglong Bay. Zhang Yan and Yuan Miaocheng got out of the car, ignoring Li Jian, and directly went upstairs. Li Jian touched his nose and thought that this guy was really rude, walking away without even a greeting. But then, with a ding, he received a message in the background indicating that he had completed a single order with an estimated income of $200, and then he was sent another order to pick up someone at the train station. Oh, Zhang Yan paid. No wonder he didn't even say thank you. Jian Li pinched his nose. And pick up? Really thinks he's a cab driver. Chapter 102, Homecoming. Zhang Yan finally returned to his home. Although the size of this house was far less than the manor given to him by Ping Jejun, the degree of luxury was even worse. There were more than a dozen servants in that manor alone. And the furniture and so on, needless to say, were all luxury goods. Zhang Yan's house cost a total of $10 million. And most of the value is in the location. A small portion is in the house type. And the last is the decoration. So there's really no comparison when it comes to luxury. But it came back and froze, making Zhang Yan feel comfortable from the bottom of his bones. It's called a house of gold and a house of silver. Not as good as your own doghouse. Zhang Yan hemmed and hawed. Hara Maya Haru, on the other hand, poked around curiously. Of course, she could see that the level of decoration of this house could not be compared to the old main one at all. But this was Zhang Yan's home. What did it mean that Zhang Yan was able to bring her to his house, trusting and liking her? With this, what's the point of having a bicycle? Master, I'll make you some food. She was about to go to the kitchen. Zhang Yan hemmed and hawed. I'll give it to you below. Ha, hey, hey, hey. By the time Hara Maya Hara finished her noodles, the time had come to evening. With Zhang Yan's amazing ear power, he clearly heard the sound of the elevator going up, stopping at his floor, and then the elevator door opening. Lin Xiangye is back. Hey. He suddenly opened the door and came out. You're back. Surprise suddenly surfaced on Lin Xiangyan's calm face, and that touch of absolute splendor made Zhang Yan's heart cluster and flutter. After saying that, Lin Xiangye ran over and threw herself into his arms, itching to integrate her body into it. She actually shouldn't be this kind of clingy character, but after being developed by Zhang Yan's flirtatious flavor in her bones, Zhang Yan had only left for a day. She felt empty in her heart and body, and she couldn't help but miss Zhang Yan. Now that she saw someone, she couldn't hold back any longer. I want you so bad. I want you now. Then, she suddenly opened her almond eyes and let out a cry of surprise, her pretty face instantly turning red. She caught a glimpse with her afterglow as a woman walked out of the house. Did this woman hear everything I just said? It's over. It's over. Her image. Zhang Yan laughed out loud, and while wrapping his arms around Lin Xiangye to go in, hooking the door shut with a smooth kick, he laughed and said, Don't be shy. This is the sister I found for you. She's an old Burmese. Her Chinese name is Yuan Miaocheng. Old main? Lin Xiangyan couldn't help but feel relieved. That shouldn't understand Chinese. She's alive again. Hello sister. Yuan Miaocheng had long heard of Lin Xiangyan's name from Zhang Yan's mouth and immediately obediently went forward to greet her. Me. You. Lin Xiangye's pretty face turned red once again and she said offhandedly. You speak Chinese? Yes sister. I've taught myself for a few years. I just don't speak in a standardized manner. Yuan Miaocheng said humbly. Lin Xiangyan then buried her face into Zhang Yan's arms. Shame on you. Shame on you. Zhang Yan then hemmed and hawed. You're still laughing. Lin Xiangyan used her fingers to pinch the flesh around Zhang Yan's waist, but of course she didn't spare or dare to exert herself. However, even if she exerted herself, it made no difference. With the toughness of Zhang Yan's body now, even bullets couldn't penetrate it, so he was still afraid of her as a woman? I've already said that we are sisters. Why are you shy? Zhang Yan said. I'll help you out. How do I get out of this? Lin Xiangye looked at Zhang Yan with a bit of curiosity. Zhang Yan then said. On the street, if you were suddenly naked, would everyone laugh at you? Yeah. Lin Xiangye looked at Zhang Yan blankly. But, does this have anything to do with my social death? Zhang Yan then hemmed and hawed. But if everyone is naked, won't you have to be embarrassed? I kind of get the reasoning, but why did you use that analogy? Lin Xiangye was just speechless. Not bad for you, big pervert. Zhang Yan let go of Lin Xiangyan and looked at Yuan Miaocheng with the eyes of a big bad wolf looking at a bunny. Yuan Miaocheng suddenly realized that it was not good, and hurriedly let out a cry of alarm, turning around and running. Chase, Zhang Yan said to Lin Xiangyan, in order to solve his own social death. Then the only way is to make Hara Maya Haru's social death as well. Lin Xiangye obediently chased after him, watching the two charming, flavorful women chasing after each other in the house. Zhang Yan could not help but be dazzled, knowing that these two women can be the size of the D level.
How big is this running wave? Can't stand it. It's unbearable. In a flash, the evening passed. Zhang Yan got up early. What a great spirit. He did one thing in the morning. Went to the HOA to complete the closing on the house next door.
Ding Hongxian that set of house a few days ago to the online foreclosure.
Finally Zhang Yan to
9.5 million price to buy down. In fact, he is still a little short of the money. Would like to ask Qi Liming borrowed. I did not expect to be Zhu Wei to him to transfer the account. Said that she saved pocket money.
Millions. I can't believe it's pocket change. What a little rich girl. But why did Qi Liming ask his daughter to lend him money? Interested in a match?
Old Qi himself has many concubines,
so he doesn't mind at all if his son-in-law is also a womanizer? But I'm not a flirt. I have no intention of getting married. House transfer.
Ding Hongxian also moved out a long time ago, and did not have any moths, but let Zhang Yan some did not expect.
This guy is actually so honest? Is it scared? No. This person is so jealous and definitely a petty person.
So he must be hiding some bad tricks.
Just what kind of bad moves can such a loser pull off?
Zhang Yan shrugged his shoulders and did not take it to heart.
Is someone like Ding Hongxian qualified to fight him? At this time,
Lin Xiangye and Yuan Miaocheng also got up.
Mo sleepy eyes and yawning constantly.
They didn't go to bed until after 3 last night, so naturally they didn't get enough sleep.
However,
Lin Xiangye had to go to work while Yuan Miaocheng had to cook breakfast for Zhang Yan, so they still got up together.
However, Zhang Yan didn't let Yuan Miaocheng make breakfast,
but prepared everyone to go downstairs to eat together.
After washing up, Yuan Miaocheng could not hide her curiosity and asked Zhang Yan, "Master, why did Sister Lin keep calling out something like 'Where's my husband' and 'Where's my husband' last night?" Hearing this,
Lin Xiangye instantly turned red and almost died socially again. It was all because of this guy Zhang Yan, who had to make her say such strange,
shameful lines. Zhang Yan was first stunned, then he laughed out loud. Shouldn't we let Haramaya Haro say her lines too? But her husband is all hung up. What about "Where's my deadbeat"? Zhang Yan couldn't help but shiver. This seemed a bit netherworldly. After having breakfast at the breakfast store,
Lin Xiangye took a taxi to work. Zhang Yan planned to wait for the money to come out of the stock market and buy her a car,
saving her from having to take a taxi every day,
and squeezing the public transportation. Then she had to get up at least half an hour early.
Zhang Yan did not go home, but took Yuan Miaocheng out for a spin, collect desire points.
Although there are few opportunities to get rich in the country, but the victory belongs to the leak.
Every day can be harvested, one crop after another.
Do not have to be afraid of harvesting.
Moreover,
there was an extra joy after bringing along Haramaya Haru. That's the strong carnal desire that naturally rises in men after they see her.
Hitting on my woman?
Zhang Yan naturally wanted to harvest their desires, so that not only would these people immediately enter the sage time, but their hearts would be as if they were still for several days, thinking of them not being able to pay their rations and being suspected by their wives or girlfriends of having someone outside.
Zhang Yan couldn't help but be secretly happy.
Serves you right.
Chapter 103. In the afternoon, Zhang Yan made an appointment with Pang Wenyun and the girls.
When the 4 women learned that he was back, they naturally took leave of absence from the leadership of the art troupe. Interns usually don't dare to take leave of absence, but who let them be introduced by Qi Liming? The leader approved it painfully. Zhang Yan did not bring Yuan Miaocheng with him,
but went over alone.
There's always something weird about mixing coarse grains and fine chaff together.
Waves run, waves flow, 4 miles and miles. Zhang Yan sipped his beer to rehydrate.
It was strange.
His body was so powerful now.
It was like running a full horse as a matter of course, but he was actually sweating.
Just outrageous. Nope, long distance running really doesn't do anything for me. But this is different.
I was sweating because my heart was visibly racing.
My emotions were high, and I was undergoing intense internal exertion. He casually asked, "Has your leader tried to subvert you?" Dedeshir Meng Meng said, "No. We were introduced there by Zhang, and the leaders are so polite to us. How could they dare to subterfuge us? It's actually the face of Qi Shoufu,"
Zhang Yan said in his heart,
but naturally, he would not explain. Instead, he accepted the compliment. Xiao Yu then said, "Besides, our troupe's pillar is so beautiful, the leader will dive her. It's not our turn."
Zhang Yan lost his smile.
"It seems like you're even aggravated." Xiao Yu quickly shook her head. "Brother Zhang, you've wronged me. Besides my boyfriend, you're the only man I have." "Gee, listen." Crooked reasoning with a straight face. Naturally, Zhang Yan would not criticize, but had a thought in his mind.
"Who is your troupe's stagehand?
Is he good-looking?" He. The 4 women all laughed. "Zhang has moved on?" Zhang Yan was very thick-skinned. "Just curious."
Pang Wenyun then opened her cell phone and flipped out a photo to show Zhang Yan. "Here, this is the pillar of our troupe, called Su Yuncheng. Look,
Isn't it particularly beautiful? Zhang Yan took a look and couldn't help but reveal a look of amazement. Great beauty. She wore a costume, but did not put on theater makeup. So how she looked was clearly displayed in front of Zhang Yan. Bright eyes and white teeth. Especially those eyes. They're so divine. People who study opera and stage drama have especially soulful eyes. Because the eyes are extremely important to show the temperament of the characters and need specialized practice, which is very different from the actors seen in TV dramas. Su Yunqing's eyes were as if they could speak, with a hint of flirtation amidst their purity. In terms of face value, Zhang Yan was willing to give 89 points. It's a tiny bit short of the ultimate standard. Body. I don't know. The costume is so loose that you can't see the body at all. And it's a one-shot with no comparison, so you don't even know how tall it is. But, wasn't an 89 rating enough for the face? It is not like Xu Wei. One is too small to get down. And the second is that his old man is still the richest man in Jiangnan. So there will be a lot of trouble if he gets involved. He smiled. I haven't been to your regiment. Tomorrow. The four women then giggled. Are you there to see us? It's obvious that he's craving for Su Yunqing. Brother, Su Yunqing is not easy to pick up. Wei Huilan also said. Although Sister Su is polite to everyone, she also maintains an absolute distance, so it shouldn't be good to get started. Every day, many rich kids drive their limousines to pick her up, but Sister Su never pays any attention to them. Zhang Yan also slightly. Either Su Yunqing was a gold-digging woman with a very high segment, and ordinary rich kids couldn't make her look at her, or she really had a high and cold personality, as if she was a fairy. Both the former and the latter are a bit of a pain in the ass. The former suggests that the woman has such an enormous appetite that it's almost impossible to bring her down with money. She definitely wants both. And wants both. What about the latter? People are definitely looking for unadulterated love that ends up in the marriage hall. Zhang Yan didn't mind falling in love. The problem was that he only wanted to fall in love. It's okay to have kids, but just not to get married. How can I be so nice and selfish as to marry someone? Isn't this going to make the pretty girls in the sky cry? Zhang Yan revealed a smile. It's good that it's difficult. Just to pass the time. He is now empty of plans for the future and is fully capable of building a huge business empire. But it all starts at the end of this great bull market. How much money does he have now? You have to borrow people's pocket money to buy a $9.5 million villa. He's really idle. Zhang Yan left from Peng Wenyun and the girls and returned to his house. Just after getting out of the elevator, he saw that the doors of his house and the house next door were open, while Lin Xiangye and Yuan Miaocheng were going in and out, carrying clothes and whatnot. Zhang Yan was not surprised. It had been agreed before that Lin Xiangyan would move over when he bought the set next door. After all, it was where she had lived for several years, so there was always some affection. Of course, she was going to throw out everything that belonged to Ding Hongxian, like wedding photos and such. Lin Xiangya's face seemed a bit ugly. Zhang Yan didn't help, but stood there and asked with a smile. Why the stinky face? I should have worked hard yesterday and didn't make you horny, right? Lin Xiangye couldn't help but blush, stopping her hand and giving him a blank look. Yes, you're great. I'm being fed by you. Then who made you angry? Zhang Yan asked again. Lin Xiangye was a bit surprised. Is it that obvious? Well, it's close to writing I'm angry on my brain. Zhang Yan laughed. Lin Xiangye then sighed. I received at least dozens of harassing calls while I was at work today. Zhang Yan gave a slight lurch. Oh, how do you harass? Lin Xiangye wanted to speak, but finally stomped her foot. It's too shameless and nasty. I don't want to say it. Speak, Zhang Yan said in a commanding tone. Lin Xiangye had to say. It all means the same thing, asking if I can charge cheaper. What cheaper? Zhang Yan was stunned at first, then he reacted and couldn't help but they think you're a chicken maker? Lin Xiangye was furious. Do you think I can't be angry? One or two people calling the wrong number could still be a coincidence, but dozens? Zhang Yan smiled faintly. Someone should have put up your personal information on one of those irregular websites and deliberately hacked you. Lin Xiangye froze, then became even more angry. Who's so shameless? What do you think? Zhang Yan laughed. He was basically sure it was someone. Ding Hongxian? Lin Xiangyan also reacted and couldn't help but stomp her feet in anger. This despicable and shameless villain. Zhang Yan then held her up. Don't jump, or the bunnies will run out. Lin Xiangye was shy and angry. You're still making fun of me. Zhang Yan smiled. Don't worry about this matter. You can't manage it either. Leave it to me. As a man, of course you have the obligation to defend your woman. A male lion can dominate the lionesses of a pride and have those lionesses produce offspring for him, provided that the male can keep the lionesses safe. Zhang Yan didn't put in any harsh words, only a stern aura flashed in his eyes. Chapter 104, Making a Yellow Rumor. First of all, where does Din Xian live now? It was impossible for Zhang Yan to personally go look for it,
and it was also impossible for Gu Yusin to do this favor, so he could only ask Lu Jianghao to look into it. Hack into each hotel system to see if there's any information about Ding Hongxian's stay. In addition, he also asked Lin Xiangye to give Ding Hongxian's parents' address, as Ding Hongxian might be living on his parents' side. If you can't find Ding Hongxian in this way, then Zhang Yan will go to court to sue Ding Hongxian to pay back the money, $3 million. The court will naturally accept it. Then the court would have to find Din Honghuan and issue him a subpoena. What Zhang Yan wanted was certainly not a lawsuit against Ding Hongxian, but to find him out. But if you get the courts involved, the time will be much slower. Zhang Yan had to lament that not holding a power in his hand was just troublesome to get things done. Previously, he had sent out the Black Tiger gang to look for the Rainy Night Butcher, but he had found him in just one day. It's all about strength in numbers. Of course, to be able to find the Rainy Night Butcher so quickly, but also because he had information from his previous life, knowing that the Rainy Night Butcher opened a noodle store, which undoubtedly turned the needle in the haystack into a needle in the pool, and the difficulty dropped too much. But Ding Hongxian, if Ding Hongxian were to hide, is really not easy to find. This jealous man really does have a heart like a needle. Lin Xiangye and Yuan Miaoqing cooked together and made a whole table of food, because Zhang Yan had just eaten in the afternoon. He didn't go to the kitchen to harass Lin Xiangye, which made Lin Xiangye a bit uncomfortable. Could it be that this guy is trying to figure out what to do with Ding Hongxian? She couldn't help but be moved. Although the stinking man never said love never just buried head hard work, but in terms of maintaining her, and Ding Hongxian is indeed the opposite. Din Xian, his own wife, is willing to send him out, and Zhang Yan, anyone who dared to hit on her, this guy would absolutely screw the other person to death. She was so excited that she decided to give Zhang Yan a good treat in the evening. After dinner, Lin Xiangye went to take out the garbage with Yuan Miaoqing. Zhang Yan, the grandfather, of course, could not wash the dishes. He took out his cell phone to check the situation of the stock. The float is over $900 million. Now the market moves up 3 points, 4 points, and the same up 3 points. 100 million principal and 1 billion principal can be the same? It's the equivalent of rolling interest, and the numbers get more and more exaggerated. It's made over $900 million in the last month or so the next one could be 1.8 or 2 billion. Then by pulling out of the stock market at the beginning of June, he should make over $3 billion in total. Zhang Yan frowned slightly. This was far less than he had expected. 3 billion into the building. Next year will become 6 billion. And selling real estate is not selling stocks. A little longer may take a few months or even half a year to get out. Although it is said that the house will appreciate in value in the next few years as long as it is held, Zhang Yan does not want to put the money so set in the property market, and only wants to eat the wave of dividends. Money, he has other uses for. Alas, when all is said and done, it's still poverty. Zhang Yan turned off his cell phone and couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Saying such a sentiment out loud, it was estimated that he would be able to receive an ocean of desire points. It's so pretentious. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Ha, there's a noise. Zhang Yan opened the door and exited, only to see Lin Xiangye and Yuan Miaoqing being stopped by a man, preventing them from entering the elevator. By this time, Lin Xiangye was already furious. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm going to call the police, she warned. The man, however, did not care. Don't pretend. It's not like I don't pay. Yo, I didn't think there was a pretty girl. What's the price for a double flight? Roll. Scram. Scram. Lin Xiangye swung the garbage bag and smashed it. The man became infuriated. Lin Xiang, evening, what are you pretending? I paid the chicken head $200 for the introduction fee. If you don't do it, return the introduction fee to me. He still feels wronged. Zhang Yan then walked over. The man glanced at him and couldn't help but lose his smile. Oh, the last dude wasn't done playing yet. It's okay, I can wait. Such a pretty girl. $5,000 a time is definitely worth it. Zhang Yan picked up the man as soon as he could and then pressed the elevator. When the elevator came up and opened the door, he threw the man in and pressed the -1 floor. The man didn't even dare to let out a single fart even though he had already climbed up. One-handedly, he could pick himself up. And anyone who wasn't stupid enough to know the power gap between the two sides should be aware of it. Lin Xiangye was so angry that she exploded. Of course she knew that this man must have seen the solicitation information sent out by Ding Hongxian. And even, Ding Hongxian was so absolute that he contacted the chicken head. This is going to screw her over. Don't look at such a trick as nasty and shameless, but it's really good at grossing people out. Phone harassment can be solved. The big deal is to turn off the phone, or change the number. But every day people come to your home to find you. Some colorful people even use force anyway. You are a chicken. You dare to call the police? Besides, what's the big deal if you're a chicken? Just thinking about it made Lin Xiangye shudder. Zhang Yan was all cold smiles. This Ding Hongxian was really looking for death.
Go home first. He patted Lin Xiangyan's arse.
Lin Xiangye was obviously furious,
but she was angered and wanted to laugh by his butt-slapping action,
and couldn't help but blankly stare at him.
People are still angry. Is this how you comfort people?
Zhang Yan laughed loudly.
I have another way. There's a lot of gas, so I'll just put a nail in it and let it out. Won't I?
Lin Xiangye laughed so much that she was flamboyant, looking at her and shining brightly.
The first time I've seen someone be so honest and say that they're a nail. Zhang Yan was greatly annoyed. I was just giving an example. Am I a nail?
You're not a nail. You're a wolf's toothstick alright.
Lin Xiangye winks. Hubby, I want it. Just now.
Zhang Yan had thrown the man who had harassed her into the elevator in a domineering manner, and this scene had certainly deeply moved her. All she wanted to do now was to stick with Zhang Yan and forget about all her troubles.
Zhang Yan hemmed and hawed. He couldn't give his woman marriage, but this little request couldn't be met? It's a cheap day. Lin Xiangye tied up her hair, poured a cup of hot water, and took ice from the refrigerator. A night of waves. The next day,
Lin Xiangye climbed up with a dark circle under her eyes,
and after hurriedly eating breakfast, she went out to work. But within a few minutes, Zhang Yan's cell phone suddenly rang. Ha!
A call from Lin Xiangyan.
She forgot something? Zhang Yan, save me. Lin Xiangyan's voice came out, full of panic.
Then her cell phone seemed to have been snatched away, and all that could be heard was a cacophony of voices.
Grass! Zhang Yan could not help but be furious.
He hurriedly put on his clothes and killed himself downstairs.
Judging from the time,
Lin Xiangye should still be within the neighborhood, and the noisy voices around her sounded very much like those in the neighborhood. He headed for the entrance to the neighborhood, and within a few steps he saw a bunch of people gathered there.
You want to die? Zhang Yan forced his way into the crowd with brute force, and sure enough, it was really Lin Xiangyan who was surrounded. She was being shelled by a group of older Moncler outlet online women,
while her cell phone was grabbed by an older woman,
who was dying from the abuse, and there were a few other young men watching the action. But, including them and the older Moncler outlet online, none of them exuded intense carnal desire. And the Amazons? The flames of jealousy are burning the sky red, especially an older woman in her 50s with a mouth that is so lacking. Every sentence contains mom, and I don't know how she has the face to say it. In her mouth, Lin Xiang Evening became a vicious bad woman, not only cheating, but also when the adulterer assassinated her husband, causing her husband to leave the house. Even the house that her parents bought was also taken away by her. What's the key? She also said that it was Lin Xiangye who was a chicken maker and told Lin Xiangye to get out of the neighborhood, which was echoed by the other grandparents, who told Lin Xiangye to hurry up and move out, so as not to affect the quality of their neighborhood. Seeing Zhang Yan squeezing into the crowd,
Lin Xiangyan immediately jumped into his arms,
shivering.
Such a move reinforces the belief of a group of Amazons that she has been hooking up with her adulterer for a long time.
Why else would you be so close to another man when you just got divorced? It was just that the men, on the other hand, were jealous beyond belief all of a sudden. Chapter 105. Adulterous Couple. The big mom with the most unclean mouth immediately found a new target of attack when she saw Zhang Yan protecting Lin Xiangyan, and started spewing feces at Zhang Yan as well. The older woman's last name is Yi. Not only Auntie Yi. What about Auntie Yang, Auntie Zhao, Auntie Lu and so on? Which one of them did not look at Zhang Yan and Lin Xiangyan with contempt, wishing to go back to ancient times, stripped the two of their clothes, and paraded them with a rope to show them to the public? Even though the culprit is Ding Hongxian, these Amazons who listen to the wind and move right and wrong are really annoying. There are also those grandfathers, who are old in heart, still staring at Lin Xiangyan in a colorful way. Even without the system, Zhang Yan could know what they were thinking about. In fact, those who like to use morality as a weapon to accuse others are not of good character themselves. It is because they themselves have character problems that they will attack others with abandon when they find out that they also have such shortcomings, as if this will make them moral role models. Zhang Yan swept his wandering eyes and unexpectedly found a familiar face. I can't really call it an acquaintance. I just had a meeting yesterday. The man who found the door to come up but was thrown into the elevator by Zhang Yan. No wonder he called out Lin Xiangye's name. So he was from the neighborhood. Obviously, he had been coveting Lin Xiangye for a long time, and that's why he couldn't wait to kill over immediately after seeing Lin Xiangye's information on the internet. At this moment, his eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Zhang Yan, while the gaze he glanced at Lin Xiangyan was still filled with desire. Didn't you learn enough yesterday? Yeah, Zhang Yan smiled. Then let you get what you want. The next moment, the man rushed into the crowd with a wail and launched an attack on Mrs. Yi. It didn't help that the crowd was dumbfounded. No, what is this? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pull someone away. With so many people around, the man certainly couldn't take advantage of anything.
and Zhang Yan also restored his desire to its original state.
After realizing what he had done, the man couldn't help but turn pale. God, what's gotten into him? But Auntie Ye's old partner was also there,
and he immediately raised his cane and smashed it towards the man.
Pervert!
He was using all his old strength,
and when he hit the stick,
the man's head was immediately broken and bloodied.
This naturally enraged the man. The old man is the victim. Enraged, he went for the cane. He is young.
Of course, Moncler outlet store, he is no match for him.
3 or 2 times, he snatched the walking stick,
also against his head to smash. The pain of the old man screamed repeatedly.
Murder! Auntie Ye, on the other hand,
screamed at the top of her lungs.
This time, the neighborhood was completely buzzing. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, looked at the crowd indifferently and said, "Those who speak ill of others will be rewarded with bad karma. It's not that they won't be rewarded, but they will be rewarded when the time comes." The crowd bared their teeth at that, have a mind to retort. But what just happened is really too strange. How do you think a young man could have evil thoughts about an older woman? The key is still in public. Unreasonable. Is, really retribution? It's too evil. This time, the crowd became honest, and no one dared to say anything bad about Lin Xiangye anymore. Turning to eat the big melon that had just happened. Before long, the sheriff arrived, and listened to the crowd talk about what had happened, and couldn't help but get a big head. It's called something, a beastly heart for a 50-year-old woman? Did you get your training from San? The point is, you did not have your way, and this is outrageous. You say you suddenly got out of your mind. The matter of losing some money can certainly muddle through, but you nonetheless beat up his old partner. This can still be small? Attempted rape and assault on a man's husband. A real contemporary Gaona Nei. There's no way around it. The man has to be caught. The man was arrested, while the crowd cooperated in the testimony, and when all was done, the time had come to a little after 10 o'clock in the morning. Simply take a vacation, Zhang Yan said to Lin Xiangye. Lin Xiangye then nodded. She wasn't in the mood to go to work after what happened. During that time, Yuan Miaoqing saw that Zhang Yan hadn't come back for a long time and also came downstairs to check the situation. So the 3 of them went up the stairs together. 1 man and 2 women, looking at a group of men who were jealous to the point of madness. Some people even reported to the sheriff, who had not yet left, that someone was keeping a mistress, only to be disliked by the sheriff. Minority is a moral issue, not their concern. It's amazing how you get caught playing once and it's a 15-day police hold plus a fine. You play many times and it becomes a moral issue. Returning to his house, Zhang Yan called Lu Zhenghao over. Did you find anyone? Boss, you just gave me the assignment last night. I need to sleep too. Lu Zhenghao protested. Plus 10,000 bonus this month. Don't worry boss, I'll definitely give you the results within half an hour. And half an hour later, Lu Zhenghao did give him the results. No one was found. Zhang Yan had already made a run to Ding Hongxian's parents' house and had similarly failed to discover the existence of this person. So, the guy went into hiding and absorbed the lesson from last time and didn't stay at the hotel again. Is there any other way to find someone who is determined to hide? Other than having the sheriffs out and searching throughout the city? Din Xian should be very proud of himself now. You see, I started the yellow rumor about Lin Xiangye and made you all upset. But you can't do anything about it. As the saying goes, rumor mongering opens one's mouth and disproving rumors breaks one's legs. He couldn't physically do anything to Zhang Yan and Lin Xiangye, but he could mentally create trouble for them. Ha, really? Zhang Yan picked up his cell phone and dialed a call out. Called Li Jian when they came back the day before yesterday. The 2 of them had a chat for a long time. And Li Jian, who was bent on recruiting Zhang Yan into the 19th Bureau, of course gave his contact information to Zhang Yan. Within 3 seconds, the call was answered. Zhang Yan? Jian Li asked. Zhang Yan smiled. How did you guess it was me? He didn't give Jian Li his cell phone number. Li Jian then laughed. This number of mine is only known to people I know. And you're the only one I've given a number to but not saved it. So, the caller ID is an unknown contact. So it can only be Zhang Yan. Okay, Zhang Yan said. I have something I need your help with. Say, looking for a guy who owes me $3 million and ran away. No problem. Li Jian directly agreed. After he reported the situation to the bureau the day before yesterday, his superiors gave him an order that Zhang Yan must be recruited, and he was about to find an opportunity to get in touch with Zhang Yan again, but he didn't expect Zhang Yan to call him first. Such a good opportunity. Of course he had to grab it. You send me the information on this man, and as long as he's in one of the major cities in the country, I should be able to find him within the hour. Chapter 106, Ding Hongxian is finished. Li Jian is incredibly efficient. It was said to be an hour, but just 34 minutes later, he called Zhang Yan and then only gave an address. So, how are you thinking about joining our bureau? he couldn't help but ask. There's no way around it. My boss is pushing me. Zhang Yan then smiled. When I'm done with my business, I'll talk about it in a few days. Join? That's impossible. But it's possible to work together. After all, Bureau 19's intelligence capabilities are quite useful. Okay. Li Jian hung up the phone with satisfaction. You want Zhang Yan to agree to join their bureau for such a small favor? He didn't have that luxury, and it was good enough to be able to talk to Zhang Yan again and give him a chance to lobby. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, drove out in a sports car. The advantage of driving your own car is convenience. The disadvantage is that sometimes parking is annoying, and once you get stuck in a traffic jam it's even more distracting. Actually, I could try running on 2 legs, Zhang Yan muttered. After 10 enhancements, his current hourly speed should far exceed that of a high-speed train, naturally crushing cars, and more crucially, he didn't have to be afraid of encountering traffic jams. The downside is that if he was seen running faster than a car, he would immediately become an internet celebrity. I guess, by then, it's expected that the leaders of the 19th Bureau will be running over to tell him to keep a low profile. Why do ordinary people not know that there are any Ming Jin or Dark Jin martial artists? Such a person is too powerful, far more than an ordinary person, and would cause a panic. And if the navigation is still on, hey, that's fun. It should be a strong reminder to speed. As Zhang Yan thought wildly, he soon drove into a neighborhood. Because he was driving a sports car, the security guard didn't even ask him what he was doing here. He just registered the license plate and phone number and let him go. That's the beauty of driving a luxury car. Zhang Yan found an empty space to stop his car, so he entered a residential building. Step into the elevator and press 14th floor. It didn't take long for the elevator doors to open. Zhang Yan walked out and came to the door of 1403 and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. A few seconds later, someone came over to open the door and couldn't help but froze after seeing Zhang Yan. Who are you looking for? Ding Hongxian. Zhang Yan laughed. The man could not help but show a nervous expression and hurriedly tried to close the door, but Zhang Yan propped him up with his hand, making it impossible for him to do so. What are you doing? Hurry up and let go or I'll call the police. Zhang Yan smiled and gave a gentle push. The man stumbled back while he drove in. Zhao Ming, who is it? A person walked out from the middle of the second bedroom. It was none other than Ding Hongxian. Upon seeing Zhang Yan, Ding Hongxian could not help but show a strong look of fear. He had already been scared by Zhang Yan before and knew that Zhang Yan was very powerful, so he learned his lesson this time and didn't dare to stay in the hotel at all, just for fear that Zhang Yan would find out where he lived. After the house foreclosure, the bank directly transferred 3 million. He got to be 5 million, is considered to have made a small fortune, so he took a few million out to live in this friend's house, so that the friend to serve him well. He invested $6 million in the stock market and has been in a great mood as he has made a flying start in the last few days. Moreover, he spread his ex-wife's personal information on the internet, falsely claiming that she worked as a prostitute, and even contacted a chicken head under the guise of his ex-wife and asked the man to help solicit customers. After doing this, he was secretly pleased. You adulterous couple, just wait to be harassed until you have no peace. Never thought that after only a few days, Zhang Yan would actually kill at the door. Zhang Yan looked at Ding Hongxian with a smile on his face. Old Ding, it's only right to pay what you owe, right? Right. Ding Hongxian had long been frightened and nodded repeatedly. Behind his back, he dared to go against Zhang Yan, but when he came face to face, he was left with nothing but fear. Then pay back the money, Zhang Yan said, while pulling Ding Hongxian's fear value to burst. Permanent. It cost him 10,000 desire points. It's heartbreaking. Ding Hongxian only felt his heart and guts cracking, and hurriedly said, Good. He only felt that he had to do what Zhang Yan said, or else something incredibly bad would happen. Vouchsafing, he immediately liquidated all his stocks out. However, the money would have to wait for the next trading day to arrive. Zhang Yan was not afraid that Ding Hongxian would renege on his debt again, because this guy's fear of him was now permanent, and he would never dare to owe him money and not pay him back. Then he left. That's the end of it? How is that possible? Zhang Yan let Lin Xiang Evening go to the police. Ding Hongxian make her yellow rumor. This is a serious violation of her right to reputation, evidence and so on. Zhang Yan has already let Lu Zhenghao fixed. This thing for a hacker master of course is a small matter. In this way, how could Ding Hongxian be locked up for several days? Waiting for him to come out, will certainly be put into the stock market again. Just then this wave of the bull market is about to end, and the hands of only 3 million, and missed a lot of trading days before Ding Hongxian will do, leveraging into the market. When that bull stock comes to a screeching halt, Ding Hongxian will lose all his money. Even if Ding Hongxian didn't think of adding leverage, Zhang Yan would find someone to approach him and instill the idea of adding leverage in him. Just as Zhang Yan asked Xie Chenchen to seduce Jia Lily,
so that the other party would embezzle the company's money into the stock market. All people are greedy. Like Xian Ding has more of a gambler's mentality, even if the stock market on the first day of the plunge, but not yet 10% of the decline, the securities company will not be forced to close the position. Xian will certainly think that this should be a technical adjustment. How can the bull market just end it? Then the next day there's another crash and of course he's going to lose all his money. Oh, that's cool. Zhang Yan looked at the time. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. By the way, it was said that we would visit the place where Pang Manqian and the girls are practicing. Go for it. Zhang Yan asked Pang Xiangyun to send over a location. Then he followed the navigation and drove over. 20 minutes or so later, he arrived at the Sioux City Art Group. Then, the security guard didn't let him in. This is an official unit. So what if I drive a sports car? The thing to look at here is whether or not the pass you're hanging on to is awesome. Okay. Zhang Yan didn't intend to fold. He parked his car in a nearby parking lot and walked over. After sending a message, he saw Pang Askhyun and the girls coming out of the building. They had them with them, but Zhang Yan still had to do visitor registration, which allowed him to be released. Under the envious gazes of the security guards, Zhang Yan led the 4 girls away. You're just in time. We're rehearsing a new play. Well, we have a tiny bit of a part in it. The 4 women spoke up. Zhang Yan looked at them, all dressed as college students in the Republican era, and couldn't help but oh a little. The 5 had just walked into the building, only to see a well-built woman swaying her plump buttocks just as she walked out. A red one-step dress, black stockings, and a pair of the same red high-heeled shoes on her feet. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up. This woman was probably a little over 30 years old. Her looks were around 80 points. A little prettier than both of them, Pang Wen-yun, and she had thick eyebrows. Her lips were on the thicker side, red and colorful, and there was a mole at the corner of her mouth, exuding sexiness from head to toe. Captain Yu. When Pang Wen-yun's 4 girls saw the woman, they immediately stopped and greeted her somewhat restrainedly. Chapter 107. It's not okay to bully my woman. The name of the leader is Yu Qianhua, the deputy director of the art troupe, who is now 31 years old, obviously dressed up in a sexy and attractive way, but with great official authority. She squeezed out a hum from her nostrils, swept her eyes over the 4 girls, and said unhappily, "You are supposed to be rehearsing a new play. How can you leave without permission?" Pang Wen-yun was busy defending himself. Captain Yu, a friend of ours is here. That's why we temporarily left for a bit and came over to pick him up. Yu Qianhua then looked at Zhang Yan, her gaze slightly bright, but immediately revealed a look of disgust. What kind of place do you guys think this is? Oh, you can just bring in your friends when they come over, even while still putting down your work? If you are needed on stage right now, won't you make everyone else wait for you? Pang Wen-yun still wanted to argue that they still had a while to go before they went on stage, and there was no way it would affect the rehearsal of the new play, but she was pressed down by Zhang Yan. This woman is all about the hatchet, and it's no use explaining and making sense. However, it was as if the woman just looked at the 4 women as if they were in trouble. Why? But why would a deputy chief look at Pang Wenquan and the girls in a bad light? It shouldn't be possible for them to have a conflict of interest. Oh, right. It dawned on Zhang Yan that it should be that this deputy head also wanted to place people in for internships, and might even have received all the benefits. But what happened? The regular post suddenly intervened and placed in 4 interns at once. So would there still be a gap? Then this deputy head would not only have to return the favor and lose his trust, but also lose a great deal of face. Of course she couldn't lose her temper to her regular job, so she could only take this out on the 4 interns of Pang Wen-yun. Oh, then no matter how low Pang Wen-yun and the others lowered their voices, it was impossible to win this person's favor. Moreover, in the general official unit, the main post, deputy post is usually a fight. In such a premise, Pang Wen-yun 4 women are the main post arranged in, naturally also labeled as the main post, and it is just as unlikely to be able to get her favor. Well, Pang Manqian and the others can't solve it by themselves. Zhang Yan is a very protective person, even if it was just for fun. The 4 girls of Pang Wen-yun were now his people, so how could he possibly stand by and watch them suffer? He sized up Yu Qianhua. The desire radiating from the woman was very obvious. The desire for power. The desire for money. Understand. Zhang Yan did not look at Yu Qianhua, but asked the 4 girls with a smiling face, "Do you know how you obtained this internship opportunity? Hey, weren't you the one who introduced me?" The 4 girls were first stunned, but immediately thought that Zhang Yan must have a reason for asking so, and the most resourceful Wei Huilan immediately said, "Wasn't it you who helped us, brother?" Zhang Yan smiled. "I did contribute a bit. However, the one you should be most thankful to is Qi Liming. He was the one who called your headmaster and asked him to make the arrangements." Qi Liming? The richest man in Qi. In Jiangnan, the name of the richest man in Qi should be unknown.
because he not only with billions of near people, but also often do good deeds, high-profile good deeds, frequent appearances on television. It will certainly help boost his positive image, brush up on goodwill with officials everywhere, and benefit his company's reputation, but inevitably, because it's so out of the limelight, it will be targeted. Yu Qianghua couldn't help but have her eyes light up, while her heart dawned on her. No wonder Lu Qiming's eating was so ugly, stuffing in 4 relations at once, not caring about being pointed at. She had thought that the 4 women of Pangmankyun were all lovers that Lu Qiming had found, and felt that the old thing was just too stupid to do such a thing. But what if it was Qi Shoufu who had made the call? Of course the old thing is going to sell this favor. What is the identity of the richest man in Qi? How many city and even provincial leaders were his guests? Therefore, to please the richest man in Qi, people as long as in front of the leadership to say a few words. Still afraid of not being able to move the seat up a bit? Lu Qiming is 50 years old and still has room for improvement, while she likewise wants to improve, and even, she is more ambitious. With that thought, a smile immediately appeared on her just now very serious face. Alright, remembering that you are first-time offenders, hurry up and go practice, she said softly to the 4 Pang Wenyun girls. Gosh, the expression and voice have all changed. Pang Wenyun's 4 girls all looked toward Zhang Yan, while Zhang Yan nodded his head, signaling them to go first. So the 4 women hurried off to the rehearsal grounds. Yu Qianghua, on the other hand, said warmly to Zhang Yan, "This gentleman, what is your name?" "Zhang Yan. I'm Yu Qianghua, the deputy director of the art troupe." She took the initiative to extend her hand to Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan reached out as well, and when the 2 hands came together, he realized that his palm was gently hooked. Who could it be? It can only be Yu Qianghua. Had. No wonder this woman is only about 30 years old when she took the position of deputy chief. This is really something. Seeing a worthy target, she didn't hesitate to use her best weapon. Zhang Yan revealed a smile. "Where is Captain Yu's office? There's something I want to ask for advice." Yu Qianghua had already winked and smiled in the same way. "Follow me." With that, she walked ahead, obviously on purpose, because she wiggled her ass in that sassy way. 80 points of beauty. Is in the 30s the most mature time? Such a delicious to the door. Of course, there is no reason not to eat. Besides, she had just put up a fight against Peng Wenyun and the others, and Zhang Yan had planned to teach her a lesson. The 2 entered the elevator. Yu Qianghua pressed the 6th floor, which is also the highest floor of this building. Ding! The elevator door opened. Yu Qianghua was still walking in front, her plump buttocks twisted even more enchanting. She opened the door to an office, and before she could speak, snap, she received a heavy slap on her ass. This naturally caused her to cry out in shock, not because she was afraid of being Ed, but she was shocked at Zhang Yan's boldness. "The door is still open," she reminded in a rush. Zhang Yan hooked the door with his toe and it closed. "Get on your knees and open your mouth." An hour later, Zhang Yan took the lead and walked out of the office. Time is limited, so make it quick. Yu Qianghua promised not only will not target Pang Wenyun 4 girls, on the contrary, she will also be taken care of. There are 2 heads of protection. The 4 girls can really walk sideways. Zhang Yan also promised that he would put in a good word for her in front of the richest man in Qi and help her go further. In fact, as Zhang Yan's strength grows stronger, his influence will naturally grow, and he doesn't even need to be the richest man in Qi. When he says a word, others will have to think about it. "Hey, how come it feels like I'm the one being whored out?" Zhang Yan bared his teeth a little, but this as Kung Fu is really good. 18 arts and crafts, playing and singing, but take in the harem and forget about it. It is unethical to use a public weapon for private purposes. Just play it once in a while. He does not whore for nothing. After some time to promote Yu Qianghua to the main head, or even go to the city's cultural union and other departments. Chapter 108. Zhang Yan came to the rehearsal room. Pang Wenyun's 4 girls were not on the field, and it was not known whether their part had already passed, or whether it was not their turn. Zhang Yan casually found a seat and sat down. The rehearsal room is very large. In fact, it is basically the same as a normal stage. There is also a stage and audience. Only now there are still playwrights on the stage, while the director, screenwriter and so on are sitting down to act as an audience, and from time to time, they will say a few words because of the performance of the actors. Now for the male/female rivalry. Zhang Yan looked at the female lead and could not help but reveal a look of amazement. She was dressed in a cheongsam that completely outlined her beautiful body. Cheongsam and yoga pants have the same effect in showing the figure, but yoga pants are just intuitively sexy, while cheongsam embodies the kind of gentle flirtation in the bones of Oriental women to the fullest. Of course, being just a little out of shape, whether fat or thin, can be ugly as hell, but this woman is very well managed. Superior sexy beauty comes to the forefront. Su Yunqing, Zhang Yan recognized it at a glance. So pretty. Before it was nude makeup. Zhang Yan even gave 89 points. But now it was a light makeup, and it directly soared to 92 points. It's superb. So tempting. This waist, thin, these hips, perky, these breasts, hiss, so big. He was straight out of the sage state. It's a real beauty. He was right in thinking earlier that practicing dance could add to a woman's charm. Lin Xiangye was like this. Pang Wenyun's 4 girls were like this. And this Su Yunqing was the same. Zhang Yan is appreciating. Suddenly, the stage above the hanging props lights actually fell down. This thing is the European medieval kind of style. Foot hundreds of pounds of weight. And then from the height of about 5 meters smash down. Can really hit the dead. And coincidentally, Su Yunqing was right underneath the lamps. A gasp of surprise. Zhang Yan scurried out like lightning. As soon as he hooked Su Yunqing's slender waist, he wrapped her slender, plump, delicate body into his arms before scurrying out to the side, again deliberately slowing down a bit. Boo! The lights smashed down, shaking a cloud of dust on the stage, and there was the sound of breaking glass, and the cacophony was incredibly loud. And, of course, the screams and gasps of the crowd. Su Yunqing happened to be right below when the lamps fell just now, a fixture that heavy falling from such a height would kill someone. Su Yunqing is their pillar. The men were all terrified, and in their minds, Su Yunqing had another identity, dreaming of the goddess. It's over. It's over. This absolutely beautiful goddess is going to be smashed to a bloody pulp. But it was so dusty that for a moment they could not see what was going on, and they could only shout. And the person in question? Su Yunqing leaned into Zhang Yan's arms, listening to the powerful heartbeat, filled with the celebration of a life after a robbery. When the crowd let out an exclamation of surprise, she also looked up just in time to see the huge, thick, heavy light fixture come crashing down on her head. But everyone on the crew knew how heavy it was, and every time it was hoisted up it was either by a machine or 3 or 4 big men had to make it work together. She's absolutely screwed if she gets smashed. Such a death came so suddenly that she didn't even get a chance to say goodbye to her mom. It was at such a moment of despair that she saw a man rush forward, wrapping his arms around her and carrying her off to the side as she fell and flew out. It was a moment that moved her beyond words. She had been pretty since she was a little girl, and not just pretty at all. So since the 4th grade of elementary school, boys in her class had been writing her love letters, and by the time she reached junior high school, not only boys from the entire grade, but even boys from different grades would send her love letters, and by the time you get to high school, people from different schools would write her love letters. She, on the other hand, follows her mother's teachings to never fall in love early, so she rejects everyone. However, this still can't stop men from adoring her. Some boys are punks, often stopping her, flowing and trying to take advantage of some. As a result, she had stored up a deep wariness, even revulsion, against men, so much so that when she became an adult, and even after she got a job, she still stayed away from men, always feeling that they approached her just for her body. But now what? This man had risen to the occasion, risking that he would be injured, even killed, to save himself. It's funny, all the men in the troupe usually express their love for her either explicitly or implicitly, and even some of them are married, but when it really comes to the critical time, will anyone come forward? Su Yunqing suddenly felt that even if he still wasn't out of danger and really had to die here, it seemed worth it. She didn't want to leave this chest, warm, strong and giving her a strong sense of security. After a few seconds she found herself still being held tightly, making her realize the danger had passed. Only then did she look up at the man who had saved her life. A look of fortitude, handsome face. These eyes were too godly and stern. Just one look from him and the bad guys would be trembling. Right? It's too secure. Sister Su. Sister Su. Great. Sister Su is fine. Sister Su is fine. By this time, the dust had also dispersed, and when the crowd saw that Su Yunqing was being cradled in someone's arms, no one could help but let out a cheer. Su Yunqing was naturally too embarrassed to rely on Zhang Yan's arms anymore, and with a red face, she stood back up and softly said, "Thank you for saving me, you're not from our regiment?" Then, with a sweep of her gaze, she suddenly let out a startled cry. "Your arm is injured." It was then that she realized that Zhang Yan's left arm clothes were cut. It must have been touched by the hook of the chandelier. Luckily, there was no blood in sight, probably just a scratch. She couldn't help but feel a strong sense of guilt rising. If it wasn't for saving her, could Zhang Yan have gotten hurt? "Get to the hospital and get a tetanus shot," she said in a rush, nervous. Of course, Zhang Yan had intentionally allowed the clothes on his left arm to be scratched. Otherwise how could he reflect the ferocity of the situation? With his strength, he could both easily carry Su Yunqing to safety, and even more so, he could smash the smashing lamps away with a single punch, and even accomplish it more than 5 times in such a short period of time. but it's too easy, and a beautiful woman won't be so touched. Look at Su Yunqing's current appearance. The kind of anxiousness that was almost overflowing. The others also gathered around. Firstly, to express their gratitude to Zhang Yan, and secondly, to wonder how he was able to rush onto the stage in such a short period of time, and also carry the person to the side. Normal people don't even have enough time to rush up, right? Not to mention having to hold someone. Zhang Yan laughed. I'm fine. The clothes are all scratched. How can they be fine? Su Yunqing turned her head to the director and said, Director, I'll take a leave and accompany this gentleman to the hospital. You're the leading lady. If you leave, how can the scene be rehearsed? Of course the director was unwilling to agree. Why don't we let Xiao Lu send this gentleman to the hospital? Xiao Lu is one of the drivers in the regiment. Su Yunqing, however, insisted on disagreeing. Then I'll take a vacation. It's not just a payroll deduction. People saved her life. She didn't even manage to accompany them to the hospital. How could she be so ungrateful? The director had no choice but to listen and let it happen. People are not small actors. They are stagehands. And there are too many units and companies in other cities that poach. If he dares to fire someone or force Su Yunqing to resign, then they can find a new job tomorrow. While he, the director, will be scolded by the head of the group. Watching Zhang Yan leave in company with Su Yunqing, the four girls, Pang Wenyun, who had only just run over from the backstage, were all incredibly impressed with Zhang Yan. Cao just arrived and abducted the stagehand. By the way, before Zhang is not still with the head of the metaphorical. He. Worthy of Zhang. However, it was so dangerous just now, but Zhang actually rushed out without hesitation. What a good guy. Good people? The four women looked at each other and all snorted with laughter. Who's a nice guy who sleeps in a girl's dormitory at night and climbs on every bed? Xiaoyu forcibly labeled Zhang Yan. Brother Zhang is a horny good guy. After saying that, the four women laughed once again. Chapter 109, The Odd Lady Doctor. Although Zhang Yan kept saying that he was fine and that he had a car, Su Yunqing insisted on not listening and instead stopped a car and took Zhang Yan to the hospital. It wasn't even a normal hang-up, but a direct call to a doctor. Su Yunqing, as the pillar of the art troupe, still has some connections. It was a female doctor who came. Good guy, the height of 175. A white coat cannot hide her beautiful body. Of course, can only catch a glimpse of the spot. The face value is enough to reach 86 points. Well, coupled with that cold as ice temperament, Zhang Yan is willing to add another 2 points. Sister Peach, hurry up and give him a full checkup. Su Yunqing took matters into her own hands. The cold female doctor glanced at Zhang Yan first, then whispered, if you are already pregnant, then it's already too late for him to do a marriage test now. Gee, what kind of tiger and wolf word is that? Su Yunqing was first stunned. Then her pretty face turned red. No, Sister Peach, you've misunderstood. She hastily shook her head. Earlier when I was rehearsing in the troupe, I encountered an accident. She told the source of the story. The cold female doctor drifted off. I thought you were unmarried and pregnant. Actually, you don't have to be so heartfelt. Su Yunqing was already in a state of social death, wishing that there was a crack on the ground for her to burrow into. But fortunately, she remembered Zhang Yan's injury, and could not care less about her shame. She urged the female doctor away to give Zhang Yan a checkup. The cold female doctor then said to Zhang Yan, take off your top dash. With that, she turned her head to Su Yunqing and said, do you want to do a prenuptial checkup by the way? No, use it. Su Yunqing gritted his teeth. You really don't need to? The female doctor also confirmed. No need. Su Yunqing was going crazy. Only then did the cold female doctor nod her head with some regret and began to examine Zhang Yan. First, he examined with his naked eyes. Then he used a stethoscope. And finally even used his 2 slender jade hands to press on Zhang Yan's abdomen. Your boyfriend is non-injured and strong as a horse. I didn't say stallion. She made a point of explaining. What a contrast for a cold beauty to say something like that in a serious manner. Su Yunqing only felt frantic. Why does she know such a friend? Oh, that's the only friend she has. Then there's nothing to be done. Unexpectedly, the cold female doctor came on. You're a little unreasonably strong. Let me take your blood and test it. Su Yunqing became unhappy. People weren't injured in the first place. Why do you want others to see blood instead? Zhang Yan, don't listen to her. On the way here, the two naturally exchanged names. Only Zhang Yan was pretending not to recognize her. And Su Yunqing really didn't know who Zhang Yan was. Her intention was to let Zhang Yan take a tetanus shot, but since Zhang Yan was not injured, it was obviously impossible to contract tetanus either, and taking a tetanus shot would be purely nothing. The cold female doctor, on the other hand, was very sorry. Well, Sister Peach, since he's fine, I'll leave you to your work. Bye. Su Yunqing pulled Zhang Yan and ran away, as if she was hiding from some flooding beast. If you're afraid of getting pregnant, make sure you wear a condom.
The cold female doctor was still calling from behind. She was filled with regret.
As a medical practitioner,
She was really curious about Zhang Yan's incredible vitality.
was there some special substance in this guy's blood that made his body so strong?
Only after walking out a long way did Su Yunqing realize that she was still holding onto Zhang Yan's hand, and she couldn't help but blush as she hurriedly let go.
I'm sorry, I was just in a hurry. I'm not that kind of person dash.
She was in such a hurry that she forgot how to phrase it.
To hide her embarrassment,
she had to change the subject.
By the way, do you know anyone in our group? Why else would an outsider come in when there's no show today? With Su Yunqing's favorable impression of him now,
Zhang Yan could completely deceive and not reveal his relationship with Pang Wenyun, and he might soon be able to embrace the beauty.
But first, Zhang Yan was too lazy to chase women. Gu Yusin is so extreme,
but his attitude is also 3 days of fishing and 2 days of sunshine.
Secondly,
he's not at all interested in cheating on women.
Isn't that no different from Yu Xianhui? Zhang Yan likes to use money to smash, so it is the most dry. Either like Lin Xianye, he came up and set out the car. I am just interested in your body. All I did was to sleep with you.
Of course, he is generous and kind to his women,
and absolutely fulfills them, at least materially. Hey, it's actually physically satisfying. At most, you can't let a girl monopolize him.
A superb man like him.
If he were to be monopolized by some sister, wouldn't it break the hearts of the beautiful people under the sky? We can't do something so cruel. Zhang Yan then laughed. I came to see 4 friends. 4 friends? So many. Who is it?
Su Yunqing looked curious.
Zhang Yan then spoke up.
Su Yunqing obviously couldn't possibly have any impression of the 4 interns. In fact,
she kept her distance from anyone,
and she was basically in a state of knowing only the names of both men and women in the troupe. If Zhang Yan came to see a certain girl, then she would definitely think that the two are a couple.
But how can 4 people be? At least her imagination wasn't that fertile. Although Zhang Yan was too lazy to deceive,
he wasn't stupid enough to tell a woman he just met that he had a ton of women. The two retook a cab back to the art group. Arriving in front of the art troupe's gate, the two had just gotten out of the car, only to see a young man rushing out from inside the gate,
very handsome, all covered in designer labels, and said to Su Yunqing, Qingqing, I heard that you were almost smashed. It scared the hell out of me. Su Yunqing, however,
had a coldness that rejected others.
Thank you for your concern, I'm fine.
The young man hit a nail on the head,
but seemed completely unfazed by it, because Su Yunqing was such a character. He had long since gotten used to it. But, he swept his gaze across and his face sank when he saw Zhang Yan. Qingqing, who is he? How did you get down from the car with him? A look of spilled vinegar. Naturally, Zhang Yan would not pay any attention to him, and with a flick of his hand, the young man was pushed aside. Don't block the road. Do you have any manners?
You. The young man had just stood still, and before he could lash out, he saw that Zhang Yan had already walked into the gate with Su Yunqing, and hurriedly pulled his legs up to chase after him. Su Yunqing seemed to be afraid of Zhang Yan's misunderstanding and took the initiative to introduce the young man's identity. His name is Zhang Lin. He is the son of Vice Mayor Zhang's family. Vice Mayor Zhang is in charge of the recreation and culture section. That's why he knows me. This means that he knew me.
I didn't know him. He chased me. I ignored him. By this time Zhang Lin had already caught up.
Occasionally inflected to the sentence Zhang Vice Mayor,
hastily added, my father is the executive vice mayor. There's still a pretty big difference between having this executive or not. It was just that Zhang Yan and Su Yunqing both ignored him, making him curry favor. Back in the rehearsal room,
by this time the scene had been processed and the chandelier that had fallen was long gone, but the stage was still left with potholes that showed how treacherous the situation had been.
As Su Yunqing watched, he couldn't help but rise in fear,
his hands clasped to his arms.
Seeing this,
Zhang Yan reached out and patted her on the shoulder in an encouraging manner. Su Yunqing didn't feel that his actions were too intimate,
but instead gave him a grateful look, which made Zhang Lin, who was following behind, almost gasp and crook his nose.
He'd gone out of his way to lick Su Yunqing, but he'd been licking her for a full year. But Su Yunqing was still incredibly cold to him. Luckily, she was just as cold to other men, making Zhang Luan think that she was too high and mighty, and needed to be licked harder. Never would have guessed that she wasn't like that with all men.
At this moment, intense jealousy arose in him,
and his gaze toward Zhang Yan became sharp.
Chapter 110, The Second Generation of Officials. As a second-generation official, and his old man is still at the hall level, can Zhang Lin's temper be small? He grew up with stars in his eyes. When he was in elementary school, his father had already become the mayor of the town, and his academic performance, which was obviously ordinary, was a third-rate student every year. And when he was in junior high school, his father had already entered the district committee and become the deputy mayor. So, He was still a third-rate student every year and was guaranteed admission to the best high school in the city. And after 3 years of high school, he also didn't take the entrance exam. And as usual, he bailed into a 985 university. When he came out of college, instead of logically entering the official world and following in his father's footsteps, he started a company, because he thinks it's better to have money. Like my father, who is obviously in a high position, but he doesn't dare to go to high-class places at all, and he doesn't dare to use any luxuries or eat any expensive food in his spare time. Besides, would father dare to play with women? He doesn't want that. He is about to spend his money painfully, enjoy the best material conditions and play with beautiful women. If he enters the officialdom, his old man will surely let him marry a wife who is also from the officialdom, forming a political alliance, which can help his old man as well as his career. But he didn't want to marry a mediocre-looking woman, and with the same official background it would become difficult for him to fly the colors outside. With his father's connections, his company certainly did very well and made a lot of money. It could be said that he had lived up to this point in time with smooth sailing, getting whatever he wanted without a single exception. But now, exceptions are appearing. It's fine that Su Yunqing doesn't show color to all men. He doesn't mind continuing to lick them. But damn, what the hell are you? You actually dare to grab a woman from me. And the key even won a step. I won't you up. Zhang Lin stared menacingly at Zhang Yan. It's not worth it for a woman. However, he had licked Su Yunqing for a year already. And at this point if the woman he licked ran off with another man, the sunk cost would be too high for him to tolerate. And he will become a joke in the circle of officials. Ha ha, it's that Zhang Lin. The woman who chased for a year ran away with another man. He can't afford to lose face. Zhang Lin did not immediately attack. Before being pushed away by Zhang Yan, he already knew that Zhang Yan's strength was extremely strong, presumably a regular gym goer. His little bit of energy was all focused on women. And now it was definitely a self-inflicted humiliation to run into Zhang Yan. Besides, what kind of person is he that he needs to do it himself? Wait and see what I'll do to you. He listened silently. As the others didn't know Zhang Yan's identity either, Su Yunqing made the introductions for him, and the crowd came forward to express their gratitude. If he hadn't stepped in on time, something big would have happened today. It turned out that the man's name was Zhang Yan. Instead of listening further, he stepped aside and took out his cell phone to make a call. Help me check someone. Name is Zhang Yan. ID number? Don't know. You just checked directly in the system. Probably in his 20s. Send me all the people you found out, and I'll naturally know which one it is by taking a look. Faster. Then he hung up. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, he received information from 5 people. There are quite a few renames. Zheng Luan looked through it for a moment before the second one turned up the rightful owner. Orphans? Working for a small company. And quit a while ago? Grass. How can such goods be worthy of stealing a woman from me? Anger flashed in Zhang Luan's gaze, and he would send someone over to clean up this guy tonight. Because he saved the leading flower girl, Zhang Yan instantly became the most popular person in the regiment. And the regimental commander's attitude changed from gratitude to awe when he learned that he was Zhang Yan. This is a lord who can hook up with the richest man in Qi. Although he and Qi Shoufu does not exist in the relationship of superior and subordinate, but Qi Shoufu knows too many high officials, that as long as in front of these leaders to mention a word, he may be able to be promoted to a higher department to serve. He's only 50 years old and has room for improvement and ideas for improvement. But he didn't say anything about Zhang Yan having a relationship with the richest man in Qi. Jokes aside, this was a resource. So why would it be possible for someone else to get hold of it as well? For example, Deputy Regimental Commander Yu Qianghua. She has been coveting her position, on the grounds that she is a woman, often seducing her superiors. Her pants can be loose. Otherwise how could she have become a deputy regimental commander at the age of only 31? What if this serves Zhang Yan well, and Zhang Yan asks Qi Shoufu to put in a good word in front of the leader? He might just be sent off to the Qing Yamen for a random reason, and this would take his place. How does this work? However, Yu Qianghua this is really greedy, although not as beautiful as Su Yunqing, but wins in the when walking up, the ass twisted that called a flavor. It's just that he is the main. Yu Qianghua is the deputy. The two belong to the competitive relationship. How can Yu Qianghua lick him, unless he's willing to give up the head position? That, of course, was out of the question. So he was left to gluttonize the flamboyant deputy, but never got on board. He didn't know that Yu Qianghua had actually known Zhang Yan's identity, and even took the initiative to seduce Zhang Yan to sleep with her. After work, Su Yunqing was adamant that she wanted to treat Zhang Yan to dinner. So naturally, Zhang Yan would not refuse and readily agreed. However, Su Yunqing also invited the 4 girls of Pangwenyun by the way, because she knew that Zhang Yan was coming to see the 4 girls, and if she had abducted Zhang Yan for dinner, it would be a bit of an excuse. so the six of them went to dinner together. Watching the six people leave together, Zhang Lian had a grim expression and stomped his foot fiercely. How are we going to clean up Zhang Yan? This person got lucky, made a fortune, and has resigned from his former organization. So trying to use his job to pin this person down is impossible, and this person is not in business, so it is useless to have him be able to command the fire, health, etc. departments. On the white side, he could barely do a thing with Zhang Yan. Then we'll have to use the black one on him. A few tens of thousands of dollars bucks to beat a guy to a pulp. Hey, when you come crawling over to chase women? He was full of disdain. White Crane House. This is a long-established restaurant in Sioux City. The consumption is not cheap, but it is not expensive either. After Su Yunqing ordered a few dishes, she gave the menu to Zhang Yan. You guys order a few as well. Zhang Yan then chose two of his favorite dishes, and then gave them to Peng Wenyun. The four girls also ordered one each. Su Yunqing also wanted them to order a few more, but the four girls said that there was enough. There was no need to waste it, so Su Yunqing didn't insist. And anyway, if there wasn't enough to eat, they could always add more. In no time, the food came up, and the six of them ate while talking and laughing. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Peng Wenyun, they knew that Zhang Yan was going to pick up this stagehand and kept saying good things about Zhang Yan, making Su Yunqing feel more and more comfortable with Zhang Yan the more she looked at him. The man he had waited so long for would be this one. Chapter 111, There's a Fire. In the box, the atmosphere was harmonious. Ha, my walnuts fell under the table, Wei Huilan suddenly said, about to shorten her body to look under the table. Su Yunqing had seen Wei Huilan dishing out a few playful walnuts before, and as the master, she hastened to say, I'll help you look for them together. No, I'll just find it myself. Wei Huilan politely refused. Peng Wenyun and Xiaoyu are also together to persuade Su Yunqing. Is not just looking for a play walnut. How can trouble the leading flower girl to do this kind of thing? If it is transmitted back to the group, these interns will certainly be stigmatized, being made to sound as if things were very serious by them. Su Yunqing put away her intentions to help. It wasn't that she was afraid of what would happen to her, but she was really afraid that the four girls would turn around and get their shoes shod. However, Zhang Yan did not think so, as he saw that the four women, Peng Wenyun, all had a wry look on their faces. Well, he saw it in the emotions of the four women. What are they up to? Zhang Yan was suddenly startled as someone came to his feet. Then, he bared his teeth so violently that someone was actually Latin dancing. I'll go. Seeing Zhang Yan's suddenly ugly face, Su Yunqing couldn't help but ask with concern, what's wrong with you? Were you injured in the afternoon? Do you need to go to the hospital? Zhang Yan frowned slightly and pressed his hand. It's fine. I'm just remembering the time when I was a child and someone was trick-or-treating. Peng Wenyun, Sure Meng Meng and Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh out loud in a bad way. Su Yunqing, on the other hand, was confused. Keep eating. However, a doubt flashed through her mind. Hadn't Wei Huilan been looking for walnuts for a little too long? You really don't need any help? But without waiting for her to ask a question, she saw Wei Huilan crawling up from under the table, perhaps because she had been bending over for a long time. Her face was flushed, and she placed a cultural walnut on the table. Zhang Yan seemed to look back and laughed. Are walnuts fun? Wei Huilan took a big gulp of her drink, tons and tons of sips before saying, fun, how do you play? Zhang Yan laughed. Wei Huilan picked up the walnuts and coiled them in her hands, her eyes flirtatious. Zhang Yan couldn't help but let out a O sound in succession, and had a feeling of sudden realization. So it was such a set of moves. That's a bit of a good Latin dance. Su Yunqing looked and listened inexplicably, always feeling that there was some problem, but then said where it was. Zhang Yan laughed and pushed the case up. I'm going to the restroom. Unfortunately, the restroom on the third floor was actually under maintenance, so he had to go to the second floor, which turned out to be overcrowded because so many people came down to use the restroom on the third floor, and even many ladies occupied the men's restroom. Well, Zhang Yan went to the first floor. Luckily, there aren't many people on the first floor. The water was drained out and he was washing his hands when he saw a burly man of 2 meters walk in. Although the average height of young people is now greatly increased, but 2 meters tall is still quite rare. Especially this man is strong like a bear. It is estimated that there is number 300 pounds but also 250. Zhang Yan was stunned. Isn't this guy the Iron Bear in the jail in his previous life? It's a pretty small world to be able to meet former cellmates on the outside. Wait, how did Iron Bear get in there? Zhang Yan couldn't help but ponder. Of course he couldn't remember the reason why everyone was in jail. However, Iron Bear, because he was especially capable of fighting, really like a brute bear, his defense was still super high. His fighting power was very powerful, and he was a loud and clear figure in jail, so naturally, there would be people talking about this brute bear. Unfortunately, This person's brain is not very bright. Within a few months of going in, he was undermined, and the hamstrings of both legs were picked off, similar to an invalid. I remember. Iron Bear is there because he followed his boss to negotiate with his competitors, wanting to make the other side know what to do, lest there be vicious competition, lest he win the bid and not make any money. However, both sides had fought their way up from the bottom and spoke roughly, and with one word from you about your mom and one word from him about ing, it went from negotiation to all-out brawl. In fact, this is nothing. The point is, today there is a family here in the family to celebrate the birthday. Brought a lot of fireworks. The two sides fight, actually set fireworks to ignite, resulting in a megafire. Killed a lot of people, so there was no need to do any business on either side. They were all arrested. The two leaders all received the death penalty, while the henchmen received sentences ranging from a few years to 10 years. Gosh, it can't be such a coincidence that it's today, can it? Zhang Yan tried to recall, because the era was too long ago. He was a bit unable to remember clearly. After all, the Iron Bear was only in the limelight for a few months, and then there was no more then, because the memories are so far back, but in turn proved that it should be very close to the point in time when he was incarcerated. Zhang Yan nodded. Whether it was today or not, he definitely had to keep an eye on it. Fortunately, it was a fire, not an explosion. If there was an explosion, Zhang Yan would definitely hide as far away as possible. He didn't want to test whether his current physique could carry the shockwaves generated by the explosion. If there was a fire, it would be too simple. He would directly blast through the wall and jump out to escape. Easily. He was just about to go back, but suddenly he heard a heated argument, and he immediately ran out to check, only to see a bunch of people pushing and shoving and instantly getting into a fight. Zhang Yan sighed. It was really today. What luck! This can happen. Phew! Bang! A man was pushed and shoved out of the room and hit the birthday cake, which was still lit with candles, and the cake was knocked over on the ground, and a cardboard box was placed next to it, and the flames ignited the cardboard box, and immediately rockets flew out of it. That was fireworks, and the other was firecrackers, which not only made a loud noise, but also threw a ball of flame in all directions under the impact of the explosion. So the tablecloth burned, the curtains burned, and the fire started instantly. At once, terrified screams rose in all directions, and the people on the first floor fled out toward the outside. It was certainly easy for Zhang Yan to go out now, but there were still 5 sisters upstairs, so how could he run away alone? Wrong. It's a chance to brush up on your favor. Zhang Yan immediately ran back. The stairs were crowded. The commotion was so loud that many people on the second floor and even the third and fourth floors heard it and ran out to check the situation. And when they heard the shouts of fire and fire, they were busy scrambling to escape first. How easy is it to swim against the current? But that depends on who it's for. Those who were stepped on by him were all screaming ouch, 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 ouch. But they didn't even get a good look at Zhang Yan's appearance, and they were only concerned about escaping. So how could they possibly go and settle the score with Zhang Yan? Zhang Yan quickly arrived at the door of his compartment, only to see that Su Yunqing's 5 women had all opened the compartment door and were nervously looking around. Seeing Zhang Yan coming over, the 5 women asked at the same time, "What happened?" Chapter 112, Escape. The first floor is on fire. Zhang Yan simply summarized, "Let's hurry and leave." The 5 women were startled and hurriedly followed Zhang Yan towards the stairwell. They squeezed their way through the crowd to the first floor. Nice guy. Zhang Yan was all TSK because before it was just a small fire starting everywhere. But now the fire had spread. White Crane House is an antique decoration, using wooden tables, wooden chairs and wooden pillars. So in the event of a fire, these can be burning materials. The fire is now so contiguous that there's no way out. At once, the crowd began to despair, and some outright complained about their husbands or boyfriends and why they had to come here for dinner. Go to the second floor. No, go to the top floor. Yeah, this is downtown. The fire department should be here soon. Don't ever risk rushing out, it would be a death sentence instead. Also, we can climb down from the second floor window. It's only 3 or 4 meters high. We definitely won't die from the fall. Yeah, some clear-headed person said, turning around and going up to the second floor. The others saw this and followed them upstairs. Su Yunqing's 5 women on the other hand were all looking at Zhang Yan. At times like this, a man was the absolute backbone. Just then, but there was a faint cry of despair from upstairs. The windows are on fire. The fire is pouring in through the windows. Cough cough. The smoke is choking. In fact, the vast majority of fire victims are not burned to death, but choked to death by smoke either by inhaling too much carbon monoxide poisoning or too little oxygen and suffocating to death. The ones that are burned alive really belong to the minority. The White Crane building is an antique building with wood everywhere, and when it burns and smokes, It's all smoke. Zhang Yan, what should we do? Su Yunqing's 5 girls were all shivering with fear. Zhang Yan's heart was calm as hell, but his face was intentionally serious as he observed and said, "There it is. The fire isn't burning very high yet, so I'll throw you out one by one." Ha! The 5 women were confused. How could you possibly throw someone at least a dozen meters away when the entire first floor was pretty much on fire right now, and keep people at a distance of 2 meters or more the whole time? No matter if the champion weightlifter, or the champion shot put or discus thrower came along, they wouldn't dare say something like that, would they? It's not too late, Zhang Yan said. The opportunity is fleeting. When the fire gets a little bigger, it is such an opportunity that is gone. Without any further ado, he picked up Pang Wenyun in a horizontal hug. Across from the door is an awning with a canvas. I'll throw you onto that, Zhang Yan said. Without waiting for Pang Wenyun to speak, he had already thrown his hands together. Ah! She had already flown out like a rocket amidst Pang Wenyun's cries of alarm. Holy! Su Yunqing's 4 daughters were all dumbfounded as they looked at Pang Wenyun, who had landed on the awning outside before being helped down by the crowd, her face full of disbelief. No! How were you able to throw someone almost 20 meters away? No! 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 The canopy is still nearly 2 meters high, so if it was fully landed, it could have been thrown at least another 5 meters? Zhang Yan wouldn't care about their shock as he picked up Xiaoyu before throwing her out again. With his current strength and control, throwing someone 20 meters away and controlling the landing with precision was as simple as it could get. Xiaoyu was followed by Wei Huilan and then Shi Mengmeng. The next 3 girls weren't so flustered, as there was already Pang Wenyun as an example. And for every person Zhang Yan went out, a cheer rang out from outside. In the face of disaster, the conscience in most people's hearts is awakened. Before Zhang Yan could throw Su Yunqing out, he saw several men and women rushing over and surrounding Zhang Yan. I'm next. Me, a man said. I'm the president of the industrial bank of the new district, so throw me out first and I'll give you money. Lots and lots of money. The remaining few people didn't dare to fight with him, they just looked at Zhang Yan with bated breath. Meaning, you hurry up and save the others. I'll be next. Zhang Yan frowned. Get lost. The man who claimed to be the governor was furious and said, I order you. Save me quickly, otherwise, when I get out, you don't want to have a good day. And you threaten me? Zhang Yan lost his smile and directly slapped him. Snap. The man was then jerked aside and fell to the ground grunting. Anger, despair, the two emotions intertwined, providing Zhang Yan with a large number of desire points. Zhang Yan had long since made it clear that the more bad things one had done, the more desire points that would be provided in times of desperation. Hey, looks like the Silver Chief hasn't done a lot of bad things. These people thought that they could not escape and would most likely die here. So of course they were desperate. Hey, bonus. After Zhang Yan returned to China, the desire points he collected every day went back to around 10,000, and because he was still playing too much with Lin Xiangye and Yuan Miaocheng, resulting in less time to go out and collect desire points, it was actually barely even 10,000 points. Rumble. The beams couldn't withstand the fire and slammed down, which was great. Even if Zhang Yan wanted to throw the person outside, he couldn't because the route was blocked. Of course, as long as Zhang Yan was willing, he could totally charge out like a brute bull and knock the burning beams away. Or even, if he puffed up his breath, he could blow out the burning fire alive. But first, he has to collect desire points. And second, he has to pick up girls. I didn't start the fire. What do I care? If it is said that if one has the ability to do good deeds, then does he have to be a voluntary vigilante and go out every day to catch thieves and bullies? And also seize corrupt officials, by the way? I've been in jail for 31 years. And I've been kind enough to come out without retaliating against society. Zhang Yan frowned and said to Su Yunqing, we can't get out. Let's go upstairs. He had also wanted to find a reason to take Su Yunqing upstairs, but he hadn't expected the opportunity to come to him by itself. Su Yunqing nodded, inevitably worried. It's my fault for picking this place for dinner. She blamed herself greatly. No, I should be thanking you for harvesting a huge wave of desire points. Zhang Yan led Su Yunqing to the second floor, then checked out one box after another. It looks like you're looking for a way out of life, but in fact you're looking for someone, collect desire points. The second floor was just as the men had screamed helplessly earlier. The windows had been the first to catch fire, and now the flames were spreading in, and smoke was billowing from every room. It's deadly. Zhang Yan took off his clothes, soaked them with water, and then wrapped them around Su Yunqing's face, which could act as a filter for a short period of time. We'll use it together, Su Yunqing said hurriedly, very insistent. Silly girl, I'm a complete iron lung after 10 enhancements. How can this monoxide and carbon dioxide try to kill me? Choking is not even an option. However,
He looked at the beautiful sister who was bright and beautiful even in such a situation and couldn't help but nod.
So the two of them went up to the third floor on your inhale and my inhale.
Thinking that this was equivalent to indirectly kissing Zhang Yan,
Su Yunqing could not help but blush with her pretty face. Chapter 113.
Same with the third floor. The fire swept in and smoke rolled out. Thus, the two Zhang Yan came back to the fourth floor. But the fourth and fifth floors were equally unexceptional.
Can we get back on? Can. There's no sixth floor. And the rooftop is just past the security gate.
Luckily, the security door had been busted open a long time ago, only to see all the people who hadn't managed to escape the hotel in time standing around.
Hundreds of them, crowding the already small rooftop, while smoke rolled out, choking people and making them weep and cough. Seeing this scene, Su Yunqing couldn't help but tremble. It was obvious that there was a safe zone a dozen meters away, but they were trapped on this isolated island surrounded by flames, unable to take a step beyond. Don't look at the rooftop as an open area, but the smoke is too big, crowded too much air, plus there are many people. Everyone is breathing difficult. Moreover, this burning released gas is poisonous. It is easy to hang. Despair hangs over every heart. A big handful of desire points. Zhang Yan sucked it to death. You, give me the clothes in your hand.
A bald man squeezed over, wearing a gold chain the thickness of his pinky finger in his neck,
and pointed at Su Yunqing.
He also tried putting his clothes over his face to act as a filter, but it wasn't soaked in water, so the filtering effect was naturally poor. So after seeing Su Yunqing with soaked clothes in her hands,
he couldn't help but come over and snatch them.
In times of crisis, some people blossom with the light of humanity, but others unleash darkness.
After all, the state of mind for disaster relief is quite different from that of a disaster. Being in the middle of a disaster, most people only think about surviving. As for the deaths of others, I can't even survive. What do I care about you?
Zhang Yan looked at these people with a mood like an ancient well.
If the end of the world comes, are these people epitomized by their behavior? It's ours. Why should we give it to you?
Su Yunqing hugged the wetsuit a little tighter. It was not just her life at stake,
but Zhang Yan's as well.
Therefore, even if she was facing such a vicious bald man, she was still full of courage. How dare you say no to me? The bald man was furious and reached out to grab it.
Boo! Zhang Yan kicked him out. Looking for death? He trailed off. However, there were too many people on the rooftop,
and the bald man only took 2 steps back before he was blocked by the crowd behind him. He stood up smoothly, panicked, and did not know in which woman's chest propped up a hand. Attracted, the woman screamed and cursed angrily. Rogue. Bald head backhand is a slap in the past.
Scared, the woman no longer dared to say anything. Grab the clothes for me.
Bald head shouted.
It's not really about the clothes. It's about the wet clothes. They're all trapped on the rooftop. Who dares to go down? If you can't get down there, there's no way to get water. And if you can't get water, naturally you can't have wet clothes.
It's amusing to say that a wet shirt is just a wet shirt,
and it's actually triggered a heated fight.
Yo! Iron Bear pushed his way through the crowd too.
So you work for this bald guy?
Zhang Yan then looked at the eye-head man, now still here arrogant,
but do not realize that even if saved, turn back is a death sentence. Well, in that case, I won't kill you. It would be cheaper to kill you now.
A group of people came up to grab the wet clothes, but they were repelled by Zhang Yan one by one.
However,
he still pretended to be overly consumed and was hit a few times,
letting out a few muffled grunts. Seeing this,
Su Yunqing couldn't help but have tears streaming down her face and couldn't help but call out to the others.
Someone help us! Someone help us!
But the crowd was silent.
In fact, they were eager to grab the wetsuit,
so that they could last a little longer themselves,
and their chances of staying alive until rescue would increase greatly.
But those bald guys looked too scary.
They definitely couldn't rob them, so it was better to save their energy. If you go to snatch it,
it will naturally increase the consumption of physical strength.
That is to say,
increase the consumption of oxygen. If you do such a thing when there is less and less oxygen in the air and more poisonous gases,
isn't it too much for you to live a long life? The power of one person is ultimately limited. Seeing Zhang Yan being beaten,
Su Yunqing gritted her teeth and threw the wet clothes out. The bald guy snatched the wetsuit and stared up and down at Su Yunqing's plump and delicate body,
revealing obvious lustful looks. However, he ultimately knew that he wasn't out of danger yet,
and there were so many people here that it would be impossible to set things right if he forced his way in.
When we're out of danger, we must get this woman. Su Yunqing, on the other hand,
squeezed to Zhang Yan's side and held him in her arms,
weeping. I can still fight. Don't give him the clothes. Zhang Yan deliberately looked weak. Don't! Su Yunqing cried, touched to death. Boom! Suddenly,
a large amount of black smoke gushed out from the rooftop gate,
choking the people nearby with coughs. Moreover, the temperature of this black smoke was extremely high, and the hair of many people was burning. This time, the rooftop was in complete chaos. People crowding people. Someone let out a shriek, but the sound was rapidly moving away. This is where someone was forced out of the guardrail and fell. Boo! The man smashed to the ground, his body still twitching, and he didn't know how badly he was hurt. However, this gave the crowd a glimmer of hope. Jump down. However, the rooftop was equivalent to the 6th floor, so jumping from such a high place was more likely to result in a direct fall to death. If you don't jump, you will be smoked to death by the poisonous smoke, or you may be suffocated to death. Jump, and you may fall to death. Everyone is in a dilemma. What to do? Damn fire department, why haven't they come yet? Someone cursed, coughing all the while. That got some people attached, but many more were in no mood. Is jumping or not? What I didn't realize was that the bald guy came back over and pointed at the group. You all jump together. The crowd didn't understand at first, but it soon dawned on them. If the ground is covered with people, wouldn't the chances of survival be greatly increased if the person jumping behind them fell onto a relatively soft human body instead of the ground? But you're too damn toxic too. The person who jumps first is going to have a hard time with the concrete, and the probability of death is extremely high. However, in the face of danger, the crowd was unable to work together, and some of them even wondered, if someone else jumps first, won't it be substantially safer for me to jump again? And I don't have to be evil. They didn't dare to ask that of others, but someone had already been the villain, so naturally they wouldn't stand up and stop it. On the contrary, they were happy to see it happen. People who are threatened to jump are beyond desperate. Obviously, the bald guy and the others only had a dozen people, but they froze and suppressed hundreds of people. The people are not united, and each has his own way of thinking, so naturally, this is what it has become. Cough cough. On the rooftop, there were more and more people coughing, and Zhang Yan looked at Su Yunqing, who was also choking and her eyes were red from the smoke. It's time for a stunt. For someone like her, sincerity is a must. Let's wrestle, Zhang Yan said. Su Yunqing only hesitated for a moment before nodding. Although the fire engine's whimpering was already audible, it was obviously still a certain distance away, and it was estimated that the road was extremely congested, and it might take 10 minutes, or even 15 minutes, to get to this side. Were they able to hold out for so long in such a smoke-filled environment? It must be wrestled with. Chapter 114, Kissing. Zhang Yan half supported and half carried Su Yunqing, squeezing him to the fence. Looking down from here, Zhang Yan quickly found the 3 women of Pang Wenyun, all looking up with anxious gazes, and when Zhang Yan appeared, they immediately waved their hands in greeting. None of them excited. They only knew that Zhang Yan had money and strong connections, otherwise it would be impossible to place them in the Sioux City art troupe. However, they knew nothing about Zhang Yan's strength, although Zhang Yan had just thrown them one by one to safety. To a normal person, how dangerous is it to be trapped in a 6-story building with a blazing fire burning below and smoke rolling in that you don't know if it's poisonous or not? What's the difference between that and desperation? At this moment, of course, they were overwhelmed with emotion, because Zhang Yan gave them the hope of life. If Zhang Yan hadn't thrown them out one by one, they would have been trapped on the rooftop by now, unable to enter or retreat. How desperate was that? If Zhang can come out alive and safe, I'll break up with my boyfriend and just be his woman from now on, Xiao Yu suddenly said. Pang Wenyun and Wei Huilan couldn't help but nod their heads as they listened. Zhang Yan's behavior before was too touching to them. What man can do that in today's money-oriented world? At this moment, they were truly willing to be underground lovers for the rest of their lives. Of course, the premise is that Zhang Yan is already extremely handsome and rich in gold. Otherwise, they will surely have no way to repay the great kindness in this life, and will definitely tie the grass ring in their next life. And if Zhang Yan had known about it, he would have definitely waved his hands in a row. Don't. It is immoral to take away someone's good. I'm just playing for fun. It's a novelty. You guys mustn't rely on me. On the rooftop, Zhang Yan picked up Su Yunqing in a hug, soft as a bone. It's so cozy. Zhang Yan secretly pinned his soul, but his face showed a resolute look. I'm going to jump. It's not too late for you to regret it. Su Yunqing, on the other hand, tightly wrapped her arms around his neck. No regrets. Zhang Yan laughed out loud, and gave a hard kiss to her red lips. Good. I don't regret it either. Su Yunqing surged with a wave of shyness, but this jump was uncertain of life and death, and the probability of dying far exceeded that of surviving, so she naturally didn't care again. We're all going to die. Why do we have to worry about this? She would have even wanted to experience the joy of being a woman if this place really didn't allow it. Before she could finish her thought, she only felt the sound of wind in her ears. Zhang Yan jumped. She didn't dare to look, but instead closed her eyes tightly and desperately grabbed Zhang Yan's neck. But the next moment she opened her eyes again.
since the odds are that she will die.
Why doesn't she look at the man she likes before she dies?
If this man hadn't been trying to save himself and Pang Won-yoon and the others,
he would have been able to escape with his ability. No.
If he hadn't been trying to come back and take them out with him, he would have been able to run out in the first place.
Su Yunqing looked at Zhang Yan with a burning gaze.
If someone had told her before this that she would fall in love with a man in half a day, she would have said that the person was crazy.
How is that possible? But now,
she was sure of it. Fell in love with the man himself. Although she was actually limited to knowing Zhang Yan's name and basically had no understanding of the rest.
Love was originally an impulse. Love is love. Whether you will regret it in the future is another matter. On the rooftop,
the crowd was stunned as they watched the two who suddenly leapt out. You guys weren't threatened to jump.
So how come you jumped on it? Are you that desperate? Ah, a gasp rang out from downstairs as well. That's jumping from a 6-story building. And the odds are that you'll fall to your death if nothing happens. How so impulsive? Pang Won-yoon's 3 girls were even more nervous and wrapped their arms around each other. Nothing must happen. Something mustn't happen. Question: how many seconds does it take to fall to the ground from a height of 6 floors? According to the physics equation, T equals square root 2h/g, the altitude is roughly 18 meters and g is roughly 10. That's a T of almost 1.9 seconds.
Well, what I've learned hasn't quite made it back to the teacher yet. Zhang Yan laughed in his heart. At this time the ground is already getting closer and closer. Also in front of the eyes put more and more big. Zhang Yan suddenly a turn,
so that he becomes back down. And then,
he heavy Su Yunqing thrown upwards. The force of the descent was immediately counteracted. Su Yunqing fell to the ground, but it was the same as if he had fallen from a height of 1 meter, barely hurting him in the slightest.
While Zhang Yan was a different story.
The two forces of the fall merged together,
causing him to hit the ground hard with a muffled bang.
Zhang Yan decisively closed both eyes and pretended to pass out. Su Yunqing only froze for a moment before she immediately climbed up from the ground and ran towards Zhang Yan like crazy.
Zhang Yan! Zhang Yan!
She screamed hysterically while tears ran down her face.
The surrounding onlookers, on the other hand, were stunned. Gripes. Why do I feel like I'm watching Leaning on the Dragon? Yes, 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 yes.
When Zhang Wuji was under the tower then jumped down one by one.
But Amasek's Master Extinction was unwilling to accept Zhang Wuji's favor.
And when she jumped down with Zhou Zhiruo in her arms, it was the moment when she was about to fall to the ground that she threw Zhou Zhiruo up to the sky, and she herself fell to her death.
As a result,
Zhou Zhiruo still got married to Zhang Wuji.
It didn't work out, and halfway through, Zhao Min called it away. Bah, am I discussing the plot of the book with you? Just now that guy did exactly the same thing as the extermination master. Actually really managed to throw someone out the moment he fell to the ground. Awesome,
but that would be the equivalent of a fall from the 12th floor with little chance of survival. Listening to the crowd's comments, Su Yunqing became even more tearful as she dropped to the ground and held Zhang Yan's head in her arms,
crying her eyes out. What a powerful oppressive force from a D-ranked powerhouse. Zhang Yan felt like he couldn't breathe a bit.
His physical qualities were bullish and incomparable.
Blowing away a tank with a single punch was an absolute breeze. But he was still a human being, a standard carbon-based creature who, at best, held his breath a little longer than a normal human being, but couldn't possibly do so without breathing. So, he had to pretend to be awakened. Well, Su Yunqing was first stunned, then ecstatic. She had thought that Zhang Yan had fallen to his death, but what did the fact that he could make a sound mean? People aren't dead. Great, great. Zhang Yan, you're not dead. She was clearly crying, but she was uplifted beyond measure. A drop of crystallized tears fell on Zhang Yan's face. Zhang Yan's guilt rose for half a second, but it was immediately thrown out of the sky. Although you have to share me with other beautiful women. A man like me is second to none. Handsome and capable. Underline on capable. Sharing is actually for your consideration. Otherwise which one of you can carry it? Zhang Yan inhaled hard. It has a milky flavor. Pust. Su Yunqing couldn't help but spurt out a laugh before glaring at Zhang Yan angrily. The next moment, without waiting for Zhang Yan to speak, the woman bent her head down and offered a fragrant kiss. So soft, so sweet. Chapter 115, Opening of a Dream for a Gentleman. Ah! The screams pulled back Zhang Yan and Su Yunqing's attention, only to see that someone on the rooftop could not stand the rolling black smoke and chose to jump down. After all, Zhang Yan didn't die even when he jumped down with a person in his arms, so maybe he himself would have the same good luck? Snap! And then the man was so tragic that he actually hit the ground head first, and his limbs twitched a little bit, and he didn't even need to wait for an ambulance. He could have just been pronounced dead. However, there were still people jumping off the rooftop one after another. No, it's not jumping, it's being squeezed down. Did that bald guy make you do it? No wonder the leaders of the fights on both sides end up with the death penalty. This nigga forced people to jump off buildings, killed several in the fall, and still wants to go to jail? Zhang Yan, how are you? Pang Wanyun's 4 women all crowded over. Zhang Yan was still leaning in Su Yunqing's arms. His face was very thick. Not bad. What do you mean? Okay? The 5 women all frowned, thinking that Zhang Yan was just comforting himself. Where's the ambulance? Why hasn't the ambulance arrived yet? Snapping, more people fell down from the rooftop. Eek. Zhang Yan also saw the man who claimed to be the bank president before. Hey, who cares what you are at this point? Can those bald guys repel hundreds of people? Of course not. Even with a brute like Iron Bear. Zhang Yan's face was calm, but he was sneering in his heart. Human nature is evil. Under extreme danger, the selfishness of the human heart explodes. What do you care what happens to other people? I just need myself to live. So people who don't need to be forced to jump will want the person in front of them to do so. So that even if they are forced to jump themselves, there is a good chance they won't hang up because they have someone to cushion them. But after all, they were only in danger, and did not really enter the end of the world. They naturally did not dare to make such a dehumanizing request, but the bald guy and those people helped them solve the problem. Since someone else is the villain, all they need to do is push the envelope. Of course, there must still be good people, but can they go against the tide when the momentum is so strong? Zhang Yan had always believed that good guys and bad guys were actually in the minority, while most people were centrists with no opinion. So whether a good guy or a bad guy stood out, as long as they had the upper hand, the centrists would favor whichever side they were on. It was now clear that the bad guys represented by the bald guy had the upper hand, and so, like it or not, you had to passively move with the crowd. Woola woola, the sound of fire trucks getting closer. The fire department is here. Finally, we are saved. The fire engine pulled up. The firefighters immediately got out, hooked up the hydrant, and in maybe just half a minute there was a jet of water spraying toward the blazing fire. Also, firefighters are setting up ladders to begin rescuing people. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Let me go down first. The crowd on the rooftop stirred, only to see the bald guys and others forcing their way over to be the first to be rescued. You know, although the firefighters came, it does not mean that it is safe. There are still rolling smoke over. By them so delayed time, there are a few old people suddenly collapsed on the ground. I do not know whether it is dead or not. The bald guy, they were so strong that they became the first batch of people to be rescued. But it's okay, the truth will soon be found out. And one by one, all these people will be jailed. Jailed for what they should be jailed for, and killed for what they should be killed for. Ambulances also arrived, transporting the wounded to the hospital. Su Yunqing's 5 women also wanted to send Zhang Yan to the ambulance, but they were stopped by Zhang Yan. I'm fine, really fine, Zhang Yan said. Seeing the 5 women look like they refused to believe, he explained, I've practiced martial arts. My hands are not bad, otherwise, I wouldn't have had the strength to throw you guys out before. I just hit it pretty hard just now and got a little confused. The 5 women nodded in disbelief as they thought about it, especially Su Yunqing. She was also saved by Zhang Yan in the afternoon. The hanging smashed down. The crowd didn't even have time to react. But Zhang Yan was clearly under the stage. But he could scurry over in time to save himself. In one day, he was saved twice by Zhang Yan. Su Yunqing's big eyes contained tears again as she looked at Zhang Yan fondly. Young, rich, good looking, and still super strong. Plus he saved himself twice in a row. She finally understood why there were women in ancient novels who would say the words to their benefactors in return for their bodies. Empathize, but she was still uneasy, and strongly urged Zhang Yan to go to the hospital, or to find that doctor in the daytime, and do a comprehensive examination. Zhang Yan had no choice but to leave Su Yunqing's embrace and walk around twice to show that there was indeed nothing wrong with him. Seeing that he could walk, jump and even squat deeply, the 5 women were relieved. Su Yunqing bit her red lips and seemed to have made up her mind. Wrapping her arms around Zhang Yan and whispering, let's go get a room. Hey, gladly. Zhang Yan unfolded his arm around her and also came to her ear and whispered, won't regret it? No regrets. Su Yunqing said firmly. Zhang Yan then said to Peng Wanyun's 4 women, you guys go back first, I'll visit you some other day. Peng Wanyun's 4 girls all nodded obediently. How dare they ruin Zhang Yan's plan to pick up girls? Go! Zhang Yan wrapped his arm around Su Yunqing's thin waist. The feel, TSK, soft in a soft way, the body is fantastic. Su Yunqing just looked at him with winks and obediently followed him. She knew that her heart was pounding now, that the decisions she was making were full of impulsiveness and lack of rationality, but she was willing to indulge in such capricious behavior. Since the sheriff hadn't arrived yet, naturally no one stopped them to take notes or anything, and the 2 left without incident, quickly calling a cab. Go to the National Gold, Zhang Yan said. IFC is the highest building in Suzhou City. Of course there is a hotel inside. Zhang Yan wants to experience what it is like to stand in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window. The cab quickly came to Gujin. The two went up in the elevator. Zhang Yan opened the room. The two took the elevator again, swiped the card and entered the room. But Su Yunqing suddenly became squirmy, red-faced and playing with the corner of her clothes. That's when I have to take the initiative. Zhang Yan smiled. Let's take a shower first. Su Yunqing gently hummed out a word from her nose. If not for Zhang Yan's current physical qualities being strengthened to an inhuman level, a normal person would definitely not be able to hear this sound that was even lighter than a mosquito's cry. In the midst of the bathroom, Zhang Yan soon admired a perfect torso of overwhelming beauty. The early morning sunlight shone on Su Yunqing's beautiful face, and her long eyelashes gently trembled before opening, revealing a pair of soulful eyes. However, at this time, the owner of the eyes seemed to still be in a state of confusion, a little bit confused, and then not knowing what came to mind. Suddenly it was a pretty red face. Livestock, she said in her mind, though she was still fluffy yesterday. Hadn't she ever seen a pig run without having eaten pork? Now is the era of information explosion. The internet is so developed. Su Yunqing will occasionally see that kind of photos, or even videos, and that the only girlfriend who is a doctor will often science men's information. What an average of 3 minutes. More than 10 minutes you have to go to the hospital to see if there is something wrong or something, so that she is not a stranger to that kind of thing. She has been hard to satisfy Zhang Yan, and it feels, how to say it, it should be sandwiched between ascension and violent death. Then she couldn't take it anymore and fainted. 3 hours, that's 3 whole hours. How it's nothing like what the BFF said. Chapter 116, Introducing Two Sisters to You. A strong arm came around from behind and wrapped around Su Yunqing's thin waist. It's true that 1 point more is too fat and 1 point less is too thin. This woman has a real body. Zhang Yan marveled. And what? Su Yunqing was a professional stage actor. And this kind of actor was completely different from a traffic star. A traffic star only needed a face, not acting skills or memorizing lines. And you expect this kind of person to put in the hard work to train or something? Stage actors are different. They are like Peking opera and Yueju opera actors. They need to practice in summer and winter. It's a bit of kung fu. For example, Su Yunqing, she can easily split the one-word horse. Well, this point Zhang Yan has the right to speak. After all, he let Su Yunqing split the one-word horse after. He. What's more, she can easily fold backward to the end and even walk while in such a state. Waist and abdominal strength are not normally good. For example, her belly looked flat and smooth, as if it were beautiful jade. But if you pressed it with your hand, you would realize that she actually had muscles, just that it didn't show a waistline. As for her waist strength, hey, Zhang Yan had also experienced it. One word, wonderful. Regret? Zhang Yan asked. Su Yunqing shook her head and turned to face Zhang Yan, her beautiful eyes filled with a strange color. I'm just sorry that I didn't meet you earlier. Zhang Yan then laughed. Conquered by me? Su Yunqing then gave him a flirtatious blank stare. That is, of course, the default. Zhang Yan could see Su Yunqing's emotions, and among the many emotions, the strongest right now was love. The love to the bone kind. It's not in vain that I've used the bitter trick twice in a row. What impresses a girl the most? Of course it's the empathy between life and death that can quickly pinch two people who don't know each other together. In all honesty, this time Zhang Yan did not utilize the system at all, but managed to get Su Yunqing, such a delicate flower, to offer herself. Tell me about you. I'm eager to get to know you. Zhang Yan said as he bit Su Yunqing's earlobe. Su Yunqing was ticklish and burst into laughter. Laughing, however, she was appalled. It's really not working. She instantly became an anti-Japanese wonder. Who told you to move? However, Zhang Yan couldn't bear to toss her around anymore. After all, it is her own woman. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. In case she is left with bad memories, she may keep resisting Japan in the future. Oh, I'll just hold you quietly, Zhang Yan said. Su Yunqing was then put at ease and chatted about her own affairs. There's really not much to say. She grew up as a good girl with only average academic performance. But after occasionally displaying a talent for opera, she specialized in that line of work and also entered a drama school, quickly becoming famous by virtue of her outstanding looks and ability. It's just that because she's so pretty, she was harassed by males from a young age, causing her to have no friends of the opposite sex at all, while her female classmates were jealous of her, making it impossible for her to make friends as well. And it wasn't until she was in college that she finally made a friend. It's that cold female doctor. Her name is Yang Tao. It's her only friend and BFF. That said, she's pretty pathetic. Zhang Yan's heart moved. I'll bring you to know two people. For the time being, he mentally added 2 words. The two of them cozied up for a few more moments before they dressed and got up. Only Su Yunqing almost fell down several times, making her unable to help but roll her eyes at Zhang Yan, while Zhang Yan laughed heartily and was very pleased with himself. livestock, dog man. Zhang Yan took Su Yunqing back home.
Yuan Miaoqing has moved next door to live with Lin Xiangye,
so the house is cold and quiet. But today is the weekend.
Lin Xiangye should not go to work.
Zhang Yan then went to knock on the next door, and a few seconds later, the door opened, only to see Yuan Miaoqing pounce out. Master, where were you last night? Master?
Su Yunqing stared blankly at this beautiful woman with a strange accent.
Thinking, are you guys rehearsing some kind of drama? Is this our new sister? Yuan Miaoqing also saw Su Yunqing and couldn't help but be amazed by her beauty.
With this face and body, she shouldn't lose out to Lin Xiangyan.
Zhang Yan nodded. Where's Xiang? Introduce them together later. In the house. Yuan Miaoqing said. Then whispered. Master, you promised to stay with us last night, but you didn't come back. And Sister Lin is getting angry.
Zhang Yan lost his smile.
So bold that he dares to get angry with me? See if I don't beat her ass. He wrapped his arms around Su Yunqing and entered the door, while Su Yunqing was somewhat resistant. On the way, Zhang Yan had already given her a precautionary shot, or else she would definitely turn around and run away now. But when it came down to it, she still suddenly developed a strong resistance and suddenly backtracked. But could Zhang Yan let her run away? Pang Wenyun, this kind of does not matter. It was supposed to be for fun. But no matter Lin Xiangyan, Yuan Miaoqing or Su Yunqing, he is going to take it and keep it all the time. So, they have to be in harmony. Stinky man, you're still back to do hay.
Lin Xiangyan was just about to complain when she saw Su Yunqing in Zhang Yan's arms.
What a beautiful woman. Her first reaction was amazement, then anger. What a stinky man. He clearly promised to accompany her and Yuan Miaoqing last night, but ended up reneging on his promise. I said, what is it? It turns out to be hooking up with demonic Jian goods to go. Zhang Yan laughed. Get to know each other. She's Su Yunqing, from the Suzhou City Art Troupe. These two are Lin Xiangyan, a teacher from the dance school, and Yuan Miaoqing. She's from Old Main.
Lin Xiangye gambled and ignored people, but it was Yuan Miaoqing who was very enthusiastic. She was too clear about her own position. How could she possibly throw a small tantrum like Lin Xiangye did? Because of the atmosphere enlivened by Haramaya Haru, the scene was not particularly awkward. Hey, that's not good. It is said that couples fight in bed and make peace at the end of the bed. Where does friendship come from? Certainly developed in combat. I'll have to show you that one or two of you can't take me on. You have to rely on more people. So, it's a mandatory option, and you can't leave it to chance. Zhang Yan hemmed and hawed, swinging. You, what do you want? Lin Xiangyan instantly had a bad feeling. Right on. Having carried guns together. Naturally, it's a firm revolutionary friendship. Sure enough, Lin Xiangye immediately turned her guns around and spat on Zhang Yan with Su Yunqing.
It's so shameless. Zhang Yan just laughed. A woman's anger in bed is nothing to be taken seriously. Don't look at what they say, but what they do. The bodies are one more honest than the other. Let me ask you, can you three alone deal with me? Zhang Yan said leisurely.
One sentence silenced Su Yunqing and Lin Xiangye.
Can you handle it? Can't deal with it at all. Okay. Ahawk. It's obvious that the guys are the ones being flirty. So why does it seem like they're still the ones who are in the wrong? Yuan Miaoqing hadn't cared and said with a smile. Why should we be bound by rules and regulations while living in this world? Being happy is the most important thing. Zhang Yan greatly appreciated. Not bad. Having fun is most important.
Su Yunqing and Lin Xiangye rolled their eyes at him in unison.
Of course you're happy. Chapter 117. In the afternoon,
Zhang Yan took the three girls out to the mall.
Women.
There is no one who does not like to buy.
As far as Su Yunqing was concerned,
she shouldn't have accepted to be Zhang Yan's lover, but she had saved her twice yesterday, and it was also her initiative to offer herself.
So could she blame Zhang Yan? And after having a substantial relationship with Zhang Yan, she naturally understood one thing. Zhang Yan is not a man she can master alone. If she had known before last night that Zhang Yan actually had two lovers, she would have never allowed herself to become one of them. But now that she was already trapped, how could she pull herself out? No wonder this guy asked himself yesterday if he would regret it. It's premeditated. Damn stinking man.
Although she was spitting in her heart, when she saw Zhang Yan holding the clothes and gesturing at her,
saying that it would look good after she put it on,
she still went in and changed her ass.
A woman is a woman.
The combination of their line was strange.
One man and three women.
And all three women were far beyond the standard of great beauty.
And they didn't know how many gazes they had attracted along the way. After 3 o'clock, they sat down for a break at a milk tea store, stopping for a drink to rehydrate. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, received a phone call. It's Jianli calling. Comrade Zhang Yan, do you have time to talk? He said. Zhang Yan thought about it, just in time. He accompanied the three girls shopping, also tired. The key is, they actually have not shopped. Rested to continue. It's a lot more tiring than a fight. No problem. Come over. Zhang Yan reported the address of the milk tea store.
Hearing that Zhang Yan was on the phone with someone, as if there was still business, Su Yunqing's 3 girls were well behaved and said that they would take a taxi back. Zhang Yan didn't even pretend to be polite for a moment, causing the 3 women to not be able to cross their lips. They are so tired of carrying so many things, but there's no way around it. The dog man will only make it hard on the bed. Not letting him go to bed today. He. They laughed into a ball, and when they finished their milk tea, they left first with their big bags. Su Yunqing would also stay at Lin Xiangyan's at night, which was strongly requested by Zhang Yan. Since we've become sisters, of course we have to bond. What Zhang Yan wanted was a harmonious and friendly backyard. If he had to quarrel and fight all day long, then his head would be too big. Luckily, his power is strong enough to handle it. Zhang Yan waited for a while before Jianli arrived. Sit. Zhang Yan casually said, shall I order you a drink? Yeah, thanks. Li Jian nodded. Beauty. He's going to order. Zhang Yan called out at the waitress. Jianli couldn't help but darken his face. I thought you were buying. Call the waiter over. Who wouldn't? He's full of grooves. This guy is worth over $1 billion. How can he be so petty? Zhang Yan smiled faintly. He is very generous to his woman. Tens of millions of dollars of houses sent out without blinking an eye. But you're a man and you want to drink my milk tea? Oh. Li Jian ordered a cup of pearl milk tea with a dark face, then said with a straight face, Comrade Zhang Yan, do you intend to join us? Zhang Yan smiled. Joining is exempt, however. We can work together. Cooperation? Jianli froze for a moment. Zhang Yan said indifferently, first of all, I'm a person who has always obeyed the law, so there's no need for you guys to feel that I'm a threat. And secondly, it's not like I'm short of money and I don't like to be bound, so I'm not interested in working for someone. However, I am a Chinese after all. Of course I don't want to see my country in chaos, so if there are people you can't handle, I can step in and help. Of course it's not gratuitous. Sometimes I need a little help from you guys, like looking up some information or something like that. He's never going to take orders from anyone, so the most he can do is cooperate. And to know that the martial artist that Bureau 19 wanted to arrest was definitely an adulterer. How many desire points could Zhang Yan gain by catching such a person? It can be argued that even without working with Bureau 19, he would have actually taken a shot at these people. As it stood now, it was the equivalent of him giving nothing but being able to borrow the power of Bureau 19. Pure earnings. Hearing him finish, Li Jian couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This request of yours is a bit, how should I put it, not excessive, but out of line. I'll help you to ask the leaders for instructions. Zhang Yan then made a please pose. Indeed. Of course, the secretary has to be the one to make the call on such matters. Jianli then walked off to the side to make a call. After a while he hung up the phone and walked back, saying, the leaders need to meet to discuss this. In fact, Zhang Yan had already heard it. What amazing ear power he had. It wasn't unexpected. So he just shrugged. I have nothing to do anyway. The two of them just waited, while nourishing and sucking on their milk tea. 2 big men sitting opposite each other and not talking, just drinking milk tea. The atmosphere is actually quite awkward. Fortunately, half an hour later, Li Jian's cell phone finally rang. He connected as if relieved, nodding his head over and over while listening, while a look of surprise crossed his face. 2 minutes later, he hung up the phone and smiled at Zhang Yan. The leaders have agreed in principle. This is only a rough structure, and the specific details will definitely be discussed and written into the cooperation agreement. Li Jian was really surprised, not realizing that the leaders of the bureau were willing to make this exception for Zhang Yan. Could Zhang Yan's strength be far above the information he saw? Otherwise, why would the bureau accommodate Zhang Yan? If he knew that the bureau's evaluation of Zhang Yan's strength was the number 1 person under the sovereign, naturally, he would not be shocked. Zhang Yan smiled. He was not surprised at all. He made a deliberate show of strength and old mane for what? This freedom today. Otherwise, how could Bureau 19 be so nice? This world, will always rely on strength. He had learned this fully in his last life in prison. Li Jian had already accomplished his purpose, and after sitting for a while longer, he excused himself and left. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, ordered another cup of milk tea and drank it nourishingly while admiring the passing beauties. It was Saturday and the mall was full of people and beautiful women. Zhang Yan's appreciation of beautiful women was only secondary. The main thing was to absorb the desire points. Before accompanying the 3 girls to go shopping, it was actually a double-minded effort. Seeing that it was almost time, Zhang Yan then got up. Going home. He couldn't help but feel a heat in his heart when he thought of the 3 beautiful, bubbly women waiting for him at home. When they returned home, Lin Xiangya's 3 daughters were cooking in the kitchen. Lin Xiang evening is the main force. Original Mao Chang and Su Yunqing can only play the next hand. And Su Yunqing is basically in the help. She really have to cook 0 points of existence. Cutting vegetables will cut to the hand. Wash the dishes will break the kind of fall. In the end, she was pushed out of the kitchen by Yuan Miaocheng, lest she wouldn't even be able to eat dinner today. Su Yunqing was doubly devastated and spat at Zhang Yan. Is my level really that bad? Zhang Yan then laughed. Don't worry, I'm similar to you. Su Yunqing then rolled her eyes. You're a man. I'm a woman. Can it be the same? Dinner was served and the four of them ate. Su Yunqing found that he actually blended into the atmosphere without difficulty. Why? Obviously Zhang Yan was a scum. Why couldn't she be angry at all? Is it possible that she grew up without friends? And although she doesn't care on the outside, she longs for them on the inside? So after carrying guns together, they formed a strong friendship with Lin Shangyan and the girls? Maybe. She didn't want to figure it out either because, right now, she was enjoying the atmosphere immensely. However, Zhang Yan laughed. Next, let's play Trickster and Latin Dance. Chapter 118 Go to Jail. Or, Go to Hell. Su Yunqing first learned the taste of love. Naturally, taste and enjoy. After 2 days of one wave, she had to go to work instead. She already roughly knew about Zhang Yan's financial power, but she didn't want Zhang Yan to support her at all. She's good with Zhang Yan because she likes it, not because she's looking for someone to keep her, and she loves what she does. So, on Monday morning, she still refused Zhang Yan's temptation to lie in bed for a day with great perseverance, and went out of the neighborhood under the other party's escort, and called an online car. The car hadn't arrived yet, so the two of them got tired of being in front of the neighborhood. Oops, not good. Su Yunqing's face suddenly changed. What's wrong? Zhang Yan asked with a smile. You're not wearing it. Su Yunqing jumped anxiously. I have to go buy medicine. Yang Tao's mouth must have been enlightened. Just a few days ago she had said that she had to pay attention to good safety measures, and as a result, she really had to roll in bed with Zhang Yan, and unprotected at that. It's all your fault. I told you to wear it but you didn't. She was annoyed and showed off her tiger teeth, so she wanted to bite Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan didn't care. It's fine. Just give birth if you're pregnant. You raise it. Su Yunqing said without a trace of anger. Zhang Yan nodded. I'll raise it. He just doesn't want to get married and hang on to a tree. But if the woman he likes is pregnant, then why not have a baby? Things like Tan Chang and Feng Qian are not qualified to give birth to him, so of course he has to make them take medicine. Su Yunqing's beautiful eyes couldn't help but float with water vapor, as if she was about to cry. Zhang Yan lost his smile. What's wrong? Stinking man. Su Yunqing rubbed into his arms. You really have to be willing for me to have a child? You're really strange. You're going to get pregnant. It's my seed. I would be unwilling? Zhang Yan felt very puzzled. Su Yunqing, however, laughed again. She had thought that Zhang Yan, having raised her and Lin Xiangye and Yuan Miaocheng, would definitely not be willing to have a child because it would affect his ability to go on a fling-ah. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yan actually agreed without even thinking about it. It doesn't matter if there's no marriage. What's important is that I can have a baby with him. Su Yunqing couldn't help but smile her beautiful eyes into a crescent moon. Charmingly, she caressed her flat belly as if she already had a baby inside. At this time, the internet car just arrived, so she got into the car and waved goodbye to Zhang Yan with a look of reluctance. Zhang Yan smiled and was just about to go back when he saw 4 men surrounding him from the left and right sides respectively. No, 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 no. Zhang Yan, right? Come with us. The 4 men had already sandwiched Zhang Yan in the middle. Zhang Yan just revealed a strange smile and nodded. Good. Seeing that Zhang Yan was so cooperative, the 4 of them thought that he was scared, but they were not surprised at all, and they left with Zhang Yan as if they were afraid that he would suddenly escape. Ha, big deal. How could I possibly run? Soon they entered a small alley. The important thing is, there's no surveillance here. A man pulled out a steel pipe from somewhere. Zhang Xiao asked us to bring you a message. After you break your leg, don't think about going to the art troupe in the future. There are some people you are not worthy of. Hard to move up. Hey, breaking the leg is just the beginning. As if he was afraid that Zhang Yan didn't know who Zhang Xiao was, the man explained again. Zhang Xiao is Zhang Lin. Zhang Yan was not surprised. Generally speaking, he does not leave overnight grudges. Like what by Manhwa, he Yuan stream, are the same day to offend him, the same day or the next day. He was sent to jail. Does he have any enemies in Sioux City now? Oh, except for the forces behind Golden Eagle pawnbrokers. It is not that they are too strong for Zhang Yan to dare to make a move, but they are too deeply hidden to be found. How do I get it if I can't find it? Moreover, Lu Jianghao had sent him a message the day before yesterday that the Golden Eagle pawnshop had closed.
That's when the trail broke down for good. It's okay.
This hidden force will surely rise again.
Zhang Yan could even call on the power of the 19th Bureau now, so he didn't believe that he couldn't pull them out. He's a very, very vindictive person. Swish! The steel pipe smashed over, also pulling Zhang Yan back from his soul. With a casual grip, he grabbed the steel pipe. Daze! Seeing this scene, the four men all revealed shock. You caught it with your hand and it didn't break? They were poorly read, but they had been in many fights. Wouldn't they still have some common sense? The legs of the four men couldn't help but shiver. Not good. Kicked the can down the road. The person who had just smashed with the stick hastily let go of his hand and compensated with a smile. Brother, we have eyes but don't recognize MT. Tai. Don't see us in general grip grass. What did he see? Zhang Yan grabbed one end of the steel pipe with each hand, and with just a slight twist, the pipe bent as if it was made of noodles. Not only him, but the other three also stared their eyes round. Zhang Yan casually put the steel ring in the neck of the man who just hit him, like a dog ring, but the man did not even show a little bit of dissatisfaction, but bowed his waist, a look of a pug. Zhang Yan took out his cell phone and called Jian Li. It's me, Li Jian said succinctly. Zhang Yan then said, someone sent a few punks to surround me, I'm asking you now, did you make a move, or did I? Li Jian was instantly startled. If Zhang Yan had made a move, could that person have survived? He quickly said, we'll handle it, you tell us what's going on first. Zhang Yan then talked about Zhang Lin's matter, not adding one more sentence, but being factual. I'll rush over immediately, within half an hour. I'll have Zhang Feng and Zhang Luan appear in front of you together and apologize to you. Jian Li said in a deep voice. Having a vice mayor apologize in front of me? That's a lot of energy. But yes, you are the 19th Bureau, the special department of the state. When you really want to use the imperial sword, at least the officials below the ministerial level will have to tremble, right? Get a grip. Zhang Yan then hung up the phone. Is it the young family's apology he wants? Oh, what's the point of having cops if apologizing works? Zhang Yan made another call out. Called Gu Yusin. Although the corrupt officials are under the jurisdiction of the Discipline Inspection Commission, can't the criminal police arrest them if they know about it? Zhang Yan is such a petty person. Since Zhang Lin is relying on the power of his old man to find someone to break his legs, how can he let his anger subside without sending both father and son in? If you cut the grass, you have to get rid of the roots. Zhang Yan and so on. The first to arrive was of course Gu Yusin, who couldn't help but frown when she saw the four punks. A few gangsters, and she's the head of the police force? Without waiting for her to open her mouth, Zhang Yan laughed. Don't be in a hurry first, wait patiently for a 13-minute. If Zhang Lin and his father and son didn't show up in front of him within half an hour, then he wouldn't send the father and son to jail. Go to hell. Chapter 119 Break your son's legs yourself. Hearing Zhang Yan say that, Gu Yusin patiently didn't say anything. In a little while more, Li Jian came. He couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw there were still vigilantes. He guaranteed that he would make the Zhang family apologize to his father and son, and that Zhang Yan would take the blame, but now he called the vigilante over. What was the intention? Comrade Zhang Yan. He came over and greeted him in a friendly manner. That's the first person in the 19th Council who's willing to sign a cooperative agreement. How dare he offend? Zhang Yan just smiled. Gu Yusin, on the other hand, surveyed Jian Li with a curious gaze. Li Jian hadn't flashed his identity in front of her, but she always felt that Li Jian's aura was a bit similar to someone from before. After another 9 minutes, a car, apparently from a government department, drove up. The secretary got out of the passenger seat first, opened the door, and then stepped down to two men. One was a man in his 50s with official authority, while the other was a young man in his 20s, Zhang Luan. You can, calling a vice mayor over so quickly and apologizing. No, Jian Li shouldn't have such energy. Borrowed from the 19th inning, I think. Zhang Yan's heart is clear. He showed a strong strength in Old Main, and has already made the high level enough to pay attention to it, so he is now encountering things. 19 Bureau naturally has to pay attention to it. You know, it's good enough that Zhang Yan didn't bully others with his power. But you, this dude, actually dared to take the initiative to provoke? If this matter can't be done to Zhang Yan's satisfaction, this father and son may have to die. So the purpose of having them come over and apologize is actually to save them. Zheng Feng's face was gloomy. It was fine for the son to go around making money under his name, but he actually kicked the can down the road, making him have to come out and wipe his ass. What is it? But he didn't dare not to come because he got a call from his old leader telling him to make sure he cooperated with people. The old leader has spoken. How serious is it? He really hated to slash Shan Luan. Asshole. Why are you so blind if you make a little money? but only a moment later, his expression changed, a look of overwhelming guilt. Is this Comrade Zhang Yan? He walked over quickly and took the initiative to extend his hands. I am Zhang Feng. Zhang Lin is my son. My canine son is a playboy. I will express my most sincere apologies to you on his behalf. However, Zhang Yan had his hands behind his back and completely ignored him. This is awkward. Zhang Feng cursed in his heart. He usually went down to the grassroots. How many people grabbed to shake hands with him when his hand stretched out? Now it's good to be ignored. Just what is it about such a young man that he can move the old leader to call him? Being able to climb up to his current position, Zhang Feng's culinary skills were certainly good, and with just a self-deprecating smile, his demeanor became normal again, as if what had just happened hadn't happened. He waved at Zhang Luan. Asshole guy, come over here and apologize to someone. Of course Zhang Luan was 100,000 times reluctant. This is the guy who stole the woman from him. If he not only failed to snatch Su Yinqing back, on the contrary, he had to apologize to the other party. Later he would really become a joke in the circle of the second generation in Sioux City. But would he dare talk back to his old man? Everything he has is from his old man. Without his old man, he's nothing. Zhang Lin couldn't hate anymore in his heart. He walked over slowly. The veins on his forehead showed how much he had to be reluctant. After finally walking in front of Zhang Yan, he pressed down the anger that filled him and said, I'm sorry. Zhang Yan spread a smile. You sent someone to warn me to break my legs. So how about now you let these guys break your legs and we'll call it even? Zhang Luan's face darkened and he couldn't help but cast a look toward his old father for help. Zhang Feng, of course, couldn't bear to see his son break his leg, and hurriedly said, Comrade Zhang Yan, isn't there any other solution? Look, the comrade vigilantes are all here now, and they won't sit back and watch such an atrocity happen. Worthy of being a big official, he dragged Gu Yusen and the others down with him at once. Sure enough, after being squeezed like this, Gu Yusen had to say, Zhang Yan. However, she was interrupted by Zhang Yan before she could open her mouth. He said to Zhang Feng with a smile on his face, that's right, if these punks were to make a move, the vigilantes would definitely stop it, but what if it was you who made the move? When a son makes a mistake, it's okay for the old man to take action to educate him, right? Gu Yusen then stopped talking. It's only natural for the old man to educate his son. It's a family matter, and the vigilante can't intervene, can he? Though she is a vigilante, she is also a human being. And human beings have likes and dislikes and biases. And who does she favor? It must be Zhang Yan. This what's-her-name Zhang Luan actually arranged for punks to attack Zhang Yan, which made her very angry. Fortunately, Zhang Yan seemed to have a lot of energy and actually made Zhang Feng, the vice mayor, personally bring his son over to apologize. She would like to see how the father and son of the Zhang family would end up. Zhang Feng was then set on fire. No fight? Then he is equivalent to coming to this trip for nothing. But to beat it, he is such a son. Usually even scolding is not to be able to spare, let alone to beat, and even to break the legs. He huffed in his mind. Who is this young man and why is he so desperate? Even if you have a provincial bigwig behind you, you shouldn't be so desperate. Seeing that Zhang Feng was showing signs of flipping out, Jianli couldn't help himself and stepped forward. Mayor Zhang, I'm Jianli, from the relevant department. With that, he took out his ID and waved it in front of Zhang Feng. It really was just a wiggle. And they didn't even wait for the other person to look at it before they put their papers away. Then he said, I'm just suggesting that it would be best for Mayor Zhang to follow Comrade Zhang Yan's advice. Let me break my own son's legs and call it a suggestion? Zhang Feng was naturally furious in his heart, but more than that, he was chilled. For even though he had only glanced at it, he still saw that levy mark on the document. He had the honor of meeting him before, but only as the secretary of the old leader. The old leaders were very respectful at the time. You know, the old leader was already at the vice-ministerial level at that time. Zhang Yan's relationship was actually that horrible. Zhang Feng no longer has a trace of luck, and his dissatisfaction has dissipated along with his fear. He suddenly shouted, asterisk 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 asterisk, don't give me a knee. Zhang Luan's face was pale. Father, really want to break his legs? Dad, he cried in fear, and begged for mercy. Zhang Feng, however, ignored it with an iron face and looked around. Zhang Yan was very sweet. Took off the steel pipe in the neck of the gangster, jerked it straight and handed it to Zhang Feng. This seemingly unusual and unbelievable move freaked everyone out. Nima, that's a steel pipe. A steel pipe. Only 4 punks had already been shocked, and not only were they not surprised, but on the contrary, they were a little proud. Hey, we're not the only ones in shock now. Chapter 120, waiting to be shot. Zhang Luan begged and pleaded. However, Zhang Feng glanced at Zhang Yan with a hidden gaze. Zhang Lin understood and hurriedly crawled on his knees towards Zhang Yan. Young Zhang, I was wrong. I really must know that I'm wrong. I shouldn't have blindly messed with you, so be generous and spare me. I will definitely change in the future. I will definitely change. Oh, Zhang Yan just smiled before looking at Zheng Feng. That means I don't accept it.
Zheng Feng had no choice but to swing the steel pipe and smashed it against his son's leg.
Ah! Zhang Luan let out a miserable scream. However,
Zheng Feng actually didn't use too much strength.
he simply couldn't afford to give up.
It's just that Zhang Lin had never suffered before and screamed hysterically at the slightest pain.
Comrade Zhang Yan, I've fought and your anger should be out of the way. It's okay,
Zheng Feng said with a sullen face.
Even if Zhang Yan's background is big and scary, you can't be so aggressive. You have nothing to lose. And us, father and son? Wasn't it enough to not only apologize, but to stage a scene where the old father smacked the dude's son in the face? Even if you're a red couple from the capital, it's enough for me to do this, right? No matter where I take it. I'm definitely sincere in this apology. Zhang Yan smiled. Since Mayor Zhang can't give up his son and doesn't want to fight anymore, then he won't fight. Ha? So talkative? Nope. Zheng Feng's eyes immediately narrowed. This guy still has moves. But what can it be? Openly murderous? Never. He was a deputy mayor. And if this guy dared to commit an act of violence in public, then the vigilantes would be out to take him down. And if he dared to resist, he would definitely be killed on the spot. It was true that this man had shown terrifying power. But could he go against the state with power alone? Die without knowing how? When he thought of this, he smiled. Then thank you, Comrade Zhang Yan, for your magnanimity. The word magnanimous he said almost through gritted teeth. He secretly hated it. With this account written down, when he took a few more steps up the ladder, he might be in a good enough position to get Zhang Yan killed. He is extremely deep in the city. Today this heel is planted, can only be returned later. But without waiting for him to help his son up, he heard Zhang Yan leisurely say, Old Zheng, how many bad things have you done in all these years as an official? Do you think I will tell the bad things I have done in public? Zheng Feng just laughed coldly in his heart, secretly saying that young people were indeed young people. Not a bit of sophistication at all. But in the next moment he was born with a strong fear, only to feel that Zhang Yan was like a god, and that what he said was the supreme will. No. May. Conceal. Conceal. He shivered. Also do not go to help his son. Said, I just won the mayor of the town. There is a high school female teacher in order to get ahead. Take the initiative to give me as a lover. I did not block the temptation. And then has been to maintain the relationship. But do not know how it is. Her husband actually know. Suddenly killed back to catch the adultery. But also threatened to go to the county to sue me. I was on the spur of the moment. He killed him. Hearing this, Gu Yusin's group of vigilantes were all creeped out. Gripes. So that's what you are. Jian Li, on the other hand, glanced at Zhang Yan and couldn't help but frown. What a terrifying hypnotism. He didn't even notice when Zhang Yan started. That's what's so scary. Zheng Feng seemed to be completely unaware of what he was doing, but instead spoke again in a torrent. He is a person who is not greedy for money, but has a strong obsession with female sex, from the town mayor to the district mayor, and then to the deputy mayor. Wherever he is served, there are no lovers all over the place. He can't pay his lovers, but he can promote them. Power and color dealings. Gu Yusin shook her head in her mind. Zheng Feng was finished. Zhang Lin was originally shouting in pain, but now he froze and looked foolish. Suddenly, he reacted, climbed to his feet despite the pain in his legs, and yelled, Dad! Stop it! Stop it! Then he looked at the crowd. My father is possessed. He's talking nonsense. Don't you believe him? Gu Yusin's face sank. How is it nonsense to confess to a crime in front of a vigilante, which is considered a surrender? Her eyes were on fire. As a cynical vigilante, she of course could not tolerate such evil behavior and could not wait to shoot Zheng Feng. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, smiled and looked at Zheng Lin. The so-called upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. How about you? What bad things have you done? Zheng Lin said little cute in his heart. Only then did he say it, but suddenly shivered. An indescribable fear grew in the bottom of his heart. He collapsed, and knelt on the ground again, trembling. 3 years ago, I looked at a little girl, and spent money to let her accompany me to go to bed, and when she did not agree, I forcibly captured her back to her home. Afterwards, she said that she was going to sue me. I killed her. Gripes. Another beast. Gu Yusin's phoenix eyes were spitting fire, but in order to gather evidence, she never interrupted, but recorded it all with a recorder. Zheng's father and son had been confiding for more than half an hour, which had pretty much accounted for the bad things they thought were going on, before they stopped. Well, get back to normal. 2 minutes later, both father and son blushed at the same time. Zhang Lin was sitting on his butt on the ground, his face pale as paper, completely terrified, while Zhang Feng was still trying to weasel his way out of it. saying, "I was the one who was talking nonsense just now. Take it away," Gu Yusin said coldly, hating to draw her gun. Several sheriff's deputies immediately stepped forward and handcuffed the father and son with handcuffs. "You guys, lol, shouldn't have the chance to put the bottom of a jail cell on the line, but to eat a gun." Zhang Yan smiled without saying anything, but he was absorbing a large amount of desire points. "Cool." Gu Yusin looked deeply at Zhang Yan and said, "I'll look for you tomorrow." She had so many doubts. However, with these fathers and sons to be tried today, and with many old cases involved, a whole day would not be busy, so she would have to be free to go to Zhang Yan tomorrow at the earliest. Zhang Yan smiled. Good. After having enough strength, he didn't mind showing off his sharpness. Gu Yusin escorted Zheng Feng's father and son and the four gangsters away, while Li Jian walked over with a bitter smile. "Just now, even if Zheng Feng really did break Zhang Lin's legs, you'd still send them to jail, wouldn't you?" Zhang Yan spread a smile. Of course, he hadn't intended to spare the father and son from the start. Unfortunately, Zheng Feng just whipped his son a stick. He would like to see Zhang Lin rise up to resist the picture. But, unfortunately, the old Zhang is too protective of his son. Actually just a symbolic stick. That's a little disappointing. Li Jian shivered straight from the bottom of his heart. The man in front of him was vindictive and incomparably careful. The point is, this guy is still strong as hell. Straighten the steel pipe as you go. What kind of terrifying strength does it take? No wonder the bureau was willing to make an exception for him and work with Zhang Yan instead of recruiting him. He laughed a little more bitterly. According to the bureau's rules, we can't use force against ordinary people at will. Zhang Yan lost his smile. Did I use force? I didn't even touch them with my fingers. Moreover, is this person a corrupt official? An evil official? Is this my way of ridding the people of evil? Is this a merit for the country? Li Jian bared his teeth for half a day and finally stifled a word. Count. Chapter 121 Cleansing Milk. Li Jian is also gone. What's the point of staying when it's done? To be honest, he was a bit afraid of Zhang Yan. No, it's very scary. After walking out a good distance, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number out. Team leader, my wife is about to give birth. I'm going to take a leave of absence for 3 months. So why don't you switch to someone else to be Zhang Yan's liaison? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You're not married. Where would you get a wife? A growl came from the opposite side, but if you listened carefully, you could tell it was a mature female voice. Li Jian was about to cry. Team leader, not only is that guy excessively powerful, but he's also proficient in hypnosis. I'm afraid he'll make me do something weird and strange. The opposite side, however, put on a softer voice. Little Li Z, the bureau is now strapped for personnel, so just hold on for a little while longer. Oops, I have to go pick up my son from school, so I'll just hang up. Doh! There was no sound on the other end of the phone. You haven't been married either. Where did you get a son? Li Jian had a melancholic look on his face. Alas, who made him just a tiny member of the group? Zhang Yan returned home with his hands in his pockets. Lin Xiangye greeted him and sniffed twice at his body. Strange, there's no other woman's perfume. Zhang Yan lost his smile. You think I just went outside to make waves? Yeah, why else did it go for an hour and 7 or 8 minutes? Lin Xiangye said as she looked at her watch. Well, I'm going out and you're keeping track of the time? Zhang Yan looked at the flirtatious woman in her pajamas, with her chest towering high above her head, followed by a sudden cliff, showing how proud her figure was. He couldn't help but feel a twinge in his heart. I want the cleanser. Seeing Zhang Yan's gaze on her chest, Lin Xiangyan couldn't help but blush and poo-poo. Stinking rascal. Zhang Yan laughed out loud. If you don't give me a face wash, then I'll give you a face wash. Lin Xiangye couldn't help but stare. What kind of stunt was this? After an hour or so, she finally got it. The key is, Zhang Yan also said that this kind of face wash has the effect of beauty and skin care. It is simply nonsense. But Yuan Miaoqing, this stupid girl, actually believed it, and scrambled to share a little bit. A little bit. She should obviously be angry, but for some reason, she was actually enjoying it inside. It's over. She's really getting in deeper and deeper. While Lin Xiangye washed her face, she was reminiscing. Having known Zhang Yan for only a few days, how could she go from not loving her husband to deeply liking another man? The man is toxic. However, she was willing to do it. At noon, Zhang Yan ordered takeout. Deluxe takeout. Of course. Anyway, there's money, so you can order whatever you want. Because of the point of things are really too expensive. People restaurants do not have riders, but directly let the clerk to send over. In front of Zhang Yan's face a handful of meals on the table. Get Zhang Yan confirmed before leaving. The three of them ate while they turned on the TV and watched. Just in time, the local news was on. Zhang Yan hadn't cared about it originally, but the news quickly talked about the fire that had occurred at the White Crane building a few days ago,
And the circumstances of that day had now been investigated. Two groups of people had fought, knocked over the cake, and ignited a firework explosion, which ultimately triggered the fire. And bald guy, those people actually threatened the rooftop. People jumped, but also fell dead several people. This is naturally intentional homicide. The plot is incomparably bad. The leader of the person certainly cannot avoid the death penalty. Other people also have to sit in jail for many years. As in his last life, Iron Bear went in once more. Also, the news talked about why the fire trucks were late. On the way here, there are a few rich kids parked in the middle of the road, froze and refused to move the car. And then it was the crowd who joined forces and pushed the cars blocking the road to the side of the road, so that the fire trucks were able to pass. According to reason, delayed firefighting, but also caused huge losses. These rich second generation is to be sentenced to imprisonment. But rich second generation, I do not know whether their families have been operating, so that they are exempted from criminal punishment. Ha, that's not good. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. Very well, isn't this a desire point provider? They even dared to block the fire engines and did not move their cars even after being reminded. So it can be seen how arrogant they acted, and they must have done a lot of bad things. Now Zhang Yan liked this kind of person the most. It's up to you bad guys to provide the extra desire points if we can get to the 11th enhancement soon. Zhang Yan planned to find Gu Yusin to find out what was going on. As the head of the criminal police, it wasn't easy for her to find out information about these rich kids. However, Gu Yusin would have to be free tomorrow. Alright. However, in the afternoon, Zhang Yan had intended to continue to bury his head in the sand, but Lin Xiangye said she had to go to work. She had a class in the afternoon, and escaped from Zhang Yan's clutches, leaving Yuan Miaocheng alone. Ugh, just one. How can he fight enough? Can't have fun at all. Okay. It was better to wait until Su Yunqing and Lin Xiangye came back at night before playing. Thinking of the three women's beautiful and varied faces, Zhang Yan could not help but feel a heat in his heart. Have to hurry to abduct the big police flower into the harem as well. I have been coveting her arigato for a long time. Bah, can I use the word covet when I'm so nice? Call it appreciation. Pure appreciation. The afternoon cannot be wasted. Zhang Yan took the original wonderful Ching to go shopping, so that she is beautiful. Yo. Master loves me the most. Little did she know that Zhang Yan was only using her as a tool person to absorb desire points. Arriving at a women's clothing store, Yuan Miaocheng picked out a few pieces of clothing to try on, and after a long time, she opened the fitting room a crack and called out, "Master, help me with a button. I can't reach it." Zhang Yan then walked in. Just after closing the door, he felt a pair of snake-like jade arms hugging over. "Master, we haven't tried it here." He. Half an hour later, Zhang Yan and Yuan Miaocheng organized their clothes and walked out of the fitting room together. Only the four female sales clerks were all blushing and their eyes were about to drip out. Half an hour of listening. They're weak in the knees. Zhang Yan smiled and pointed at the clothes that Yuan Miaocheng had tried on. Wrap them all up. The clerks were stunned, then delighted. Yuan Miaocheng tried on at least 10 pieces of clothing, and their house could barely be considered a luxury store, with the cheapest clothes selling for over 5,000. So of course, this order was a big business. Selling more and more expensively naturally means that their commission is also high. Zhang Yan swiped his card to check out, and looking at Yuan Miaocheng carrying a big bag, the four sales clerks were envious, looking for a man who was not only handsome and rich, but also scary strong in that area. As women, they could certainly tell whether Haramaki Mayaharu was really screaming or not. That's definitely flying on top of the clouds. The point is not to fly up and come down, but to keep flying and flying. I'm so envious and jealous of this woman. Why can't I meet a man like that? Be a lover to this man if you can. Chapter 122. Of course, Zhang Yan would not know what these four shopkeepers were thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't do it. Nothing else. Appetites are spoiled. When he returned home in the evening, Zhang Yan naturally ordered another table of takeout. This is Little Southern's cuisine, don't they not do takeout? Su Yunqing's eyes were still quite poisonous, and she recognized it with a glance. Zhang Yan just smiled lightly. Whether you can take it out or not depends on how much you are willing to spend. Okay. Su Yunqing gave him a blank look. Landlord, fight the landlords and divide the fields. Yuan Miaocheng coaxed. Zhang Yan returned a look of disdain to her. What are you guys fighting with? Have you got it? I can only beat you guys alright. Stinking hooligans. Shameless. Su Yunqing and Lin Xiangye were both flying blank stares with red pretty faces, while Yuan Miaocheng behaved herself, with a seductive look on her face. Master, come and hit me. If you can tolerate a soldier, you can't tolerate a stick. Hit. Day 2. In the morning, Su Yunqing went out to work with Lin Xiangye, while Zhang Yan slept until after 10 o'clock. He didn't even have to move. Yuan Miaocheng gently and carefully dressed him, and also squeezed toothpaste for him, very much like a good wife and mother.
LOL, look at people and then look at the domestic fairies. Can't compare, can't compare.
Zhang Yan couldn't help but think of the scene when he was with Jia Lily.
He immediately went home as soon as he got off work every day and prepared dinner for her. And wasn't it a matter of course in Jia Lily's opinion? It's because there are so many dog lickers that fairies take them for granted. But what if you meet a rich man?
The fairies will be able to wash the soup with their vegan hands.
When all is said and done, a dog licker is basically broke or doesn't have enough money to only lick. And a rich person just needs to be hit with money.
Of course, there were many reasons why Yuan Miaoqing served him so carefully. The biggest reason must be Zhang Yan's power, which made the Pine family give her to Zhang Yan. The second thing was that Zhang Yan's ability in that area was enough to make Yuan Miaoqing obediently sing her conquest.
Third, Zhang Yan is handsome. In the end, it's all about the money.
It is indeed good to have money to provide abundance and not have to worry about trivialities. It's a saying that poor couples have everything to lose. Zhang Yan was still restless while brushing his teeth, and by the time he finished using the cleanser, the two were almost back on the bed. However, a phone call called Zhang Yan to a halt.
Gu Yusin called.
Zhang Yan connected and the two of them made an appointment to meet at a location.
Not the CID. Hey, who says this woman has no emotional intelligence? Zhang Yan used great perseverance to leave from Yuan Miaoqing's tenderness, and after he went out, he couldn't help but lament that women were really tigers. Not eating him, but eating his time. Zhang Yan met Gu Yusin in a coffee shop. Sit. She pouted at the seat across from her.
Zhang Yan sat down as he was told and admired the gallant beauty in front of him, who had her arms crossed on the table while her heavy breasts were actually all resting on the tabletop.
Adults, there are tons of them.
Gu Yusin didn't care about his aggressive gaze because this guy would stare every time he saw himself and she was already used to it. She mused for a moment and said,
"Who the hell are you? An ordinary person can make the vice mayor come over to apologize in person?" Moreover, she had seen with her own eyes that Zhang Yan had easily jerked a steel pipe straight from the ring. And that's not even the scariest part.
What shocked her the most was that Mayor Zhang's father and son would actually confess their crimes in public.
Who would do such a stupid thing? They certainly didn't have a guilty conscience to confess their crimes, but by choice, they sent themselves to their deaths. What does that mean?
She stared tightly at Zhang Yan with her beautiful eyes.
Zhang Yan laughed. I
have learned a bit of martial arts and a bit of hypnosis.
That's definitely more than a little.
How much strength does it take to jerk a steel pipe straight? And hypnosis like this is even more frightening when it comes to getting someone to spill the beans on a crime they've committed.
Now she finally understood why Bai Wenhe and the others would turn themselves in. If Zhang Yan is going to do evil, he won't even leave a single clue. However,
if Zhang Yan could use such an ability in investigating cases,
what case could not be solved? She looked at Zhang Yan with a complicated gaze, and only said after a while, "No wonder someone from the capital would come over to look for you. Have you been incorporated?"
Zhang Yan smiled faintly.
Is it possible for someone like me to be taken in? It's a cooperation. If there's someone they can't handle, I'll step in, but I'll receive payment. Gu Yusin was once again shocked. The country has made a move. But Zhang Yan actually not be recruited, but reached a cooperation. What do you mean by cooperation?
It's called cooperation when both sides are equal. Gu Yusin's breath caught and her chest set off great waves, making Zhang Yan completely unable to move his gaze.
After a while,
she calmed down and looked at Zhang Yan with a burning gaze.
If I come across a suspect I can't handle, can I ask for your help?
Hey, you did ask.
Zhang Yan was not surprised.
This one was a maniac who caught criminals and even did not fall in love or get married for this reason. Pure and simple went off the deep end.
Hey, it's only up to me to save you. You can't waste God's generous gift to you. Zhang Yan smiled. Yes, but you have to pay. What kind of payment do you want? Gu Yusin asked. Hey, didn't I already say that? Bao pei al. Zhang Yan sighed.
It was impossible to expect this criminal police chief to understand the tart words ah.
He said, I'll help you if you go to dinner and a movie and a hotel with me. Gu Yusin mused. Zhang Yan thought she was going to refuse, but he didn't expect Gu Yusin to say, can we save the first 2 steps? Holy, there's such a thing as a good thing? Zhang Yan are shocked. This sentence is actually half true. Half is in jest, because always have to push a degree of advancement well. If he does not take the initiative, do not expect Gu Yusin initiative? Never thought that Gu Yusin would actually agree. Being so surprised, he actually asked stupidly, why did you save the first 2 steps? Asking the question, he regretted it. Sure enough, I only heard Gu Yusin say, because it's too much of a waste of time. No shame in you, case mania. But, Zhang Yan then secretly smiled.
Dinner plus a movie was only 2 hours.
Right, but he was in bed. Hey, at least 3 hours onwards. You know nothing of my power. It's a deal. Zhang Yan extended his hand.
Gu Yusin also reached out to shake his hand. Obviously a hand that often holds a gun should be very rough, but Gu Yusin's hand is as smooth as jade. I have to say, God really loves her. Nope. The lady who jacks her gun a lot should know that's actually very moisturizing to the hands. Zhang Yan skinned himself in his heart and hurriedly said, "Then let's go get a room now." Gu Yusin shook her head. "I asked for your help once to get a room." It wasn't so much that she was afraid of any loss as it was the sheer fact that she didn't want to waste time. Men, as far as she knew, were usually 3 to 5 minutes, but then add in the time it took to get to the hotel? At least half an hour. Maybe even longer. That's a lot of time. And she's perfectly capable of catching a few criminals and bringing them back. How can it go to waste? Chapter 123, coming to Sioux City to shoot a movie. Zhang Yan could be 100% certain that if Gu Yusin did not have a good feeling about herself, there was absolutely no way she would agree to this outrageous request. However, this woman completely prioritizes solving crimes and catching bad guys. Love, marriage and whatnot, in her opinion, is something dispensable. So what if you even have a crush on Zhang Yan? I don't care and may even be tempted to sleep with you. But I don't have the time. Zhang Yan was speechless. How could there be people with such a strong sense of justice? Maybe she had some kind of stimulus as a child that made her so deeply resentful of bad people? Maybe. Zhang Yan could only hope that Gu Yusin would hurry up and run over to ask for help when she couldn't solve the case. Hey, after letting you experience Takeshi's unending stamina, I don't believe you won't fall in love with the feeling. Look at Lin Xiangyan and the others. Which one of them is not dead to him? As the old saying goes, there's nothing that can't be solved with one shot. And if there is, then another. So how important is a man's competence in gender relations? Zhang Yan laughed, then hurry back to investigate the case and come to me if you have any problems. I'll be jingling for good een. Gu Yusin's expression was slightly odd. Can you call that waiting for good news? I'm going to you because I have a problem. Can that be a good thing? But she wasn't willing to waste time on such a minor issue. So she said, I'll get back to my case then. With that, she walked away without a moment's delay. What a one-track-minded woman. Zhang Yan lost his smile. He could see everyone's emotions. Gu Yusin clearly had a liking for him. And the good news was that the intensity of that emotion had ranked second to go. Topping the list is, of course, the persistence and dedication to catching the bad guys. The bad news is that the intensity of first place crushes second place. At least tenfold. It's okay. She and I were strangers before. And now Big F's feelings of fondness for me are in second place. Without special circumstances, this emotion never rushes to the top. But once you open the door to a new world for Big F, hey, I don't believe I can't conquer her. Zhang Yan sat for a while longer and also got up to leave. Collect the desire point to go. Ha! He forgot one thing, asking Gu Yusin for information on those rich kids who were blocking the fire engine. So, he picked up his cell phone again and called Gu Yusin. He talked about the situation and didn't do anything to hide it, because he knew that with Gu Yusin's cynicism, if these few rich second-generation people really escaped the law based on their ability to make money, they would definitely be furious beyond measure. But she is also scrupulous in her identity. Cannot do something illegal, so she can only watch. But given the chance to bring these bad guys to justice, would she not be happy to help? She's law-abiding, but that doesn't mean she's a pedant. As expected, listening to Zhang Yan prying into the news of these few rich second-generation, Gu Yusin's tone of voice all lowered a bit, containing a strong anger. She balked. It's just that she's still on the road and needs to wait until she's back at the station to pull up the information on these rich kids. Zhang Yan was naturally in no hurry. He didn't care at all if these rich kids went to jail or not, or if they lived or died. All he cared about was how many desire points these people could offer him. Keep hanging out. Half an hour later, Zhang Yan received a message from Gu Yusin. The names of the 3 people and their ID numbers. These 3 are naturally the rich kids blocking the fire truck. Pan Jiaping, Lu Hong and Yen Xiaobing. 3 in total. Gu Yusin also sent a message. Don't do anything illegal. It's not worth it to put yourself on the line for a few scumbags. Gee, icebergs can actually melt. Zhang Yan threw the information of these 3 people back to Lu Jianghao and asked him to check the addresses of these 3 people, while he himself continued shopping. At noon, he found a random bistro and ordered a covered dish of rice. With the luxury of adding a chicken thigh, he can eat a big meal, and a simple meal can also make up for it. After all, just got out of prison, where there is so much to talk about. After eating or continuing to collect desire points, after another half hour, Zhang Yan received a reply from Lu Jianghao. The addresses of these 3 rich kids were found out. However, people have several sweets in their name. That's why he's a rich kid. The point is, they're not necessarily in one of the properties yet. Heck, I wouldn't bother looking for them if it weren't for the desire point collection. No. Why should I go to all this trouble? Can't we get the sheriff's department to call Poon Ka Ping and the others? It's too easy. You'll have to cooperate with the investigation and so on. Then all he had to do was make a trip to the station, pull the fear out of these three and make them confess. Then wouldn't he be able to harvest a huge wave of desire points when they came to their senses? How simple. Zhang Yan laughed. He had really gotten into trouble. After all, his previous life is at most a prison bully. Thinking is still at the level of doing things all on their own. Only to fight a group fight will bring a bunch of minions together. Usually need to use the minions? Individuals have limited energy, so they have to learn to use people. Well, with the exception of one's own woman, energy can only be used by oneself. He called Gu Yusin again and told him about his plan. Gu Yusin readily agreed. It's just that she's the captain of the criminal police brigade, and the matter of those few rich kids blocking the fire trucks doesn't fall under her control, so she can't possibly extend her hand that far. This is also a good solution. Can't we just get the traffic police to cooperate? People's status is there. Will the traffic police dismiss her? Even if we don't talk about her identity, just based on her face and body, I don't know how many lickspittles would rush upwards. It's done. Now it's just a trip to the traffic police. Zhang Yan was very pleasant and began to stroll around again, at the counter to tease the beautiful young lady, teasing people to flutter. But Zhang Yan is only with the eyes to eat a little tofu. With this kind of small beauty to say something flirty enough, the main meal or have to eat Lin Xiang evening. Su Yunqing, this kind of beauty and temperament of the big beauty. The call came again. Zhang Yan took a look and it was Ming Fei Su calling. He picked up and laughed. Big star. Miss me? Think. The actress said sweetly. How much? I want it very much. Especially at night. Just thinking that young Zhang can fill me up. Ming Fei Su spoke shameful words in a sweet voice. Zhang Yan could not help but feel a flutter in his heart. This actress was still quite good. Her face value was over the top. Her body was good. And she had a Western style. Ming Fei Su added. I took a movie. And most of the scenes are in Sioux City. So, I'll be able to see you soon. Ha, coming to Sioux City. Zhang Yan revealed a smile. Yeah, thinking about Ming Fei Su's excellent eloquence. He still misses a little. Are you a female first? He asked casually. No, Sister Ying is the one. Ming Fei Shu replied. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up. Zhou Ying is a female first? Aha. Ming Fei Su nodded. Thinking of Zhang Yan's eyes glowing when he mentioned Zhou Ying when they were together before, she couldn't help but be secretly jealous. The boss is not just a breast bigger than herself. When it comes to face value she is not losing at all. And she is young. Sister Zhou is about to 30. The golden period of female stars is extremely short. Unless the kind of flow is particularly large. Or after 30 years of age will go downhill. Began to play the female second. Female third. And it must be open-minded. The person who should be accompanied by sleep have accompanied. Before you can fish for the role of the starring role. However, the boss did have big breasts. And when she went out with Zhou Ying, but all men, no matter how old they were, would intentionally or unintentionally stare at the boss's breasts. She was unaware that Zhang Yan was interested in Zhou Ying more because of the obsession from his previous life. Chapter 124, Inexplicable Enmity. In the first 10 years of Zhang Yan's imprisonment, there were legends of the three goddesses in the prison. Zhou Ying, Cheng Bingbing and Liang Xue. All three are top stream stars. And the other characteristic, besides being good looking, is that they are big, levels above great. Men are surprisingly consistent in their preferences in this area. Of course there are exceptions that like to be right on the A, but that's in the minority. The three goddesses have occupied the dream goddess position of the prisoners for 10 years. And in the toilets and bathrooms, you can often hear the prisoners calling out the name of one of the goddesses while the tigers roar and the wolves scream. Even after 10 years, many old prisoners still regard them as objects of lust, which shows their high status. It's time for the three goddesses to be at the top of their game. However, the three women are going in different directions. Zhou Ying was recognized as the queen of TV dramas, dominating the top 3 ratings year-round. And this continued until 5 or 6 years later, when she appeared in fewer TV dramas year after year. But the conversation remained high until she was in her mid-40s, when she officially retired to the background and became a full-time boss. Cheng Bingbing, on the other hand, specializes in movies, starring in all the films sold out, maintaining the throne of the highest box office actress in China, the fastest to reach 10 billion box office actresses. 20 billion actresses are all her. But then she was unfortunate. Zhang Yan does not understand very clearly, only know that Cheng Bingbing in foreign filming, because of the accident incense died. The last one, Li Yan Seol, is the queen of variety, and as long as she's there, it's a ratings guarantee. This woman is too good at rubbing the edge. Often will show a little bit of spring in the show, but it is just big white legs a little bit of ditch but always make men excited to wail. Perennial domination of the first place of the sexiest actress. Zhang Yan recalled and couldn't help but tsk.
These three actresses are the current representatives of the sex goddesses in the Chinese movie and television industry. Which one to choose? All of them are goddesses that were repeatedly rubbed together in their fantasies during one lonely and difficult night in their previous lives. Hey, kids, choose. I want it all. Of course, of the three major sex goddesses, only Li Yingxue is still unmarried, while the other two got married a few years ago, and Shang Bingbing has also given birth. Zhang Yan wasn't worried in the slightest. Your circle is so messed up. It's much easier to sleep with an actress than a good family. Just drop the money. Not to mention, Chang Bingbing once flew to a certain place, accompanied by a boss, slept for 3 days, angrily earned more than 10 million, but later realized that the boss is actually only an accountant. This more than 10 million is his embezzlement of public funds. As a result, this accountant was arrested in the incident, while Chang Bingbing had to give back more than 10 million, making a big joke in the circle. Zhang Yan will know about this matter, because that accountant buddy is serving a sentence in Sioux City prison. He did not have to brag about this matter in jail. However, it was later confiscated by the red-eyed inmates to confiscate the tools of the trade. So, for actresses in the entertainment industry, whether they have been married or not, and whether they have had children or not is not affected at all. What's paid for? Is paid for. Well, the bull market is coming to an end, and after taking the money out, most of it is definitely going to go into real estate, leaving some of it for day-to-day expenses, like playing around with actresses like this. Zhang Yan was too lazy to even specialize in designing like he did with Lin Shangyan. It was too troublesome. How easy it is to hit with money. He had no intention of taking these actresses into his harem. Obviously it's a shared bike. You're being unethical by putting a lock on it. After chatting with Ming Faifu, the other party would not come to Suzhou City until a week or so. He lost interest and quickly hung up the phone. A week yet. Just hung up the phone. Not even 2 minutes later it rang again. Zhang Yan was speechless. Is today a good day? Picking it up and looking at it. It's Jianli calling. He picks up the phone. Comrade Zhang Yan, the contract has been drawn up. Where are you now? I'll send it over. That fast? Zhang Yan muttered in his heart, looked around, and said, I'm on the 3rd floor of the Rainbow Mall. I'll wait for you here with milk tea. Okay, I'll be in touch when I get there. Zhang Yan then walked into the milk tea store, ordered a cup of milk tea. This point is actually quite a lot of people. He waited for 10 minutes to get the milk tea. Open has not had 2 mouthfuls. We'll see 2 people walked in. They didn't bother to order, but instead, under a little search, they walked towards Zhang Yan. The 2 were a man and a woman. The man was Jian Li and the woman was unknown. In her late 20s, she was pretty, full of youthful energy and a hint of arrogance. A spoiled brat at first glance. He obviously didn't know this woman. So why was this woman harboring a very strong hatred for him? Zhang Yan didn't move. His current strength should be able to hang the 9th stage of the Dark Force, so a random punch from him would make this woman oink for a long time. Right, Comrade Zhang Yan? Li Jian walked over quickly. I've kept you waiting. While saying that, he opened his briefcase and took out 2 contracts from it. Take a look at it and sign it if it's okay. Zhang Yan took the contract and casually flipped through it, mainly his duties and powers. His duty was that if there was a treacherous martial artist in Sioux City and there was no way for the local police force in Sioux City to take care of it, he needed to step in and solve the problem. While if it was a powerful martial artist committing a crime elsewhere, he could decide whether or not he wanted to help. If you help, you can get paid, or you can ask for something from the bureau that is almost equal in value. And he has the power to call on the resources of the 19th Bureau. Of course, Sioux City only. If it was outside of Sioux City, then Zhang Yan would have to help the Bureau arrest offenders outside of Sioux City in exchange. Cooperation, of course, is based on the premise that both sides pay equal. Zhang Yan took a cursory look and signed his big name. In duplicate. He wasn't afraid of Bureau 19 punking himself. Oh, if you guys really want a pit, I'll tear down all your bureaus. Besides, he was strong enough that this contract was really just a scrap of paper. While signing the contract, the little beauty on the side kept glaring at him with her eyes. Zhang Yan put his pen aside, pointed at the little beauty and asked Li Jian, is there something wrong with this person's eyes? Why is she always staring at me? Jian Li couldn't help but smile awkwardly. This is Yen Zua, my colleague. The little beauty, on the other hand, grunted and said, how does a scumbag like you deserve to join Bureau 19? Yo, come up with a personal attack? Zhang Yan smiled coldly. You can call me names just because you're pretty? Just kidding. In the next moment, Yen Zua seemed to have been thrown to the North Pole as if she was shivering all over her body before sliding off the chair and sitting on her but on the ground. Her expression filled with fear as a puddle of liquid flowed out from underneath her buttocks. The people in the store all looked over, realizing that she was actually incontinent in public.
and all of them revealed an incomparable look of disgust. Okay, the community is dead. Chapter 125, Standing Up for Her Fiancé. Li Jian's reaction was still quick. The first time he took off his jacket and covered Yan Ziyue's head. That's certainly smart. It's like if you go to a bathhouse to take a shower and, unfortunately, the bathhouse suddenly catches fire and you run out naked and just ask where would you cover up. It must be a face cover-up. Otherwise, you'll be laughed at no matter where you block. On the contrary, once your face is covered, who will know who you are? Even if you are hanging or inches away? No one would be disgraced if they didn't know who it was. Then, it's the face that counts. It's like the later AI face swap. So many people knew it was fake. Why did they love it? Isn't it just that face that you're going for? Now that Li Jian had blocked Yan Ziyue's face, because his reaction was so fast, no one had even taken out their cell phones to take a picture. So after time passed, who would remember that Yan Ziyue still had such a scandalous story? Zhang Yan just smiled faintly and did not continue. A small punishment is enough. Li Jian's heart was in shock. Although it was not the first time I saw Zhang Yan perform hypnotism, it was still so shocking. No props, no physical gestures, no words, people are just so hypnotized. Scary as hell. How the hell did you cast it? Sorry, this is my little sister. She's had some mental problems since she was a child. I'm sorry to trouble you all, he said to the people in the store while he then took out $100 and gave it to the clerk. Please mop the floor. Then, he added to Zhang Yan, let's talk somewhere else. Okay. Zhang Yan laughed. Of course he didn't care. Jianli then helped Yan Ziyue up and assisted her to walk. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to stand. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, looked at the disappearing 3,000 odd desire points and pondered slightly. Normally, it only takes about 1,000 desire points to pull off a person's fear value. Everyone is different, but the difference isn't huge. A couple hundred at most. But this time, he used up over 3,000 desire points. Why? Is Yan Ziyue any different? A martial arts practitioner? Zhang Yan looked at Jian Li, elevating his curiosity. Consumption is normal. However, when Zhang Yan tried to raise his fear value again, he realized that raising the first frame used up 300 of his desire points, and the second frame became 400 points. Zhang Yan stopped and did not continue. Li Jian shivered for no reason, only to feel a chill rising from the bottom of his heart, but it did not deepen. While slowly, the chill disappeared. Wacky. He shook his head and helped Yan Ziyue to continue walking. Zhang Yan nodded. Jian Li was also a martial artist, and to pull off his fear, he would have to spend far more desire points than anyone else. Why wouldn't pulling up curiosity? Because martial artists have no fear? So, again, to make a martial artist feel afraid, more desire points are consumed. Zhang Yan recalled the previous case. It's all about pulling explosive fear, and different people do need to expend different desire points. Overall, the more composed and calm a person is, the more desire points it costs to try to make them fearful. And the opposite is true, the less. Well, one's guess was correct. Martial artists with great power must have much more guts than ordinary people, so it would be much more consuming to instill fear in them. Ugh, what a waste of 3,000 plus desire points spent on this woman. Zhang Yan was already upset at being inexplicably targeted by Yan Ziyue, and now that he had spent more than 3,000 desire points for nothing, it made him even more upset. Li Jian helped Yan Ziyue to walk to a park. Because it was afternoon and still a working day, there were very few people in the park. He also purposely found a secluded place and let Yan Ziyue sit on a stone bench. At this time, because Zhang Yan did not maintain her fear value, Yan Ziyue gradually returned to normal. She regained her senses and couldn't help but blush like blood. I don't know what happened just now, but she developed such overwhelming fear that she not only slipped out of her chair, but even became incontinent. For a moment, she was so ashamed of herself that she wanted to dig a hole and bury herself. Zhang Yan pointed at Yan Ziyue and asked Jian Li, "What's the deal with her? Why did she come up and scold me?" Jian Li sighed repeatedly before saying after a while, "She is Zhou Xing's fiancé." After a moment's pause, he added, "Before she promised me nicely that she would only come along for a look and would never speak." Not realizing that, alas, Zhang Yan drifted off. The other day, Zhou Xing had posed in front of him with a bossy look and was kicked out by him. So his fiancé had come over specially to retrieve the situation for him? But Zhou Xing is too unmanly, right? He lost his own face, but he wants a woman to help him get it back? By this time, Yan Ziyue had already recovered, and she jumped up violently, ripping the clothes covering her head away as she looked angrily at Zhang Yan and drank. "You really are a despicable villain. What have you done to me? To actually make me. She couldn't say it because it was too embarrassing. Despicable? Zhang Yan said coldly, "I'd like to hear how despicable I am." "Humph.
You took advantage of my star brother's defenses and sneak attacked him, Yan Ziyue shouted. Also, just now, you also used despicable means against me. People like you should never be allowed into our bureau. I'm going to ask my dad to suggest to the bureau that you be fired immediately. Her dad, like Star Chow's father, was also a patriarch of the 19th bureau. Oh, you think I was recruited by the 19th? I'm sorry, but I'm in a partnership with Bureau 19, and there's no chance of being fired. He, Zhou Xing told you that I sneak attacked him? Zhang Yan asked. Isn't it? Yan Ziyue laughed coldly. Brother Star is an internal and external cultivator. Not only is his external power about to reach perfection, but his internal power has also been initiated. You're only in your 20s. Could you still be stronger than even Brother Star's strength? It was obvious that she adored this fiancé of hers and naturally believed in what Zhou Xing said. Zhang Yan shook his head. That kind of bedbug. I can trample it to death with 1 foot. Why do I need a sneak attack? How dare you insult my Brother Star? Yan Ziyue burst into fury, bouncing violently and kicking a whip leg towards Zhang Yan's belly. An ordinary person would probably have their stomach explode if they were to receive this blow, while even if their strength was about the same as hers, they would at least be seriously injured. This woman has no measure at all when it comes to striking out. Zhang Yan's face sank as he also kicked out. Boo! His attack came later but first, and he kicked Yan Ziyue's small stomach, and instantly, Yan Ziyue rolled and flew out. Put! She sprayed blood furiously, while there were even chunks in the blood. Her insides shattered. Zhang Yan, however, did not even look at her, but asked Li Jian, as a martial artist, striking out at another person for no reason and rushing to take someone's life. Such a culprit appeared in the city of Suzhou, and as a collaborator of Bureau 19, I have the obligation to bring such a murderer to justice, right? He does have such an obligation according to the agreement he signed with Bureau 19. Li Jian was already chilled all over, and hurriedly said, yes, 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 yes. She took the initiative to strike at you, violating the rules of the 19th Bureau, and will surely be severely punished. He hurriedly picked up Yan Ziyue. If he let Yan Ziyue provoke Zhang Yan again, this stupid woman would definitely die here today. Something big is going on. How could Yan Ziyue's father rest when he knew that his daughter had been injured by Zhang Yan? When the time comes. Ugh, Zhang Yan nodded. To have a fair trial, I'll keep an eye on it. Yes. Li Jian only had no choice but to helplessly agree. Chapter 126 Unexpected Gains. Zhang Yan did not beat Yan Ziyue to death. However, this woman had suffered a serious injury, and would definitely fall into an extremely serious illness, and would never want to practice martial arts in the future. You want to disable me? Then I'll disable you. Fair enough. What? Beautiful women make exceptions? No kidding. Yan Ziyue on the other hand, because of a variety of emotions such as anger, fear, and despair gave him some desire points, but not many. It showed that although this woman was arrogant, she was not to the point of killing innocents indiscriminately. Pity. Zhang Yan shook his head in his heart. The points of desire provided were too little. He should have known that he would have kicked her to death. Anyway, just now it was Yan Ziyue who moved first. He was just defending himself. If you kill someone in self-defense, it's self-defense. But if he strikes, again now it will be willful killing. Obviously, Zhang Yan didn't have the ability to fight against a country with his own strength right now. And besides, he was going to break his peaceful, beautiful life for this stupid woman, isn't he too? Count yourself lucky. Zhang Yan said secretly. Keep collecting desire points to go. After turning around outside until the sky darkened, Zhang Yan returned home. As soon as he entered, he heard the sound of the range hood working. Hey, Lin Xiangye and the girls are back and are preparing dinner. However, Su Yunqing was sitting in the living room with a dejected look on his face. Well, you're not a good cook, and you have to help. So you've been kicked out. Zhang Yan sat his butt on her side and laughed. Why are you unhappy? Feeling so useless? Su Yunqing said glumly, then looked at Zhang Yan with big beautiful eyes. Am I useless? How can it be? Zhang Yan said flatly. Really? Su Yunqing's spirits lifted a little. Zhang Yan then smiled. Of course it's true. Come on. You kneel down in front of me. I'll let you realize the greatest value in your life. And you'll make a few $100 million in anger at once. Su Yunqing couldn't help but give him a blank stare. Is this how I realize the value of my life? However, when she saw Zhang Yan's expectant eyes, her heart was filled with tenderness. How could she not refuse the other party? I really owe you from a past life, she said, tying her hair up as she did so, the twist of her waist intoxicating the heart. After Zhang Yan and Su Yunqing had talked business, Lin Xiangye and Yuan Miaocheng had also made dinner and served it on the table one by one. Looking at Su Yunqing's flushed, dainty and pretty face, Lin Xiangye teased. The two of us were busy in the kitchen, and someone actually stole the food. Although Yuan Miaoqing could speak Chinese, it was clear that she still lacked a sufficient grasp of the vast proficiency of the Chinese language, and she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Sister Qing didn't go into the kitchen. How could she possibly steal food? Su Yunqing's naturally pretty face turned even redder as she pushed Zhang Yan toward Lin Shangyan. Here, I'll let you have it. Zhang Yan then laughed and protested. Hey, what do you take me for? Of course we treat you as a treasure. Su Yunqing laughed cheekily. It's just that we're sisters so deeply in love that we humble each other. Lin Shangye immediately teased. It's not that you had a good time and don't want to use it anymore? Good you Lin Shangye. I thought you were a decent person. But you actually said something like this. Let's see if I don't tear your mouth off. Su Yunqing immediately wrestled with Lin Shangyan. They were just messing around, not really fighting, but between pushing and shoving, it was still inevitable that there would be springtime leaks. Zhang Yan couldn't help but be interested again. It looks like dinner is going to be delayed a bit. Hey, who made the girl too charming? Zhang Yan lives a simple life. Every day is to go out to collect desire points during the day, and at night is to go home to accompany the girls. Occasionally is to cut with Pang Wenyun girls. In addition, he will also patronize the talk about Cheng and Feng Qian. After all, the two girls are the school flower level. By the way, Yu Xianghui's case has been decided. He was so bold as to rob a gun, and his nature was so bad that he was naturally tried and sentenced to 5 years imprisonment in a speedy manner. It's not long, but it's not short either. The point is, he's a rich kid and a cockney. Not to mention spending 5 years in jail. Even half a month is enough for him to suffer. Even if Zhang Yan does not go to specially care for the people in the prison, he's so barely a white man into the prison. Naturally more than one big brother wants to sleep with him. Popular to close the legs. Also, Zhao Lilyside is also progressing well. Xia Qinshan has hooked up with this woman. But there is still some time before the stock market crash. Xia Qinshan then has not yet encouraged her to divert the company's money. Otherwise, this woman is even able to earn some money. Can the sentence be the same for repaying the misappropriated money as it was, and losing the company a ton of money? You guys, how can you sit there for 31 years, not even 1 day less? Zhang Yan sneered a few times and then focused on something else. Revenge is just a small goal in life. Certainly not the whole story, or even the main goal. Life is to be enjoyed. It's almost May, and the stock market still has one last month of revelry to go. And although there were ups and downs in June, how could Zhang Yan remember exactly which stocks went up and which went down? So play it safe. Liquidate your positions as soon as June rolls around and get in the bag. In a flash, 3 days passed. Gu Yusin's side had arranged to trick the 3 rich second-generation people like Pan Jiaping into going to the Traffic Management Bureau. And Zhang Yan also ran a trip, directly pulling the explosion of their fear value and letting them truthfully retell the situation of that day. They really did block the fire trucks on purpose. And the reason was laughable. They just want to plug and play. Play? Yes. To them, blocking the fire trucks that are going to put out the fire is just play. As far as what property damage, or even human life, this would cause, they don't care. Are they crazy? Crazy, yes, but they were all high on drugs to amplify their recklessness and do something that would seem absolutely stupid to a normal person. Another deep in. Gu Yusin couldn't help but frown with her willow eyebrows. She and Zhang Yan first met because they went to a nightclub to catch D traffickers. And the situation of prohibiting D in Sioux City wasn't optimistic. A group of D traffickers poured in. And they also brought in a new type of D products that were very stealthy. And they could effectively avoid detection methods such as narcotics dogs. The 3 rich children certainly deserved it. But there is no less than the credit of the D traffickers. Otherwise even if their families are rich, it is not possible to lose a large amount of money for no reason. According to Pan Jiaping, 3 people confessed. To give them a loan is called Wolfie Gangster. Wolfie specific name. Contact information is what? They do not know, because they have a need when they will go to Dream a bar, where you can find Wolfie. When they have a need, they go to the Dream Bar, where they can find Wolfie. Gu Yusin immediately wrote it down, and had the 3 of them describe the appearance of the coyote, and decided to take action tonight to take down this coyote, and then follow the trail from his body to uncover the big tiger behind the curtain. It's kind of a windfall. Zhang Yan naturally wouldn't care about this kind of minion. Taking it down wouldn't be able to squeeze out many desire points. Of course, he would keep an eye on it. And once Gu Yusin found out who the bigwig behind the curtain was, he would then act first and harvest a large wave of desire points. Pan Jiaping's trio is finished. It wasn't about sucking D's or blocking the demobilizer car. It was about them turning in a murder case from a few years ago. They had fun with a teenager, but they went too far and actually killed someone. It cost the 3 of them a lot of money to settle the case, and it was faked as an accident. But as the 3 of them confessed, the old case of wrongdoing will have to be reopened. And this time, none of them will be able to get away with it.
Zhang Yan collected a wave of desire points.
Not much, only 15,000
for the three of them combined, but it was always an extra gain.
He left the PTB and hadn't even gotten into his car when he got a call from Jin Li.
Yan Ziyue's father has come to Sioux City to settle his grudge with you in a ring match.
Chapter 127, Fighting in the Ring. Yan Ziyue's old man? Oh, it's really hitting the little ones and coming back to the old ones. Zhang Yan smiled. Is this in line with the rules? Li Jian then said. The 19th Bureau is an organization that manages martial artists. And since there are some differences between martial artists and ordinary people, the Bureau has stipulated that martial artists can settle some personal grudges by way of a fight. In the ring,
martial artists can strike to their heart's content.
But when one party admits defeat,
the other must stop, or else they will be severely punished.
Zhang Yan said.
Then if someone else stabs me with a sword and I deliberately concede defeat the moment I am stabbed,
won't the other person go to jail? It would be too easy to frame someone.
Jian Li shook his head, not caring if Zhang Yan could see it or not.
So,
there will be a notary public when fighting in the ring,
and there will be 3 of them.
One is to ensure the fairness of the fight, such as the kind like you said, so that even if they are killed, they will only have to admit their own bad luck.
Secondly, it is also possible to terminate the match in time after one of the parties has conceded defeat. In addition, the bout will be videotaped in its entirety, and even if the umpire is no longer impartial, the Bureau will look at the video and rejudge. All in all, the fight is relatively very fair.
Li Jian paused for a moment and resumed.
Of course, both parties need to agree to fight in the ring. If you don't agree, Yan Zixing can't force you to fight in the ring. Zhang Yan thought for a moment.
Although Yan Ziyue had struck out at him, technically, she had only been taken advantage of.
Who was the real culprit? Star of the week, family of the week.
Of course, Zhou Xing knew how powerful Zhang Yan was, or at least knew that he wasn't attacked by stealth.
So Zhou Yun, Zhou Xing's father,
had some knowledge of Zhang Yan's strength, and it was because of that knowledge that he had scruples, and he didn't come to Zhang Yan's trouble even though his son had lost face.
Why is Yan Ziyue here? The star of the week egged him on, and is there an old week behind this?
Zhang Yan felt that it was 9 times out of 10.
Now, old Yan has been instigated, but the Zhou family can hide behind the curtain and eat their words? Ha, how can I let you guys have your way? Zhang Yan then said. I can agree to the challenge. However, I have one request, and that is to have Zhou Xing's old man come along and the 2 of them team up to fight me.
He was afraid that if he fought Yan Zixing or Zhou Yun first,
the other one would be scared away. How does that work? Since you've come to provoke me, you'll have to pay the price. I have a small heart.
Jian Li did not expect Zhang Yan to make such a request.
You actually think the enemy isn't strong enough to fight 2 at once? He couldn't help but remind Zhang Yan.
Although Yan Zixing and Zhou Yun aren't the Bureau's strongest experts, they are patriarchs who have joined Bureau 19 for over 20 years and are also very powerful.
Zhang Yan smiled.
He should be able to rub Dark Force 9th stage on the ground after 8 enhancements.
Now what? 10 times, even. Given some more time, he would be able to obtain enough desire points for the 11th reinforcement, and it was estimated that blowing on his breath would be enough to send Yan and Zhou to heaven. He insisted with all his might that Li Jian was not a party to this, but only a sounding board, so he relayed Zhang Yan's words back to the Bureau. An hour or so later, Jian Li recalled and said that Yan Zixing and Zhou Yun had agreed. The day after tomorrow, it's a fight in Sioux City. Now, the 2 will come over immediately, adjust their condition, and prepare for the battle the day after tomorrow. And also, the Bureau will arrange for 3 notaries. The day after tomorrow? Alright, you guys take your time. I'm going to collect my desire points. Zhang Yan expects that Gu Yusen will hurry to follow the vine and uncover all those D-traffickers in Sioux City. He can't wait to harvest a wave. It's still about 150,000 desire points away from the next enhancement. Normally, this would take about half a month. After all, he doesn't go out at night anymore, and if he has extra money, 1 night might be enough. It was getting late and Zhang Yan was about to go home when he received a call from Zhu Wei. A little beauty. Zhang Yan smiled and picked up the phone. Brother Zhang, are you free tomorrow? This little green tea asked sweetly, not giving Zhang Yan a chance to refuse, and immediately said, I'll go to Sioux City tomorrow to find you to play off. What are you doing here? Still in high school. I just couldn't get down and auditing would have taught me to behave. No time. Zhang Yan still refused. And call uncle. Little green tea was in a depressed mood. Even if Zhang Yan could not see it, he could hear it from her tone. People have been studying hard for the college entrance exams for several months. It's not easy to look forward to the weekend. So you can relax a bit. People just want to see uncle. Zhang Yan just green tea words of course half punctuation runes cannot believe. Moreover, Zhu Wei is the daughter of the richest man. Even if she is just an illegitimate daughter, she is definitely rushing to get married. Will Zhang Yan get married? No. Wouldn't that be unfair to the other girls? Therefore, Zhang Yan stayed away from sisters who wanted to get married. Amidst Zhu Wei's protests, Zhang Yan hung up the phone. Cleansed. Go home. Thinking of Su Yunqing's 3 daughters, Zhang Yan could not help but feel a heat in his heart. He was now hooked on watching the 2 women dance. He used to think there was nothing to see in dancing, just twirling around. But after admiring Su Yunqing and Lin Xiangyan's dance, he realized how wrong he was. Hate King Zhou. Understand King Zhou. Become King Zhou. My life is so good right now. I wouldn't trade it for being emperor. Wait, if being an emperor allows you to have 3 palaces and 72 concubines, I can still consider it. However, nowadays, as long as you have money, can't you still enjoy the flirtatious life of the ancient emperors? Hey, you can't stop making money. One night passed. Those who should go to work should go to work. Those who should sleep should sleep. While Zhang Yan went to collect a desire point according to the usual practice. But just after leaving the neighborhood, he received a call from Zhu Wei. Little Green Tea immediately said in a terrified tone. Zhang Yan was then speechless. Who dares to be a hooligan in a train station these days? Besides, after the last kidnapping case, Zhang Yan couldn't believe that the richest man in Qi wouldn't strengthen his security force, and those lovers and illegitimate children of his wouldn't have bodyguards following them? You came to Sioux City? He asked casually. Well, I wanted to give uncle a surprise, so I came quietly alone. Zhu Wei said aggrievedly, but I was too stupid to walk half a day without getting out of the station. Oh, I was targeted by the bad guys. You come and save Wei Wei. Zhang Yan had wanted to send her back to Xicheng. However, thinking of the fact that she was a superb little beauty, if he took her with him and waved her around, wouldn't he be able to collect a wave of desire points ruthlessly? All right. He then changed his mind. What station are you at? Chapter 128, Save the Beauty. More than 20 minutes later, Zhang Yan appeared at the train station. Brother, here. Zhu Wei waved her hand at him with a sunny smile. Not to mention, the 18-year-old girl was full of youth and vigor. Plus she was stunningly beautiful, naturally becoming a beautiful scenery line that attracted all the people in the neighborhood. Zhang Yan walked over and looked at the girl in full dress, just carrying a small bag, as if she was just going out for a stroll. Well, with the distance between Sioux City and Tin City, it really isn't much different than shopping. The little girl came running along cheerfully, overflowing with youth. Zhang Yan put on his face. Call uncle. Oh, Uncle Zhang. Little Green Tea readily accepted good advice. Anyway, she had come and Zhang Yan had come to pick her up, so it was necessary for her to appropriately back off and take care of Zhang Yan's face. What my mother said, if you want to capture a man's heart, you should always satisfy his vanity, boast a lot, and make sure to listen to each other on small insignificant matters. She wasn't as high up in the segment as her mom, but she was already a passable little Green Tea. You've come all the way here, so take this niece of yours for a stroll. Zhang Yan said. Uncle, I want to go to the playground, Zhu Wei said excitedly, while holding Zhang Yan's arm. Uncle and all that, you get used to it when you call it. Just why is there an inexplicable sense of shame? No, I'm a certified tea master. I can't feel that way. Zhang Yan came here by taxi, so he still called a car, and after the two of them got into the car, Zhang Yan glanced toward the back and revealed a faint smile. At Zhu Wei's strong request, the two went to the amusement park. It was the weekend and the playground was full of people, mostly parents with their little ones of course, and a few couples. Uncle, I want to play bumper cars. Uncle, I want to fight pirates. Uncle. She was only a few years younger than Zhang Yan, so with a mouthful of uncle and a loud voice, she naturally attracted many people to look over, and when they saw that she was actually so pretty, many of them couldn't take their eyes off her. Oh ho, so many desire points. Zhang Yan smiled, and Zhu Wei thought that she was in the 5th layer of this wave, but she didn't know that he was in the atmosphere. He will always only make a profit. After playing for a while, Zhu Wei pulled Zhang Yan to one side and sat down, her face flushed with excitement. Zhang Yan bought 2 cups of freshly squeezed juice over. Although the drinks in the amusement park were very expensive, but with Zhang Yan's current financial strength, of course, it does not matter, but still cursed a treacherous businessman. A cup of juice sold outside 3 times the price. Thankfully it's not at Disney. He spat silently. Zhu Wei sat on the swing and sipped her straw while cheerfully saying, Uncle, you push me. This chick is going to be a scourge in the future. Zhang Yan's heart fluttered at her call of uncle, and he hastened to collect his mind. But before he could agree or refuse, he saw 4 yellow hairs drilling out from nowhere, sweeping Zhu Wei with lustful gazes. Little sister, let's push you. Hey, uncle will take you to see the goldfish. It's a good-looking thing. Seeing them approaching,
Shu Wei hurriedly got down from the swing and ran behind Zhang Yan, before poking her head out. I'm warning you guys, my uncle is very powerful, so be careful of beating the crap out of you. Speaking of ass-kicking, she couldn't help but spit out her tongue a bit and said to Zhang Yan, Uncle, I didn't mean to swear. Do you want to hit someone's little pee-pee? Zhang Yan then blanked her. Are you trying to get me harmonized? Him? Such a little white boy? I say little sister, you must choose your boyfriend with bright eyes. You can't pick this kind of pewterhead. It's not useful. A gangster. Of course he talks dirty. Shu Wei turned her pretty face white with anger and said to Zhang Yan, It's tolerable. Uncle can tolerate it? Zhang Yan smiled and took the initiative to step aside. Uncle can endure. Then, he turned to the four punks and said, Come on, you guys do what you have to do. I'm definitely not going to interfere. Ha? How does this not fit the script? The four punks were confused as to how to proceed. Zhu Wei, on the other hand, beamed her little mouth and said to Zhang Yan, How did you see through it? Zhang Yan laughed. Those few bodyguards of yours are watching over there. If these punks weren't arranged by you, would they be there watching the show? Yeah, uncle, you are awesome. Shu Wei continuously clapped her hands with an adoring look. When did you find out? Zhang Yan knew full well that this was a green tea, and that at least half of this adoring expression was feigned, but he was still quite flattered and had a feeling of being cool to the core. No wonder the richest man in Chi was charmed to death by her mom and her status never diminished. What a set of skills. Zhang Yan said indifferently. I saw them at the train station. So powerful. So powerful. Shu Wei continued to look at Zhang Yan with an adoring gaze, her beautiful eyes shining brightly before waving her hand at the four punks. You guys go away really. You don't even know how to act, and you've been recognized by uncle in a flash. She was trying to get Zhang Yan to save her hero, then she would have every reason to stick to him. Shouldn't you repay me with your life? Of course, she's still young, but she's going to college in the second half of the year, so she can get engaged first and get married as soon as she graduates from college. Unfortunately, Zhang Yan was too smart. The four punks had no choice but to walk away with their heads hanging down in shame, all the while casting envious glances at Zhang Yan. Such a stunningly beautiful goddess actually paid them to act so that Zhang Yan could have the opportunity to heroically save her. How come I've never met a woman who's willing to fall for it? Not to mention beautiful as such. Yo, a wave of desire points. Zhang Yan was gorgeous. No matter what the emotion was, it could provide him with desire points. Cool, let's go ride the roller coaster. Shu Wei quickly forgot the embarrassment of her little trick being recognized and dragged Zhang Yan to ride the roller coaster. They used VIP privileges, so they just waited a few minutes before getting on the coaster. Still first row. Departure. Depart. She waved her hands excitedly. The kind of reckless youth that no other woman had indeed. It's good to be young. Zhang Yan was somewhat infected, as if the darkness accumulated over 31 years had been dispersed somewhat. He smiled. Well, today he would have a good day with this little green tea. After all, I'm an uncle. Roller coaster slowly started, slowly climbed, came to the highest place, as if diving zap, suddenly accelerated downward. All of a sudden, the tourists on the roller coaster were letting out screams of excitement and fear. It's so vegetable and fun-loving. The nature of thrill-seeking is actually death-defying, and people are just so weirdly well-fed. With Zhang Yan's current physical fitness, not to mention at the speed of a roller coaster, even if he was thrown out at the speed of an airplane, he would not necessarily be fine. Well, fighter jets aren't included. Height? It's even smaller, so he really didn't feel anything at all. 1 lap, 2 laps. As the roller coaster began to make its final turn, suddenly, a few screws crumbled out, and then the coaster was seen rushing out of control, smashing into the ground at high speed from at least 20 meters in the air. Chapter 129, Roller Coaster Accidents. With a loud roar, a roller coaster, as if it were an out-of-control Bronco, came barreling down from a great height. No one who saw this scene lost their colors. Finished, crashing down from such a high place and at such a fast speed. It was estimated that not many people would be able to survive, and would even die a miserable death, not even being able to leave a whole body. Miss Shu Wei brought a total of 3 bodyguards, and all of them popped up at this moment as well. Face like dirt. It's over. It's all over, but it's completely out of their league. Ah, a roller coaster rushes down from a height of over 10 meters, and that only takes how much time? A second or two. They didn't even have enough time to run over there. Juvie let out a scream of horror beyond compare. It wasn't just her, it was everyone else. Although everyone was screaming before, it was excitement mixed with fear, whereas now it was just fear. The fear of death. Zhang Yan also did not expect such a disaster to happen suddenly. A busload of people were radiating intense emotions of fear and despair, causing him to passively absorb a large number of desire points, but he couldn't care less about that right now. Boo! He erupted with power and shook the safety press bar straight up. This was used to protect tourists from being thrown out at high speeds, but now it had become a hindrance restricting his escape. In the next moment, Zhang Yan grabbed Zhu Wei, who had already flown out half of her body after losing the safety pressure bar suppression, and directly embraced her into his arms. Then, his legs gave out, and boom, he bounced out of the roller coaster. Boom! With a loud bang, the roller coaster had hit the ground, and one section of the carriages collided, emitting a continuous loud noise and raising dust in the sky. Where's Zhang Yan? He hugged Zhu Wei and also landed heavily on the ground. His arms sunk slightly to give Zhu Wei more of a cushion, or else such a sudden stop would have caused her to take a hard hit as well. Zhu Wei was dumbfounded, and after at least 5 seconds, she cried out with a wow sound, and hugged Zhang Yan to death, trembling unceasingly. This time it wasn't a tea trick, it was real fear. So much fear that my mind was empty and I had no other thoughts at all. And her 3 bodyguards were overjoyed. It's almost like you're going to cry. This is supposed to be a certain death, and even if you survive, mustn't you be missing an arm or a leg? But Zhu Wei was fine, and didn't even seem to have a single scratch. Can they not weep with joy? All of a sudden, they all rushed over, itching to offer up Zhang Yan as their grandfather, because they could see clearly that when the roller coaster fell down, Zhang Yan violently leapt out of the car, embracing the target they were trying to protect, and then scampered down to the ground. No hair injury. Oh, my God. They were not Qi Liming's original bodyguards, but newly hired ones, who had only heard their colleagues talk about Zhang Yan's greatness at the time. Zhang Yan was able to take down all of the gangsters who tried to kidnap the richest man in Qi with his own strength. This is too much. How can one person be that powerful? They didn't deny that Zhang Yan should have played a major role, but naturally, the help of other co-workers couldn't be ignored. So how could they place all the credit on one person? But now, they believe it. My God, so there really is a Superman. It's so awesome, leaping out of a roller coaster, rushing down from more than 20 meters high and actually landing flat on the ground. Literally. Now they had to believe that exaggerated story. No, it really doesn't seem like a stretch at all now, and it's even conservative. The next moment, they rushed over. Miss, are you alright? It's a knowing question. Zhu Wei is not hurt at all. She is just shocked. All around them, there were gasps of surprise, and cries of weeping and screaming, because some people have loved ones and friends who are on the roller coaster, and apparently it's basically impossible for there to be survivors under such a tragic accident. After a while, Zhu Wei calmed down a little bit, although she wasn't hurt at all. She was so scared that she grabbed Zhang Yan's arm with both hands and refused to let go, as if a terrible disaster would befall her if she let go. That's when her cell phone rang, but instead of a call, it was a WeChat video. Zhu Wei, however, had absolutely no intention of picking it up, and just leaned against Zhang Yan and shivered. A bodyguard said, Miss, this should be General Manager Qi calling. After they came back to their senses, they naturally called Qi Liming immediately to report the situation. And how could the richest man in Qi let go even if he knew that his daughter was safe and sound? He always felt uneasy in his mind without calling his daughter to confirm it in person. Juvi ignored it, as if deaf. Zhang Yan then took the phone and waved it at Zhu Wei's face to unlock it, then opened WeChat and accepted the video call. Wei. Upon seeing his daughter, Qi Liming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dad while Zhu Wei cried out with a wow. I almost died just now. Qi Liming was at a loss for words for a while, so he wanted to get right out of his cell phone and pick up his baby girl to coax her. He had to say to Zhang Yan, Brother Zhang, thank you so much this time, thank you so much. He really didn't know what to say. The bouncer said that Zhang Yan jumped out of the derailed roller coaster with his daughter, but actually landed safely. His first reaction, of course, was one of celebration. Luckily, Zhang Yan was there. Then he was shocked. Is this humanly possible? Although it was impossible for her daughter to encounter such danger if she didn't go to Sioux City because of Zhang Yan. For one thing, Zhang Yan had saved her daughter. And for another, if so, could such a terrifying character be offended? Moreover, Qi Shoufu can make his business so big. How can he be someone who doesn't know what's good for him? Zhang Yan smiled. It's just a small matter. He said it was a small matter. But how could Qi Liming really just say thank you and get over it? Chief Qi was already thinking about what would be a good gift for Zhang Yan. If it wasn't for the fact that his daughter was still in high school, he really wanted to betroth her to Zhang Yan. Qi Liming spoke again before hanging up the video. Zhu Wei had fully recovered and hung onto Zhang Yan's body, saying sweetly, Uncle Zhang, you saved my life, I'm going to give my body to you. The familiar smell of green tea is back, so she must have recovered. Zhang Yan then laughed. You've called me uncle, how can I still lay hands on you? He lifted Zhu Wei off his body and laughed. Hurry up and go home. Your father must be in a hurry. Zhu Wei still wants to rely on this, But the 3 bodyguards are also persuasive, saying that Chi Liming is in a hurry, and after a lot of persuasion, the little green tea finally agreed to go back to Xiqing. Not long after, a commercial car drove over and picked up Zhu Wei and the 3 bodyguards and left. Zhang Yan scanned the business car. This business car should be modified, most likely still bulletproof. Hey, it's nice to be rich, he lamented and was about to leave when he saw an old woman running angrily over. Give back the lives of my son and grandson. Yeah, chapter 130, Brute Reasoning. Zhang Yan was all a bit stunned. He killed this old woman's son and grandson? That's impossible. It's not like he's ever killed anyone in the country. He's very law-abiding. Okay, Granny. Words are not for the faint of heart, he said lightly. The old woman, however, looked vicious. Why didn't you save my son and grandson? So it was you who killed them. Holy, that's how you do the math? Now Zhang Yan understood. The old woman's son and grandson should be on the wrecked roller coaster. And so long ago, the staff of the amusement park, the enthusiastic people have long launched a rescue. But there is not a single survivor. How could one survivor rush down at such high speeds? Zhang Yan could understand the old lady's feelings must be very painful after the death of her loved one. But you came over to me and made an issue of me and made accusations. That's not fair. Am I still obligated to save lives? In that situation before, even if a new person who was all over the place without doing anything good came, who could he save in just a second or two? And only the closest people around. Zhang Yan ignored her and walked around to leave. You're not allowed to leave. You murderer, pay for the lives of my son and grandson. The old woman, however, was unforgiving and actually blocked Zhang Yan again. Now, Zhang Yan's expression sank. What do you want? He said calmly. However, if someone who knew him well had been present, they would have known that this was the moment he had gotten angry. Pay for your life. Pay for your life with your life. The old woman screamed. And that girl just now, she also has to pay for her life. Why should she be the one to survive? Why not my son and grandson? This is simply uncalled for. The crowd that had gathered around to see what was going on were all shaking their heads at the words. Never seen anyone so unreasonable. Oh, he didn't save your son and grandson and you want him to pay for his life? Judges are going to be pissed off at you, aren't they? Seeing that not a single person supported her, the old woman sat down on the ground and began to spill her guts. Oh my bitter son and grandson, you all died so tragically. Someone is really something. They could have saved you guys, but they only cared about themselves. That murderous horny bastard. At this point, a member of the crowd couldn't stand to watch and couldn't help but say, Granny, I remember you have a daughter-in-law, right? Why are you crying about your son and grandson, but not your daughter-in-law? Oh, the old woman's daughter-in-law is here too. I can't believe she didn't even mention it. But the old woman's face was stern. It's all because of this person who has to come here to play and ride some roller coaster. If it wasn't for this, my son and grandson wouldn't have died. She deserved to die. Deserved it. We're all family. How can you deliberately curse someone to death? Obviously, there must be a great deal of conflict between the old woman and her daughter-in-law, or else she could not have taken offense at this trivial matter. The crowd shook their heads. This old woman is a real piece of work. Zhang Yan smiled. In that case, let you learn the iron fist of the people. Everyone in the vicinity, the anger value is raised. Target, old woman. Shake it. I can't help it. Beat this inhuman old thing to death. How can people be so bad nowadays? Wrong. It's not that people are getting bad now. It's that the bad guys are getting old. Whatever. Beat her up first. Beat it. A group of people surrounded the old woman, making her fully understand what the anger of the people meant. Zhang Yan was a bit surprised. He had only raised everyone's anger value by just one frame, and these people couldn't help but make a move. So it was evident that they had long been displeased with the old woman. He didn't stay for the show. That would have been too boring. Gone. In fact, Zhang Yan and Zhu Wei can claim compensation from the amusement park. But Zhu Wei is the daughter of the richest man in Qi. Will care about this compensation money? Zhang Yan even more do not want to waste time in bargaining on the tug of war. Collect desire point does not smell? He pulled the old woman's fear to near full strength and it was still permanently cured. Such old scoundrels with no character and no morals should be in fear for the rest of their lives. On the way, Zhu Wei's mother, Zhu Yulan, also called to express her gratitude to Zhang Yan again. Apparently she also knew that her daughter was almost dead. Zhang Yan casually spoke to her and hung up the phone. He saved Zhu Wei only in passing. Tomorrow, he would have to fight Zhou Yilin and Yan Zhixing, both of whom were the patriarchs of the 19th Bureau. And listening to Jian Li, it seemed as if these two were quite strong. Let's hope we can surprise ourselves a little. Zhang Yan also didn't know the strength of a high-ranking dark force martial artist, so he just took this opportunity to feel the bottom, and he would have a clear understanding of his own strength. Otherwise he would only know that he was very strong,
But just how strong was he? Show of hands. It's not clear.
Parents of the 3 rich kids who deliberately obstructed the movement of the fire trucks,
such as Pan Ka Ping, converged. These 3 families have always had business dealings, so the kids in the family have always played together. Only what I didn't realize was that they were actually high on drugs. Their parents also just learned about it, naturally furious.
But their sons and daughters, because of an old case and even the possibility of sitting through the bottom of the prison,
they do not care to scold, but to study how to get their children out. However, what they encountered was the iron-faced Gu Yusin. It doesn't work well. Nothing works well. With the evidence that the police now have, the 3 Pan Jiaping, even if not sentenced to a death sentence, will be a life sentence. This left the parents of the trio anxious and helpless. They do have money, and that depends on who they're comparing it to. With their segment,
they can barely get acquainted with the division-level cadres,
and if they are at the hall level, oh, they would like to flatter, but the problem is that they won't take care of him. These 3 families were dominated by the Pan family, while the other 2 were all a bit weaker. Pan Jiaping's father is called Pan Lo, a man close to 50 years old, very handsome. When he relied on this handsome appearance to attract many women and rake in the first bucket of money, now nearly half 100 years old, still has a kind of middle-aged mature man's elegance. He frowned tightly with both eyebrows and said, "It's hard to turn the case over, so it's inevitable that Jia Ping and the others will go to jail. We can only buy some patents for them, so that they can get credit and reduce their sentences in jail. But no matter what, 5 or 6 years in there is at least." It made the parents of the other 2 families jump. 5 or 6 years? What's a prison? They can't afford to stay for 5 or 6 days, not to mention 5 or 6 years. It's all because of that bastard called Zhang Yan. Lu Hong's mother cursed. "I heard that this person knows hypnosis, and he's the one who hypnotized Hong Hong and the others to make them confess those things. Unforgivable." Yan Xiaobing's mother nodded her head as well. Without Zhang Yan intervening, they'd actually already squared away the fire engine incident. But now what? Not only was this matter overturned, but it even brought up old scores. Several people were cursing, itching to get Zhang Yan killed immediately. Pan Lu pondered for a moment and said, "I do have a way to get Zhang Yan killed." Hearing this, the other 5 parents' eyes lit up at the same time. "Come on," Pan Lu then said. "I once came into contact with someone who knew that apart from the websites that we can access normally, there is also a part of the internet that cannot be accessed normally, known as the dark web. And in the dark web, then there are assassin organizations that specialize in making people disappear from the world. All we have to do is put a bounty on Zhang Yan up there, 1 or 2 million at the most, and we'll have this man dead. Moreover, the records of transfers and so on the darknet are absolutely confidential, and no one will ever be able to find out." Those 5 parents were all impressed and said, "Then let's pool our money together and offer 2 million. No, 3 million, to have the process of killing Zhang Yan broadcasted live. Yes, I'm going to watch him die, over and over again." Pan Lo nodded. "All right, then we'll offer $1 million as a family for Zhang Yan's life, and we'll also have the assassin live stream the process of killing him." Chapter 131, 3 million? $50 million. With all 3 families agreeing, Pan Lu immediately turned on his computer, first copying out an extremely long piece of code in a notepad, then pasting it into the browser's address bar and hitting enter, and a page of a website popped up. "Please enter the secret key." The website has only one input box and nothing else, so you can't even tell what it's for. Pan Lu then typed in another very long string of code, and after hitting the enter key again, the page jumped and a website that could finally be viewed appeared. It's actually an interface for sending emails. Pan Lu didn't panic and wrote up the information about all the Zhang Yan. He had obviously prepared for this, and even had a picture of Zhang Yan's ID. Obviously, he bought off the people involved to get this information that wasn't supposed to be in his hands. After uploading this information, it jumps to a money transfer screen. Penelope turned out 3 million. To him, it's not a big deal to pay for it himself. It's only $3 million. Why do you need 3 more families to pay for it? It's about tying the 3 families together. Otherwise, what if one of the families finds a conscience and files a complaint with the security bureau? Now that everyone is a murderer, naturally no one can betray anyone. "All right, done," Pan Lu said. "Next we'll wait for the assassin to take the order. I've written up the requirements as well, asking the assassin to film the process of killing Zhang Yan and provide it as evidence." Big Brother Pan is awesome. Yan Xiaobing's mother gave Pan Lu a thumbs up, then looked down at her husband with contemptuous eyes. The subtext being, "Look at you again. What can you do?" Lu Hong's mother suddenly said, "Why don't we put out another bounty and get Gu Yusin killed as well?" The parents of all 3 families looked at each other and nodded slowly. If it wasn't for Gu Yusin's push, could Zhang Yan affect their child even if he knew hypnosis? Yeah, this woman can't be spared either. Let her die. No, don't let her die. Abduct her abroad to be a chicken. She is so young to become the head of the criminal police. Must be by sleeping with up. Breasts grow so big worthy of being a vigilante? She's a. Hey. She likes to sleep with people so much. Let her be a chicken and sleep around. The three women are very vicious. The three men are a little reluctant. After all, Gu Yusin is so good looking. The chest is even more strange. If they can also sleep a little bit of words. But Gu Yusin grabbed their children. Their wives were present. They can say let me come? I'm not going to be able to do that. Pan Lo then nodded. Okay, then we'll each contribute another $1 million to get Gu Yusin to Eastern Europe as a chicken. Yes. The others nodded. Pan Lo opened that website again just now, which would automatically close as soon as there was no action for half a minute, and after entering the key, he came to the familiar email page. But this time a message actually popped up. First, there was a lot of cursing, which was hard to hear, and then finally explained, the target you want to kill is worth $50 million, and you want to buy his life for 3 million renminbi? You're kidding me. In view of your behavior, we have decided to withdraw your key. Then the site shut itself down. Inside the room, all 6 men were staring at the screen, and then all of them were dumbfounded. How much? $50 million? Or dollars? Grass. The 6 men looked like they'd seen a ghost. Big brother Pan, isn't this a mistake? How could this happen? Yan Xiaobing's mother called out. Yan Xiaobing's father, on the other hand, watched from the sidelines and actually felt a slight sense of complacency. Hey, you're looking down on me, aren't you? Look at Pan Lu. $3 million was just swindled away without even a splash. Pan Lu also froze for a long time before saying, I've used this website before, and things were done properly. Absolutely no problem. So he couldn't help but shudder. Killing a person only required a minimum of 1 million. Of course, 1 million could only make the worst assassin's heart flutter and the success rate of the mission wouldn't be very high. That's why he offered 3 million, thinking that it would definitely be more than enough to deal with an ordinary person. But 50 million? Or dollars? Hiss, the thought of it made his scalp numb. The harder the person is to kill, or the higher the status, the greater the impact of the kill, and naturally the higher the price. That Zhang Yan's by life money actually reached a high of $50 million. This guy must be how difficult to kill, or how high his status. Is he some kind of super official? Or maybe his family is super rich? As an ordinary rich man, how could Pan Le not know that there were such existences as martial artists in the world? Isn't that from a martial arts movie? The others listened, first with a tightening of their hearts, because Pan Le once used this site to buy a murder and it worked. Hiss, who did he kill? Then, this would prove that this killer website was not the work of a scammer, and again proved the previous website's reminder, to kill Zhang Yan, one had to prepare $50 million, at an exchange rate of 7, that's $350 million. It takes this much money to kill a man? The three of us are just barely able to come up with that amount of money if we sell all of our companies. Dump your family for revenge? How they are willing to do it. How do you buy patented inventions for kids in jail to get their sentences reduced without talking about how you're going to become broke and have no money afterward? In this instant, what was written on the faces of the 6 people, besides disappointment, was also fear. How scary would a $50 million man be? Moreover, now Pan Lee's key is invalidated, and he can't go to the killer website at all. Not to mention that he doesn't have any money, and even if he has money, there is no way to continue to offer a reward to Zhang Yan, and of course, Gu Yusin doesn't have any way to deal with it. Put them on their own? Are you kidding? They are the chief of the criminal police. Okay, even if they think Gu Yusin is sleeping with someone up, but the criminal police have guns, how dare they risk it? Putting words in their mouths, or spending a little money can solve the problem. They don't mind enforcing it, but to take the risk themselves? Forget it. The 6 people looked at each other with embarrassment. Forget it. Save your money for the patents and let the kids get out early by commuting their sentences. Ugh. That's it. The crowd dispersed, and it was only then that Pan Le remembered that my key had been retrieved. But where was the $3 million I transferred? Not giving it back to me? But the keys are gone. He has no way to contact the website. No. I have to get the other 2 to give me the 2 million. I can't take this bore on my own. He hastened to send messages to the other 2, but both of them said that things were not done. So how could they possibly pay for it? Angry Pan Lu jumped straight to his feet. Asshole. Asshole. The boat of friendship is capsized. Chapter 132, Going to the Movies. Zhang Yan returned home, unaffected by the events of the day in the slightest, and after having dinner, he entered into the time of King Zhou's experience. That said, how good looking, flirty and seductive is that vixen? Zhang Yan admired the dancing between Lin Xianye and Su Yunqing, while on the side, Yuan Miaoqing kept feeding peeled grapes into his mouth.
occasionally touching her hand with Zhang Yan's lips. She was afraid of itching and couldn't help but giggle. It's such a joyful atmosphere. In his last life, a 70-point gold-digging woman he had to lick on his knees. And now, the very best goddesses surrounded him. Gu Yusen was already in his pocket. And the other little beauty, Ju Wei? He was also adored beyond measure. And if he wanted to pick it, the other party would be too happy to do so. Well, this chick is slightly more trouble than she's worth. So let's not mess with her. After all, it's not like there aren't a lot of superb girls in the world. But one's life is limited. So why waste time on solving problems? Two people dancing is still less. When the money comes out of the stock market, a portion of it will be used to set up his art company. With less money up front, then sign fewer girls. Now that's his harem base. Hey, his dream of realizing his dream of hitting 100 at the same time is finally taking off. It's only a month. After 31 years, what's 1 month more? Zhang Yan calculated that he was reborn until now, for a total of 51 days. It's only been 51 days? Why does it feel like half a year? What did he do in all those days? Vengeance. Collected several quality girls. And he even made a trip to Old Main. Let the 4 big families go to hell in advance. And made the Pang family army obey him. Of course, Old Pang did not dare to disobey him, because the example of the 4 great families was right in front of him. And how could he dare to offend such a person who could not even deal with a tank? Turns out I've done so many things. No wonder it feels like I've been reborn for most of the year. Stop. This kind of summarization will be done when I'm older. For now, hey, I'll just enjoy the good life. King of Joe mode. On. Chugging. Another beautiful morning. As the time entered the month of May, the weather also began to become hot. And you only need to cover a thin blanket to sleep at night. But Zhang Yan is a man of fire. As long as you sleep next to him, you don't even need to cover the blanket. That will only be hot too. Today was Sunday. Neither Su Yunqing nor Lin Shangya had to go to work. Plus last night was crazy. They were still sleeping. Hara Maya Haru? As usual, she doesn't have to go to work every day and sleeping in is the norm. On the contrary, it was Zhang Yan who woke up early because his physical fitness was too strong. Spirits were high and there was absolutely no fatigue from lack of rest. It's going to be a fight today. Unfortunately, it's not until the afternoon. Zhang Yan orders takeout on his cell phone. Wonton, dumplings or noodles in the morning? After agonizing for a while, he chose the soy milk and gas bar. When breakfast was delivered, Zhang Yan also called the 3 girls up. Can't you wake up? Spanking service. Su Yunqing and Lin Shangye were both screaming about robes, and only Yuan Miaoqing smiled cheekily and said that his lordship's beating was very comfortable, causing both Su Yunqing and Lin Shangye to roll their eyes at her. A traitor among us? Zhang Yan suddenly thought of this stunt. Well, this can be had. After having breakfast, Zhang Yan took the 3 girls out for shopping. A man and 3 girls. And the girls are all close to the very best in existence. How much hate is this? It was Sunday again. And the shopping streets and malls were full of people. So it also allowed Zhang Yan to harvest a ton of desire points. Cool. Really cool. Where is a woman's favorite place to go shopping? A clothing store. Of course. One woman can shop all day. Let alone 3 girls. As soon as they entered the store they picked out clothes and tried them on. Whether they were cheap or expensive. As long as they looked good they would take them to the fitting room. Zhang Yan could not stand it anymore. So he deliberately chatted with the clerk, teasing the clerk lady. Sure enough, all 3 women were jealous. In less than 2 minutes, they packed the clothes they were looking at and dragged Zhang Yan away after paying the bill. Plan for success. Zhang Yan was secretly pleased with himself, but he still deliberately turned back to look at the sales clerk lady, making the 3 girls drag him even faster. If you don't store, how do you pass the time? Watching a movie. So they went to the movies. Zhang Yan purposely chose the last row, or corner, and when the movie started and the lights dimmed, he hugged the closest Lin Xiangyan to his body. At first Lin Xiangya was enjoying herself. How happy she was to be held in the arms of her beloved man. But after a while, she could not help but open her charming eyes roundly and looked at Zhang Yan with a shocked gaze. You actually. It's a movie theater. Zhang Yan, however, was very thick-skinned and did not care about her gaze at all. Lin Xiangyan's pretty face was like blood as she whispered. Stop it. If someone finds out, it'll be a shame. Zhang Yan smiled cheekily. Can't you just hold back from screaming? Lin Xiangya rolled her eyes furiously. The point is that you can't help it. All she could do was clench her teeth and look pained. After watching the movie, Zhang Yan was refreshed. Where's Lin Xiangyan? Blushing so red it was dripping blood. Dog man. Really dog man. You are Tai Ritian reincarnation. Su Yunqing and Yuan Miaoqing, on the other hand, were both smiling cheekily. This time, they could make fun of Lin Xiangye for at least a week. Lin Xiangye, where willing, said, We'll go to the movies again this afternoon and do them both. Su Yuncheng and Yuan Miaoqing shook their heads at the same time. They didn't want to die socially in front of the other sisters. Zhang Yan laughed. Not in the afternoon. Something came up. Lin Xiangye gritted her teeth. I promise you the request you made yesterday. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up as he thought about how long it would take to make a fight. Rush over there for 5 minutes. Settle it in a minute. Rush back for another 5 minutes. And consider it a good intermission. Okay? No problem. Zhang Yan promised. Stinking rascal. Don't even think about it. Su Yunqing then went to pull Yuan Miaocheng. Let's run. But Yuan Miaocheng stood still, pinching and twisting. But I'd love to try it out with Master in the movie theater. I'll go. You traitor. Su Yunqing immediately changed her position. Stinking rascal. I agree with you in. This traitor. Hey, you're playing with a terrier too? It seemed that the name of Hara Miyahara's traitor was off the table. Zhang Yan laughed out loud. They went to lunch and then to the movie theater. It doesn't matter what movie you watch. It's what you do. Neither Su Yunqing nor Yuan Miaocheng escaped the clutches of their clutches. So now the eldest sister shouldn't laugh at the second sister. Everyone is the same. The time came to 2:30, and Zhang Yan went out alone. What a fight. If the address, Li Jian sent it to him yesterday, and it's actually in one of the troops stationed in the Soviet Union. Is this because you're afraid of hurting someone by accident? Or are you afraid of being seen by ordinary people? After all, martial arts fights really look like martial arts movies to the average person. And they can scare people. It would be no problem to have a match in the army, full of fighters, to make sure it wouldn't get out. Chapter 133, One Move to Solve the Problem. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yan arrived at the place. In front of the troopers, he was stopped. Since he did not have the relevant documents yet, the soldiers standing guard would of course not let him in. Therefore, Zhang Yan could only call Jian Li, and a moment later, Jian Li appeared at the door and led Zhang Yan into the troop. Hurry up and start. I'm still in a hurry to go back, Zhang Yan said. He came here on a pee break. Well, went back to have to say it also went on the big one by the way. Li Jian nodded and led him to a clearing. The place was cleared, surrounded by loaded soldiers and a few men of various ages who weren't in uniform. Jian Li then made the introduction. These two are Zhou Yun and Yan Zhixing. He pointed to two men almost all in their 40s. Then to three others, the youngest only in his 30s, the oldest well past his prime, but hale and hearty, with faces as rosy as babies. These three, on the other hand, are the notaries for this occasion. Sun Xiuwen, from our bureau. Hao Yong, a famous mantis fist fighter from Ludong. Senior Feng Yingyao, a famous Wudong master. Feng Yingyu is that flowery old man. Not all martial artists are from the 19th Bureau. You can certainly not join, but you must abide by the relevant rules, such as not using martial arts to bully ordinary people. It is absolutely not permissible for a warrior to violate the prohibition by using martial arts, or else the 19th Bureau will wield an iron fist. Even if you are so strong that even the 19th Bureau can't help you, can you fight against the army? Submachine guns and rocket launchers understand. Teach you to be a man in minutes. Now has not yet entered the era of great technological explosion. Otherwise, all kinds of drones, machine dogs and even machine wolves. The Highland is one. Even if you are a martial artist there is nowhere to hide. Looking at history, those who sat on the throne were never martial artists either. So it is clear that individual force is impossible to fight against the military. That's true for history, let alone modern times. Zhang Yan just nodded at the three notaries and walked into the martial arts venue, while on the other hand, he hooked his hand towards the two Yan Zhixing. Hurry up and get on. I'm in a hurry. So crazy. Regardless of whether it was Yan Zhixing, Zhou Yun, or Feng Yingyao's three notaries, none of them frowned. This young man is crazy. You know, where do martial artists get their strength? Practiced little by little. Spells are watered down. No one gets a crash course. You're only in your 20s. Even if you've been practicing internal martial arts since you were a kid, how many stages of dark power can you reach now? 2 paragraphs? 3? Don't even mention the outside work. A true martial artist would never measure strength by the level of Ming Jin, because even the 9th stage of Ming Jin was only equivalent to the battle power of the 2nd stage of Dark Jin. Are young people so pompous these days? Yan Zhixing snorted. Young man, don't think that you're invincible just because you've mastered hypnosis. When it comes to someone with a strong will, hypnosis won't work at all. Turns out this young man can hypnotize. Feng Mingyao and the others were dazed. No wonder this young man is so arrogant. However, as Yan Zhixing had said, hypnotism was extremely ineffective against upwardly mobile martial artists, because in order to embark on the path of martial arts, then one had to be strong-willed to do so. Otherwise, who could persevere through what could be described as an agonizing process of martial arts training? The higher a martial artist's rank, the tougher their will becomes.
Let's just say that young people are ignorant and fearless. Zhang Yan smiled. Cut the crap. Hurry up and get on. I'm in a hurry to get back for the second one. What's the second one? No one asked.
What's the point of asking this arrogant kid who is deliberately pretending to be something he's not? Yan Zhixing and Zhou Yun exchanged glances, and both of them entered the martial arts venue at the same time.
It's about to start. Although the surrounding warriors didn't shout or even move their feet a bit due to discipline, their gazes couldn't help but look over. I heard that these people are all martial artists, much more powerful than ordinary people, and even the king of soldiers is no match for them. These fighters really don't believe it. Competition. Begin. Feng Yingyao shouted. Don't see that he was already over 60 years old, but he was full of vigor in his middle voice, and with one roar, everyone's head was buzzing, and those with a little bit less will might be shocked into fainting. This is a famous Wudong master? You must be from the Shaolin temple, learning the Buddhist lion's roar. Yan and Zhou immediately looked solemn and moved quickly at the same time, one on the left and one on the right to encircle Zhang Yan respectively. Don't look at them putting Zhang Yan down as worthless on their lips, but when they really got into action, they all went all out without a hint of carelessness. After all, their sons and daughters had all folded in Zhang Yan's hands, and they were certainly aware of how much strength their own children had. Even with the help of hypnosis, Zhang Yan was able to solve the problem with a single move, and this person's strength should not be underestimated. More importantly, they did not want to give Zhang Yan a chance to admit defeat. One hit kills. If a person didn't have the time to say he admits defeat and dies in the ring, then he can only recognize his own bad luck. The two masters flanked over, then struck out at the same time. One is a whip kick and the other is a punch. It was obviously incredibly fast, but not a single sound occurred from the two's attack. It means they are dark power experts. The attack is silent and sheepish. This hit, internal energy spit out, is the rock can be shattered. Not to mention the fragile human body. Even if you are a horizontal training experts, the body cannot even break the sharp weapon. But meet the dark strength experts. As usual, a hit to make you bones broken. Internal organs broken to a mess. Zhang Yan stood with his hands behind his back, not dodging or dodging. Is this a death wish? Before the crowd had time to sigh, Zhou and Yan's attack had already arrived. It was then that Zhang Yan moved. Alas, these two's attacks were simply slow motion in his eyes. He was getting a little impatient. Zhang Yan threw his punches calmly, first striking Zhou Yan's belly, then retracting and throwing another punch, hitting Yan Zhixing's chest. Close your fist. It's done. However, in the eyes of the crowd, it was Zhang Yan's lightning strike, which actually came after him, with a punch that first struck Zhou Yun, and then Yan Zhixing, which was ridiculously fast. In the next moment, only Yan and Zhou were seen flying backwards. What? The three fairies, Feng Yingyao, were going crazy. How could this happen? It's too fast. It's too fast. Boom, boom. Zhou and Yan fell to the ground, raising dust in the sky, but the two of them were lying on the ground, unable to climb up at all. Let's go, Zhang Yan said, directly turning around and leaving. The crowd was still in intense shock and had no time to pay attention. It took at least half a minute before they recovered from their shock. Quickly see how these two are doing. Feng Yingyao called out first. Everyone rushed up, and then, in unison, they lost their colors. Zhou Yun and Yan Zhixing's small abdomen and chest are sunken, and such injuries obviously can't live. They probed the nostrils of both men, and sure enough, the breath was all but gone, dead through and through, killing two major dark power experts in seconds at the same time. It's horrible. All three justices winced uncontrollably. How did their strength compare to Zhou and Yan? He Yang and Sun Xiuwen were about the same as the two, while Feng Yingyao was a bit stronger. But even if Feng Yingyao was put on instead, in a one-on-one situation, it would take him many moves to defeat one of the Zhou and Yan duo. 1 against 2. He will definitely lose. However, Zhang Yan not only won, but also won in a dry and unparalleled manner, even to the point of killing in seconds. Patriarch, this person definitely has the strength of a grandmaster. Oh my god. Feng Yingyao completely lost his temper and yelled at the head there. But Hao Yong and Sun Xiuwen didn't laugh at him at all. On the contrary, they were also shocked and scared. It's scary. It's scary. Chapter 134, Drugging. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yan returned to the movie theater. The three girls had to watch 2 shows in a row. So what could be done? If I die socially, you have to die socially, so that we can all get along happily and continue to be good sisters. In this regard, Zhang Yan was of course very much in favor. He was the one who got high anyway. Okay, let's continue with the second one. In the darkness, Su Yunqing clenched her teeth hard, trying not to make a sound. Zhang Yan made a bad move and laughed. You know, there is surveillance in the movie theater? Ha! Su Yunqing was instantly incredibly nervous. It is well known that when people are nervous, they tense up. So, Zhang Yan couldn't help but bare his teeth. Cool, really cool. However, Su Yunqing immediately relaxed again. So what if there's surveillance? It's so dark, it's a hell of a shot. Seeing her loosen up, Zhang Yan laughed again. The surveillance of the movie theater is infrared, so even if it's dark, it can still be captured. Days. Su Yunqing instantly became incredibly nervous again. Her entire body taut. Oh.
Zhang Yan almost rose to the sky in place. Hey! He wouldn't tell Su Yunqing that he had actually thrown a stone to destroy the surveillance pointed at them when he entered the arena.
Well, after a while he'll donate 100 surveillance units to the movie theater. Amidst Su Yunqing's incomparable petulance, the movie finally ended and the four of them walked out.
Seeing Su Yunqing in this state, Lin Xiangye and Yuan Miaocheng hurriedly asked what had happened.
And after hearing the reason,
Lin Xiangye also lost her color, but Yuan Miaocheng didn't care as long as Zhang Yan didn't mind.
She didn't mind.
Su Yunqing and Lin Xiangyan were both telling Zhang Yan to hurry up and find someone from the theater to delete the surveillance. Zhang Yan first knocked a lot of humiliating treaties from the two women,
and then laughed. It's fine. I've already broken the surveillance. The two women were relieved, but the thought of being tricked by Zhang Yan, but also promised to go back after. They freaked out again and rolled their eyes at Zhang Yan even. Dog man. Stinking hooligans. After dinner, they took another walk in the park before heading back home. As soon as they entered the house, Su Yunqing and Lin Xiangyan dragged Zhang Yan towards the bedroom. I'm going to squeeze you dry today. Let's see if you still dare to be bad in the future. Some people, except for their hard mouths, are soft all over. Early in the morning, Zhang Yan pleasurably dressed and got up. Originally, he had wanted to be lazy for a while, but who let Su Yunqing and the others have to show off and want to drain him? The result was that they were a flop, and none of them could get up when the sun was clearly going up their asses. Weak, however, because they still had to go to work. In no time at all, Su Yunqing and Lin Xiangyan still got up with great perseverance and hurriedly left the house after putting on their clothes. Zhang Yan slowly ate breakfast, and then made a phone call to Gu Yusin, asking her if she had any clues about the D-traffickers, because she knew that Zhang Yan was cooperating with the relevant departments, and she herself also had the intention of cooperating with Zhang Yan, so she did not hide it from Zhang Yan. That coyote was found, but he didn't provide any useful clues, because every time he picks it up someone emails him to look in a trash can somewhere, in a different location each time. The point is, the person who sends the email is also different every time. Presumably, the outgoing mailboxes are stolen, so it's basically impossible to uncover the D-traffickers from the outgoing mailboxes. This group of D-traffickers is very careful and cunning. The thing of finding a needle in a haystack Zhang Yan does not want to do, so although he promised to help, he wanted to have further contact with Gu Yusin through this opportunity. Difficult. Let it be. Zhang Yan thought that it would be more practical for him to rack his brain and think about what other key criminals there were in Suchang, and use them as tickets to get to Gu Yusin's heart. Unfortunately, there shouldn't be any major crimes in Su City these days. After making the call, Zhang Yan took Yuan Miaocheng out to go shopping and collect desire points. There's still 120,000 left to add. Come on. It was almost noon when he received a call from Mingfei Suo. Young Master Zhang, Sister Ing and I have already arrived in Su City. The star said. Oh, it's been a week since the last call, a day short. Zhang Yan couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart when he thought of Zhou Ying's proud figure. He laughed. Yeah, I'll see you tonight. Well, I bought all kinds of stockings and I'm just waiting to wear them for young Zhang to see. The actress said sweetly. This one can be had. If this woman could join Zhou Ying and stand in front of him in stockings, stretching her thighs in unison. TSK. The thought of such a tantalizing image made him a little distracted in the afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Ming Faisu messaged him from time to time, saying what she was doing and what she was doing. There were 3 female leads in their drama. The first female lead was of course Zhou Ying. Ming Faisu was the second female lead, and there was another actress called Sun Kana, who was playing the third female lead, but although there was a difference between the main and secondary leads, the 3 female leads' roles were actually not that much different. Sun Kona? Zhang Yan searched his mind for the relevant person, but because the memories were too long ago, he really couldn't recall them. Normal. There are so many domestic stars. He only remembered Zhou Ying and other big goddesses. After all, every day by the prison inmates miss. Mingfei Suo also secretly took pictures of Zhou Ying and Sun Kona and sent them to him, because Ming Faisu and Sun Kona were both contracted artists under Zhou Ying's banner. Zhou Ying opened a presidential suite, and the 3 women were staying together. According to Mingfei Suo, if it wasn't for the purpose of promoting her and Sun Kona, in fact, Zhou Do wanted not to participate in the drama. After all, the investment of this drama is not big, a bit unworthy of her curiosity. In that respect,
Doubtful Chow is still a good boss. Sister Ing is really good to us. Ming Fei Su also spoke up for Zhou Ing. He. That's why I'd love to set you up with Sister Ing. After all, young Zhang, you're so strong in that area. I bet any woman would be hooked. As she said that, she couldn't help but show a reminiscent expression. A bit flamboyant. It's been days since I was favored by young Chang. Good thinking about it. However, Zhang Yan is coming at night. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but have watery, springy eyes. Hey, the director came over with the investors and is staying for dinner. I wonder what time they're going to be gone. After a while, Zhang Yan received a message from Ming Fei Sua, and the actress sputtered. He couldn't help but smile. That's the way it is when you're an actor. You have to attend all kinds of dinners if you want people's golden dads to throw money at you. Of course, whether or not you sleep with them depends on whether or not the father of the gold master is generous, and whether or not the actors backstage is hard enough. Like Zhou Ing, who had opened her own company. She had a lot of resources and brought her own traffic, so she no longer needed to go to sleep with her to get a chance to act in a role. Instead, there were capitalists who were willing to spend a lot of money to hire her to act in a role. After all, capital seeks profit. In order to sleep with female stars and go to invest, do not care about the return. Such a loser is not many. By 7 o'clock or so, Zhang Yan received another message from Ming Faisu. This time it was voice. He opened it and couldn't help but blush. Young Zhang, it's not good. I just heard the director and the investor talking. They actually drugged the red wine they brought. And Sister Ing, Kuna, and I all drank it. I'm already feeling disoriented now. The voice ends abruptly here. You guys dare to hit on the woman I'm interested in? Zhang Yan jumped out directly from the balcony, like an eagle soaring over the city. Luckily, Ming Faisu not only sent the location before, but also told him the room number. Because in the city, it wouldn't take him more than 3 minutes to get there at full speed. Chapter 135 Dedication. Zhang Yan winds up. His current speed could be much faster than a high-speed train, probably reaching 500 kilometers per hour. Even old-fashioned airplanes weren't as fast as he was. Moreover, he was jumping on a high building, completely unaffected by the terrain and traffic. Ming Fei Su was at the Shangri-La Hotel, a mere 13 kilometers away, and it would only take him a few minutes to get there? Less than 2 minutes. I'd say 3 minutes is conservative. After a while, Zhang Yan arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel, and instead of dropping his form, he went straight down from the rooftop. The presidential suite is on the highest floor. Found it. Instead of knocking on the door, Zhang Yan directly threw a punch at the door of the room, with the terror of his fist power. If it is an ordinary door, then the doorplate is simply too late to collapse. The lock will certainly be the first bad will be bounced out of the door, so the door should be suddenly shocked open. And the presidential suite with solid materials. The door is also quite firm, so this punch down, the doorplate did not break, but the bolt first avalanche fly. The whole door flew inward. Boo! The door to the room slammed against the wall with a loud noise, even as the whole house shook. Seeing people. 3 men were carrying 3 drunken women. Exactly. 1 for each of them, and the 3 women did look drunk. Their faces were red, their eyes were dull, and they didn't look right at first glance. You? Who are you? How dare you barge in here? What's going on with this hotel? The 3 men were startled, then irritated and snappy. They were about to do something good, but unexpectedly they were broken at such an important time. At this moment, they had both the fear of being current and the annoyance of being interrupted. Zhang Yan swept a glance. 2 of these 3 were around 50 years old, and 1 was very young, probably not even 30 years old, looking civilized, but a beast. You need drugs to play with women? It's not that I look down on you guys, but you really are all losers. At this time, as if Ming Faisu had returned to her senses, her eyes suddenly lit up and she opened her mouth to call out, Young Zhang, Young Zhang. Then she couldn't speak again. What is this medicine? It's pretty powerful. Zhang Yan walked over with large strides. The man who was less than 30 years old was holding up Zhou Ing. He put the man down and stopped towards Zhang Yan. Do you know who I am? Don't look for Boo! Before the word death could be uttered, he was kicked in the crotch by Zhang Yan, and his entire body was sent flying, hitting the wall behind him heavily before coming down slowly. His entire face twisted into a ball because of the intense pain, but he could not utter a single sound. Well, the egg is broken, and any man should be able to understand the pain. When the other 2 saw this, they were so frightened that they both withdrew their hands, but fortunately, with the carpet underneath, neither woman fell in pain. Have a word. One of them said, so you are their friend. A misunderstanding. Now the person is returned to you. With that, he winked at the other man and tried to leave. I can't leave without it. They are caught in a present. In case of the police.
then they are surely finished, so they have to leave now. Once the people leave, then they can deny it. Drugs? We didn't drug them. These three actresses must have taken the initiative to drug themselves for the sake of resources. Isn't it normal to curry favor with the Golden Father as well as the producer and director? Boom! Boom! Zhang Yan did not talk nonsense, but rewarded the two men with a kick each. So, these two men also fell down with their crotches covered, their faces whiter than paper, in so much pain that they couldn't even utter a word. That's when the people from the hotel finally arrived. Breakdown is too loud. They all froze at the sight of the room. What the hell? Zhang Yan smiled and took out his cell phone. 110? I want to call the police. The hotel people wanted to intervene. After all, no hotel would like to have vigilantes running over. It would scare certain guests. But Zhang Yan just showed the operation of picking up the glass table with one hand. And none of the hotel security dared to say anything. Wait for the sheriff. 10 minutes later, the sheriff finally arrived. Zhang Yan then talked about the situation. Ming Fei Su, three women had been helped to sit side by side on the sofa, also splashed with cold water, slightly regained a little bit of sanity, barely able to speak. They all agreed with Zhang Yan's statement, and gnashed their teeth at those three men, itching to get them killed. Things were clear enough, though, that all three men had been kicked in the lower back and the sheriff had to call for another ambulance to take them to the hospital first. Even if they are to be tried and sentenced, they should be allowed to do the treatment first and make sure that their lives are not in danger before taking a statement at the hospital. Of course, there's bound to be someone guarding them, so don't try to sneak away. Zhang Yan had planned to send the three Ming Fei Suo girls to the hospital as well, but Zhou Ying refused. The most afraid of the stars is the scandal, although they are the victims, but once spread out, others do not care whether they have been bad people get their way, but will make up their own brain, and then as if they have seen it with their own eyes, colorful description of how they were bullied. Once the scandal caught up with them, their stardom was ruined. Therefore, they will definitely ask for a low-profile handling of this matter. As for the medicine they took, it should only incapacitate them, and they will be fine as long as they rest for a while. Zhang Yan naturally didn't care. The hotel changed another presidential suite for the three women, who barely sat on the sofa and did not even have the strength to make tea. So Zhang Yan took a cup of cola from the refrigerator and slowly drank it. Zhou Ying and Sun Kana both expressed their gratitude to Zhang Yan. Ming Fei Su didn't need to. Her entire body was Zhang Yan's. Just pay for the meat later. Zhang Yan admired the beautiful woman in front of him who exuded sexiness all over her body. Zhou Ying's height was around 167. Not high among the crowd of tall actresses, but the proportion of her body was very good. Her legs were slender. Her waist was thin and pinched, while her hips were bulging, full of feminine and charming flavor. Also, she has a proud bust. Well, it's in the same class as Sioux City's license plate, I guess. Of course, the person's face value was also super capable, and Zhang Yan felt that she should be about the same as Su Yunqing, just a hair's breadth away from the very best. What you see on the screen, after all, is after makeup and beauty. Her real face is of course inferior, but not by much. Sun Kuna was about the same age as Ming Fei Suo, just 21 or 22 years old. She was over 170 tall, her two legs were thin and long, and her waist was super thin. But the size of her breasts was far from being comparable to Zhou Ying's. Looks, and Ming Fei Shu is also a level, are inferior to Boss Zhou. After all, among the domestic actresses, Zhou Ying definitely belonged to the first class. Otherwise, she could not have become Zhang Yan's dream goddess in his previous life. Zhang Yan was slightly surprised as he could see clearly that the carnal desires of the three women were clearly on the rise. So the drugs they were given not only rendered them defenseless, but also had an aphrodisiac effect? Well, it was those three who did the deed. Call for 120? Are you kidding? I'm such a considerate person. How can I let them ruin my star? You can't talk about this kind of thing, can you? So, I had to sacrifice myself. Who understands my great giving spirit? Family members. Chapter 136, The Sea, Full of Waves. Zhang Yan is courageous and totally selfless. He bowed down and died as if he were a spring silkworm, constantly spitting out silk until there was none left. That's so great. Still, God is very fair, and those who make the dedication are certainly rewarded handsomely, and he is given the opportunity to swim in the ocean. There were 3 seas in all, one that he knew well, which was enough, and 2 that were unfamiliar. One of the seas was astonishingly wide. Zhang Yan continuously cupped the crystalline seawater with his hands and rinsed his face over and over again. The waves are so big, wave after wave, raging beyond measure. Zhang Yan still suppressed it with a powerful force, and waves along with the waves. Finally, calm was restored to all 3 seas. Zhang Yan was also satisfied, so he slept in the embrace of the sea. Early in the morning, The sun shines in, bright as spring. Oh, it's spring now. No wonder some people post. He.
Zhang Yan got up and went to the living room to swipe his cell phone. His physique was too powerful, and although he had smoothed out 3 wavy Cs with his own strength, he was refreshed and as good as new after just 2 hours of rest. As he continues to intensify, does he just sit down and rest for a while, and then he is refreshed and his fatigue is swept away? It's really possible. He couldn't help but smile as he reflected on yesterday's proceedings. It's rare to be able to have a good time. It's not that Ming-Fei Suwa and the girls are strong enough, but they have been drugged, so they are needy. In fact, they are fishing to the fullest. Now they can't recover without resting for 4 or 5 days. It wasn't until 11 o'clock that we saw Manhwa first come out of her room. Young Zhang. She and Zhang Yan had already known each other for a long time. So naturally, she would not be shy, and she playfully walked over and sat down next to Zhang Yan, but her brows were slightly furrowed. Ouch! Zhang Yan lost his smile. So crazy last night, now you know it hurts? Ming-Fei then hated. Fong Hongman this. Sister Ring said that she must make these few pay. Zhang Yan's heart stirred. Zhou is awake? I woke up early, just too shy to come out to see you. Ming-Fei turned her anger into a smile and swept Zhang Yan with flirtatious eyes. Those 3 laid a trap. I didn't expect it to be cheap for you. If she hadn't been drugged, how could Zhou have sex with a stranger even if she was grateful to Zhang Yan? Not to mention the fact that there was Ming-Fei Su and Sun Kona along. Zhang Yan laughed out loud. We've already been honest with each other. Why are you still shy? How does that work? He stood up with a flourish. Let me persuade you. One of Ming-Fei could not stop it at all, and the second was that she did not want to stop it either. So Zhang Yan stepped into the bedroom with a prancing voice. Yikes! Zhou and Sun Kona didn't expect him to barge in and couldn't help but both let out exclamations of surprise. Her face was scarlet and beautiful. Zhang Yan couldn't help but eat his fingers. Zhou was a child star and has been working in the acting circle for many years. She has really seen a lot of various big scenes, so she was just a bit flustered at the beginning, but immediately calmed down and said, Zhang Xiao, thank you again for saving us yesterday. Let's just consider what happened behind us as a dream. Let's all forget about it together. She is a star, or a star with a huge flow of traffic, and must not make a scandal, or else the fans will run out when her persona collapses. So, for the sake of the money trail, she had to forcefully sever that sinful relationship as well. Zhang Yan said quietly, you guys almost destroyed this delicate flower of mine yesterday, but after the incident, you just pat your ass and want to disown it? No. Later, we're destroying you? You have to speak with a conscience. How ruthless you were yesterday. You wanted to eat me alive. Thinking about last night's experience, Zhou couldn't help but blush. It hurt like hell right now, but she had to admit that she was finally really enjoying herself. No, that would be called Elysium. Because she was a child star and her family is also an acting family. She has had abundant resources since she was a child and never had to think about things like being suborned. So compared to other actresses in the entertainment circle, she is really quite clean. Before today, she had only her husband as a man. Her husband is also an actor. The two fell in love with the theater, and soon married. But the actors? The year may have half a year outside the shooting, and if you're the first half of the year, I'm the second half of the year. The schedule is completely staggered. It is really get together and leave a lot. Just married that will. The couple will also visit each other. But a long time, the passion passed, they almost no longer visit each other. Feelings naturally more and more diluted. And there are no children as a tie. The marriage has actually existed in name only. If it wasn't for each other's personas, they would have actually left a long time ago. But people, there is always the most basic needs. Of course, Zhou is no exception. But she has always been clean in self-love, and did not make any scandal in the crew. But last night was drugged, and confused on. What a joy, an experience like no other. Zhou bit her red lips. It was really a little hard to reject this man in front of her. Handsome, well-built, and the key is to give a damn. Zhang Yan then took a big step forward. Yesterday, you guys destroyed me. Today, it's my turn to destroy you, so we'll be even. However, I'm not like you guys. I'm a very gentle person. Seeing him approaching, Zhou could not help but be alarmed. No, I can't, though the mind resists. Another voice yells, come on, come on, come on. Faisu, stop him. She called out to Ming-Fei again. She knows that Zhang Yan is Ming-Fei's man. Let us just count this relationship. So, you are obviously Ming-Fei's man. How can you still treat me like that? Ming-Fei just smiled cheekily. I'm sorry, Sister Ring. I wouldn't dare disobey young Zhang. You traitor. Zhou immediately became speechless. The sea is raw again. It's so raging. The sea is calm again. Zhou was simply skeptical.
Zhang Yan is definitely not human. It is said that there is only exhausted oxen. No plowing bad land, but now there is only one ox. But there are 3 pieces of land. Froze oxen are not bad, but the ground is exhausted, lying down and cannot move. What a guy. That stamina is just off the charts. Snap. She then received a slap before she heard a man's voice in her ear. Still want to draw a line in the sand with me? The warm breath all over her earlobe made her fight back a throbbing sensation, as if passion was coming back. She quickly begged for mercy. Good brother, please take away the divine power. I really can't do it at all. Seeing that Zhang Yan had no intention of retreating, she had no choice but to say, I was wrong. I will never draw a line with you again. Ugh, don't say it so reluctantly, as if I'm some kind of bully. Zhang Yan deliberately sighed. I never force people. If you really don't want to see me, I definitely won't go looking for you in the future. I'll believe you if you can take your gun back before you say something like that. Zhou revealed a sweet smile. Good brother. People want to see you. Chapter 137. Mingfei Suo was originally his woman. There was no need to smooth this over. Sun Kana had just stepped into the acting circle and didn't have much of an opinion. So Mingfei Su pulled her into whispering. And then she saw this girl glancing at Zhang Yan with a shy but affectionate gaze every now and then. And apparently this one panned out as well. Only Zhou had more trouble. She's not a little girl, and she's been in the entertainment industry for years, so she's not a good liar. Fortunately, Zhang Yan's capital was hard enough, having set the ocean's waves in motion twice. This woman's heart is naturally stirred by the taste of the sea. Besides, Ming Faisa had also talked about the things Zhang Yan had done when he was in Old Main, and with this filter in place, the more Zhou naturally looked at Zhang Yan, the more she liked him. Women love and admire strong men. It's written inside their genes. Why do animals always fight to determine mating rights? It's that females will only have offspring with the most powerful males. Of course, people were rational creatures with an additional emotional thing in place, but Zhou Ying's marriage was already in name only, and it naturally came crashing down after being dug in so heavily by Zhang Yan. After I go back this time, I'll divorce my husband. Zhou Ying finally made up her mind. You've eaten a full banquet, and you want her to go back and eat a nest egg? She really couldn't do it. Then end this marriage that's going to end sooner or later. Zhang Yan actually did not want to break up people's marriage. For him, whether there is a divorce or not is not important. However, Zhou Ying also said that she and her husband has long been out of love. Both sides are only for the sake of the interests of the divorce did not divorce. After all, some of the endorsements were taken by the two of them together, and the divorce definitely had an impact on the persona and would have dropped the fan base. Unfortunately, this drama is yellow. Mingfei Suo sighed. With the director, producer, and gold master all hospitalized and facing criminal charges, how can this drama be made? Zhang Yan laughed. About how much money should be invested in making a drama? Can't say for sure. It mainly depends on the paycheck of the lead actor, which is the big head. Zhou Ying said. She's the boss and very vocal. Zhang Yan smiled. At the end of this month, I'll take out the money from the stock market and invest in a drama for you guys. I won't pay for the 3 of you and fold it into the share of the new drama. How about that? The 3 women's eyes lit up at the same time. However, Zhou Ying immediately said, casting a drama is no joke, even if we don't want to be paid. What about the male actors? Costumes, props, renting venues, and flying all over the world are all big expenses that can't be taken down without tens of millions of dollars. Although she knew that Zhang Yan could fight, being able to fight and being able to make money were 2 different things. Zhang Yan is only in his 20s. How much money can he have? The money in the stock market. Hold up tens of millions of it. Zhang Yan was taken aback. Seeing him with this look, Zhou Ying thought even more that she had guessed correctly. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yan said this, a few tens of millions for a drama? I thought it would take a few $100 million. Zhou Ying was then speechless. Movies all seldom have big investments of several $100 million. Usually tens or hundreds of millions are enough. Then, she looked at Zhang Yan in shock. You can take out tens of millions of dollars? Had. It's a small thing. Zhang Yan laughed, while pondering over what drama would be good to cast. It's not like he's a brain-dead rich kid who pays actresses to shoot just for fun. There it is. 3 lives, 3 peach blossoms. In fact, Zhou Ying starred in this drama in 17 years, making her burst into flames once again, and incidentally bringing fire to her artists. But now it's up to me to invest in this drama, or for Zhou Ying to be the female lead, while the female second and third will be taken up by Mingfei Su and Sun Kona, right? It just so happens that Mingfei Suo also has Western blood. As expected of boss Zhou Ying immediately smiled and said to Mingfei Su and Sun Kona, why don't you hurry up and thank young Zhang? Thank you, young Master Zhang. Mingfei Su and Sun Kona both said sweetly. Zhang Yan deliberately said, is thanking just using your mouth, hey? It's not impossible. Come on. Thank me properly. Without surfing for long, Zhang Yan received a call. Lin Xiangyan played. When the phone picked up the notification, she heard this flirtatious young woman say, he. First of all, it's not me. It's Yun Chang and Miaoqing who asked me to call and check on them. Where did you go to make waves again last night? Then, the sound of Su Yunqing and Yuan Miaoqing's giggles came over. The three Zhou girls couldn't help but perk up their ears. Of course they knew that Zhang Yan would never be single. But, listening to Lin Xiangyan's words, there were three sisters on her side alone. Then, they hurriedly waved their hands at Zhang Yan, meaning that they must not tell them out. They're celebrities. How can they let too many people know their privacy? Zhang Yan smiled. I'll introduce you to some new friends tonight. Su Yunqing snatched the phone and grunted. New friends? Sure it's not a new sister? They can tolerate Zhang Yan's flirtation. After all, this guy's physical strength is too horrible. They simply cannot satisfy this guy's appetite. But people are selfish. They hope that someone can share the pressure, but at the same time do not want someone to share Zhang Yan's time and energy. Hey, we won't know if we see someone at night. Zhang Yan directly hung up the phone. Zhou couldn't help but frown. Our identities are rather sensitive. It's not appropriate to let people know about our relationship. Zhang Yan then smiled. Don't worry. You won't have such worries after you see them. Zhou will be skeptical. Zhang Yan called for takeout, breakfast and lunch 2 in 1. After eating, Zhou Ying's three daughters continued to rest, while he slipped out. After collecting a wave of desire points, he went to pick up Su Yunqing's three daughters. It was too early for that. Su Yunqing and Lin Xiangyan both had to work and hadn't come back yet. After picking up the three girls, Zhang Yan took them to Shangri-La. Arriving at the presidential suite on the top floor, Zhang Yan knocked on the door. Seeing that this was a presidential suite, Su Yunqing couldn't help but say, the stinking rascal is really willing to give up. Opening a presidential suite, Zhang Yan waved his hand. I didn't open the room. There was a click and the door opened. It's Ming Fisher. Although Ming Faisu had been to Old Burma, she and Yuan Miaoqing did not know each other. By the time Zhang Yan received this gift, Ming Faisu had already returned to China. Young Zhang, you're here. Ming Faisu spoke first, and when her gaze swept over Su Yunqing's three girls, she couldn't help but reveal a look of amazement. So beautiful. Su Yunqing, in particular, was not only beautiful and well-built, but also had an unspeakable aura. She stood. Her body was straight, unlike ordinary people, who inevitably hunched over a bit. And Lin Xiang evening, what a flirtatious young woman. While Ling was sexy and made people want to at first sight, this young woman had a flirtatious flavor that made people can't help but have their mind's eye itching for more. Go in and talk. Zhang Yan pushed the three women through the door, so the six women finally met. Wow, you're Zhou. Upon seeing Zhou, Su Yunqing and the three girls exclaimed at the same time before looking at Zhang Yan with strange eyes. You're good. Chapter 138. Su Yunqing's three daughters were shocked for a handful of seconds. And how could Zhou Ying's three daughters be any different? Originally, they still valued their star status, fearing that the women brought by Zhang Yan had big mouths and would affect their star path. But they never expected that Su Yunqing's three women's face value was actually so high. It's so beautiful, and with a dynamic temperament. She is by no means a member of the celebrity class who came out of plastic surgery. Zhang Yan laughed. Eat first, after eating. He. Light is like an arrow. Zhang Yan had his fill of it. The key showstopper is a real meal. It's a beautiful thing to look at and then eat, and then continue to eat again. Zhang Yan didn't sleep all night. After all, his physical condition was superb. Even though he had been working hard for a night, he didn't have the slightest feeling of back pain. On the contrary, he was still full of energy. From that point of view, even if the reinforcement brought by the system couldn't raise his strength, this alone was enough. Zhang Yan was still reminiscing when the phone rang. It's the sheriff's department calling, asking him to come down. There's a case that needs his assistance in the investigation. He could have not gone, of course, but then the sheriff would have come and taken him in for questioning. Zhang Yan was a bit curious. Since his rebirth, he had no idea which case the sheriff had called him to assist in the investigation because he had been in the station so much. Wait a minute. They said that if he didn't go, they'd send out the vigilantes to invite him into the station. That's not a nice thing to say. Isn't he being treated as a suspect? Zhang Yan thought back to the people he had gone into the bureau before. Every single one of them was a nail in the coffin. It was impossible to escape the law, so there was no possibility of him becoming a suspect. In addition to those three guys from the day before yesterday? Yes, they got themselves kicked out. That director and producer even. Wouldn't the gold owner have nothing to do with it? A day or so and they've already figured out how they're going to flip the case? Zhang Yan revealed a cold smile. Not to mention the fact that he has a system that allows him to explode people's fear value at will and make them give up honestly. Even if he loses that ability, Just because he's working with the 19th Bureau right now, and someone's trying to frame him? Oh, 19 innings will jump out first. Because, you actually dare to wrongly accuse a strong person like Zhang Yan, whose strength is several times that of a patriarch, then force Zhang Yan to reverse. How horrible damage he will cause. In the eyes of the 19th Bureau, Zhang Yan's strength should be that of a grandmaster, or below a grandmaster, and none of them would think that he could surpass a grandmaster. So, should I do it myself? Or should I let Bureau 19 do it? Call Li Jian. Why would he do it himself when he can get someone else to do the work? Zhang Yan made a call and then went out the door. Want to play? Yeah, play alone. Had. Make you guys desperate hard enough that you should be able to harvest a huge wave of desire points. And yeah, some of those assholes might have to take their skins off. After leaving the hotel, he took a cab and went to a sheriff's station in the new district. The call came from that sheriff's office. 10 minutes later, he showed up at the sheriff's office. Are you Zhang Yan? A young vigilante greeted him, and after receiving an affirmative answer, he let out a cold laugh. I can't see that you're actually that vicious, injuring someone so badly. Sure enough, it's because of this. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. Fang Hongbin's 3 men drugged women and tried to violate them. I was acting in a righteous manner, little comrade. You won't say it's wrong to act in a righteous manner, right? The young vigilante couldn't help but be annoyed. He just got out of the police academy. But what about Zhang Yan? Look as big as he is, I guess. So how am I a little baby can be preceded by the word little, which would be more intimate and affectionate. But to put the word little in front of is definitely flirting. He got upset and said, my name is Zhang. Please call me Officer Zhang. Coincidentally, it's still the same last name. Zhang Yan ignored it and said, little comrade, what did you call me over for? The police officer surnamed Zhang almost jumped to his feet. I said to call me Officer Zhang. Why are you still a small comrade? Forget it, I won't get on your bad side. You'll be crying later. He grunted and brought Zhang Yan into an interrogation room first before saying, you've been filed for causing disability. Come and give an account of the crime. Zhang Yan laughed, little comrade. Words cannot be nonsense. Fang Hongbin those 3 bastards to women drugged. By my crime aborted. You do not praise me for bravery is just. Actually said I am a crime. Ha, the vigilante cannot be credible. The same to be legally responsible. Zhang surnamed magistrate was disliked by him and jumped to his feet. You stopped the people just fine. Why do you still have to kick the people? To burst? The hospital has already issued a diagnosis. This is an irrecoverable serious injury. Since you admitted to injuring them, then you don't need to say anything more. Sign the confession, and then notify the family. You'll have to live here until the court date. At this time, a few more vigilantes came over, and one of them held a piece of paper in his hand and placed it in front of Zhang Yan. Sign it. Zhang Yan smiled. Is this your intention to torture you into confessing? We don't do things like that. All interrogations are reasonable and legal. One of the sheriff's deputies pointed to the camera heads in the room. Look, 24-hour surveillance. Everything stands up to scrutiny. Zhang Yan ignored it and was curious. Which one of your leaders told you to do this? Don't talk nonsense. Several sheriff's deputies reprimanded. If you're told to sign, hurry up and do it. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. You guys want me to sign? Fine, then I'll sign. With that, he picked up a pen and said, while looking at the surveillance, I was forced to sign it. You. Several sheriff's deputies are annoyed. You say that while signing. Can this plea be counted? It's okay, just sign it. A sheriff's deputy whispered. Most of the time they don't look at the surveillance. Several others nodded. After signing, Zhang Yan was sent to the detention room. There were a total of 4 people inside, and when they saw Zhang Yan come in, they all revealed expressions of unkind thoughts. Hey, there's a new guy. Chapter 139. Piece of cake. Li Jian rushed to the sheriff's office in a hurry. He cursed constantly. Holy, it's only been quiet for 2 days. What's going on? Why is there always a need to mess with Zhang Yan? Do you know how scary this bogeyman is? Before that, he was still a deputy mayor, and it wasn't even Zhang Yan that he offended, but his son. And what happened? Father and son went to jail together to pick up soap. How can anyone think of anything else? It was not easy for me to take a vacation with the team leader, wanting to be quiet for a few days, but as a result, I just got on the train and received a phone call from Zhang Yan, and I had to get off the train at the next stop and buy a ticket again to rush back to Sioux City. Fortunately, there is no airport in Sioux City. Otherwise, getting on the airplane will not be so easy to come down. It was conceivable that if he didn't arrive in time and upset Zhang Yan, was this lord going to pierce the sky? Highly likely. With Zhang Yan's mastery of hypnosis, even if he really had to let someone commit suicide, how could he find out afterwards? You guys, don't seek death. Li Jian rushed to the sheriff's office and hastily flashed his credentials. In times of emergency,
members of Bureau 19 can coordinate with local sheriff's offices and even the military to work together.
And right now, Li Jian thought it was time for an emergency. It's going to kill people, and a whole lot of them. After activating the emergency procedures, the director of the security office hurriedly ran his ass over to Li Jian, saying, "Good day, Chief."
Li Jian waved his hand.
"Did you guys just arrest someone named Zhang Yan?" The director's name is Huanglian Min.
And he can't help but feel his heart sink when he hears this.
Of course he knew Zhang Yan,
because it was his order to have Zhang Yan come over for investigation or to have Zhang Yan sign a confession.
But now, under the emergency program, a leader from the special department of the capital actually asked about Zhang Yan.
Huang Liancheng suddenly had a feeling of having eaten a yellow lotus, only to feel that his mouth and heart were bitter.
Be bad.
He hurriedly said,
"Yes, there is a person named Zhang Yan. He seriously injured 3 people the day before yesterday. The circumstances were very bad. I also brought him to the office in accordance with the law, by the way.
He has already signed a confession of guilt."
Jian Li then grunted.
With the strength of Zhang Yan's ability,
he might bow down? Do you deserve it?
So, this is Zhang Yan testing him.
He said unhappily, "Comrade Zhang Yan is a very important person for our department to work with. Director Huang, I suggest you think twice before you speak." Huang Liancheng's sinking heart dropped right to the bottom.
He didn't know exactly which department Li Jian belonged to,
but after the emergency program was activated,
he had to obey the other party's deployment.
So how terrifying was the power of this department? Definitely beyond his imagination. Now, such a department is actually coming over to fish for people. How important is Zhang Yan?
Of course he's been bribed to help with this little favor.
In his opinion, Zhang Yan was just able to fight a little bit and didn't have any background. Besides,
it is a fact that Zhang Yan injured and disabled people, and it is not against the law for him to do so. That's why it pained him to agree to help.
Who would have thought? It's over. He's finished. Li Jian, on the other hand, glanced at him with a sympathetic look and said directly, "Where is the person? Quick, take me to him." Huang Liancheng didn't have an ounce of will to resist.
There was only one voice in his mind, dead.
Dead this time.
You're going to get yourself into trouble for a mere $3 million.
What a fool. He regretted it immensely. Huang Liancheng took Li Jian to the detention room, and on the way,
he was incredibly fearful. I was afraid that something would happen to Zhang Yan. Now he may still be able to mend his ways.
And once he sees Zhang Yan, he will apologize again and again. Maybe he still has a chance. But the problem is that there are still other prisoners in the detention room.
And they have also got his hint to give the new prisoners a hard welcome gift.
Zhang Yan has been injured. That can still be good? The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. And at first he just walked. Then he ran, ignoring the strange looks his men gave him along the way,
and rushed into the holding cell as if he were a dead parent. Then his eyes widened in shock.
In the cell, Zhang Yan was sitting nicely,
while the 4 prisoners were squatting on the ground, holding their heads with their hands, and were reciting the 3-character sutra, "In the beginning of man, nature is good." His first reaction was that,
luckily, Zhang Yan was fine. Then a second reaction springs up. Gripes. What's going on here?
Zhang Yan smiled and looked at Jian Li.
Why did you come so late?
Just these 4 punks.
Not to mention that he had gotten the system enhancement now. Even if he hadn't,
with the strength of his former life's jailbait,
wouldn't he still be able to take the 4 into submission? Traffic jam. Jian Li disliked it in a small way. I'm not your full-time secretary. You can't call me for everything that happens. However,
when he thought of Zhang Yan's destructive power,
he secretly revised his thoughts. You'd better come to me, or else I'll probably have a bigger headache wiping out the trouble I've caused for you. Zhang Yan laughed out loud. There's progress. You can even joke.
Li Jian ignored him and instead said to Huang Liancheng,
"Why don't you hurry up and release the people?"
Huang Liancheng nodded his head in disbelief and called one of his men.
"Open the door." After the door opened,
he snatched in front of Li Jian and dug in, with a pleasing look on his face.
"Chief,
I was hoodwinked by the traitors before I ordered the investigation. Please rest assured,
leader, that I will definitely bring the bad guys to justice." Zhang Yan didn't seem to see him at all, but said to Jian Li, "I'll leave it to you to handle. Hey, make sure you satisfy me, or I'll come myself." Li Jian's heart tightened and he hastily nodded his head. What is the result of this lord himself? Zhang Feng is a deputy mayor, but still with his son in the sun. What about Zhou Yun and Yan Jixing, who are dark force powerhouses? Seconds, literally killed in seconds. Literally killed. On the contrary, it was a death in the ring, in line with the rules of the 19th Bureau. And Zhang Yan didn't have a thing to do. So how terrible is this lord? He must be satisfied.
Li Jian looked at Huang Liancheng with a morose gaze.
Now there were many people who would not only have to take off their uniforms, but would even be imprisoned. Who told them not to hold their own and do what a vigilante is supposed to do? Huang Liancheng, on the other hand, sat on his butt on the ground, surging with intense despair. Hey! A wave of desire points. Zhang Yan smiled and left. From start to finish, he didn't say a word to Huang Liancheng, and even the interest to look at him was lacking. Ha! The man who will die. Walking out of the security office, Zhang Yan stretched his back. Why did the sheriff's office suddenly come to arrest themselves? Someone must be on a roll. The capital behind the director and producer. Or, Fang Hongban's old man? Zhang Yan felt it was the latter. According to Zhou Ying, that director and producer were not celebrities in the circle, so they went in as they went in, and the capital behind them simply couldn't spend a penny more for them. But Fang Hongban's father was different. If the son is deprived of his grandchildren's roots, isn't the Fang family extinct? There's no way he's going to swallow this. Speaking of which, what's this Fanzuri? Look it up. Since you struck out at me, you must be prepared to die without a burial place.